What I say can actually transcend time and space to reach the ears of ancient people. Not only can we communicate normally, but we can also exchange goods. I can provide food and water to the ancients. I can also retrieve gold, jade, and antiques from ancient times. To deliver water to the ancients, I went to the riverbank. Seeing no one around, I reconnected with Lu Xiao from ancient times. At that moment, Lu Xiao was already waiting in a water cellar, which was quite large. It might not hold 8,000 barrels, but it could definitely accommodate 4 to 5,000. The river before me was several hundred meters wide, with depths of dozens of meters. The disappearance of 4 to 5,000 barrels of water would hardly show a noticeable change. In just a few breaths, Lu Xiao's water cellar was already full. Lu Xiao immediately moved to the next water cellar. I didn't waste time, in just a few breaths, it was filled again. The two cellars were definitely over 8,000 barrels combined. Lu Xiao hesitated, unsure whether to go to the third water cellar. I had time, so I suggested that if there were any other places to store water on his side, he could go and fill them up as well. I thoughtfully expressed that retrieving gold from the ancients had earned me nearly 13 million, a sum that could already change my life. This was a simple task, and I wouldn't be stingy. After all, the river water was worthless, so sending it over was no trouble at all. Lu Xiao was filled with gratitude as he went to dozens of water cellars, filling them all up, combining all the water. With the second transaction successfully completed, I often sighed in relief while feeling extremely excited. I was just thinking of disconnecting and treating myself. On the ancient side, Lu Xiao immediately indicated that over the past 8 days, they had been collecting more gold and had already gathered quite a bit. They wanted to continue trading for more food. I didn't respond immediately but instead asked, how many people need to eat over there? There are over 57,000 residents, including the elderly and weak, Lu Xiao replied. No wonder, with a total of 810,000 pounds of grain, it wasn't enough for over 57,000 people, averaging 1 pound of grain per person per day. So, they would need to consume over 57,000 pounds per day. With 810,000 pounds not even enough for half a month, Lu Xiao estimated they would need to trade for several million, even tens of millions of pounds of grain. I didn't agree immediately. I continued negotiating with Lu Xiao, explaining that I needed to make some preparations on my side. You gather the gold first, and I'll contact you in 3 days to discuss details. Although I could quickly finalize the third batch of goods for more profit, I had only been busy for 10 days and was still living in a small room in a village within the city, paying 400 yuan a month for rent. What is the purpose of making money? Isn't it to live a comfortable life? With nearly 13 million sitting in my bank account, I could continue to sleep in my dark little room. I needed to spend a few days buying a house and a car to take good care of myself. Additionally, I planned to hire a female assistant to help contact manufacturers, arrange deliveries, and handle various errands. I couldn't keep doing everything myself as I had in the previous days. On the ancient side, Lu Xiao wanted to immediately proceed with the third goods transaction, but he couldn't control the situation. Reluctantly, he agreed and prepared to gather all the remaining gold in Jinyang City over the next 3 days. After disconnecting from Lu Xiao, I rode my small electric scooter straight to a real estate agency. The house I needed to buy should ideally be ready to move in and located near a developed commercial area for convenience. I finally chose a high-end apartment in the city, measuring 198 square meters at 26,000 yuan per square meter. Through the large balcony glass, I could enjoy the night view of the city center. Now alone, I only needed a place to live comfortably. After getting the house, I just needed to buy some personal essentials to live normally. Lying on the big sofa in the living room, I took out my newly bought folding phone, opened it, and ordered some expensive items: red wine, white wine, beer, and champagne. With money to spare, the next day I bought a car, not a sports car or luxury foreign brand, but a very ordinary domestic smart car, the M9. I got my driver's license years ago, but unfortunately, I hadn't owned a car of my own until now. On the third day, while sitting on the sofa considering hiring someone, my phone rang. Seeing the name Lin Jiawei on the screen surprised me. I wondered what she was calling for. Hello, what is it? I answered coldly. I had heard that as long as a couple divorced without becoming enemies, it was already good. Now I truly understood. I felt a strong aversion upon hearing Lin Jiawei's voice. What attitude is that? Lin Jiawei yelled, sounding quite aggrieved. I used to earn around 10,000 a month, but I handed it all over to her and took care of all the household chores. When I was still there, Lin Jiawei didn't feel much. After I left, she quickly felt the huge gap. The fixed amount of money she received every month was gone, and all the household chores fell on her. I hung up without saying anything more. I didn't want to waste words. We should go our separate ways and avoid contact as much as possible. Lin Jiawei didn't expect me to be so indifferent. She was both angry and feeling wronged. When have you ever sent the child support? I frowned and looked at the date on my phone, September 1st. It had only been half a month since my divorce from Ears.We. During the divorce, we agreed on a monthly child support of 1,000 yuan, but I left empty-handed, not even taking my usual underwear. If it weren't for the system, giving out 1,000 yuan under my circumstances would be quite difficult. I'll transfer it to you later, I said before hanging up. Thinking of my daughter, I felt quite melancholy. She was very cute before the age of 3, but I didn't know when she started saying things like "Dad is useless," "Dad is incapable," and "Dad is a loser." A 3 or 4-year-old child could never come up with such phrases on their own. They must have heard them from someone else or been taught. The only person I could think of, besides my ex-wife Ears.We and her mother, was no one else. I silently transferred 1,000 yuan in child support to Ears.We. Although I still had 8 million in savings, I wasn't planning to give her more. Firstly, my feelings for my daughter were complicated. Secondly, I knew that even if I gave more, most of it would end up with Ears.We and her mother, and my daughter wouldn't benefit from it. As for the rest, I would see how things went later. After sipping some red wine, I took out my folding phone and opened a job recruitment website to post a job listing. The salary was 20,000 yuan per month, primarily for managing the company and procurement, familiar with negotiating with factories, quality control, logistics arrangements, and various processes. The requirements were for a master's degree from a prestigious university, work experience, and no age limit for women. The entire job listing was indistinguishable from a scam. It had no company address or business license, just a phone number. However, a salary of 20,000 yuan was already quite attractive in this barely second-tier city. Many people, even if they suspected it was a scam, would still want to come and check it out. Just as I expected, within 5 minutes of posting the information, someone called, and within just over an hour, I received more than 10 calls. I scheduled everyone to meet at a nearby cafe, giving each of them 15 minutes for an interview, and then I took down the job posting. In the end, I chose a 29-year-old woman named Yu Xiaolong, who had a master's degree from a 985 university and 3 years of experience in a foreign company. She looked very capable and beautiful. Yushiro came out of the cafe holding an employee contract I obtained from a law firm, which was very unorthodox for a large company. She looked bemused and only realized this when signing the contract. She wasn't actually joining a company, but thinking of the treatment I promised, she ultimately felt unable to compromise. In addition to a normal monthly salary of 20,000, all travel expenses, meal expenses, and accommodation will be reimbursed for business trips. She would have at least 4 days off each month, work no more than 8 hours a day, and receive double pay for any overtime beyond 8 hours, plus a year-end bonus. After leaving her previous company, Lu Xiaoro had been searching for a whole month without finding a suitable job. Before interviewing with me, she was even prepared to settle for a job that only paid 8,000 a month. Moreover, she was the only employee in the company at that time. I assigned her to first register an agribusiness company and then rent an office herself. The next day, Lu Xiaoro rented an office of nearly 100 square meters, registered the agribusiness company with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and applied for a company account. While I was busy with trivial matters these past few days, over in the ancient time, Jinyang City faced another probing attack from the Xiongnu, with 2,000 cavalry supervising and urging 6,000 infantry from various ethnic groups to launch a fierce assault on the city. The Xiongnu had besieged Jinyang City for over a year, and they were well aware that the city was running low on food and water and facing dire straits. Therefore, they organized a probing attack every half-month or so to test the strength of the city's defenders. If the defenders of Jinyang City showed any signs of weakness, the Xiongnu would instantly launch a full-scale assault. They were unwilling to incur heavy casualties to capture Jinyang City, otherwise, they would have already stormed it at all costs. Due to having traded supplies with me twice during this period, the morale of Jinyang's military and civilians had improved significantly compared to 2 weeks ago. Morale had increased considerably. This led to the Xiongnu suffering a loss of nearly 30% in this probing attack compared to the last one, forcing them to retreat. This meant that for at least the next half-month, the Xiongnu would not conduct another probing attack. Of course, Lu Xiao and Lu Koan did not dare to relax. Lu Xiao routinely patrolled the city defenses, unaware that I had been quietly observing for half an hour through the system's screen. Through Lu Xiao's perspective, I saw the vast camp of the Huron outside the city, as well as the defenders on the walls of Jinyang, each looking emaciated, evidently having gone a long time without enough to eat. No matter the dynasty, Jinyang has always been a core part of the Central Plains. It's surprising that it could be besieged by the Huron to the point where the defenders are starving. I can't imagine what kind of chaotic times are occurring over there. There are certain matters I have intentionally avoided. Throughout the thousands of years of history in Huaxia, each era has its difficulties. I am not a true immortal and do not believe I have the ability to manage everything. General Lu, your soldiers are not fit, they look too frail. No wonder they are bullied by foreign tribes. My voice suddenly reached Lu Xiao's ears, lifting his spirits. In the past few days, he and his father, Lu Koan, had gathered all the gold they could collect in Jinyang City, waiting for me to contact them for the third supply transaction. He gave a wry smile and replied, "The Huron are too powerful. We can only defend the city. Over time, we will run out of food and supplies. If it weren't for your assistance, Jinyang might not last through this year." I casually asked, "How many Huron are outside the city?" "About 6,000 Huron cavalry and around 18,000 infantry from other tribes, roughly 24,000 troops in total," Lu Xiao replied. I pondered for a moment and curiously said, "You have over 57,000 military and civilians in Jinyang City, there must be over 10,000 soldiers. If you can let them eat freely to regain their strength, perhaps you could defeat the Huron outside the city." Lu Xiao's eyes lit up as he clenched his fists and confidently said, "Just as you said, we still have over 11,000 soldiers standing in Jinyang City. If it were more than a year ago, they wouldn't have dared to besiege us like this." Initially, there were 70,000 Xiongnu surrounding the city. As the siege dragged on, they learned of the city's dwindling supplies and gradually reduced their numbers. Coupled with the losses from multiple probing attacks, they now had approximately 24,000 troops remaining. I chose not to continue with Lu Xiao on that topic, falling silent for a moment before suggesting, "For our third supply transaction, you could set a target. It doesn't have to be all grain and salt, you can also buy vegetables, fruits, meat, and eggs. In equal weight, they won't be much more expensive than grain." The second transaction of 800,000 pounds of grain and 4,000 bags of salt already made quite a stir. I estimate that the quantity for the third transaction will definitely be larger. If it's all grain and salt again, it will draw too much attention. It would be much easier to operate if you could buy a wider variety of supplies separately. Restoring the soldiers' strength to defeat the enemy and relieve the siege is the right path. Upon hearing my suggestion, Lu Xiao's eyes brightened, showing his agreement. In fact, in recent days, he had discussed with his father Lu Koan and the two vice-generals whether I could procure vegetables and meat. They were considering seizing an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the unguarded enemy outside the city and crush them to relieve the siege. Now that I took the initiative to suggest this and informed them that the prices of vegetables and meat wouldn't be much higher than that of grain by weight, they would definitely want to procure a lot. As Lu Xiao returned to the general's residence, he instructed someone to notify his father Lu Koan and the two vice-generals, Zhao Bing and Zhang, to meet in the same room where I first contacted Lu Xiao. Several soldiers brought in boxes, which were naturally filled with various types of gold, including horseshoe gold, gold ingots, and gold jewelry. The 3 pieces of horseshoe gold from the first transaction totaled over 300 grams, while the gold from the second transaction amounted to over 25,400 grams. The gold from this third transaction is estimated to be around 10 times that of the second. Lu Xiao and the others had already managed to gather it. Although the weight measures differ between the two time periods, it is roughly more than 9 times that of the second round, meaning it's close to 250 kilograms. The tomb of Lu Ha, the Marquis of Haihan during the Han Dynasty, contained 115 kilograms of gold. The total amount of gold collected in Jinyang City is about 2.5 times that of Lu Ha, meaning all the gold that can be gathered in the entire city is here. Even though it is a major northern city with a peak population of over 100,000 and the economic and administrative center of Binzhou, it has experienced several wars and occupations. Gathering nearly 300 kilograms of gold is truly the limit. After pondering for a moment, I proposed my terms. This time I wouldn't provide water. I would supply 5 million pounds of the 3 types of grain from last time, 50,000 bags of salt, and an additional batch of eggs, meat, and vegetables. Since it would be difficult to preserve the vegetables and meat on your side, I will deliver them every 3 days, with each delivery being no less than 100,000 pounds and at least 10 deliveries. I believe this will be enough to restore the soldiers' strength within a month. Additionally, I must inform you in advance that fresh meat from newly slaughtered animals is quite expensive. I will provide you with some that is not freshly slaughtered, but I assure you that all the meat will be fresh and not spoiled, so it won't upset your stomach. Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and the other two exchanged glances and expressed no objections. In fact, they felt they were getting a good deal. Before the wars, 1 or 2 pieces of gold could buy a lot of grain and supplies. However, even that cannot compare to the quantities I am offering. Even if I only provided them with half of what I promised, they would still feel they were profiting. Lu Kuan asked Lu Xiao to inquire if I could provide fodder for 200 warhorses. If he wanted to lead troops out of the city to counter the Huron in the future, he couldn't be without cavalry, even if it were just a couple of hundred. That's simple. I can deliver the fodder along with the first batch of meat and vegetables. I didn't refuse and agreed to provide the first batch of supplies in 3 days. Seeing the four of them nodding in agreement, indicating a consensus, I proceeded to collect the gold from the other side through the system and simultaneously cut off the connection with the ancient time period. So much gold, several boxes filled with various kinds, gleaming brightly, almost blinding me. Even if all this gold were melted into bricks, it would likely sell for over 100 million. Of course, this time I do not plan to melt all the gold directly. I intend to selectively melt part of it first, taking out the gold piece by piece. Horseshoe gold, gold cakes, gold bricks, and various other sizes of gold pieces were all piled together. These are all to be. The gold jewelry to be melted was carefully selected, keeping those with intact and exquisite designs, while the damaged ones were also prepared for melting. The remaining amount accounted for roughly 10% of the total. I first weighed the 24.6 kilograms of gold to be melted several times, and then weighed the total of 223.5 kilograms, giving a grand total of 248.1 kilograms. In detail, that's about 248,100 grams. At today's gold price of 573 yuan per gram, even after deducting 3 yuan per gram, at 570, it would still be over 140 million. Next, I took out the tools I bought specifically for melting gold, played with fire to melt the gold, and watched as each piece melted into liquid gold. I then poured the liquid into molds, forming gold bars weighing about 1 pound each. Although I needed to melt 223 kilograms, I didn't plan to do it all at once without stopping. I would melt a bit each day when I had nothing else to do, treating it as a fun activity. This time, I melted about 15 kilograms before stopping. Lying on the large sofa in the living room, I called Lu Xiaoro and asked her to go to the suburbs to rent a supersized warehouse that could hold hundreds of tons of supplies at once. Boss, there's no money in the company account. Could you transfer some money to it first? I'll head to the company shortly. I previously allocated 100,000 yuan, giving 20,000 to Yu Xiaoro as an advance on her salary, renting the office, and buying some desks and computers, which left me with about 80,000 yuan that I have mostly spent. I don't plan to transfer the money from my personal bank account directly to the company account. Instead, I intend to sell some gold to boost the company's revenue. Of course, I won't sell too much gold at once to flood the company account. Instead, I'll do it in several transactions, selling a few kilograms or 10 kilograms at a time, generating revenue aiming for a few 100,000 or more with each sale. So, I took about 10 kilograms of gold and drove 2 kilometers to a jewelry store using the M9 navigation system. I weighed 10,224.7 grams and sold it for over 5.82 million. After leaving the jewelry store, I drove 3 or 4 kilometers to the office rented by Yu Xiaoro. The nearly 100 square meter space was divided into 2 levels, and according to Yu Xiaoro, one room was for me, the boss, while the other was for finance. Upon learning that nearly 6 million had suddenly arrived in the company account, Yu Xiaoro was astonished. She initially thought it was a startup company in agribusiness with limited prospects and wasn't sure it could last a year. Such a large sum of money felt like a reassurance to Yu Xiaoro, raising her hopes for the company's future. Boss, although we still don't know the specifics of the company's business, we should hire a finance person in advance. Otherwise, you'll have to manage every expense and income yourself. I nodded and said, you can handle the hiring. I'll come to review during the interviews. First, go ahead and rent the warehouse. I estimate we'll need it in a couple of days, preferably close to my neighborhood. Establishing this agribusiness company serves 2 purposes. It's good for hiring errand employees and provides a cover for operations. Lu Xiaoro managed to get everything sorted out for renting the warehouse and hiring finance staff all in one day. The finance position was offered a monthly salary of 4,700 yuan, and they hired a shy recent graduate who seemed quite simple-minded. After completing all this, a day had already passed. The next day, Yu Xiaoro went to work and was instructed to find a rice mill, a flour mill, and a cornmeal mill to prepare for purchasing a total of 1,000 tons of rice, 1,000 tons of flour, and 500 tons of cornmeal in batches. Additionally, she was to contact several vegetable wholesalers in the agribusiness wholesale market to procure a large quantity of seasonal vegetables, each measured in tons. Then, she was to reach out to several frozen pork wholesalers and a few chicken and duck farms, procuring in ton quantities as long as the prices were low enough. Finally, she needed to contact a cleaning factory to purchase 50 tons of wet feed and 50 tons of dry feed. With so much work to do, Yu Xiaoro had to take notes. I specifically instructed her to get it all done within 3 days. Yu Xiaoro instantly wore a bitter expression and said, "Boss, you really don't treat me like a person. It seems this 20,000 yuan salary is not easy to earn after all. I raised an eyebrow but wouldn't be swayed by her emotions. I continued to paint a bright future for her, saying, in due time, the company will provide you with a car worth 150,000 to 200,000 yuan. Alright, boss. Wait for my good news. Yushiro's eyes sparkled, and within a day, she had already negotiated with the rice mill, flour mill, and corn mill factory. I lay on the large sofa in the living room, opened my flip phone, and looked at the prices Yushiro had just sent me. Rice was 0.72 yuan per pound, flour was 0.85 yuan per pound, and cornmeal was the cheapest at just 0.12 yuan per pound. All were over 10% cheaper than retail grain and oil stores. At these prices, I could save a couple of 100,000 yuan on 5 million pounds of grain, enough to cover Yushiro's salary for 7 or 8 years. Hiring her was definitely a good investment. I planned to initially procure 100 tons of rice, 100 tons of flour, and 50 tons of cornmeal, having the manufacturers deliver the goods to the warehouse within 2 days. The next day, Yushiro found frozen meat wholesalers, several large chicken and duck farms, and contractors for a large aquaculture reservoir. Currently, retail fresh pork sells for 13 yuan per pound, while frozen pork is only 8 or 9 yuan per pound. If it's the kind of old, stale pork from who knows what era, it can be as low as 5 or 6 yuan per pound. The chicken and duck farms had a batch of culling hens, totaling around 7,000 to 8,000, each weighing about 2 pounds, priced at just 10 yuan each. Additionally, the cheapest chicken eggs from the farm were wholesaled at 4.5 yuan per pound. I wanted Yushiro to initially procure a batch of 10 tons of frozen aged pork and buy all the 7,000 to 8,000 culling hens from the farms, along with an additional 20 tons of eggs. However, these 2 days of purchases had already cost me around 1.2 million yuan. On the third day, Yushiro went to the agribusiness wholesale market and collected business cards from dozens of vegetable wholesalers, negotiating prices with each. The cheapest vegetables were always radishes, cabbages, cucumbers, and pumpkins. If she went to the countryside to procure them herself, they would cost at most a few jiao per pound, while buying from the wholesalers, they were around 1 yuan per pound. I instructed Yushiro to initially purchase a batch of 20 tons. The 30 tons of wet feed and 30 tons of dry feed for the warhorses were also unloaded before dawn on the fourth day. A total of over 370 tons of supplies were categorized and neatly stored in the warehouse. When the agreed time with Lu Shao arrived, I contacted him through the system to connect with the ancient time period. Upon hearing my voice, Lu Shao couldn't help but rub his hands in excitement. The quantity of supplies exchanged this time was enormous, enough for all the defenders to eat their fill. How could he not be excited? Make sure you have a storage place ready, and I'll send over the supplies. First, it will be 250 tons of rice, flour, and cornmeal, along with 60 tons of wet and dry feed for the warhorses. Next will be 20 tons of vegetables and 20 tons of eggs, and finally, 10 tons of frozen aged pork and the 7,000 to 8,000 culling hens. The frozen aged pork is still in ice form, so Lu Shao prepared a cellar lined with hay. At the moment the supplies were delivered, Lu Shao and the others felt a chill on their skin due to the sudden drop in temperature from the 20 tons of ice surrounding them. The 7,000 to 8,000 live chickens, which were alive in the modern time period, all turned into lifeless beings without any breath after being sent through the system to the ancient time. I wasn't surprised at all. In fact, I had previously tried sending a few bugs over and discovered that any living creature, whether it came from the ancient or modern era, would turn into a lifeless object. While Lu Shao and the others each picked up a piece of frozen aged pork, they felt the chill of the ice and examined what kind of meat it was. The pigs in this ancient time period were all black, while the meat I sent them was from white pigs. Since Lu Shao and the others had never seen white pigs, they naturally couldn't identify the meat as pork at first glance. I instructed them to move to an open area, and then the 7,000 to 8,000 chickens descended. They had been alive before sending but could not pass through the spatial portal. You should arrange for someone to handle them immediately, it shouldn't be a problem. Lu Shao and the others were all shocked. Each of them picked up a chicken, felt its body, and could clearly sense the residual warmth. Evidently, it had just died. Lu Shao directly ordered the transfer of 3,000 soldiers to guard and instructed 500 of them to handle the chickens. Our Jinyang city is blessed by the immortals, all of this is a gift from them. This was a strategy devised by Lu Shao, Lu Kuan, and others after several days of discussion. For the next month, they planned to allow all soldiers to eat freely, and the ordinary citizens in the city would also receive 2 hearty meals a day. However, the question of where such a large quantity of food, including vegetables, meat, and eggs, would come from needed a reasonable explanation, and this was the explanation they had come up with. In ancient times, 99% of people were ignorant. When Lu Shao and his son told them they had received the protection of the immortals, and with so many freshly dead chickens piled before them, no one could disbelieve. The soldiers present not only believed it but were also invigorated, their morale boosted, and they gained greater confidence in defending Jinyang City and even defeating the besieging Hu army. Lu Xiao also took some soldiers to see the frozen pork, vegetables, and the water cisterns filled to the brim, all sent by the immortals, which further excited the soldiers. That day, the governor's office of Jinyang City announced that all soldiers defending the city would have an open supply of food, with meat at every meal. The porridge provided to ordinary citizens also included vegetables and a bit of meat. The frozen, aged zombie pork provided by Changchen was not tasty in Chen Jianxin's mouth. However, for the soldiers and civilians of Jinyang City, who had not tasted meat for months, or even years, it was incredibly delicious. Moreover, the black pigs of this era had not been improved or castrated, and their meat was both gamey and smelly, so the taste was not that great to begin with. The immortals said they would give us a month to regain our strength and help us repel the besieging Hu. Such food supplies could not sustain the over 57,000 soldiers and civilians in the city for too long. Defeating the besieging Hu army and lifting the siege was the right path. As long as the Hu no longer surrounded the city, the citizens could go out to farm and make a living. Once the citizens could sustain themselves, they would only need to provide food for the soldiers, significantly reducing the pressure. To avoid disappointing the immortals, starting tomorrow, I, along with my 2 deputy generals, will personally lead all soldiers in rigorous training. Due to the previous shortage of supplies, the soldiers had been receiving only a bowl of rice soup with no visible grains each day, making it difficult to stand for even an hour, let alone train, so they had not had proper training for a long time. To defeat the Hu army outside the city, merely regaining strength was not enough. The soldiers also needed to be skilled in formations, able to switch between offense and defense seamlessly. 100 men who could only charge recklessly could only be called scattered troops, while those who could skillfully form various battle formations, attacking or defending in unison, were considered elite troops, with a tenfold difference in overall combat effectiveness. Besides allowing the soldiers to eat freely and train vigorously, Governor Lu Kuan's most prized 200 warhorses also received 50 tons of green fodder and 50 tons of dry feed sent by Changchen. The horses were fed freely with grass and cornmeal, and every day Lu Kuan felt that the horses had gained a lot of weight. In a month, perhaps these 200 warhorses could restore their strength to their peak. How long has it been since I rode a warhorse to charge and kill the enemy? The Xiangnu bandits outside the city, just wait. In a month at most, I will lead my army out of the city and leave you with nothing. Whether it was Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, or other soldiers in the city, they had been holding back their anger for a long time. Now, with Chang Chen's material support, they could eat freely, regain their strength, and they were determined to seize this opportunity to catch the Hu army outside the city off guard. For the next month, Changchen sent a batch of supplies to the ancient time every 3 days, each time consisting of 250 tons of grain, along with several dozen to 100 tons of frozen meat, vegetables, and eggs. In the ancient time and space of Jinyang City, the garrison opened up to eat, and the soldiers, who had been almost skin and bones, were able to gain a couple of pounds of flesh almost every day. Although the ordinary citizens' meals were not as good as those of the garrison, their health improved day by day. After half a month, the Xiongnu once again drove various ethnic infantry to conduct a probing attack on the city. By this time, the garrison soldiers of Jinyang had been well fed for half a month, and their physical condition had greatly recovered. If they had only had 2 or 3 tenths of their strength before, now they had about 7 or 8 tenths. The resistance faced by the attacking Hu people was much fiercer than during their previous probing attack. In the same duration of over an hour, they had only suffered 500 to 600 casualties last time, but this time, the casualties exceeded 1,000. The Xiongnu commander, Budu Kue, was very puzzled. He had originally thought that at most, after another month of siege, even if the Han people inside the city did not collapse on their own, their resistance would have diminished by half, making it easy to take Jinyang City. However, in the recent 2 probing attacks spaced half a month apart, the resistance from the Han people inside the city had become increasingly strong. Is it a last-ditch effort, or has something changed? No matter how Budu Kue thought, he could never imagine that Lu Xiao had opened a trade route connecting different time and space, purchasing a large amount of food and supplies from Changchen. Perhaps there are still a few last livestock left in the city, all slaughtered, or maybe they have eaten quite a bit of human flesh. Unable to discern the true reason, Budu Kue could only speculate based on past experiences. Regardless of the reason, it was a sign of a last-ditch effort, often indicating that they had reached a dead end, very close to self-collapse. Budu Kue decided to wait patiently for another month. Inside Jinyang City, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhaobin, Zhang Xian, and others were also in discussion. After we thwarted the Xiongnu's probing attack this time, I believe they won't attack the city again in the next half-month. In another 10 days to half a month, the soldiers' strength will surely recover to their peak, and then we can launch a surprise attack from the city and annihilate all the Hu people outside, completely breaking the siege. The knives were sharpened, and a great battle was imminent. On the modern time and space side, on the 28th day, Chang Chen sent over the last batch of supplies. He had sent a total of 10 shipments, including 2,500 tons of rice, flour, and corn flour, 100 tons of salt, 200 tons of fodder, 240 tons of frozen pork, chicken, duck, and fish, 100 tons of eggs, and 300 tons of various vegetables, totaling 3,440 tons. He spent over 17.4 million. The third batch of gold was worth over 141 million, and calculated, Chang Chen made a profit of over 123 million. It is worth mentioning that from that batch of gold, apart from the specially selected 24 kilograms of exquisite jewelry, the remaining 223 kilograms of various gold bars were all melted into gold ingots. Of these, 35 kilograms of gold were sold and directly deposited into the Agricultural Trade Company's account, which now had only about 2.47 million left. In Chang Chen's home safe, there were currently over 24 kilograms of exquisite gold jewelry and 188 kilograms of gold bars. Chang Chen was certainly not in a hurry to deal with the gold jewelry, but he planned to sell all 188 kilograms of gold bars, expecting to sell them for over 107 million. Including the income from the previous 2 gold sales, in less than 2 months, Chang Chen's bank card had a total income of about 121.5 million. To avoid being audited for taxes, Chang Chen voluntarily reported all 3 incomes at the highest tax rate of 20%, paying over 24 million in taxes. As for the Agricultural Trade Company, the remaining 2.47 million in the account was reported as company profit for tax purposes, meaning that Chang Chen had procured 3,440 tons of various supplies through the company, officially showing a profit of 2.47 million. The operation of Chang Chen's Agricultural Trade Company was naturally bizarre, with strange sales and odd accounting. As the general manager, Yushiro was completely unaware of how the vast amount of materials the company procured was sold or to whom. As the company's accountant, she only saw that every transaction came from various gold and jewelry stores, and couldn't help but wonder if all those materials were sold to those stores. This led to the employees of both companies looking at Chang Chen with strange expressions. Of course, Chang Chen couldn't explain anything to them. After all, he paid salaries normally, reported every transaction for tax purposes, and paid taxes on the remaining profits. Even if someone reported him and something strange was uncovered, there would be no solid evidence to find. In Huagua, the law presumes innocence, and even if an investigation were to occur, he could simply confess to the state, as his value to them was enough to keep him out of trouble. What would happen later could be dealt with later. For now, his bank account balance was 92,648,052.7 yuan, and with money in hand, he could enjoy life. With over 92 million in cash, even spending 10,000 a day would take more than 25 years to exhaust. Of course, Chang Chen couldn't spend 10,000 every day. He was just one person, and at most, he had 3 regular meals and 1 late-night snack. The most he could do was not worry about the prices on any restaurant menu and indulge in various delicacies. In fact, that was exactly what he did. After completing his third material transaction, he gave the 2 employees a week of paid leave. During this nearly month-long period, with Yushiro running errands for him, he wasn't busy at all. The most common thing he did was appear in various corners of the city. He explored every hidden restaurant in the bustling city or elegant dining spots tucked away in beautiful, remote locations, tasting everything he had wanted to eat before but never had the chance or means to try. High-end Chinese cuisine, French, Korean, Italian, Japanese. The flavors didn't always suit his taste, and there were many dishes he only took a bite of after ordering, realizing what they tasted like and then leaving them untouched. What he truly loved was still Huaxia cuisine. Many foreign dishes he only visited once and never returned to, while some Huaxia restaurants he frequented every now and then. Just for eating, Chang Chen spent only a few hundred a day at the least, and at most 1 or 2,000, averaging around 2 to 3,000. This level of spending couldn't even exhaust the interest generated from over 90 million daily. One day, after finishing lunch at a restaurant, he was about to head to the parking lot to drive away when he unexpectedly ran into his ex-wife, Lin Jiawei. Chang Chen and Lin Jiawei spotted each other from about 10 meters away, both surprised by the encounter. Chang Chen didn't want to acknowledge Lin Jiawei. However, Lin Jiawei had no intention of letting him off the hook. "Chang Chen, do you have any conscience left? Have you spent all the money you earned on yourself? buying all these flashy clothes and shoes? In Lin Jiawei's subconscious, she believed Changchen still relied on his moving job, earning around 10,000 a month. Although she didn't know the exact value of the clothes he wore, it was evident that none of them were worth less than a few hundred. Thus, she firmly believed that Changchen spent his hard-earned salary like water on these things. This made her very angry. Do I have no conscience? What's wrong with spending the money I earned on myself? Changchen laughed in anger, retorting without hesitation, "We're already divorced. I can buy whatever I want, and you have no say in it." He used to earn around 10,000 a month, yet the total value of his clothes and shoes was only a couple of hundred. He neither smokes nor drinks much, and his monthly transportation and pocket money combined barely amount to 500 yuan. He saves money to the extreme, but in the end, what has he gained? A man should treat himself better, otherwise, if he feels wronged, others will take it for granted, thinking he is destined to be a workhorse, giving him no respect at all. Changchen, what is your attitude? Lin Jiawei stomped her feet in anger, her face full of fury as she loudly accused him, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. She stared intently at Changchen, seemingly wanting to see a hint of guilt on his face. Unfortunately, Changchen merely smiled coldly and said nonchalantly, "What does this have to do with you? If you can't stand it, then just don't listen." With that, he lifted his foot again, preparing to leave, completely disregarding Lin Jiawei. Lin Jiawei was immediately anxious, stepping forward to grab him, her tone softening somewhat, but still clearly laced with resentment. Nini is still young, and there are many places to spend money. Instead of wasting it like this, why not spend more on Nini? You transfer 9,000 yuan to me every month, and I'll save it for her. Such shameless words were something Changchen had never heard before. Given that he used to earn around 10,000 yuan a month from hard work helping people move, if he transferred 9,000 out, wouldn't he be left with only 1,000 for living expenses? Moreover, this was forcing him to keep doing such laborious work. You want to save for Nini? I see you want to spend it on yourself. Besides, I left with nothing, not even the underwear I usually wear. Giving Nini 1,000 yuan a month for support is already my utmost kindness. Don't even think about a single extra cent. Changchen's tone was indifferent, leaving no room for compromise. His parents had died early, leaving him alone. He had promised his mother-in-law that he would take care of her daughter, and now that their daughter bore Lin Jiawei's surname, he had allowed Lin Jiawei and her mother to raise her that way. The fact that he could still provide 1,000 yuan a month for support was already based on that thin blood relation. Lin Jiawei seemed to have her thoughts exposed, her expression darkening, but facing Changchen's attitude, she felt helpless. Step aside, don't block my way. Changchen was not interested in what Lin Jiawei was feeling or thinking at that moment. He looked cold, ruthlessly breaking free from Lin Jiawei's tight grip, and left without looking back. Caught off guard, Lin Jiawei was suddenly flung back by Changchen's force, losing her balance and stumbling back 2 steps, nearly falling to the ground. After finally stabilizing herself, she looked up and found that Changchen was already striding away, getting further and further. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't hold back any longer and cautiously followed him, wanting to find out where he was living now. Afraid of being discovered by Changchen, she didn't dare to get too close. When she saw Changchen unlock the M9, open the car door, and sit in the driver's seat, driving away, she was stunned. She remembered seeing that model of car on Douyin that morning. The cheapest was nearly 500,000, and the top configuration was close to 600,000. In just 2 months, her useless ex-husband had actually started driving such a luxury car. Lin Jiawei felt extremely unbalanced. She had always thought that marrying Changchen was the biggest mistake of her life, but after divorcing him, she quickly regretted it. Because without Changchen's monthly contribution of around 10,000 yuan, she had to do all the housework herself and go out to work for money every day. Why was it that after Changchen left her, he was living better than she was? It was unfair. Lin Jiawei lost interest in continuing her shopping and hurried home to discuss it with her mother. Changchen had no idea that Lin Jiawei had seen him driving the M9. However, even if he knew, he didn't care. After all, Lin Jiawei didn't know where he lived. The city was vast, with nearly 10 million people. The fact that they could meet face to face this time was already a coincidence, and they might not cross paths again for decades. In fact, he thought it was good for Lin Jiawei to see him, to witness how well he could live after leaving a family that only knew how to exploit him. Returning to his 198 square meter apartment, he took a bottle of mutai from the wine cabinet. He sat down on the large sofa in the living room and poured a couple of ounces into a glass. Occasionally sipping to savor the taste, he opened the system interface to quietly observe the situation in the ancient time and space. Sometimes, when he was bored, he would watch it like a movie, silently focusing for an hour or two. If Lu Xiao was busy at that moment, following Lu Xiao's perspective, he could learn quite a bit. Don't think that modern people, having learned a lot of knowledge, are necessarily smarter than those from ancient times. At this moment, Lu Xiao in the ancient time and space was not leading soldiers in training but was looking at bamboo slips of military strategy. He was a young general who could truly share hardships with ordinary soldiers and was diligently studying various military tactics, formations, and martial arts. Given a sufficiently large platform, he might not be inferior to Ran Min or Lu Yu. Glancing at the wine in his hand, Chang Chen got up to fetch another glass, pouring a couple of ounces into it and transmitting it through the system to the ancient time and space. Friend from another time, try this wine of mine. Chang Chen spoke with the same attitude he would have towards a roommate back in his university dormitory. In the ancient time and space, Lu Xiao looked at the suddenly appeared glass on the table, smelling the rich aroma of the wine in the air, and his eyes twitched. He was shocked by the exquisite glass and astonished that such a strong wine existed in the world. Thank you. Lu Xiao detected the friendliness in Chang Chen's tone and wanted to build a good relationship with him as much as possible. If he could make Chang Chen consider him a friend, he would be more than happy. He picked up the glass, sniffed it, and then downed it in one go. The moment he drank it, Lu Xiao's face turned red, and he almost spat it out immediately. Subconsciously, he had treated Matai as an ancient wine, never considering that wine could be so strong, over 50 degrees. It was his first time tasting such potent liquor. Fortunately, Chang Chen had only poured a couple of ounces. If he had filled the glass, and Lu Xiao had downed it in one gulp, no matter how he tried to hold it in, he would have inevitably spat it out. Chang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, happiness is often built on the suffering of others. Back in their university dormitory, they often played pranks on each other with a few roommates. Good wine. If this wine were in the palace before the world fell into chaos, it would be worth 1,000 gold. Lu Xiao, without any embarrassment, managed to hold it down and, savoring the feeling from earlier, burst into laughter, praising it. To brew such wine, to produce such fine salt, to easily obtain so much grain, meat, and vegetables, sometimes I really want to ask, what kind of world do you have over there, immortal? Chang Chen didn't hold back, responding with a smile. Here, the world is at peace, the entire country has 140 million people, everyone can eat their fill, wear warm clothes, can go to the sky, dive underground, and send things to the moon. Perhaps in a few years, we can send people directly to the moon. 140 million people, everyone well-fed and warmly dressed, able to send things to the moon, even send people to the moon? Although Lu Xiao was in a different time and space, it was still the same Earth, as Chang Chen had seen the moon from his perspective. Lu Xiao couldn't imagine the scene Chang Chen described, but he believed what Chang Chen said. He thought perhaps the immortal world should be like that. Chang Chen didn't explain much. He simply took the empty glass from Lu Xiao, poured another couple of ounces of mutai, and sent it back. This time, Lu Xiao didn't dare to down it in one go but instead sipped a small taste occasionally. Chang Chen didn't say much, but Lu Xiao, after getting a bit tipsy, talked to him about leading the army out of the city the day after tomorrow to launch a surprise attack on the besieging Hu troops. At that time, all the soldiers in Jinyang had rested for a month, their physical condition restored to peak levels, and with a month of rigorous training, they were fully confident that with around 11,000 soldiers, they could defeat the approximately 22,000 who outside the city. It would be a grand battle involving over 30,000 people in total. Naturally, Chang Chen was very interested. He could observe this great battle through Lu Xiao's perspective. The day after tomorrow, huh? After a moment of contemplation, Chang Chen said, as a friend, I'll give you a battlefield weapon tomorrow. Lu Xiao immediately perked up. In his mind, Chang Chen's world was like that of a deity, and whatever Chang Chen chose to give him would surely be extraordinary. Thus, he beamed and said, in that case, Lu is grateful to the deity in advance. It's just a small matter, Chang Chen smiled. If he counted the 2 million or so on the company's books, Lu Xiao had helped him earn nearly 100 million. Even if he earned nothing in the future, he would still be financially free. Moreover, what man doesn't have a dream of being a general? At that time, he could indirectly experience the feeling of leading troops into battle through Lu Xiao's perspective. This was another significant value Lu Xiao could bring him. Giving Lu Xiao a weapon before the great battle was not a difficult task at all. The weapon Chang Chen referred to, of course, could not be modern firearms or hot weapons, but rather cold weapons. However, having seen the weapons and armor over there through Lu Xiao's perspective, he could guarantee that they would be more advanced than the cold weapons Lu Xiao had. Early the next morning, Chang Chen got into his M9, entered an address, and let the smart drive take him there. It was a shop specializing in replicas of ancient armor and cold weapons, run by an enthusiast of ancient military gear who had replicated all weapons and armor from the pre-Qin period to the Qing dynasty. A few days ago, while looking for a restaurant nearby, Chang Chen happened to see this shop, and he believed he could find the cold weapon he wanted there. The owner's surname was Wu, and his name was Wu Xiejia. Upon seeing that Chang Chen arrived in an M9, Wu Xiejia was very excited. In his view, not everyone who drove a BBA was wealthy, but anyone who drove an M9 was definitely rich. Wealthy customers sometimes liked to buy a set of imposing ancient weapons and armor to wear at home for fun. This meant he was likely to make a sale today. Wu Xiejia personally accompanied Chang Chen around the shop, introducing each item. When they reached the Tang Dynasty weapons section, they saw a 5 to 6 meter long horse spear, its dual-edged spearhead gleaming coldly. Even in modern times, accustomed to seeing guns and tanks on television, it still felt very imposing. Tang Dynasty horse spear, paired with silver armor and a white cloak, would definitely impress countless beauties. Wu Xiejia added that he personally loved such attire. Chang Chen touched the spear shaft and knocked on the armor plates of the silver armor nearby. This is definitely retro, but the spear shaft isn't just ordinary wood, right? Wu Xiejia replied unhappily, "Brother, what are you talking about? We specialize in retro military gear, so it has to be as identical as possible to the peak of ancient times. This spear shaft can support 5 big men sitting on 2 tables without breaking. How much are you selling it for?" Chang Chen didn't continue to question but asked for the price first. 18,000. What about the armor and horse armor next to it? 88,000. Wu Xiejia's price was just slightly higher than his bottom line, fearing to scare off customers while also worried that they might haggle too aggressively. Chang Chen didn't bargain but made a request: find 5 people to test the spear shaft. If it's really as you say, I'll take both the spear and the armor. Sure, Wu Xiejia said without any hesitation, immediately calling over 5 men to test in front of Chang Chen. As expected, the spear could easily bear the weight of 5 big men without any issue. Chang Chen, as promised, paid the full amount right away. The armor was heavy armor, weighing at least 60 to 70 pounds. And with the addition of the horse armor, it definitely exceeded 100 pounds. The spear was also quite long, making it difficult for Chang Chen to take it home himself, so Wu Xiejia brought a friend to help deliver it. When they returned home, it was just noon. Chang Chen opened the system and connected to the ancient time and space. There, Lu Xiaobang, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian were conducting the final training for the soldiers of the Jinyang garrison. They were set to leave the city tomorrow to launch a surprise attack on the Xiangnu camp, and in the meantime, the soldiers needed to conserve their energy and prepare themselves to face the upcoming battle in the best possible condition. Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian also needed to hold their final discussions. As soon as they entered the room where they often held meetings, they saw a long spear and a shiny set of heavy armor and horse armor appear out of thin air on the ground. Except for Lu Xiao, who was somewhat prepared and only paused for a breath before reacting, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian were stunned for a good 5 or 6 breaths before they came to their senses. Then, all 4 of them looked at the set of armor with shining eyes, excitedly gathering around to touch it. For any ancient general, weapons, armor, and warhorses were their absolute favorites, and they had a very keen ability to discern good weapons and armor. This spear was 18 feet long, with a gleaming spearhead that was double-edged and clearly made of high-quality steel. In the prosperous Tang dynasty, it was one of the 2 peak cold weapons alongside the Mo Dao. This set of human and horse armor was somewhat similar to an iron floating pagoda, almost protecting every corner of the body. The armor plates gleamed coldly, also clearly made of high-quality steel. In Lu Xiao's current era, forging high-quality steel was extremely difficult. Having a set of armor made from ordinary iron plates was already quite impressive. Due to the limitations of the era, armor design had many flaws, with many areas left unprotected. One can imagine how powerful the attraction of such an advanced set of all-steel armor would be for a general in Lu Xiao's time. When Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian learned that this was a gift from Chang Chen to Lu Xiao, they were envious to the point of turning green with jealousy. Even Lu Kuan, the father, was no exception. Through Lu Xiao's perspective, Chang Chen could clearly see the longing in Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian's eyes. However, he directly ignored them and had no intention of giving each of them a set as well. He regarded Lu Xiao as a friend, partly because they were close in age, and partly because he could only connect with Lu Xiao through the system. The visuals he saw were also from Lu Xiao's perspective. If Lu Xiao charged into battle, he could feel a sense of involvement. Giving Lu Xiao this set of armor was not only a gesture of friendship but also a hope to protect Lu Xiao's life as much as possible on the battlefield. "Thank you, Immortal," Lu Xiao said excitedly, sincerely expressing his gratitude. He had initially thought that Chang Chen would give him a weapon, perhaps a treasured sword or a precious blade, but he never expected not only a weapon but also a full set of heavy armor for both man and horse. Such a set of armor, based on the technology he knew, would not even be able to be forged for 100 taels of gold. It was truly precious, and he felt a bit embarrassed to accept it. The spear was not sharpened, so Lu Xiao needed to sharpen it himself before the battle, which was not difficult. After waiting a day, the next day, Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and the others set the time for their surprise attack on the Xiangnu camp for the evening. coinciding with the time when the Xiongnu army would be having dinner. They did not choose to attack at night or in the early morning when the enemy would be asleep. This was because Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and the others wanted to conduct not a battle of annihilation but a battle of extermination, aiming to wipe out all 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry and over 16,000 infantry from various tribes. If the sky turned dark, Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and the other soldiers of the Jinyang army were equally obstructed by the night. With torches in hand, they set fires everywhere, relying on the flames to easily defeat and scatter the enemy within the camp. However, once the enemy dispersed and fled into the darkness outside the camp, pursuing them and discovering those hiding in the pitch-black shadows became extremely difficult. As the only son of the military governor Lu Kuan, and equipped with the horse spear and heavy armor gifted to him by Changchen, which were most suitable for cavalry, Lu Xiao personally led the only 200 cavalry from Jinyang City. Lu Kuan, along with his two deputy generals Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian, commanded 3,500 infantry to encircle the enemy. Less than 500 remained to guard the city. In the modern timeline, Changchen sat on the large sofa in the living room, pouring himself half a glass of red wine, watching the scene unfold in front of him, centered around Lu Xiao, as if it were a third-person perspective in a battle royale game, like watching a movie. What man doesn't have a dream of being a general? He couldn't realize it himself, but watching Lu Xiao don that heavy armor and wield the 18-foot-long horse spear, he felt a strong sense of immersion. Kill! Lu Xiao led the 200 Jinyang cavalry charging forward, directly into the Xiongnu army's main camp. These 200 Jinyang cavalry were the most elite warriors, selected from around 11,000 Jinyang defenders, with each one capable of taking on several enemies. They were equipped with the best weapons, and although there were only 200 of them, their combat power was exceptionally fierce. The Xiongnu had besieged Jinyang City for a year, and they believed the Jinyang defenders should have been reduced to skin and bones, unable to stand guard for long, on the verge of collapse, and would not dare to launch a surprise attack. Moreover, at this time, it was dinner time, and groups of whose soldiers had laid down their weapons, with those in armor having already removed it, gathering together to eat. Even those on patrol were too busy drooling over the cooking fires to focus on their duties. As a result, they were completely unprepared and were instantly breached by Lu Xiao and the 200 elite cavalry. Meanwhile, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian led the Jinyang infantry. Although two legs could not outrun four, they were not far behind Lu Xiao and the 200 elite cavalry, following closely and charging into the Xiongnu camp within 10 breaths. Chaos erupted in an instant. These Hu infantry were originally just cannon fodder in the Xiongnu army, and the Xiongnu treated them poorly, providing only 2 bowls of thin porridge a day. Compared to the Xiongnu who feasted on meat, they barely caught a whiff of it, naturally lacking loyalty and fighting spirit. Upon discovering the camp was under attack and the front lines had been breached, their first reaction was not to resist but to flee in a panic. Even those who picked up weapons from the ground were less than a third. Lu Xiao and the 200 Jinyang elite cavalry swept through like a whirlwind, easily carving a bloody path, their horses charging forward without losing speed, quickly penetrating deeper into the enemy lines. They headed straight for the 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry, the core of this army. As long as they could defeat those Xiongnu cavalry, the other Hu soldiers would be nothing more than a bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. Lu Xiao and the others had meticulously planned this surprise attack, calculating the direction of their assault very well. After breaking through the front lines from this position, they only needed to cut through 200 to 300 meters to reach the area where the 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry were stationed. The Xiongnu, accustomed to wielding power, had spent the past year mostly supervising from the rear, driving the various Hu soldiers to attack the city as cannon fodder. Their sabers had likely begun to rust, and their vigilance was lower than that of the Hu soldiers they treated as expendable. At this dinner time, not only had they removed their leather armor, but they had also concentrated their horses in large numbers to feed and water them. In the rush, most Xiongnu found it difficult to locate their own horses, let alone mount them to fight. Lu Xiao led 200 elite cavalry from Jinyang, charging directly into the area without regard for anything else, aiming to give the Xiongnu no time to react. Among the 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry, only a little over 1,000 could mount their horses within 20 breaths. Moreover, simply mounting a horse did not mean they could exert their full combat capabilities. They needed to gather together and charge as a group, otherwise, they would be scattered cavalry, and their overall combat strength would diminish by 50%. The Xiongnu cavalry that had already mounted their horses wanted to regroup, but they were hindered by those Xiongnu who were not near their horses and could not mount, causing chaos as they scattered in all directions. Time was fleeting, and Lu Xiao and his 200 elite cavalry had already broken through. Kill! The 200 elite cavalry automatically split into 2 teams of 100 each, charging fiercely wherever they saw Xiongnu cavalry trying to regroup, scattering them and preventing them from forming a cavalry unit. Lu Xiao personally led one team of 100, searching for the Xiongnu commander, intending to capture the leader first. The Xiongnu commander Budu Kuei was in the central tent with several thousand cavalry leaders, enjoying songs and dances while feasting. Suddenly, he heard a great commotion in the camp, with shouts and cries of battle erupting. In an instant, he and the other cavalry leaders were stunned, taking 5 or 6 breaths to realize the camp was under attack. Damn it! Where did the enemy come from to dare to raid my army's camp? Budu Kuei threw aside the leg of lamb he had barely touched, grabbed the saber next to his seat, and hurried out of the tent. 6,000 cavalry leaders followed closely behind. Where's my horse? Not seeing his warhorse at first, Budu Kuei angrily asked the person next to him. General, your horse was taken to drink water, it will be brought back soon. This person, fearing that Budu Kuei would kill him in a fit of rage, tried to buy time, not knowing that Budu Kuei's horse would not be returned in time. Moreover, the entire camp was in chaos, and the enemy could arrive at any moment. There was no time to search for horses or wait for them to be brought back. After being besieged in Jinyang City for a year, and with lax military discipline, many battlefield habits had subtly changed. If it had been a year ago, or even half a year ago, such a situation where the enemy suddenly attacked the camp and the commander could not mount his horse immediately would have been impossible. Among the other 6 cavalry leaders, only 2 had their horses nearby the main tent. Kill! The team of 100 cavalry led by Lu Xiao charged into the vicinity. Budu Kuei's central tent was larger and more luxurious than the other Xiongnu tents, and Lu Xiao noticed the difference from a distance, charging straight toward it without hesitation. Where's my horse? Where's my horse? Damn it! Budu Kuei's face turned pale with fear. Without a warhorse, he couldn't even organize a fight, let alone escape. Without hesitation, Budu Kuei charged toward a cavalry leader who had a horse, pulling him off the saddle and mounting it himself. The cavalry leader whose horse was taken turned pale. However, Budu Kuei was his superior, and he dared not resist. Helpless, he gritted his teeth and, along with the other 4 cavalry leaders without horses, went to seize the horses of the ordinary Xiongnu cavalry. However, the ordinary Xiongnu cavalry were not fools. They quickly maneuvered on horseback, pretending not to see and rushing past unless they were unfortunate enough to be caught by a cavalry leader. By the time Lu Xiao and the 100 elite cavalry charged close, only 3 cavalry leaders had managed to seize horses from the ordinary Xiongnu cavalry, and 2 cavalry leaders still had no horses. At this point, it was too late. The most important thing was to withstand the charge of Lu Xiao and the Jinyang elite cavalry. Budu Kuei, capable of leading 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry, had some ability. In this brief moment, he had already gathered 60 to 70 riders around him. As long as they could hold off Lu Xiao and the Jinyang elite cavalry for a moment, more Xiongnu cavalry would gather, and then the situation would turn. Follow me to slay these daring Han sheep. Budu Kuei brandished his saber, personally leading the gathered 60 to 70 Xiongnu cavalry into a charge, directly confronting Lu Xiao and the 100 elite cavalry of Jinyang. Han sheep? Lu Xiao, at a distance, could already hear Budu Kuei shout and let out a cold laugh. Whether before or after the 8 Kings Rebellion, the Han had always dealt with the Hu by using fewer to fight more. An army of 10,000 Han could face 30,000 Hu head-on. Unfortunately, the 16 years of the 8 Kings Rebellion had drained the Han of too much vitality. When the 5 Hu invaded, all the remaining Han armies in the north combined numbered only 70 to 80,000, and they were scattered. In contrast, the 5 Hu together boasted 4 to 500,000 troops, mostly concentrated, with the smallest forces numbering in the tens of thousands and the largest in the hundreds of thousands. This left the Han with the will but not the strength, ultimately leading to their successive defeats and the fall of the north. Lu Xiao's eyes were fixed on Budu Kuei as his warhorse charged, tightly gripping his spear and gathering strength. On one side were 60 to 70 cavalry, and on the other, 100 cavalry, facing each other head-on. In the blink of an eye, they were very close, 20 meters, 10 meters. Budu Kuei could clearly see the shining heavy armor on Lu Xiao and the long spear in his hand, which was 18 feet long with double-edged blades glinting coldly, radiating a murderous aura. Budu Kuei was indeed very brave, but seeing Lu Xiao's formidable equipment, he didn't even know where to strike with his saber. Just from the luster of the armor plates, he knew that even with all his might, he might not be able to break through it. He wanted to strike the horse, but Lu Xiao's steed was also heavily armored. A single blow might not be enough to injure it. Just as they were about to clash, Budu Kuei suddenly felt a chill of fear and frantically turned his horse to avoid a direct confrontation with Lu Xiao. However, there was no time for him to regret this decision. In the span of 2 blinks, Lu Xiao had already charged to a distance where his spear could reach Budu Kuei. No! Budu Kuei cried out in terror, trying to dodge, but wherever he moved, Lu Xiao's double-edged spear followed him. He attempted to block with his saber, but Lu Xiao had been gathering strength for a long time. The spear, 18 feet long, was even longer than Budu Kuei's saber, and combined with the speed of the warhorse, the force behind it was terrifying. Clang! Budu Kuei's saber was knocked away by the overwhelming impact of the spear. Puff! The spear, as expected, pierced directly into Budu Kuei's chest, lifting his entire body off the horse and into the air. The once mighty Xiongnu, one of the few leaders of 10,000, was so easily slain. Not only was Budu Kuei killed, but the other Xiongnu cavalry were also cut down by the Jinyang elite cavalry as if they were chopping vegetables. Before Budu Kuei's breath left him, his wide-open eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. In his imagination, the Han army in Jinyang, having been cut off from water and food for so long, should have been too weak to fight back. It should have been the Han who were cut down like vegetables against his Xiongnu cavalry. Yet, none of these Jinyang cavalry looked like they had been starving for long. Instead, they all seemed to be in peak condition. Budu Kuei had no chance to explore further. Lu Shao forcefully flung his body away. The glinting spear blade, stained with his blood, turned to slay other Xiongnu cavalry. In the modern era, Chang Chen watched with wide eyes as Lu Shao charged and the spear plunged into Budu Kuei's chest, feeling as if the breath of the battlefield was penetrating through the scene. After seeing Lu Shao fling Budu Kuei's body away, he wielded the spear and, in just a few breaths, cut down several more Xiongnu cavalry, unstoppable all the way. He felt a strong sense of immersion, as if the blood in his body was about to boil over. Is this the battlefield and slaughter of the cold weapon era? Chang Chen felt a strong sense of immersion, but after all, he was merely watching the images as if in a movie. He was not directly on the battlefield, had not truly faced the dangers of war, nor breathed in the bloody atmosphere of the battlefield. Therefore, he did not experience the panic of a normal human being on their first battle, nor the discomfort of killing an enemy for the first time and bathing in their blood. He only felt his blood boiling, a kind of excitement as if he had been injected with adrenaline. In ancient times, Lu Shao, with a single strike, killed the main general of the Xiongnu army, Budu Kuei, causing the nearby cavalry commanders to change color in fear, their fighting spirit vanishing. Some wanted to flee, while others had to brace themselves and face the battle. In a short time, Lu Shao and the 100 elite cavalry from Jinyang not only killed dozens of Xiongnu cavalry, including 3 cavalry commanders, but with Budu Kuei's death, they further left the remaining Xiongnu cavalry leaderless. When Lu Koan, Zhaobin, Zhang Exayan, and the 9,000 Jinyang infantry broke through layers of enemy camps and reached the Xiongnu cavalry's main camp, over 200 Xiongnu cavalry had already died at the hands of Lu Shao and the other elite cavalry. The remaining Xiongnu cavalry could not effectively regroup, maintaining a chaotic state. Many of the disordered cavalry had not even found their horses. Even those who managed to mount their steeds faced the elite infantry, who were organized in formation, and were slaughtered without mercy. The Xiongnu cavalry hardly trained for foot combat. Their abilities in this regard were even worse than those of the various infantry they treated as cannon fodder. Coupled with their complete lack of morale, they only wished to flee in a panic. The Jinyang soldiers found it very easy to kill them. In less than a quarter of an hour, nearly 1,000 Xiongnu cavalry were either cut down from their horses or killed as infantry. The defeat was overwhelming. It was impossible to turn the tide, and they could only flee. In the end, over 1,000 Xiongnu cavalry broke out of the main camp to escape. Lu Shao and the 200 elite cavalry pursued them fiercely. Lu Koan, Zhaobin, Zhang Exayan, and the Jinyang infantry surrounded and killed those Xiongnu cavalry who could not escape the camp, as well as the scattered infantry from various tribes. Ultimately, out of 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry, more than 3,000 were killed, over 1,000 were captured, and around 700 to 800 managed to escape. There was no way around it. The number of Jinyang cavalry was too small, and to have killed another 300 to 400 during the pursuit was already a miracle. Out of more than 16,000 infantry from various tribes, over 5,000 were killed, and more than 10,000 were captured, with only 200 to 300 managing to escape. After about an hour, Lu Shao returned with just over 120 Jinyang cavalry. In this battle, the Jinyang defenders suffered over 1,000 casualties but defeated an army of more than 22,000 Hu people, including 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry. Not only did they break the siege of Jinyang, but they also captured a large number of prisoners, supplies, weapons, and war horses. General, inside the Xiongnu's central tent, a mid-level officer said with a complex and sorrowful expression, finding it hard to speak. What happened? Lu Shao frowned, silently dismounting to check it out himself. Upon witnessing the scene inside the Xiongnu's central tent, Lu Shao's specific reaction was unknown. On the modern side, Chang Chen's face had turned pale, instantly severing his connection to the ancient timeline. Even so, he could not help but convulse, feeling severely nauseous and physically unwell, causing the wine cup in his hand to fall. Bang! It should be noted that Chang Chen had previously witnessed a cold weapon war through Lu Shao's perspective. He had seen Lu Shao's 8-foot spear pierce through Budu Kuei's chest, killing one enemy after another. He had also seen other Jinyang soldiers brutally chop off enemies' arms and slice open their abdomens, creating an extremely bloody scene with intestines and blood flowing, yet he had not reacted much, still feeling as if he were watching a movie. However, the sight inside the Xiongnu's central tent left Changchen in shock. Is that a person? I won't be mistaken, that's a person, a young girl in her prime. Changchen couldn't even dare to recall that scene, but memories do not fade. He couldn't control his consciousness at all, even if he just blinked. That incredibly brief darkness would automatically present that horrifying image before him. A girl being cooked. The depths of human evil could not be worse than this. It struck Changchen's worldview so hard that he simply couldn't accept it. Even if it was just like a scene from a movie, without the real, full-body sensory experience, without the shock of touch or smell, he still couldn't accept it. Damn it, what the hell? Changchen couldn't help but curse intermittently, unconsciously venting his emotions. 2 days, a full 2 days, and he had been awakened by nightmares more than once in the middle of the night. By the third day, Changchen's spirit had barely returned to normal. As soon as he crawled out of bed, he grabbed a glass, poured half a glass of Maotai, and downed it in one go. The strong liquor provided a fierce stimulation, causing tears and snot to flow, finally suppressing the mental impact completely. After calming down, he took a deep breath, feeling slightly dazed yet clear-headed from the alcohol, and sat down on the large sofa. After a long silence, Changchen opened the system, connecting to the ancient time and space, and Lu Xiao's perspective reappeared before him. At that moment, Lu Xiao in the ancient time and space was inspecting the wounded soldiers' camp. Changchen silently watched for a quarter of an hour before speaking. What kind of world is it over there? How did you deal with that woman in the tent? Suddenly, Changchen's voice came through Lu Xiao's ears, causing him to perk up and then pause in surprise. It seemed that the impact of that scene on him was not small either. As a general and the only son of Lu Kun, the governor of Bingzhou, he was the absolute second in command in Jinyang City. During the year that Bingzhou was besieged, he had heard that some people in the city had resorted to cannibalism due to extreme hunger. But after all, it was just hearsay, he had never truly seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, the situation in the Xiongnu's military tent was not a desperate situation, not a last resort, it was done for amusement, and it was clearly not the first time. Over here, the world is in chaos, the Wu people are ravaging the central plains, and the land of the divine is sinking. We have properly buried that woman. I had only heard that the Chang people like to do such things. I didn't expect the Xiongnu to have learned it too. At this point, Lu Xiao gritted his teeth, his fist striking hard against a wooden post beside him. The Chang people did not regard the Han people as human, and the Xiongnu and other Hu people treated the Han as the lowest slaves, exploiting them at will. Can you tell me about your history over there? Changchen asked again. Lu Xiao nodded and began to recount their history. Starting from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, through the Xia, Shang, Zhou, Qin, Han, and Jin dynasties, the general direction of history was quite similar to that of ancient Huaxia in Changchen's time. Only some details were different. Some emperors had different names, some events happened a few years earlier or later, but overall, it was about 80 to 90% similar. It was not the same time and space, but it was the same Huaxia civilization, with the same suffering and darkness. Is it equivalent to the chaos of the 5 barbarians over there now? Changchen murmured. Immediately, he was filled with extreme anger. Although it was not directly the ancient times of his current space, but rather a different time and space, he felt a strong sense of identification, a powerful anger and humiliation. If it were a normal dynastic change, like at the end of the Han, Sui, or Tang dynasties, belonging to Huaxia's own transition, then no matter how bitter or tragic it was, Changchen would mostly remain silent and not think to change anything. However, the slaughter of Huaxia by foreign tribes during the chaos of the 5 barbarians, treating Huaxia men as the lowest slaves, bullying and slaughtering them at will, and treating Huaxia women as livestock to be cooked and eaten, plunged the entire land of Huaxia into darkness for hundreds of years. Changchen could not remain indifferent. He felt a strong urge to help change the situation over there, to alter the course of history. After calming his emotions, Changchen took the initiative to ask, "What's the situation on your side now? How many casualties were there in the great battle a couple of days ago? How were the prisoners dealt with? Is there anything I can assist you with?" From Lu Xiao, Changchen learned that in that battle, the defending army of Jinyang suffered a total of 1,643 casualties, including 552 dead and 1,091 injured. According to past practices, nearly half of the injured would likely die from their wounds in the following period, even with sufficient medical supplies. However, the stock of medicinal materials in Jinyang was nearly depleted, far from enough for the almost 1,100 injured soldiers. With insufficient supplies, relying solely on their physical condition and luck, It would be considered fortunate if 1/3 of these injured soldiers survived. In just these 2 days, over 40 injured soldiers had already died, and the number would only increase day by day. Immortal, could you help send some medicinal materials for treating wounds? Lu Xiao requested. He also informed Chang Chen that among the spoils captured from the Xiangnu camp 2 days ago, there was a batch of valuables, including a box of various gold items, which he had stored in his room. They had already discussed using it to exchange for supplies with Chang Chen, and the medicinal materials for treating wounds were the most urgently needed items at the moment. Chang Chen replied, "It's not easy for me to buy medicinal materials for treating wounds. The prices aren't worth it. However, I can send you a batch of other effective medicines as early as tonight, or at the latest, tomorrow." "Thank you, Immortal," Lu Xiao expressed his gratitude. Although he believed that treating wounds could only rely on traditional Chinese medicine and did not know what Chang Chen meant by other medicines, he absolutely trusted Chang Chen and had no choice but to do so. Lu Xiao answered another of Chang Chen's questions. "In the battle 2 days ago, we captured over 12,200 prisoners, including more than 1,500 Xiangnu, over 2,400 D people, over 1,800 Chang people, over 1,600 Jia people, and more than 4,700 Han people. Those Han people were treated as the lowest slaves by the Xiangnu, and their condition is not much better than that of the Jinyang defenders before your help. They are all skin and bones, but since they are also Han people, after some training, they should easily integrate into the Jinyang defenders. As for the remaining 7,400 or so Hu prisoners, we haven't yet decided how to deal with them. I wonder what thoughts you have, Immortal." Lu Xiao intentionally sought to curry favor with Chang Chen. He had sensed some of Chang Chen's emotions. As a future leader who would inevitably take over the command of the Jinyang army from his father Lu Koan, his wisdom and political acumen were not to be underestimated. The help that Chang Chen could provide was self-evident, and if there was a chance to bring Chang Chen down to participate in the construction of Jinyang and to unite against the Hu people, he would absolutely welcome it. Chang Chen was not foolish either. Having learned that Lu Xiao's side was embroiled in the chaos of the Five Hu, coupled with the terrifying scenes he had witnessed in the Xiangnu tent that day, his emotions were already stirred up, and he was willing to exert greater effort to help Lu Xiao and stand against the common enemy. Those not of our kind must have different hearts. With the Five Hu entering the Central Plains, their total number is likely greater than that of the northern Han people. To restore order and reclaim the Han territory, we cannot be soft-hearted. Chang Chen's tone was harsh, and his thoughts were clear. Having studied history, he knew that the chaos of the Five Hu in this timeline was due to the decree of Ran Min to kill the Hu, a brutal counterattack that reduced the number of northern Hu people below that of the Han, allowing the Han to regain their status. Additionally, certain measures taken during periods of stability made Chang Chen's current thoughts seem very natural. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. The more than 7,000 Hu captives already accounted for half of the Jinyang garrison, which had absorbed over 4,000 Han captives. Whether treating these captives as slaves or releasing them posed significant risks. Moreover, winter would soon arrive this year, and it would not be until spring next year that crops could be planted. Even with Chang Chen's help, raising over 7,000 Hu people would be a considerable burden for Jinyang City. Therefore, even without Chang Chen's input, Lu Xiao had already formed his own thoughts. Later, I will discuss this with my father and 2 uncles. We will deal with them tonight. Lu Xiao's expression hardened as he made his decision. Hearing this, Chang Chen from the modern era revealed a faint smile. However, Chang Chen suddenly thought of something and reminded him, the Hu are powerful. To avoid provoking them into a united assault on Jinyang, it is crucial that no news leaks out when you take action. Historically, Ran Min had been swiftly defeated because his overt killings of the Hu had provoked a coalition of all Hu forces against him. He did not want to see Jinyang City targeted so quickly by all the Hu forces. Lu Xiao took Chang Chen to retrieve the batch of gold he mentioned. There were about 85 kilograms, most of which belonged to Bu Dukue, a Xiangnu general. Although the fall of the Western Jin had led to great chaos and a significant devaluation of gold, silver, and jewels, in large cities like Chang'an, Luoyang, and Yi City, where various ethnic groups congregated, one could still buy a lot of things. No one would complain about having too much. At his peak, Bu Dukue commanded 10,000 Xiangnu cavalry and had captured dozens of cities. In just the last year or two, he had plundered many places in Bingzhou. Accumulating such a large amount of gold was quite normal. Besides the medicinal supplies for treating injuries, Lu Xiao also mentioned other needs. For instance, the over 4,000 Han soldier captives were too weak. To ensure they had the same combat effectiveness as the Jinyang garrison, they needed not only training but also nourishment. Thus, Lu Xiao hoped Chang Chen could continue to provide a batch of vegetables and meat. Additionally, from the battle 2 days prior, they had seized over 3,000 warhorses from the Xiangnu, of which more than 2,800 were usable. Although the Xiangnu had previously valued their horses highly, after being besieged in Jinyang City for about a year, they had already consumed all the fodder within several dozen miles. While the Xiongnu could gather some fodder from other places, Jin Yang had no such means. To sustain so many warhorses and keep them battle-ready, they could only rely on Changchen to provide some fodder. Lu Xiao hoped that the remaining value could be exchanged for grain, as Jinyang City needed to stockpile more food for the winter. Changchen agreed and even proactively stated, "I dislike the 5 who and wish to support you in restoring the Han family's territory. Therefore, from now on, the gold you provide me will be exchanged for goods worth more than double what I offered you in the previous 3 transactions." For example, for the first 326 grams of gold, he only provided 10,000 pounds of rice, 500 pounds of salt, and 100 barrels of water. The subsequent 2 transactions were roughly based on this value. Henceforth, for the same 326 grams of gold, Changchen would provide at least the equivalent of 20,000 pounds of grain and over 1,000 pounds of salt in value. Lu Xiao was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude excitedly. The value promised by Changchen, even before the chaos of the world, would not have bought so much at the peak purchasing power of gold. Just 1,000 pounds of fine salt alone would not be obtainable, let alone the addition of 20,000 pounds of grain. Moreover, 1 pound from Changchen was worth more than 2 pounds at Lu Xiao's place. Breaking off contact, in the ancient era, Lu Xiao went to discuss the handling of the various Hu captives with Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian. Meanwhile, in the modern era, Changchen took out his threefold phone to contact Yushiro. In a restaurant, Yushiro was having a meal with her former colleague and good friend, Ken Ranran, when her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up from the table to check, revealing a serious expression. "Who is it?" Ken Ranran asked quietly. "My boss, he probably has work-related matters for me." Yushiro made a shushing gesture with her hand and then clicked to answer. On the other end, Changchen spoke directly and briefly. "Come back to the company immediately, there's work to arrange. Today counts as overtime, double pay." "Okay." Yushiro had no doubts or hesitations. She was a very responsible employee and had no complaints about being called back during her vacation time. Opposite her, Ken Ranran showed a helpless expression. Although Yushiro didn't put the call on speaker, they were close enough that, combined with the volume of Yushiro's phone, she could hear the conversation. "My boss is very generous. He says I can take 4 days off a month, but actually, I've had a full 8 days off this month, and he even provided me with a car. Today counts as double pay, and as a model employee, I can't let my boss be unhappy." While packing her things, Yushiro flashed a bright smile at Ken Ranran, not feeling embarrassed about leaving the meal half-eaten. There was no need for awkwardness between good friends. Ken Ranran, of course, felt no displeasure. Instead, she was quite envious. "Why haven't I encountered such a good boss?" Both of them were graduates from the same prestigious university, and both had left their previous company. Ken Ranran had gone to a first-tier city but couldn't find a suitable job. In the past 2 years, the job market had been tough, and even for elites like them, finding a well-paying job was not easy. Changchen had offered Yushiro a monthly salary of 20,000, which, when compared to the average annual salary of a 985 master's graduate before taxes and social insurance, seemed a bit underwhelming. So, in the second month, Changchen adjusted her salary to a net 20,000, factoring in social insurance and taxes, with a year-end double pay, bringing her annual salary to over 300,000. Such high-paying jobs were rare even in first-tier cities, let alone in a city that barely qualified as a second-tier one. "I'm leaving first." After gathering all her things, Yushiro waved goodbye to Ken Ranran and quickly left. Upon returning to the company, she found the main entrance was still closed. Just as she was about to take out her keys to unlock the door, Changchen called and told her to look towards the parking lot a few dozen meters to the right. There, Changchen's M9 was parked, and the right rear door opened automatically. Yushiro walked over and got into the car. Take note of this. Changchen wasted no time with small talk and directly assigned work. Yushiro immediately took out her notebook from her bag. As a workplace elite, she had anticipated sudden situations and had always been prepared. Her efficiency made Changchen reveal a satisfied smile. Before tonight, find a way to procure a batch of medicines, 1,000 bottles of iodine, 300 boxes of penicillin tablets, and 100 boxes of ibuprofen. If you can't buy in bulk, go to chain pharmacies and buy at retail prices, splitting the purchases among several stores, and have them delivered to the warehouse by 8 o'clock tonight. Changchen didn't dare to include items like hemostatic powder, sutures, and gauze in the order, as it would be obvious what he intended to do. Tomorrow, procure 1,000 tons of fodder, half fresh and half dry, 10 tons of frozen pork, 20 tons of vegetables, and 5 tons of eggs. Yushiro noted everything down without questioning or asking for more details, embodying the image of the best employee in Changchen's mind. For now, that's all. You can get busy. I'll call you if there's anything else. After Yushiro got out of the car, Changchen closed the door and then picked up his flip phone, opened an app, and placed an order for 100 bottles of wound powder, 500 rolls of sterile gauze, and 500 packs of sutures from multiple stores on the platform. Although it might take 2 or 3 days for the goods to arrive gradually, they are not as suspicious as buying iodine tincture, penicillin tablets, and other items all at once, which would cause quite a stir. This time, he obtained 85 kilograms of gold from Lu Xiao, which could be sold for around 48 million if sold entirely. According to his promise, he planned to send Lu Xiao supplies worth over 500,000 pounds of grain. Iodine tincture costs only a few dollars a bottle, less than 10,000 for 1,000 bottles. A box of penicillin tablets costs a little over $10, and 300 boxes would also be less than 10,000. Ibuprofen costs around $20 a box, and 100 boxes would similarly be just a few thousand. Adding up all the hemostatic powder, sterile gauze, and suturing needles and threads, it wouldn't even cost 30,000. Modern industrial products are not in a special period. These once incredibly precious strategic medical supplies are now very cheap. To ensure that Yushiro could buy them before nightfall, the amount that Changchun instructed was not particularly large, and a chain pharmacy could easily gather it all. Additionally, without wholesale, buying at retail prices, pharmacies are eager to sell medicine, often promoting buy one get one free. There's no pharmacy unwilling to make this money. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chang Chen received a call from Yushiro, informing him that the iodine tincture, penicillin tablets, and ibuprofen she had purchased were all stored in the warehouse. At 8 o'clock, Chang Chen drove to the warehouse. He opened the system to connect to the ancient time and space, sent the items to Lu Xiao, and introduced their uses one by one. That bottle of liquid is called iodine tincture, used to clean wounds and reduce the probability of infection. Before bandaging a wound, rinse it with this first. The 2 boxed items, the smaller box is called penicillin tablets, which can prevent wounds from festering, and it may even cure wounds that have already festered. The larger box is called ibuprofen capsules, which are fever reducers, usable for fevers caused by wound infections or colds. I can't explain too specifically, you can let the military doctor try it first. There will be another batch of wound treatment powders and tools the day after tomorrow, and I will send them to you then. Chang Chen was not from the medical field. He had rarely taken medicine since childhood, only using alcohol on small wounds and sticking on a band-aid. He had never used iodine tincture or penicillin himself. He purchased iodine tincture, penicillin, and ibuprofen based on his imagination, including the gold wound powder, gauze, and suturing needles and threads he ordered online, all of which he thought could be useful. Whether they would be effective or not would only be known after Lu Xiao tried them out. As Changchen spoke, Lu Xiao picked up the iodine tincture, penicillin tablets, and ibuprofen capsules one by one to examine them. He even opened a bottle of iodine tincture and sniffed it. Lu Xiao was not a military doctor either. He also needed to send these medicines to the wounded camp to let the military doctor test them before knowing their specific effects. Chang Chen continued to guide Lu Xiao on the usage and dosage of each medicine according to the packaging instructions. Thank you, Immortal, I will send these to the wounded camp for testing. Lu Xiao called over several soldiers to deliver all the medicines to the wounded camp. The military doctor usually dealt with traditional Chinese medicine. Facing the delivered iodine tincture, penicillin tablets, and ibuprofen capsules, he examined them repeatedly, sniffed them again and again, but no matter how much he looked or smelled, he couldn't discern anything and could only use them directly on the wounded according to the usage methods conveyed by Lu Xiao. With a nervous heart, the military doctor first selected 200 severely injured soldiers, who might die if delayed for another day, for testing. These soldiers either had high fevers or their wounds were swollen with signs of festering. The military doctor cleaned their wounds one by one, administering ibuprofen capsules to those with high fevers, and for those whose wounds were swollen and festering and also had high fevers, he not only gave ibuprofen capsules but also penicillin tablets. In fact, based on past experience, even with all the necessary medical supplies, if the situation of these 200 wounded soldiers remains as it is, it would be lucky if a third of them survive. Moreover, there are currently not enough medical supplies. Without the medicine sent by Changchen, it's unlikely that even 30 of the 200 wounded would survive. In the age of technology, the quick effectiveness of medicine is a major advantage, especially with a miracle drug like ibuprofen for reducing fever. Those soldiers with high fevers began to see their temperatures drop just after taking ibuprofen once, by early morning. For those whose wounds had already become infected, not only did they have high fevers, but their wounds were also swollen and showing signs of pus. After taking penicillin and ibuprofen, their fevers subsided, and their wounds clearly stopped worsening. The miraculous effects left several military doctors stunned. The oldest among them, who had been practicing medicine for nearly 50 years and treated countless patients and wounded soldiers, had never seen such rapid and effective results. They were all amazed by the miraculous effects brought by technology. Without even waiting for the next day, several military doctors recleaned the wounds of other soldiers and administered penicillin, along with ibuprofen capsules for those with high fevers. By the next day, based on the conditions of the previous 2 days, it was estimated that dozens of soldiers would die today. However, after taking penicillin and ibuprofen twice during the day, by early morning, only 3 soldiers had not been saved that day. General, with these 3 types of medicine, I am confident that we can save over 60% of the wounded, the old military doctor promised excitedly. Based on previous experience, with complete medical supplies, it was possible to save over 40 to nearly 50% of the wounded, but now, without any available supplies, being able to save over 60% was truly a miracle. Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Exian, the top leaders of Jinyang, were equally delighted because every soldier who had been on the battlefield, wounded, and survived was an elite, more valuable than 3 new recruits. They were excited by the old military doctor's prediction of saving over 60% of the wounded, but when Chang Chen learned of the situation from Lu Xiao, he furrowed his brow. It should be because the wounds are not stitched. He took out his foldable phone and opened an app to check the logistics. Among the orders, there was one for 100 packs of sutures, which had been shipped from the neighboring province yesterday and was scheduled to arrive at the logistics point before evening. Around 6 o'clock, the logistics updated the information, indicating it had arrived at a logistics point within a kilometer of the community. Chang Chen was unsure if waiting would result in delivery that night. He felt it was more likely that it would be delivered the next day, so he drove to the logistics point to pick it up himself. Each pack of sutures contained only 3 needles and a small bundle of suture thread, the entire package no larger than half a palm and very flat. 100 packs together fit into a box about a foot long and wide. Although there weren't many sutures in each pack, stitching a wound about 20 centimeters long was not a problem, and not every soldier on Lu Xiao's side had wounds longer than 20 centimeters. Some had arrow wounds, which were only an inch or 2 after the arrows were removed. Chang Chen estimated that these 100 packs of sutures would be enough for 300 people. Before it got dark, he opened the system to connect to the ancient time and space and sent it to Lu Xiao, while also instructing him on how to use it. Make sure to wash your hands thoroughly and disinfect with iodine before using the sutures. The term disinfect roughly means, then stitch the wound as if you were sewing clothes. More sutures and 2 other items will be sent over in the next day or 2, and I estimate that we can ultimately help you save over 80% of the wounded. Chang Chen sighed lightly, feeling a bit regretful. In fact, if there were anesthetics available, if the medical staff were skilled in suturing, and if the necessary supplies were ready on the first day of the soldier's injuries, it should be possible to save over 90% of the wounded. On the other side of the ancient timeline, when Lu Xiao heard Chang Chen say that he could ultimately help save over 80% of the wounded, he appeared very excited. He initially did not have high expectations, thinking that saving around half of the wounded would be considered very good. Now, being told that over 80% could be saved, he felt only joy and satisfaction, without the regret that Chang Chen had. He only thought of the total of 1,091 wounded soldiers. If over 80% could be saved, that would be close to 900, with only about 200 truly dying from their injuries. Adding to that the 552 who died directly on the battlefield means that in the battle a few days ago, the defending army of Jinyang truly suffered losses of only about 750, while almost annihilating the more than 20,000 Hu army surrounding the city. Even if all the non-Han Hu people were executed, and over 4,700 Han soldiers were captured and joined the Jinyang defending army, the strength of the Jinyang defending army would not only remain intact but would also increase by about 4,000 troops. Once those captured Han soldiers regain their strength and are well trained, and then integrated into the Jinyang defending army, our Jinyang defending army will have more than 15,000 elite soldiers. The over 4,700 captured Han soldiers were managed by Deputy General Zhao Xian. The vegetables, eggs, and frozen pork that Chang Chen sent over were immediately distributed to them. Before being captured, these over 4,700 Han soldiers were the lowest-ranking slaves among the Xiongnu army, eating the least and the worst, yet doing the hardest, most exhausting, and most dangerous work, often beaten and scolded, never treated as human beings. They had no loyalty to the Xiongnu. The reason they had to fight for the Xiongnu and dared not resist as their slaves was that their entire families were under Xiongnu rule. If they disobeyed or dared to resist, their entire families would die. Under such circumstances, even if these people were also Han, Lu Xiao, and the others might not dare to trust them or integrate them into the Jinyang defending army, and these people might not feel secure joining the Jinyang defending army either. However, this was not the case. Throughout history, there has been an unspoken rule that in a major battle defeat, all soldiers involved, except for the renowned generals who were easily recognized after surrendering, would not be known to have surrendered, escaped, or died in battle. It is generally assumed that everyone died in battle, and it is impossible to implicate those soldiers' families. Otherwise, how could you recruit others in the future, and who would be willing to fight for you? The over 4,700 captured Han soldiers, even if they joined the Jinyang defending army and served Lu Xiao and his son, helping to defend Jinyang city and turning against the Xiongnu, would also be considered to have died in that major battle a few days ago, thus not implicating their families under Xiongnu rule. Therefore, these over 4,700 captured Han soldiers could be safely integrated into the Jinyang defending army after some reformation and training. The real challenge was how to reform them and ensure that these captured Han soldiers wholeheartedly submitted and felt secure becoming members of the Jinyang defending army. Regarding this, Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian had already discussed the regulations. Besides the great principle that they were all Han, they also wanted to ensure that the over 4,700 captured Han soldiers ate better than they did under the Xiongnu, allowing them to truly experience that only in Jinyang City, in a family of all Han people, could they truly be considered human, rather than being treated worse than pigs or dogs as slaves. On the side of the over 4,700 captured Han soldiers, when they were first captured, they felt quite anxious. Although they knew that Jinyang City was filled with Han people and that they were also Han, they were unsure how they would be treated when they had their first meal after being captured. Looking at the clearly defined grains of rice in the bowl, along with a bowl full of meat porridge and vegetables, and even a flatbread in the other hand, they cried. Not to mention being a slave worse than pigs and dogs in the Xiongnu military camp, even when they were under the rule of the Xiongnu at home, they had never eaten this well. They took a trembling sip of the meat porridge, savoring not only the aroma of the meat, rice, and vegetables, but also the ample taste of salt. Delicious, so delicious, a flavor we've never tasted before. They began to devour it even more ravenously. After gulping down several mouthfuls of meat porridge, they took a hearty bite of the flatbread. The delicate flatbread made from kneaded flour, salted and mixed with eggs, was also a flavor they had never experienced before. After finishing this meal, more than one Han soldier captive broke down in tears. At that moment, an overwhelming desire to stay in Jinyang City and become a member of the Jinyang garrison arose within them. With such meals, not to mention eating every day in the future, even if they had to eat for a month or a year, or even if they had to die 3 days later, they would gladly accept it compared to their previous days under the Xiongnu in the military camp. When Lu Xiao and his son Lu Kuan came to inspect the place, they were very pleased to see the emotions of the Han soldier captives. From today onwards, it will be only natural to incorporate these Han soldier captives into the Jinyang garrison. Their loyalty will not be much less than that of the other soldiers in the Jinyang garrison, Lu Kuan said confidently. At that moment, in the modern timeline, Chang Chen was silently observing through Lu Xiao's perspective for over a minute and heard the conversation between Lu Xiao and Lu Kuan. General Lu, I believe what you are doing is not enough. Even the original Jinyang garrison still has room for improvement. Suddenly, Chang Chen's voice came into Lu Xiao's ears. Lu Xiao had grown accustomed to it and was very interested to inquire. What insights do you have, Immortal? Lu Xiao asked in a tone of seeking advice. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Chen spoke his thoughts. I believe that a strong army is fundamental for your establishment and future development. To build an elite army, beyond numbers, there should be faith, knowing what they are fighting for. You once said that the world has been in chaos for 24 years, and the Hu people have ravaged the Central Plains for 10 years. The chaos has destroyed too much. The Han people are merely a concept, a group oppressed and slaughtered by the 5 Hu, and the vast majority of Han people do not even know what it means to be Han, do not know where their ancestors came from, and do not know how glorious the history of Huaxia once was, leading to a loss of culture. Culture is the cornerstone of faith, one of the sources of cohesion. Whether it is the 4,700 Han soldiers captured from the Xiongnu or the original 10,000 or so Jinyang garrison soldiers, they should be specially taught about Huaxia's history, told the entire development process of Huaxia from recorded history to the present. In summary, it is about planting a seed of Huaxia nationalism in the hearts of all Han soldiers, using this as a foundation to form a firm belief. At that time, they could shout slogans to expel the Hu invaders, restore the Huaxia territory, and bring peace to the world. With faith in their hearts, a clear goal, and strict military discipline, a truly invincible and undefeated strong army can be born. The more Chang Chen spoke, the brighter Lu Xiao's eyes became. He also relayed Chang Chen's words to his father Lu Kuan, which made Lu Kuan equally excited. However, not long after, the father and son exchanged glances, both revealing a troubled expression. Immortal, following your words is naturally good, but very few people in Jinyang can read, and even fewer know the entire history of Huaxia. How can we promote this in the army so that all Han soldier captives and all Jinyang garrison soldiers know and remember it? It is very difficult. In the modern timeline, Chang Chen was momentarily stunned. Soon he realized that even if Lu Xiao's side was not in chaos, with social order collapsing and the land of Shinjo sinking, the high cost of books and the need for too much money to read meant that only the aristocracy could afford to read and recognize characters. Lu Xiao and his son Lu Kuan had received an education, they knew the history of Huaxia, but it was impossible for them to personally compile and inscribe bamboo slips, then go to the military to lecture the more than 4,000 Han soldiers and over 10,000 Jinyang defenders, right? This was simply not feasible, the workload was too great, and the Lu father and son did not have that much energy, nor could they afford the time required for such an endeavor. Chang Chen pondered how he could help Lu Xiao and his son. He took out his foldable phone and began searching, eventually finding the book 5,000 Years of Chinese History. Although the history on Lu Xiao's side differed in many details from the ancient history on his side, and even some emperors' names were different, the general trajectory of historical development was the same, with over 90% of major events having occurred. He planned to have Lu Xiao and them modify the history of 5,000 years of Chinese history from this modern timeline, focusing on the history before the fall of the Western Jin, and use it as a textbook to teach the Han soldiers and Jinyang defenders about historical culture. However, the books on the app platform were all in simplified characters, which Lu Xiao and the others probably could not understand. Even if translated into traditional characters, Lu Xiao and they would likely only recognize about 90% of the text. Fortunately, Chinese characters are quite magical. Even if one only recognizes 60 to 70% of the characters, one can still understand what a book is about. Chang Chen called Yu Xiaoro to arrange the work. You go find a publishing house and have them print 10 copies of 5,000 Years of Chinese History in traditional characters. The price is not an issue. Chang Chen was quite wealthy and did not care about the translation costs, and since it was only 10 copies, he thought it would be impressive if each sold for 10,000. Okay, boss. Yu Xiaoro did not say much and immediately went to make arrangements. For her, there was no need to question the tasks assigned by her boss. As long as it was not illegal and the boss paid her on time, that was enough. Within just an hour, Chang Chen received a reply from Yu Xiaoro. She had already contacted a publishing house, which quoted 15,000 yuan, and the books could be ready in 3 days. An average of 1,500 yuan per book was 40 times the price on online shopping platforms. However, Chang Chen had no objections and let Yu Xiaoro finalize the deal with the publisher. 3 days later, Chang Chen received 10 copies of 5,000 Years of Chinese History in traditional characters. He immediately tore out the section from 10 years after the fall of the Western Jin, keeping only the earlier part, turning each book into half a book. He did not rush to send the books to the ancient timeline. Instead, he had Yu Xiaoro buy 100 packs of A4 printing paper from the publisher, at 16 yuan per pack, with 500 sheets in each pack, and also bought 20 boxes of neutral pens, at 15 yuan per box, with 20 pens in each box, plus 500 pen refills at 1 dime each. He sent all these items, along with the 10 half-books, to Lu Xiao in the ancient timeline. Lu Xiao and his son first picked up a box of neutral pens, opened it, and each took one, looking at it from left to right, completely unsure of what it was for and how to use it. Opened the packaging on the left. Chang Chen instructed them to open the A4 paper packaging. When a ream of 500 sheets of pristine white A4 paper appeared before them, the father and son each took a sheet and rubbed it, looking at it in shock. Is this paper? During the Eastern Han period, Kailuan had already created paper suitable for writing, but the quality was still quite rough, making it hard to write on and difficult to preserve. It was okay for drafts, but for actual books meant to last, bamboo slips were still used. The paper that Chang Chen provided was pristine and smooth, which in Lu Xiao's time would be considered an absolute work of art. Use the things you just held in your hands to draw on the paper. Chang Chen instructed the father and son to write with a gel pen. The father and son were quite clumsy, but the moment they drew the first black line with the gel pen, they immediately understood how to use it. Without needing Chang Chen to prompt them again, they each wrote a character on the A4 paper with the gel pen. Their writing was far from the neatness they achieved with a brush, but it was still clear enough to distinguish the characters, and this was only their first attempt, lacking any experience or feel, which accounted for the unevenness. With a foundation in brush writing, it wouldn't be difficult to write well with a gel pen, it was just a matter of time. I see you often use bamboo slips for writing documents. After all, bamboo slips are too cumbersome. You should use this paper for writing instead. Every day, take some time to organize a small segment of history, find people who can read in Jinyang City, and tell the Han soldiers and the defenders of Jinyang about it. Let everyone know about the glorious historical civilization of Huaxia, instilling the belief in driving out the Hu people and restoring Huaxia, taking pride in being a part of Huaxia to form a sense of unity. If we can forge a spirit of battle like this, we will surely become the strongest army in the world, invincible in attack and undefeated in battle. Changchen painted a picture of a future that filled Lu Xiao and Lu Kuan with immense longing. Putting down the A4 paper and gel pen, Lu Xiao and Lu Kuan each picked up half a volume of 5,000 years of Chinese history to browse through. Paper books had existed before the world fell into chaos, but they were nothing compared to this volume of 5,000 years of Chinese history. Along with the A4 paper and gel pen, the three items amazed them greatly. However, Changchen was, after all, the being they referred to as a deity, so their astonishment was merely normal. Yet, each volume of 5,000 years of Chinese history was only half complete, with the latter parts clearly torn out intentionally. This fact, along with the content of the book, left them feeling extremely unsettled. The father and son exchanged silent glances. They were both intelligent individuals and could easily guess what was going on. Firstly, it was certain that Changchen had torn it. Secondly, there was still a long history missing. Based on the segment of history they had received, although it differed slightly from the actual history of their time, most of it was the same, especially the overall development of historical events. So, did this mean that Changchen was not really a deity but merely someone from a different time and space, and that his time was experiencing a historical development similar to theirs? They just didn't know how long the subsequent history that Changchen had deliberately torn out was. 500 years? 1,000 years? Or even several thousand years? Lu Xiao recalled that Changchen had once told him about a world on the other side where peace reigned. Everyone had enough to eat and warm clothes to wear, with a population of 1,400 million, able to ascend to the heavens and dive into the seas. He found himself in this dark and chaotic era, witnessing the 5 barbarians ravaging Huaxia and slaughtering the Han people. He couldn't even be sure if the current population of the northern Han people was still 1/10 of what it was during the peak of the Western Jin dynasty. And during the peak of the Western Jin dynasty, there were only a little over 6 million households, with a population of over 30 million. Could the same land truly support a population of 1,400 million and ensure that everyone had enough to eat and warm clothes to wear? He couldn't imagine how this dark world could develop into what Changchen had described, or how long it would take to achieve that. It was completely beyond his capacity to envision. Deity, in your history, was there ever a time as tragic and dark as ours? Lu Xiao tentatively inquired. In the modern time and space, Changchen was silent for a moment before responding. Yes, there were 300 years of darkness and war, during which the northern Han people were nearly exterminated by the Hu. Lu Xiao was filled with shock, and he conveyed this information to Lu Kuan, leaving Lu Kuan equally stunned and speechless for a long time. They had only experienced 24 years of chaos, while Changchen mentioned that in his nearly identical ancient history, it had lasted a full 300 years. They could not imagine how desperate the common people of the Han dynasty must have felt during such a long, dark period of war, and how they managed to endure it. If they were to face a similar 300 years, just the thought of it sent chills through their bones, making it hard to accept. Though we are in different times and worlds, I am willing to do my best to provide you with whatever help I can. However, to change the chaos on your side, you ultimately have to rely on your own efforts. At this moment, Changchen felt some empathy, but his main goal was still to make money for himself. He was clear about his priorities, to live well and comfortably in his own world. He always believed that to change an era, it mainly depended on the efforts of the people living in that time and space. Following Changchen's suggestion, Lu Xiao and his son Lu Kuan selected all the literate individuals in Jinyang City, instructing them to go daily to the Han soldiers' prisoner camp and among the Jinyang garrison to tell the history of Huaxia. It is worth mentioning that among the more than 61,000 people in Jinyang City, including over 4,700 Han soldier prisoners, there were only a little over 200 who could read, averaging one literate person for every 200 people, a shockingly low ratio. Of course, after sending books and writing materials, Changchen did not pay much attention to the situation in that ancient time and space. He only sent supplies every 3 days. The last time he received 85 kilograms of gold, he sold it for 48,260,000, paid 9,650,000 in personal income tax, leaving him with 38,610,000, which he planned to send Lu Xiao supplies worth around 15 million. He would send supplies every 3 days, each time worth about 150,000, in 10 batches over the course of a month. The first batch had already been sent, consisting of 1,000 tons of fodder, 10 tons of frozen pork, 20 tons of various vegetables, and 5 tons of eggs, totaling 126,000. With a target of 150,000 soft sister currency, he was short by 24,000, so he still had 100 tons of corn flour to send. There were 9 more batches to go, each with slightly different supplies, but each controlled to be around 150,000 soft sister currency. I also want to enjoy life a bit. Sitting in a reclining chair on the balcony, with the living room air conditioning set to 25 degrees, he held a glass with a couple of ounces of Mao Tai in his left hand. Looking through the glass at the dazzling night scene of the city center, Changchen felt quite content. At that moment, he had over 160 million in cash in his bank account, 27 kilograms of exquisitely crafted gold jewelry in his safe, and over 23 million in his agricultural trading company account. Although he could not compare to those super-rich individuals worth hundreds of billions or even thousands of billions, as long as he was not too extravagant and enjoyed a normal life, it was enough to ensure his financial freedom for decades to come. The next day, Changchen spent 2,580 yuan to book a ticket for Lu Tianwang's concert and was preparing to drive over to see it. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Jiawei? Changchen picked up his foldable phone from the wireless charging station under the central control screen and saw the caller ID. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes, and without any hesitation, he directly rejected the call. It had been almost 2 months since the divorce, and as comfortable as his life was now, thinking back to the miserable 5 years of marriage with Lin Jiawei made him feel uneasy. He absolutely did not want to hear Lin Jiawei's voice again, not even over the phone. Just after rejecting the call, as he drove out of the underground parking lot of the community, the phone rang again. A quick glance confirmed it was Lin Jiawei calling again. After a moment of silence, he finally pressed the brake, pulled the car over to the side, and answered the call. He didn't want to have any more interactions with Lin Jiawei, not even to hear her voice again. However, no matter what, his 4-year-old daughter Nini was living with Lin Jiawei. As a father, it was necessary for him to understand any situation regarding his daughter. Hello, what is it? Chang Jianqin's tone on the phone was cold and distant. Changchen, can't you just talk to me properly? Lin Jiawei's voice on the other end was a mix of gritted teeth and grievance. If you're not going to talk about anything important, I'll hang up. Changchen was not polite at all. He had no interest in arguing with Lin Jiawei. If there was something to discuss, then say it. If not, he didn't want to hear anything else. Faced with Changchen's ruthlessness, Lin Jiawei had no choice but to get straight to the point. Nini is sick. You are her father. She wants to see you. Please come to the hospital to see her. Changchen fell silent, not responding for a full half-minute. Changchen, you. Lin Jiawei was about to speak when Changchen interrupted her. Which hospital? What's the room number? I'll come by later. The reason Changchen was silent for half a minute was that he knew if he went, he would definitely see Lin Jiawei, and he might even run into his ex-mother-in-law and father-in-law. He didn't want to see any of them, let alone all three together. Additionally, his feelings for his daughter Nini were complicated. Although he knew Nini was only 4 years old and not at an age to understand much, she had spent over a year calling him useless, incompetent, and a good-for-nothing. He had tried to correct her but had failed, and his heart had grown cold long ago. If it weren't for that little bit of blood connection. On the other end of the line, upon hearing that Changchen was willing to come, Lin Jiawei immediately stopped talking, providing the hospital and room number, just wanting to wait for him to arrive before discussing anything further. Arriving at the hospital with 2 bags, Changchen did not go directly to his daughter's room but first inquired at the nurse's station about the situation. That little girl just has a common cold. She doesn't need to be hospitalized. It's just that her mother and grandmother insisted on admitting her, and since the hospital has enough beds, they allowed it. The nurse informed Changchen of the situation. Changchen frowned, unsure of what Lin Jiawei and his ex-mother-in-law were up to. After 5 years of marriage and living in that family, how could he not know what kind of people Lin Jiawei and his ex-mother-in-law were? They were certainly not the type to care for a child to this extent. Since the doctor had already said hospitalization was unnecessary, it was unlikely they would insist on it. However, regardless of the situation, he had come to the hospital, and he could not avoid going to see the room. Entering the room, Changchen immediately saw his lively daughter Nini bouncing on the bed. The little one looked very well, not at all like someone suffering from a severe cold. He then looked towards the bedside and found his ex-wife Lin Jiawei sitting there, with her parents beside her. Upon seeing these three, Changchen's expression darkened instantly, his eyes filled with indifference. Changchen, what kind of attitude is this? How dare you give me this old woman a hard time? His ex-mother-in-law's face was even uglier than Changchen's, and she pointed a finger at him, cursing without restraint. His ex-father-in-law also looked displeased but remained silent, nearly frowning at Changchen. Changchen sneered inwardly. For the past 5 years, as a son-in-law, he had endured their oppression, allowing them to develop this arrogant and domineering habit, showing him no respect at all. He had been too weak before, which was why this family had bullied him like this. Changchen directly scoffed. Attitude? What relationship do you have with me to ask for my attitude? His ex-mother-in-law was nearly choked with anger, her face flushed red, her finger trembling as she pointed at Changchen. I never expected you to be this kind of person. I was truly blind back then. Mom, please stop talking. Lin Jiawei quickly interrupted her former mother-in-law, as she had her own plans. If Chang Chen and her former mother-in-law were to argue and fall out again, how could she achieve her goals? Jianqin, you know my mom's temper, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Don't take it to heart. Lin Jiawei turned to persuade Chang Chen again. Chang Chen remained silent, not because he agreed with Lin Jiawei. Over the past 5 years, he had long understood whether his former mother-in-law was truly sharp-tongued with a soft heart or just enjoyed being sarcastic and hurtful. He simply felt that continuing to argue with her was pointless. There was no need to waste breath. Nini, don't you want daddy? Daddy is here. Lin Jiawei nudged her daughter, who was standing by the hospital bed. Daddy! The daughter opened her arms towards Chang Chen. Chang Chen smiled and stepped forward to pick her up. No matter what, she was his daughter. He could maintain a cold demeanor towards Lin Jiawei, his former mother-in-law, and his former father-in-law, but he couldn't do the same with his daughter. Daddy, where have you been all this time? Facing his daughter's question, Chang Chen responded with a smile, though his heart was calm. Daddy and Mommy have just separated, but Nini will always be Daddy's daughter. The daughter seemed to understand only partially. She didn't know what the separation meant, only that she hadn't seen her father for nearly 2 months. Mommy's cooking isn't good. Daddy's cooking is good. Is it good for Daddy to come home? The daughter tugged at Chang Chen's clothes, asking in a spoiled tone. Nearby, Lin Jiawei, her former mother-in-law, and her former father-in-law were all waiting for the daughter to call Chang Chen home. They had taught her to say come home, but the first part about Mommy's cooking not being good and Daddy's cooking being good was something the daughter had come up with on her own. Of course, at this moment, they didn't blame her. Indulging in their daughter's cuteness, Lin Jiawei spoke up. Jianqin, Nini thinks about Daddy every day. For Nini's sake, why don't we remarry? About that day, neither Dad nor I blame you for being impulsive. I should have advised you and Mom sooner. Her former father-in-law also chimed in. A harmonious family brings prosperity. There's nothing a man can't get through. Her former mother-in-law gritted her teeth and added, Jianqin, I'll try not to mention you in the future. Living alone outside doesn't feel like home. With Nini and Jiawei here, that's a home. Your dad and I both agree that you should remarry Jiawei. In fact, over the past 2 months, whether it was Lin Jiawei, her former mother-in-law, or her former father-in-law, they all regretted letting Chang Chen and Lin Jiawei divorce. When Chang Chen was still around, he not only contributed about 10,000 yuan of his salary to Lin Jiawei each month but also took care of household chores, and his cooking was hardly worse than that of a restaurant. At least it was much better than what Lin Jiawei and her parents could make themselves. After 5 years of marriage, Lin Jiawei had not worked for over 4 years and had not found a suitable job, relying entirely on the money Chang Chen had earned before and the meager pension of her parents to get by, which was completely insufficient, leading to a decline in their quality of life compared to when Chang Chen was still around. Moreover, her parents had heard Lin Jiawei say that Chang Chen somehow ended up driving a domestic luxury car worth over 500,000. Looking at the clothes Chang Chen was wearing now, although there were no obvious brand labels, just the fabric and sheen indicated that none of them cost less than 300 yuan. Seeing Chang Chen dress like this made her former mother-in-law feel heartbroken. In the past, Chang Chen's entire outfit wouldn't even cost 300 yuan, but now just one piece exceeded that amount. This should have been money for supporting the family, yet he was spending it so recklessly. Remarry? Impossible. Chang Chen refused without a moment's hesitation. His mind was filled with thoughts. It was impossible for him to remarry Lin Jiawei. He had long understood what kind of person Lin Jiawei was, as well as her former mother-in-law and father-in-law, over the past 5 years. Years ago, when his parents passed away, he was all alone. Coupled with Lin Jiawei's sweet words, he didn't mind becoming a son-in-law. He accepted the role, but foolishly took on the burden of supporting the family, ending up lonely and bullied for 5 years, ultimately gaining nothing. It was like that saying, being someone else's dog and still having to buy your own bones. It was utterly degrading. Hearing Chang Chen directly refuse without any hesitation made Lin Jiawei almost cry in anger. She couldn't understand why, after she and her parents had lowered themselves so much, Chang Chen was unwilling to remarry. Chang Chen, you heartless wolf, Nini is begging you. Jiawei is admitting her mistakes, and we old folks don't blame you anymore. What more do you want? Her ex-mother-in-law, furious, couldn't help but point at Chang Chen and curse again. Chang Chen shot her a cold glance but didn't engage in any argument. It was unnecessary and meaningless. He took out a children's phone watch produced by a factory from the shopping bag he brought, unwrapped it, and put it on his daughter's wrist, teaching her how to use the phone function, telling her that if she missed her dad in the future, she could call him. After doing all this, he ignored the expressions of Lin Jiawei, his ex-mother-in-law, and ex-father-in-law, and left the hospital room directly. Lin Jiawei bit her lip and chased after him, grabbing his arm in the corridor. Chang Chen, can you bear to see Nini grow up without a father's love? Chang Chen remained unmoved, instead giving Lin Jiawei a cold smile. Nini will always be my daughter, but you want to use her to kidnap me? That's impossible. Long before you taught Nini to say things like Dad is useless, Dad is incompetent, Dad is a coward, you should have thought about today. No, it's not me, I didn't. Lin Jiawei hurriedly denied it in a panic. It's not just you, it's your parents too. And over the past year, you've heard it more than once, yet you never corrected it. This blame is on you, no matter what. This was what Chang Chen could not tolerate the most. His daughter was young and had been led astray, he could not blame her, but he would never forgive Lin Jiawei. After saying this, Chang Chen forcefully shook off Lin Jiawei's hand and strode away. As soon as he reached the hospital's underground parking lot and sat in the car, he heard the sound of a message coming in on his phone. Taking out his phone, he saw it was a message from Lin Jiawei, not a text but a picture, a hospital payment receipt, amounting to 658 yuan. Seeing that number made Chang Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. He wondered whether this was Lin Jiawei's intention or his ex-mother-in-law's, but knowing his ex-mother-in-law, it was likely her idea. However, it didn't matter whose idea it was, since it had been sent to his phone, he didn't feel the need to reply or argue. With a few taps, he transferred the 658 yuan directly, not a cent more or less. He felt his actions were reasonable, he was willing to spend any amount on his daughter, whether for medical expenses or future educational costs. But if it was to be spent on Lin Jiawei or her parents, aside from the agreed monthly child support of 1,000 yuan for his daughter, he wouldn't give a single cent more. Leaving the hospital, Lu Tianwan's concert had already started for over half an hour, and he could still go see it. Although Chang Chen was not in a good mood, he didn't plan to waste the 2,580 yuan ticket he had bought. This year, from autumn to winter, various kings and queens of pop were holding concert tours, and Lu Tianwan was just the first. In the following month, besides a few other pop kings and queens, there were several first-tier singers. Chang Chen was prepared to go see them, to cultivate his emotions. As November rolled in, when Chang Chen delivered supplies for the sixth time to the ancient time period for Lu Xiao informed Chang Chen of a situation. As the news spread that the garrison of Jinyang had defeated the besieging Xiongnu and other Hu armies, many Han people from the region of Bingzhou, under the rule of the Xiongnu, fled to Jinyang City for refuge. The total number of Han people in Bingzhou, excluding Jinyang City, was likely just over 300,000, while the number of Han people running to Jinyang City, those who had already arrived and those still on the way, was expected to be no less than 70 or 80,000. Among these 70 or 80,000 Han people, it was estimated that there were at most 4 to 5,000 able-bodied men, meaning that there was only one able-bodied man for every 15 or 16 people, with the rest being elderly, weak, women, and children. This situation was highly abnormal. Although the prolonged 18 Kings Rebellion, lasting 16 years, had caused many able-bodied men in the Central Plains to die in battle, and the slaughter by the Five Hu over the past decade had further reduced the proportion of able-bodied men among the Han, it still shouldn't have resulted in such a disparity. Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian discussed the matter and sent out numerous scouts to gather information. Through various reports and the actual situation, they roughly deduced the reasons behind it. The garrison of Jinyang had defeated over 20,000 Hu troops besieging the city, among which the 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry, as the absolute main force, had lost more than 5,000, with only 700 or 800 escaping back to Chang'an. The Zhao kingdom, established with the Xiongnu as its core, saw Emperor Lu Yao furious and ordered the conscription of laborers and soldiers to prepare for another attack on Jinyang City the following year. At the same time, upon learning that Jinyang City had been relieved, many Han people from Bingzhou began to flee to Jinyang City. He originally intended to send Xiongnu cavalry to intercept and kill them. However, someone nearby suggested that not only should they not obstruct the Han people from going to Jinyang City, but they should also deliberately drive more elderly, weak, women, and children towards Jinyang. At that time, if Lu Koan and Lu Xiao did not accept the fleeing Han people and allowed them to fend for themselves, they would surely lose the hearts of the Han people. Conversely, if Lu Koan and Lu Xiao accepted these Han people, the fact that the number of able-bodied among them was extremely low, over 90% being elderly, weak, women, and children, would not significantly bolster Lu Koan and Lu Xiao's military strength but would instead require them to allocate a large amount of grain and supplies for relief. Jinyang City had already been besieged for over a year, and thus had little grain. The edible resources available in Jinyang were limited, and with winter approaching, the available food would only decrease. At that time, being burdened by a large number of elderly, weak, women, and children, it was possible that after a harsh winter, Jinyang City might collapse on its own without the need for an army from Chang'an to attack. Lu Yao found this reasoning sound. This was why the proportion of able-bodied among the Han people fleeing to Jinyang City was so low. Undoubtedly, this was a very malicious scheme. I estimate that in at most another half-month, the number of Han military and civilians gathered in Jinyang will reach around 14 to 15,000, with only about 20,000 able-bodied individuals available for use. Even if they were all soldiers, there would only be 20,000 troops, and half a month later, as December approached, the weather would turn cold, entering the most difficult time of the year. One could easily imagine how immense the pressure would be at that time. If Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao did not receive help from Chang Chen and relied solely on the situation in Jinyang City, which had barely repelled the Xiongnu and Hu armies, the garrison of Jinyang City itself was starving to the bone, almost too weak to walk. Faced with another 70 or 80,000 Han people, of whom more than 90% were elderly, weak, and women, they truly found themselves at a loss, unsure of how to decide. However, with the supplies continuously sent by Changchen, the military and civilians of Jinyang City not only regained their strength and health but also stockpiled over 3 million pounds of grain in their warehouses, changing the situation entirely. It was entirely feasible to support the majority of the 70 or 80,000 elderly, weak, women, and children until the spring plowing next year. Though it would be difficult, it was not entirely impossible. Moreover, they could still seek Changchen's assistance. At this moment, Lu Xiao informed Changchen of the situation, seeking both his advice and assistance. "It's not entirely a bad thing," Changchen remarked. In fact, during Lu Xiao's time, the truly elderly were quite rare in that dark, war-torn era. The majority were women and children, a large group of women and children who were nothing but skin and bones from hunger. Population has always been the fundamental source of all human civilization's strength. An adult woman may not be as strong as an adult man, but as long as she can maintain her health, a man can farm 50 acres, and a woman can certainly farm 20 or 30 acres. Moreover, among the children, more than half are boys. In dark and chaotic times, the survival rate of girls is much lower than that of boys. With around 80,000 elderly, weak, women, and children, in the next 5 to 10 years, as the children grow, they will be able to provide about 20,000 young and strong individuals for Jinyang City, who could either be recruited into the army or participate in production, both of which are invaluable living resources. "I will do my utmost to help you," Changchen promised. "Thank you, Immortal," Lu Xiao exclaimed joyfully, feeling more confident alongside his father Lu Kuan in leading the people of Jinyang through this winter. As long as they could wait until spring next year, when everything revives, with a population of around 14 to 15,000, they would surely achieve something significant. After promising to provide Lu Xiao with help, Changchen began to consider all aspects. By November 9th, nearly 30,000 Han people had arrived in Jinyang City, with only a little over 1,000 being young and strong. The rest were elderly, weak, sick, or disabled, and 99% were so emaciated that they struggled to walk. Through Lu Xiao's perspective, Changchen witnessed this tragic scene. His first thought was, if this is how many made it to Jinyang City, how many must have fallen along the way? A large number of refugees gathering in one place meant that those in front would consume everything edible along the way, including grass roots and tree bark. A population is essential for the future, and even the elderly, weak, women, and children are equally important. In the modern world, Changchen opened his foldable phone and sent a message to Yushiaro. Although it was almost the end of the workday, he still asked her to work overtime urgently to procure a batch of compressed biscuits, aiming for the lowest price possible. If that wasn't feasible, then at retail price, but the delivery time had to be quick. In the Agricultural Trade Company's office, Yushiaro was somewhat surprised by Changchen's message. This was the first time in nearly 2 months of work that her boss had asked her to work overtime urgently. "Okay, boss." While many thoughts flashed through her mind, Yushiaro was quick to respond. Putting down her phone, she immediately opened her computer to check if there were any manufacturers of compressed biscuits in the city. If not, she would look for large food wholesalers. There were indeed 2 manufacturers, but unfortunately, neither was very large, and orders needed to be placed in advance, requiring time for raw material preparation, production scheduling, and manufacturing. It would take at least 3 days to receive the first batch of goods. Changchen preferred to have the goods in the warehouse by tomorrow morning, so ordering directly from the manufacturers was not feasible. Therefore, she could only buy from wholesalers for immediate stock, which would certainly be more expensive than the factory price but still cheaper than retail. By 7 o'clock in the evening, Yushiaro had negotiated a bottom price with a wholesaler. Since the stock the wholesaler had was originally meant for retail stores, Yushiaro's sudden request for a large quantity meant they would have to reduce what was originally intended for the retail stores, so the price was only 3% cheaper than the retail price. 58 yuan per box, 100 boxes per case, each piece weighing 46 grams, 600 boxes can be arranged before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Sitting in a lounge chair on the balcony, looking out at the city nightscape through the glass, Changchen calculated. 600 boxes amount to 60,000 compressed biscuits. Although a single compressed biscuit weighs less than an ounce, it can sustain a person for 2 days, which is enough to allow many elderly, weak, women, and children who would otherwise never reach Jinyang City to successfully arrive there. Buy them all. They need to be delivered to the warehouse by 10 o'clock tomorrow, Changchen replied. He chose not to order more from the wholesalers or place a direct order with the manufacturers. This batch was sufficient, after all. Distributing 60,000 compressed biscuits to the refugees on their way to Jinyang City was already quite a challenge. Even if there were more, the difference would not be significant. The 600 boxes of compressed biscuits cost less than 35,000. By 8:30 the next morning, the wholesaler's truck had delivered the goods to the warehouse and spent over an hour unloading. Changchen contacted Lu Xiao from the ancient timespace, and the items were sent over by 10:30. This is a type of dry food. Eating one and drinking some water can substitute for a meal. There are a total of 60,000. You can arrange for the soldiers to distribute them to the people coming to Jinyang City. It should help many more people reach Jinyang City safely. Lu Xiao curiously drew his sword, cut open one of the boxes, took out a biscuit, tore open the packaging, and took a bite. Although it was a bit dry, it tasted quite good, with a fragrant and salty flavor. There is a river, the Fan River, flowing from north to south near Jinyang City. Whether the people are coming from the north or the south, they will inevitably follow the river. With this dry food and some river water, it can indeed save many who would otherwise collapse on the way. Lu Xiao immediately called for his father Lu Kuan, as well as Deputy Generals Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian, to discuss briefly. Soon, they decided to take the 2,800 warhorses they had captured from the Xiongnu, along with the more than 100 remaining horses from Jinyang City, totaling 3,000 horses, and set out with 3,000 soldiers of the Jinyang garrison, spreading out 1 to 200 miles ahead. Only 1,000 of the Jinyang garrison soldiers carried a large amount of dry food, which included not only 60,000 compressed biscuits but also the flatbreads made in Jinyang City. They would throw a compressed biscuit or a flatbread to each refugee they encountered. The other 2,000 soldiers were specifically assigned to patrol. If they saw anyone daring to steal food from others, they would immediately execute them on the spot. Lu Xiao and the others, being the natives of this dark and chaotic world, fought more comprehensively than Changchen. They understood that the composition of the refugees was diverse. No matter how difficult the situation, there would always be some who were physically stronger than the majority. So, why were they able to maintain their strength? If they did not send people to patrol and intimidate, recklessly distributing large amounts of food would inevitably lead to many deaths from mutual plundering. Because of the 60,000 compressed biscuits and over 10,000 flatbreads distributed, along with the presence of the Fan River providing a continuous water source, more than 90% of the people heading to Jinyang City were able to arrive safely. Originally, without assistance, only about 60 to 70% would have made it to Jinyang City. Now, there are at least 20% more, which is nearly 10,000 people. Initially, Lu Xiao and the others estimated that around 70 to 80,000 people would gradually arrive in Jinyang City, but now it had increased to possibly 80 to 90,000. A large number of elderly, weak, women, and children reached Jinyang City. The stockpiled rice, flour, and cornmeal in the city were temporarily sufficient. The first problem, however, was the lack of pots for cooking porridge. Lu Xiao immediately sought help from Changchen. He did not know how much an iron pot cost in Changchen's timespace. According to his understanding, before the world fell into chaos, iron was 81 per pound, and a pot capable of cooking porridge for 20 people required over 10 pounds of iron, plus labor costs, which would nearly sell for 2 taels of silver, needing hundreds of pounds of grain in exchange. You guys are too outdated with your iron pots. I don't have any here, but I do have something that can replace them. If it can cook for dozens of people at once, I estimate that the price of 40 to 50 pounds of grain could exchange for one. Changchen was thinking of stainless steel soup buckets, which fast food restaurant owners love to use for cooking porridge and soup. They are sturdy and practical, and the amount they can cook at once is quite large. Lu Xiao was shocked. He had thought it would take the price of hundreds of pounds of grain to exchange for one, but Changchen said it only required 40 to 50 pounds. He couldn't even imagine what the pot Changchen was talking about looked like or if it could really be used. Of course, his doubts were only subconscious. He couldn't voice them, nor could he truly suspect that Changchen was just talking nonsense. Then please ask the immortal to help send over 200. Lu Xiao made his request. Is 200 enough? The larger the quantity, the cheaper the price. Right now, there are 3,000 to 4,000 people arriving in Jinyang City every day, and soon the entire city will have an additional 80 to 90,000 people. Even if one pot is used for 100 people, that would require 800 to 900 to be sufficient. Mainly, Changchen was afraid of the hassle. He thought that if he only sent Lu Xiao 200 now, it wouldn't be long before Lu Xiao would definitely come back for a second batch. At that time, he would have to send Yushiro to procure again. It would be better to buy enough at once. Having a larger quantity would also help negotiate a lower price with the manufacturer. Lu Xiao's eyelids twitched twice. His subconscious mindset wasn't so easily changed. His thinking still leaned towards minimizing waste and saving, and his perspective couldn't possibly compare to Chang Chen's, who was immersed in the materialistic modern industrial society. I will listen to the immortal. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and even bowed to Chang Chen across time and space. You're welcome. Chang Chen felt a bit embarrassed instead. After breaking off contact, Chang Chen immediately opened his phone, browsed a shopping platform to confirm the desired size, and then sent a message to Yushiro, asking her to procure 1,316 stainless steel barrels, 50 in diameter and 50 in height, with a capacity of 90 liters. There was a super large steel living utensils production factory in the suburbs of the city. Yushiro went to negotiate that day, and by the afternoon, she replied to Chang Chen that the steel factory quoted 74 yuan each. Sure enough, buying directly from the manufacturer is much cheaper than the platform. A smile appeared on Chang Chen's face. The platform's price included shipping fees, and wholesalers also needed to make a profit. Additionally, 316 steel is more heat-resistant and durable than 304 steel, and it is also more expensive. If it were 304 steel, one could buy it for around 60 yuan. The manufacturer needed to sell goods nationwide, so they had plenty of stock. They could deliver a batch of 500 the next day and the remaining 500 the day after. The next afternoon, after the manufacturer's truck unloaded the goods, Changchen sent 500 large round steel barrels marked with 316 food-grade stainless steel to Lu Xiao in the ancient time. From yesterday until this moment, Lu Xiao had been wondering what kind of utensil could replace an iron pot, as Changchen had said. No matter how he thought about it, he never imagined it would be a round barrel. No, it was clearly made of high-quality steel. The barrel was so large that a strong man could easily squat inside. Immortal, this kind of steel barrel only costs the price of a few dozen pounds of grain? Lu Xiao picked one up with both hands, weighed it, and asked incredulously. In his understanding, even before the world fell into chaos, the price of high-quality steel was 10 times that of iron. The price of a few dozen pounds of grain couldn't even buy a pound of high-quality steel. Moreover, the large steel barrel Changchen sent was at least a dozen pounds heavy and crafted with such exquisite workmanship. Lu Xiao couldn't help but marvel inwardly, wondering what kind of immortal world could achieve such craftsmanship. Although Changchen had heard him describe the world over there, and he himself had some guesses in his heart, he still could not imagine it. Changchen did not talk to Lu Xiao for long before cutting off his connection with the ancient time and space. He was only responsible for delivering things to the ancient time and space. How to arrange them was Lu Xiao's business. He had his own life to enjoy in the modern time and space, and he only needed to spare a little time each day to pay attention to Lu Xiao's side. Most of the time, he had to return to his modern life. At 5:55 p.m., I'll take a shower first, then go out to find a restaurant to eat. Changchen was very carefree, no longer sticking to a fixed time for his shower like before. He would wash immediately whenever he felt uncomfortable. After all, he was the only one living in the 198 square meter luxury apartment in the city center, and the spacious, luxurious bathroom was for his use alone. On the ancient time and space side, compared to Chang Chen's ease, Lu Xiao, as the second in command of Jinyang City, was busy managing over 100,000 soldiers and civilians with his father Lu Kuan and the two deputy generals Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian. Just as Lu Xiao was arranging the soldiers to distribute the stainless steel barrels for use, his father Lu Kuan, along with Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian, learned that the immortal had sent over some never-before-seen objects and hurried over out of curiosity to take a look. Upon seeing the large round stainless steel barrels made of obviously high-quality steel, with surfaces so smooth they could reflect a person's image, like works of art, all three of them showed expressions of shock. When they heard Lu Xiao say that Changchen intended to use these items as pots for cooking, their faces twitched uncontrollably, filled with astonishment. Such fine steel, if forged into swords and used to kill enemies, would cut through iron like mud, greatly enhancing the soldiers' combat capabilities. In the eyes of the immortal, it is merely intended for cooking porridge? Such a waste, truly such a waste. Deputy General Zhao Bin, who usually managed the military equipment, could not help but pound his chest and stomp his feet, feeling an impulse to smash these stainless steel barrels to melt them down and reforge them into various weapons. Impulse was one thing, but he wouldn't actually let anyone take them to be melted down. He feared displeasing the immortal. Lu Xiao and his father Lu Kuan thought more deeply. The last time Changchen had sent Lu Xiao the horse spear and the heavy armor for both man and horse, they were also made of fine steel. This time, Changchen said that such large round barrels of fine steel only cost the price of a few dozen pounds of grain. Did that mean that in Changchen's world, fine steel was very cheap? perhaps just a few pounds of grain for a pound of fine steel? They might be able to buy fine steel directly from Changchen. And if they could buy fine steel directly from Changchen, why bother melting down such exquisite steel barrels to reforge weapons? If they were to be used for cooking porridge, then let them be used for that. Such large steel barrels were indeed more convenient and could cook more than the iron pots they usually used. In the end, all 500 stainless steel barrels were distributed. 100 were kept in the military camp, while the remaining 400 were sent to various shelters for the elderly, weak, women, and children in the city, and they began to light fires to cook dinner for the day. The soldiers in the army had the same meals, with meat, vegetables, and pancakes, and they ate heartily. The common people in the city, as well as the elderly, weak, and children who had come seeking refuge, only had rice porridge with corn flour, vegetables, and a little egg. The citizens of Jinyang City had been eating such meals for some time, and even previously they had eaten slightly more minced meat and oil. Their emotions had not changed much. However, those elderly, weak, and children who had come seeking refuge from various places in Bingzhou had previously lived under the rule of the Xiongnu, where they not only had to bear heavy taxes, but the adult males in their families were almost all taken away as slaves. The Xiongnu did not regard them as human beings at all, let alone eating white rice porridge with vegetables and eggs. Even wanting to eat bran boiled with grass roots and wild vegetables was not easy. The food at this moment, even before the chaos of the world, was something only the gentry and landlords were qualified to eat, yet now it was being served to them. Although they did not know if this would be the only meal of its kind, or if they would ever eat so well again, the vast majority of them were already in tears, trembling hands cradling their ceramic bowls, thanking Lu Kuan and his son Lu Shao. Living in this dark and war-torn era was truly too bitter. It was impossible to live peacefully in one place, even if there was a plentiful water source and good land beneath their feet. They could not farm it. In spring, when the seedlings grew only an inch high, if Hu people passed by, they would come recklessly to graze their horses. Not only would they eat the seedlings you had painstakingly planted, but they would also casually kill your family, and if they saw your wife and daughters, they would take them as well, robbing your home of everything useful. Even if the seedlings were not eaten, when it came time to harvest, there would constantly be people preparing to requisition grain. The local bullies from nearby forts, the bandits from the mountain valleys, the 5 Hu, the Xiongnu would come to requisition, then the Chang, the Shinbei, the Di, each taking their turn. If one could keep even a tenth of the harvested grain, that would be considered good. More people could not even keep a single grain and had to pay out of pocket. It was difficult for a family to survive intact. If there were male members in your family who reached the age of 11 or 12, once seen by the Hu people, they would be forcibly conscripted to become slaves, and you would never see them again. It was not just the forced conscription of your strong men. Some Hu people were bloodthirsty, killing indiscriminately. If a Hu army passed by, they would not only take your male members as slaves but would also capture everyone else in your family, young and old, male and female, leaving no one behind. In such situations, being killed outright would be considered fortunate, sparing you from even more tragic fates. Throughout the north, even counting the Hu people, there were fewer than 10 million people. The vast land actually had countless cultivable fields. But why, on this land, were people starving to death everywhere, with the vast majority being nothing but skin and bones? It was not uncommon for Hu people to treat them as livestock for food, or for people to resort to cannibalism in private. To have a peaceful place to settle, to be able to eat a good meal in peace, was a luxury. However, upon arriving in Jinyang City, the soldiers of the Han, instead of oppressing the common people, actively maintained order, opened the granaries for relief, providing not only white rice porridge but also adding vegetables and eggs. Holding such a bowl of porridge, sitting peacefully to eat without worrying about being robbed at any moment, was a scene they had only dared to dream of before. How could they not be emotionally stirred and grateful? In modern times, after taking a shower, Changchen stepped out feeling refreshed, waiting for his hair to dry naturally before heading out to try a highly rated restaurant for dinner. M9 self-driving, 3.5 kilometers. While Changchen was controlling the M9's automated parking with his phone in a nearby parking lot, in the restaurant, Ken Ranran had just sat down with Yushiro. Ken Ranran skillfully scanned the QR code to place an order. You used to go out to eat with people, but you would always split the bill, never treating anyone so stingy. What's gotten into you today? Planning to treat the whole time and even at such a nice restaurant? You're not trying to pull a fast one on me, are you? Yushiro's expression was as if she had just met Ken Ranran for the first time. Ken Ranran raised her hand to shield her mouth and quietly told Yushiro, I went back to my maternal grandfather's place a while ago and inexplicably inherited 2 million in assets. Inheritance? Yushiro was puzzled. Are you so happy because a relative passed away? It's a joyful morning. Ken Ranran shot Yushiro a glare. Moreover, it was from her mother's side. When she was young, her parents divorced, and she lived with her father. Her mother, who remarried when she was in her teens, passed away. She had little contact with her relatives on her mother's side, and in the following years, she hardly ever went there. This time, she originally just planned to attend and follow the process. Unexpectedly, the elderly treated her equally and included her in the inheritance distribution at the hospital, giving her a share, $2 million in cash. She had never dared to dream of having so much cash before. Doesn't that mean you have to work 10 years less? You won't have to work anymore and can just enjoy life? Yushiro couldn't help but feel envious. After working hard for 10 years, she probably couldn't save $2 million, yet her good friend Kanranran had it for no apparent reason. Kanranran, however, disagreed inside, saying, "It's not that simple. Just $2 million and you think you can live without working? Besides, that money came out of nowhere. Although I can't refuse it, when it comes to actually using it, I feel like I lack confidence and can't spend freely." After saying that, she pointed her long fingers at Yushiro and advised, "I'm telling you, for today's meal, eat as much as you can. After today, who knows when you'll have this opportunity again. Alright, I won't be polite with you. I won't go home until I'm stuffed today. Once you've ordered, hand me your phone. I want to see if there's anything I like to eat." Yushiro raised her eyebrows, her demeanor decisive as she took Kanranran's phone and quickly started browsing. At that moment, Chang Chen parked his car and walked into the restaurant. After passing 2 tables, he spotted Yushiro and couldn't help but pause for a moment. Of course, as a boss, he wouldn't feel awkward running into an employee during lunch hours, so he greeted her. "Yushiro." Both beautiful women looked up simultaneously. "Boss, are you here to eat as well?" Yushiro asked politely. Chang Chen nodded, glancing around the restaurant, which was crowded with diners. It seemed there wasn't an empty table, and he hesitated about where to sit. In a restaurant known for its distinctive cuisine, there would naturally be many customers, especially during meal times. Dining either required a reservation for a private room or waiting, or sharing a table with strangers. Yushiro understood and immediately moved further inside to free up a spot. "Boss, sit here." However, Chang Chen glanced at Kanranran across from her and asked, "Do you mind sharing a table with this stranger?" "Not at all, please sit," Kanranran smiled. She loved food, and when visiting various restaurants in the city, she often encountered such situations. Sometimes she even had to take the initiative to ask strangers to share a table. How could she have the right to mind sharing a table with others, especially when this person was Yushiro's boss? Chang Chen nodded and sat down. He took out his foldable phone, scanned the QR code to order, but since it was his first time there, he spent a good 3 to 4 minutes browsing before returning to the first page and selecting 2 of the highlighted specialties. When visiting a restaurant known for its specialties, it was best to directly enjoy their signature dishes. Browsing through other options was actually a waste of time. At this time, the restaurant's kitchen was busy, so the food wouldn't come out quickly. Although Yushiro and Kanranran had ordered a few minutes earlier, they estimated they would still have to wait over 10 minutes for their meals. During the wait, if none of the 3 spoke, it would feel quite awkward. "Boss, do you live nearby?" Yushiro broke the silence and started a conversation. "I live over in Langbei, a few kilometers away. I saw online that this restaurant has a nice environment and distinctive cuisine, so I came to give it a try," Chang Chen replied, gesturing for Yushiro to look at Kanranran and said, "Aren't you going to introduce your friend?" In a situation like this, as someone who knows both sides, Yushiro naturally should be responsible for introducing them. Realizing this, Yushiro apologized and quickly began the introductions. She first introduced her friend to Chang Chen. "Kanranran, like me, graduated from a 985 university. We were colleagues in the management team at our last company, and now we are good friends." Then she introduced Chang Chen to Kanranran, "My boss, my current provider." Chang Chen shook his head, feeling it was still lacking, and proactively introduced himself. "My name is Chang Chen, you can call me Changzone, or just my name." "Changzone," Kanranran politely addressed him. With that, the two were considered acquainted, making it much easier to converse. The main topics Chang Chen could discuss with Yushiro were work-related, but he wouldn't talk about work with her after hours, so they exchanged only a few words, while he chatted more with Kanranran, who also enjoyed food. Over the past 5 years, having observed the daily emotions of his ex-wife Lin Jiaowei's family and having helped people move, he had encountered many different types of people and developed a strong ability to read others. If Yushiro was decisive and capable, then Kanranran appeared easygoing on the surface, neither taking advantage of others nor allowing herself to be taken advantage of, maintaining just the right distance while making it easy for others to trust her. In the past, it would have been difficult for Chang Chen to connect with someone like Yushiro or Kanranran. During their casual conversation, the restaurant began serving the meals. As a man, Chang Chen ate relatively quickly, although his meal arrived a few minutes later than Yushiro and Kanranran's. he was almost finished first. Just as the three were about to finish, Changchen suddenly asked, "Miss Kan, where do you work?" Kan Ranran wore a polite smile but shook her head helplessly. Next to her, Yushiro explained, after leaving the last company, Ranran, like me, has been looking for a job. She just returned from handling some matters at her maternal grandparents' home and will continue her job search. If she can't find anything in this city, she plans to check out first-tier cities in a couple of days. A 985 master's graduate certainly couldn't be truly jobless. She just wasn't willing to settle for a job that only paid a few thousand yuan. After all, after working so hard to study and graduating at 26 or 27, why should she only take a job that pays a few thousand? Once she compromises, it would mean falling far behind her peers from the same school, making it difficult to catch up later. "Boss, do you have any job opportunities to introduce to Ranran?" Yushiro asked boldly. Changchen finished his last spoonful, took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, and smiled. "If you're willing, you can come work with me. I'm planning to set up a pharmaceutical division, starting with the acquisition of a local chain pharmacy, operating it normally at first, and possibly involving high-end Chinese medicinal materials sales in the future." Kan Ranran awkwardly smiled, "But I don't have a background in medicine, and my understanding of the pharmaceutical and Chinese medicinal materials industries is limited." Changchen didn't mind at all. "What I need is not someone with in-depth knowledge of medicine, nor someone who can precisely identify various medicinal materials. What I need is a high IQ talent for operations, management, and negotiations, someone with a gracious and appropriate demeanor, and I believe Miss Kan is that kind of talent. The net monthly salary is around 20,000, with 5 insurances in one fund, at least 4 days off each month, double overtime pay for hours worked beyond 8, year-end double salary, and reimbursement for travel expenses, including meals and accommodation, plus an additional overtime pay." Changchen got straight to the point, offering a comprehensive annual salary of over 300,000. Such treatment, in this barely second-tier city, was indeed quite rare. The restaurant was bustling with people dining, and the individuals at the 2 nearby tables could clearly hear the benefits that Changchen was offering. They couldn't help but glance over, envious and eager to stand up and recommend themselves. Kan Ranran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "With such benefits, if I'm not tempted, wouldn't that be foolish? Since the boss dares to hire, why should I hesitate? I'll do whatever the boss arranges." Seeing Kan Ranran agree, Changchen stood up and smiled, reaching out to her. Kan Ranran immediately stood up as well and shook hands with Changchen. "Congratulations! Tomorrow, I'll have Yushiro draft a contract for you. Do you need time to arrange personal matters?" After they sat down again, Changchen inquired. "I don't have any personal matters. I can start work anytime. Just arrange the job as you see fit, boss," Kan Ranran replied, shaking her head with a polite smile. Changchen nodded and directly arranged. "After signing the contract tomorrow, you'll need to look for chain pharmacies in the city to see if any are up for transfer. It's best if they have direct ownership of the stores. If there's a pharmaceutical company involved, we can also discuss a merger. I'll have further arrangements later." While arranging work, Changchen also took out his phone and added Kan Ranran's WeChat and phone number. Recently, Lu Xiao and others from the ancient timeline led an army out of the city to fight against the Xiongnu surrounding it. That battle resulted in over 1,000 casualties. He thought that there would definitely be larger wars and more casualties in the future on Lu Xiao's side. Without pharmacies, directly purchasing large quantities of penicillin, wound medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, etc., would be too conspicuous. Having a chain pharmacy or pharmaceutical company as a cover would be much better. Additionally, he had been considering what else could be traded with Lu Xiao and the others besides gold and silver. Antiques were not very reliable. It was roughly 10 years after the fall of the Western Jin dynasty. Paper had not yet been perfected, making it impossible to preserve calligraphy for long periods, so there were no paintings or ceramics either. Moreover, items obtained through the system would not increase their age. Things made just a few decades ago on Lu Xiao's side would still only be a few decades old when verified here. They wouldn't become antiques of 1 or 2,000 years. So he thought of traditional Chinese medicinal materials. Lu Xiao's side was equivalent to the ancient times of over 1,700 years ago for him, with a population of only over 10 million across the vast land of Huaxia, and many deep mountains and large marshes still untouched. Compared to the modern timeline, there must be many wild and precious traditional Chinese medicinal materials, some of which may have even gone extinct in history. Furthermore, in the past 2 years, the prices of traditional Chinese medicinal materials have skyrocketed, and it's nearly impossible to find any pure wild materials on the market. True wild medicinal materials are almost all high-end goods. As long as they can be procured, they will definitely sell. If he were to sell traditional Chinese medicinal materials, he would also need a chain pharmacy or even a pharmaceutical company as a gimmick and cover. Kan Ranran, being friends with someone as capable and decisive as Yushiro, was also very proactive. The day after signing the labor contract, she immediately began her work, searching for chain pharmacies throughout the city, and if she found potential, she would conduct on-site investigations to gather information. On the fourth day, she sent a long message to Chang Chen. There was a small pharmaceutical company with 3 pharmacies in the city selling both traditional and Western medicine. One was 188 square meters, another 262 square meters, and the last one 341 square meters, all large stores with ownership rights. The 2 shareholders behind this pharmaceutical company were both inclined to sell the company directly. If Changchen found it acceptable, Kanranran was ready to negotiate the price. She also suggested it would be best to spend some money to hire a third-party organization familiar with the pharmaceutical industry for evaluation assistance. Your suggestion is good, let's do it that way, Chang Chan replied in the message. The combined area of the 3 pharmacies is 791 square meters. It is no longer the era where one shop could support 3 generations, and under the impact of online e-commerce, it is not easy for offline stores to do business, which has led to the property rights of the shops not being very expensive. In this city, some locations sell for less than 10,000 per square meter, while better locations are only about 20 to 30,000 per square meter. As for the medicines and shelves in the pharmacies, an average store is worth at most several hundred thousand. Estimating that Kanranran would need at least a few days to negotiate, she originally hoped that Chang Chen, the owner, would be involved throughout the process, but Chang Chen only let Kanranran handle it entirely on her own. For Chang Chen, he did not care about the current operating status of the 3 pharmacies of that pharmaceutical company or whether he could make money after buying them. As long as the final acquisition price did not exceed his bottom line, he would buy them. In the afternoon, Yoshiro, who managed the agricultural trade company, had the remaining 316 stainless steel barrels ordered from the steel factory all brought to the warehouse. In addition to the 500 stainless steel barrels, there was also a batch of grain that had just been purchased piled up in the warehouse. Because on the ancient time side, more than 50,000 elderly, weak, women, and children had already arrived in Jinyang City, plus the original military and civilians of Jinyang City, there were a total of 110,000 people to support. In the next half-month, it was estimated that another 30 to 40,000 elderly, weak, women, and children would arrive one after another, ultimately estimating that there would be about 150,000 people to support. How to help these approximately 150,000 people survive this winter and live until next spring when everything revives is the most important thing. Even if one person only needs 1 yuan a day to survive, it would still cost 150,000 a day, which amounts to 450 million a month. However, a person surviving on 1 yuan a day would likely still be skin and bones by next spring, hardly having the strength to cultivate the land for farming. Therefore, it would be best if each person could be calculated to spend 2 yuan a day, which would estimate a monthly expenditure of 9 million. The last time Chang Chen received 85 kilograms of gold from Lu Xiao, the material price he calculated for Lu Xiao now only remains around 4 million. Not even enough for half a month. Moreover, when the harsh winter truly arrives, wanting to ensure that the vast majority of the 150,000 people survive the winter is not just about having food. Therefore, when he sent the 500 stainless steel barrels and a batch of grain to Lu Xiao, he also discussed with Lu Xiao to see what else could be exchanged from that side. During this time, using various methods to search, along with the people coming to seek refuge, there are always some who can hide a little gold jewelry, and by exchanging with them, I have collected about 24 pounds of gold. Lu Xiao had already weighed it, and he was using the salt sent by Chang Chen, with each bag being 1 pound, so the pound he mentioned now is equivalent to the pound in Chang Chen's modern time. 24 pounds is 12 kilograms, and at today's gold price of 592 per gram, deducting a few yuan in handling fees, it is estimated that it could sell for around 7 million. Chang Chen has to pay a 20% tax, plus the company operations. The company also has to pay taxes, and the profit he wants to earn, so he defaults to a 3-7 split with Lu Xiao, with him getting 7 and Lu Xiao 3, which amounts to about 210,000 for Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao estimates that his monthly expenses would be 9 million, and 210,000 would just be enough for a week. Lu Xiao's side also collected a batch of silver, about 2,300 kilograms, equivalent to over 230,000 grams, with today's silver price at 7.51 per gram, selling it all could yield over 17 million. However, silver is not easy to handle on Chang Chen's side, mainly because 1 ton is only 7 million, which is troublesome. The price difference between gold and silver on my side is nearly 80 times, while the price difference on your side is only 10 times, so I do not recommend that you trade with me right now. It would be best to wait for future opportunities to exchange it for gold with others before trading it to me, Chang Chen sighed. Lu Xiao fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement with Chang Chen's suggestion. The time for gold and silver had passed, and using copper was out of the question. Not to mention that Lu Xiao needed to melt various copper vessels and coins into copper blocks. It would be difficult for Chang Chen to handle. The current price of copper was only 77,000 per ton. Was he supposed to sell hundreds of tons? Even the entire Jinyang city might not have a few hundred tons of copper. Over the past 8 years, Lu Xiao and his group had defended against the Hu people's attacks more than once, often running out of arrows and melting copper to make copper arrowheads. Copper arrowheads were not as effective as iron ones, but they could still kill effectively. After a long period of consumption, the total amount of copper in Jinyang City was only a few dozen tons. That left only jade and gemstones. Lu Xiao had 2 boxes brought up, one large and one small. The large box contained jade, various jade discs, jade pillows, seals, jade pendants, jade hairpins, and dazzling jade ornaments. The small box contained gemstones, in red, green, purple, and various other colors. The local production of gemstones in Huaxia was very limited, but for hundreds of years since Emperor Wu of Han, foreign gemstones had continuously flowed into Huaxia through the Silk Road. Chang Chen had no expertise in jade and gemstones. He could only see the surface and could only say that, in his aesthetic view, the vast majority were exquisite and pleasing to the eye. These 2 boxes of jade and gemstones, if placed on your side, would probably be more valuable than an equal weight of gold when the world is at peace? Chang Chen speculated. Lu Xiao nodded. These jade and gemstones were almost all owned by powerful families and royal relatives before the world fell into chaos. According to my estimation, they are worth at least 3 times their weight in gold. 3 times the weight in gold? These 2 boxes of jade and gemstones weighed at least 700 or 800 jin, which would be equivalent to over 2,000 jin of gold? More than a ton? Chang Chen couldn't help but feel envious. To know that, in his previous 4 times, plus this one, he had received less than 380 kilograms of gold from Lu Xiao, almost 3 times the amount. However, after calming down a bit, Chang Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Various gemstones were naturally valuable in ancient times, and they remained equally valuable in modern times. A top-quality gemstone the size of a thumb could easily be worth millions. But jade was different. During the spring and autumn, warring states, Qin, Han, and Western Jin periods, the aristocracy and royal relatives favored jade over gemstones. The famous He Bai was worth 15 cities and was ultimately made into the greatest treasure of Huaxia. However, the same quality of jade, if considered solely for its material value without cultural significance, might not be worth more than 150,000 in modern times, even if it was worth 15 cities in ancient times. This large box of jade, let alone exchanging it for 3 times its weight in gold, even exchanging it for 1/3 its weight in gold would be quite difficult for Chang Chen. Actually, if possible, I would also suggest exchanging these jade items for gold on your side first. Chang Chen informed Lu Xiao about the jade industry situation on his side. Times had changed. While ancestors enjoyed jade, modern descendants preferred gemstones and diamonds. In recent years, diamonds had also started to crash, while gemstones maintained their timeless value. Hearing Chang Chen say this, Lu Xiao also thought about exchanging these jade items for gold on his side first. Unfortunately, to exchange these jade items for gold, they either need to be transported to a few major cities like Chang'an, Luoyang, or Yi City, or to Jiangnan Jianye. Chang'an and Luoyang were controlled by the Xiongnu, and Yi City was controlled by the Jie people. The royal families and nobles in these 3 major cities were all Hu people, and those Hu people viewed Han people as slaves, mere sheep. How could one transport jade there to exchange for gold? They would likely be robbed and killed. It was no different from sending a courier in the past. If one truly had the strength to exchange these jade items for gold in such places, it would be better to directly attack, drive away the Hu people, and seize the gold they have, rather than needing to exchange. Chang Chen listened with amusement. Indeed, I completely agree with you. Without strength, nothing can be exchanged. With strength, there's no need to exchange. The Hu people have already stolen the Han family's territory, and all the gold and treasures in their hands originally belonged to the Han family. What is there to exchange? In the future, we will have to fight to take it back directly. In the future, if we want to recover the Han family's lands, we will still have to rely on the immortals. Lu Xiao bowed to Chang Chen across time and space. He then continued, Chang'an, Luoyang, and Yi City are not feasible, and Jiangnan's Jianye is thousands of miles away, making it impossible to go there. Even if these jade artifacts are worth 3 times their weight in gold here, they might not even fetch 1/3 of that weight in gold with the immortals. But Lu Xiao still asks the immortals to give it a try. No matter how much can be exchanged, it will at least help with some immediate needs. Hearing Lu Xiao say this, Chang Chen did not continue to decline and agreed to Lu Xiao's suggestion to try selling them first. In addition to the 2 boxes of jade artifacts and gemstones, Chang Chen also deliberately asked Lu Xiao if there were any precious medicines like ginseng. He informed Lu Xiao that in his world, due to the large population and thorough development, pure wild medicinal materials are extremely rare, and wild high-age medicinal materials are even scarcer. The value of medicinal materials of the same age in his world could be more than 10 times that of the other side. If there weren't enough quantities of other medicinal materials, Chang Chen saw no need to bring them over. Moreover, Ken Ran had not yet acquired that pharmaceutical company, so there was no way to handle other medicinal materials for the time being. However, ginseng was different. If other medicinal materials were equivalent to silver or copper coins in currency, then ginseng was equivalent to gold. Whether ordinary wealthy people or super rich individuals, anyone with the means would want to have a high-aged ginseng in hand. High-aged ginseng can directly participate in auctions, which is why Chang Chen asked directly. Yes, there should still be dozens in my father's storeroom, but only 3 are over 100 years old, Lu Xiao responded. After all, it was a major town backed by the Taihang Mountains and situated in the era of wild medicinal materials. Not to mention 100-year ginseng, even 1,000-year ginseng wouldn't be considered particularly rare. In the peaceful times before the chaos, an ordinary small pharmacy in Jinyang City could have a dozen on hand, with most being over 100 years old as prized possessions. Lu Xiao and Lu Kuan had many resources, but their usage was also large, and they hadn't deliberately kept any, which was why only a few dozen remained. Alright, 3 ginseng over 100 years old will be enough. I'll take them to the market to try. Lu Xiao had no objections and immediately went to discuss with his father Lu Kuan, retrieving the 3 ginseng over 100 years old from his storeroom and informing Chang Chen of the estimated age of each ginseng. To Chang Chen's surprise, when Lu Xiao mentioned over 100 years, he meant that the youngest among them was around 180 years old, while the other 2 were approximately 240 and 380 years old. There was even one close to 400 years old. It is said that the legendary National Treasury once had a treasure that was 500 years old. After reaching an agreement with Lu Xiao, he collected the 2 boxes of jade artifacts and gemstones, 12 kilograms of gold, and 3 boxes containing the ginseng. In the center of the 198 square meter living room, 2 boxes filled with various jade artifacts and gemstones, 12 kilograms of gold, and 3 boxes containing high-aged ginseng suddenly appeared. The gold was nothing to look at. Chang Chen only glanced at the 3 ginseng a few times without directly touching them. However, he couldn't wait to touch the 2 boxes of jade artifacts and gemstones, picking up each piece to feel the delicacy of the jade. Some jade ornaments seem to have the property of being warm in winter and cool in summer. Chang Chen didn't understand much, but he felt incredibly comfortable holding them in his palm. After admiring the jade artifacts, Chang Chen turned his attention to the gemstones, picking them up and staring intently, absorbing their dazzling luster. Humans have always been drawn to such brilliant things. The low yield of gemstones, available in various colors, allows their radiant sheen to penetrate the eye and reach the heart, making them even more coveted than jade and diamonds. In fact, compared to jade, Chang Chen preferred gemstones even more. Of course, no matter how beautiful something is, it cannot be admired for too long. After about half an hour, Chang Chen returned all the jade artifacts and gemstones to the box. He walked over to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, and poured a third into a glass. In the center of the large living room were 2 open boxes filled with various jade artifacts and gemstones, their luster reflecting throughout the room. There was also 12 kilograms of gold, adding a touch of luxury. Additionally, there were 3 boxes containing ginseng, their subtle medicinal aroma wafting through the air. In such a setting, Chang Chen held his wine glass and walked to the balcony, admiring the bustling night scene of the city center through the glass. He was now contemplating how to liquidate the 2 large boxes of jade artifacts and gemstones, as well as the 3 ginseng roots. Naturally, his first thought was to sell them domestically. However, after much consideration, he felt it wouldn't work, at least not in the mainland. The laws were too stringent, and the quantity too large, making it easy to attract attention. Unlike gold, which is a far more reliable international hard currency than foreign exchange, the country deliberately allows more to flow in than out, turning a blind eye as long as taxes are paid. Jade artifacts, jewelry, and ginseng are considered luxury goods, which are different in nature. Finally, he thought of the special economic zone of Shangshan, believing it would be a suitable place. For the 12 kilograms of gold, Chang Chen could directly calculate the value of the supplies he needed to send to Lu Xiao. 2,100,000, plus the remaining 2,500,000, totaled 4,600,000. He planned to send the supplies worth 4,500,000 to Lu Xiao all at once before heading to Xiangshan. Unlike before, when he sent 100 tons of rice paired with 100 tons of flour and 50 tons of corn flour, it was now the harvest season for corn. Chang Chen did not ask Yu Xiao to purchase flour again, reducing the proportion of rice procurement, and instead of directly buying corn flour, he opted for a large quantity of corn kernels. This year, the purchase price for corn had dropped significantly, with the rural purchase price at only 86 cents, and after accounting for labor and transportation, the warehouse price was just over $1. The farmers were struggling. Although grinding it into flour only cost about 10 cents more per pound, in the ancient timespace of Jinyang City, a total of 150,000 soldiers and civilians would gather, providing plenty of manpower to crush the corn kernels. Saving even a dime per pound could add up significantly. With so many soldiers and civilians to support, the monthly expenses would reach 9 million, so every bit saved counted. Additionally, Lu Xiao was currently only supplying meat for military consumption, so the proportion of meat procurement was also reduced. Therefore, among the 4,600,000 worth of supplies, he only purchased 20 tons of frozen pork. Over the past 2 months, the city's stock of aged frozen pork had been nearly depleted by Yu Xiao's purchases. Regular frozen pork, while still much cheaper than fresh pork on the market, cost between $8.80 and $9.50 per pound. The 20 tons cost around 370,000. As for vegetables, after the siege of Jinyang City was lifted, Lu Xiao and his son Lu Kuan organized the soldiers and civilians to grow the first batch themselves, which was now ready to eat, so there was no need for Chang Chen to procure vegetables from this side for the time being. However, kegs were not only needed for the military but also to ensure that ordinary citizens had enough physical strength and health to cultivate the land when spring arrived next year. Therefore, despite the high cost, some had to be supplied for ordinary citizens, leading to a purchase of 80 tons this time. Previously, when the price was $4.50 per pound, they had bought too many, but now the price had risen to $5, costing 800,000. The remaining 3,433,000 were all used to purchase rice, corn kernels, salt, and soybean oil. The soybean oil was necessary because the proportion of meat purchases had significantly decreased, making it impossible to extract much oil from the meat. Without oil, it wouldn't be suitable to feed the elderly, weak, women, and children, who were left with nothing but skin and bones, too many high-protein eggs. They needed additional oil to go with it. In the end, a total of 300 tons of rice, 900 tons of corn kernels, 30 tons of salt, and 50 tons of soybean oil were procured, amounting to over 1,300 tons of supplies. Yu Xiao and Chang Chen were busy for nearly a week to get it all sorted out. During this time, Ken Ran also completed the acquisition of a pharmacy with 3 storefront properties. The 3 pharmacies combined totaled 791 square meters, and because one of the pharmacies was in a particularly good location, it drove up the price, averaging around 16,000 per square meter, with a total asking price of 12.6 million. Adding in the inventory of various medications in the pharmacies, which was worth about 1.8 million, the total came to 14.4 million. You should find a large law firm and hire 2 lawyers to help monitor the process and ensure there are no hidden debts. Let's see if we can complete the property transfer the day after tomorrow, Chang Chen thought. With a third-party medical institution and a large law firm involved, this acquisition should be secure enough. 2 days later, accompanied by Ken Ran and a dozen others, Chang Chen signed the transfer agreement with the 2 shareholders of the pharmaceutical company, officially purchasing the company that owned 3 pharmacy storefronts in the city. The pharmaceutical company was renamed, all original staff were temporarily retained, and the pharmacies continued to operate as usual. Compared to before, the only changes were the addition of Ken Ran as the general manager and the 2 shareholders being replaced by Chang Chen as the sole owner. In fact, before the acquisition, one of the pharmacies was already operating at a loss, and the other 2 pharmacies had minimal operating profits. It was estimated that at the end of the year, there would be only about 400,000 in profit left, an asset investment of 14.4 million. Earning only about 400,000 a year was not as beneficial as simply putting the money in the bank to earn interest, especially since there were 2 shareholders to split the profits. It was surprising that the business could even continue. However, Chang Chen did not care that the 3 large pharmacies only made about 400,000 in profit over the year. For him, as long as the income and expenses balanced out, that was enough. Thinking about it, Chang Chen even told Ken Ran, raise the salary of all employees by 10% each month, let them feel the change, new boss, new atmosphere, and work hard in the future. Okay, boss, Ran readily agreed. Before the acquisition, she had personally visited each pharmacy several times to investigate their specific situations. It seemed that the two shareholders of the pharmacies had not made much money themselves, so they squeezed the employees' wages. The salaries of the employees working in the three pharmacies might not be the lowest in the industry in the city, but they were not good either. The attitude of most customers entering the store was not particularly good, at least not something Ran could tolerate. Ran originally planned to make a strong impression as a new manager and to properly reorganize things. For her, a general manager without a background in the pharmaceutical industry, establishing authority at the beginning of her tenure and managing employees well to boost their work enthusiasm would best be achieved by raising salaries. She had been thinking about how to bring it up to Changchen, but unexpectedly, Changchen proposed it himself right after taking over the company. What a good boss! Ran was excited and ready to make bold changes, but unexpectedly, Changchen extinguished her plans. In the afternoon, go help me get a special zone pass and buy 2 plane tickets. In a couple of days, come with me on a business trip to the Shangshan special zone. Changchen only gave the instructions without much explanation. Okay, boss. As an employee, Ran certainly couldn't raise any objections or doubts. Since Yushiro wanted to be a model employee, she couldn't fall short either. The management of the pharmaceutical company could take action after returning from the business trip. Anyway, looking at the boss, it was clear he wasn't in a hurry to make money from the existing pharmacy operations. Special Zone, Shangshan, Airport. Changchen and Ran got off the plane. He was here to liquidate the 2 boxes of jade, gemstones, and ginseng. However, at that moment, he didn't have anything on him to carry the jade and gemstones. In fact, he only brought a lightweight briefcase and didn't pack any clothes. Mainly because he was too lazy to carry them, he planned to buy a few outfits directly in Shangshan. As for the jade, gemstones, and ginseng, after taking photos, he sent them back to Lu Xiao in the ancient time. Otherwise, transporting 2 large boxes of jade, gemstones, and 3 ginseng roots from the mainland to Shangshan would involve countless procedures and attract a lot of attention. This way, it was both safe and convenient. Boss, the pickup is here, Ran pointed to a spot. Changchen nodded. Whether it was the pickup, hotel, or car rental, it was all arranged by Ran. After settling into the hotel, Changchen first went to a nearby mall to buy 2 outfits, and after having lunch with Ran at the hotel, he didn't do anything else with her but let them act separately. He assigned work to Ran, taking out a dozen photos from his briefcase and handing them to her, which were about the 3 ginseng roots. These 3 ginseng roots are all wild mountain ginseng over 100 years old, with ages ranging from nearly 200 to almost 400 years. You go to the auction house in the special zone and talk to the person in charge there first to arrange for publicity and auction matters. Your main task in Shangshan is this. When you have free time, you can look around for local delicacies, jot them down, and I will take you to try them during meal times. The whole time, I'll treat you as your boss. Ran took the photos of the ginseng, inevitably shocked by Changchen's grand gesture, secretly clicking her tongue. The nearly 400-year-old ginseng was likely to be this year's ginseng king, and an auction price exceeding 10 million was quite normal. She wasn't foolish enough to ask too many questions. She didn't understand the world of the wealthy. In her eyes, Changchen was a rich man, and how much could she, as a struggling employee, know about his affairs? Anyway, the boss assigned her work, and she would just do it. It was just right for her to gain experience in this area through this auction, which was an enhancement for her. Hearing that Changchen wanted her to find good food and that she wouldn't have to pay, her eyes sparkled, and she almost wanted to hug Changchen and give him a big kiss. She loved food. In her free time, she would explore various eateries, discovering all kinds of delicacies and enjoying them. It was one of her greatest hobbies. Shangshan, being a financial center and known as a free port, gathered many wealthy individuals from around the world, so there were definitely many delicacies hard to find in the mainland. Before boarding the plane for the business trip, she had thought about finding opportunities to taste them. However, she was also conflicted because the cost of living in Shangshan was high, and a real meal could easily cost her thousands or even tens of thousands, which she couldn't bear. Now, hearing Changchen say he would treat her and take her to eat, how could she not be excited? At that moment, she recalled their first meeting when Changchen seemed to have driven several kilometers specifically to find good food, indicating that he shared her passion. With the mindset of a food enthusiast, she figured it would be easy to handle. Okay, boss, I will definitely help you uncover all the delicacies in Shangshan, and I won't let your taste buds down. Ran felt a surge of energy, filled with endless motivation. She took a dozen photos of ginseng and immediately got to work. Only after arranging the ginseng auction would she have time to search for delicious food everywhere. Changchen sat there alone, scrolling through his phone for half an hour. He had already considered who to sell the gemstones to, but he was still hesitating about how and where to sell the jade. Should he sell ordinary jade or new jade? The thought had just crossed his mind when he immediately dismissed it. The box of jade he had was mainly from the spring and autumn, Warring States, Qin, Han, and Western Jin periods. The styles were not what modern newly excavated jade would be carved into. It could only be sold as antiques. Although bringing it from the ancient time of Liu Xiao to the modern era did not increase the age of the jade, in Liu Xiao's time, new jade was still new jade, and the jade from the Qin and Han periods only had a history of 300 to 400 years. Nevertheless, it had some age, so calling it an antique was not excessive. But where should antiques be sold, and how? Should he go to the antique street? That was just a place to fleece ordinary people. The bosses there would only talk nonsense, claiming the real to be fake and selling the fake as real. Chang Chen was just an ordinary person, neither knowledgeable about antiques nor having any connections, completely in the dark. All he could rely on was that the box of jade could be kept on Liu Xiao's side in the ancient time, without worrying about it being stolen or snatched before he found a buyer. He could freely search for buyers and take out the actual items once he found one. At the same time, he wasn't in a hurry. The 3 ginseng roots had to wait for Ran to finalize the auction arrangements, after which he would take them to the auction house for inspection and storage. The auction house would need to promote it and wait for the auction time, which would take at least a week. He was now waiting for news from Ran. Ran was very efficient. In just over 2 hours, she called Chang Chen to say that the auction house had already reached an agreement, but they needed to see the actual items first to verify their age before proceeding with promotion and auction arrangements. Okay, I'll head over now. Chang Chen drove the car that Ran had rented, parked in the hotel parking area, and headed to the auction house according to the address provided. Upon arriving at the auction house, Ran was already waiting with a group of auction house officials. Perhaps it was the nearly 400-year-old ginseng that had stirred the auction house officials, making them eager to see the actual items. Chang Chen got out of the car, and Ran led the auction house officials over. Mr. Chang, it's a pleasure to meet you. A handshake accompanied by a polite remark. Of course, it was impossible to have known each other before. After the pleasantries, the auction house official got straight to the point. Mr. Chang, did you bring the 3 ginseng roots from the photos? Where are they? In the car's trunk. Chang Chen smiled as he opened the trunk, revealing the 3 wooden boxes containing ginseng that he had just brought over from Liu Xiao in the ancient time. Seeing that Chang Chen was alone and had placed ginseng worth possibly tens of millions in the car's trunk, the auction house officials were taken aback. The 3 wooden boxes containing the ginseng did not look very professional either. Of course, what they thought in their hearts was one thing. Now they just wanted to see the actual ginseng and confirm if one of them was indeed nearly 400 years old. The auction house official opened one of the boxes, took a quick glance, and immediately closed it again, then arranged for the staff to take it into the auction house, where real professionals were waiting to inspect the goods. Chang Chen quietly followed them into the auction house. 2 experts in traditional Chinese medicine conducted various tests on the 3 ginseng roots without causing any damage, estimating their ages. Ultimately, after their calculations, the 3 ginseng roots were determined to be approximately 180 years old, 245 years old, and 385 years old, respectively. There are only 2 roots whose ages differ by 5 years from the years mentioned by Liu Xiao in ancient times. It seems that the method of distinguishing the age of ginseng was already quite mature over 1,000 years ago, although in ancient times it was only accurate to the decade, while modern methods are precise to the 5-year mark. Even if the one with an age of 180 years were taken out alone, it would definitely become this year's ginseng king. I didn't expect there to be one around 245 years old, and another around 385 years old. I've lived for decades and seen many ginsengs, but this is the first time I've seen a ginseng king nearly 400 years old, and all 3 of these ginsengs are of top quality. Over 1700 years ago, the primeval forest was dense, and human activity was still very limited. It was a blue ocean era for various wild medicinal herbs. Ginseng collected by people of the status of Lu Kuan and Liu Xiao could not possibly be of poor quality. In past auctions, ginseng kings aged between 150 to 200 years occasionally appeared, with those of poor quality selling for just over $1 million, while those of good quality could fetch nearly $10 million. Since all 3 of Chang Chen's ginsengs are of top quality, based on past experience, even the one with the shortest age of 180 years could sell for at least several million. The most important one is the 385-year-old ginseng, which is just 15 years shy of 400 years. Such ginseng, especially of top quality, hasn't appeared in many years, 30 years, 50 years? In any case, this is the first time for the over 50-year-old expert in medicinal herbs to see it. No wonder he is so excited. Not only the expert but everyone present, except for Chang Chen, is very excited. Such auction items don't even need special promotion. Just a hint of news will attract a large number of wealthy individuals interested in bidding. Mr. Chang, it is our honor that you are willing to put these 3 ginseng kings up for auction at our venue. Shall we sign the contract now and set the starting bid? The auction house manager smiled brightly. Today might be the happiest day of his year. Over the past year, the auction house has seen items worth over 100 million, but although Chang Chen's nearly 400-year-old ginseng king is extremely rare, it is unlikely that anyone would be willing to spend 100 million to buy it. It is not likely to be the most expensive treasure at this year's auction. However, the rarity of this ginseng is such that he might only see a ginseng of this age and quality once in his lifetime, which is certainly more exciting than diamonds and jewels, which are worth over 100 million but can be seen almost every year. You are the auction house manager, along with 2 experts in this field. Please give me a suggestion for the starting bid. Chang Chen looked at the manager and the 2 experts. The auction house manager and the 2 experts gathered together to discuss and, after reaching a consensus, spoke to Chang Chen. Mr. Chang, for the 3 ginsengs, we suggest starting bids of 4 million for the one aged 180 years, 9 million for the one aged 245 years, and 20 million for the one aged 385 years. What do you think? That works, Chang Chen nodded in agreement. The manager continued, so, Mr. Chang, there is an auction in 7 days and another in a month. Which one would you like to participate in? If you choose the one in a month, there will be more time for promotion. Let's go with the one in 7 days. Chang Chen shook his head, not intending to wait a month, and decided to proceed with the auction in 7 days. Alright, we will draft the contract for you now. The contract will include insurance. If any damage or theft occurs while the ginseng is stored at our auction house before the auction starts, we will compensate you at double the agreed starting price. We suggest that before the auction begins, the 3 ginsengs be packaged separately. If you agree, we will arrange it to ensure the ginsengs are not damaged. The auction house manager continuously provided Chang Chen with absolute security assurances and suggestions. For the auction house, selling at a higher price means they can take a larger commission. Although the quality of the 3 ginseng roots was top-notch, in terms of packaging, they fell short compared to previous year's ginseng kings, which might affect the final transaction price. Alright, you can arrange it. Chang Chen had no objections, and the auction was set, just waiting for the bidding to start a week later. After signing the contract, he stored the 3 ginseng roots. Just before leaving, Chang Chen suddenly realized he had no connections in the antiques field, and the auction house manager in front of him was a prime connection. So, he privately asked the auction house manager if there were any wealthy individuals in the special district of Shangshan who particularly liked jade antiques, as he had a batch of jade items he wanted to sell. Chang Chen believed that although the goal was to sell antiques, it should matter who they were sold to. Some antique enthusiasts preferred porcelain, others favored gold artifacts, and some were more inclined towards bronze items. Naturally, there were also those who preferred jade antiques, and he wanted to find those enthusiasts, especially if they were wealthy. Yes, there is a Mr. Zhou in the Tongluo district, and a Mr. Fong in the Baiwen district. The auction house manager named 4 individuals, all deep-pocketed and well-versed in antique jade. Chang Chen asked for their contact information. While providing the contact details, the auction house manager also inquired if Chang Chen was interested in having the jade items appraised and auctioned at the house. In his view, since Chang Chen could bring 3 ginseng kings to auction, one of which was nearly 400 years old, and given that when they discussed pricing, even starting bids of several million or 20 million did not seem to faze him, it indicated that Chang Chen was at least a low-key hidden wealthy individual, worth no less than tens of millions, and the jade he could offer would surely not be subpar. However, Chang Chen shook his head. He had specifically researched various transaction prices from past auctions and found that for antiques, those that fetched high prices, such as porcelain, not only had clear provenance but were also made by renowned artisans or produced in famous kilns, or were sufficiently old and exquisite. The level of craftsmanship of his jade was undoubtedly high, but its only flaw was its peculiar age. Although it resembled styles from before the Western Jin, it had at most 400 to 500 years of history. The discrepancy in age and the lack of clarity in various aspects raised too many questions. There were actually not many antique enthusiasts at the auction. Most were just regular wealthy individuals, many of whom did not understand antiques and preferred to bid on items that were clearly not going to depreciate, and were even expected to appreciate. Finding the right person for his batch of jade was far more effective than auctioning them one by one to hundreds of wealthy individuals. After leaving the auction house with Ran, Chang Chen let her explore the local cuisine while he returned directly to the hotel. Sitting on the sofa in his hotel room, he took out his foldable phone and, based on the names and information provided by the auction house manager, searched for each one online, making deductions from the limited information available. Finally, he called Mr. Fong. On the phone, Mr. Fong first asked how Chang Chen got his number. For people of their status, unfamiliar numbers would be ignored unless the caller could specify where they obtained the number. Chang Chen informed him that he got the number from the auction house manager, and immediately, Mr. Fong's tone became polite. After a few straightforward exchanges, they arranged to meet the next morning. After hanging up, he checked the time. It was almost mealtime, and he wondered if Kan Ranran had found any good food. Just as she thought this, within 10 minutes, Kan Ranran sent a message with a store sign and a string of addresses. It seemed that after leaving the auction house, time was rather tight, and the place Kan Ranran found was less than 500 meters from the auction house. However, Kan Ranran said that based on her past experience in searching for good food, this restaurant should be quite good and worth a try. Okay, I'll meet you there. Chang Chen replied in a message and then headed to the address. In fact, searching for good food like this doesn't always guarantee a delicious meal. If 1 out of 3 times you find something truly tasty, that's already great. The enjoyment lies in the satisfaction and fun of discovering real culinary delights. Upon arriving at the restaurant, since it was close to mealtime and it might get crowded, Kan Ranran made a reservation for a private room while Chang Chen was still on the way. During the ordering and eating process, Chang Chen maintained a good attitude, but Kan Ranran couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. After all, going to a restaurant she had never been to before, thinking it might be good, and then bringing her boss along, what if it turned out to be not good? What if it was only her own opinion that it was tasty? As a result, while eating, Kan Ranran couldn't help but frequently steal glances at Chang Chen, which actually affected her own appetite. Chang Chen helplessly said, "You're not having any fun like this. If you don't find real good food, then just treat it as a normal meal to fill your stomach. If you do find something delicious, then you can enjoy the surprise of satisfying your taste buds. Just keep a good mindset. Your boss often explores little alleys, and if I see something appealing, I just buy it to try. Think of it with the same mindset you have when searching for food and eating, got it? Boss, you're really a good person." Kan Ranran immediately smiled brightly, and in an instant, her mindset relaxed. She no longer worried about Chang Chen and focused wholeheartedly on tasting the food she ordered. After this time, Kan Ranran truly let herself go. As long as it wasn't mealtime, it was almost impossible for Chang Chen to see her shadow at the hotel. He had no idea how many reviews she read or how many streets she wandered every day. The next morning, Chang Chen drove to the agreed location to meet Mr. Fong. After confirming each other's identities, they wasted no time on small talk and got straight to the point. "Did you bring the jade?" Mr. Fong asked first. "I did, please take a look." Chang Chen directly handed over a package. Naturally, he didn't carry a large box of several hundred pounds of jade with him. In fact, he had specifically chosen a very exquisite jade disc to test the waters. After Chang Chen hung up the phone yesterday, Mr. Fong immediately called the auction house manager to inquire. From the manager, he learned that Chang Chen mentioned a batch, but it seemed there was only one piece at the moment. However, Mr. Fong had seen many situations and guessed Chang Chen's intention, so he didn't say much and took out various tools to study the jade disc. Strange, truly strange. The more Mr. Fong studied, the more he exclaimed in wonder, while also frowning, as if there were many things he couldn't understand. Chang Chen remained silent, quietly sitting by. After Mr. Fong studied for more than 10 minutes and put down his tools to look at Chang Chen, Chang Chen finally asked, "Mr. Fong, have you examined it well?" Seeing Mr. Fong nod, Chang Chen continued straightforwardly, "What's your offer?" Mr. Fong pondered for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. "If this jade disc truly dates back to the Qin and Han dynasties, I could offer you 18 million. However, while the style of this jade disc is identical to those from the Qin and Han periods, its existence is at most 300 to 400 years, likely from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty. Fortunately, this jade of yours is clearly not unearthed from a grave, showing no signs of having been buried in the earth for years. Its value can be enhanced compared to similar jade artifacts that have only existed for 300 to 400 years. I'll offer you 2,600,000. What do you think?" Chang Chen did not respond immediately, as if he were contemplating. Mr. Fong did not rush him either, quietly waiting for Chang Chen to consider. After about 2 minutes, Chang Chen nodded and said, "All right, let's go with your price." He certainly did not understand antiques, nor did he know how jade should be appraised. What he thought was that this jade disc was one of the largest and most exquisite pieces in that box of jade artifacts, weighing just over 2 kilograms. Today's gold price is 598 per gram, which means nearly 600,000 for a kilogram of gold, already exceeding twice the price of gold of the same weight. This surpassed his expectations before coming here, so he was satisfied. Good. Seeing Chang Chen agree, Mr. Fong smiled and then got straight to the point. "Mr. Chang, you must have more than just this jade disc. you have others as well, right? Why not bring them out together? Although I enjoy collecting antique jade, I am not a professional in this field and have little interest in reselling. My offers are all fixed prices, and I believe Mr. Chang has sensed my sincerity. This statement held some truth. Changchen did not know that in his mind, he only cared about how much weight in gold that box of jade artifacts could ultimately be exchanged for. Now that this jade disc could be priced at more than twice the price of gold of the same weight, he believed Mr. Fong was sincere. Indeed, there is more than just this one. There is a batch, including jade pillows, seals, jade pendants, and various forms. Does Mr. Fong have anyone available? I need 5 or 6 people to help me carry them, Changchen said with a smile. You need 5 or 6 people to carry them? Mr. Fong was quite surprised and became thoroughly interested. All right, please wait a moment. Mr. Fong said with a smile, then took out his phone and made a call. In just a few minutes, several young men dressed like bodyguards arrived. Chang Chen led these people to the parking lot. You all wait here for a moment. He called out to them when they were still a dozen meters away from the car. Then he walked alone to the car, opened the middle door, and climbed inside. After about 30 seconds, he got out of the car and called to the young men. All right, you can come over now. He opened the trunk, which contained 3 boxes. Originally, it was one large box, but Changchen found it too heavy, so when sending it back to the ancient time, he had Lu Xiao change it to 3 smaller boxes, while also selecting out some pieces that did not look good enough or were less than 100 years old. From the original 600 pounds of jade artifacts, he removed over 100 pounds, leaving nearly 500 pounds. So now, each of the 3 boxes contained about 160 to 70 pounds of jade artifacts. Mr. Fong watched as the 6 young men struggled to carry in the 3 boxes, and his eyes involuntarily showed a look of surprise. He had thought that Chang Chen's batch meant a dozen or 20 pieces, but he did not expect it to be 3 such large boxes, likely containing more than a dozen or 20 pieces in each box. Chang Chen personally stepped forward to open the boxes and gestured, "Please." Mr. Fong set aside his doubts, nodded, and quietly approached to inspect. The jade artifacts Chang Chen obtained from Lu Xiao in the ancient time covered almost all types of history before the Western gene, including jade discs, jade pillows, jade pendants, hairpins, pendants, and so on, many styles that Mr. Fong did not have. The more Mr. Fong studied, the more interested he became. This time, he directly studied for over an hour, during which neither party spoke. Once Mr. Fong had examined everything, he put down his tools, pressed his sore back from squatting too long, and sat down on the sofa opposite Changchen. Only then did Changchen lift his spirits. He knew it was time to make an offer. Mr. Chang, there are many aspects of these jade artifacts that I find puzzling. They all clearly belong to the styles of the Spring and Autumn period, the Warring States period, and the Qin and Han dynasties, yet not a single piece has survived for more than 400 years, some have only existed for a few decades or a century. Moreover, these jade artifacts were not excavated from tombs, right? There are no signs of having been buried in the earth for a long time. Some of the jade is of excellent quality. Even modern jade of similar quality is not cheap, and some types of jade, if they were new, wouldn't even be worth a few hundred. This is quite normal. After modernization, human mining technology has developed rapidly. What used to take a decade to mine in ancient times can now be extracted in a single day. Some types of jade that were rare in ancient times have suddenly been discovered in large quantities due to the finding of a rich mine, leading to a price collapse. If there were no historical value assigned to these artifacts, these 3 boxes of jade might not even be worth a few million. I wonder if someone during the Ming and Qing dynasties specifically replicated a batch of jade artifacts from the Spring and Autumn period in the Qin and Han dynasties, and managed to preserve them intact in reality, not buried in tombs, yet evading numerous wars. However, such enthusiasts are often just 1 or 2 individuals from a specific period. For instance, a batch of jade artifacts all around 300 years old, but these from Changchen include pieces that are 300, 400, 200, 100, and even less than 100 years old. Additionally, if it were evident that these jade artifacts had once been buried in the earth, Mr. Fong wouldn't have so many questions. Yet all the appearances indicate that all the jade artifacts have been preserved in the present and have never been buried as grave goods. No explanation. Chang Chen shook his head directly and said, "If Mr. Fong is interested, just make an offer. If it's suitable, I'll sell it to you right here, and you can take your time to study it later." Even antiques with just 100 years of history can have many stories to tell and many aspects to hype. They are not without value. Mr. Fong fell silent. He actually hoped that Chang Chen would explain a bit. However, having dealt with the antique industry quite a bit, he knew many of its rules. If the seller does not wish to explain the provenance, you can lower your offer by 1 or 2/10 of your intended price, but you must never press for details. Mr. Fong remained silent for about 7 or 8 minutes. then spent another 10 minutes making 3 phone calls. Finally, he seemed to have made a decision, sitting back down in front of Chang Chen and saying, "This batch of jade artifacts is quite large and strange, but since they are clearly not funerary objects and not excavated from tombs, living people can safely handle and wear them, so the price is actually difficult to determine. After careful consideration and consulting with 2 old friends, I have a bit of a basis. Let me ask Mr. Chang one more question. Do you want to price these artifacts individually, or should I give you a price for the whole lot? Just to clarify, some smaller jade pieces, even with historical value, may not be worth much, perhaps just a few thousand." Chang Chen did not waste words and directly stated, "Please give me a price for the whole lot, estimating based on the weight of gold. For example, how much weight in gold do you think this batch of jade artifacts is worth? We can then derive the final price based on the current gold price. Your method is truly novel, I have never encountered it before. It's more generous than many." Mr. Fong suppressed all his doubts and looked directly at Chang Chen. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Fong walked over to pick up a few of the largest and most exquisite jade pieces to examine them, calculating the price in his mind. After deliberating for about 5 or 6 minutes, Mr. Fong offered, "Some of these jade artifacts can be worth 2 to 3 times their weight in gold, while others aren't even worth 1/30th of their weight in gold. Estimating them all together, I can offer you a value equivalent to 29% of their weight in gold." Chang Chen pondered, also calculating in his mind. In fact, his expectation was to obtain an amount of gold equivalent to 1/3 of the weight. To achieve this, he had set aside over 100 pounds of jade that he deemed of insufficient quality and craftsmanship, but he still found it lacking by quite a bit. However, an amount equivalent to 29% of the weight in gold was already a considerable sum. The 3 boxes of jade weighed approximately 490 pounds, and 29% of that equated to 142.1 pounds of gold. With 1 pound being 500 grams, that amounted to 71,050 grams of gold. At today's gold price of 598 per gram, that totals 42,487,900 yuan. If Mr. Chang finds it acceptable, I can round it up to an even number, 42.5 million soft sister currency. What do you think? Although this was the special economic zone of Shangshan, Mr. Fong knew that Chang Chen was from the inland, so he didn't mention the special zone currency but directly referred to the inland soft sister currency. After all, whether it was soft sister currency or special zone currency, it would ultimately be calculated based on today's gold price. Chang Chen nodded, "That's fine, let's proceed with the transaction at this price." He didn't haggle because Mr. Fong had previously mentioned that he preferred to quote a fixed price. Even if he were to negotiate, he estimated that he could at most change the 29% to 30%. A mere 0.1% more would only amount to a little over $1 million, which wasn't worth appearing petty and indecisive. Very straightforward. Mr. Fong smiled warmly, not wasting any time, and immediately arranged for the money to be transferred to Chang Chen. After receiving the money, Chang Chen left directly. Mr. Fong, on the other hand, was excitedly making phone calls, inviting several old friends to come over and appreciate the jade. Everyone settled their transactions without interference. He had no interest in using his connections to investigate Chang Chen, as he had many doubts about him. In this world, as long as many matters do not pose an obvious threat to oneself, it's best not to pry unnecessarily, lest one offend others. In peacetime, when everything is governed by law, everyone is a businessman, a person of dignity. As long as both parties benefit, that's all that matters. In the following days, Chang Chen did not immediately go to sell the gemstones. Instead, he planned to enjoy a few days first, waiting until just 2 or 3 days before the auction to sell the gemstones according to the path he had already devised. Once the gemstones were sold, the auction would be nearly over, and he could then leave the special economic zone of Xiangshan and return to the inland. During these few days, Chang Chen either rested in the hotel, or went out to taste delicious food with Kan Ran, or wandered around to see the attractions of the special zone. The special zone had previously belonged to Guangdong, and many people here had the habit of enjoying morning tea and afternoon tea. Of course, it was impossible to indulge in gourmet food at every meal. Thus, Chang Chen and Kan Ran would go for morning tea around 7 in the morning, have lunch around 11, enjoy afternoon tea around 3, and then have dinner around 7 or 8 in the evening, totaling 4 meals a day. With Chang Chen treating, Kan Ran let herself go, and within a few days, they had nearly explored the entire special zone with a population of 7 million, discovering all the delicious food they could find. Due to enjoying the food so much, she felt like she gained almost a pound every day. As a beautiful woman with great self-discipline, although she loved gourmet food, she absolutely did not want to gain weight. So by the 4th day, Chang Chen noticed that she tried to eat less each time, focusing on tasting small portions. It's hard to lose weight here in the special zone. Once we return to the inland, I'll lose a few pounds before indulging again. Chang Chen shook his head, not commenting or interfering. He believed everyone had their own way of life, and as long as it didn't affect others, it was fine as long as one was happy. With 2 days left until the auction, Chang Chen walked alone into the headquarters of Leo Fengxiang Gold and Jewelry in the special zone, carrying a briefcase. "Do you have an appointment?" the receptionist asked Chang Chen. "No," Chang Chen responded, and as the receptionist politely asked him to make an appointment first, he took out a stack of photos from his briefcase and smiled. "However, what I need to do today, I believe, does not require an appointment. No matter how busy your person in charge is, they will surely be willing to take some time to talk with me. Our company has a batch of top-quality gemstones that we intend to sell to your group. Here are the photos of the gemstones. Please inform your person in charge, and I will wait for their reply." Lao Fengxiang was merely the first trading partner chosen by Chang Chen. As one of Asia's financial centers, the special zone of Shangshan has branches of many larger gold and jewelry groups from around the world. If there were no results with Lao Fengxiang, Chang Chen would immediately go to other gold and jewelry groups to see. The receptionist glanced at the photos and, without hesitation, contacted the secretariat, then reached the person in charge of the Lao Fengxiang Special Zone branch to inform her of the matter. The person in charge of Lao Fengxiang's Gold and Jewelry Special Zone was not only the group's Special Zone manager but also a renowned gold and jewelry designer, who was in dire need of top-quality gemstones. Upon hearing that someone was preparing to sell a batch of top-quality gemstones to the group, she immediately became interested. When she saw the photos sent over, her eyes lit up after just the first one, and after flipping through more than a dozen, she showed even more excitement. As the year was nearing its end, the performance of the Shangshan Special Zone this year was quite unsatisfactory, which would severely impact her future prospects. She already had a vision for a set of jewelry in her mind, and if she could obtain a batch of good gemstones, she was confident that she could design something that would stir the industry, boost her reputation, and simultaneously improve the performance of the Shangshan Special Zone this year. Before Chang Chen arrived, she was contemplating where to procure a batch of gemstones. It is known that there are many gold and jewelry companies in the world, and the number of gemstones produced each year is limited. The quantity allocated to various regional headquarters is even less, and relying on the group's fixed channels to obtain more gemstones is simply impossible. One can only rely on additional procurement in their responsible area. However, it is not as simple as wanting to procure and having someone willing to sell, especially for top-quality gemstones. Acquiring even one extra is not easy. The arrival of Chang Chen at this moment was like a pillow being delivered just as she was dozing off. She had already seen a top-quality gemstone in Chang Chen's photos, not to mention a considerable number of other gemstones of various qualities. Naturally, she took it very seriously. "Immediately bring someone up," the person in charge instructed her assistant beside her. Although she was very busy at the moment, originally scheduled to have a meeting with the senior management of the Special Zone headquarters, she could delay the meeting. At worst, they could arrange for overtime in the evening. Missing out on a batch of good gemstones would be a huge loss. After about 10 minutes of waiting, someone came out to lead him inside, taking the elevator straight to the top floor of the building. The person in charge of Lao Fengxiang's Gold and Jewelry Special Zone was a middle-aged woman around 40, dressed very fashionably, with stylish makeup and jewelry. "What is your surname, sir?" the middle-aged woman asked first. "My surname is Chang," Chang Chen replied. "Hello, Mr. Chang, my surname is He, and I am the general manager of the group's Special Zone branch." The middle-aged woman smiled and extended her hand, politely shaking hands with Chang Chen. The two sat facing each other, with the photos of the gemstones that Chang Chen had sent over placed on the table between them. "Does Mr. Chang have the actual gemstones with him?" General Manager He inquired, trying to suppress her eagerness. "Of course, I do." Chang Chen calmly took out a small box from his pocket, opening it to reveal 2 gemstones, one green and one purple, which he had specifically selected as fine specimens to test the waters. "Please check them for yourself first." After handing the opened box to General Manager he sat quietly without saying a word. General Manager He wasted no time and immediately picked up one of the gemstones to examine it closely, looking at it for a full 2 to 3 minutes before picking up the other one to inspect it for another 2 to 3 minutes. "These are all real gemstones, one of which is close to top quality, and the other is also of high quality," General Manager He commented. As the head of a large gold and jewelry group and a financial center, General Manager He had far better control over her emotions than Chang Chen. Although she was eager to acquire all the gemstones in Chang Chen's photos, she maintained an almost emotionless facade. "How much does General Manager He think these 2 gemstones can fetch?" This was reminiscent of a scene a few days ago between Chang Chen and Mr. Fong, a jade collector. General manager he, who was in the gold and jewelry business and also involved in design, naturally saw through Chang Chen's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, she quoted, "If Mr. Chang sells now, I can offer 1,800,000 for the green one, and 75,000 for the purple one. Together, that amounts to 2,550,000. This price made Chang Chen's eyelids twitch involuntarily. Moreover, he was surprised because the green one, not much larger than a thumb, could sell for 1,800,000, while the purple one, several times larger, could only sell for 75,000. However, he didn't understand the gemstone industry. What he cared about was the total value of the box of gemstones in his possession. The fact that these two gemstones were worth 2,550,000 was a greater shock to him than the sale of Jade a few days ago, 10 times more intense. No matter how much he tried to control himself and remain calm, he couldn't help but feel his heart rate increase by more than half. At the same time, Chang Chen calculated in his mind that the two gemstones together definitely weighed less than 50 grams, while 2,550,000 was equivalent to the value of over 4,000 grams of gold. Even if the gemstones were counted as 50 grams, that would be worth more than 80 times the value of gold. If that were the case, even if the remaining gemstones were far less valuable than these two, selling them all would likely yield at least 5 times the weight in gold. What does Mr. Chang think of this price? General manager, he asked with a smile, confidently inquiring. To gain Chang Chen's trust and sell him the other gemstones as well, she offered the highest price she could. Unlike some private antique collectors or dealers who would try to buy low and take advantage of others, General Manager he, as the head of a large gold and jewelry group and a financial center, had different considerations. Firstly, this gold and jewelry group was not hers. Secondly, even if she bought the gemstones at a low price, it would only save the group's money, which had little to do with her. In fact, offering too low a price might seem insincere and lead to missing out on this urgently needed batch of jewelry. Only by successfully acquiring the gemstones in Chang Chen's hands could she create the set of jewelry she envisioned, which was her true interest. Okay, Chang Chen nodded, agreeing to her proposed price. Since he didn't understand the gemstone industry, he naturally didn't know how to negotiate. If he tried to bargain, it might expose his ignorance. He focused on one point. The box of gemstones in his hands could ultimately be exchanged for a price equivalent to several times the value of gold. Seeing that Chang Chen was satisfied, General Manager he smiled and asked, "Mr. Chang must have more than just these two gemstones. There are others, right? Why not bring them over? Our gold and jewelry company is one of the top 3 groups in this industry in Greater China. As the head of the Special Zone headquarters, I promise you will get the best price for any gemstone here." Chang Chen smiled as well and decided not to hold back, responding, "General Manager he, you are indeed very sincere. Please wait a moment, I will go get the other gemstones for you." With that, he took the elevator from the top floor to the parking lot on the first floor. Just like a few days ago when he sold the Jade, he opened the middle car door, got in, and immediately contacted Lu Xiao from ancient times to bring the box of gemstones back to the present. Because this box of gems weighed only a few dozen pounds, and Chang Chen had moved frequently in the past, this weight was nothing to him. Therefore, he did not specifically ask General Manager he to send someone to help with the transport. When he took the elevator back to the top floor of the building, only 10 minutes had passed. When he placed the box of gems in front of General Manager he and directly opened it to reveal the gems inside, even though General Manager he had a high level of self-cultivation and emotional stability, she could not help but show a shocked expression. It should be noted that the dozen or so photos Chang Chen had previously sent her only showed about 40 gems. She had thought there were only about 40, but unexpectedly, it was a whole box. Moreover, Chang Chen had actually moved it all by himself. In similar situations involving the sale of large quantities of gems, the seller usually had at least 2 or 3 assistants, plus a dozen bodyguards. It was simply impossible for someone to do it alone like Chang Chen. Which young master is this, to be so calm while doing such a thing? Truly bold. General Manager he had many questions in her mind. Even though their group was a large gold and jewelry company with assets in the hundreds of billions, and they wouldn't do anything illegal, how could he bring so many gems without fearing even the slightest leak of information, risking being intercepted and robbed? Losing the gems would be a minor issue. What if he got hurt in the process? Wouldn't that be regrettable? However, she only had these thoughts in her mind. How others conducted their business and the things she couldn't understand about him were not the main focus at that moment. The most important thing was that this box of gems was now in front of her, ready to be sold to her, and she had to secure it for her performance this year. You can check them one by one first, confirm that there are no issues with these gems, categorize them according to the quality you think they belong to, and then give me an overall valuation, Chang Chen said calmly, gesturing for her to proceed. With over 150 million in cash in his bank account, and this box of gems directly obtained from Lu Xiao in ancient times. Changchen had not yet converted the materials for Lu Xiao, so theoretically, they still belonged to Lu Xiao. He had not exerted much effort throughout the process, which made his emotions and demeanor seem quite peculiar. General manager, he had never encountered someone like this before. No matter how many questions she had or how many things she couldn't comprehend, she subconsciously believed that such a person was not simple and dared not underestimate him. It would take a lot of time for general manager he to inspect so many gems by herself. Fortunately, this was the headquarters of the group located in a financial center, with many gem professionals available. With just a phone call, more than a dozen people quickly arrived to assist general manager he in examining Chang Chen's box of gems. After about 2 hours, general manager he and the others had completed the inspection and categorized the various qualities. At this point, Chang Chen had already played several rounds of games, and when he heard the sound of general manager he and the others putting down their tools one after another, he finally looked up. "It's ready, Mr. Chang," general manager he said, dressed fashionably, with a proper smile. As the general manager of the group in a financial center, she was very good at controlling her emotions, but it was clear that she was genuinely happy at that moment. Quote, "The price, in mainland currency," Chang Chen said directly without much elaboration. General manager he was momentarily taken aback but did not question it and nodded. "Mr. Chang, please come this way." She was not the type to dawdle, personally leading Chang Chen to the piles of categorized gems. In fact, there has always been a mature system for pricing gems. General manager he started with the most expensive offer to Chang Chen. This is the highest quality gem. According to the prices on the mainland, the price per carat is between 100,000 and 120,000. There are only 2 pieces, and one of them is slightly smaller in diameter, which lowers the overall price a bit, so I'm pricing it at 115,000 per carat. Chang Chen nodded, his face showing little expression, but his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He realized that the 2 gems he initially thought were the best, one green and one purple, were not as valuable as he believed. Only the green one reached the 3rd tier. General manager he continued to quote prices for other quality gems. "These are nearly top quality sapphires, priced at 60 to 80,000 per carat, and I'm offering you 72,000 per carat." The gems were categorized into over 20 qualities, with prices ranging from the most expensive at 115,000 per carat to 80 per carat. 1 carat equals 0.2 grams, meaning 5 carats equal 1 gram. The 2 most expensive gems at 115,000 per carat would total 575,000, equivalent to over 900 times the weight of gold. Meanwhile, the cheapest at 80 per carat, totaling 400, would still be more than half the price of gold. At the same time, Chang Chen didn't understand gems. He initially thought he could just ask for a total price equivalent to the weight of gold, like when he sold Jade a few days ago. Fortunately, he didn't impulsively reveal his intentions. If he had asked general manager he for a total estimate for this batch of gems, it would have completely exposed his ignorance. The current situation was much better. He just needed to remain calm and let the other party quote according to industry standards. First, the price was quoted, then the specific weight was measured, and finally, the total price was calculated based on the actual weight. This batch of gems weighed over 40 pounds in total, and the final calculated total price was 23,252,000, equivalent to over 17 times the weight of gold. Chang Chen didn't dwell on whether he could have negotiated a few million more if he had been knowledgeable. For him, this price far exceeded his initial expectations. He and Lu Xiao from the ancient time both believed that as long as they could sell for 3 times the weight of gold, it would be worth it, but they didn't expect it to be nearly 6 times their mental price. In Lu Xiao's era, gems were not worth as much as jade, but in modern times, they were priced dozens of times higher than that batch of jade. This was also because that batch of jade had some antique attributes, sold as antiques. If there were no antique attributes attached to the new jade, even hundreds of times the weight might not match the value of gems. It was originally a no-cost transaction. Only after selling did it become money. As for whether the actual value was a few million or even over 100 million, it didn't matter as long as he could smoothly obtain over 230 million now. Therefore, Chang Chen had no objections to general manager he's quote and did not negotiate at all. After signing a series of liability waivers, this batch of gems was officially sold to Laofeng Xiang Gold and Jewelry Group at their headquarters in Xiangshan, a special economic zone. Chang Chen's bank account also increased by 23,252,000, plus the 42,500,000 from the jade sold a few days ago, bringing the total from jade and gems to 275,200,000. Leaving the Laofeng Xiang Gold and Jewelry building and returning to the hotel, he thought, now we just wait for the auction of the 3 ginseng roots. This time, it's expected to bring back over 300 million to the mainland. After all, the auction had one root at 4 million, one at 9 million, and one at 20 million, even at the auction's reserve price, they could ultimately get 308,200,000. Changchen couldn't help but feel excited. If he had some strong liquor beside him, he would definitely pour out 2 taels to calm his nerves. He waited another day. The auction finally began, but Changchen did not observe it in person. However, from the information gathered, this auction is said to be specifically aimed at that ginseng king, which is nearly 400 years old. Not only are there first-line female celebrities claiming to be worth billions, but there is also a mainland tycoon whose company is valued at over 20 billion. It's obvious that there will be fierce bidding for that nearly 400-year-old ginseng king. All 3 are top-quality ginseng, each one at the king level. If it weren't for the 385-year-old ginseng and the 245-year-old one, the least valuable one, which is 180 years old, would still qualify to be this year's ginseng king and fetch a high price. The question arises, since the wealthy bidders are primarily targeting the best 385-year-old ginseng, if the auction starts with the lowest 180-year-old ginseng, followed by the 245-year-old, and finally the 385-year-old as the grand finale, it's likely that the first 2 won't fetch the best prices. Wealthy bidders will certainly try to reserve their funds for the final bid on the 385-year-old ginseng. The auction house earns a commission based on the final sale price, so the higher the price, the higher their commission. They wouldn't make such a mistake. Therefore, the auction house plans to start with the 385-year-old ginseng. This way, the most capable tycoon can secure the 385-year-old ginseng, while the other tycoon, who narrowly loses, can still bid on the next tier, the 245-year-old ginseng, and the same logic applies to the 180-year-old ginseng. Thus, all 3 ginseng can achieve the best prices. Ultimately, after a fierce bidding war, the 385-year-old ginseng sold for 34 million. The 245-year-old ginseng sold for over 13 million. The 180-year-old ginseng sold for over 7 million. When the prices were sent to Chang Chen's phone, he clenched his fist, feeling quite invigorated. 34 million plus over 13 million plus over 7 million totals around 55 million. Of course, this is the amount in special zone currency. After deducting a 7% commission and 3% tax, Chang Chen received 49,500,000. Today, the exchange rate of special zone currency to soft sister currency is 1 to 0.91, resulting in 45,400,000 soft sister currency. Adding the 275 million from selling jade and gemstones, the total comes to 320,600,000. Chang Chen did not linger in the special zone of Shangshan. He completed the procedures at the auction house, received the funds, and immediately flew back to his home city in the mainland with Kanranran. 320,600,000, calculating 30% for Lu Xiao, amounts to 96,100,000. Chang Chen has to pay various taxes totaling around 20%, which comes to 64,100,000. Ultimately, the amount that truly belongs to him is about 160,400,000. Although before going to the special zone of Shangshan, Chang Chen spent 14,400,000 to buy 3 pharmacies, he still has over 260 million in personal cash at this moment. Besides this cash, his safe also contains about 31 kilograms of exquisite gold jewelry. These were carefully selected from each batch of gold, as he couldn't bear to melt them into ordinary gold bars. Now he has come to realize that all those exquisite gold ornaments, which are crafted in ancient styles but cannot be sold as antiques, should only keep the best and most beautiful pieces as mementos. The rest should be melted down into gold bars and sold. At current gold prices, that would be worth over 18 million. Back home, sitting on the large sofa, after reclining for more than 10 minutes, Chang Chen connected to the ancient time and contacted Lu Xiao. That box of jade has little value. Instead, that box of gemstones sold for over 5 times the price of the jade. Adding those 3 ginseng, I've calculated it to be equivalent to the value of 53 million jin of rice. As soon as this number was announced, Lu Xiao on the opposite side was instantly filled with excitement. Over the past 8 days, the elderly, weak, women, and children of Han descent who could come to Jinyang City had basically all arrived. Thanks to the 60,000 compressed biscuits sent by Changchen last time, as well as the tens of thousands of flatbreads made in Jinyang City, many who would have collapsed on the way managed to hold on. The number of elderly, weak, women, and children who reached Jinyang City exceeded the expected 70 to 80,000 by several thousand, totaling over 87,000. The gathering of Han military and civilians in Jinyang City had officially reached 150,000. Even without counting the hundreds or thousands who would arrive later, just considering these 150,000, the amount of supplies needed daily was enormous. Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Exayan, the top leaders of Jinyang, all felt immense pressure. Now, with Chang Chen promising supplies worth approximately 53 million pounds of rice, even if each person ate 2 pounds of rice a day, that would amount to 300,000 pounds consumed daily, and 9 million pounds in a month. This 53 million pounds would be enough to sustain 150,000 people for nearly 6 months, sufficient to last until spring next year, with some left over. Of course, eating 2 pounds of rice a day would fill people up, but if they wanted the frail elderly, women, and children, who were skin and bones, to have the strength to cultivate and farm come spring, just eating rice would not be enough. Additionally, at this time of year, many grains were cheaper than rice. With winter approaching, before the first snow fell, in this modern time, after corn, 2 more crops were being harvested, potatoes and sweet potatoes. This year, not only had the purchase price of corn decreased compared to last year, but the purchase prices of potatoes and sweet potatoes were also falling. If all sizes of potatoes were accepted, the rural purchase price was 50 cents per pound. Similarly, for sweet potatoes, the rural purchase price was also 50 cents per pound. Chang Chen instructed Yu Xiaorou to add 20 cents for the rural buyers, bringing the price to 70 cents per pound for storage in the warehouse. Rent 2 more large warehouses, preferably 3, so that we can store over 1,200 tons of supplies at once. For the first batch, purchase 1,000 tons of potatoes, and the same for sweet potatoes. For a million pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes would only cost 2,800,000, much cheaper than just rice or flour, and significantly less than corn. The efficiency of the rural buyers was very high. If Yu Xiaorou placed orders today, they could deliver to the warehouse by the next evening and unload overnight. The surrounding countryside had a large amount of potatoes and sweet potatoes, and within 100 kilometers, a truck could carry 40 tons. From digging, loading, transporting, to unloading, it could all be completed in a day and night. 3 large warehouses contacted 9 rural buyers, and each large warehouse could unload 3 large trucks of goods in one night. Thus, when Chang Chen went to the warehouse on the 3rd morning, there were a total of 360 tons of potatoes and sweet potatoes, all neatly stacked in net bags. It had been 11 days since Chang Chen last sent supplies to Lu Xiao. The last batch of supplies was worth 460,000, which could last half a month based on an estimated daily expenditure of 2 yuan per person. However, the time between the first and last batches of that last delivery was 6 days, and in reality, Lu Xiao had used that batch of supplies over 17 days. Fortunately, during those 17 days, not every day had 150,000 people needing food and drink, so there was still about a day's worth of supplies left. It would definitely be inappropriate to wait until Lu Xiao had used up all the supplies before sending new ones. Therefore, Chang Chen planned to send the 360 tons of potatoes and sweet potatoes he had purchased to Lu Xiao first. Chang Chen asked Lu Xiao, "Have you prepared the cellar as you were instructed? The food I'm sending this time is not rice, flour, or corn. It needs to be stored in the cellar. Everything has been dug according to your requirements, and it is ready," Lu Xiao replied. After the siege of Jinyang was lifted, the defending army of Jinyang still had about 11,000 men. From the more than 4,700 Han people captured from the various Hu armies, after some transformation, they were incorporated into the Jinyang defending army, which then had around 15,700 men. During this time, more than 87,000 Han people gradually arrived at Jinyang city seeking refuge, among which only more than 4,800 were adult young men. The ratio of young men to the elderly, weak, women, and children reached 1 to 17, meaning that for every 18 people, only 1 was an adult young man. This ratio was not insignificant. Theoretically, at least 1 of every 2 young men should remain to participate in various forms of production to maintain a balance of survival. However, because Chang Chen directly provided food and various other supplies, and the planting of vegetables and many tasks could be replaced by adult women, all adult young men in Jinyang City were enlisted in the army. This included the more than 4,800 who had come with the elderly, weak, women, and children. Of course, these more than 4,800 young men were not directly incorporated into the Jinyang defending army. According to Chang Chen's suggestion, they also needed to undergo about a month of ideological deepening and physical recovery, just like the previous 4,700 Han army captives, before they could be integrated into the Jinyang defending army. But in any case, Lu Xiao was not lacking in manpower. He directly dispatched soldiers to dig a cellar, and in just one day yesterday, they easily excavated a cellar capable of holding several hundred tons of potatoes and sweet potatoes. With Chang Chen's operation, bag after bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes appeared out of nowhere, neatly piled up in the cellar. Lu Xiao couldn't wait to check this food this time. He first cut open a bag containing sweet potatoes, took one out, and examined it back and forth. Then he cut open a bag of potatoes and did the same with one potato. The one you took out earlier is called a potato, and the one you just took out is called a sweet potato. 1 pound of rice can be exchanged for more than 2 pounds of these two things. They can be roasted, steamed, and the potato can also be stewed with meat or shredded and stir-fried as a dish. with many ways to eat them. Alright, both potatoes and sweet potatoes can also be buried in charcoal and eaten directly after being roasted. Personally, I think this method is the most delicious for sweet potatoes. As Changchen spoke to Lu Xiao from the ancient time, he suddenly became interested. It seemed he hadn't eaten sweet potatoes roasted directly over charcoal in many years, 5 years, 7 years? In any case, since he met his ex-wife Lin Jiawei, he hadn't eaten roasted sweet potatoes anymore, let alone those roasted directly over charcoal. You pick a few now and go to the place where you cook. You should have just finished breakfast, and there must be charcoal in the stove. Although Lu Xiao was usually very busy with many things waiting for him to handle, he didn't dare to neglect Changchen upon hearing the interest in his tone. Moreover, since Changchen said that 1 pound of rice could be exchanged for more than 2 pounds of these unfamiliar grains, he was also very curious about what they tasted like and how filling they were. Thus, Lu Xiao quickly picked 5 medium-sized potatoes and 5 medium-sized sweet potatoes and headed to the military camp's cooking area. Just as Changchen had thought, the soldiers in the camp had just finished breakfast, and some were still eating, with plenty of charcoal left in the stove. Following Changchen's instructions, Lu Xiao buried the 5 potatoes and 5 sweet potatoes in the charcoal, and there was enough charcoal in one stove to bury them all. What next, immortal? Lu Xiao asked after finishing. Wait for about half a stick of incense's worth of time. Changchen thought that half a stick of incense was about 20 minutes, and given the size of the buried potatoes and sweet potatoes, they should be cooked by then. Both modern Changchen and ancient Lu Xiao patiently waited. During the time they were waiting, Lu Koan had specifically instructed the personal guards around Lu Xiao that if Lu Xiao ever produced any novel items they had never seen before or exhibited any special behavior, they should immediately inform him. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were, of course, the first novel items that Lu Xiao and everyone else had encountered in that era. Moreover, Lu Xiao's act of burying 5 potatoes and 5 sweet potatoes in the charcoal fire of the kitchen was indeed a special action, so someone promptly went to report to Lu Koan. At that time, the 2 deputy generals, Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian, were with Lu Koan, and he brought them along. When the 3 arrived, they only saw Lu Xiao standing there waiting. Just as they were about to inquire, they caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma in the air, a delightful scent with a hint of sweetness, something quite special. Their eyes lit up with curiosity. By this time, it had been about 13 or 14 minutes since the potatoes and sweet potatoes had been buried in the charcoal fire. Father, uncles, please wait a little longer, just half a tea's worth of time, Lu Xiao said proactively without waiting for the 3 to ask. The 3 exchanged glances but did not press for questions, instead choosing to wait patiently. About 7 more minutes passed. It should be ready now, let's take out the potatoes and sweet potatoes, Changchen from the modern time whispered, timing it perfectly. Lu Xiao, smelling the increasingly rich aroma of the potatoes and sweet potatoes cooking, was eager to try them. He immediately picked up a stick nearby and began to dig into the charcoal fire. Soon, all 5 potatoes and 5 sweet potatoes were pulled out from the fire. I won't eat the potatoes, I'll have a sweet potato first, Changchen said without hesitation, grabbing the one that looked the most appealing to him. When the sweet potato appeared on the coffee table, it was still steaming hot. The aroma wafted through the air, and within just a few breaths, the entire living room was filled with the unique sweet scent of the sweet potato. The sweet potato was still very hot, but Changchen, unable to contain his excitement, quickly tore off 2 paper towels, wrapped the sweet potato, and began to peel it carefully. On the ancient side, only Lu Xiao could hear Changchen's words, and the disappearance of 1 sweet potato happened so quickly that it seemed like an illusion. Apart from Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian, who understood what had happened, everyone else thought they were seeing things. Of course, even if someone firmly believed they had witnessed a sweet potato vanish inexplicably, it was not a big deal. Months ago, when Jinyang City was besieged by the Xiongnu and other barbarian armies, it faced a dire situation, yet suddenly received a continuous supply of food, salt, and other resources. At that time, Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and others had explained that Jinyang City was under divine protection. Witnessing such a miracle would not cause panic in the army, rather, it would boost morale. Father, uncles, let's each have 1, Lu Xiao divided the remaining 4 sweet potatoes. The 4 high-ranking officials of Jinyang each held a hot sweet potato, occasionally switching hands as they began to peel the skin. Instantly, the steaming, fragrant yellow flesh of the sweet potato was revealed. While the 4 of them could only wait for the sweet potatoes to cool naturally or blow on them at most, Changchen from the modern times simply turned on the air conditioning to cool them down a bit faster, allowing him to take a bite first. Having not eaten sweet potatoes for a long time, suddenly tasting the freshly roasted sweet potato was naturally delightful and sweet. On the ancient side, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian took their first bite shortly after. Compared to Changchen, who could reminisce about the taste he had enjoyed years ago, Lu Xiao and the others were truly tasting it for the first time. and it was the most deliciously prepared sweet potato they had ever had. It smelled much better than plain rice or pancakes. They ate later than Changchen, but finished before him, and then immediately continued eating potatoes. Unfortunately, compared to the direct and rich sweetness of sweet potatoes, the aroma of the cooked potatoes was much lighter, and there wasn't much sweetness, which disappointed the four of them. They had thought it would taste just as good. No wonder the immortal only took away one sweet potato and didn't take this thing called potato. Of course, since it was their first time eating, although the sweetness of the potato couldn't compare to that of the sweet potato, it had its own unique flavor and was definitely not bad. When they had eaten half of the potatoes, Changchen in the modern time had just finished his sweet potato. Through Lu Xiao's perspective, he saw the expressions of Lu Kuan and the others and couldn't help but smile, knowing what they were thinking. Actually, don't be fooled by the appearance that sweet potatoes seem tastier than potatoes. I have to tell you that potatoes are much more useful than sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes can't be eaten as a staple food at every meal, but potatoes can, and there are far more ways to prepare potatoes than sweet potatoes. As I mentioned earlier, you can shred them and stir-fry them as a dish, or cut them into thumb-sized pieces and stew them with meat. While Changchen was talking to Lu Xiao, many mid-level commanders in the military camp had already gathered around, drawn by the aroma, and even a circle of ordinary soldiers had formed outside. They watched eagerly as Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and the others finished their sweet potatoes and then their potatoes, looking as if they were incredibly delicious. Some people had been swallowing saliva for a long time. "General, what delicious food are you eating that smells so good?" A mid-level commander with eyes almost as big as copper bells, who was close to Lu Xiao, couldn't help but ask loudly. Lu Xiao was mainly focused on listening to Changchen's voice, and when he was suddenly interrupted, he kicked the mid-level commander in the backside in anger and glared. "The root vegetables you were ordered to dig out yesterday are in the cellar. If you want to know the taste, go get a bag and cook it yourself." "All right, thank you, General." The mid-level commander didn't feel wronged at all and hurried off to the cellar they had dug yesterday to get sweet potatoes and potatoes. Just then, there were still strong coals left in the other stoves, so cooking the potatoes and sweet potatoes wouldn't be a problem and would avoid waste. In the modern time, Lu Xiao had just been interrupted, so he stopped speaking, but now that he saw Lu Xiao had resolved the situation, he continued, "How to eat potatoes and sweet potatoes is secondary. The most important thing is their yield." Changchen paused for a moment, stirring Lu Xiao's emotions. Lu Xiao focused his attention, his expression invigorated. He knew that since Changchen specifically emphasized the yield of these two crops, it must be significantly higher than that of traditional wheat and rice. Once potatoes and sweet potatoes are planted well, theoretically, the maximum yield per acre can reach over 10,000 jin. When I say an acre, I mean a piece of land measuring 10 zhang by 6 zhang. As soon as this number was mentioned, Lu Xiao gasped in shock, his breathing becoming rapid. "Shower, what's wrong? What did you hear?" Lu Kuan immediately asked upon seeing Lu Xiao's sudden state. Lu Xiao calmed himself for a moment but didn't dare to directly reveal Changchen's words. Because not only were Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xan aware of the situation, but there was also a large group of soldiers from the Jinyang army present. The figures regarding the yield of potatoes and sweet potatoes were simply too astonishing. He wasn't sure if he announced it loudly, would the news leak out before spring next year, attracting the vigilance and targeting of the 5 barbarians. He called Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xan to the governor's office to ensure that the information wouldn't be heard by a fifth person before he shared what Changchen had just said. "What? The immortal said that the two things we just ate have a maximum yield of over 10,000 jin per acre?" Lu Kuan exclaimed, his emotions as exaggerated as Lu Xiao's had been earlier. Zhao Bin and Zhang Xan, the two vice-generals, widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. What does this mean? To know that a good acre of farmland, when planted with wheat or rice, yields only about 300 pounds. If these potatoes and sweet potatoes can truly produce over 10,000 pounds, isn't that dozens of times more than wheat and rice? Once their shock subsided, Changchen from the modern era teasingly said, "Actually, the normal yield is only about 4 to 5,000 pounds. If you plant over there without fertilizers, you might get at most 3,000 pounds. And 2,000 pounds might be more realistic for you." Lu Xiao immediately relayed this information to Lu Kuan and the others. Initially, they were stunned by the figure of over 10,000 pounds, but hearing Changchen say that 2,000 pounds was more realistic made them feel a bit disappointed, almost sighing in despair. However, once they processed this, they quickly became invigorated again, because even a yield of just over 2,000 pounds was something they had never dared to imagine before. What does this mean? 2,000 pounds is at least 6 times more than 300 pounds, equivalent to a per capita grain yield that is 6 times what it used to be. Even if Jinyang City lacks young men, and the area of land that adult women can cultivate is only half that of young men, one adult woman could produce the grain yield that previously required 3 young men. Does this not mean that as long as they can stabilize farming for a year next year, the 150,000 military and civilians in Jinyang City will no longer lack food? By the way, the corn kernels we sent you a while ago can also yield 600 to 700 pounds per acre, Chang Chen informed them. However, with the potatoes and sweet potatoes as a benchmark, although corn's yield could reach twice that of the wheat and rice they used to plant, it no longer shocked them. Now, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian were all thinking about how quickly spring would come next year so they could plant the potatoes and sweet potatoes in the ground and see if they could really yield 2,000 to 3,000 pounds per acre. This round, I have procured 4 million pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes for you. Today, I sent you 72,000 pounds, and the rest will be delivered in 2 batches, once every other day. The 3 warehouses could hold over 1,000 tons of supplies, while 9 wholesalers needed to drive to the countryside to collect and load goods, then transport them to the suburban warehouses. Each large truck could only unload 1 load per day, which was about 360 tons daily, and Changqin did not plan to spend energy delivering to Lu Xiao every day. Moreover, the military and civilians of Jinyang City could not eat potatoes and sweet potatoes at every meal. During the first meal, they all enjoyed it, and the second meal was also good, but by the third meal, some began to feel tired of it, and their strength seemed to diminish compared to when they ate rice or flatbreads. Although potatoes and sweet potatoes were the cheapest grains, to maintain health, one could only eat sweet potatoes at most once a day. If potatoes could be paired with eggs or meat, they could be eaten at every meal. When the second batch of supplies was delivered, Changqin did not send only potatoes and sweet potatoes. Instead, he included a certain proportion of rice, flour, and corn kernels, along with many eggs, frozen pork, chicken, and duck meat. At the same time, before the north wind blew, Changqin also sent a batch of modern fishing nets, allowing Lu Xiao to send some of the Jinyang soldiers to catch fish in the nearby Fan River. With just one fishing net, if they could catch 100 pounds of fish, it would be worth it. In Lu Xiao's era, there were not many methods for fishing, especially for deep-water fish, but modern fishing nets could help them catch fish from the deep waters of the Fan River. In just a few days, the Jinyang soldiers sent out by Lu Xiao caught tens of thousands of pounds of fish, solving some of their meat consumption needs. In short, no matter how they paired their meals, Chang Chen and Lu Xiao strictly controlled each person's daily consumption to around 2 yuan. For example, if they ate a lot of cheap foods like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn on a particular day, they could afford an extra egg or a small amount of meat. Conversely, if they consumed more expensive grains like rice or flour, they would reduce the intake of eggs and meat. Time quickly approached December. The north wind howled, and the weather changed rapidly from cool to cold. If there was moisture in the wind, the first snow could fall at any moment. In ancient times, in the city of Jinyang, although many houses had been damaged during the siege due to the large amount of wood used for cooking or fortification, after the siege was lifted, a large number of workers were sent into the Taihang Mountains to cut wood for repairs. Moreover, as Jinyang was the core of Bingzhou and one of the major towns in the north, it was large enough to accommodate 150,000 military personnel and civilians, ensuring that everyone could find shelter indoors and not be directly exposed to the cold northern wind. However, this round of sharply dropping temperatures caused many people to fall ill, and most were shivering from the cold, especially the elderly, weak, women, and children who had only arrived in Jinyang a few days prior. They were still so thin that they were little more than skin and bones. With no flesh on their bodies, they could hardly withstand the cold. In this dark and chaotic era, where even food was hard to come by, any fabric was a luxury. The coarse linen garments they wore were passed down through generations, stiff with starch. Some people didn't even have a complete set of ancestral coarse linen clothing and could only barely cover themselves halfway or just shield their private parts. If there were enough firewood to keep a fire burning day and night, they could barely hold on. However, in the early days after the siege of Jinyang was lifted, a large amount of wood was needed for repairing houses, and much was also required for cooking, leaving very little for heating. If they were to keep a fire burning continuously, the stock of wood would probably last only 4 or 5 days. As for cutting more wood, the mountains surrounding Jinyang had already been stripped bare by the Xiongnu and other barbarian armies during the siege, and after the siege was lifted, the military and civilians of Jinyang had also cut down a lot. To find more wood, they would have to venture deep into the Taihang Mountains. The journey was not easy, and there were many wild beasts in the mountains, making it necessary for strong men to go in groups. However, among the 150,000 military personnel and civilians in Jinyang, 130,000 were elderly, weak, women, and children, with more than half being little more than skin and bones, struggling to walk, let alone chop wood and carry it back to Jinyang. They could only rely on the garrison to send out a portion of their men daily to cut wood in the Taihang Mountains, but the amount they could gather was limited and could not support the heating needs of 150,000 people day and night. Even if there is enough food to eat in Jinyang, under these circumstances, it would be normal for 10,000 people to freeze to death over a cold winter, Lu Xiao and others worried. Therefore, when they contacted Changchen again, Lu Xiao informed him of their current difficulties and sought his help, hoping he could assist in procuring some fabric. Among the approximately 90,000 elderly, weak, and women who had come to Jinyang, nearly half were adult women, and in this era, sewing clothes was one of the basic skills for women, learned from the age of 5 or 6. Lu Xiao believed that as long as there was fabric they could cut and sew warm clothing. Although fabric was expensive even before the chaos of the world, in the current turmoil, prices were even higher. Coarse linen might require 5 or 6 jin of rice or flour to exchange for 3 feet in length and width, yet Lu Xiao still hoped to procure enough fabric for over 100,000 people, enough for each person to have a set of clothing. Let me think about it first. Changchen did not immediately agree to help Lu Xiao procure fabric. He was unfamiliar with the fabric industry, and with so many types of modern fabrics, he couldn't distinguish which ones were better for warmth and cost-effective. Moreover, there was enough fabric for at least 100,000 people to make a full set of clothing, which was no small amount. Where should they procure it? Should they first find a fabric factory to place an order? If they were to order from a factory, who knew how long it would take from production scheduling to material preparation to manufacturing and transportation? By the time it arrived at Lu Xiao's side, they would still need time to cut and sew it themselves, and thousands of people might freeze to death by then. So, if they directly purchased finished clothing, shoes, socks, pants, and so on from the market, wouldn't a full set cost 1 or 200 yuan? Wouldn't that mean spending 10 to 20 million for 100,000 people? Although Lu Xiao had over 80 million in his account and could afford this price, there were still other ways to save money. Changchen thought of a solution. Wait for me 2 or 3 days. During this time, don't skimp on wood, try to ensure the people can keep warm. I'll arrange things on my end. After responding to Lu Xiao, he cut off the communication. In the ancient time frame, Lu Xiao did not hear Changchen's exact reply, but having interacted with Changchen for a few months, he knew that since Changchen said he would arrange it and clearly mentioned waiting for 2 or 3 days, there would definitely be results within 3 days at the latest. In the modern time frame, Changchen took out a foldable phone and called Yushiro to arrange work. You go hire some temporary workers and have them go to various urban villages or the entrances of residential areas in the city to collect old clothes and old quilts. As long as the fabric is cotton, collect them regardless of the price they offer. Deliver them within 3 days for 1 yuan 50 per jean, and after 3 days, it will only be 1 yuan per jean. We'll only collect for 10 days. Coming from a humble background, Changchen was well aware that the previous and the one before that generation of elders had not yet passed away. They had experienced hard times and were used to saving, reluctant to throw anything away. Many people had clothes that were worn out 10 years ago, preferring to pile them in a corner of their home rather than throw them away. Some children had clothes from when they were born to their teenage years kept by the elders without being discarded. After many elders passed away, the younger generations cleared out several large bags of old clothes from their homes and threw them into the trash. Of course, some people were simply too lazy to throw things away. Regardless, it was quite normal for a family of 5 to have 100 jean of old clothes and quilts that should be discarded. Usually, they might be reluctant to throw them away for free, or they might be lazy. But if money was offered, even at 50 cents per jean, a community of a few hundred households could easily collect 10,000 jean in 10 days. And with Changchen offering 1 yuan 50 per jean for delivery within 3 days, there was a profit of 1 yuan per jean. Quick-moving temporary workers could easily collect several hundred jean in a day and make a few hundred yuan. Alright, boss. Yushiro from the agricultural trade company hung up the phone. She naturally couldn't understand why Changchen suddenly wanted to collect so many old clothes and quilts so urgently, but she didn't question it. The agricultural trade company she managed, although called an agricultural trade company, had never really sold any agricultural products. It was all about buying and buying. Buying things was certainly much simpler than selling. As long as there was money, it was fine. Changchen had just transferred 30 million to the company account not long ago, and there was still over 20 million left. 1 yuan 50 per jean for old clothes and quilts? The boss really knows how to think. If I didn't have a regular job, I would want to go collect them myself. Yushiro pressed her temples. She came from a rural background and her family was very poor before. In her understanding, old clothes and quilts usually weren't even collected, and no one wanted them even at 30 cents per jean. If they were openly offered 50 cents per jean, it wouldn't be impossible to gather several thousand jean in 3 days. That meant potentially earning tens of thousands in 3 days. Who wouldn't be tempted? Indeed, a top student from a 985 university had a different mindset. While Changchen thought one person could gather 10,000 jean in 10 days, she thought one person could gather several thousand jin in 3 days. It turned out that Chang Chen's perspective was indeed limited. Under Yushiro's operation, there was no need to deliberately recruit temporary workers. She simply had someone print a dozen small advertisements and send them out, then had people wait at the designated location. In less than an hour, someone rode over on a small electric scooter with a large sack of old clothes to test the waters. Weighed and paid, it came to over 44 pounds, and they received 66 yuan and 5 jiao. I didn't expect to actually collect, and they really paid 1 yuan and 5 jiao per pound. The person who successfully tested the waters was very surprised to receive the money, and then they immediately rushed back to the community. Those who were shy only found what they needed to throw away at home and brought it over to sell. Those with a brain, not ashamed of making money, set up a sign at the community entrance to collect directly. Moreover, instead of the 5 jiao per pound, many people directly offered 3 jiao per pound, wanting to earn 1 yuan and 2 jiao for each pound. As soon as they received enough for a sack, they immediately brought it over to sell, fearing that the boss behind them would run away or suddenly stop collecting, leaving them with the goods on their hands. Because on the first day, when the small advertisements were sent out and the first batch of people came to test the waters, it was already afternoon, with only a few hours left before dark. By 9 o'clock that night, the warehouse had only received over 10,000 pounds of old clothes and old quilts. When Changchen saw the message from Yoshiro on his phone, this amount did not cause him much psychological fluctuation. In fact, he was somewhat worried, unsure if they could collect over 200,000 pounds in 3 days. At least 100,000 people in Jinyang City were extremely lacking in warm clothing. 200,000 pounds of old clothes and old quilts would only amount to about 2 pounds per person. If the quilts were taken out, the clothing distributed to each person would only be about 1.5 pounds. If it were summer clothes, each person wouldn't even need 1.5 pounds for a shirt and a pair of pants, but in the current cold winter season, to withstand the increasingly cold weather, a thicker coat would weigh more than 1.5 pounds. Regardless, they needed to send a batch over before the evening of the third day, and then collect for another 7 or 8 days. Altogether, they should be able to reach over 500,000 pounds. Chang Chen's worries were unnecessary. The next evening, when he saw the message from Yoshiro at 9 o'clock, he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Because in just one day, they had received over 180,000 pounds, and even after 9 o'clock that night, people continued to write over with more. On the third day, Chang Chen specifically asked Yoshiro to send him the quantity received before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then pile it all in warehouse No. 1. From morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they had received 15,000 pounds on this third day, even more explosive than the second day. Adding the amounts from yesterday and the day before, they had received around 340,000 pounds of old clothes and old quilts in total. Moreover, since today was the last day for the collection price of 1 yuan and 5 jiao per pound, a large number of people wanted to rush to deliver the old clothes and old quilts they had collected at low prices from the urban villages and communities before the collection stopped at night. If they worked overtime until 10 o'clock, they estimated they could receive another 100,000 pounds in the next few hours. If Changchen only sent it to Lu Xiao in the ancient time and space tomorrow morning, there was a high probability they could reach 500,000 pounds. I told Lu Xiao it would take 2 or 3 days. Today is the third day, and after dark, the temperature drops significantly compared to the daytime. Lu Xiao will also need time to distribute it, so there's no need to wait. Let's send this batch to Lu Xiao now, Changchen thought. In fact, the city where Changchen was located was south of the Yangtze River, with temperatures much warmer than those in Jinyang City. Additionally, due to the different time and space, at the same time, the Siberian cold wave had already moved south in Lu Xiao's ancient time and space this year, while it had not yet arrived in Changchen's modern time and space. However, through Lu Xiao's perspective, he could guess that tonight, the temperature in ancient Jinyang City would likely drop to around -4 or 5 degrees. Contacting Lu Xiao, Changchen wasted no words and directly told him, "Go to an open area." Okay. Lu Xiao responded instantly. Over the past 3 days, he had imagined more than once how Changchen would help him solve this problem. He had considered the possibility that Changchen would send him a large batch of fabric, at which point he could immediately arrange for people to urgently cut and sew clothing. When 340,000 pounds of old clothes and quilts, each packed in burlap sacks, suddenly appeared in front of him, piled up like a small mountain, Lu Xiao was somewhat dazed. It was completely different from the rolls of unbleached linen or white cloth he had envisioned. It seemed to be finished garments. "Why don't you take a bag out and have a look?" Chang Chen reminded Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao came to his senses, pulled out one of the bags, opened it, and dumped its contents out. To his surprise, this bag contained old quilts. Just as Chang Chen was feeling awkward, Lu Xiao had already reached in, feeling the warmth that the quilt brought to his palm. "It's very warm, good stuff," Lu Xiao exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Although it was somewhat different from the quilts of his time, it was not hard to guess that it was indeed a quilt for sleeping at night. In Lu Xiao's era, cotton had not yet been introduced to the Central Plains. Wealthy families used silk for their quilts, while ordinary families used reeds, willow fluff, and thatch. Silk was certainly a good material, but the warmth provided by reeds, willow fluff, and thatch was far inferior to that of cotton. Of course, the old quilt Lu Xiao had pulled out was not made of cotton but of modern industrial fibers, and since it was an old quilt, it naturally had many clumps. However, while it would be considered trash in modern times, in Lu Xiao's era, especially given the current predicament in Jinyang City, it was indeed a valuable item, providing better warmth than reeds, willow fluff, or thatch. In Lu Xiao's eyes, this old quilt was enough to keep 3 people warm through the cold winter nights. "Take out another bag," Chang Chen said, unaware of Lu Xiao's thoughts. He initially wanted Lu Xiao to see the old clothes first. Lu Xiao set down the old quilt and opened another bag to dump its contents. This bag contained old clothes, specifically those from a family of 5 clothes for children, the elderly, men, and women, including summer and winter wear, and even 2 down jackets. "What I sent you is all used clothing from others, exchanged at about the price of a pound of rice for a pound of goods, totaling 340,000 pounds. In the coming days, there will be another batch, possibly in the hundreds of thousands of pounds. Some of these are thick winter clothes, but more are thin clothes for spring, summer, and autumn. The suitable ones can be worn directly, and for those that aren't, you can modify them as needed, recut and sew them. Regardless, even if they were thin summer clothes, they were still fabric, and far better than the linen or ordinary white cloth Lu Xiao had initially wanted. A few pieces of summer clothing could be cut and sewn together to provide warmth in winter. In short, for the 150,000 soldiers and civilians, this was not just someone else's old clothing, but urgently needed fabric. Among the 340,000 pounds of old clothes and quilts, about 30% were old quilts, and around 70% were old clothes for all seasons. Chang Chen did not offer any further suggestions on how Lu Xiao should distribute them. He trusted Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian, the senior leaders in Jinyang, who commanded tens of thousands of troops and managed over 100,000 soldiers and civilians. They were far more capable than Chang Chen when it came to reasonably distributing supplies. In fact, through Lu Xiao's perspective, Chang Chen learned many things. After Chang Chen fell silent, Lu Xiao thought he had left. At that moment, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian received the news and rushed over. They were momentarily shocked by the mountain of old clothes and quilts, and then they all began to touch, feel, and inspect the items. In fact, most of these so-called old clothes had already been cleaned and neatly folded. After all, in modern society, it is basic practice to wash and neatly fold old clothes before storing them. Is it true that these fabrics can be exchanged for less than a pound of rice? Lu Kuan, before the chaos of the world, was part of the noble class of the Western Jin, while Lu Xiaokai was born into a time of turmoil. Thus, Lu Kuan's knowledge far surpassed that of Lu Xiao. As he touched these modern old clothes, he felt that all the fabrics were much stronger than coarse linen, which, in times of peace, would cost dozens of pounds of grain to make a full outfit, let alone in the current dark times of war. Moreover, he could clearly sense that some of the fabrics of these modern old clothes were even as comfortable to the touch as silk. It should be noted that these so-called old clothes included the most ordinary fabrics priced at 9 yuan and 9 jiao with free shipping, as well as modern high-quality fabrics costing hundreds or even thousands of yuan each. And yet, such fine fabrics were mixed together with various other materials, all priced uniformly by the pound, and could be exchanged for less than a pound of rice. What kind of miraculous operation was this? How could he not be astonished? "Father, we do not understand the world of the gods, so why speculate? The urgent matter now is to distribute these immediately, otherwise, we might see another 20 people freeze to death tonight," Lu Xiao said. Just last night, over 20 people had frozen to death, and in the morning, he had ordered the soldiers to carry them outside the city for disposal. Now, as the hour of the rooster approached, it would soon be dark, and the temperature would drop significantly lower than during the day, making it inconvenient to do anything in the dark. "You are right, shower." Lu Kuan suppressed all emotions and quickly discussed with Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian. In just a few breaths, the four had devised a plan. Lu Kuan ordered the mobilization of 3,000 soldiers, with 500 responsible for sorting the 340,000 pounds of old clothes and quilts, mainly categorizing winter thick clothes, summer thin clothes, and those for children and adults. There was no special distinction between men's and women's styles. The remaining 2,500 soldiers would distribute the sorted clothes and quilts. There were about 240,000 pounds of clothes and about 100,000 pounds of quilts, and at that moment, there were 100,000 people in Jinyang City who were in dire need of clothing. If distributed among these 100,000 people, each person would receive over 2 pounds. Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and the others certainly would not waste time weighing everything slowly. Instead, they estimated the approximate weight, giving out only one piece of winter-thick clothing, while those receiving summer-thin clothes would get 2 pieces of clothing and 1 pair of pants, with 4 people sharing one old quilt to wrap up together at night. With this method of distribution, and with the combined efforts of the 3,000 soldiers, they managed to distribute everything before dark. In the modern timeline, Chang Chen poured half a glass of red wine, leaning back on the sofa and silently drinking while quietly observing through Lu Xiao's perspective. He witnessed a peculiar scene. A frail little girl, skin and bones, received a modern men's winter down jacket. Although it was just one piece of clothing, in modern society, where material wealth is abundant, many adult men are over 6 feet tall, while the elderly, weak, women, and children in the ancient timeline Lu Xiao inhabited had endured 24 years of war. Many had been malnourished since birth, growing up year after year as skin and bones, with teenagers often shorter than modern 5-year-olds. Thus, this modern adult men's down jacket completely enveloped her from neck to feet, leaving only her dirty hair and cheeks exposed. Although she had only received this one piece of clothing, it kept her warmer than anyone else. The gods protect the people of Jinyang City. This warmth comes from the gods, Lu Xiao heard the little girl say with heartfelt gratitude as he patrolled to this spot. Was this scene not heartwarming? No, at least in the eyes of Chang Chen from the modern time and space. He felt a tightness in his heart, and even the red wine in his hand he could not drink, silently placing it on the coffee table. Then he directly severed contact with Lu Xiao, not wanting to see more. Chang Chen constantly reminded himself that being in different times and spaces meant there was no need to empathize with the suffering of another era. Others had their own hardships, and he had his own life. He was not a true immortal. However, what he thought in his heart was one thing, but witnessing the suffering across from him directly still affected his emotions. After a few days, I will send the old clothes and quilts I received in 2 batches. Altogether, it should weigh nearly 1,000,000 pounds. When divided among 150,000 people, it should be enough for each of them to avoid freezing this winter. After that, Chang Chen became much more proactive. He was not just waiting to send the old clothes and quilts, he also called Kan Ran, who managed 3 pharmacies, asking her to prepare 1,000 boxes of various cold medicines, calculating the total price at retail, without missing a single cent. He intended to sell them, with the payment going directly to the pharmaceutical company's account. In the ancient time and space where Lu Xiao was, there were few means to treat colds, and due to a lack of medicinal materials, people often had to endure them. In the past few days of sudden temperature drops, in addition to nearly 100 people freezing to death, thousands more caught colds of varying severity, so he thought to treat them as well. On the morning of the 7th day of collecting old clothes and quilts, Chang Chen delivered the cold medicine along with the second batch of old clothes and quilts to Lu Xiao in the ancient time and space. The third batch, collected at $1.50 per pound, weighed over 160,000 pounds. Although the price for old clothes and quilts dropped from $1.50 to $1 starting on the 4th day, Chang Chen was surprised to find that he still received a significant amount every day. This second batch of old clothes and quilts weighed over 700,000 pounds. The third batch of old clothes and quilts was delivered to Lu Xiao on the morning of the 11th day, weighing over 500,000 pounds. At the same time, Chang Chen also sent a batch of needles, threads, and pencil sharpeners, allowing the elderly, weak, women, and children in Jinyang City to modify the distributed clothing according to their needs or preferences. In modern industrial production, needles are very cheap, wholesale costing just over $1 for a box containing 30 needles. Chang Chen had Yushiro purchase 5,000 boxes, enough for each military and civilian person in Jinyang City to have one. The thread cost $250 per ball, and Chang Chen purchased 150,000 balls, also sufficient for each military and civilian person in Jinyang City to have one. The pencil sharpeners cost 15 cents each, and he also purchased 150,000 of them. When these items were delivered to the ancient time and space, Lu Kuan learned of Chang Chen's intentions from Lu Xiao. As the governor of Bingzhou, he could not help but exclaim, "An immortal has a heart of compassion," showing mercy to the military and civilians of Jinyang City. In total, over 1.6 million pounds of old clothes and bedding were collected, costing less than 2 million. Divided among 150,000 military and civilians in Jinyang, each person could receive about 11 pounds. Jinyang City originally had some clothing and bedding of its own, and when all the resources in this regard were combined, it should be possible to provide each military and civilian person with about 15 pounds. Although it was impossible to ensure everyone received exactly the same amount, it was more than enough to keep everyone warm. Because many of the old clothes were thin summer garments are not suitable for wear, after the last batch of clothing, along with the needles, threads, and pencil sharpeners, was distributed, people throughout Jinyang City took the time to recut and sew the clothing. Originally, all the clothing was in completely modern styles, unsuitable for the ancient people's body shapes and the era, appearing extremely discordant. After a few days of transformation, the scene suddenly became harmonious. The north wind howled, the sky was overcast, but the earth was wrapped in a silver coat. Jinyang City, where Lu Xiao was located in the ancient time and space, experienced its first snowfall of the year. In the modern time and space where Changchun is located, the first wave of Siberian cold air has also reached south of the Yangtze River, causing the temperature in the city to drop by more than 10 degrees overnight. This kind of weather is perfect for hot pot. Let's have the first hot pot of the year today, Changchun said excitedly as he opened his foldable phone and frantically placed orders on the app. He ordered the broth from a high-end hot pot restaurant near his community, along with various meats and vegetables, asking them to arrange for delivery. This is the city center, surrounded by clusters of upscale residential areas. Opening a hot pot restaurant here not only guarantees good taste but also excellent service. Any dining service you can think of, as long as you're willing to pay, the restaurant will provide it. After a moment's thought, Changchun connected to the ancient time and space through the system. At this moment, Lu Xiao was patrolling the city of Jinyang in the snow as part of his routine. Changchun actually admired this guy. He was strict with himself and made sure to personally inspect the city every day, regardless of the weather. Originally, as the only son of the military governor Lu Koan, he naturally held a certain prestige in Jinyang. Being able to trade with Changchun was equivalent to becoming the only person in that era who could connect with the divine and obtain various supplies from the divine, which further elevated his status to almost a godlike figure, surpassing even his father Lu Koan in actual prestige. General Lu, have you completed today's patrol? Changchun's voice suddenly reached Lu Xiao's ears. I should be able to return in about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Lu Xiao calmly responded, having long been accustomed to hearing Changchun's voice suddenly in his ear. At this moment, Lu Xiao was not alone. In fact, he had brought along 20 to 30 personal guards. Lu Xiao's self-talk had long been a norm for the guards. They acted as if they hadn't heard anything, their faces showing no extra expressions, silently following Lu Xiao to accompany him on the patrol and ensure his safety. The weather here is also starting to get cold, and I'm planning to enjoy the most delightful winter food. Since you are my friend, I'm preparing to send you a portion to enjoy together. I estimate it will take just a bit more than the time it takes to burn an incense stick to deliver it to you. You can invite your father and the 2 deputy generals, Changchun generously offered. Over the past few months, if the taxes paid to the state are included, he had earned nearly 400 million from Lu Xiao. Even after taxes, he had over 300 million left, and his personal cash in the bank account was around 280 million. This 280 million in cash, if kept in several major banks, would yield an interest of 4,200,000 a year, even if calculated at just 1.5%. He could spend 11,000 a day without exhausting the interest. Occasionally, on a whim, treating Lu Xiao to a meal was hardly a big deal. In that case, thank you very much, Lu Xiao naturally could not refuse. In his mind, Changchun's gesture was equivalent to actively befriending him, and he needed to be friends with Changchun even more. Changchun's offer of food and invitation to enjoy it together was just right to enhance their friendship. Lu Xiao instructed one of his guards to notify his father Lu Koan and the 2 deputy generals Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian while quickening his pace to finish patrolling the last area. When Lu Xiao returned to his quarters, a hot pot restaurant had just delivered the items according to Changchun's order. 2 employees from the hot pot restaurant arrived, bringing with them a large and a small traditional copper hot pot, along with 2 large boxes of meat, mushrooms, and vegetables. You can head back now. I will send a message to your restaurant when I'm done eating if I need to clean up, Changchun said to the 2 employees as they poured the red oil and other broth ingredients into the copper pot and lit the charcoal fire. Normally, the service fee he paid included full service from the 2 employees, but he did not want his secret to be exposed. After the 2 employees left, he used the time-space passage to send a large copper pot, big enough for 7 or 8 people to gather around and eat, to Lu Xiao. The smaller pot was for 2 or 3 people, while Changchun would eat alone from it. He then sent a large quantity of freshly sliced beef, lamb, seafood, duck blood, mushrooms, and vegetables, enough that even 10 people might not finish it all. Of course, the amount Changchun envisioned for 10 people was based on modern eating habits, but he figured that with only 4 people, Lu Xiao and the others surely wouldn't eat as much as 3 modern people each, right? On the ancient side, Lu Xiao had just returned from a patrol when the items Changchun sent began to appear on the already prepared table. Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian rushed over upon hearing the news. How can we miss the delicacies sent by the immortal? Although they were high-ranking officials managing over 100,000 soldiers and civilians in Jinyang, and Lu Koan had been a noble even before the chaos. Upon hearing about the food from Chang Chen's immortal world, who could resist the allure? The four sat around the table, looking at the copper pot in the center and a large pile of disposable plates filled with raw ingredients. In their excitement, they were all at a loss, not knowing how to eat. Wait for the charcoal fire to boil the broth in the pot, then just use chopsticks to dip the raw meat and vegetables into the boiling broth a few times before eating. Compared to Chang Chen's home in the modern world, where he was sheltered from the cold wind and even had to turn off the heating to enjoy his meal, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian lived in ancient wooden houses. The cold wind blowing through every crack seemed intent on taking away all the warmth inside, and outside, the snow was falling heavier. Moreover, it was their first time eating hot pot and experiencing such a variety of spices, especially chili and Sichuan pepper, which provided them with an unprecedented delight for their taste buds and bodies in such an environment. Lu Koan had been an upper-class noble before the chaos, and Lu Xiao had been taught by him since childhood, so their manners at the table were relatively refined. However, Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian were truly rough and nearly bit their own tongues while wolfing down the food. After finishing the hot pot, Chang Chen left the copper pot in the ancient timespace as a gift for Lu Xiao and the others, so they could enjoy hot pot whenever they wanted in the future. After all, a hot pot restaurant would only deduct 300 or 400 yuan from his deposit because of it. Next, the 150,000 soldiers and civilians in Jinyang City began to stabilize their lives, provided they had enough food and warm clothing. Lu Xiao and the others arranged for a large number of soldiers to patrol the city daily to maintain order, and the entire Jinyang City was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. However, everyone knew this was only temporary. In Bingzhou, where Jinyang City was located, only the Jinyang area was under Han control, while the other regions were still dominated by the 5 barbarians. The 5 barbarians would never allow the Han forces to grow stronger. Although they usually treated Han people as slaves, like sheep to be slaughtered, in their eyes, Han people were weak and easily bullied, fit only for cooking like livestock. Yet, all the 5 barbarians understood that preventing the Han from growing stronger was far more important than dealing with the other 4 barbarians. If they detected any Han forces in the north gaining strength, they would undoubtedly unite to attack. Although Jinyang City had only defeated the over 20,000 Xiongnu Hanzhao troops that had besieged it for more than a year, it did not raise the alarm among all the 5 barbarians. It was merely the Xiongnu Hanzhao forces dealing with Jinyang City. However, the strength of the Xiongnu Hanzhao was far greater than that of Jinyang City, and they would not be content with their previous defeat. In the coming spring, or at the latest early summer, they would surely send a large army northward to attack Jinyang City again. Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, and others are now worried about how to cultivate and farm in the Jinyang area after the spring of next year, as well as how to resist the Xiongnu and the Hanzhao Empire. All our worries stem from our own lack of strength. It is essential to intensify military training and enhance the strength of Jinyang City. Currently, the total number of able-bodied men in Jinyang City is approximately 20,005 to 600. Thanks to Chang Chen providing food and supplies for logistics, there is no need to divert a portion of the able-bodied men for production, so all of them have joined the military. These 20,005 to 600 men are divided into 3 parts. About 11,000 are the original garrison of Jinyang, who have endured over 8 years of relentless attacks from the 5 barbarians under the leadership of Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian. Once these 11,000 men have regained their health, each one is an elite with battlefield experience. The second part consists of over 4,700 captured Han soldiers, who were taken prisoner after defeating the Xiongnu and Hanzhao forces besieging Jinyang. They were treated as slaves and cannon fodder by the Xiongnu, but they all have some military experience, and after physical conditioning and ideological transformation, they will not be much inferior to the original garrison soldiers. The third part includes over 4,800 ordinary able-bodied men who fled to Jinyang with nearly 90,000 elderly, weak, women, and children from various places in Bingzhou. They have no military experience or combat training. They not only need training the most but also require ideological deepening, similar to the over 4,700 captured Han soldiers. Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian decided to give these men a month to eat freely to improve their physical condition, after which Lu Xiao would be responsible for their training. After 7 or 8 days of snow, the month for these 4,800 men came to an end. On this day, Lu Xiao personally presided over the training. Through Lu Xiao's perspective, Chang Chen was to some extent participating in the training of these 4,800 men. In fact, the ancient military training concepts are not much different from modern ones. They first train discipline, then physical fitness, and finally techniques. For example, when you see ancient soldiers wielding long spears or sword and shield, and at the command of their leader, they all strike left, or chop right, or thrust forward, what do you think they are training for? This is similar to modern military training where commands to turn left, march, or step are primarily focused on discipline. If I tell you to strike left and you strike in the wrong direction or are slow to react, it is akin to telling you to turn left and you turn the wrong way or are slow to respond, and then the instructor corrects you, or if necessary, gives you strict training individually to keep up with the team. The concepts are the same. The only difference is that modern training methods are more efficient. For instance, when ancient soldiers strike left, chop right, or thrust forward with weapons, they expend energy more quickly due to the weight of the weapons and must maintain a wider distance to avoid injuring each other. In contrast, modern training involving turning left, marching, or stepping can be done unarmed, leading to slower energy expenditure, allowing for longer training sessions, and soldiers can stand just a fist's distance apart. In the same space, ancient soldiers could only train 100 at a time, while modern soldiers can train hundreds. This results in ancient instructors being able to train only 100 soldiers simultaneously, whereas modern instructors can train hundreds, creating a significant efficiency gap. Lu Xiao learned his military training philosophy from his father, Lu Kuan. In his approach, he first emphasizes discipline, then physical fitness, and finally techniques such as formations, archery, and close combat. A truly elite soldier often requires 2 to 3 years of training to fully develop. Some say that if you throw 100 inexperienced rookies directly onto the battlefield, and they survive the brutal and bloody fight, those who manage to come out alive are the strongest elite soldiers. But that's a mistake. They are merely brave soldiers who dare to fight and are not afraid of death. To truly transform into elite soldiers, these brave fighters must still undergo rigorous training that enforces discipline, along with a series of drills in formations, archery, and close combat techniques. Moreover, how many of those 100 inexperienced rookies would actually survive if thrown into battle? 3, 5, 10? On the other hand, if you throw 100 soldiers who have undergone 2 to 3 years of comprehensive training into battle, perhaps 80 or 90 of them would survive, enduring a major conflict, and those 80 or 90 would be the elite soldiers. I have an idea you might consider. Chang Chen informed Lu Xiao about modern military training methods. The basic drills like left and right turns, marching, and standing at ease are the most efficient forms of discipline training. Running, frog jumps, push-ups, and the like are the most effective physical training exercises. I estimate that in 3 months, we can transform the rookies. After that, we can train them in formations, archery, close combat, or cavalry skills. I can't guarantee everything, but at least we can save over 6 months on discipline and physical training. Those who returned from modern military service all said that as long as they survived the first 3 months, the rest would be manageable, likely because those 3 months could lead to a transformation in discipline and physical fitness. Lu Xiao was naturally willing to listen to Chang Chen's suggestions. For him, trying it out would only cost some effort and a few days' time. Thus, on the second day after the formal training began, Lu Xiao directly changed the training regimen according to Chang Chen's advice for the more than 4,000 new recruits. It's worth mentioning that these new recruits, who had fled to Jinyang City along with the elderly, weak, women, and children, had a unique psychological journey. They had struggled to survive under the brutal rule of the 5 barbarians, and on their way to Jinyang City, Emperor Liu Yao of Han had issued an edict allowing only the elderly, weak, women, and children to come to Jinyang City while intercepting all able-bodied men. One can imagine how difficult it was for them to finally reach Jinyang City. Among them were those who had originally come to enlist and fight the barbarians, as well as those who simply wanted a stable place where they wouldn't have to worry about being captured and enslaved by the barbarians. There were also those who saw that this area was under Han control and had the strength to resist the barbarians, so they came to gather here. In any case, no one expected that upon arriving in Jinyang City, they would be immediately conscripted into the army. Initially, apart from those who had come specifically to enlist, the others were extremely anxious, with many regretting their decision to come to Jinyang City, cursing Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao as ungrateful. However, when they received the same rations as the other defenders of Jinyang, not only were they served rice, noodles, and other staples in abundance, but there was also meat, eggs, and vegetables, with plenty of salt. Additionally, there was no slavery in the Jinyang army. Although they were managed, it was not the same kind of oppression and dehumanization they had experienced under the barbarians. Their mindset began to change immediately. As long as they could live like this for a month, they wouldn't mind sacrificing their lives to serve Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao. Furthermore, every day there were storytellers who recounted the history of the Huaxia before the chaos of the 5 barbarians, using the revised 5,000 Years of Chinese History by Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao. Many of these more than 4,000 young men were only 15 or 16 years old, and since they could remember, the North had already been under the rule of the 5 barbarians. They only knew themselves as the lowly Han people in the eyes of the barbarians, unaware of the origins of the character Han and its former glory. the so-called barbarians were once merely seen as savages by their ancestors. Of course, the Hu people they saw with their own eyes were indeed barbaric and brutal. During the pre-Qin period, the Hu people didn't even have the chance to show their faces. The Qin dynasty drove the Xiongnu back thousands of miles, and during the Han dynasty, they completely subdued the Xiongnu and all the surrounding Hu people. One Han soldier could match 5 Hu soldiers. During the Three Kingdoms period, no matter how chaotic the Central Plains were, a Han family's influence still kept the surrounding Hu forces in check. Why should the barbaric Hu people treat us, the Han people of Huaxia, as slaves, as mere sheep, and slaughter us at will on Han land? After a month of feasting, everyone had gained quite a bit of weight, and their physical condition was better than ever. They clenched their fists, feeling a strength they had never experienced before. At the same time, before the formal training began, Lu Xiao spoke to them again. The area around Jinyang City is filled with Hu forces. Jinyang City has endured the siege of the Hu for 8 years, fighting for 8 years. Although we recently defeated the Xiongnu army again and lifted the siege of Jinyang City, next year the false emperor Liu Yao will surely send a large army to attack Jinyang City again. As long as you are a son of the Han family, whether you want to go to battle or not, you have the responsibility to protect the old, weak, women, and children of the Han family. If we want to hold Jinyang City, and even in the future break out and reclaim the Han territory, everyone must work hard and even fight desperately. If we want to avoid being captured by the Hu and treated as slaves, humiliated, beaten, or even slaughtered and eaten, we must become strong ourselves, unite, fight fiercely against the enemy. And one day we will be able to carve out a bright world, restore the Han rivers and mountains, allowing Han women and children to live and grow peacefully on this land. Lu Xiao's words stirred everyone's blood, igniting the fighting spirit and bravery deep within the Huaxia nation. They no longer harbored grievances in their hearts, gradually developing a belief in what they were fighting for, so when Lu Xiao began training them, they were all very diligent. On the second day of training, Lu Xiao suddenly changed the training program. The new recruits had no doubts at all. In fact, the new training program was easier for them. After all, wielding a long spear or a large knife weighing nearly 10 pounds for an hour could almost exhaust their arms to the point they couldn't lift them. In contrast, movements like turning left and right, marching, and standing at ease didn't tire them out even after a whole day. This was a group of ancient people who relied entirely on their legs for travel. Walking for days and nights on foot was a common occurrence for them. Of course, because these movements were much simpler than wielding long spears and large knives, they could train all day long. The effect was tremendous. A day's training was equivalent to several days of the previous training method, significantly increasing efficiency. When Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, Zhang Xian, and others learned that Lu Xiao had suddenly changed the training method for over 4,000 new recruits, they specifically came to observe on site. On the first day, they couldn't see the reason behind it. However, when they returned the next afternoon, they noticed a significant improvement. The soldiers' reactions to their commander's orders had begun to show signs of instinctive response. It should be noted that this was an effect that the previous training method might not have achieved even in 3 days. At night, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian visited Lu Xiao's residence for a more detailed inquiry. They learned that Chang Chen had also shared a set of methods specifically for training physical fitness with Lu Xiao. At the same time, while Lu Xiao was training the new recruits, Chang Chen occasionally helped by pointing out their shortcomings, effectively assisting in the training. If we can achieve such rapid progress in the soldiers' physical fitness, then we can indeed start training in formations, archery, close combat, and horsemanship at least 6 months earlier, greatly shortening the time needed to train elite soldiers. Lu Koan was filled with anticipation at this moment. Throughout the entire winter, by the time spring arrives and all things revive, there will be a full 4 months available for cultivation and farming. Such a long time, merely tightening military training is not enough. Chang Chen also suggested to Lu Xiao to organize some children in Jinyang City for education, teaching them to read and write, to cultivate the talents they would need in the future. With my help, you will definitely not be limited to just Jinyang, the entire Bingzhou, even the whole Central Plains, you have a chance to recover. By then, you will need a large number of talents. How can a mere few hundred literate people in Jinyang be sufficient? Are you going to invite those aristocratic youths who hide in their fortresses, only caring about their own seclusion, to help you govern every time you recover a county or a district? In the eyes of 99% of those aristocratic youths, there is only their own family. They do not prioritize the common people, nor the king, they only prioritize the interests of their own family. And their families are often very large, requiring too many benefits to be satisfied. No dynasty can withstand dozens, or even hundreds of aristocratic families simultaneously draining resources. You can use some of them, but you must never rely entirely on them. The talents you cultivate yourselves are the ones who will be absolutely loyal to you. They are the foundation for governing the world, and you should prepare for the future. Chang Chen thought of the lessons from the history of Huaxia and couldn't help but remind Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was now 25 years old. When he followed his father Lu Kuan to Jinyang City, he was already 17. Strictly speaking, Lu Xiao came from an aristocratic background, as his father Lu Kuan became a regional official during the late Western Jin, which would have been impossible without such a background. However, precisely because of his aristocratic background, Lu Xiao knew that what Chang Chen said was true. He wanted to defend the aristocracy, saying that there were people like his father Lu Kuan among them, who cared for the world and prioritized the common people. But this thought only briefly crossed his mind before he shook his head and sighed, dismissing it. They had held Jinyang City for 8 years, and it was not that they had not contacted the aristocrats hiding in various fortresses, hoping to gain their support, and even more hoping they would come out to lead the common people in resisting the Hu. As long as all the aristocrats were willing to stand up and work together against the Hu, there would be a great hope of driving the Hu out of the Central Plains. Unfortunately, the responses they received were few and far between, let alone any willingness to rise up and confront the Hu directly. Some aristocrats, for self-preservation, even took the initiative to pay grain taxes to the Hu forces that reached their locations, as well as sending a certain number of beauties each year. Those beauties included ordinary people forced into servitude, as well as members of their own families, reduced to the utmost weakness and humility. Many kings have thought about governing the world without relying on the aristocracy, but they could only think about it, none could achieve it. Chang Chen merely reminded Lu Xiao a few times and did not interfere with his decisions, allowing him to discuss with Lu Kuan. That night, Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao sat across from each other and deliberated for half the night. Since the immortal has brought it up, he must be willing to provide help in this regard. If we can cultivate some talents ourselves, that would be even better, Lu Kuan finally said to Lu Xiao. In fact, the father and son had relied on Jinyang City to resist the Hu for 8 years, now commanding 150,000 military and civilian personnel, controlling Jinyang City and 3 nearby small counties, covering most of the Jinzhong Basin. Their thinking had long since departed from the realm of the aristocracy. Especially with Chang Chen's help, they saw hope in resisting the Hu and even in gradually driving the Hu out of the Central Plains in the future. Their thoughts had increasingly aligned with those of a ruler of the world. What ruler does not wish to cultivate their own talents? It was just that the aristocracy monopolized books and educational resources, leaving them with no way to do so. The next day, when Chang Chen contacted Lu Xiao again, Lu Xiao informed him of the results of his discussions with his father, Lu Kuan, as well as the difficulties they were facing. This is not difficult. I can send you a large batch of paper, pens, and books. With nearly 4 months of winter, it will be enough to teach 1 or 2,000 children basic literacy and etiquette at the same time. Then we can select a few hundred of the brightest ones for further refined education, truly cultivating talent. Additionally, if there are illiterate generals in the army, you can organize them to learn together, at least enabling them to understand military orders and military texts in the future. If you are worried that those rough men might be too proud to learn, or that ordinary teachers might find it hard to manage them, you and your father can each set aside half an hour every day to personally teach those generals to read. This way, in the future, you and your father can occupy 2 roles: heaven, earth, the emperor, parents, and teachers. You can also discover talent and understand their individual characters during this process. Chang Chen was guiding them to follow Principal Jiang's path. Principal Jiang had proven with facts how important it was to personally educate a group of military students for gaining and ruling the world. Next, Chang Chen instructed Yushiro to purchase 20,000 packs of A4 paper, 30,000 neutral pens, and 300,000 pen refills. At the same time, he personally selected 3 books: the 3-character classic, the 1,000-character classic, and the Annihilating. Just these 3, nothing else. He did not intend to impart any modern thoughts to the children in Lu Xiao's time and environment. It was inappropriate. For the children in that time and environment, quickly learning to read and understanding basic principles of etiquette, integrity, and shame was more important than anything else. The 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic could help with rapid literacy, while the Annihilating could help them quickly grasp basic principles of etiquette and integrity. Despite many modern criticisms of the Annihilating, the importance of the Annihilating in Lu Xiao's era and environment was irreplaceable by any other book. Chang Chen also had Yushiro find the printing factory located in the suburbs of the city from the last time, asking them to print 50,000 copies each of the 3-character classic, the 1,000-character classic, and the Annihilating in traditional Chinese characters. Although modern inland areas predominantly used simplified characters, and printing factories rarely printed traditional character books, it was quite simple to print traditional character books if one really wanted to. There was no need for special typesetting or verification. Once the order was placed, printing could start in less than a day. Large printing factories could print millions of books in a day, and Changchen only needed 150,000 copies, all of which were quite thin. Although production scheduling was required, they were delivered to the warehouse by the fourth day. When Changchen went to check, many of the books were still warm, clearly indicating that the printing factory was highly efficient, packaging and loading them directly as they were printed, and the journey from the factory to his warehouse took less than half an hour. Thus, when Changchen delivered them to Lu Xiao, many of the books were still warm. Opening the books, one could smell the distinct scent of fresh ink. The total cost for this batch of pens, paper, and books is less than the price of 1 million jin of rice. Lu Xiao was shocked. Last time, Changchen had only sent 10 half-volumes of the history of China without specifying their exact value. In his understanding, books were very expensive. A single volume with so many words could sell for hundreds of jin of grain in a wealthy family. Moreover, wealthy families would monopolize the market. Unless transactions occurred between wealthy families, they would not sell to outsiders. For ordinary people, even 1,000 jin of grain might not buy a complete copy of the Annales. Changchen had already told Lu Xiao that the books he sent were 3 titles, each with 50,000 copies, totaling 150,000 copies. Not to mention the 20,000 packs of A4 paper, each pack containing 500 sheets of perfectly square, smooth, white paper, amounting to 10 million sheets. With such paper quality, he could easily imagine that if it could be sold in Jiangnan Jianye, or even to the Hu people in Chang'an, Luoyang, and Yi City, or to the Han aristocratic families in various forts, it could easily fetch more than 10 copper coins per sheet. Not to mention the tens of thousands of pens and hundreds of thousands of pen refills, which could replace countless brushes, ink blocks, and ink stones. All these items combined, even 200 million copper coins wouldn't be enough to buy them here. Yet Changchen said it wouldn't even cost 1 million pounds of rice. No wonder a few days ago, Changchen suggested they take advantage of the winter to teach the children in Jinyang City to read and write, speaking as if it were a very simple task. It now seemed that for Changchen, it truly was very simple. In just 4 days, he could deliver so many basic supplies to aid learning at such a low price. Not only was Lu Xiao shocked, but Lu Kuan was equally astonished when he received the news. Instead, Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian, who were not very literate, felt less impacted. Shower, ask the immortal how much a pack of this paper costs, and if he can send another batch, 10,000 packs. Preferably the same amount as this time, Lu Kuan urged Lu Xiao eagerly. There was no need for Lu Xiao to relay the message. Changchen heard it directly and responded, about 10 pounds of rice can be exchanged for a pack. The more you want, the cheaper it gets. Since you specifically want it, how about I send you 200 tons instead of just 20,000 packs? That would be about 400,000 pounds, and I can exchange it for you at the price of 2.5 pounds of rice for 1 pound of paper. As for the exact number of packs, I don't know. A truck from the paper mill carries 40 tons, and Changchen was preparing to help them order 5 large trucks at once. Since they needed a large quantity, placing a direct order with the factory would definitely be the cheapest option. Buying from wholesalers would cost 16 coins per pack, but ordering directly from the factory would likely be priced by the ton, estimating around 11 or 12 coins per pack, with the saved money going towards paying Yoshiro's salary. Good, thank you, Immortal, Lu Kuan said excitedly. He had weighed a pack of A4 paper, which was about 4 pounds. 2.5 pounds of rice for 1 pound, and 1 pound could yield over 100 sheets, equivalent to about 40 sheets for 1 pound of rice. This paper can completely transcribe the characters from bamboo slips and preserve them for a long time. 1 sheet can write the characters of an entire roll of bamboo slips. Whether exchanged with the Hu people in Chang'an, Luoyang, and Yi City, or with the aristocratic families in various forts, 1 sheet can definitely be worth 10 pounds of grain. Of course, we are not looking to exchange for grain, we mainly want to exchange for gold. In today's chaotic world, with order collapsing, grain prices have skyrocketed compared to times of peace, while gold has depreciated significantly. A pack of paper can completely be exchanged for a large horseshoe gold piece. Lu Kuan was essentially revealing to Lu Xiao and Changchen from the modern era his true intentions. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up, and Changchen was also stunned by the revelation. A pack of A4 paper could be exchanged for a large horseshoe gold piece, which he had first traded with Lu Xiao when selling gold at a gold shop, weighing about half a pound. Wasn't it equivalent to Lu Kuan planning to use A4 paper, costing at most 16 coins per pack, to exchange for half a pound of gold? How many times the profit was that? Changchen couldn't help but calculate in his mind. Half a pound of gold could sell for nearly 150,000. That meant a profit margin of nearly 10,000 times. It was an absolutely lucrative business. However, Changchen did not feel envious or wish to take a share. Firstly, how to exchange A4 paper for gold and bring the gold back to Jinyang City would have to be planned by Lu Kuan and the others, along with bearing the associated risks. On the one hand, a pack of A4 paper might really allow Lu Kuan to exchange for half a pound of gold, but it definitely wouldn't yield much in return. it could only be marketed through hunger tactics, and after a few months, it might not even bring back 100 kilograms of gold. Regardless of how much gold Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao could bring back, in the end, that gold would inevitably be sent back to him to exchange for supplies. You two can handle the operations, I won't participate. I estimate I can get the paper to you in about 3 days, Chang Chen informed them before cutting off contact. On the ancient side, Lu Kuan waited for quite a while without hearing what Lu Xiao had to say about Chang Chen's message, and he realized that when Chang Chen said he wouldn't participate, he truly meant it. He couldn't help but show an expression of admiration. Although they were offering gold to Chang Chen, who only valued it at 30%, half a pound of gold was still over 44,000, nearly 3,000 times the value of a pack of A4 paper. With such a terrifying profit margin, they felt that anyone would be tempted. Despite calling Chang Chen a celestial being, they all knew deep down that he wasn't much different from an ordinary person. It was just that the world he inhabited was beyond their imagination, as if it lacked nothing and offered extreme convenience, where anything could be bought with money. They sensed that what Chang Chen most wanted from them was gold, and they could only speculate that perhaps in his world, gold was used directly as currency. Lu Kuan had intentionally stated that a pack of A4 paper might be exchanged for a large piece of gold, aiming to share the benefits with Chang Chen and further strengthen their relationship. But unexpectedly, Chang Chen seemed completely uninterested and indicated he wouldn't participate at all. The father and son continued their discussions. Regardless of whether Chang Chen participated, they were determined to try exchanging A4 paper for gold. Jiannan's construction was too far. They primarily wanted to trade with the Hu people in Chang'an, Luoyang, and Yi City. Although the Hu people were considered barbaric, their upper-class issued orders, and communication among the nobility required writing on sheepskin. Sheepskin was far more expensive than bamboo slips, and nothing compared to the smooth, white, and lightweight A4 paper, which would surely be in high demand if sold in Chang'an. Even the pseudo-emperor Liu Yao would use it extensively. Although trading with the Hu people was very dangerous, the profit margin was simply too high. Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao were in dire need of gold to exchange for more supplies with Chang Chen. Indeed, they had what could be considered a deposit with Chang Chen, but that deposit would eventually run out, and they had to prepare in advance for the next exchange. In the ancient world, Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao were busy every day training soldiers, organizing generals for study, and arranging for boys over 8 years old in Jinyang City to learn to read and write, all while trying to sell A4 paper to exchange for gold. They were extremely busy. Meanwhile, in the modern world, Chang Chen had little to occupy his time. The weather was cold, and food, vegetables, meat, and eggs could be stored for long periods. He didn't need to send Lu Xiao supplies every 2 or 3 days as he did in warmer weather, but rather once every 10 days. He was relaxed, and as a full-time purchaser, Yushiro was also at ease, working only 3 or 4 days a week and then taking 3 or 4 days off. On the other hand, Ken Ranran managed a pharmaceutical company with 3 pharmacies. Although Chang Chen had set her bottom line at keeping the 3 pharmacies operating normally and breaking even, she was not content to just coast. She was actively implementing a series of reforms. To be fair, she was indeed capable. In just over a month, when Chang Chen reviewed the financial report for the second month after the acquisition, he found that both revenue and profit had increased by nearly 20% compared to the same period last year. With her ambition, Chang Chen was more than happy to support her. I will give you a platform to work hard, transfer the legal person and 10% of the shares to you, your salary will remain the same, and I won't touch the normal operating profits. You can expand however you want. If one day you can turn the company into a large pharmaceutical company worth over $1 billion, I will give you another 20% of the shares. Chang Chen was not only prepared to support Ken Ranran's ambition but also painted a grand vision for her. When Ken Ranran smiled, her eyes squinted into a beautiful crescent shape, and she said, "Boss, you can't go back on your word in the future." Go back on what? If you really have that ability, it's 3 for you and 7 for me, the profits are mine, Chang Chen replied with a carefree laugh, showing no hesitation. Boss, may I ask you, when you said the pharmaceutical company would eventually involve the sale of high-end wild Chinese medicinal materials, did you mean there would be ginseng over 100 years old and the like? Ken Ranran had wanted to ask this question for a long time but had always hesitated. In this moment, however, she couldn't help but ask. Chang Chen raised an eyebrow. High-end wild Chinese medicinal materials cannot be counted as part of the pharmaceutical company's value. However, I might occasionally let you prepare a batch of cold medicine or anti-inflammatory drugs at retail price, which can be counted as the normal sales of the pharmaceutical company. In the future, there will definitely be high-end wild Chinese medicinal materials, but at most, they will be sold through the pharmaceutical company as a platform. For example, if there are ginseng over 100 years old, they will be auctioned under the company's name, which cannot be counted as normal company revenue. Ken Ranran was not disappointed at all. Instead, her eyes still held that beautiful crescent shape, and she confidently said, "If you want me to make the company worth 100 billion, then I might not have much confidence. But if it's just 10 billion, I do have some confidence." Ginseng over 100 years old and other possible high-end wild Chinese medicinal materials might not count as profits for the pharmaceutical company, but if handled well, they could continuously expand connections and create various opportunities for the pharmaceutical company. At this moment, Ken Ranran had already thought of many feasible routes. Chang Chen nodded, "All right, as long as you have confidence, work hard and do your best." After letting Ken Ranran out of the middle door of the M9, Chang Chen began to understand why it is said that talent is crucial for wanting to do business and make money. Some high IQ talents, as long as you give them a platform and an opportunity, can truly create unexpected benefits for you. Although he had already given away 10% of the shares and promised another 20%, as long as Ken Ranran could one day develop the pharmaceutical company from just 3 pharmacies to a value of over $1 billion, wouldn't he still be the one to gain the most benefit in the end? Seeing Ken Ranran like this, he couldn't help but think of Yushiro from the Agricultural Trade Company. He wondered if the Agricultural Trade Company also had the same prospects and whether he should give Yushiro an opportunity and paint a grand vision for her as well. In fact, the Agricultural Trade Company is not just about various procurements, it also has development prospects. However, currently, the territory of Lu Kuan and Lu Shao in this ancient time and space is still very small, with only 150,000 military and civilians under their rule, and the overall environment is not stable enough. If one day Lu Kuan and Lu Shao controlled the entire Bingzhou, which is modern-day Shaanxi, it would mean having access to all the water sources and arable land in Shaanxi, and even hundreds of thousands of military and civilians. Could these conditions not create value for the Agricultural Trade Company? What if one day Lu Kuan and Lu Shao controlled not only Guangzhou and Guangdong but the entire northern region? Although in Lu Shao's time and space, the Han population might only be a few million, and the available manpower is indeed limited, Chang Chen was not looking to earn hundreds of billions or trillions, he was merely aiming for tens of billions or 100 billion. Why wouldn't there be a prospect for realization? Thinking of it, he acted, driving the M9 to the parking area near the Agricultural Trade Company. When Yushiro saw the message from Chang Chen, she immediately left the company office. The middle door of the M9 opened automatically, and Yushiro got into the car. Chang Chen got straight to the point. "The Agricultural Trade Company has been established for a few months now, and I've had you purchase a large amount of agricultural products or other miscellaneous goods. Although it's called an Agricultural Trade Company, as the general manager, you haven't really sold any agricultural products. There are still over 10 million in the company account. Consider it as development funds for the company. If you have any ideas for the company's development, you can freely use this money for growth. In the future, if I ask you to procure anything else, there will be additional funds injected. I gave Ken Ranran an opportunity, and I wanted to ask if you also need the same chance. Your regular salary will continue, and I will transfer 10% of the shares of the Agricultural Trade Company to you. If you can make the company thrive, in addition to your salary, you'll also receive an extra 10% profit share. If one day you can increase the company's value to over $1 billion, I will transfer an additional 20% of the shares to you. What do you think?" Before Chang Chen could finish, Yushiro was so excited that she almost grabbed his hand, directly stating, "Boss, I need this opportunity, I really need this opportunity. Don't worry, I will work hard and not take vacations if I can help it. I will definitely help you make the Agricultural Trade Company worth over $1 billion. Yushiro's enthusiasm for work was actually even higher than Ken Ranran's. Chang Chen only had her procure goods everywhere, especially after winter, because each procurement was very large, and the larger the quantity, the longer the interval before the next one. Often, she would finish her busy work in about 3 days and take 3 or 4 days off in a week. She felt like she had energy but nowhere to use it. Now, Chang Chen was presenting this opportunity to her. With over 10 million as starting capital, did she have confidence in making the Agricultural Trade Company worth over $1 billion? Of course, she had confidence. Chang Chen often had her purchase a large variety of agricultural products and other goods, which also brought many connections. She could fully utilize these to create many opportunities for the development of the Agricultural Trade Company. Who wouldn't want the chance to be a strong woman? At least she really wanted to, feeling full of strength. Alright, then I'll contact the law firm and draft a new contract and share transfer agreement for you tomorrow. You just focus on working hard. Others were willing to work hard, and once it was up and running, 70% of the profits would be his, while he was only giving away 30%. Naturally, he was happy to support them. Since the words had been spoken, Chang Chen didn't intend to limit it to just verbal promises. He simply asked the law firm to draft a new contract for Ken Ranran and Yushiro, explicitly stating that if the company's value could reach over $1 billion, he would transfer an additional 20% of the company shares to them. Next, Chang Chen, the hands-off manager, felt comfortable, allowing the two women to fully utilize their intelligence and physical strength to create value for him. Chang Chen was lounging on the large sofa in the living room of his 198 square meter apartment, contemplating whether he should buy a villa and 2 more cars, when suddenly, a troubling matter arose. The phone rang, and seeing a completely unfamiliar number, he hesitated for a moment but still answered. The first thing the other party said was, "May I ask if you are Mr. Chang Chen? We are mediators, specializing in mediating family emotional conflicts. We would like to participate in mediating the emotional conflict between you and your ex-wife. Would it be convenient for us to meet? We sincerely want to help you." Chang Chen's face darkened upon hearing this, and he bluntly cursed, "Are you out of your mind? Mr. Chang, how can you curse? We are here sincerely to mediate, hoping for harmony and happiness in your family. Why don't you meet first? You can discuss everything face to face, clear up misunderstandings. Isn't that better than just cursing at me? Stop, I don't need mediation." After saying this, Chang Chen directly hung up the phone. The moment he heard the word mediator, he should have hung up immediately. Cursing was indeed his fault, but he could never apologize. Mediators, especially those who specialize in resolving family emotional conflicts, are mostly unscrupulous people who profit from others' suffering. They engage in moral coercion without experiencing others' pain, urging people to be magnanimous, and they should be run over by a car as soon as they step outside. Just after hanging up, less than a minute later, the phone rang again. Annoying thing. Chang Chen frowned and hung up again, then quickly clicked to block the number. However, those so-called mediators who thrive on this kind of exploitation would never give up so easily. Within 2 minutes, another unfamiliar number called in. Chang Chen hung up again and blocked that number too. He originally thought that seeing his resolute attitude would make them realize it was difficult to gain anything from him, and that the energy spent on him would be more than dealing with 3 or 4 other people, so they would give up. Unexpectedly, just 2 minutes later, he received a call from the watch he had given his daughter. Looking at the name of his daughter displayed on the phone screen, he hesitated for over 10 seconds before answering, knowing it was that group of people using his daughter's watch to call him. Finally, after it rang for over 30 seconds, he picked up. He first spoke gently with his daughter for a few moments, then, as expected, he heard the voice of the so-called mediator. "Mr. Chang, where are you currently living and working? Our program will be broadcast online for public supervision, ensuring fairness and impartiality, without favoring either side. Your daughter misses you very much. We would like to take her to see where you live. Are you willing?" The entire statement seemed polite but was filled with threats and manipulation regarding his daughter. Broadcasting it online for public supervision could ensure fairness? And wanting to know where he lived and worked? What was that about? Did they want to come directly to his home or workplace to harass him, forcing him to accept their so-called mediation? Moreover, using his daughter as an excuse, claiming she wanted to see him, was just a ploy. If they really brought his daughter over, wouldn't they know where he lived? And if he refused to let his daughter come, they would post his refusal online, saying he didn't care for his daughter, and then shift all the blame for his divorce from Lin Jiawei onto him, making the public think he was the scumbag, leading to harassment and doxing. You have your methods, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. Chang Chen sneered, not afraid of these so-called mediators. Hello, Mr. Chang, are you there? Do you want your daughter to come see you now? Chang Chen took a deep breath and said, Stop wasting time. Where are you now? I'll come find you. It was absolutely impossible for him to let those people and his daughter come to his place. He couldn't let Lin Jiawei know where he was living or how carefree his life was. We are at your ex-wife's house, you. Before they could finish, Chang Chen hung up the phone. He took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, drove his M9, and first stopped at a shop by the roadside to buy a voice recorder before heading to Lin Jiawei's house. Knocking on the door, he unsurprisingly saw a large group of people. Not only was his ex-wife Lin Jiawei at home, but also his former in-laws, his daughter Nini, and 3 members of the so-called mediation team with microphones and cameras, totaling 7 people. Jianxin, you're here, his ex-wife greeted him with a bright smile. His former mother-in-law silently walked into the kitchen without saying a word and brought out a few apples. His former father-in-law politely nodded at him. His daughter Nini opened her little arms, asking for a hug. It seemed that his ex-wife's family was very harmonious with him, and he was the one throwing a tantrum, the one in the wrong. Chang Chen carefully observed his ex-wife Lin Jiawei in this home he had lived in for 5 years and left for a few months. Many details showed that they were living worse than when he was still there. This was quite normal, without his monthly salary of around 10,000 yuan to support them, and without him taking care of all the household chores. they had to earn their own money and handle all the cooking and cleaning themselves. Indeed, before he married Lin Jiawei, this family had to fend for themselves, earning money and doing housework, and they had managed for decades, seemingly without any issues. However, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury but hard to go from luxury to frugality. After being supported and taken care of for 5 years, their laziness had long been cultivated. Suddenly reverting to the state of 5 years ago, where they had to do everything themselves, was not something they could easily accept. At the very least, they must have felt uncomfortable psychologically. Lin Jiawei looked a bit haggard, probably having gone out to find a job. This was actually a good thing. Everyone was living their own lives, returning to their struggles in society, which prevented them from feeling entitled when being supported by others, thinking everything was a given, while they themselves offered no reciprocation, not even emotional support. While Chang Chen was observing them, they were naturally observing him as well. Although Chang Chen had several hundred million in his bank account, he did not deliberately pursue any luxury brands. He wore clothes bought from a mall near the community, choosing them for their good fabric and comfort. However, it was clear that none of his outfits cost less than a few hundred yuan, as it was in the city center, surrounded by high-end residential areas. At the same time, Chang Chen had not done any moving work for several months, spending his days enjoying food, eating well, sleeping well, and feeling good, which made his overall spirit better than ever. In short, Chang Chen exuded the message that he was doing very well after leaving them. He could not discern his ex-father-in-law's feelings, but his ex-mother-in-law's face clearly displayed heartache. She felt that Chang Chen must be wasting his monthly salary on his attire, money that, in her eyes, should have been used to support the family. If it weren't for the mediator being present and the cameras recording, she would have been unable to hold back her words against Chang Chen. His ex-wife Lin Jiawei quickly showed a look of grievance. If there's something to say, just say it. Chang Chen had no time to beat around the bush or engage in debates about right and wrong, so he spoke very directly, his tone cold. The mediator, however, did not care about this. She directly shoved the microphone in front of Chang Chen's face. Mr. Chang, we see that your ex-wife and her parents are very polite to you, and your daughter likes you very much. There must be some misunderstanding between you. Your ex-wife says she still has feelings for you, and you have a child together. For the sake of your family and your child, she wants to remarry you. Remarry? I would rather jump into a cesspool than go back to this home and continue living that miserable life. You don't need to persuade me on this. Chang Chen's words were extremely cutting, and Lin Jiawei nearly cried out. His ex-father-in-law glared at him angrily, while his ex-mother-in-law could no longer hold back, shouting, Chang Chen, what do you mean by that? I see you as the heartless, ungrateful one, living worse than a pig or a dog. Where has our family wronged you? You should take a look in the mirror. As she spoke, she picked up an apple and threw it at Chang Chen's head. Mr. Chang, why must you speak so harshly? If we could talk properly, what misunderstandings couldn't be resolved? The mediator seemed not to notice that Chang Chen had been hit by the apple, placing all the blame on him. The spot on his head where he was hit throbbed a bit, but Chang Chen was not angry. He simply said, You're all right. I have a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. I'm worse than a pig or a dog, and you're all good people. From now on, let's each go our own way, and it's best if no one disturbs anyone. Chang Chen directly killed the conversation, knowing that if he argued back, he would be stuck here all day debating right and wrong with these people. These so-called mediators had plenty of topics and methods of moral coercion. In the end, as long as you weren't magnanimous enough, it would always be your problem. Less than 2 minutes later, Chang Chen was ready to leave. Before he left, he warmly said to his daughter, Daddy is leaving. Next year, Anni will be starting kindergarten. If you need to buy any school supplies or if the teacher says there's an activity, you can call Daddy in front of the teacher, and I'll pay whatever it costs. Turning around, Chang Chen coldly stared at the so-called mediators and said indifferently, I hereby solemnly warn you that I refuse to let you infringe on my portrait rights and to put my voice directly on the internet. After saying this, Chang Chen turned and left, completely ignoring his ex-wife Lin Jiawei's calls to stay. Just as Chang Chen expected, only a day later, he saw on a certain platform that the so-called mediation organization had edited and uploaded his video and words online. Although his face was pixelated, it wasn't detailed enough. Anyone familiar with him could easily recognize him, and his voice was completely unaltered. At the same time, because he didn't argue about right or wrong, maintaining a cold demeanor and harsh tone throughout, those mediators selectively edited the footage, mixing in his ex-wife Lin Jiawei's grievances and cries, along with his former mother-in-law's final scolding of him. In short, anyone watching would instinctively think he was the one with the problem, not his ex-wife's family. The video had just been uploaded, and the few comments were almost all insults directed at him. Chang Chen didn't waste any time. He directly called a large law firm, scheduled an appointment with a top lawyer, and provided a copy of the recording from that day, asking him to sue the mediation organization on his behalf. It didn't matter if he didn't get much compensation, he just wanted to make those so-called mediators suffer. In less than 2 hours, the video uploaded by the mediation organization was taken down, and they received a lawyer's letter and were preparing to respond. After that, Changchen didn't pay much attention, he just asked the lawyer to send the results to his phone after some time. He held several $100 million in cash. Whoever tried to wrong him would definitely feel even worse. Time quickly passed, and the New Year's Day arrived, with the weather entering the coldest month of the year. The city where Changchen lived in modern times was located south of the Yangtze River, and it had only seen a few light snowfalls, not too cold. In contrast, in the ancient time and place where Lu Xiao was, Jinyang City had already experienced several heavy snowfalls, with temperatures estimated to be below -20 degrees. Although Jinyang City had a military and civilian population of 150,000, with an average of 150,000 pounds of clothing and bedding per person, this was still not enough to survive such cold weather. Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao had already ordered as much wood as possible to be gathered for heating. However, for every few dozen elderly, weak, women, and children, they could only receive a small pile of firewood each day, enough to burn for less than an hour. Through Lu Xiao's perspective during his inspection, Changchen saw many elderly, weak, women, and children huddled in one room, shivering around a small pile of dying embers. If this extreme cold continued without enough firewood for heating, it would be normal for 20 or 30 people to freeze to death in a day. Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao had no choice but to send more soldiers to the Taihang Mountains to cut down wood. However, the snow was deep along the way, and the amount of firewood they could bring back each day still fell far short of the demand. When Changchen contacted Lu Xiao again, Lu Xiao asked Changchen if he could purchase a batch of heating supplies to send over. In the past, Lu Xiao was reluctant to have Changchen send things that could be obtained in his own time, such as firewood. Normally, they could directly dispatch 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers to the Taihang Mountains to chop wood, which would be more than enough for daily fires. However, he did not expect that this winter would bring so much snow and cold. While a good snowfall heralds a bountiful year, one must first endure the bitter cold of a winter filled with heavy snow. Why can't you dig coal to burn yourselves? Changchen recalled reading in history books that during the Western Han Dynasty, the court had records of large-scale coal use for iron smelting, so logically, there should be no shortage of coal in Bingzhou. Lu Xiao explained, "You must be referring to anthracite, right? The court did have records of extensive use in the past, but the iron produced from anthracite is of lower quality than that produced from charcoal. Moreover, anthracite is too heavy. If the common people carry back a basket of anthracite, they could just as easily carry back a bundle of firewood. Given that there is enough firewood available, anthracite is not a good choice. Furthermore, places with anthracite are often in the mountains. Instead of going into the mountains to mine coal and then carrying it back, it would be simpler to just chop more firewood from the mountains." In Lu Xiao's eyes, anthracite was a tasteless existence that was a pity to discard. The large-scale use of coal by the common people can be traced back to the Sui dynasty. Changchen understood. He felt that Bingzhou had countless coal reserves, and coal was the least of their concerns. This was because he stood on the foundation of modern industrial society, where advanced exploration and mining technologies made it easy to extract coal from hundreds or even thousands of meters underground on a large scale. However, in Lu Xiao's time, whether the coal was too far from the city or buried too deep underground, it was simpler for them to just chop more firewood from the mountains rather than expend effort mining coal. Another point is that anthracite is toxic. One careless mistake could lead to death. If used for heating, one must be very careful, Lu Xiao sighed. Various flaws led to the fact that although the court had once used coal on a large scale during the Western Han Dynasty, after hundreds of years of development, few were willing to use it. Changchen, while checking on his phone, quickly found the answer. The use of coal seemed to have 3 stages. The first stage began during the Western Han Dynasty when large-scale use was first attempted, but it produced toxic fumes that often poisoned people due to open-air burning. The second stage began in the Song Dynasty, where special stoves were used that could expel some toxic fumes, but it was still far less effective than firewood. The third stage was in modern times when desulfurization was learned, allowing coal to burn with almost no toxic gas produced. In summary, to utilize coal on a large scale effectively, one must either learn to expel toxic fumes or learn desulfurization. If one wants to produce good steel from coal, desulfurized coal is essential. Changchen informed Lu Xiao of his findings. To ensure that coal does not poison people when used indoors, all that is needed is to properly vent the smoke and expel the toxic fumes outside through pipes. As for desulfurization, it is necessary for smelting iron and steel, but for heating, proper smoke venting suffices. For the 150,000 military and civilians in Jinyang City, what they needed most was coal for heating. Other uses of coal could be considered later. Upon hearing Chang Chen's explanation, Lu Xiao suddenly understood. However, knowing how to use coal correctly, he still shook his head helplessly. We have no idea where to find anthracite near Jinyang City. Some people have seen it in the mountains, but if we go into the mountains to carry coal, it would be better to just chop firewood directly. The difficulty lay in this point. No, there must be coal near Jinyang City. The entire underground coal reserves of Bingzhou could not be exhausted even by your 150,000 soldiers and civilians in a million years, Chang Chen said with great certainty. Bingzhou is modern-day Shanxi, where nearly 300 billion tons of coal resources have been confirmed. Some say that almost 40% of Shanxi's area has coal underground, buried deep or shallow. How could it be that Jinyang City and its vicinity have none? The only concern is how deep the coal is buried around Jinyang City. If it exceeds 20 meters, with the current technology and manpower available to Lu Xiao, it would be quite difficult to mine it on a large scale. Wait a moment, let me check carefully for you. Chang Chen first searched for the ancient Jinyang City ruins on his phone, then looked up the specific locations of coal mined in the last 100 years nearby, including the depths at which they were buried. He actually found quite a bit of information. About half an hour later, he uncertainly told Lu Xiao that there seemed to be coal layers buried just over 10 meters deep beneath the southern city gate of Jinyang City. In fact, there are coal layers beneath the southern part of Jinyang City and extending several tens of thousands of square kilometers further south. This area contains the largest coal resources in all of Shanxi, although most of it is buried deeper than 30 meters. The easiest to mine is of course surface coal, followed by shallow coal buried less than 10 meters deep, but it seems there are none of these types around Jinyang City and its vicinity, so they can only dig for coal deeper than 10 meters, preferably not exceeding 20 meters. Chang Chen's information was sourced online, and he wasn't entirely sure if the location described was indeed in the southern area of ancient Jinyang City. If you can't find coal beneath Jinyang City, then go look for that river bend along the Fan River, less than 1,000 meters southeast. There is a shallow coal area. Chang Chen suggested several locations to Lu Xiao. Although it is the same piece of land, it is still a different time and space, and with a span of over 1,700 years, who knows if the riverbed or terrain has changed during such a long historical period? There are too many uncertainties. However, one thing is certain, no matter the time and space, as long as it is the same piece of land, there must be countless coal deposits underground. How could one sit in the largest coal deposit area of Huaxia and not find coal? Hearing so much from Chang Chen, Lu Xiao's emotions were completely stirred. According to Chang Chen, if all the coal buried beneath Bingzhou were extracted, the 150,000 soldiers and civilians of Jinyang City could burn for a million years without running out. If it could really be utilized, wouldn't that save a lot of manpower spent on cutting and transporting firewood? I will immediately dispatch 1,000 soldiers, divided into 10 teams, to search for the places you mentioned, digging down 10 to 20 meters at each location. Surely one of them will yield results, Lu Xiao decisively decided. Lu Xiao placed the most importance on the area south of Jinyang City. If they could directly find coal within the boundaries of Jinyang City, that would be the best outcome. It would ensure that if Jinyang City were besieged by the Hu people for an extended period again, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of firewood for cooking, greatly enhancing the city's potential for defense. With 1,000 strong soldiers simultaneously digging at 10 different points, Lu Xiao allocated an additional 200 soldiers to the southern area of Jinyang City, making it 300 soldiers working together to excavate. Chang Chen said they might find coal at just over 10 meters, but Lu Xiao's bottom line was to dig down to 30 meters. Bingzhou truly deserves its reputation as the place with the most coal resources in Huaxia. In just 2 days, 2 of the 9 excavation teams outside the city reported that they had already found coal layers, having quickly reached them after digging just over 10 meters deep. See, sitting on the land of modern Shanxi province, it shouldn't be a problem to find coal if we want to burn it. Although it had nothing to do with him, Chang Chen felt quite pleased to hear that the locations he provided had indeed yielded coal. There are already 2 coal mining sites outside the city, the farthest one being about 4 miles away, and the closer one is less than 2 miles away. With these 2 locations, there is no need to waste manpower on other places that have not yet found coal. The other 7 sites have indeed been halted, but in the southern part of Jinyang City, although they have dug more than 15 meters without seeing any coal, Lu Xiao has not given up. According to his bottom line, as long as he does not find coal, he will keep digging to a depth of 30 meters, and only then will he choose to give up. Indeed, with the technology and manpower of Lu Xiao's era, coal buried more than 30 meters underground, even if found, would be very difficult to extract and not very valuable under normal circumstances. However, as the second in command of Jinyang City, Lu Xiao considers more the strategic value. As long as there is indeed coal here, even if buried more than 30 meters deep, it is still more strategically valuable than coal found less than 10 meters deep outside the city, or even exposed. Of course, while not giving up on the southern part of Jinyang City, Liu Xiao also dispatched a large number of workers to mine coal from the 2 sites outside the city where coal had already been found, transporting it into Jinyang City for use. In just a day and night, they brought back dozens of tons of coal. Next, he needed to consult Chang Chen on how to safely use this coal. As long as you don't burn it directly exposed indoors, it won't poison anyone. You can build a mud stove with proper smoke ventilation. However, while this method is fine for boiling water and cooking, it is not suitable for heating. Chang Chen kept thinking and continued, to use coal for heating, you can only use an iron stove, making a furnace out of iron with proper smoke ventilation, allowing the coal to heat the iron until it glows red, and then using the heat radiated from the iron to warm the space. The iron stove can also have a special opening, allowing you to boil water and cook while heating. In rural areas, coal-burning stoves are common, and in suburban areas close to the countryside, there are many shops selling them. Chang Chen had even used one when he was younger. However, although Chang Chen spoke about how to use coal and how to create an iron stove, what is easy in modern times is extremely difficult in Liu Xiao's ancient era. Without cutting and welding technology, creating an iron pot for boiling water and cooking is very costly. An iron stove that integrates boiling water, cooking, smoke ventilation, and heating, with good airtightness, is like advanced technology from a distant star for people in ancient times. They are powerless to achieve it. Just wait, I'll go get a few and send them over to you, then you can decide which type you want and how many. At that moment, Chang Chen was near a warehouse close to the suburbs, and within 2 kilometers of driving out of the suburbs, he would definitely find shops selling coal-burning stoves. Sure enough, after driving less than 2 kilometers, he not only saw shops selling coal-burning stoves but also found that most shops on the street had them for sale, in various sizes and styles. There was no way around it. For such low-tech items, Chang Chen suspected that many were made by the shop owners themselves or their relatives and friends, just to earn a little labor fee. Chang Chen picked 4, placed them in the trunk of his car, drove 200 or 300 meters, parked in a spacious spot by the roadside, and then directly connected to the ancient era to send them to Liu Xiao. The base is about 1 foot in length and width, with a total height of about 1 foot 3 inches, equipped with an iron shovel, an iron hook, and a 6-meter smoke pipe, priced at the cost of 100 pounds of rice. The base is about 1 foot in length and width, with a total height of nearly 2 feet, also equipped with an iron shovel, an iron hook, and a 6-meter smoke pipe, priced at 135 pounds of rice. Chang Chen informed Liu Xiao of the approximate dimensions and specific prices of the 4 coal-burning stoves. He then realized that Liu Xiao might not know how long a meter is in modern terms, so he added, "What I mean by 1 meter is roughly equivalent to 3.3 of your zhang. You all try it out first, then decide which one to buy and how many. I'll contact you again in 2 hours." Chang Chen said before cutting off the connection and focusing on driving home to rest. On the ancient side, Liu Xiao looked at the 4 coal-burning stoves, checking them left and right, opening every accessible part and inspecting the insides. He also had his guards call his father, Liu Kuan, over. "This is truly a work of divine craftsmanship. It's so exquisite, I can't imagine how it was made." The father and son had never seen electric welding, so they could only express their shock with the phrase, divine craftsmanship. This smaller stove, just the weight of the iron alone, 100 pounds of grain wouldn't be enough to buy it, let alone craft it into such a form. "It's worth it, very worth it," Liu Kuan said, tapping around with the hilt of his sword. In the end, the father and son ordered the soldiers to bring a few baskets of coal. After they set up the smoke pipes, they began to try burning coal. As the coal ignited, the stove heated up and glowed red, releasing intense heat from the iron body. With 4 stoves burning simultaneously in one room, it quickly became hot enough to almost break a sweat. The heating effect was even better than burning firewood directly. "I think this stove is the best. One of these is enough to warm a room that can seat 20 or 30 people, Liu Kuan said, pointing to one of the stoves. "The men in the army are all strong. If they are afraid of the cold, it just means they haven't trained enough. So we need to increase training, and thus we don't need these. Not everyone in the city, especially the old, weak, women, and children, needs them, and besides, winter will be over in a little over a month. I think 2,000 will be enough." After some discussion, Liu Kuan made the decision. In the afternoon, Chang Chen woke up from a comfortable nap. Remembering his agreement with Liu Xiao at noon, he sat up in bed and connected to the ancient time and space to contact Liu Xiao. Hearing Liu Xiao's choice and the quantity needed, he picked up his phone, opened the 3-fold large screen, and sent a series of messages to Yu Xiao from the Agricultural Trade Company. "For this specification of coal stove, find a way to order 2,000 units, to be delivered within a week. The price I can offer you is 180 yuan each. See how much discount you can negotiate, and the extra money will count as company profit." 180 yuan is the retail price at street shops. The wholesale price can be at least 20 yuan cheaper, and for large-scale wholesale, it might be around 140 yuan. As Changchen engaged in long-term transactions with Lu Xiao, he gradually established a rule. He calculated the price of rice he provided to Lu Xiao at a fixed rate of 1 yuan and 80 cents, and for whatever Lu Xiao needed, he directly converted it into how many pounds of rice based on the market retail price. As for why he didn't directly quote prices in soft sister currency, it was because he and Lu Xiao essentially had a barter relationship. The gold, ginseng, jade, gemstones, and so on that Lu Xiao traded over didn't have a fixed price in soft sister currency. The price of gold fluctuated daily. The price of rice was the most stable. Sometimes, for a whole year, the factory price of rice fluctuated within just a few cents. Moreover, he couldn't continue to procure materials for Lu Xiao at the lowest wholesale price from the factory as he had before. That would be too chaotic. Additionally, he assigned work to Yusharo, and when she worked hard to negotiate discounts, if she saw no benefits from her efforts, it would inevitably lead to complacency over time, which was not conducive to talent development. Since he had given Yusharo an opportunity to help grow the agricultural trade company, everything should follow a feasible set of rules. No matter how you look at it, the relationship between him and Lu Xiao is essentially a mutual exchange of goods, and he needs to make money from it. His true purpose is still to earn for himself. The chaotic busyness without specific rules not only wastes an unknown amount of energy but also yields little benefit. It might work in the short term, or it could be done a few times, but doing this for a long time, hundreds or thousands of times, is absolutely not feasible. In any case, once the balance Lu Xiao has placed with him is used up, he will let Lu Xiao and the others figure out how to obtain gold and acquire high-value items on his side. For example, if Lu Xiao trades a batch of gold with him, he will calculate it at 30% of the gold price, then convert it into a specific amount of rice, clearly informing Lu Xiao of the exact balance. Then, if Lu Xiao has any needs or wants any materials, he will directly tell Lu Xiao what materials he has that meet the requirements and provide specific unit prices. Ultimately, what to procure and how much will be decided by Lu Xiao and his side. It will no longer be a matter of what Changchen provides, how much was spent, or how much is left. This way, Lu Xiao and the others will understand exactly how much they have spent, what they have received, and how much remains each time. It's convenient for him, convenient for Lu Xiao, and convenient for everyone. With coal stoves for heating, even in the bitter cold of -20 degrees, the elderly, weak, women, and children in Jinyang City no longer suffer from the cold, and the number of sick people has greatly decreased, with no cases of freezing to death for several days. This winter is colder than last winter, and although among the 150,000 military and civilians in Jinyang City, 130,000 are elderly, weak, women, and children, compared to last year when there were only over 60,000 military and civilians, of which a quarter were young soldiers, the number of deaths from illness and freezing is not as high. After another heavy snowfall, the wind blowing into Jinyang City is no longer the bone-chilling Siberian cold but carries a hint of warmth. Spring is coming. Once the snow melts, everything will revive. Prepare for the spring plowing, but also be aware that the Hu People's Army may attack at any time. Select 500 warhorses to form a reconnaissance unit of 500 men, monitoring the Xianbei people to the north of Jinyang, the Chang people to the east, and the Xiongnu people to the west and south, ensuring that the people have a stable environment for spring plowing. As the governor of Bingzhou, Lu Kuan issued military orders. Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, Zhang Xian, and a dozen other mid-level generals received the orders in the hall. A year's plan lies in spring. Although food can be purchased through Changchen, it must be noted that all the gold, jade, and gemstones in Jinyang City have already been traded to Changchen, so this arrangement cannot continue indefinitely. It is best to grow their own food. Moreover, Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and others have expressed their admiration for Changchen's claim that potatoes and sweet potatoes can yield at least over 2,000 pounds per acre. If such yields are possible, even if halved, with a population of 150,000 in Jinyang, if they can plant 150,000 acres, it would be enough for a year's worth of food. Why can Jinyang City become the most important stronghold in Bingzhou? It is because Jinyang City is protected by mountains on both the east and west sides, making it easy to defend, blocking the Xianbei people from moving south and controlling the Jinjiang Plain to the south. The Jinjiang Plain has the Fin River running through it, with fertile land and abundant water sources, totaling over 2.5 million acres of arable land. Among the 150,000 military and civilians, with 20,000 young soldiers needed to guard against the Hu army's sudden attacks, it is impossible to allocate many people for cultivation. The remaining 130,000 are all elderly, weak, women, and children, making it obviously impossible to plant all 2.5 million acres. After discussions, Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian decided to prepare to cultivate the 300,000 to 400,000 acres closest to Jinyang City, as there are about 40,000 adult women among the 130,000 elderly, weak, women, and children, with each adult woman averaging 2 or 3 elderly or young dependents, only needing to cultivate about 10 acres each. The false emperor Liu Yao of Chang'an has already issued orders to mobilize the army and gather supplies, not knowing when they will march north to attack Jinyang City again. We must complete the land reclamation and sowing before they set out. Farming not only requires a stable environment but also tools. Among the 130,000 old, weak, women, and children, more than 80,000 fled here only last year, and they naturally could not bring any farming tools. However, there are some old farming tools left in Jinyang City, but they are only enough for 2,000 or 3,000 people at most. For this, Lu Xiao could only seek help from Chang Chen. This is simple, Chang Chen replied with a smile. Without modern machinery, even traditional agricultural techniques in his time were over 1,700 years ahead of Lu Xiao's ancient era. Chang Chen did not plan to send modern machinery directly to Lu Xiao. Whether anyone could operate or repair it was one thing. The real issue was that if they became dependent on something far beyond their civilization's capabilities, they might forget traditional farming techniques, which would not be a good thing. Chang Chen could be sure that he could always and forever connect with Lu Xiao's ancient time and exchange materials, right? What if one day they suddenly could not contact each other and could not exchange materials anymore? These were all considerations for Chang Chen. It was better to teach someone to fish than to give them fish. Providing them with things their civilization could not master was not as good as providing them with things they could manage, such as, this is a curved plow, this is a sickle, this is a hoe. You should have these too, just in different styles. This curved plow should save you more than half the effort compared to your antique plows. The curvature of the sickle and hoe is also important. They should save you some effort compared to your antique sickles and hoes. Moreover, my sickles and hoes are made of pure steel, sharper and more durable. Well, sickles and hoes are easy to find, but the curved plow is indeed hard to come by. Mainly because, apart from remote mountainous areas, no one uses them anymore, and the manufacturers of complete products have long gone out of business. However, while it is difficult to obtain a complete curved plow, it is easy to find just the plow heads, as the plow heads used on some tillers are the same as those needed for curved plows. I'll print you a detailed blueprint of the curved plow, and then you can make the frame out of wood yourselves. That shouldn't be too hard. There are still more than 10 days before we can really start spring plowing. I'll go to the countryside outside the suburbs to get you a few complete products so you can try them out first. After disconnecting, Chang Chen took the elevator to the underground parking lot, drove out the M9, and directly navigated to the outskirts near the countryside. As Lu Xiao was approaching spring plowing, so was he. In the suburbs close to the countryside, some tool shop owners were so eager to sell more products that they almost placed sickles, hoes, and plow heads right in the middle of the road, afraid others wouldn't see them. Therefore, Chang Chen found them easily. He spent over 100 yuan to buy 2 of each type of handmade farming tool and plow head, sending them all to Lu Xiao in the ancient time. Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian gathered around the pile of farming tools that Chang Chen sent, along with a detailed blueprint of the old-style curved plow. Worried that Lu Xiao and the others might not understand Arabic numerals, he also printed an additional sheet, for example, 1 equals the capital, 2 equals the capital, all the way to 10 equating to, and also cm is centimeters, mm is millimeters, 100 centimeters equals 1 meter, and 3.333 meters equals 1 zhang. Chang Chen explained so thoroughly, the ancients were just less experienced, not unintelligent, and they quickly understood the blueprint completely. In less than a day, the 2 curved plow heads that Chang Chen sent were made according to the blueprint. Call a few strong women to take them for a test. Lu Kuan ordered with great enthusiasm. There were certainly no oxen, after all. During the worst times in Jinyang City, even the highest officials like Lu Xiao and Lu Kuan had only a bowl of rice soup with invisible grains and a rough bran cake each day. At that time, even if there were oxen, it would have been impossible to keep them. They would have been slaughtered for soup and meat. There were indeed many wild buffaloes in the Taihang Mountains, but capturing and taming them was not easy, and it was utterly impossible to catch enough for this year's farming. So, the plow had to be pulled by people. He could assign some young soldiers to help pull the plow, but it would be best if the women responsible for farming could manage it themselves. In fact, the curved plow was not only designed to be more efficient and labor-saving compared to the traditional plow of this ancient time, but also because the plow head was made of modern high-hardness steel, which saved even more effort. If the traditional plow required a strength of 10, only a very strong man could barely pull it. At this moment, the curved plow provided by Chang Chen required just a little over 4, needing less than half the strength. Modern sports have shown that the maximum weight lifted by men is 220 kilograms in the clean and jerk, 501 kilograms in the deadlift, while for women, it is 155 kilograms and 318 kilograms respectively, indicating that the strength of adult women is about 60 to 70% of that of adult men. It is not a multiple difference. Therefore, under the pull of several women Lu Kuan had found, the curved plow was surprisingly easier to pull than the traditional wooden plow pulled by men before. Good, that's great, Lu Kuan said with great joy. This way, even without oxen and without enough strong men participating, we can still complete the land reclamation and farming mostly with the efforts of adult women. Lu Kuan also tried the sickle and hoe. The modern steel sickle and hoe were naturally much more effective and labor-saving than the traditional sickle and hoe of this ancient time. After discussing with Lu Xiao, when Changchen contacted Lu Xiao again the next day, he learned that Lu Xiao and the others had already made the curved plow and tested it. They were very satisfied with several modern handmade farming tools and unanimously expressed a desire to exchange them in large quantities with Changchen. Changchen wasted no time and directly quoted him, "The plowhead is worth 15 jin of rice, the sickle 3.5 jin of rice, and the hoe 5.5 jin of rice. The sickle and hoe are just the iron parts. You will need to carve and attach the wooden handles yourselves." Although there were options with handles available, the wood on the modern market was all fast-growing and of poor quality. In contrast, in this ancient time, where the population was sparse, there were plenty of high-quality woods to be cut and carved into handles, so he didn't bother with that. Lu Xiao was so excited that he almost glowed with joy. They were all iron tools, and such useful iron tools at that. However, the cheapest sickle could be exchanged for just 3.5 jin of rice, and the plowhead only required 15 jin of rice. With 150,000 military and civilian people in Jinyang City, if each person ate 1 jin less of rice, they could exchange for 10,000 plowheads. He and his father Lu Kuan had weighed it. The plowhead weighed nearly 6 jin. Normally, according to their local value, could 15 jin of rice be exchanged for nearly 6 jin of iron? They probably couldn't even buy 1 jin, let alone have it made into a plowhead. Such good and cheap iron tools were simply more than welcome. We want to exchange for 20,000 plowheads, 100,000 sickles, and 100,000 hoes. With these farming tools, especially the sharp sickles and hoes, in the future, if needed, even women, as long as each has one, can help fight against the Hu people. In his excitement, Lu Xiao even directly expressed his thoughts to Changchen. Changchen sighed and shook his head. He actually found the idea of women wielding sickles and hoes to participate in ancient battlefield combat with cold weapons too hard to bear. It was too cruel. However, he did not comment, as the circumstances of the times were different. If it really comes to a certain point, a woman wielding a sickle and hoe on the battlefield is actually better than being captured without resistance. At that time, not only would one be annihilated in broad daylight, but at night, they would also be cooked and eaten like livestock. Isn't that 100 times more tragic than being killed outright while resisting? A total of 220,000 farming tools offset a balance of 1,150,000 pounds of rice. The quantity is a bit large. I will try my best to deliver it to you before the real spring plowing begins. You can prepare the frame for the curved plow, as well as the handles for the sickles and hoes. After agreeing, Changchen cut off contact. At the same time, he took out his foldable phone and sent a series of messages to Yushiro. Purchased 20,000 plowheads of size, priced at 28 yuan each, 100,000 sickle heads without handles, priced at 5 yuan each, 100,000 hoe heads without handles, priced at 10 yuan each. You call various manufacturers in the country to see who has more stock. It's best to get the goods to the city before the real spring plowing begins. Any discounts you can negotiate will count as profit for the agricultural trade company. Changchen reported the retail price of the farming tools from the store. If negotiated directly with the source factory, at this quantity, it could be at least 20% cheaper than the retail price, which would be enough for the agricultural trade company to earn around 400,000 yuan in profit. Additionally, with 200,000 sickles and hoes, a county with a population of several 100,000 wouldn't sell that many in a whole year. 20,000 plowheads would be even more. Across 5 or 6 counties with 3 million people, it might not even be possible to wear out that many plowheads in a year. This procurement action was much larger than purchasing several million pounds of rice at once. Fortunately, with spring plowing approaching, suddenly selling such a large quantity of sickles, hoes, and plowheads would only be considered a big order for a farming tool factory that could potentially produce tens of millions of sickles and hoes and over 1 million plowheads in a year. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely complete the task. Yushiro was decisive and capable. Such a large order made her eyes almost sparkle. After all, it could potentially increase the agricultural trade company's profit by around 400,000 yuan. It's worth noting that she owns 10% of the company's shares, meaning that out of this profit of around 400,000 yuan, 40,000 yuan would go to her, which is more than her monthly salary. That day, Yushiro found the phone numbers of several large farming tool factories in the country and called them to negotiate. In recent years, as domestic technology has advanced, various automated agricultural machines have emerged, and drones have begun to operate in large numbers. Traditional farming tool factories have been struggling year by year. For example, if they could sell 10 million sickles this year, they might only sell 9,500,000 next year, with performance declining annually. This has led to each farming tool factory having a large inventory. The first farming tool factory Yushiro called had enough stock of sickles, hoes, and plow heads. Of course, in business, Yushiro couldn't just give the entire order to this factory. She still contacted several other large farming tool factories, carefully negotiating prices with them to secure the maximum discounts. Ultimately, based on the retail prices provided by Changchen, Yushiro negotiated a profit of around 470,000 yuan with the farming tool factory, which was 70,000 yuan more than the estimated 400,000 yuan. The factory was very efficient. Once the price was agreed upon and the deposit received, they immediately loaded the goods for shipment. Although it was 2 provinces away, crossing the Yellow River, Huai River, and Yangtze River, the transportation distance was over 1,000 kilometers. However, on the 3rd day after Changchen promised Lu Xiao, the first truck arrived at the warehouse to unload the goods. Although Lu Xiao had been shocked many times by the transactions with Changchen, he was still taken aback once again this time. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of iron, and to be made into individual farming tools, had all been completed in just a few days? In his understanding, he knew that to obtain a piece of rough iron from 1 pound of iron, one had to go through mining, or selection, and smelting, and then it had to be forged multiple times to become a tool. For this sickle, which weighed less than a pound, even if a craftsman had a finished iron block, excluding the major steps of mining, or selection, and smelting, it would still take nearly half a day's work to forge, polish, and place it on the shelf. More than 20 years ago, before the 8 Kings Rebellion in the Western Jin Dynasty, the world had a population of 30 million, and the annual iron production was only this much. Immortal, is it easy to smelt iron in your world? Lu Xiao couldn't help but ask. Less than a pound of iron, and it could be exchanged for just 3.5 pounds of rice in Changchen's words. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of iron could all be made into tools and delivered in just a few days. Moreover, the total cost was only about 115,000 pounds of rice, equivalent to 3 to 4 pounds of rice for 1 pound of ironware. What if we only consider the iron itself, excluding the costs of making it into tools? Could it be that 1 pound of iron is worth only 1 or 2 pounds of rice? Facing this question, Changchen smiled, showing no intention of hiding anything, and said, "Here, including the concealed production from the steel mills, on average, each person, including newborns and centenarians, can produce 2,000 pounds of iron each year. I can use 200 million pounds of steel to make a super weapon, and this weapon will shake the nations as it cruises by. A 100,000-ton aircraft carrier weighs about 200 million pounds. Well, the information was so far beyond comprehension that Lu Xiao felt more numb than shocked. After just a few breaths of being stunned, Lu Xiao bitterly smiled and shook his head, not asking anything further. From the very beginning, he had referred to Changchen as immortal, imagining the world Changchen inhabited as a divine world. He should have known not to use the understanding of his own dark and war-torn world to envision such a divine realm. Next, Lu Xiao and his son Lu Kuan organized the soldiers to distribute 20,000 curved plow heads, 100,000 handleless sickle heads, and 100,000 handleless hoe heads. Basically, all the elderly, weak, women, and children in Jinyang, as long as they could hold something and had the strength to swing and cut grass, received one. First, 500 scouts ventured out 200 to 300 miles in various directions, and several small teams had already infiltrated near Chang'an and Luoyang to monitor. Then, 2,500 cavalry and nearly 10,000 infantry were dispersed to guard various key points, ensuring the safety of the majority of the 13,000 elderly, weak, women, and children when they left the city to cultivate the land. Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao ordered 10 households to form a group, leaving the city together, with each group needing to cultivate a piece of land about 100 acres in size. The so-called household meant that each adult woman counted as one household, even if she was alone. Because the environment was not stable enough, with the enemy potentially attacking from the north at any time, and the future yield of food uncertain, the cultivated land was not directly divided for individual harvests. Instead, Changchen proposed a suggestion: a communal kitchen and a work point system. For the next year, food and work would be arranged uniformly. Although this would certainly support some lazy individuals and there would be those who work without effort, in a specific environment, this was the optimal solution for stable development and transition. If in the future Lu Kuan and Lu Shao can break out of Jinyang, break out of Bingzhou, and gain control of the world, then this segment of history will surely be recorded in detail by historians. When the time comes again for the special period of division must unite and unity must divide, future generations looking back at the historical records might have a flash of inspiration. I suppose this counts as harboring private intentions, planting a seed. Cultivating and farming was exhausting, a task that should have been primarily undertaken by young men. However, all the young men had joined the Jinyang army, which needed to guard against the enemy that could attack from the north at any time, so only 3,000 to 4,000 could be allocated to participate, leaving the main labor force to be the adult women. Fortunately, there are curved plows and steel sickles and hoes, which save a lot of effort compared to the old wooden plows and ordinary iron tools. Additionally, all the elderly, weak, women, and children have spent 3 to 4 months strengthening their bodies, and they have at least gained 10 pounds of flesh compared to their bony state when they first arrived in Jinyang City last year. Some in better condition have even gained 30 pounds. Many of them have never been full since birth, having always been in a bony state, and they have hardly broken a sweat because there was simply no moisture in their bodies to flow. Now that they have gained weight, they feel an unprecedented strength in their arms. Plowing and hoeing are tiring, but most people are working joyfully, sweating freely. Some hold hoes, and with each strike, they see the soil easily parting. Others wield sickles, feeling the sharpness of the blades. With a gentle cut, they can sever thinner grass, and with a vigorous swing, they might even chop off a person's arm. Some can't help but lick their lips, gripping the sickle handle tighter, their eyes involuntarily revealing a deep-seated hatred, likely thinking of relatives who died under the blades of the Hu people. If my daughter had been 2 years older at that time, had the strength she has now, and had such a knife in her hand, perhaps she could have fought against those Hu people instead of watching helplessly as her mother was taken away. During this period, there are too many tragic scenes across this land of Huaxia. The girl speaking, around 15 or 16, had once trembled as she walked over 1,000 miles, having seen piles of bones, all belonging to people, among which one pile seemed to belong entirely to women, many of which bore clear signs of having been gnawed upon. A chilling thought. She thought of her mother, who had been taken by the Hu people. Perhaps part of that pile was her mother's. Though she is a woman, she is also a child of Huaxia, with a martial spirit deeply rooted in her bones. As long as she has a weapon of 1.5 feet to fight for her life, many are willing to risk everything against the enemy. The cut surface of the potato seeds should be wrapped in turf ash, and when planting, be careful with the spacing. If they are too close, they will compete for nutrients and won't yield much fruit. Chang Chen, through Lu Shao's perspective and words, instructs the people on how to plant potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn, 3 modern crops. After spring begins, the previously sent potatoes and sweet potatoes that couldn't be eaten have already sprouted, just right to be used as seeds for planting. With a total of 130,000 elderly, weak, women, and children, Lu Shao certainly cannot teach them all personally how to plant. He can only teach 100 soldiers first, and then when the 130,000 elderly, weak, women, and children leave the city in batches, each person can take them to a place to teach them once, 10 households at a time, and there will always be a clever one who can fully understand. First, plant the sprouted sweet potatoes, water them a bit, and after a couple of days when the sprouts grow longer, cut them off into half-foot-long sections. This will also serve as seeds. Burying half of it in the soil will make it grow. The corn seeds should be buried about this deep. Pay attention to the spacing. The 4 high-ranking officials of Jinyang, Lu Kuan, Lu Shao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Exian unanimously decided to cultivate and farm about 400,000 acres of land close to Jinyang City. Wheat and rice are traditional staple crops. Chang Chen provided some modern seeds, and although there are no chemical fertilizers, the yield can reach around 500 pounds per acre, which is much better than the previous best of just over 300 pounds per acre. It could have been planted in large quantities, but the Hu people recognize wheat and rice. Planting them would easily make them targets for destruction or looting by the Hu. In contrast, the 3 crops of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn are unfamiliar to the Hu people, at least in this first year. They can be concealed from them. Therefore, this year, the main crops will be these 3, with 50% planted in potatoes, 30% in sweet potatoes, 15% in corn, and 5% in wheat and rice. The main goal is for Chang Chen to hope that Lu Shao and the others can keep some wheat and rice seeds for themselves. He directly provided some wheat and rice seeds this year. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. He was uncertain whether he could maintain contact and trade supplies with Lu Shao consistently. Therefore, what he could provide this year, which the common people of that era could manage, he wanted to send over first, such as high-yield modern wheat and rice seeds that had been hybridized and improved over several generations. Although to truly achieve high yields, one would need to purchase seeds improved by seed companies every year. If one saved seeds, the yield would drop by more than 20% the following year. Without chemical fertilizers, the estimated yield would be just over 400 pounds per acre, but that was still much better than the Kampa rice introduced during the Song dynasty. Not only grain seeds, but also seeds for peppers and tomatoes, Changchen had provided some. However, he did not let Lu Xiao and the others arrange for large-scale planting outside the city. Instead, they were to be planted inside the city for use as ingredients in small quantities. A month after spring plowing began, the spies placed in Chang'an reported back that the pseudo-emperor Liu Yao of Hanzhou had mobilized an army of 100,000, ordered to be led by General Huyan Yi, to march north against Jinyang City. Calculating the time, the Xiongnu army should be crossing the Yellow River into Hedong County. It is estimated that within 10 days, they will reach Jinyang City. Lu Kuan analyzed based on his experience. Hedong County was just south of the Jinzhong Plain controlled by Jinyang City. Continuing to advance north from Hedong County would take only 4 days to enter the Jinzhong Plain, and 7 days to arrive at the gates of Jinyang City. This meant they had only 7 days to prepare. Lu Kuan gathered Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, Zhang Exayan, and a dozen mid-level military and civil officials to inquire about the spring plowing situation. Originally, with 5 more days, we could have completed the plowing of all the land we planned to cultivate. Now, if we speed things up, we can finish a day early, leaving us 3 days to withdraw the people back into the city to hold the fort. One civil official responded. Lu Kuan nodded. With the great battle approaching and the brutality of the Hu people, it was impossible to leave the common people outside the city. Unfortunately, the seeds that had just been sown could not receive timely watering and careful tending. They did not know how long this great battle would last, nor how much harvest could be expected after the fighting was over. At that moment, Changchen was connected to the ancient time and space, listening to Lu Kuan's worries through Lu Xiao's perspective and ears. He smiled and said, "Corn is a bit troublesome, but potatoes and sweet potatoes are more drought-resistant. Even if they go without water for a month or two, as long as the grass isn't dead from drought, the potatoes and sweet potatoes won't die either, especially the sweet potatoes. You can actually treat sweet potatoes as grass. Even without any care, when it comes time to harvest, while it may not be possible to yield over 2,000 pounds, 700 or 800 pounds is definitely achievable." Hearing Lu Xiao's words, everyone present felt relieved. They were not surprised by Lu Xiao's sudden role in conveying messages. They all knew he could contact a deity and ask the deity to bestow things. Over the past 6 months, the food granted by the deity had amounted to tens of millions of pounds, along with meat, vegetables, and various other items. Such a powerful deity would not deceive them, no matter what. There was no doubt that Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao had concealed many things, turning Chang Chen's ability to contact Lu Xiao into a willingness to only contact Lu Xiao, and transforming the trade of supplies with Changchen into a bestowal from Changchen. Of course, the benefits of doing so far outweighed revealing the true situation. It maximized Lu Xiao's status, forming an undisputed core, reducing disputes, and effectively channeling efforts in one direction. If we can achieve an average yield of 700 pounds per acre, no, even 500 pounds, we will have enough food for a year. They had cultivated about 400,000 acres of land, at 500 pounds per acre, that would yield 200 million pounds. Averaged among 150,000 soldiers and civilians, each person would have over 1,000 pounds, which would be more than enough even if they ate 3 pounds a day. After discussing the issues of farming, the group began to talk about how to resist the 100,000 Xiongnu troops. The enemy outnumbers our Jinyang defenders 5-1. This year marked the 9th year since the fall of the Western Jin court, and Jinyang City had withstood the Hu people for 9 years. This time, with 100,000 Xiongnu troops at their doorstep, it was undoubtedly the largest force they had faced in those 9 years. Last year was so difficult, yet we made it through. I believe we can do it again this time. Despite the overwhelming enemy force, everyone present remained relatively calm, largely due to the presence of Changchen, the immortal hidden behind Lu Xiao, which greatly boosted their confidence. At the same time, at the border of the Jinzhong Plain in Hedong County, there was a hilly valley stretching over 100 miles. Whether the forces from Jinyang City were advancing south to attack Hedong County or the troops from Hedong County were moving north to assault Jinyang City, they had to first cross this hilly valley. The scouts sent out from Jinyang City had ventured as far as this point. Meanwhile, the 100,000 Xiongnu troops, having crossed the Yellow River and entered Hedong territory, were also dispatching numerous scouts to probe ahead during their march. Thus, the scouts from both sides encountered each other first here. Kill! Both sides, consisting of 10 riders each, wasted no time and charged at each other fiercely upon spotting one another. The Xiongnu were the main force that had destroyed the Western Jin, having nominally unified the entire area north of the Huai River for nearly 3 years, and they still controlled the major cities of Chang'an and Luoyang, being the only group among the 5 barbarians to have claimed an emperor. Over the past 9 years, Jinyang City had been besieged multiple times, with 4 of those instances being by the Xiongnu. At this stage, the Xiongnu remained the strongest among the 5 barbarians, followed by the Chang people. Their dominance led them to look down on the scouts from Jinyang, and upon encountering them, they charged in aggressively. The scouts from Jinyang were mostly selected from the original 11,000 defenders, having followed Lu Kuan and Lu Shaoan resisting the Wu for 9 years, and last year they had been pushed to the brink. Now, after more than half a year of ample food and strict training, their physical condition was at its peak. They had long wanted to confront the elite of the Wu directly, so when they met the Xiongnu scouts, they naturally charged forward without hesitation. Both sides appeared fierce. However, who truly held the advantage would only be revealed after their clash. 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The first encounter between the two sides. Clang. Weapons clashed. Put. Blood splattered. 7 riders from each side engaged, while the other 3 from each side, not having enough distance, quickly veered away without engaging. Among those who clashed, 3 Xiongnu scouts were slain from their horses, while 1 from the Jinyang scouts fell, resulting in a 3-to-1 disparity. The Xiongnu scouts were taken aback. The reason for this outcome was simple. The Xiongnu scouts had been careless. Scouts from both sides were the elite among the elite. The Xiongnu, as the main force of the Hu 9 years ago, had first captured Chang'an, then Luoyang, leading to the fall of the Western Jin dynasty. Since then, they had been waging campaigns against other forces year after year, growing strong for nearly a decade. These Xiongnu scouts had been well-fed for over a decade, their physical condition robust, and they had experienced more battles than the scouts from Jinyang. At the same time, the Western Jin's 8 Kings Rebellion lasted 16 years, and with the fall of the Western Jin 9 years ago, that made a total of 25 years. The Northern Han people first suffered from war, and then under the brutal rule of the 5 barbarians, they were treated as the lowest slaves, with very few able to eat their fill regularly. This led to the Xiongnu scouts believing that Han people were physically weaker than them. Despite their bravery, they assumed that in a direct confrontation, they would be the ones at a disadvantage, especially considering that these were Han people from Jinyang, who they thought would be even weaker and less powerful. They could never have imagined that, over the past 6 months, with the help of Changchen, Jinyang City had exchanged for an endless supply of grains, meats, vegetables, and eggs, allowing them to eat freely and fully restore their health. Moreover, the nutritional balance of their food was reasonable, unlike the Han scouts who often gorged themselves on meat alone. While it seemed they consumed more meat and were well fed, it was actually not as beneficial for their bodies. Additionally, the training regimen for the Jinyang Army Scouts incorporated suggestions from Changchen based on modern scientific research. For instance, when focusing on physical fitness, they emphasized frog jumps, running, leverage exercises, and push-ups, which proved to be more efficient and effective than the traditional method of merely swinging weapons. Consequently, this led to a result where the physical strength of the Jinyang Army Scouts was not only not weak as perceived by the Huns, but was actually slightly greater than that of the Han Scouts. The balance of pure physical strength had shifted in favor of the Jinyang Army Scouts, and combined with the initial carelessness of the Han Scouts, it became reasonable that in this encounter, 3 of them were knocked off their horses while only 1 Jinyang Army Scout was taken down. Currently, the numbers were 9-7, with the Jinyang Army Scouts holding a clear numerical advantage. Furthermore, a loss of 3 out of 10 represented a 30% casualty rate. Even though these Hun scouts were among the elite of the Hun cavalry, they could only withstand a loss of about 40-50% without breaking. Now, with a 30% loss, while it did not reach the point of collapse, it had severely affected morale. At this moment, the remaining 7 Hun scouts were in a state of fear. The fierce momentum and disdain they had just displayed had completely vanished. After the first encounter, they had moved apart by about 30 meters. Among the 7 Hun scouts, 2 were frantically reaching for their bows and arrows, wanting to shoot. However, none of the 9 Jinyang Army Scouts made any such move. It was simple. When they had suddenly collided earlier, they were still about 80 meters apart, and neither side had thought to shoot arrows first. The distance was too short for either side to have time to draw their bows and shoot. Even if one managed to hastily shoot an arrow, what if it missed? There would be no time to switch back to close combat with swords, and they could end up being killed by the opponent's melee advantage, which would be a huge loss. Now, with both sides about 30 meters apart, they suddenly wanted to use bows and arrows. This was a direct manifestation of the Hun scouts' morale being shaken, their courage and fighting spirit diminished, leading to their panic. Kill! The 9 Jinyang Army Scouts naturally could not give the Han scouts the chance to draw their bows and shoot at such a short distance. They urged their horses forward, charging in again within moments to close the distance. Clang! The 2 sides met once more. Puff! Puff! 2 more Hun scouts were knocked off their horses, and 1 was injured but did not fall. Undoubtedly, the 2 Hun scouts who were knocked off were the very ones who had panicked and put down their curved knives to switch to bows and arrows. On the Jinyang army scout side, only one was injured, but he also did not fall. Now the numbers had changed to 9 to 5, with each side having one injured. So if only counting those who were unharmed, the ratio was even more skewed at 8 to 4. In this situation, the remaining 5 Hun scouts had lost all fighting spirit and morale. After the second encounter, they did not turn back to continue fighting but instead fled without stopping. Chase. The 8 unharmed Jinyang army scouts crazily pursued them. The one already injured among the Jinyang army scouts stayed behind, on one hand to stop the bleeding and bandage his wound, on the other to check if the Jinyang army scout who had been knocked off was still alive, and also to finish off the 5 Hun scouts who had been taken down. Returning to the pursuit of 5 Xiongnu scouts by 8 Jinyang army scouts. The two sides were about 40 to 50 meters apart. As long as the fleeing Xiongnu scouts did not rein in their horses, the pursuing Jinyang army scouts would not be able to catch up anytime soon. With no chance for close combat, both sides took up their bows and arrows, exchanging shots during the chase. The Xiongnu, being a nomadic people, had a tradition of training in horsemanship and archery from a young age. However, the Huaxia people had also valued martial skills since the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, with 2 of the 6 arts of the Confucian gentlemen being archery and charioteering. While charioteering and horsemanship required wealth to support training, many Huaxia men trained in archery from a young age, especially during these dark times of war, making it an essential skill. Thus, the Xiongnu did not have a natural advantage in archery. Stop! Stop! The arrows whistled through the air, and soon the previously injured Xiongnu scout was shot from behind and fell from his horse. After a few breaths, another Xiongnu cavalryman was also struck by an arrow and fell. Puff! When the 3rd Xiongnu scout was shot and fell, only then did one of the Jinyang army scouts also get hit and fall. At this moment, only 2 Xiongnu scouts remained, while the Jinyang army still had 7. 2 bows against 7, the Jinyang army scouts had a crushing advantage. Given the situation, the last 2 Xiongnu scouts were doomed. Of course, it wasn't that simple. The Xiongnu scouts were not just a single team of 10 riders, they were the vanguard of an army of 100,000. With several teams of 10 riders. After pursuing for about 7 or 8 miles, just as the 7 Jinyang army scouts shot down another Xiongnu scout, another group of Xiongnu scouts appeared ahead. Save me! The last remaining Xiongnu scout was overjoyed, desperately whipping his horse to reach the other Xiongnu scouts ahead. Meanwhile, the 7 Jinyang army scouts reined in and turned back, becoming the ones to flee. The newly appeared Xiongnu scouts saw the Jinyang army scouts and the lone remaining Xiongnu scout. Hesitating, they did not dare to charge immediately but planned to first meet with the lone Xiongnu scout to clarify the situation. By the time they regrouped, the 7 Jinyang army scouts had already vanished. Such skirmishes among scouts occurred more than once in this hilly valley stretching over 100 miles. Both sides suffered casualties, but overall, the Xiongnu scouts suffered more. It is also worth mentioning that the Xiongnu were ruthless. Those who were injured but not dead, yet unable to move, were abandoned, as bringing back 100 would save only a few. In contrast, the Jinyang army scouts brought back anyone who was still alive to Jinyang City, as they had sutures, anti-inflammatory drugs, penicillin, and so on provided by Changchen, giving even the gravely injured a chance of survival. For example, in the first team of Jinyang army scouts that encountered the enemy, 3 were injured, 1 was cut down, 1 fell from his horse after being shot, and 1 was wounded. Both the one cut down and the one who fell from an arrow did not die on the spot. They were severely injured but still alive when brought back to Jinyang City. General, the Xiongnu army is about to cross the valley, still over 200 miles from Jinyang City. The returning scouts reported to Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, Zhang Xian, and other high-ranking officials. If the Xiongnu army consisted entirely of cavalry, they could reach Jinyang City in a day. However, the Xiongnu had been migrating inward since the Western Jin dynasty and were no longer purely nomadic. Not all Xiongnu had horses to ride. In fact, among this army of 100,000, only 40,000 were Xiongnu, including 23,000 Xiongnu cavalry and 17,000 Xiongnu infantry, along with 4,000 cavalry and 26,000 infantry from other nomadic tribes such as Chang, Di, and Jie. Additionally, there were 30,000 Han soldier slaves, almost all of whom were so emaciated they were little more than skin and bones. Have the people who went out of the city to cultivate and farm returned to the city? Lu Kuan asked a civil official. General, all the people can be brought back to the city within 2 hours, the official replied. Good, then we need not worry whether the Xiongnu army arrives at Jinyang City in 1 day or 3 or 4 days. We just need to prepare for the defense of the city and rely on the city walls to blunt their momentum. Withdraw some scouts, leaving only 3 teams to monitor from high ground or open areas to reduce unnecessary casualties. Currently, 18 scouts had had been sent back injured. If we count those who died on the spot and those who were defeated in skirmishes and could not be brought back, the total casualties had reached 26. Each scout was carefully selected from the elite, and this number of casualties had caused Lu Kuan considerable pain. The 18 injured scouts must be treated with all efforts. In the modern timeline, when Chang Chen contacted Lu Xiao was in the injured soldiers' camp, checking on the condition of the 18 injured scouts. "Is there anything I can help you with, General Lu?" Chang Chen's voice suddenly reached Lu Xiao's ears. Lu Xiao perked up. He had been waiting for Chang Chen. He immediately informed him of the difficulties he was facing. Some of the injured soldiers are over 200 miles from Jinyang City. Although they were simply bandaged and had their bleeding stopped on the way, by the time they were brought back to Jinyang City, they had lost too much blood and were barely alive. I want to know if they can still be saved. The suturing needles and sterile gauze you sent last time are about to run out. I hope we can exchange another batch. He also needed iodine disinfectant for cleaning wounds, anti-inflammatory medicine, and penicillin tablets. Although there was enough for several hundred people, it was necessary to prepare more in advance. After all, a major battle with 100,000 enemy troops was to take place in 3 or 4 days at the latest. If they have lost too much blood, actually, as long as the blood types are the same, people can transfuse blood to each other, giving the blood of a healthy person to those who have lost too much, and the so-called blood types are roughly. Chang Chen shared what he could find directly from the internet with Lu Xiao. "I'll get you a batch of blood type test strips and sterile infusion bags. You can try them on a few of those you think have lost too much blood and are beyond saving." Chang Chen naturally did not dare to guarantee that the blood transfusion would be without issues, as he knew that besides the major blood types A, B, O, and AB, there were also rare types like panda blood that the test strips might not detect. Regardless, as long as it could be proven that blood transfusion was possible, even if it only worked for 80 or 90% of people, it would be far more beneficial than harmful in Lu Xiao's time and environment. Blood type test strips and sterile infusion bags were not difficult to obtain. There were plenty of stores selling them on online shopping platforms, and they were extremely cheap. Blood type test strips cost 4 yuan per person, with free shipping. If buying for 5 people, it would be just over 12 yuan. Sterile infusion bags were also 3.5 yuan per set with free shipping, and if buying 50 sets, it would be over 60 yuan. After discussing with Lu Xiao, Chang Chen disconnected and sent a message to Ran. "Immediately arrange for the pharmacy to prepare 30 blood type test strips and 10 sets of sterile infusion bags, and send someone over to me." "Okay, boss." Ran quickly made arrangements. About 35 minutes later, a young man in a yellow shirt rode an electric bike to deliver the items to Chang Chen at the community entrance. After Chang Chen received it, he sent it to Lu Xiao in the ancient time and space. In the military hospital for the wounded, the doctor found 5 soldiers who were severely injured and weak from blood loss. Following Chang Chen's method of blood transfusion, they proceeded with the transfusion. Chang Chen guided them through Lu Xiao's perspective. Of course, Chang Chen himself didn't fully understand, but as a modern person, he had seen enough to know more than Lu Xiao and the few military doctors who had seen nothing. After the transfusion, a night passed, and one of the 5 wounded soldiers died, while the other 4 showed significant improvement in their condition. Chang Chen did not inquire in detail about how the deceased soldier had died. He only knew that at least 4 had indeed improved due to the transfusion, which meant the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. This result truly delighted Lu Xiao and the several military doctors, who were as excited as if they had discovered a new continent. There was no doubt that Lu Xiao would prepare a large batch of blood-type test strips and sterile infusion bags before the battle. Additionally, there were iodine disinfectants, sutures, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, penicillin tablets, and so on. Thus, when Chang Chen sent another message to Ran, it was a real order. "You go and order 20,000 blood-type test strips from the pharmaceutical factory, calculated at 4 yuan retail price per person, 4,000 sets of sterile infusion bags at 3 yuan 50 cents retail price per set, 1,000 bottles of iodine disinfectant at 5 yuan 50 cents retail price, 3,000 packs of sutures at 5 yuan retail price per pack, anti-inflammatory drugs, count as company revenue, and the discounts negotiated as company profit." "Boss, where did you get such a big order?" In the pharmaceutical company's office, Ran's eyes widened in surprise, unable to help but ask. She had taken over the pharmaceutical company for several months, not only implementing a series of reforms but also learning a lot about the pharmaceutical industry and the procurement prices of some drugs. Take the blood-type test strips, for example. Online platforms dare to sell them for 4 yuan each with free shipping. But shipping costs at least 2 yuan, right? The seller has to make some profit, right? The wholesale price for large quantities is definitely less than 1 yuan 50. Isn't that a profit margin of over 60%? Even if not all categories have such high profits, the average profit is at least 50%. Although a 50% profit isn't considered much for pharmacies, otherwise there wouldn't be so many pharmacies on every street. But the total price of this order is estimated to be around 200,000. Meaning the pharmaceutical company could earn at least over 100,000 in profit. If you don't understand, don't ask so many questions. Just think of it as a chain pet hospital needing supplies for pets. Anyway, it benefits you, Changchen said calmly. Although these supplies and medicines were clearly used for external injuries or surgeries, in these peaceful times, they weren't considered sensitive items, as pet hospitals and veterinarians across the country perform millions of surgeries each year. And do you know where sutures are most commonly used? They are used for castrating chickens and pigs in rural towns. Canranran has a 10% profit share from the pharmaceutical company, so by the end of the year, 100,000 in profit means 10,000 belongs to her. Alright, boss, I guess I spoke out of turn this time. If you could get more big orders like this in the future, I promise not to ask too many questions again. Canranran wasn't the type to dig deep into things, and neither was Yusharo, otherwise, Changchen wouldn't have chosen them, offering such good salaries and development conditions. Large pharmaceutical factories have warehouses in every major city for nearby shipping. With nearly 10 million people in the city, hundreds of pet hospitals, along with regular pharmacies, clinics, small hospitals, and large hospitals, the shipping volume is substantial every month. So after Canranran negotiated the price, placed the order, and paid the deposit, the goods arrived within half a day. In less than 2 days, Changchen delivered the items to Lu Xiao in the ancient time and space. In this situation, it must be said that with the cover of chain pharmacies, ordering medical equipment and medicines is both fast and cheap. Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhaobin, and Zhang Exayan, the top leaders of Jinyang, looked at the large stockpile of equipment and medicines prepared in advance specifically for treating the wounded soldiers, and their spirits were greatly uplifted. They were filled with courage and confidence about holding Jinyang City and even repelling the 100,000 Xiongnu troops. Historically, in wars, the number of those who die directly on the battlefield from being cut down is small. The vast majority actually die from excessive blood loss after being injured in subsequent wound infections. Defending a city is different from ambush battles and open field confrontations. In ambush battles and open field confrontations, you either win or lose. If you win quickly, you have time and opportunity to treat the wounded on the battlefield, but if you lose or the battle drags on too long, all the wounded on the battlefield are almost doomed to die. However, a city cannot be breached overnight. The defenders rely on the city walls, and those injured on the walls can be taken down for treatment at the first opportunity. Now, with such good means of treatment and medicines, as long as one does not die on the spot, there is a chance of survival. This not only greatly boosts the courage and confidence of the soldiers but also has another significant benefit. Soldiers who are rescued after being injured undergo a transformation, with new recruits becoming elite troops and veterans becoming the best of the best. Soon, another day passed. At the hour of the snake, the sun was high in the sky. Standing on the southern city wall of Jinyang and looking south, they first saw a vanguard of 10,000 men. Behind this vanguard, just a mile or two away, was the main force of 90,000 enemy troops. 100,000 enemy troops were at the gates, including 27,000 cavalry. Outside the city, the Xiongnu commander Hu Yanyi had a cold and stern gaze, yet his emotions were calm. He was a famous general who had followed the previous great leader Lu Yuan in conquering the world, and he did not possess the typical arrogance of ordinary commanders who, feeling they had absolute advantages, would look down on the enemy. For him, winning the battle was essential, but it was also important to minimize the cost as much as possible. Send the order to the Han soldiers, fill the moat. With Hu Yanyi's command, a group of the weakest and worst equipped soldiers in the Xiongnu army charged towards Jinyang City, carrying burlap sacks filled with dirt. Although they were also Han people, they were unwilling to fight for the Hu people. However, all their families were under the rule of the Xiongnu, and daring to disobey would not only lead to their easy slaughter by the Hu but would also endanger their families. They wanted to resist but did not dare to. Even if they did resist, their frail bodies were no match for the strong and robust Hu people. On the city wall of Jinyang, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhaobin, and Zhang Exayan looked at this situation, all frowning deeply. They had seen this scene many times over the past 9 years. Last year, Jinyang City was besieged for over a year. Not only was the moat filled, but even the flowing Fan River was diverted, and with more than half a year of drought, nearly 60,000 military and civilian residents in the city almost died of thirst. After the siege of Jinyang City was lifted, they restored the river course and redug the moat. The moat is extremely important for every major stronghold. For the enemy to launch a large-scale assault on the city, they must first fill the moat. While you are filling the moat, the defenders can use bows and crossbows to kill a large number of your living forces, causing you to suffer losses before you truly attack the city. At the same time, if you only fill the moat on the southern side, you cannot suddenly attack from other city gates. The defenders only need to keep a small force at the other gates while concentrating most of their strength to fiercely resist the attacking enemy in one direction. The Xiongnu have never regarded the Han soldiers under their command as human beings, seeing them only as the most despicable slaves and cannon fodder to consume the enemy's arrows. Clearly, the Huns did this not only to fill the moat of Jinyang City and open a path for the troops that would truly attack the city, but also to consume as many arrows from the defending troops as possible before the actual siege began. "General, should we shoot?" Deputy General Zhao Bin inquired. Based on past experience, they could easily kill 3,000 to 4,000 people before the moat was filled. Normally, if the enemy came to fill the moat and had proper defenses and archers covering them, filling a section of the moat would result in at most a few hundred casualties. However, the Huns did not regard the Han soldiers under their command as human. These Han soldiers were all weak and had no protection, not even shields. Aside from using the burlap sacks filled with dirt they could carry on their shoulders to shield themselves, they could only rely on their flesh and blood to withstand the arrows. Thus, it was possible to have 3,000 to 4,000 killed just for filling a section of the moat. If one were to refer to the previous 9 years of city defense battles, it would certainly be ruthless to shoot and kill. Although these Han soldiers were also Han people, they were serving the Huns in their siege and belonged to the enemy ranks, being one of the enemy's living forces. Showing mercy to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Lu Kuan was about to give the order to shoot. "Father, wait," Lu Xiao interjected. He explained, "Father, uncles, if it were in the past, even if it were just to increase the odds of holding the city, it would be understandable to ruthlessly shoot these Han soldiers controlled by the barbarians. But the situation is different now. We are not only focused on holding Jinyang City. In today's world, the number of young Han men is too few. Last year, around 90,000 people came to Jinyang City, but there were only about 4,800 young men among them, and now the Huns have brought us 20,000 to 30,000. As long as we can defeat the barbarians, these Han soldiers can become our people, just like the 4,700 Han soldiers captured last year. Killing a large number of them at this moment would not be without loss for us." Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian agreed deeply. Lu Kuan, however, looked deeply at Lu Xiao, sighed softly, and said nothing more. In the end, they chose not to shoot, allowing these Han soldiers of the Huns to fill the moat of this city wall. This situation made the Han commander Hu Yanyi unable to understand their intentions, and he frowned, muttering to himself, "Are the Jinyang defenders unable to bear shooting their fellow Han people, or do they simply not want to waste their arrows too quickly?" Hu Yanyi believed it was the latter, because in the previous 9 years, Jinyang City had been besieged and attacked more than once. If they truly could not bear to shoot their fellow Han people, the city would have been breached long ago, and there would have been no need for him to lead 100,000 troops to attack today. This was also good, since there were not many arrows in Jinyang City. The casualties he would incur in finally breaching the city would not be significant. Send the order to prepare the cooking pots half an hour early, so that the attacking troops can have a hearty meal before we begin the siege. Being recognized as one of the famous generals of this era, Hu Yanyi naturally had a way of manipulating people's hearts. Once this order was conveyed, he hardly had to exert much effort, and the 5,000 Hu infantry responsible for the first wave of the siege were greatly encouraged. Soon, the moat on the southern city wall was filled, about half an hour earlier than Hu Yanyi had originally expected. Hu Yanyi did not immediately order the siege to begin, as the 5,000 Hu infantry responsible for the first wave were still eating, and the large siege equipment used to assist in the attack had not yet been assembled. The Huns were busy eating and assembling the siege equipment, so they did not immediately start the siege. On the Jinyang City side, Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao also ordered that while the Huns had not yet attacked, lunch should be served early to distribute to the defending soldiers, allowing them to have a hearty meal before the siege battle. I don't know what the food is like on the Hu people's side, but the garrison in Jinyang City has a meal consisting of 2 large flatbreads, 1 egg, and a bowl of meat porridge, with plenty of salt in both the flatbreads and the meat porridge. Salt is extremely valuable at this time. A pound of coarse salt can even be exchanged for hundreds of pounds of grain. Even the Xiongnu rarely have food that is well salted, and among the Chang, Di, and Jie tribes under their command, food is only lightly salted. As for the lowest-ranking Han soldiers, their food is so lacking in salt that it is barely detectable. Both sides are well fed. Outside the city, Hu Yanyi has just ordered the drums to be beaten, signaling the start of the siege. Attack! First, over 20 catapults, positioned more than 100 meters from the city wall, begin to hurl stones at Jinyang's walls. Boom! 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 Stones weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds either strike the city wall, crash into the city, or hit the wall itself. The stones are thrown into the air and fall freely. Their descent is not particularly fast, and if one pays attention, it is not difficult to dodge them. Therefore, in historical sieges, the proportion of soldiers killed directly by falling stones is very low. However, when the stones hit, they can shatter into many fragments, and the debris from broken bricks can injure more defending soldiers. In this first round, only 3 stones hit the city wall directly, 6 fell into the city, while the rest either fell short and landed outside or struck the wall. 3 soldiers on the wall were injured by the debris from the falling stones, with one suffering a serious injury. At the same time, one unfortunate soldier inside the city was struck directly by a stone and died on the spot. Compared to directly killing the city defenders, the true purpose of the catapults is to undermine the morale of the garrison, preventing them from fully committing to the defense. Carry the injured down for treatment, archers get ready. Lu Koan, experienced in battle, had just given the order when shouts of battle erupted from outside the city. Kill! It was the 5,000 Hu infantry responsible for the first wave of the assault, energetically pushing a siege ram designed to batter the city gates and walls, along with 2 siege towers, 2 large engineering ladders, and a dozen ordinary ladders, launching a fierce attack on Jinyang City. Lu Kuan coldly estimated their distance from the wall. Fire! Believing the attacking Hu soldiers had entered the range of their arrows, he unhesitatingly ordered the archers on the wall to shoot. In an instant, arrows rained down from the wall like a storm. The stockpile of arrows in Jinyang City was actually quite substantial. Last year, the Jinyang garrison had proactively exited the city to ambush over 20,000 Xiongnu troops besieging them, ultimately only allowing 700 or 800 cavalry and 200 or 300 infantry to escape, totaling just over 1,000, while the rest were either killed or captured, resulting in significant spoils. Among these were tens of thousands of arrows, as well as over 20,000 long spears, swords, and various weapons. Although most of these weapons were of poor quality, with some swords and knives having so many nicks they resembled saw blades, they were still made of iron. It was no problem to melt them down and make arrowheads. Over the past few months, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, and others had been organizing the production of arrows, and the current number of arrows in Jinyang City definitely exceeded 100,000. Even if it took 20 arrows to kill or injure one enemy soldier, this 100,000 arrows would be enough to inflict casualties on 5,000 enemies. Moreover, defending the city was not limited to arrows. There were also stones, rolling logs, oil, and molten metal, as well as the close combat with swords and spears when the enemy climbed the siege towers and ladders to reach the walls. It would be unlikely for the Xiongnu army to exhaust the arrows and various defensive supplies of Jinyang City without inflicting around 20,000 casualties. Do not fear the consumption of defensive supplies. Use arrows, stones, rolling logs, molten metal, and other means to inflict damage on the attacking enemy, reducing their chances of climbing the walls and engaging in close combat. Only then can we inflict heavy casualties on the enemy while minimizing our own losses among the defenders of Jinyang. If Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian were only thinking about holding Jinyang City, they would naturally conserve their supplies. But that was not their mindset. They were thinking of finding an opportunity to counterattack the Xiongnu army surrounding the city, just like last year. However, the besieging Xiongnu army numbered 100,000, even without counting the 30,000 skeletal Han soldiers. There were still 70,000 Hu soldiers, including 27,000 cavalry, making their overall strength more than 3 times that of the defenders of Jinyang City. Therefore, relying solely on themselves to counterattack the besieging Xiongnu army was not very hopeful. Their greatest trump card came from the possibility of receiving help from Changchen. In the modern timeline, Changchen was already aware of the ancient timeline. Today, 100,000 Xiongnu troops were poised to launch a fierce siege against Jinyang City. Changchen leaned back on the large sofa in the living room, a small half-cup of Maotai on the coffee table in front of him. Through Lu Xiao's perspective, he was witnessing, for the first time, a direct view of the siege warfare of ancient cold weapon battles. Siege towers, battering rams, large siege ladders, catapults, etc. These were the most powerful siege engines before the advent of gunpowder. Whether the defenders can hold the city is largely dependent on their ability to destroy the enemy's various large siege engines, especially the siege towers and large siege ladders. Changchen tried to treat it as if he were watching a movie, rather than immersing himself in it. Although he considered Lu Xiao a friend and was certainly on their side, he understood the distinction. After all, they were in different timelines. Providing some help was already quite good. As for directly projecting his emotions into the past, that would only be self-inflicted suffering, completely unnecessary and without any practical use. Changchen was fully capable of treating it as a movie, not immersing himself in the past. After all, he was not personally on the brutal battlefield of the siege and would not face the dangers of war or directly smell the unique stench of blood that permeated the battlefield. At the same time, he constantly reminded himself that he was watching a movie, and occasionally took a sip of Maotai to further remind himself of what was real. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several soldiers from the Jinyang defenders smashed jars filled with oil onto a siege tower. Then dozens of arrows shot up, embedding themselves in the wooden structure of the siege tower, and the flames quickly ignited the oil. Some Wu soldiers desperately tried to beat out the flames, hoping to extinguish them or slow the burning, while others took advantage of the fire not being too large yet to attack the defenders on the city wall from the siege tower. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Jinyang defenders continued to throw more oil, and in the blink of an eye, the siege tower was engulfed in flames, rendered unusable. The same method was applied to the large siege ladders and battering rams. As long as there was enough oil, no siege tower or large siege ladder could last more than 15 minutes. On the other hand, Changshan saw some Jinyang defenders pinching their noses in a relatively safe corner of the city wall, boiling something in a pot over a fire. It looked like a mixture of various excrement. That can't be the legendary golden juice, can it? Changshan felt a wave of nausea. He was not mistaken, it was indeed what he had imagined, and they had added some toxic herbs to enhance its lethality. As soon as the pot of golden juice boiled, a soldier immediately used a long-handled wooden ladle to scoop it out and ran to the edge of the city wall, pouring it down onto the area where the siege ladder was located. As soon as one ladle was thrown down, a piercing scream erupted from below. Being burned is secondary, the main concern is the subsequent infection. Basically, if you get burned by this thing and don't handle it in time, the burn will inevitably become infected and inflamed. This can be considered one of the oldest biochemical weapons. The fierce siege battle lasted an entire day. The defending troops in Jinyang made no mistakes. After dark, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian gathered to discuss. Our army has suffered over 600 casualties, but we have at least killed over 3,000 enemy troops, a casualty ratio of about 1 to 5. Although in a siege battle, the defending side has a natural geographical advantage, such a disproportionate casualty ratio is extremely rare throughout history. This is because the soldiers of the Jinyang defending army are not only strong and well-trained, but also have high morale, are fearless, and under Lu Koan's orders, they have used a large amount of various siege supplies without hesitation, which ultimately resulted in this casualty ratio. In just one day, we have shot out over 10,000 arrows and thrown down a large number of rolling logs and stones. At this rate of consumption, the arrows will last at most 7 days, and we might have to start demolishing civilian houses for bricks and logs the day after tomorrow. As for the oil, it will only last 3 days. According to our initial estimates, our various siege supplies will likely be exhausted after killing around 20,000 enemy troops, and by then, we will have suffered around 4,000 casualties ourselves. Of course, over 80% of our casualties are likely just injuries that can be treated. Only about 10% will die directly on the battlefield, and we estimate that another 10% will die later from severe injuries. So we might be able to exchange the lives of 2,000 enemy troops for a real loss of less than 1,000 of our own. Unlike the Jinyang defending troops, who can be immediately carried from the city walls to the city for treatment after being injured, the attacking Hu soldiers outside the city, when injured, either have to run back to their own camp or lie down under the city walls. Those who are injured but not dead are considered dead because there is no one to rescue them. With 70,000 Hu soldiers and 30,000 Han slave soldiers, the 70,000 Hu soldiers are the core of their fighting force. If we can deplete 2,000 of them, they will only have 50,000 left, and their morale will be severely undermined. That will be the best time for us to consider taking the initiative to sally forth and defeat them. Although according to the plan, the remaining Hu army will have severely diminished morale, by then the Jinyang defending troops that can fight outside the city will likely be only around 16,000. Even if their morale is high and the soldiers are brave in fighting the Hu, they are still at a disadvantage. Moreover, this time the Hu army is led by the famous general Hu Yanyi. If we go out to fight and do not achieve a surprise effect, we will almost have to rely on hard strength. Although there is a chance of victory, there is also a chance of failure. To increase our odds of winning, we must do everything possible to strengthen our hard power before going out to fight. During tonight's discussion, Lu Koan had already arranged for Chang Chen from the modern era to participate through Lu Xiao during the day. So while they were saying this, Chang Chen was quietly watching from behind. Lu Koan suddenly cupped his hands towards the empty space above Lu Xiao's head and said, "Immortal, I wonder if the set of weapons and armor you gifted to my son last year can be exchanged on a large scale. We don't need many, just 500 sets, and we will surely win this battle." Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian all fell silent, waiting for Chang Chen's response. In the modern era, after taking a sip of red wine and putting down the glass, Chang Chen said, "That set of armor is not cheap. It was a complete set of equipment from the peak of the Tang dynasty, on par with the heavy armored cavalry, and even referenced some advantages of the iron pagodas from the Song and Jin periods. It cost Chang Chen almost 100,000 yuan. 500 sets would cost over 40 million. Lu Shao didn't have much balance left with him. In ancient times, Lu Koan, Lu Shao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian exchanged glances, and they could certainly guess that it wouldn't be cheap, especially since Lu Shao had personally worn it on the battlefield, and they had also handled the real thing. A complete set of forged steel cavalry armor. If they were to make it themselves, they wouldn't be able to produce a set for even 1,000 taels of gold. Lu Koan clapped his hands, and immediately several soldiers brought in 2 boxes. After the soldiers exited, Lu Koan stepped forward to open the boxes, revealing 2 boxes of gold. Immortal, this gold is what we earned from selling paper and salt over the past few months, totaling 274 pounds. I wonder how many sets of that armor we can exchange for. Last year, when they sold ginseng, jade, and gemstones, although it was counted under Lu Shao, it was close to 100 million. But at that time, they didn't need to face a great war, and Jinyang City had to support 150,000 soldiers and civilians through the winter. Even after spring plowing, they would have to wait several months for harvest, along with various other demands, making expenses too great. Lu Koan and the others didn't dare to think about exchanging for armor. Now, however, they were facing a great war, not only needing to defend the city but also wanting to take the initiative to defeat the enemy outside the city, which urgently required them to enhance the overall combat effectiveness of their army as much as possible. At the same time, after several months of effort, Lu Koan and the others had obtained this batch of gold, thinking that even if the previous remaining balance was untouched, this gold should be able to buy something. 500 sets was the number Lu Koan believed would give them over 90% confidence in victory, but if they could have 200 or 300 sets, he would still have 70 to 80% confidence in winning. In modern times, Chang Chen was quite surprised. 274 pounds was 137 kilograms. Initially, he thought it would be good if Lu Koan could gather 100 kilograms in a winter, but he didn't expect it to exceed his expectations by a lot. Calculating at 690 pieces per gram, this gold was worth 80,083,000, and counting 30% for Lu Shao, it would be 24,224,000. Even if calculated at the 88,000 price of the set he bought and gifted to Lu Shao, this money would be enough to buy 275 sets. Although it seemed like a small number, in Lu Shao's era, any set was a formidable weapon that was nearly unsolvable. After all, other armors, no matter how exquisite, were just ordinary iron or even copper plates, while this was modern steel plates. Standing still, the iron-curved sabers in the hands of the Xiongnu wouldn't necessarily be able to break the armor even after chopping for a quarter of an hour. However, Changchen still shook his head and sighed, saying, "Finished armor, in my world, is almost useless except for display, so no one produces it in large quantities. The last set I sent to Lu Shao was made out of personal interest. Ordering 10 or 8 sets a year was fine, but hundreds of sets were simply impossible. In the industrial age, being in the world's #1 industrial power, producing armor at a rate of 100 million sets a year wouldn't be a problem. The issue was that modern warfare didn't require it, and the real market scale was too small. Usually, if you bought 10 or 8 sets out of hobby, no one would be interested in questioning you, but if you bought several hundred sets at once, it would be impossible not to raise suspicion. Moreover, industrial production requires building production lines, customizing parts, and training employees, making it unlikely to set up an armor production line in a short time. Lu Koan, Lu Shao, Zhao Bin, Zhang Xian, and the others were all disappointed. However, Changchen continued, "While it might be very difficult for me to get you several hundred sets of finished armor, I can get you the steel plates to make that kind of armor. For finished products, this gold might only buy you a little over 200 sets, but if you exchange it for steel plates and sew them yourselves over there, you could definitely produce no less than 500 sets. And you don't necessarily have to make all the armor in the same style as Lu Shao's, you can sew according to your own needs, for example, not making all cavalry armor, but also making some infantry armor, allowing for flexible configuration." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Shao's previously disappointed mood was instantly revitalized. After conveying this to Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian, the spirits of the three also immediately lifted. In this era, there were certainly many people in Jinyang City who could sew battle armor. What was lacking were only high-quality threads and well-punched steel or iron plates. If Changchen could provide well-punched steel plates and threads capable of bearing the weight of the plates, they would only need to pay for the labor to sew them. Compared to the more than 200, less than 300 sets of finished armor, they were more eager to obtain materials that could produce 500 sets of armor. Good, then let the gods provide us with the steel plates for making armor. Alright, it's settled then. The steel plates may need to be made at the factory, and the earliest we can provide the first batch to you is in 3 days, with subsequent batches every 3 days. At the latest, we should be able to provide you with enough quantity within half a month. After reaching a consensus, Chang Chen casually took the 2 boxes containing 137 kilograms of gold. He picked up one of the half-kilogram gold horseshoes, a bright smile on his face. After nearly half a year, he had received another batch of gold. Indeed, everything he received from Lu Xiao was valuable, especially the gems, but he still preferred gold because he always felt it was the most tangible. Weighing it in his hand, he placed the horseshoe gold back into the box. Not in a hurry to close the box, he let the golden light reflected in the living room under the lights add a touch of nobility to the space. Sitting back on the large sofa, since he had promised to provide Lu Xiao and the others with steel plates for armor, Chang Chen immediately took action. He opened his foldable phone and began searching online for the specific specifications of the steel plates, how many holes to punch, and the retail price online. Finally, he confirmed the style and referenced the price for bulk purchases from online stores. He then sent a message to Yoshiro, "Tomorrow, go find a few hardware factories and order a batch of steel plates. The material should be the best quenching steel, 1 mm thick, with the length and width as specified, and punch 10 holes. It should look something like this." He attached a screenshot from an online store and continued, "At a retail price of 2 yuan per piece, we need 3 million pieces. Additionally, we need 3 million pieces of leather in this style, punched with 8 holes, at a retail price of 70 cents per piece, and a batch of red strings that can connect the steel plates." Meanwhile, Yoshiro was having dinner at home. Hearing the constant notifications from her phone, she immediately picked it up to check. Upon seeing the content of the message, she was quite surprised. "The boss wants me to order some strange things again. I manage a trading company, but it feels more like a grocery store. However, this order from the boss is almost 10 million, and this retail price? Which big spender is not ordering directly from the factory but is going through the boss? This must be at least a 20% discount, right? Doesn't that mean the trading company can earn nearly 2 million in profit from this order? By the end of the year, I will have a 10% bonus. The salary the boss pays me every month is already quite good. I have a feeling that this year, my total salary plus bonus will exceed 1 million. Working and striving to develop the company under the boss's grand vision is all about making money." For Yoshiro, this sudden, strange, yet substantial order with enough discounts was the best kind. She didn't care how the boss managed to secure it. "With this order, I estimate I can meet a few more hardware factory owners and further expand my network." Yoshiro thought about how to continuously improve herself while working and developing the company. "Okay, boss, wait for my good news." She replied to Chang Chen and prepared to continue her meal. On Chang Chen's side, after finalizing the steel sheets and some materials needed for the armor, he always felt that something was still missing. Mainly, he felt that he hadn't spent enough money. The batch of gold Lu Xiao had given him showed a balance of 24 million, and he had spent less than 10 million so far. Lu Xiao and the others planned to use all 24 million to directly exchange for a complete set of heavy cavalry armor. Originally, they would have been very satisfied with 300 sets. Now, however, he had ordered around 500 sets based on what he found online about the amount of steel sheets needed for a set of heavy cavalry armor. This had already exceeded Lu Xiao's expectations, and he hadn't even spent half the money yet. After thinking it over, he realized that heavy cavalry equipment not only included armor but also matching weapons. Although Lu Xiao and the others had some decent swords and knives from that era, they couldn't compare to the heavy armor made of quenched steel. There were also horseshoes, which seemed to appear in the world only several hundred years later. A complete set of heavy cavalry equipment, including horse and rider, weighed about 150 pounds, and with the rider's weight, the warhorse would have to carry over 300 pounds. Just relying on the horse's hooves wouldn't support prolonged combat. The warhorse's lifespan on the battlefield would be significantly shorter, so horseshoes should be added. Therefore, he searched online and sent a message to Yoshiro, "Add an order for 1,000 steel bars made of the same material as truck spring steel, weighing around 6 pounds each, at 200 yuan each, and 12,000 horseshoes at 15 yuan each. Consider the extra discounts as company profit." Chang Chen calculated that this still hadn't exceeded 10 million. After all, being in a modern industrial society, and in the largest industrial-scale country since human industrialization, buying raw materials was incredibly cheap. Initially, he had spent 88,000 for a set of heavy cavalry equipment, but the actual cost was just over 10,000, the rest was the boss's labor fee. Finally, Chang Chen downloaded a modern retro crafting technique for the Tang Mo Dao, Tang Hung Dao, and Tang Ma Shua, printed it out, and prepared to send it to Lu Xiao and the others later. He thought that technology should be considered valuable, right? In the modern timeline, Chang Chen was busy helping Lu Xiao and the others enhance their military strength. In the ancient timeline, the result of the first day's city siege left the Xiongnu army's commander, Hu Yanyi, extremely dissatisfied. Shouldn't those Han people in Jinyang City have very few arrows and supplies for defending the city? Why do they seem to be using them without restraint today, as if they have an endless supply. Our army has suffered over 3,000 casualties, while the Han people in Jinyang City have they even lost 1,000? Unlike the defenders on the city walls, who could estimate the casualties of the attacking Hu people based on the bodies left at the foot of the wall, the soldiers defending Jinyang City were mostly injured on the walls themselves. When one was injured, they would carry him down for treatment, making it impossible for Hu Yanyi to gather enough information to estimate the casualties accurately. Hu Yanyi could only imagine that if the casualties of the Jinyang defenders exceeded 1,000, then the casualty ratio would be 3 to 1. In that case, to capture Jinyang City, would his 100,000 troops have to suffer losses of 50 to 60,000? Such a casualty count was absolutely unacceptable to Hu Yanyi. 100,000 troops could not withstand such losses. Let's see how it goes tomorrow. Even if the Han people in Jinyang City have stockpiled some supplies, it can't be infinite. There must be a moment when they run out. However, on the second day of the city siege, the defenders of Jinyang City continued to wastefully use a large amount of various defensive supplies. In the afternoon, seeing that the casualties had exceeded 3,000, Hu Yanyi immediately ordered the cessation of further assaults by the Chang and Di tribes whose soldiers on the city. For the past 2 days, the assault had been carried out by the infantry of the Chang and Di tribes, which numbered only 26,000. Now, over 6,000 had already been killed or wounded, and if they continued the attack, it would inevitably shake the morale of the troops. Although the quality of the army was the same, in siege warfare, due to its prolonged nature, it could be halted at any time for the troops to rest, allowing for a higher casualty tolerance compared to ambushes and direct confrontations. In a direct confrontation, a 20% casualty rate could lead to signs of collapse. However, in a siege, with time extended and proper deployment, the limit could be as high as 40%, or even more. Yet, after only 2 days, they had already suffered about 25% casualties. If they continued, it would not take until nightfall to shake the troops' morale. According to custom, the Huns should also take their turn attacking for 2 days, allowing the Chang and Di infantry to rest. Unlike the Han soldiers, who were the lowest of slave soldiers, the Chang and Di tribes, although mostly subservient to the Huns and fighting alongside them, were to some extent allies, and the Huns could not oppress them too much. However, in Hu Yanyi's eyes, the combat effectiveness of the Han soldiers surpassed that of the Chang and Di soldiers. But if the defenders of Jinyang City continued to waste resources, using so many arrows and other supplies for defense, it would be difficult for the Han soldiers to take the city directly. Would the Huns really have to suffer 5,000 or 6,000 casualties after attacking for a day or two? Send the order for the Han soldiers to attack the city. Hu Yanyi commanded without any hesitation. Since the fall of the Western Jin dynasty, the various Hu tribes had occupied the northern plains, viewing the Han soldiers under their rule as the lowest, most despicable, and least important slaves, subjecting them to abuse and slaughter. The Hu tribes made a concerted effort to belittle the Han soldiers, not treating them as human beings, yet subconsciously, they were always wary of them. This led to the Hu tribes never allowing the Han soldiers to be well fed, providing them with poor weapons, and denying them armor. Similarly, they did not rely on the Han soldiers for combat. The Han soldiers merely performed various menial tasks in the army, such as filling in moats and other expendable work. Hu Yanyi clearly did not expect the Han soldiers to truly capture the city. His intention was to use the Han soldiers to deplete the Jinyang defenders' supplies and buy a day or two of time. Once the Chang and Di infantry had rested, he would send them back to continue the assault, allowing the Han soldiers to temporarily refrain from attacking, with the casualties being borne by the Han and Chang Di soldiers. When the Jinyang defenders' supplies were nearly exhausted and their morale worn down, the Han soldiers would then launch a powerful assault to breach the city. Additionally, the previous day, when the Han soldiers went to fill the moat, the defenders on the city wall did not take the opportunity to shoot arrows at them. Whether the Jinyang defenders were deliberately conserving arrows or simply could not bear to do so, it left Hu Yanyi very displeased. He wanted to see the Han people kill each other. Attack! About half an hour later, 30,000 Han soldiers were divided into 6 waves, with each wave consisting of 5,000 men. At this moment, the first wave of 5,000 Han soldiers, under the supervision of the Hun cavalry, pushed various large siege engines and ordinary ladders towards Jinyang City to launch an attack. These Han soldiers had never been well fed in the Han army, and their physical condition was far inferior to that of the Chang and Di Hu soldiers, as well as the Han soldiers. While pushing siege towers, siege carts, and other large siege equipment, they appeared to struggle more than the previous Chang and Di Hu soldiers, moving at a slower pace. On the Jinyang city wall, Lu Kuan, Lu Shao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian took turns commanding the defense, with Zhang Xian currently in charge. After seeing this situation, he immediately sent soldiers to inform Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and Zhao Bin. The three hurriedly climbed the city wall to take a look. At this moment, the 5,000 Han soldiers attacking the city had already entered the range of bows and crossbows. If they did not shoot arrows soon, they would push their large siege equipment and charge with ordinary ladders to the foot of the city wall. Shoot! Zhang Xian's face was grim, but he did not hesitate to give the order to fire. By the time Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and Zhao Bin reached the city wall, a rain of arrows had already fallen. Instantly, many Han soldiers fell to the ground, struck by arrows. These Han soldiers lacked armor, and some did not even have shields. Moreover, some were too weak, and even when several arrows pierced their bodies, the blood that flowed out seemed less than that of the Chang and Di soldiers before. Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and Zhao Bin frowned as they watched this scene. However, they said nothing. After all, if it were them, they would also have to order the ruthless shooting of arrows at this time. After 2 rounds of arrows, over 100 were killed, and the Han soldiers finally pushed their siege equipment close to the city wall and began to climb it. Their movements were slow, their bodies seemed to lack strength, and there was no sign of morale or fighting spirit. Instead, every expression on their faces was one of both fear and numbness. Not a single Han soldier wanted to help the Xiongnu fight, but behind them were Xiongnu cavalry supervising them. Retreating would mean death, and it could also endanger their families under Xiongnu rule. The strength of these Han soldiers was inferior to that of the Chang, Di, or Xiongnu soldiers. Even if they struck down with a knife, they could still kill. The Jinyang garrison soldiers had to counterattack to prevent these Han soldiers from easily climbing the city wall. At this time, there was less than an hour until dark. Just before night fell, Hu Yanyi ordered the retreat, and over 1,000 Han soldiers lay dead at the foot of the city wall. If one did not count the casualties from the previous defense against the Chang and Di soldiers, the killing of these over 1,000 Han soldiers resulted in fewer than 80 casualties for the Jinyang garrison, which was almost a one-sided massacre. The casualty ratio was more than 10 to 1, yet Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian, the top 4 of Jinyang, could not muster a smile. There is no doubt that tomorrow Hu Yanyi will still drive those Han soldiers to attack the city. The intention is clear, wanting to see us Han people kill each other while also consuming our arrows, rolling logs, stones, and other supplies for defending the city. Originally, the various supplies we had stockpiled for defense were meant to kill around 20,000 Chang and Xiongnu soldiers, but now they are being used to kill those Han soldiers, which is truly a loss. But we cannot just let them attack the city without retaliating. Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. Unlike the previous 9 years, there had been more than one such situation during the repeated sieges by the Hu people. Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian had all thought that when the opportunity arose, they would take the initiative to leave the city and defeat the Xiongnu army, thus incorporating those Han soldiers, subconsciously already considering them as part of their own people. Now, however, they were being used by Hu Yanyi to make them kill each other, consuming their arrows and other supplies for defending the city. Given the cruelty of the Hu people towards the Han, even if all 30,000 Han soldiers were shot down at the foot of Jinyang, their hearts would not waver much. Instead, they would feel that as long as they could consume the supplies of the Jinyang garrison, it would be worth it. The 4 could not help but feel troubled. There may still be a way. I have a suggestion, but I don't know if it will work. At this moment, Chang Chen's voice suddenly reached Lu Xiao's ears. Chang Chen had been quietly observing from Lu Xiao's perspective since the evening when the Han soldier slaves under the Xiongnu were still attacking the city. How should one put it? Chang Chen felt uneasy and was holding back a surge of anger. God, please speak. Lu Xiao conveyed Chang Chen's words, and Lu Kuan immediately spoke up. Chang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, the Han soldier slaves controlled by the Xiongnu, with their physical condition and equipment level, plus the fact that they absolutely do not genuinely want to help the Xiongnu attack Jinyang city, we can completely concentrate the best armor and weapons of the Jinyang army in the hands of 1,000 or 2,000 people when they attack the city. We can let those Han soldier slaves climb the city walls and then shout for them to drop their weapons. As long as they drop their weapons and are unarmed, we can escort them down into the city. Once the first group leads the way, the subsequent Han soldier slaves climbing the city walls will definitely follow suit upon seeing this. Even if there are a few who are not clear-headed, with the physical condition and equipment level of the Jinyang army, they can easily kill them on the city walls. These weak and emaciated Han soldier slaves, who have dropped their weapons and are only wearing thin coarse clothing, even if we let all 30,000 of them directly enter the city, we only need 3,000 elite soldiers to guard them. Even the adult women in the city with sickles and hoes can easily subdue them one-on-one. Chang Chen estimated that the physical weakness of those Han soldier slaves under the Xiongnu would not be greater than that of a normal adult woman in Jinyang city. After all, the strength of a normal woman is about 60 to 70% of that of a man, which means that the strength of adult women in Jinyang city is 60 to 70% of that of the Jinyang defenders, and the Jinyang defenders, after half a year of physical training and strict training, are at the peak of their strength. A normal healthy adult man, if starved to the physical state of those Han soldier slaves under the Xiongnu, would his strength still be 60 to 70% of his peak? In other words, in the perception of the Jinyang defenders, the strength of those Han soldier slaves under the Xiongnu is even less than that of healthy adult women in Jinyang City. We can also arrange dozens of people on the city walls to continuously shout, "There's big chunks of meat, there's white rice, there are eggs," and even set up a few tables in prominent positions on the city walls filled with meat, rice, eggs, and vegetables. I don't believe we can't break the will of those Han soldier slaves or entice them to surrender. For those who have never had a full meal and are weak and emaciated, a delicious meal is more tempting than a naked fairy. As long as they are captured inside the city, we can arrange for them to listen to lectures on Chinese history, so they understand what it means to be Han, and realize how noble their identity as sons of the Han family was compared to the Hu people. They should not be slaves, and those Xiongnu and other Hu people should be the barbarians. This will stir up their honor as sons of the Han family while igniting their hatred for the Hu people, and sooner or later, they will become part of the Jinyang army. Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Exayan all agreed on the feasibility of this suggestion. They had no doubt that the Xiongnu commander Hu Yanyi would order the Xiongnu cavalry to force the 30,000 Han soldier slaves under him to attack the city in a suicidal manner, even if each Han soldier slave could only expend one arrow from the Jinyang defenders. With Chang Chen's help behind them, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Exayan had already broadened their horizons. They were no longer thinking about how to defend Jinyang City, but rather about defeating the besieging Xiongnu army and then sweeping through Bingzhou. After taking Bingzhou, they would then recover the north and expel all Hu people. To achieve this, in addition to Chang Chen's help behind the scenes and their own efforts, they also needed a sufficient number of adult sons of the Han family to continuously join the Jinyang army to enhance its strength. The number of Han people in the north was already very small, and the proportion of adult sons of the Han family had also decreased significantly due to years of war and oppression from various Hu. Believe it or not, at this moment, the entire Bingzhou, apart from the 20,000 in Jinyang City, has fewer than 30,000 adult sons of the Han family combined in other places, no, not even 20,000. Therefore, those 30,000 Xiongnu soldiers under the command of the Han soldier slaves were actually a valuable asset. If they were all slaughtered at the foot of Jinyang City, none of Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, or Zhang Exayan would be willing to do so. Let's try according to the suggestion of the immortal. Since they were unwilling, there was no choice, whether it succeeded or not, they had to try to find out. Lu Koan, as the highest commander, ultimately made the decision. With the decision made, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Exayan prepared overnight. They gathered the 2,000 strongest, best equipped, and most elite soldiers from the Jinyang army, dividing them into two batches to take turns executing the plan on the city wall the next day. At the same time, they designated the area where the surrendered Han soldier slaves would be settled and made all necessary preparations. Early the next morning, the Xiongnu general Hu Yanyi indeed continued to drive the Han soldier slaves to attack the city. In Hu Yanyi's view, using the lives of over 1,000 Han soldier slaves yesterday had consumed a significant amount of Jinyang City's defensive supplies while also dragging out the time. Today, even if he had to use 6,000 or even 10,000 Han soldier slaves' lives to consume more of Jinyang City's supplies and delay for another day, he would do so. The day after tomorrow, he would do the same again. Even if Jinyang City still had defensive supplies left, after 2 days, the Chang and Di tribes whose soldiers would have also rested, and at that time, he could send more Chang and Di whose soldiers to consume another wave. In this cycle, no matter how many supplies Jinyang City had, they would eventually be used up, and the morale of the defending soldiers would also decline significantly. At that point, he would launch a fierce attack with the most elite Xiongnu soldiers and would surely break the city in one fell swoop. Hu Yanyi issued the order and then directly drank and feasted in the central camp, seemingly unconcerned about the battle situation. The one responsible for supervising and commanding the Han soldier slaves in the attack was a Xiongnu Wanhachang. The Xiongnu Wanhachang knew that his responsibility was merely to supervise the Han soldier slaves to consume Jinyang's defensive supplies. Whether they could break Jinyang City was unimportant, as long as no Han soldier slaves dared to hesitate or disobey orders. Therefore, he was indifferent to the specific battle situation. Attack! 5,000 Han soldier slaves pushed 2 large siege ladders, 1 siege tower, and carried 20 to 30 ordinary ladders toward Jinyang City. The number of large siege engines was less than when the Chang and Di whose soldiers attacked before, and there wasn't even a single siege ram, the most difficult to construct. It was evident that even though the siege ladders, siege towers, and siege rams were all made of wood, As long as there was wood, they could be produced continuously. However, neither the commander Huyani nor the Wanhachang wanted to waste too much on the Han soldier slaves. If they had not lacked a single large siege engine, they might not have wanted to provide even one to these Han soldier slaves, as they would not consume much of Jinyang's defensive supplies. Due to their indifferent attitude, the Xiongnu Wanhachang did not even notice at first that the Han soldier slaves pushing the siege engines had already entered the archers' range of the Jinyang defenders, yet the defenders had not shot any arrows. On the other side, when the attacking Han soldier slaves were still 20 to 30 meters away from the city wall, they also realized this but could not understand why. Initially, when they estimated that they had entered the archers' range of the Jinyang defenders, some Han soldier slaves began to feel their scalps tingle, trembling with fear, not knowing when a rain of arrows would come flying at them. What people fear most is the unknown. Although these attacking Han soldier slaves wished that arrows would not rain down, they could not help but feel anxious, and the closer they got to the Jinyang city wall, the more uneasy they became. Finally, the siege tower and large siege ladders were pushed to the foot of the city wall, and the ladders connected to the wall. Bang! 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 20 to 30 ordinary ladders were also set up against the wall. The Han soldier slaves began to climb the siege. However, even at this moment, there were no arrows shot by the defending troops of Jinyang, nor were there any rolling logs or stones thrown down. Beneath one of the ladders, a dozen Han soldier slaves had gathered. One of the Han soldier slaves, who was not well liked, was pulled by several others to be the first to climb up the ladder to the city wall. This Han soldier slave was very thin, looking quite unhealthy, dressed in a coarse cloth garment with several holes, and holding a broken spear that was barely over a meter long, its tip rusted and seemingly not even weighing 2 taels of iron. Given his physical condition and this weapon, under normal circumstances, even if he managed to climb to the city wall, he would undoubtedly die. However, he climbed all the way to the top of the ladder and even leaned half of his body over the wall without encountering any attacks. He initially thought there might not be anyone on the wall at all. But as he continued to look ahead, he saw rows of well-ordered Jinyang soldiers, each one robust, clad in armor, wielding steel knives and long spears that gleamed, with not a single notch on their blades. These soldiers were so strong, well-equipped, and their weapons in perfect condition, even the most elite Huns would not compare. They were actually attacking a city defended by such elite soldiers? The Han soldier slave was so frightened that he nearly fell off the ladder. Fortunately, he instinctively reached out and grabbed a brick, narrowly avoiding a fall. However, as he regained his composure, his face turned pale. Because if he had fallen from the ladder, he might not have died, but if any one of these elite Jinyang soldiers came forward and struck him with a blade, he feared he would hardly withstand it. The danger was far greater than falling from the ladder. Before he could entertain more thoughts, a fierce-looking Jinyang soldier shouted at him from above, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and climb up." He had not been dawdling, but upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. What kind of defending troops do not attack the enemy climbing the wall but instead urge them to come up? However, seeing that no one was attacking him and that he was indeed being allowed to climb the wall, he still felt apprehensive and cautiously climbed up. He tightly gripped the broken spear in his hand, feeling both alert and fearful, completely unaware of the situation and whether he should actively engage in battle to try to capture the city. We are all sons of the Han family. Han people do not fight Han people. The moment you climb the wall, you are already dead in the eyes of the Huns. You won't implicate your families. Put down your weapons. There is plenty of meat, white rice, vegetables, and eggs inside the city. Those who do not want to die, put down your weapons immediately. The shouting Jinyang soldiers were holding iron trumpets, which Changchen had prepared for them overnight. The Han soldier slave was still in a daze, tightly gripping his broken spear and not putting it down immediately. In fact, he didn't know where to put it. Should he just drop it at his feet? Before he could hesitate any longer, a robust Jinyang soldier in armor stepped forward and struck his broken spear with a fierce blow. The tremendous force sent the spear flying from his hand. The Han soldier slave's arm went numb, filled with terror. "If you keep dawdling, I'll really chop you down with one blow. Be obedient and walk over there. There's food and drink inside the city. Han people do not fight Han people." Experiencing the strength of the Jinyang soldier firsthand, and seeing all the Jinyang soldiers around him, each so strong and well-equipped, he realized he was no match for any of them. If they truly wanted to kill him, it seemed he would only have the fate of being killed. Under the threat of death, and hearing that there was food and drink inside the city, he even saw a spot on the wall where there was indeed a full table of white rice, large chunks of meat, vegetables, and eggs. In an instant, he seemed to smell the aroma of the food on the table, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, wishing he could disregard everything and rush over to devour it. "Be good, there will be food in the city." A stern voice brought the Han soldier slave back to his senses. Under such threats and temptations, a Han soldier slave obediently walked to the designated place. Along the way, elite soldiers of the Jinyang garrison stood ready. Anyone who dared to disobey would be killed on the spot. The Han soldier slave had only walked a few meters when, on the same ladder, a second Han soldier slave climbed up. "Don't just stand there, hurry up, put your weapons over there, and come this way." It was the same Jinyang garrison soldier who had just scolded the first Han soldier slave. The second Han soldier slave, fearful, glanced at the rows of well-built, well-equipped Jinyang soldiers on the city wall, then looked at the first one who had climbed ahead of him, seemingly having put down his weapon as required. In fact, he had also heard the words shouted by other Jinyang soldiers, "We are all sons of the Han family, Han people do not fight Han people." The moment you climb the city wall, you are already dead in the hands of the Xiongnu. You will not implicate your families. Put down your weapons, there is plenty of meat, white rice, vegetables, and eggs in the city. Not everyone was so dim-witted. This person quickly realized what was happening. Since there was no need to fight or die, and someone had already taken the lead, he decided to follow suit. The broken spear in the first Han soldier slave's hand had been knocked away, while the broken spear in the second Han soldier slave's hand was put down by himself. With the second one, the third Han soldier slave climbed up even faster. Humans are the most intelligent yet also the most cunning species. When the situation is clearly unfavorable, they will seize any opportunity. Most Han soldier slaves adapted very quickly. Of course, there were also those who were not clear-headed. After climbing up, they directly swung their weapons at the Jinyang soldiers, ignoring warnings, stubbornly refusing to listen. Unsurprisingly, they were forcefully killed by the Jinyang soldiers. However, this was only a minority, with only one out of dozens of Han soldier slaves. More Han soldier slaves, under the continuous shouts of the Jinyang soldiers and the lead of the ones in front, followed suit. Once they climbed the city wall, they placed their weapons in a designated spot and then descended from the wall into the city. As time passed, over 1,000 Han soldier slaves had put down their weapons and were taken to the designated settlement area in the city. During the process, due to various unexpected situations, about 30 to 40 Han soldier slaves were killed, and 3 Jinyang soldiers were injured, but none were in danger of death. We should occasionally throw 1 or 2 of the dead Han soldier slaves' bodies down to the city below to prove to the Xiongnu army that the Han soldier slaves who attacked the city wall were killed. This way, even if the Xiongnu later learn that most of the Han soldier slaves who climbed the city wall directly put down their weapons and surrendered, they won't be able to determine who surrendered and who died in battle. We cannot directly implicate all the families of the Han soldier slaves who climbed the city wall. At this moment, Chang Chen was observing the situation on the Jinyang city wall through Lu Xiao's perspective. Suddenly, he thought of something and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao immediately realized that it should indeed be done this way, and he promptly ordered to carry out Chang Chen's suggestion. Thus, a strange phenomenon occurred. The Xiongnu Wanhachang, responsible for urging the Han soldier slaves to attack the city from behind, found it astonishing that the Han soldier slaves were continuously attacking the Jinyang city wall. But soon he discovered something was amiss. The defenders of Jinyang had not shot a single arrow, nor had they dropped any rolling logs or stones, allowing the Han soldier slaves to continuously and smoothly climb the city walls. For a moment, he couldn't understand what was happening. He also noticed that now and then, a few corpses of Han soldier slaves would fall from the Jinyang city walls. This seemed to imply that once the Han soldier slaves reached the walls, they indeed engaged in battle with the Jinyang defenders. However, from a distance of 300 or 400 meters, the Xiongnu chieftain could not clearly see that those corpses were actually thrown down by the Jinyang defenders. He assumed they had fallen after being killed. Yet, he still felt something was off. The number of corpses falling from the walls was too few, and there was still no sign of arrows being shot or logs and stones being dropped. Did the Jinyang defenders think those Han soldier slaves were too weak? That they were not worth the expenditure of arrows, logs, and stones for defense, and that even allowing them to climb the walls would make it easy to kill them all? The Xiongnu chieftain furrowed his brow. Even he felt this reasoning was somewhat unreasonable. But for the moment, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. Time passed little by little, and of the first wave of 5,000 Han soldier slaves, more than 3,000 had already climbed the Jinyang city walls, leaving just over 1,000 below. Theoretically, the remaining men from the first wave should be recalled to rest, and then a second wave of another 5,000 should be sent up to continue the assault. However, the situation was too strange. The Xiongnu chieftain hesitated for a moment before ordering the second wave of 5,000 Han soldier slaves to directly attack the city. He needed to observe further to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, below the Jinyang city walls, normally, a wave of 5,000 attacking troops, having lost over 3,000, would leave just over 1,000 remaining, and their morale should have completely collapsed, with no will to fight, and they would not dare to climb the ladders again. However, since the Jinyang defenders had not shot any arrows or dropped any logs or stones, and even the shouts from the wall could be faintly heard by those closer to it, the situation was different. Although there were occasionally 1 or 2 corpses thrown down, causing some panic, the number was too small. With over 3,000 having gone up, fewer than 100 had been thrown down, which was nothing compared to the over 1,000 casualties from the last hour of the previous day's assault. The hearts of those below the walls were still very uneasy, but most were not fools. They realized that if they climbed up, the chance of being killed was very low. If the shouts they faintly heard were true, then surrendering to the Jinyang defenders was much safer than staying in the Xiongnu army, being forced to attack the city. No one thought to immediately report the faint shouts they heard from below the walls to the Xiongnu chieftain overseeing the battle or to the Xiongnu commander Huiyanyi. The second wave of 5,000 Han soldier slaves pushed up 2 large siege ladders and carried dozens of ordinary ladders as they charged forward. Originally, the siege equipment brought by the first wave of Han soldier slaves remained connected to the top of the Jinyang city walls because the defenders had not burned them with oil. With the addition of 2 large siege machines and dozens of ordinary ladders, the result was an increase in the number of Han soldier slaves able to climb the walls simultaneously. However, by this time, a tacit understanding had already formed above the walls. The surrendering Han soldier slaves had piled their weapons into a large heap. Anyone climbing the walls could see the people in front of them methodically laying down their weapons and then being guided by the Jinyang defenders into the city. The weapons laid down by those in front had already formed dozens of piles. How many had surrendered was no longer a matter of guesswork. In any case, there was no need to fight, no need to die, and with so many people leading the way, they could simply follow along. The formation of a tacit understanding had another benefit. The ratio of confused and muddled Han soldier slaves was lower than at the beginning. Initially, out of less than 100 people, there was one who was confused and muddled, who would come forward and actively wield weapons to attack the defending troops of Jinyang, and when they refused to listen to advice, they were killed on the spot. Now, it took 200 or 300 for there to be one like that. Many who had put down their weapons but had not yet descended from the city walls, still within the city, witnessed that those who truly resisted and fought against the Jinyang defenders were easily slaughtered by them as if they were killing chickens or sheep. This made most people more obedient. Less than half an hour later, in the second wave of the siege, 5,000 Han soldier slaves had 2,000 or 3,000 climbing up the Jinyang city walls, totaling 7,000 or 8,000 who had ascended. At this point, even the Xiongnu chieftain, no matter how foolish, knew he had to send Xiongnu cavalry to investigate what was happening and what the situation was. About 100 Xiongnu cavalry charged towards the Jinyang city walls. The Xiongnu soldiers are coming, shoot arrows. As these Xiongnu cavalry entered the range of the Jinyang defenders' bows, archers immediately shot arrows down at them. The arrows were aimed solely at the Xiongnu cavalry, and within a few breaths, 11 Xiongnu cavalry were shot down. The remaining Xiongnu cavalry, startled, quickly retreated beyond the range of the Jinyang defenders' bows and crossbows. Because the Jinyang defenders had indeed shot arrows down towards the city, this caused a certain panic among the more than 2,000 Han soldier slaves still at the base of the walls. The rhythm of their climbing the ladders was disrupted, and their speed of ascent greatly decreased. However, after the Xiongnu cavalry retreated, the Jinyang defenders stopped shooting arrows again. The order of the Han soldier slaves climbing the ladders quickly resumed. Still, every breath saw 5 or 6 Han soldier slaves climbing up to the city walls, and it was estimated that in less than a quarter of an hour, all of the more than 2,000 below could climb up. Over there, the Xiongnu were testing the waters for the first time and had not yet figured out the specific situation. After about several dozen breaths, another team of 200 Xiongnu cavalry, under the command of the chieftain, charged over to try to ascertain the situation. These 200 Xiongnu cavalry, risking the loss of 20 or 30 men, rushed to the base of the walls, then quickly dismounted and scrambled up the large siege ladders or ordinary ladders to the Jinyang city walls, intending to find out what was happening up there. Brothers, more food has come, kill the enemy. The Xiongnu personally climbed the ladders, and the Jinyang defenders naturally could not allow them to ascend, with soldiers from the Jinyang defenders laughing and shouting. Instantly, a barrage of arrows was shot out, along with a large number of rolling stones and bricks. In an instant, several Xiongnu soldiers attempting to climb up were shot or crushed to death. While counterattacking and injuring the climbing Xiongnu, they also caused some casualties and great chaos among the Han soldier slaves below, leading to only 1 or 2 breaths passing before a Han soldier slave managed to climb up to the city walls. More ladders were given to the Xiongnu soldiers wanting to investigate the situation. The 200 Xiongnu soldiers suffered nearly 100 casualties before finally, the first Xiongnu soldier climbed up to the Jinyang city walls and saw the general situation above. However, this Xiongnu soldier did not have time to retreat and report what he had seen back to the main camp before he was pierced by several long spears from the Jinyang defenders, turning him into a sieve, and his body fell down. After suffering more than a dozen casualties, the second Xiongnu soldier climbed up to the Jinyang city walls, also saw the general situation above, but this soldier was similarly pierced by several long spears in the blink of an eye, and his body fell to the ground below the walls. With more than half of their number lost, the remaining fewer than 100 Xiongnu soldiers finally panicked, mounted their horses, and retreated. After 2 attempts to investigate, they still had not learned the specific situation. The Xiongnu chieftain, while angry, was filled with uncertainty. At this moment, he dared not delay any longer and immediately sent someone to the central military tent to inform the commander, Hu Yanyi. On the walls of Jinyang, Lu Xiao sensed that their position might be exposed, so he ordered all the soldiers of the Jinyang garrison who had iron trumpets to shout down from the walls, "Those who want to come up, hurry. If you miss this opportunity, you'll only continue to be slaves of the Xiongnu." He did not make it very clear. Although there were some suspicious individuals who hesitated to climb the ladders, many smarter ones became more decisive and quickly scrambled up the walls, disregarding everything. With every breath, 7 or 8 Han soldier slaves climbed up the Jinyang city walls. When Hu Yanyi, the commander of the Xiongnu's central army tent, heard the report from the leader of the 10,000 households, he personally came out to check. The second wave of 5,000 Han soldier slaves attacking the city had already dwindled to less than 1,000. "Send the order, immediately sound the retreat and bring back the remaining Han soldiers," Hu Yanyi commanded angrily, his face dark. Although he still did not know exactly what was happening, one thing was clear to him: under no circumstances could the Han soldier slaves continue to attack the city. Originally, a day of continuous assault would result in at most 4 to 5,000 casualties, but now, in just over an hour, 2 battalions of 5,000 Han soldier slaves had been reduced to less than 1,000. Moreover, the Jinyang garrison soldiers were not shooting arrows or dropping rolling logs and stones on the Han soldier slaves below, which meant that the Han soldier slaves had not achieved their goal of exhausting the Jinyang garrison supplies. Ding 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 ding! The sound of retreat from the Xiongnu camp reached the foot of Jinyang city. Of the nearly 1,000 remaining Han soldier slaves, more than half, fearing the order, began to retreat. But there were also a group of Han soldier slaves who realized that this might be their last chance. Even though they were anxious about the unknown and uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse, they were determined to follow the 8 or 9,000 who had already gone up and climbed the Jinyang city walls first. In the end, more than 600 Han soldier slaves retreated, while over 100 more made a desperate effort to climb up the Jinyang city walls. "Throw all the bodies of the killed Han soldier slaves remaining on the walls down, pour oil, and burn all the siege equipment outside," Lu Xiao ordered in succession. About 20 or so bodies of Han soldier slaves were thrown down at once, and oil cans were smashed onto several siege ladders and towers, with a few fire arrows shot up. Instantly, all the large siege equipment near the Jinyang city walls was engulfed in flames. The ordinary ladders were also pushed down by the Jinyang garrison soldiers using bamboo hooks, crashing to the ground below. From the direction of the Xiongnu camp, Hu Yanyi watched the scene and had a vague suspicion in his heart. Although he was not entirely sure, he was almost certain it was as he thought. Hu Yanyi ordered the more than 600 Han soldier slaves who had retreated to be brought over for questioning. These more than 600 Han soldier slaves had not truly climbed up the Jinyang city walls and had not seen the specific situation on the walls. Although they vaguely heard some shouts coming from the walls, they were all quite obscure. They only heard phrases like, "Han people do not fight Han people, there's big chunks of meat, and there's white rice." What do these mean? Could it be that the Han soldier slaves who climbed up the Jinyang city walls had surrendered to the Jinyang garrison? Hu Yanyi thought of this possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was the only explanation. Otherwise, why would a normal siege, which could result in at most 5 or 6,000 casualties in a whole day, suddenly have over 9,000 climbing up the Jinyang city walls in less than a morning, yet show no signs of breaching the city? Over 9,000 could fill that section of the Jinyang city wall completely, yet after climbing up, they mysteriously disappeared? The bodies thrown down from the walls were only 1 or 200. His goal was to hope that the 30,000 Han soldier slaves could at least consume a few tens of thousands of arrows from the defenders of Jinyang, and perhaps even 3,000 of the defending soldiers. But now, with over 9,000 Han soldier slaves lost, it seemed they hadn't even consumed a single arrow, a log, or a brick from the Jinyang defenders. As for inflicting casualties on the Jinyang defenders, he wasn't even sure if those 9,000 had managed to exchange for 100 casualties among them. The more Hu Yanyi thought about it, the angrier he became, his mind filled with the realization that Han soldiers were indeed untrustworthy. In his frustration, he almost wanted to order the remaining 2,000 or so Han soldier slaves in the army to be killed outright. Of course, Hu Yanyi only thought about it. He could never actually kill the remaining 2,000 Han soldier slaves in the army. After all, even if they weren't used for fighting, these Han soldier slaves had considerable utility. They didn't require much food and could be forced to do the hardest and most dangerous work. When necessary, they could even be treated as reserve food for the army. 2,000 people were like 2,000 sheep, enough for the entire army to eat for half a month. How could they be casually killed? Along with his anger, there was something else Hu Yanyi couldn't understand. That was the fact that the food produced in Jinyang each year was very limited. One Hedong county could be equivalent to 3 Jinyangs. Logically speaking, it was already very difficult for Jinyang to support its original population of 50 to 60,000 soldiers and civilians. Moreover, Jinyang had been besieged and attacked multiple times over the years, and last year it had been besieged for over a year. It was only natural that any surplus food would have been depleted. Although last year the Jinyang defenders had managed to break the siege and had seized some food from the defeated army of over 20,000, the amount of food captured was definitely not enough for 50 to 60,000 soldiers and civilians in Jinyang to last a month. Furthermore, when the siege of Jinyang was lifted last year, it was already close to winter, making it impossible to plant crops. Additionally, last year, they had driven away around 80 to 90,000 old, weak, women, and children to seek refuge in Jinyang City, further burdening its food supplies. Originally, His Majesty and the various civil and military officials in the court thought that after a winter passed, and with their army yet to arrive, Jinyang would surely have starved a large portion of its population. Even if there were 1 or 2,000 able-bodied men left, they should all be starving and weak. Under such circumstances, when their 100,000 troops came to attack, a fierce assault for 3 to 5 days should have been enough to take the city. Although today was the 3rd day of the siege, they still hadn't managed to capture Jinyang City, but it could be said that the reason was due to the Jinyang defenders' reckless and extravagant use of various defensive supplies. As long as they waited for the Jinyang defenders' supplies to be exhausted, it would surely be the time to breach the city. From any perspective, Jinyang City should be in a very difficult situation. Even if the over 9,000 Han soldier slaves who climbed the walls of Jinyang City had indeed surrendered to the defenders, how could the Jinyang defenders dare to accept them? That was over 9,000 mouths to feed. At this moment, Hu Yanyi couldn't figure out the specific situation in Jinyang City, which could actually be attributed to the carelessness of the false emperor Liu Yao in Chang'an. The false emperor Liu Yao had never regarded Jinyang City as a serious threat, believing that as long as they put in their full effort and paid a little more price to attack, it wouldn't be difficult to breach the city. Therefore, last year, he deliberately drove a large number of old, weak, women, and children to Jinyang City, burdening it further, and he never thought to send in some spies along the way. Before issuing the order for 100,000 troops to march north against Jinyang City, he also failed to send anyone to gather detailed information about the situation in Jinyang City. This resulted in Jinyang City gathering all the old, weak, women, and children who had come seeking refuge, as well as the tens of thousands of old, weak, women, and children who had left the city for spring plowing recently. With such a large movement, Chang'an City surprisingly received no useful intelligence in advance. They were completely unaware that the group of frail old, weak, women, and children who had come to Jinyang City seeking refuge, who were almost nothing but skin and bones, had now all been nourished back to health, and Jinyang City had not encountered any problems due to their burden. Could it be that Lu Kuan inside the city deceived those Han soldier slaves into surrendering, intending to use them as reserve food for Jinyang City, hoping to withstand a long confrontation with my army? Hu Yanyi was contemplating this issue with the mindset of the Xiongnu, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Send someone to the Han army camp to tell those Han soldiers that most of the ones who attacked Jinyang City this morning have been tricked into the city and turned into blood food for Lu Kuan and the other defenders. Regardless of whether this was true or not, Hu Yanyi intended to intimidate the remaining 20,000 or so Han soldier slaves in the army. Hu Yanyi's strategy was effective. The remaining Han soldier slaves in the Xiongnu army were frightened and anxious. However, it was clear that Hu Yanyi could not continue to send the Han soldier slaves to attack the city. In fact, he did not plan to attack the city again today. He needed time to rethink his strategy. The original plan was to launch a direct and fierce assault to quickly capture Jinyang City. Now, he was considering whether to besiege Jinyang City for a while first, then switch to a rapid and intense assault, or to adopt a slow, prolonged siege to wear them down. He did not believe that a mere Jinyang City, with its current population of around 150,000 soldiers and civilians, could sustain itself for long without sufficient supplies. Inside Jinyang City, the statistics are in. A total of 9,158 people have surrendered, reported Deputy General Zhao Bin. These 9,158 Han soldier slaves were taken to pre-designated resettlement points, with about 1,000 people at each point. We have entered Jinyang City. We do not know whether this is a blessing or a curse. Almost all the Han soldier slaves felt uneasy, unsure of what they would face. As they were led from the city walls into the city, many curious old, weak, women, and children came out to watch. One phenomenon left these Han soldier slaves utterly shocked. The soldiers guarding them and the onlookers, including women and children, all appeared strong and healthy, with a complexion that was enviable. No one was a fool. They immediately thought that unless everyone had enough to eat every meal, it was impossible for them all to be so robust and healthy. Shouldn't Jinyang City be suffering from a severe food shortage? Were the rumors all wrong? Did Jinyang City actually have plenty of food? Were the claims of the soldiers on the walls about having large pieces of meat, white rice, and vegetables true? Did that mean they might also have a chance to eat at least one meal? Thinking this way, many of the Han soldier slaves, who had suffered the most and been treated the worst in the Xiongnu army, couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, it was still less than 2 hours since breakfast. These Han soldier slaves had actually eaten breakfast before the siege. However, the Xiongnu had only provided each of them with a bowl of a few grains of rice mixed with a large amount of bran, a so-called rice soup, which was not enough to satisfy their stomachs for even half an hour. These Han soldier slaves were already starving, feeling weak and faint. After delivering these Han soldier slaves to the resettlement points, it was almost time for lunch. Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, Zhang Xan, and others decided to provide these Han soldier slaves with a meal. This would not only suit their hearts but also fulfill some of the promises made while they were on the walls about having large pieces of meat, white rice, and vegetables. Of course, it was impossible to provide such a lavish meal all at once. After all, they had not yet defeated the Xiongnu army outside the city, and these Han soldier slaves had not undergone any ideological re-education regarding Huaxia history. Feeding them too well would lead to a rapid increase in their physical strength, which was not appropriate. They still needed to be cautious. So there were no large pieces of meat, nor white rice. There was only rice porridge with minced meat, vegetables, and eggs, along with sufficient salt. When the stainless steel barrels filled with porridge were brought into the resettlement point, and each of the 9,158 Han soldier slaves received a bowl of porridge, many of them were moved to tears, even if it wasn't large pieces of meat or white rice. It should be known that the Xiongnu army does not provide lunch. If they are still in the Xiongnu army, after eating that bowl of porridge in the morning, which contains no visible rice grains and is filled with a large amount of bran, they must wait until evening for their next meal. And because evening is sleeping time, they can't even drink a bowl of that so-called rice porridge that has been boiled until no rice grains are visible and is filled with a lot of bran. They can only have half a bowl. However, at this moment, they are given a large bowl of porridge where they can clearly see plenty of white rice grains, along with many pieces of meat, vegetables, and eggs, thick like white rice. Though it is also called porridge, it is worlds apart. In ancient times, even during the peaceful years before the Eight Kings Rebellion in the Western Jin, if you could provide ordinary people with white porridge seasoned with enough salt and a little oil at every meal, the people would be willing to help you conquer the world and support you to become emperor. And for a group of Han soldiers who had previously been enslaved by the Xiongnu, living on 2 meals a day mostly consisting of bran and never having been full, at this moment, each person receives a large bowl of thick porridge with meat, vegetables, and eggs, which brings them to tears, their previously anxious hearts instantly calmed. Tonight, there will be corn porridge with sweet potato slices. Once we defeat the Wu people surrounding the city, we will arrange a meal of white rice with large pieces of meat for you, said the Jinyang garrison soldiers distributing the porridge to these Han soldier slaves. We are all sons of the Han family, like brothers. The real enemy is the Wu people. Although you helped the Wu attack our Jinyang city before, we all know you did not do it willingly and do not hold a grudge against you. You can live peacefully in the city, do not cause trouble. Someone stopped a Jinyang garrison soldier who was about to take away the empty stainless steel bucket and cautiously asked, "Can your Jinyang garrison really defeat the Wu army attacking outside the city?" This person was now somewhat fearful because they had clearly attacked the city but had surrendered to the Jinyang garrison after climbing the city wall. Once Jinyang city fell, they would surely not fare well, and being killed might even be a light punishment. The Jinyang garrison soldier confidently replied, "Do you think our Jinyang city has stood for 9 years without falling for no reason? The Wu people have attacked Jinyang city before. When have they ever succeeded? Moreover, our Jinyang city now has the protection of deities." The words protection of deities left the questioning Han soldier slave stunned. He wanted to ask more, but the Jinyang garrison soldier had already shaken off his hand and walked away with the stainless steel bucket. In any case, the hearts of these Han soldier slaves were relatively stable, and they did not think too much. Most of them were concerned about that evening's meal. What exactly is corn? What exactly are sweet potato slices? Today they could eat 2 meals, one at noon and one in the evening, So would the Jinyang garrison provide them with 2 meals or 3 meals every day in the future? The next day, Hu Yanyi continued to order the Chang and Di Hu soldiers to attack the city. Today's siege battle was not as fierce as the first and second days. The number of attackers was only 3,000, instead of the previous 5,000. 3,000 people indeed spread out more, but while this reduced the casualties caused by the Jinyang garrison's extensive use of various siege equipment, it also greatly decreased the possibility of breaching the city. If the probability of a 5,000-strong siege team reaching the city wall was 10, then the probability for a 3,000-strong siege team would only be about 3. With a reduction of 40% in numbers, the probability of reaching the city wall decreased by 70%. Clearly, Hu Yanyi had indeed changed his strategy, shifting from a previous focus on quickly breaching the city to now wanting to first exhaust the Jinyang city's defensive supplies, no longer in a hurry to breach the city. Based on the intensity of the previous 2 days, if all our Jinyang city's defensive supplies are exhausted, we can kill about 20,000 Hu soldiers. However, based on today's intensity, if we consume the same amount of defensive supplies, the number of Hu soldiers we can kill is estimated to decrease by about 30%. Lu Koan, based on his own experience, calculated in his mind and estimated. While Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xayan were observing and discussing on the city wall, the modern timespace Changchen connected to Lu Xiao's perspective. After silently listening to their discussion for about 10 minutes, he finally spoke up. General Lu, 3 days ago we agreed to deliver the first batch of steel plates and other materials for making armor today. Is your warehouse ready to receive them? Lu Xiao's spirit immediately lifted. Noticing Lu Xiao's sudden change, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xayan exchanged glances, all experienced enough to guess that Changchen had contacted Lu Xiao. Upon learning that Changchen was preparing to deliver the first batch of steel plates and other materials for making armor, the four felt a surge of excitement. Deputy Zhang, you stay here to command the defense of the city, and we will go receive the supplies. After instructing Zhang Xayan, Lu Kuan quickly followed Lu Xiao and Zhao Bin towards the warehouse. In the past few days, they had to confirm orders with several factories, and those factories also needed to debug their production lines, so the actual production time was just over a day. Therefore, this first batch of steel plates consisted of only 300,000 pieces, and there were just over 200,000 pieces of leather, but there were enough red ropes to lace up over 1 million pieces of steel and leather. When Changchen delivered this first batch of steel plates, they were piled in the empty warehouse prepared by Lu Xiao and the others. The tempered steel plates were not silver-white but black. However, they were not of the rough, inferior black type, but rather a glossy metallic black that was quite captivating. Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and the others were ancient people, but they were certainly not fools, nor were they lacking in perception. They would not instinctively think that black was not steel. Just by looking at the black luster, they immediately recognized that this was tempered steel. Quick, take out a piece to try. Lu Xiao took one out and placed it on the ground. Lu Koan immediately drew his sword from his waist and struck down hard. Clang! The loud sound of metal clashing echoed. The steel plate was only cut about a quarter through under Lu Kuan's sword. Although it was dented, the indentation was not deep, and Lu Kuan's sword had a notch in it. This quality was far beyond what an ordinary iron plate of the same thickness could achieve. If it had been an ordinary iron plate, it would have been completely severed under Lu Kuan's strike. Chang Chen, from the modern timespace, watched them finish their actions before speaking again. The armor I gave to General Lu Xiao back then used 2 layers of steel plates. 1 layer was for light armor, and 2 layers were for heavy armor. You can decide how to sew them based on your needs. While sewing light armor allows more soldiers to wear it, the value of soldiers lies in their quality, not quantity. In your current era, the number of adult Han men is already small, so you should adopt a strategy of elite troops. You can sew a total of 500 sets of heavy cavalry armor for both men and horses. You should at least sew 300 sets of heavy cavalry armor and sew 200 sets for a batch of light armor. Chang Chen merely suggested this and would not actually interfere with how many sets of heavy armor or light armor Lu Xiao and Lu Kuan would sew. You are right, Immortal. In fact, we initially intended to directly exchange for about 300 sets of heavy cavalry armor from you. My idea is that with 300 heavy armored cavalry, once we strike, the Xiongnu commander Hu Yanyi, caught completely off guard, even with a full army of 100,000, will be easily pierced through, disrupting his main force. At that time, our chances of victory will increase by 2 to 3 times. Now we need time to sew the steel plates into battle armor, and the Xiongnu commander Hu Yanyi is not in a hurry to break through our Jinyang city in one go, which is just right. If we can delay for 20 days to a month, by the time we are fully prepared, Hu Yanyi will undoubtedly be defeated. Chang Chen continued to explain, I have customized a total of 3 million steel plates for you. Based on the requirement of 6,000 plates for a full set of heavy cavalry armor, I estimate that you probably won't need all 6,000. The entire quantity will be delivered to you within the next 12 days. Oh, by the way, a batch of steel bars and horseshoes will be delivered to you tomorrow, along with the crafting methods for 3 types of weapons: the horse spear, the emo knife, and the broadsword. The steel bars are for you to craft your own matching weapons. Each bar weighs about 6 pounds and is made of steel that is much better than these armor plates. There are a total of 1,000 bars. I can't provide you with too many finished weapons directly. As for the horseshoes, you can probably guess from the name. When they arrive tomorrow, there will be a blueprint included on how to install the horseshoes on the hooves. There are a total of 12,000 pieces, enough to equip 3,000 warhorses. You can try it out yourself then. After saying this, Changchen cut off the communication and did not interfere further with Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and the others. The content of Chang Chen's words made Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and Zhao Bin's hearts race, filled with excitement. Lu Kuan picked up a few steel plates and counted the holes on each. Every plate had 10 holes drilled into it. He then picked up another pile of leather nearby, which did not seem like cowhide, but its toughness appeared to be comparable, and each piece also had 8 holes drilled into it. In this era, armor was crafted by first making iron plates, then drilling holes to sew them together. Making iron plates was not easy, and drilling holes into them was even harder. If one worker could produce 100 iron plates in a day, the same worker might not be able to drill holes into 30 plates in a day, even if each plate only required 4 holes. In other words, drilling 2 holes into an iron plate made those 2 holes more valuable than the plate itself before drilling. During the Western Han Dynasty, the court was already able to smelt steel. Why, despite the prosperity of the time, was steel armor not produced? It wasn't that steel plates couldn't be made, but drilling holes into them was simply too difficult. The cost of producing a set of steel armor could exceed that of 10 sets of iron armor, making it unaffordable. Yet now, the steel plates sent by Chang Chen were extravagantly drilled with 10 holes each. Moreover, the quantity of 3 million plates, and Chang Chen claimed he could deliver them all within half a month. This was a shock from industrial technology. Unlike food and meat, which might only be a few times cheaper than in ancient times, other industries could see differences of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. Lu Kuan had given Chang Chen over 200 pounds of gold in exchange for 3 million steel plates, each with 10 holes drilled, plus leather, ropes, and an additional 1,000 steel blocks for crafting weapons, along with 12,000 horseshoes and methods for forging 3 types of weapons. If this had happened during the Western Han Dynasty, even Emperor Wu would have been ecstatic to have such an opportunity. There's no time to waste. Immediately arrange for people to start sewing the armor. Mobilize 500 soldiers and organize 5,000 women for the sewing. Shower, bring out your set of armor to use as a model. Lu Kuan issued orders in succession. With 5,500 people, if they were to make 500 sets of human and horse armor, that would mean 11 people responsible for each set. Even if it took half a month, then in 20 days or a month, they would surely be able to complete it, right? Lu Kuan's plan was to have the army launch a surprise attack on the Xiongnu and other Hu troops outside the city in as little as 20 days, and at most a month. The next day at noon, Chang Chen sent over 1,000 steel bars of the same quality as the springs of a large truck, along with 12,000 horseshoes, and the methods for forging 3 types of weapons: the horse spear, the broadsword, and the horizontal sword. These steel bars don't need to be forged repeatedly, they can be directly shaped into weapons. I believe that while you are making the armor, you can also forge these steel bars into weapons. You should find a horse to test the horseshoes first. I will guide you a bit. Although Chang Chen himself didn't know how to install horseshoes, he had just watched a few videos on how to do it, which made him more knowledgeable than Lu Kuan and the others, who could only read the instruction manual. Moreover, the manual was provided directly by the domestic manufacturer selling the horseshoes, all in simplified Chinese. As for the methods for forging the horse spear, broadsword, and Tang horizontal sword, he had downloaded them and used translation software to convert them into traditional Chinese before printing them out. Buying 12,000 horseshoes at once meant the manufacturer naturally provided quite a few specialized tools. So when Lu Kuan ordered the soldiers to bring in the war horses, they could immediately start the installation. From trimming the hooves to polishing and the entire installation process, Chang Chen referred to the videos throughout, occasionally correcting them. After about half an hour, all 4 hooves of the warhorse were fitted with horseshoes. This is the first installation, and there are many things to figure out, so it took a bit longer. I believe the subsequent installations will be much quicker. You should try riding it yourself to feel the difference. Chang Chen had never ridden a horse himself and had no idea how much difference there was between a horse without horseshoes and one with them. He only knew that since horseshoes were a historical advancement that had not been eliminated even in the industrial age, installing them must have far more benefits than drawbacks. Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and Zhang Exayan, as generals from an ancient time, regarded their war horses as half of their lives. Some even loved their horses more than their wives and concubines. However, they had never thought about putting 4 pieces of iron on their horses' hooves. They were naturally very curious about the specific functions of horseshoes and the differences between having them installed and not. Eagerly, they led the warhorse to an open area to try it out. Lu Kuan, being the highest ranking, was the first to mount and galloped around for 2 laps. As he ran, he immediately felt a significant difference. The warhorse seemed to run more steadily and faster, and it felt more comfortable to sit on its back. After completing 2 laps, when Lu Kuan dismounted, his expression was very excited. However, he did not share his feelings with Lu Xiao and Zhang Exayan but instead let them each try 2 laps. The second to try was Lu Xiao, followed by Zhang Exayan. After all 3 had their turns, without anyone needing to explain, they had already felt the difference. After seeing that all 3 had tried it once, Changchen said, "I believe you have already experienced the direct benefits. The horse runs more steadily and faster, which can directly enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the cavalry. Additionally, there is another significant benefit of horseshoes that takes time to verify. They increase the lifespan of the horse. For example, if a warhorse is used in battle year after year, it might only last 2 to 3 years, but with horseshoes, it could last an additional 2 years." Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and Zhang Exayan nodded repeatedly, their excited expressions lingering for a long time before calming down. Just 4 pieces of iron weighing only about 2 pounds can provide so many benefits to the warhorse. It's incredibly worthwhile. In Jinyang City, there were 3,000 warhorses available for battle, and 12,000 horseshoes were just enough to equip them all, and the entire installation would likely take only a few days. With so many divine beings helping us, our army is bound to win this battle. Lu Kuan felt grateful yet very confident. Initially, Lu Kuan only hoped to receive 300 to 500 sets of heavy cavalry armor from Changchen. If he received 300 sets, he would have a 60% chance of defeating the Hu army led by Hu Yanni outside the city. With 500 sets, his chances would rise to 70%. Changchen suddenly offered 3 million steel plates, which would definitely be enough to create more than 500 sets of heavy cavalry armor, locking in Lu Kuan's confidence at 70%. Adding 1,000 good steel pieces would allow for the crafting of matching weapons, potentially increasing his odds by nearly 0.5%. Furthermore, with 3,000 warhorses fitted with horseshoes, Lu Kuan believed this could add at least another 10% to his chances, bringing his total to nearly 85%. In any war, even if one side had 10 times the troops of the other, the stronger side would not dare claim 100% certainty of victory, so 85% is actually quite high. Next, Lu Kuan ordered 300 soldiers to be assigned to fit horseshoes on the 3,000 warhorses. Additionally, he allocated 500 soldiers to forge the 1,000 steel bars into weapons, following the crafting methods for horse lances and tang sabers provided by Changchen, to create matching horse lances and tang sabers for the cavalry. As for the Mo knife, Lu Kuan decided to postpone its production. On the side of Jinyang City, they were busy transforming the steel plates and other materials provided by Changchen into armor and weapons, step by step enhancing their own hard power. Meanwhile, outside the city, Hu Yanni was focused on how to consume more of Jinyang City's defensive resources with fewer casualties. The Chang and Di whose soldiers had already spent most of the first and second days attacking the city, resting for more than a day, and by the 4th day, Hu Yanni sent them to attack again. Although the number of attackers was nearly halved since they were no longer pursuing a rapid breach, the focus was on exhausting Jinyang City's resources, which lowered the probability of breaching the city while also reducing their own casualties significantly. Thus, on this day of attacking, the Chang and Di whose soldiers only suffered over 2,000 casualties. However, this left them with a lot of resentment. The total number of Chang and Di whose soldiers was 30,000, including 4,000 cavalry and 26,000 infantry. After the first and second days of siege, they had already incurred over 6,000 casualties. It was supposed to be the turn of the Xiongnu to attack the city for 2 days while they rested for 2 days. But Hu Yanni had the Han soldier slaves take on the last hour of the second day and the morning of the third day's siege, resulting in the inexplicable loss of over 9,000 Han soldier slaves without causing significant damage to Jinyang City. The Chang and Di whose soldiers were indifferent to how the Han soldier slaves fared in the siege or how many were lost. What they cared about was why the Xiongnu refused to attack the city themselves. Overall, they felt a sense of imbalance. Their mindset was one thing, while Hu Yanni had another. Hu Yanni believed that as long as he delayed for a day or two, allowing the Chang and Di whose soldiers to rest, they could continue the siege while the main Xiongnu forces did not need to rush. Hu Yanni was certainly aware of the resentment among the Chang and Di, but the Chang and Di tribes, while outwardly submissive to the Xiongnu, had always harbored ulterior motives. Allowing the Chang and Dihu soldiers a day's rest before continuing the siege was already quite benevolent of him. Early on the 5th day, Hu Yanyi still ordered the Chang and Dihu soldiers to continue the siege. Naturally, their resentment grew, but under Hu Yanyi's threats, they had no choice but to comply. On this 5th day of the siege, the Chang and Dihu soldiers, in an effort to reduce their own casualties, did not exert themselves fully in the attack. If on the first day of the siege, an average of 1 or 2 Chang and Dihu soldiers could rush up to the walls of Jinyang City every 100 breaths, then on the 4th day, it was only 1 or 2 every quarter of an hour. On the 5th day of the siege, not even a single Chang or Di soldier managed to reach the walls of Jinyang in the span of a single incense stick's burning time. There was no way around it. The morale of the Chang and Di troops had already begun to waver. After all, they only had 26,000 infantry, and now nearly 9,000 had been lost, which was about 30% of their total number. If the Chang and Di were attacking Jinyang for their own sake, they could endure casualties of 40 to 50% before their morale would falter. But now they were fighting on behalf of the Xiongnu, and it was entirely normal for their morale to be shaken with just 30% casualties. On this 5th day of the siege, due to their lack of commitment, the Chang and Di soldiers suffered less than 2,000 casualties throughout the day, but the total losses had already exceeded 10,000. Humph, what a bunch of useless fools. Hu Yanyi scolded a few Chang and Di generals, but he did not pursue the matter further. On the 6th day, Hu Yanyi finally stopped forcing the Chang and Di soldiers to attack the city and instead ordered the main Xiongnu forces to launch the assault. Although there were no signs yet that the supplies for defending Jinyang were about to run out, it was the first time the main Xiongnu forces were attacking, and they needed to display their might. Therefore, for this first wave of the siege, Hu Yanyi directly arranged for 5,000 Xiongnu infantry. Moreover, the siege equipment was more than in any previous wave. 3 siege towers, for siege ladders, 2 battering rams, one targeting the city gate and the other directly attacking the city wall, along with over 40 ordinary ladders were deployed simultaneously. Kill! The battle cries shook the heavens. These Xiongnu soldiers, who had the best rations and shared the spoils of victory, were well equipped, and their morale and momentum were naturally stronger than that of the Chang and Di soldiers. The momentum of 8,000 Chang and Di soldiers was likely not even comparable to that of 5,000 Xiongnu soldiers. With such commotion, the defenders of Jinyang could not afford to be careless. Originally, today it was Deputy General Zhao Bin who was in charge of the defense, but upon seeing that the main Xiongnu forces were preparing for the siege, he immediately sent word to Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, and Zhang Xian. The Xiongnu are attacking the city. We must respond with the fiercest counterattack to crush their morale. Lu Koan quickly ascended the city wall, glanced back, and snorted coldly. If it had been last year, when the defenders of Jinyang had not yet received help from Changchen and were in such a frail state, they would have been in grave danger facing such a fierce assault from the Xiongnu. It would have required Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian to be on the walls, personally leading the soldiers in defense to barely hold their ground. However, times had changed. The soldiers defending Jinyang were all strong and had undergone more than half a year of physical training, each capable of matching 3 from the previous year. Fire! A dense rain of arrows poured down as if inexhaustible. Logs, bricks, fire oil, and molten gold were hurled down upon the attackers. Compared to the Chang and Di soldiers and the Han soldiers who were slaves, the Xiongnu soldiers were all robust and had a significant proportion of light armor to withstand attacks, making their overall combat effectiveness much stronger. At the same time, some Xiongnu cavalry charged within 100 meters of the city wall, using bows and arrows to cover the infantry's assault on the city. When the Chang and Di soldiers attacked, the defenders of Jinyang unleashed 10,000 arrows, thousands of logs, and hundreds of bricks, along with dozens of pots of molten gold, resulting in nearly 2,000 enemy casualties while suffering 300 to 400 of their own. However, when facing the Xiongnu soldiers, the same amount of defensive supplies only managed to inflict 14 to 1,500 casualties on the attackers, while the defenders suffered 400 to 500 losses. To reduce their own casualties, the defenders of Jinyang had to use a larger quantity of defensive supplies. For instance, instead of using over 1,000 arrows in an hour, they now used over 2,000. When this batch of archers grew tired, they immediately swapped in another batch. Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, and the others prepared 5 groups of archers to take turns shooting from the walls, averaging a change every 15 minutes. In such a frenzied and wasteful consumption, by the afternoon, the casualties of the attacking Xiongnu soldiers approached 3,000, which was not much less than the casualties suffered by the Chang and Dihu soldiers who had been attacking for the same length of time. Hu Yanyi's expression was extremely grim. Although he had experienced decades of battle and was called a famous general by many in the world, at this moment, he felt somewhat restless. It should be noted that the Xiongnu had 40,000 troops, with 23,000 cavalry and 17,000 infantry. With casualties nearing 3,000, that was over 1.5% of their forces. Even though it was not enough to shake the morale of the army, Hu Yanyi still felt heartache. In the entire northern realm today, the combined population of the 5 barbarians indeed exceeded that of the Han people, but if counted separately, the Xiongnu numbered only a little over 1 million. Just as Hu Yanyi was contemplating whether to sound the retreat and stop the siege or reduce the intensity of the attack, there was still less than an hour until sunset. Suddenly, Hu Yanyi noticed that the frequency of arrows shot from Jinyang City, as well as the rolling logs and stones being hurled down, seemed to have decreased significantly. The defenders of Jinyang must be running low on supplies. Hu Yanyi's spirit lifted instantly, and his grim expression finally turned into a smile. The Chang and Di generals watching the battle also breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, in the last hour before sunset, the Xiongnu soldiers maintained their high-intensity siege. When the Xiongnu soldiers ceased their attack and retreated, the day's battle for the city came to an end. The Xiongnu suffered over 3,400 casualties, with more than 2,800 left directly beneath the city walls, and only about 600 managed to return to the camp alive after being injured. On the side of the Jinyang defenders, there were over 800 casualties, of which 79 had died before being carried down from the walls, while more than 750 were able to be taken back to the infirmary for treatment. Make every effort to treat the wounded. Lu Xiao did not stay long in the infirmary before being called by someone sent by Lu Kuan to discuss matters. If there were no other accidents, based on previous examples, it was estimated that over 10% of the wounded would not survive, ultimately saving around 680 people. In other words, today, the Jinyang defenders had roughly incurred losses of less than 200 in exchange for over 2,800 Xiongnu soldiers. Lu Xiao arrived at the place where they usually discussed affairs. Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian were already waiting there. The matter they needed to discuss was simple. The arrows and various supplies for defending Jinyang City were indeed running low. Originally, it was expected that the city's entire stock of defensive supplies could kill around 20,000 Hu soldiers. Now, with the Chang and Di Hu casualties nearing 11,000 and the Xiongnu casualties over 3,400, that brought the total close to 15,000. The remaining defensive supplies were estimated to be able to kill only 2,000 to 3,000 attacking Hu soldiers, which was less than expected. Once the stock of arrows, rolling logs, and stones is exhausted, we will have to rely on newly made arrows every day and dismantle civilian houses in the city for logs and stones. At that time, the defenders will shift from primarily using arrows and other supplies to relying mainly on manpower to kill the enemy. Even if we defend for a day and inflict the same number of casualties on the enemy, our own casualties will double. Specifically, for example, like today's defense, if they defended for a day and killed over 3,400 Xiongnu soldiers, with sufficient defensive supplies, the Jinyang defenders incurred over 800 casualties. However, without enough defensive supplies, the casualties could rise to 1,600 or 1,700. If calculated this way, wouldn't it mean that in just 10 days, nearly every soldier in the Jinyang defenders would be injured? Hu Yanyi cannot maintain this intensity of siege every day. At most, he can go all out for another 2 days tomorrow and the day after. Lu Kuan concluded based on his own experience. After all, such an intense siege, after a day, would result in over 3,400 casualties for the Xiongnu, while for the Chang and Di Hu soldiers, it would mean over 4,000 casualties. The Xiongnu army attacking Jinyang City this time sounds like it has 100,000 men, but among them, 30,000 are Han soldiers who are slaves, 30,000 are Chang and Di soldiers, and 40,000 are Xiongnu soldiers. The Han slave soldiers have already been tested by Hu Yanyi in an assault on the city. On the first day, they attacked for about an hour and suffered over 1,000 casualties. On the second day, just in the morning, over 9,000 managed to climb the walls of Jinyang City, but inexplicably disappeared. With less than 20,000 Han slave soldiers remaining, Hu Yanyi dared not use them to attack the city again. The only troops Hu Yanyi could use for the assault were the Chang and Di soldiers, combined with the Xiongnu soldiers, totaling 70,000. However, among these 70,000 Chang, Di, and Xiongnu soldiers, there are 27,000 cavalry, and it is impossible to have the cavalry dismount and attack the city like infantry, right? Therefore, the actual number of soldiers Hu Yanyi could use for the assault was only 43,000 Chang and Di infantry. However, at present, the Chang and Di soldiers have already suffered nearly 11,000 casualties. Even if over 1,000 of them could retreat to the camp after being injured, that still leaves over 9,000 corpses lying at the foot of Jinyang City. The Xiongnu soldiers have suffered over 3,400 casualties, and even if around 600 of them could retreat to the camp after being injured, that still means over 2,800 corpses lie at the foot of Jinyang City. If we count the nearly 2,000 injured who could still return to the camp as soldiers with combat capability, Hu Dianyi now has only about 31,000 infantry left to use for the assault. And these 31,000 infantry cannot all die at the foot of Jinyang City. At most, another 10,000 might die in battle, but that still wouldn't breach the city, leaving over 21,000 soldiers with broken morale. Of course, Hu Dianyi could also order some Xiongnu and Chang cavalry to dismount and attack the city as infantry. In that case, with 27,000 cavalry, they could certainly lose 5 or 6,000 at the foot of Jinyang City, depending on whether Hu Dianyi is willing to sacrifice them. As for the defending forces at Jinyang, in a normal siege, even if the defenders occupy the advantageous terrain, if they have no supplies for defense, they can at most achieve a casualty ratio of 1 to 2, meaning one of their own is injured for every 2 of the enemy killed. If they have some supplies for defense, such as lacking only arrows but having enough logs and stones, they could barely manage a casualty ratio of about 1 to 3. Jinyang City certainly does not lack all supplies for defense, it merely has exhausted its stockpile. In fact, Jinyang City still produces new arrows daily, though in small quantities. As for bricks and logs, such a large city as Jinyang can easily dismantle houses one by one. Deputy General Zhao Bin, who is in charge of the armaments, reported to Lu Kuan, the city can produce over 300 new arrows daily, and during the Xiongnu's assault, they will shoot some arrows at us, many of which can be reused. Even without a stockpile, we can still shoot out over 1,000 arrows each day. As for dismantling logs and bricks from the houses, we need to discuss where to start. In Lu Xiao's era, most houses were wooden structures, but only the main beams could be used for logs, and a single house wouldn't yield many. As for bricks, on average, a house might not even have 100 bricks. Calculating this way, it would be normal to dismantle 100 or 200 houses in a day of defending the city. Oil is actually the most troublesome, Zhao Bin said helplessly. Among all the supplies for defense, arrows, logs, and bricks are not as important as oil. Because no matter how many arrows you have, you cannot bring down siege towers, siege ladders, or siege rams. Only oil can easily burn these large siege engines. A large siege tower can be neutralized with 7 or 8 jars of oil. Once there is no oil, if the enemy's large siege engines are level with the city walls, the geographical advantage of the defending walls will be directly halved. The fire oil in Jinyang City mainly relies on extraction and refining from certain specific plants found in the Taihang Mountains, as well as using the fats from some livestock, with most being extracted from plants. When the city is besieged, it becomes impossible to send people into the mountains for a continuous supply. Immortal, are you there? Lu Kuan suddenly looked up at the void above Lu Xiao and inquired with cupped hands. Because Chang Chen had promised to help them win this battle, he had previously agreed with them that between 7 and 8 in the evening, he would intermittently listen to their discussions through Lu Xiao's perspective. If they needed assistance, they could bring it up during that time. At this moment, in the modern timeline, Chang Chen was reclining on the sofa, with half a bottle of red wine on the coffee table in front of him, savoring the wine while listening to their discussions. Lu Xiao in the ancient timeline could even faintly hear the sound of Chang Chen occasionally tasting the wine. So, when Lu Kuan asked, Lu Xiao simply nodded at him. Chang Chen also responded, I am here. I have a general understanding of your current difficulties, and I can help you with some of it, but it certainly won't allow you to use it as recklessly as in the past few days. First, regarding arrows, I can't provide you with finished products directly from here, but if it's just the arrow shafts, I can supply as many as you need. You just need to make the arrowheads yourselves. Under modern industry, finished arrows can be easily produced in countless numbers, but the quantity becomes very sensitive when it increases. Lu Xiao and the others would have to slowly carve the arrow shafts from wood or bamboo, and in Jinyang, the bamboo is mostly thin bamboo or golden bamboo, which doesn't have long enough straight trunks, so they mainly have to use wood for the shafts. The type of wood used is also important, otherwise, could one person really make 10 arrows in a day? So, could an army of 10,000 easily produce 100,000 arrows in a day? Or several million arrows in a month? In the Battle of Chibi, according to the description by the author of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao had an army of 830,000, while the Sunlu coalition had 240,000. When Zhou Yu suggested that Zhuge Liang produce 100,000 arrows in 10 days, it was seen as an intention to harm Zhuge Liang. It should be noted that the 240,000 troops could mobilize 10 times the manpower of the Jinyang defenders, and they were not besieged in a single city, making it nearly impossible to produce 100,000 arrows in 10 days. Therefore, Zhao Bin's claim that they could produce over 300 new arrows a day, totaling 10,000 in a month, was truly within a normal range. If you are only responsible for making the arrowheads, and I help you with the shafts, you should be able to double your daily production of new arrows, right? Chang Chen inquired. Zhao Bin grinned and said, if the immortal can provide us with the shafts, I guarantee that our daily production of new arrows will at least triple, exceeding 1,000 a day. At that time, counting the arrows we can salvage from the siege, we would still have nearly 2,000 arrows available each day. In the modern timeline, Chang Chen took a sip of red wine to moisten his throat before continuing. Next is the matter of bricks and stones. Demolishing civilian houses is never a solution. After the war, they would need to be rebuilt. I can directly provide you with bricks and stones. At the latest, I can deliver a batch by tomorrow afternoon, and within 3 days, I can provide you with over 100,000 bricks. At that time, if you break 5,000 bricks a day, you could last for 20 days. As for rolling logs, I can't provide those. The value of one rolling log could buy 100 bricks here. Rather than rolling one log down, you might as well break down 100 bricks instead. Lastly, regarding fire oil, let me think. Chang Chen did not respond immediately. He actually thought of gasoline right away. However, gasoline cannot be directly filled into barrels at gas stations now. It must be pumped directly into vehicles. His M9 could only hold 65 liters of gasoline at a time. Mainly, after filling up, he had to find a deserted place to siphon the gas out himself. Doing it all by himself, he could only manage 65 liters. Moreover, he could only dare to fill up 2 tanks a day, which amounted to 130 liters. Of course, he could find a truck driver with a large truck to fill up for him, paying an extra 2 or 3 yuan per liter. Many would be willing to do it, as a large truck could fill up 1 or 2,000 liters at once. However, just thinking about it made Chang Chen shake his head in disapproval. An extra 2 or 3 yuan per liter, filling up a large truck and siphoning it out again, could earn him 3 or 4,000 yuan in less than an hour, more than the profit from 2 days of hard work hauling goods. If he looked for it, he could definitely find many willing to do it. But it wasn't as simple as just finding any truck driver who would agree. He might have to approach 5 or 6 truck drivers before one would be willing to do it. Even suggesting such a thing to a truck driver made Chang Chen feel it was risky. How could he be sure that the truck driver wouldn't, out of suspicion, report him to the authorities? In times of peace, as the country grew stronger, there were always 1 or 2 people among 100 who had a sense of justice, who knew who they were. If he approached 5 or 6 truck drivers with such a request, the risk was probably close to 10%. Chang Chen held 300 or 400 million in cash and was living comfortably. How could he take such a big risk for a few thousand liters of gasoline? I can only drive my M9 myself, doing it all by hand, once in the morning and once in the afternoon, casually filling up 2 tanks a day. 130 liters of gasoline should be enough for Lu Xiao and the others in the ancient timespace, right? If that doesn't work, I can fill up 3 tanks a day, almost 200 liters. That should be enough. Although burning 3 tanks of gasoline a day in one vehicle would definitely raise suspicions if someone were to pay close attention, it was unlikely that anyone would actually do so. If that still wasn't enough, then Chang Chen would have to buy a second-hand large truck and drive it himself. He felt it was inappropriate to ask someone else or have Yushiro handle it. After zoning out for about a few breaths, Chang Chen remembered he hadn't responded to Lu Xiao and the others in the ancient timespace yet. Moreover, why not directly ask Lu Xiao how much they would need each day? If there were a type of oil that could ignite with just a spark and was very hard to extinguish, how many pounds would you need to defend the city for a day? There was no need to ask Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian about this. Lu Xiao knew very well. Lu Xiao first calculated in his mind how many pounds a can would be using Chang Chen's pound measurement, and he quickly replied, to burn down a siege tower, it takes about 2 pounds per can, and you need to throw 7 to 8 cans. A ladder truck requires about the same amount, but a siege ram needs 12 to 13 cans. Although these siege machines can be continuously produced from wood, manufacturing also takes time. The Hu people attacking the city have 3 to 4 siege rams, 7 to 8 siege towers, and 7 to 8 ladder trucks destroyed each day. That's about the limit. Calculating the maximum number for siege rams would require 13 cans to burn one, totaling 52 cans, which is 104 pounds. 8 siege towers and 8 ladder trucks combined make 16. Burning one requires 8 cans, totaling 128 cans, which is 256 pounds. Altogether, that's 360 pounds. 1 liter of gasoline is about 1.5 pounds, so that would be 240 liters. Of course, this is calculated based on maximum usage. The Xiongnu commander Hu Yanyi couldn't possibly launch such a fierce siege every day like today. Moreover, Chang Chen believed that gasoline was definitely more useful than the kerosene from Lu Xiao's era. Perhaps it would take 16 pounds of kerosene to burn down a siege tower, while 10 pounds of gasoline could achieve the same. Seeing that Chang Chen had not responded for a while, Lu Xiao quickly said, if the kerosene provided by the immortal is truly as you say, igniting with just a spark and very difficult to extinguish, then surely it wouldn't require as much as the kerosene we have here. If the immortal can provide 100 pounds every day, I believe that would be sufficient. Lu Xiao also thought about how the Xiongnu commander Hu Yanyi could not possibly launch such fierce assaults on the city every day. Chang Chen sighed lightly and replied, for now, I will provide you with about 300 pounds each day. If the Hu people are not attacking so fiercely every day, you can store the excess. Once you have enough to reach 1,000 pounds, I will reduce the amount I provide. In fact, Chang Chen was already considering buying a second-hand large truck. After all, if he had to drive the M9 back and forth 3 times a day just to barely meet Lu Xiao's needs, it would be manageable for a few days, but if it continued for half a month or a month, he would be exhausted. However, buying a second-hand large truck would likely take a day or two. He had to busy himself with preparing bricks and arrow shafts, so he decided to use the M9 for a few more days and see how it went. Disconnecting from Lu Xiao, Chang Chen immediately sent a message to Yushiro from the agricultural trade company, preparing to get the arrow shafts sorted out. You need to go find a few plastic parts factories in the city first thing tomorrow morning. For this length and size of hard plastic, it must withstand a sudden force of 100 kilograms without bending. They need to produce it urgently the same day, with a total of 1 million pieces. The first batch must be delivered by noon the day after tomorrow, with at least 10,000 pieces. The rest can be delivered every 3 days, and all must arrive within half a month. Please send me the price as soon as possible. The soldiers from Lu Xiao's era typically used a 2-stone bow. A 1-stone bow requires a pull of about 30 kilograms, while a 2-stone bow requires about 60 kilograms. The performance requirement for the arrow shafts proposed by Chang Chen was 100 kilograms, which would be sufficient for bows of 3 stones or more. Okay, boss. Yushiro responded directly without any unnecessary words. Early the next morning, Chang Chen searched for the address of a brick factory on the map and drove there himself. He didn't let Yushiro handle the brick purchase because the brick factory was not close to the city center, and he didn't plan to transport the bricks to an urban warehouse. That would take too long with loading and unloading. He intended to rent a place within a kilometer of the brick factory, allowing them to deliver the bricks directly nearby, using a dump truck for unloading. This way, he could easily manage 2 to 3 dozen truckloads a day, completing 100,000 bricks in a single day. The inventory of defensive supplies on Lu Xiao's side could barely last another day. Chang Chen spent the morning renting a large piece of land near the brick factory while negotiating prices with 2 brick factory owners. He proactively offered a few cents more per brick, requesting the owners to arrange for workers to deliver all the bricks to his designated location overnight, with a dump truck unloading, and everything must arrive before midnight. This stuff costs a few dimes each, so 100,000 bricks would only be about 40 to 50,000. Chang Chen paid the full amount up front, took the receipt from the brick factory owner, and planned to go get gasoline next. Back in the city, Chang Chen first bought 2 35-liter white plastic square barrels at a roadside shop, then purchased a small electric pump before heading to the gas station to fill up his vehicle's tank. Finally, he drove the vehicle to the warehouse, parked it inside, and closed the warehouse door to operate inside. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, Chang Chen contacted Lu Xiao from the ancient timespace and sent him 65 liters of gasoline. You need to find a place to pour out the oil inside immediately. I will continue to get you 2 more barrels, and then 2 more in the evening, making it 6 barrels every day. Right now, the Hu people should still be attacking the city. It's just the right time to test the gasoline. As for the bricks and stones, there's no way to test them today, but if the Hu people continue their assault tomorrow, they will definitely come in handy. Regarding the arrow shafts, I estimate that by noon tomorrow, I can send you over 10,000. You just need to prepare the arrowheads. One end of the arrow shafts will have a designated slot for easy installation of the arrowheads. After explaining all this, Chang Chen cut off the communication and drove the vehicle to another gas station to fill up again. This round trip took him over 20 minutes, on the ancient side of time and space. Since the kerosene needed to be used nearby for defending the city, the containers for storing it were located very close to the city wall. In just a few minutes, Lu Xiao poured out about 65 liters of gasoline from 2 white plastic square barrels. The smell of gasoline is very different from that of kerosene. Kerosene flows more viscously, while gasoline flows more like water. General, can these fire oils granted by the immortals really work? Why don't we try it first? This was a mid-level officer, who was actually preparing to light a torch and pour out some gasoline to test it. Nonsense! Can you doubt the immortals? You should be testing the large siege equipment of the Hu people outside the city, not here. Lu Xiao scolded with a dark face. Bring over some clay pots. The mid-level officer smiled awkwardly and quickly called for soldiers to bring over 10 clay pots. Sometimes these rough soldiers in the army behave more like unruly children, and Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao, as their lords, need to scold them from time to time, using both kindness and severity. Lu Xiao personally took a wooden ladle and carefully filled the 10 clay pots. Gasoline evaporates quickly, and the strong smell coming from it at close range was overwhelming. Lu Xiao had a vague premonition that this stuff was much more flammable than kerosene and needed to be used with caution. It is also worth mentioning that the kerosene they had used in the past mostly belonged to the vegetable oil series, which is heavier than gasoline. A container that could hold 2 pounds of kerosene could actually only hold a little over 1 pound and 6 ounces of gasoline. The 10 clay pots filled with gasoline were taken up to the city wall. At this moment, the Chang and D infantry were attacking the city. In the last hour before sunset yesterday, the supplies for defending Jinyang City began to dwindle, and the usage frequency dropped significantly. Therefore, today, the Xiongnu commander Hu Yanni launched an assault as fierce as yesterday's. In the morning, it was still the Xiongnu soldiers responsible for the attack, with each wave consisting of 5,000 men, just like yesterday. However, while the supplies for defending Jinyang City had indeed run low, they were not completely exhausted. There were only about 1/3 of what was available yesterday. Although the defensive supplies were reduced, the soldiers of Jinyang were all strong and high-spirited. Even without any supplies, they could still engage in pure hand-to-hand combat, making it difficult for the Xiongnu soldiers to breach the city easily. After a morning of fierce assaults, the Xiongnu soldiers found that yesterday, they had suffered 4 casualties for every 1 Jinyang defender lost, but today it had improved to 3 casualties for 1 Jinyang defender. By the end of the morning, the Xiongnu had suffered over 1,700 casualties, while the Jinyang defenders had lost over 400. Although the usage frequency of the Jinyang defenders' supplies was indeed decreasing, there was still no sign of a rapid breach of the city. Therefore, by the afternoon, Hu Yanni was reluctant to continue sending Xiongnu soldiers to attack and ordered the Chang and D soldiers to take over the assault. Although the Chang and D commanders were dissatisfied, they were compelled by Hu Yanni and the might of the Xiongnu cavalry, and they could see that the usage frequency of the Jinyang defenders' supplies was declining. Perhaps in the next hour, the Jinyang defenders' supplies would be completely exhausted. At that time, it was very likely that they could breach the city in one fell swoop. Although they were not the main forces of the Xiongnu, if they captured a city during their siege, the Xiongnu Emperor Liu Yao of Chang'an should still grant some benefits to their 2 clans. Thus, in the afternoon, the garrison of Jinyang saw that the attacking Hu people had been replaced by Chang and D people. Whether Chang or Xiongnu, they were undoubtedly enemies to the Jinyang garrison. The only difference was that the Xiongnu displayed slightly stronger combat power, which brought them a bit more pressure. At this moment, the situation of the city's defense was precarious. Due to a lack of fire oil, the attacking Chang and D soldiers had pushed 4 siege towers and 3 ladders up against the walls of Jinyang. Below, there were also 2 siege rams, one crashing against the city gate and the other directly against the city wall. The situation looked quite dangerous. The Jinyang garrison did not have enough fire oil to burn all the large siege equipment. They only had a small amount of fire oil and could only selectively burn the most critical siege equipment when absolutely necessary. Of course, even the stronger Xiongnu soldiers had not been able to truly break the defenses of Jinyang, and these Chang and D soldiers were even less capable. Lu Shao personally led a team of soldiers carrying jars filled with gasoline up to the city wall. What met his eyes were 1 or 2 Chang soldiers occasionally charging up the wall, while the Jinyang garrison soldiers remained calm and orderly, with a few men easily dispatching each Chang soldier they faced. Occasionally, a Jinyang soldier would be unfortunate enough to be wounded by a Chang soldier in a desperate last stand. "Burn that siege tower first," Lu Shao calmly ordered, pointing at one of the siege towers. Upon receiving the command, the nearby soldiers first opened a jar and soaked some cloth-wrapped arrowheads in it, preparing to light and shoot arrows. Then, the stronger soldiers smashed jars filled with gasoline down onto the siege tower. Bang! Bang! The jars were very thin and shattered instantly upon hitting the siege tower, spilling gasoline all over it. According to previous experience with fire oil, they would normally smash 7 or 8 jars and then shoot fire arrows. However, Lu Shao recalled what Chang Chen had said. This gasoline ignited with just a spark and was very difficult to extinguish. Since this was an experiment, they should also test whether less gasoline could burn down a siege tower. Stop! Smash 4 jars first, then light the arrows. Lu Shao halted the soldiers from smashing more gasoline jars. With his command, some soldiers brought over already lit torches. A team of more than 10 crossbowmen extended their cloth-wrapped, gasoline-soaked arrowheads, ready to ignite them. Whoosh! The first arrowhead soaked in gasoline seemed to ignite even before it truly touched the flame, bursting into flames instantly. This ignited arrowhead then quickly set fire to the other arrowheads that were meant to be lit by the torch. It ignited so easily, and the flames were larger and hotter than those produced by the fire oil they had used before. Hiss! Lu Shao and the soldiers beside him couldn't help but gasp in awe. This so-called fire oil given by the gods was truly extraordinary. What are you still dawdling for? Shoot it out! Lu Shao was the first to react, quickly scolding with a stern face. The crossbowmen immediately responded, bending their bows and knocking arrows, shooting the flaming arrows at the siege tower that had been hit by 4 jars of gasoline. Dozens of flaming arrows were shot out, but even though the archers were specially selected, less than half of the arrows stuck to the wood of the siege tower. Previously, the fire oil required flames to burn for about 2 breaths before it could be ignited. Moreover, there were often soldiers on the siege towers specifically tasked with extinguishing incoming fire arrows, which meant they usually had to shoot 3 or 4 rounds of arrows, with dozens or even hundreds of arrows, before they could ignite the siege tower to the point of being uncontrollable. However, this time, the first rocket shot by the crossbowman did not successfully stick to the wood but flew past it, barely grazing the surface. The flame on the arrowhead only brushed against the wood for an instant, but that fleeting moment was enough to ignite the gasoline that had soaked into the wood. Whoosh! The piece of wood caught fire, and in the blink of an eye, it ignited other pieces as well. Some of the Changdi soldiers attacking the city from the siege tower, who had just been climbing it, were splashed with gasoline from the shattered jars that had fallen on them. The flames not only ignited the gasoline on the wood of the siege tower, but those Changdi soldiers who had gasoline on them were also instantly engulfed in flames. The raging fire enveloped the entire siege tower, leaving no chance of extinguishing it. There were 20 to 30 Changdi soldiers on the siege tower. If it had been the previous type of fire oil, even if they had some on them, most would still be able to escape after abandoning the tower without being ignited. But now, facing gasoline, the speed at which the flames spread was too fast. In just a few blinks, more than a dozen Changdi soldiers were set ablaze, screaming in agony as they jumped down from the siege tower, their bodies engulfed in flames. If it had been the previous type of fire oil, those who caught fire could still have a good chance of extinguishing it by rolling on the ground and with the help of others within 5 breaths. However, now, with gasoline, even if they were ignited for just 1 or 2 breaths, there was no hope of putting it out by rolling on the ground or receiving help. In fact, if someone had a lot of gasoline on them, trying to help them could easily result in splashes of burning gasoline igniting the helper as well. Indeed, 2 Changdi soldiers who were not on fire ended up getting burned because they tried to help someone rolling on the ground. On the city wall, Lu Xiao and the others watched in shock as the siege tower blazed fiercely against the wall, and as they saw a dozen Changdi soldiers below rolling in agony, their bodies on fire. Just 4 jars, and it has such an effect. It was only 8 liters of gasoline. If Lu Xiao and the others had initially used the same amount as before, throwing 8 jars, or 16 liters of gasoline, then not only the Changdi soldiers on the siege tower but also those 5 or 6 meters away would have suffered greatly. Moreover, they had only shot a little over a dozen rockets, with only a few successfully sticking to the wood. With such an effect, let alone using half the amount of the previous fire oil, even if the amount were halved again, 2 jars of gasoline might be enough to burn down a siege tower. Use the remaining 5 jars on the other 2 siege towers. Bring more jars of gasoline to burn all the Hu people's large siege equipment, Lu Xiao ordered in succession. In fact, there were still 6 jars of gasoline left, but one had already been opened to soak the cloth on the arrowhead, forming a rocket. 5 jars of gasoline were thrown onto 2 siege towers, 3 jars on one and 2 on the other. Bang! Bang! The jars shattered, and gasoline splashed out, most of it soaking into the wooden parts of the siege tower, while some splashed onto the Changdi soldiers attacking Jinyang City through the siege tower. Fire the rockets. With Lu Xiao's command, more than a dozen crossbowmen shot their ignited rockets. Having witnessed how easily gasoline could ignite, the crossbowmen no longer focused all their rockets on one siege tower but split into 2 small teams, simultaneously shooting rockets at both towers. Although each siege tower only received 8 rockets, and one tower had only 2 rockets sticking to the wood, they still successfully ignited the gasoline on the wood. 2 siege towers, separated by only a breath's time, were engulfed in roaring flames. The tower that had 3 cans of gasoline poured on it burned with a larger fire, showing an unstoppable trend from the very beginning. The tower with only 2 cans of gasoline was somewhat lacking. After all, a siege tower could accommodate 20 to 30 Changdi soldiers at once, and its size was indeed considerable. 2 cans of gasoline amounted to only about 4 liters. Although the towers were made entirely of wood, each tower was built up with dozens of layers of wood, reaching the same height as the walls of Jinyang. With dozens of layers of wood, the flames ignited by the 2 cans of gasoline were initially smaller, but they would eventually burn down the tower. However, the time taken to burn it down might be twice as long as that of the 3 cans of gasoline, and 4 times longer than that of the 4 cans, resulting in fewer Changdi soldiers perishing. If the goal was merely to destroy the siege equipment, then 2 cans of gasoline would suffice. But if the intention was to burn the siege equipment while also killing or injuring some enemy soldiers, then an extra can of gasoline, or 3 cans, could result in 4 or 5 more enemy soldiers being killed or injured, and with 4 cans, it could be around 10. As the Jinyang defenders continued to fetch 20 to 30 more cans of gasoline, they quickly set fire to the remaining siege tower, 3 ladder carts, and 2 siege rams that were close to the walls of Jinyang. To test for the best effect, they poured a total of 5 cans of gasoline on the last remaining siege tower at once. Even after the rockets were fired and ignited, they threw another can onto the burning spot. Bang! As the jar shattered, gasoline splashed out, igniting into a massive fire, each drop of gasoline acting like a terrifying spark. Any Changde soldier nearby who was splashed would have their clothes set ablaze. Those who were only hit by a few small flames could quickly pat them out or strip off their burning clothes, suffering only minor injuries at most. However, if they were hit by a concentrated amount of over 20 or 30 drops, it would not be so easily resolved. They could suffer severe injuries or even be burned to death. The final result of the experiment showed that the best approach was to pour 4 cans of gasoline at once. After igniting the fire, adding a 5th or 6th can would be even better, potentially killing or injuring around 10 more people, while any more would be wasteful. In just about 15 minutes, all 9 large siege machines were burned down, resulting in the deaths and injuries of over 100 people. The attacking Changde soldiers were filled with fear and began to retreat. Among the 5,000 Changde soldiers attacking, over 1,000 had already been killed or injured, leaving fewer than 4,000. Theoretically, they should return to camp to rest, allowing the next wave of 5,000 to continue the assault. However, Hu Yanyi, who was observing from the rear, did not see it that way. He only knew that the time for these Changde soldiers to attack was not yet up. He had set a time of 1.5 hours for each wave, and if they had not reached that time, they could not retreat. Anyone who dares to retreat will be deemed cowardly. Hu Yanyi's tone was icy, directed both at the nearby high-ranking Changde generals and the Xiongnu cavalry commanders under his command. As soon as he said this, the high-ranking Changde generals dared to feel anger but could not voice it. Meanwhile, one of the Xiongnu cavalry commanders immediately rode out, leading hundreds of Xiongnu cavalry to charge forward, indiscriminately slaughtering the retreating Changde soldiers. In an instant, over 100 fell under the curved blades of the Xiongnu cavalry. This immediately frightened the other Changde soldiers, causing them to halt their retreat in terror. Continue the assault. Without large siege equipment, use the ladders to climb up. Anyone who dares to retreat before the 1.5 hours is up will be killed without mercy. The Xiongnu cavalry commander pointed his curved saber at a group of Changde soldiers, threatening them fiercely. The Changde soldiers gritted their teeth, both shocked and angry, many of them looking towards the few high-ranking Changde generals standing beside Hu Yanyi in the front. Unfortunately, those high-ranking Changde generals did not dare to plead for mercy in front of Hu Yanyi. Moreover, the Changde soldiers responsible for this wave of the siege had only a little over a moment left, just enough for 1.5 hours, and they were truly unwilling to confront Hu Yanyi over such a short amount of time. Helpless, these Changde soldiers had to turn back to the foot of Jinyang City and use ordinary ladders to attack the city. Of course, without the large siege equipment, only a few dozen ordinary ladders remained, and coupled with the fear of the gasoline used by the Jinyang defenders, the morale and fighting spirit of these Changde soldiers were very low. In the last moment, they seemed to be dragging their feet, with not a single Changde soldier successfully climbing the walls of Jinyang City. Ultimately, after 1.5 hours, these Changde soldiers suffered over 100 casualties and finally retreated to their camp to rest. At this moment, Hu Yanyi looked towards the few high-ranking Changde generals again. The meaning was clear. He wanted them to send out another 5,000 Changde soldiers for the second wave of the siege. Commander, we do not know how the Jinyang defenders possess such powerful gasoline. It is truly unwise to continue the siege, one high-ranking Changde general said, forcing himself to speak. Hu Yanyi sneered. No matter how the Jinyang defenders have such powerful gasoline, the quantity must be limited, otherwise, they would have used it long ago, and we wouldn't have to wait until now. This time, with my 100,000 troops deployed here, we must break Jinyang City, so the siege cannot stop. Under Hu Yanyi's coercion, and with only a little over an hour left until sunset, the few high-ranking Changde generals had no choice but to order the 5,000 Changde soldiers prepared for the second wave of the siege to advance. However, to maximize the consumption of the remaining defensive supplies of Jinyang City, the high-ranking Changde generals requested Hu Yanyi to hand over all the large siege equipment in the army for the last wave of siege soldiers to use. Sure, Hu Yanyi nodded in agreement without any hesitation. After all the large siege equipment was made of wood. Even if all of it was used up now, they could make a few more tonight. As long as it wasn't the main Xiongnu troops attacking the city, they could consume as much of Jinyang City's defensive supplies as possible. Especially with this powerful gasoline they had never seen before, it would be best if the Jinyang defenders used it all on the Changde soldiers attacking today. Inside Jinyang City, just as the previous wave of Changde soldiers retreated to the camp to rest, the new wave of 5,000 Changde soldiers had not yet arrived at the foot of Jinyang City. In the modern timespace, Chang Chen drove the M9 to the gas station to fill up the tank and returned to the warehouse, re-establishing contact with Lu Xiao. First, he took 2 white plastic square barrels from Lu Xiao, and then, using the external power function of the M9, he he used an electric pump to draw the gasoline from the tank. It took some time to extract all 65 liters of gasoline. During this time, Lu Xiao informed Chang Chun of the results from his earlier trial of using gasoline against the enemy's large siege equipment on the city walls. Upon learning that 2 to 3 cans of gasoline were enough to burn down a piece of large siege equipment, Chang Chun was very pleased and felt it was only natural. How could ancient oil compare to modern gasoline, especially since he was using 98-octane gasoline? This meant that the original calculation for dealing with the enemy's maximum siege every day, which required at least 240 liters of gasoline, could now be reduced to 120 liters. However, when Lu Xiao told Chang Chun that using 3 more cans could burn or injure a dozen more enemy soldiers, Chang Chun fell silent. If we can use 6 cans of gasoline, let's just use 6 cans. Chang Chun took a deep breath and said. He naturally understood the pros and cons. More oil meant more enemy soldiers burned or killed, which meant that 1 can of oil could offset the loss of 3 to 5 enemy soldiers. It was clearly a great bargain, and there was no need to be stingy. After all, spending half an hour more to handle 2 or 3 boxes of oil was nothing to him. At worst, he could find a way to get a second-hand truck tomorrow. Soon, all the oil in the M9 tank was drawn out and sent to Lu Xiao in the ancient timespace. There was still more than an hour left today, which translated to over 2 hours in modern terms before the sun set. The 2 boxes of oil were actually enough for Lu Xiao, and there was no need for a third box. However, around midnight, he still needed to drive to the suburbs. Taking advantage of the late hour when no one was around, and under the cover of darkness, he would deliver the 100,000 red bricks to Lu Xiao, and on the way back to the city, he could easily get the third box of gasoline. The 100,000 red bricks would be delivered from 2 brick factories, 50,000 from each, and they were allowed to dump them directly, so there was no need to haul them from afternoon until dawn. At 9:30 in the evening, one of the brick factory owners called to say they had enough quantity. At 10:30, another brick factory owner also called to confirm they had enough. Okay, I'll drive over now, Chang Chun said, hanging up the phone and taking the elevator from his home to the underground parking lot, entering the navigation for a total distance of 29 kilometers. The roads were less crowded at night, but it still took nearly 40 minutes to arrive. The vacant lot Chang Chun rented during the day was divided in the middle, with each factory's bricks piled on one side. He certainly couldn't tell just by looking whether there were enough bricks, but he estimated that each factory had about 50,000 bricks, and they all looked to be about the same size. Brick factories generally relied on honesty in business. For 50,000 bricks from each factory, the probability of having 100 or 80 extra was greater than the chance of not having enough. After a quick glance, he picked up 2 bricks and knocked them together a couple of times. They sounded solid. Chang Chun then promptly called both brick factory owners to confirm that everything was fine. After sitting in the car for over half an hour, close to midnight, he contacted Lu Xiao in the ancient timespace. Find an open space near the city wall. I'll deliver the bricks to you. Okay, Lu Xiao replied, then went directly to the wide main road at the city gate. Before long, the 100,000 red bricks were divided into 20 large piles, all stacked on this main road. Lu Xiao's pupils involuntarily widened. And 2 barrels of gasoline. Chang Chun's voice brought Lu Xiao back to his senses. Lu Xiao immediately went to the place where the kerosene was stored. After Chang Chun brought over the white plastic barrels, he directly drew the gasoline from the tank and sent it to Lu Xiao, who could rely on the car's electric range to return to the city later. While he was extracting the gasoline from the tank, Lu Xiao was already checking the red bricks that had been delivered. He casually picked up 2 bricks, struck them together, and they made a solid sound, indicating their sturdiness. In Lu Xiao's era, the common people in Huaxia would make green bricks. However, green bricks were relatively expensive, and their quality was not as good as the modern red bricks made with mechanical pressure, and only a few wealthy families could afford them. An ordinary household might have at most 100 or 80 bricks for a roof. 100,000 bricks, if taken from demolished houses, might require tearing down several hundred houses. The soldiers guarding Jinyang on the city wall were not randomly throwing bricks down. They targeted enemy soldiers climbing the ladders or areas where enemy soldiers were gathered below. Each red brick weighed about 5 pounds, and when thrown down from a height of over 10 meters, it could easily knock someone out, even if they were wearing a helmet, as long as it hit their head. Moreover, the Chang'an D soldiers had almost no armor, and only a small number of Xiongnu soldiers had any armor at all. Although it is said that injuries to non-vital areas such as hands and feet will only result in minor wounds, it is the head that can seriously injure enemy soldiers. However, an average of 20 bricks can still seriously injure one enemy soldier. If all 100,000 red bricks were used, it would be enough to seriously injure over 5,000 enemy soldiers. Compared to the red bricks, Lu Xiao was more eager to obtain gasoline. Because in extreme situations, he could order the demolition of houses in Jinyang City to get bricks. However, gasoline could only be obtained from Changcheng, and he had witnessed its power in the afternoon. 1 can of gasoline posed a greater threat to the enemy than 3 cans of kerosene did before. If given the choice, Lu Xiao would prefer to trade 5 cans of the old kerosene for 1 can of gasoline from Changcheng. Including the current box of gasoline, Changcheng had sent a total of 3 boxes, amounting to about 195 liters. In the afternoon, they had withstood 2 waves of enemy attacks. During the first wave, they destroyed 9 large siege engines and used 45 cans of gasoline, each containing about 1 liter, totaling around 50 liters. In the second wave, due to Hu Yanyi's plan to exhaust all the gasoline of the Jinyang defenders, all large siege engines were handed over to the 5,000 Chang soldiers attacking in this wave, totaling 13 vehicles. They destroyed 13 large siege engines, averaging 5 cans of gasoline per vehicle, which amounted to 71.5 liters. Altogether, they used 121.5 liters, nearly exhausting the gasoline sent by Changcheng in the first 2 deliveries. Now, with the 3rd delivery from Changcheng, Jinyang City had about 73 liters of gasoline in stock. If used sparingly, even if the enemy attacked with 5,000 soldiers in a wave again tomorrow, it would barely be enough for a morning's use. Tomorrow at noon, I will send you the first batch of arrow shafts, expected to be at least 10,000, Changcheng said while delivering the gasoline to Lu Xiao. Thank you, Immortal, for your great efforts for our Jinyang City. Lu Xiao expressed his sincere gratitude. Previously, Changcheng never delivered supplies at night and did not pay much attention to the specific situation in Jinyang City. However, since Hu Yanyi led 100,000 Xiongnu troops to attack Jinyang City, Changcheng not only provided them with many useful suggestions but also agreed to listen to their discussions every night from 7 to 8 o'clock, allowing them to directly express any needs, after which Changcheng would immediately find a solution. No need for such formality, Changcheng waved his hand and said, I hope you can win this battle. Only by winning can you truly open up the situation, and the areas you can control will no longer be limited to just Jinyang. At that time, our transactions can also be maximized, and I can gain greater benefits from it. In the end, I will consider you a friend. Back at home in the city, sitting in the living room balcony area, looking through the glass at the vibrant nightlife of the city center. What Changcheng was thinking now was that he should find time to look for a villa. He didn't necessarily have to move in, but he wanted to buy it mainly for the garage that came with the villa, so he could buy a couple more cars. It could be said that it is a common human flaw. When one has money, they want to buy more cars and more places to live. At this moment, Changcheng had over 346 million in cash in his account. Yet, he still only owned this 198 square meter apartment in a high-end community, which, despite being located in the city center and ranking among the top 10 in property prices, felt too shabby compared to the wealth he possessed. However, Changcheng did not plan to buy too many houses in the city, just one more villa would suffice. For more properties, he would need to find time to buy a place in Suzhou or Hangzhou, one in each of the 2 capitals, and one in the northernmost provincial capital, as well as in the provincial capitals of Sichuan, Chongqing, Jianghan, Guangzhou, and the northwest. In the future, during his leisure time, he wanted to stay in each place for a while. Tomorrow, send the first batch of plastic arrow shafts to Lu Xiao, and then find 2 intermediaries to check out the villas. Changcheng was planning in his mind. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Changcheng was getting ready to sleep. Suddenly, his phone rang with a continuous stream of messages. He picked it up to see it was from Yushiro. Clicking to view the messages, he found many pictures and some text. Boss, do you think this size and style are okay? If so, the factory will start mass production overnight, and we expect to produce at least 30,000 pieces to be delivered to the warehouse by 11 o'clock tomorrow. This meant that Yushiro was currently at the factory overseeing things. What a good employee, working overtime voluntarily at such a late hour. She would probably get home to rest just as dawn was breaking. Changcheng looked closely. In fact, the performance he required was very simple for the plastic factory. The sample pictures sent by Yushiro were naturally fine, and he quickly replied with a simple okay. What is the factory's quoted price per piece? Changcheng inquired. 56 cents each. Changcheng thought for a moment and said, 72 cents each. The extra will count as company profit. On the other end, Yushiro's eyes lit up. This meant a profit of 16 cents per piece, and a 1,000,000-piece order would yield a profit of 160,000. It's worth noting that she would receive 10% of that as her bonus, which amounts to 16,000 yuan. Even if she didn't take the bonus, it could serve as funding for the company's future development. After thinking for a moment, Chang Chen sent another message: tomorrow, hire 2 more people, you can delegate many tasks to others, allowing you to focus more on operating the company and making it bigger and stronger. He hoped that one day Yushiro could truly grow the agricultural trade company to over $1 billion. Usually, many of the things he wanted to procure could be handled by hiring some other employees. Thank you, boss, I understand, Yushiro replied politely. In fact, she didn't see it the same way as Chang Chen. For her, while it was true that hiring a few more employees could handle these tasks, she wanted to take the orders and meet executives or owners from various industries. This order of 1 million plastic parts, totaling 560,000, wasn't too large but also not small. While it might not allow her to directly interact with the owner of the plastic factory, meeting the factory manager and some executives was definitely possible. These connections were valuable for her future efforts to continuously develop and expand the agricultural trade company. Of course, she needed to hire employees as well. For new orders, especially large ones over $1 million, it was best for her to be hands-on. However, for orders that were more frequent but not very large, such as rice, flour, meat, and vegetables purchased every few days, she could delegate those tasks to others. Chang Chen didn't say much. He believed that as a boss, sometimes a few words of care were enough. How to operate and develop the company should be left to talented individuals to express themselves. Utilizing talent was more important than anything else. The next day, close to 11 o'clock, Chang Chen had just woken up naturally and hadn't even had time to brush his teeth or wash his face when Yushiro sent a message. Boss, the first batch of goods from the plastic factory has arrived, a total of 30,000 pieces. Okay, I'll go take a look shortly. After replying, he immediately got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, changed out of the clothes he had slept in, grabbed a quick bite at a nearby shop, and then drove to the warehouse. Around noon, Chang Chen contacted Lu Xiao from the ancient timespace and delivered the 30,000 arrow shafts to him. These arrow shafts have a special groove for the bowstring at one end, and the other end has an opening for installing the arrowhead. Before inserting the arrowhead, it's best to slightly heat it with fire, but be careful not to overheat it. You can try it yourself, and if there are any issues, I can make improvements on my end. On Lu Xiao's side, while listening to Chang Chen's instructions, he picked up a plastic arrow shaft to examine it. He first noticed it was slightly lighter than the wooden shafts, and when he tried to bend it in the middle, he found that no matter how much force he applied, it would only bend and not break. 30,000 arrow shafts were neatly placed in individual boxes. The arrow shafts that the Jinyang garrison usually crafted themselves looked similar, but upon closer inspection, they varied in length and size. In contrast, every plastic arrow shaft sent by Chang Chen seemed identical, like a work of art. The price is 4 pounds of rice for 10 shafts. Chang Chen informed Lu Xiao of the price, so Lu Xiao could keep track of how much he had spent and how much remained. This price was quite reasonable for Lu Xiao. Although labor was cheap in Jinyang, the cost of selecting suitable wood from the mountains, transporting it back to the city, and then carefully crafting it into appropriately sized arrow shafts was significant. The 15,000 military and civilian personnel in Jinyang could only produce about 10,000 shafts in a month at most. Lu Xiao ordered the soldiers to take some plastic shafts to the barracks dedicated to arrow making to try fitting the arrowheads. The reserved openings were slightly too small, and forcing the arrowheads in only allowed a few to fit. However, following Chang Chen's method of slightly heating the arrowheads before inserting them made the process much easier. The finished arrows looked like works of art. Compared to the smooth, straight shafts, the iron arrowheads appeared quite rough and mismatched. Whether they matched or not was not important. Lu Xiao personally tested 2 arrows with a bow. To his surprise, he found that due to the straightness of the shafts and their slightly lighter weight compared to wood, the plastic arrows shot farther with the same bow and force. Make more arrows quickly and send them to the city walls to fend off the enemy. As he issued the command, Lu Xiao calculated that with the plastic shafts provided by Chang Chen, which were much easier to fit with arrowheads than wooden ones, their daily production of arrows could increase at least 4-fold. Previously, they could only produce a little over 300 arrows a day. Now they could definitely make 1,003 to 400, totaling 40 to 50,000 in a month. I have 2 barrels of gasoline here, you should be ready to receive them. On his way to the warehouse, Chang Chen filled up his gas tank at a gas station. Since he needed to siphon the gasoline out to send to Lu Xiao for defending against the enemy's siege, he could only rely on electric power for his vehicle. Fortunately, he usually drove within the city, so a range of several dozen kilometers was sufficient. While siphoning the gasoline, Chang Chen asked Lu Xiao about the situation of the Xiongnu army attacking the city that day. Lu Xiao responded casually, "Yesterday, the Hu people attacked the city with the utmost ferocity. The Xiongnu soldiers attacked in the morning, suffering casualties of no less than 1,700. In the afternoon, the Chang and D soldiers attacked, and due to the gasoline you sent, their casualties were close to 2,000. With such heavy losses yesterday, although the Hu people continued their assault today, they did not dare to attack as fiercely as they did yesterday. With the bricks, gasoline, and the increased daily production of arrows provided by you, defending against the enemy's siege is not a problem. Now I'm somewhat worried that the city's defense is too strong, which might intimidate the Hu people and make them reluctant to continue their assault. If Lu Xiao and his men only wanted to hold Jinyang City, then forcing the enemy to hesitate in their attack would be ideal, as they could avoid casualties while not relying solely on the city walls to inflict damage on the enemy. However, their intentions were far beyond merely defending Jinyang City. They aimed to annihilate the over 100,000 enemy troops, including Huiyi, who were attacking Jinyang City, just as they had nearly wiped out the 20,000 besieging troops last year. The current Xiongnu, establishing the Hanzhou Empire centered around the two great cities of Chang'an and Luoyang, represented the most powerful force north of the Huai River. The threat to Jinyang City is also the greatest. If Jinyang City wants to develop, it is best to first conquer Hedong County to the south, where there is farmland equivalent to more than 4 times that of the Jinzhong Plain. Moreover, the geographical location is excellent, allowing for both offense and defense. The Yellow River serves as a barrier for defense, and they can cross the Yellow River to the southeast to take Luoyang City, or to the southwest to enter Guangzhong and capture Chang'an City. Although the Xiongnu's Hanzhou Empire is strong, they lost more than 20,000 troops last year, including over 5,000 Xiongnu. If they lose another 100,000 troops this year, including 40,000 Xiongnu, it would be enough to cripple nearly 40% of the Xiongnu's strength. If they then take advantage of the situation to conquer Hedong County, half of the Xiongnu Hanzhou Empire's strength would be eliminated. Lu Xiao's concerns are justified. To annihilate the Xiongnu forces outside the city, the Jinyang garrison must take the initiative to attack outside the city. Before the Jinyang garrison takes the initiative to leave the city, they need to enhance their own hard power as much as possible. In this regard, they have organized thousands of people who are busy sending horseshoes from Changchun to equip 3,000 warhorses, as well as materials like steel sheets, leather, and red ropes to make armor, while forging 1,000 steel blocks into matching horse lances and tang sabers. It is estimated that this will take another 13 to 18 days. Additionally, they need to utilize the defensive advantage of the Jinyang city walls to demoralize the Xiongnu troops and kill more of their soldiers. Excluding the Han soldier slaves, they have currently killed about 5,200 Xiongnu soldiers, with an estimated 4,000 corpses left under the city walls. They have also killed about 13,000 Chang'an D soldiers, with nearly 11,000 corpses remaining under the city walls. Those who were injured under the Jinyang city walls and could still retreat back to the camp were not severely wounded. After resting for a few days, more than 80% could still fight. By this calculation, the true loss of the various Hu soldiers is around 15,000. In comparison, the Jinyang garrison has only suffered about 4,000 casualties, approaching a casualty ratio of 1 to 5. Moreover, among the Jinyang garrison's casualties, less than 10% died on the spot. Over 90% could be carried to the medical camp for treatment. With modern medicines provided by Changchun, as well as methods like suturing wounds and blood transfusions, more than 85% of the injured soldiers could be saved. Overall, the Jinyang garrison's casualties of around 4,000 resulted in a true loss of less than 1,000. With a loss of less than 1,000, they exchanged it for the loss of about 15,000 Xiongnu, Chang, and D soldiers, a ratio of 15 to 1. How could Lu Xiao and the others not hope that the Hu soldiers outside would attack the city every day with the greatest intensity? The burning efficiency of gasoline could easily incinerate the large siege equipment used by the Hu soldiers outside the city, which Lu Xiao and the others found enjoyable, but it might scare the Hu soldiers who wanted to attack the city. This morning, the first wave of Hu soldiers attacking the city sent 5,000 men and 6 large siege machines, which we quickly burned with gasoline, and they retreated after less than an hour and a half without making any progress. The second wave came to attack, but they only pushed 3 large siege machines and sent only about 3,000 men. I think if they hadn't seen that our Jinyang garrison's arrows were becoming fewer and held some hope in their hearts, the Hu soldiers outside would probably have already dared not attack the city, and would have, like last year, focused on besieging the city instead. Hearing Lu Xiao say this, Changchun was also somewhat speechless. It turned out that he had been busy these past few days gathering 100,000 red bricks and gasoline, running around and even going out at midnight, when it wasn't actually that urgent. After a moment of silence, Changchun spoke up, "Then I think you should reduce the use of gasoline to burn the Hu's large siege equipment. Use only 20 cans a day, and don't use even one more. If you find that the Hu soldiers are still afraid to attack the city, then pretend that all the gasoline has been used up, and gradually reduce the frequency of arrows, bricks, and so on. If necessary, pretend that the arrows and bricks have also run out. In that case, Lu Xiao and the others only need 22 liters of gasoline each day. Therefore, he wouldn't have to take the risk of transporting 3 tanks of gasoline every day. Just one tank of 65 liters would suffice. With this in mind, Changchen directly said, "In that case, I will only deliver 2 barrels of gasoline to you each day from now on. You can store the excess, and once you have about 500 pounds stored, I will temporarily stop the supply." After cutting off contact with Lu Xiao, Changchen let out a long sigh. If he still had to deliver 3 tanks of gasoline every day, he would have to buy a second-hand large truck to transport 2 to 3,000 liters at once. However, getting a large truck was quite troublesome. He would need to find a place to park it. The parking lots that allowed large trucks to park for extended periods were all in the suburbs. The main issue was that he didn't know how to drive a large truck. He could call for a driver online, but that would also be quite a hassle. Now, it was good that he didn't have to transport so much gasoline every day. He could spend that time and energy looking for a villa and, when the time came, buy a couple of cars to park in the villa's garage. In the ancient time frame, after hearing Chang Chen's proposal, Lu Xiao arranged for the received gasoline and plastic arrow shafts and immediately sent someone to find his father, Lu Koan, along with Deputy Generals Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian, to discuss the matter together. Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian all agreed with what Lu Xiao said. In fact, according to the treatment methods for injured soldiers in Jinyang City, nearly 80% of the soldiers who suffered casualties on the city walls could be saved. In stark contrast, about 80% of the Wu people attacking the city would end up as corpses piled beneath the walls. In that case, even if we don't use any defensive supplies at all, relying purely on the advantage of the city walls to fight the attacking Wu people, for every 2 Wu people we kill, we might lose 1 soldier. The gains are all ours, while the Wu people suffer the greater losses. However, Lu Koan shook his head, denying this statement. While it is true that nearly 80% of our injured soldiers can be saved, it is not something that can be accomplished in just 10 days or half a month. If we were to take the initiative to charge out of the city and ambush the enemy outside, we would likely only have uninjured soldiers available to go out. In a direct comparison of casualties with the Wu people, even if the Jinyang defenders suffered injuries on the city walls, most could be saved, while the Wu people, whether injured on the walls or below, could not be saved. However, as long as the Jinyang defenders wanted to retain enough strength to fight the enemy outside the city, they could not afford to take such risks. We won't be completely without defensive supplies. For oil, we will use 20 cans of gasoline daily, reducing it by 5 cans every 3 days. The use of logs will be completely halted, and we will smash 4,000 bricks daily, reducing the amount by 500 each day until we reach 2,000, at which point we will stop reducing. As for arrows, we will decrease from 1,500 daily, reducing by 100 each day until we reach 400, at which point we will stop reducing. Of course, if the Wu people suddenly launch a high-intensity attack all day, we will adjust accordingly. After some thought, Lu Koan expressed his ideas. Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian exchanged glances and looked at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao did not raise any objections and directly said, "We will follow my father's arrangements." Seeing this, Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian also agreed. The strategy was temporarily set, and the 2 deputy generals went down to make arrangements while Lu Koan and Lu Xiao continued to discuss other matters. In the modern time frame, Chang Chen did not sleep in until he woke up naturally today. Instead, he deliberately set an alarm to get up early at 7 o'clock. There were many delicious early morning teas, and it would be pointless to sleep too late and then get up to eat. At the same time, he wanted to go look at villas with the real estate agent today. He wanted to find a villa that he liked in every aspect, but that would take a lot of time. It was best to start looking in the morning so he could see a dozen or so in one day. First, he looked at 2 new villas in the newly developed villa area, and then he directly dismissed the idea of buying a villa there. "Just take me to see the top 3 high-end villas in the city. I don't need to see anything else." As soon as he said this, the agent was stunned. Although it was just a second-tier city, it was still the provincial capital, and the worst of the top 3 high-end villas would cost nearly 10 million. This was definitely a big deal. However, the agent insisted on verifying his financial capability first, proving that he could indeed afford a villa there before they would take Chang Chen to see it. Chang Chen had over 10 million in deposits across several major banks, and he directly pulled out 2 bank cards that required deposits of over 20 million to obtain. The agent wanted Chang Chen to swipe the card to check the specific balance. Chang Chen simply smiled at him. "If you can take this deal, then do it. If not, I'll find another agent." Given the current market, those high-end villas might not even sell a few units in a year. If someone was buying, they should be secretly pleased. He couldn't let the agent lead him around completely. A little proof was enough. The agent, of course, was a smart person. The so-called verification was just to ensure he wouldn't waste his time showing high-end villas to someone who had no chance of buying. As long as there was a 10% chance that he could afford it, the agent would find a way to take him to see it. The agent glanced again at the M9 parked at the door, which, while not $1 million luxury car, indicated that most buyers of this car were not short on cash. Sir, how about the Natural Garden Villas? Located on U** Road, less than 500 meters from Qingshan Park, it's undisturbed by the city's noise and very close to the city center. Whether heading to the old city center or the newly developed area, both are under 2 kilometers away. Although it's an older villa area, its geographical location in this city is almost unbeatable. The row houses and standalone villas range from 313 square meters to 725 square meters, with second-hand prices from 28,000 to 46,000 won per square meter, totaling about 9 million to 30 million, with standalone villas starting at 20 million. Changchen knew there were definitely better villa areas, but he also understood that some villa areas were quite mysterious. Wanting to buy one required not just money but also connections and status. Not just any ordinary agent had the qualifications to take you to see such villas. Would you like to see row houses or standalone villas? Coming back to his senses, Chang Chen calmly replied, let's go straight to the standalone villas. After more than 2 hours of viewing, Chang Chen finally settled on a 575 square meter villa, with the original asking price at 41,000 per square meter, totaling 23 million. Given the current housing market, offering the total price directly was foolish. Discount it by 30%, 16 million, you help me negotiate with the owner. If they agree, we can sign the contract anytime, full payment. Chang Chen didn't waste words and went straight for the cut. In fact, he wanted to cut it by 40% at once, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, mainly because he really liked this villa. He didn't have the energy to renovate such a large villa, and the existing decor happened to match his aesthetic perfectly and was very well maintained. Otherwise, he would have confirmed 2 or 3 villas at once and tried cutting the price by half. The agent was quick and even called the owner on the spot. For agents like them, they didn't really care whether the house sold for 16 million or 23 million. What mattered was that it sold. Only when it was sold would they earn their commission, and they were even more eager than Chang Chen for the owner to agree to the 16 million price. Moreover, as agents, no one understood the housing market better than they did in recent years. For such an expensive house, a 30% cut was already considered normal and quite reasonable. Many people would cut prices by 50, 60, or 70%, which could infuriate the owners to the point of having heart attacks. After the call, the owner was silent for a while before responding that the price was too low. He could only accept a 15% cut, totaling 19 million. Even though the agent had said a lot of good things, the other party was unwilling to budge. The agent, feeling helpless, could only ask for Chang Chen's opinion again. Chang Chen smiled and said, I'll think about it. His so-called consideration was, of course, to leave the homeowner hanging for a few days. Selling a villa wasn't that easy. Even if he took a year to think it over, there was a high probability that the villa would still be on the market. After all, the one suffering from mental torment would definitely not be him. If the homeowner was eager to sell but wouldn't lower the price, then they could forget about sleeping well tonight. If they weren't in a hurry to sell and just had it listed, whether it sold or not didn't matter much. If it came down to it, he could always look at other options. These days, there were more houses than people, and the initiative was on his side. For the next 3 or 4 days, Chang Chen ate well, drank well, and slept well. In the afternoon of the second day, he sent the second batch of materials for making armor, 700,000 steel plates, leather, ropes, and so on, sent by the factory to Lushao in the ancient time-space. By the evening of the 4th day, the agent called Chang Chen to inform him that the homeowner had agreed to a 30% price reduction, settling at 16 million, and asked if he could sign the contract at any time in the next couple of days. If there are no issues on the homeowner's side, we can sign tomorrow, or we can schedule it for the day after, Chang Chen responded decisively. He didn't speculate on whether the homeowner had suffered mental torment during those 4 days. For him, as long as he could buy the villa at a price he found acceptable, it would be a win-win situation. The subsequent interactions with the homeowner and handling of various procedures would all be taken care of by the agent. Chang Chen just needed to wait to sign the transfer documents at the Citizen Center. It took 2 busy days to complete all the procedures, finalize the transfer, and make the payment. Stepping out of the agency, Chang Chen let out a long sigh, feeling very good. He had never imagined he could own a villa in this city, especially one worth over 20 million when the housing market was good, and still valued at 16 million even when the market was poor. Although the villa was larger and more luxurious, Chang Chen had no plans to move from his spacious apartment in the city center anytime soon. After living in that high-rise apartment for over half a year, he had grown accustomed to enjoying a glass of wine while gazing at the bustling night scene of the city center through the glass. I could buy a couple more cars to park in the garage, Chang Chen thought. Luxury cars like Maybachs, Rolls-Royces, and Bentleys were out of the question. They were too ostentatious and didn't fit his desire to appear as an ordinary person. One must never feel that they have made it and become arrogant. It's better to stay low-key. Just as he was about to get in his car and head home, someone suddenly yanked him back. Chang Chen, what are you doing here? Is this your car? It was his ex-mother-in-law's voice. Turning around, he saw that familiar face, always looking for trouble, filled with bitterness, one he would probably never forget in his lifetime. How unfortunate. Chang Chen cursed inwardly. The city was so big, with so many people living in it. As long as he didn't make an effort to connect, he could go decades without running into anyone. How was it that just a few months later, he bumped into his ex-mother-in-law? It wasn't fear, it was a desire to avoid contact. Once you fall into a pit of filth, all you can think about is how to avoid it in the future, keeping your distance, hoping never to have any contact again. The disdainful and disgusted look on Chang Chen's face pierced his ex-mother-in-law. Gritting her teeth, she said, Chang Chen, you've gotten capable, haven't you? Do you think you've really made it? Chang Chen sneered. What does that have to do with you? Who do you think you are? I advise you to save some face for yourself. This is the street, and you think this shrewish demeanor looks good? While confronting his former mother-in-law, he also noticed that she was wearing the uniform of a nearby chain noodle shop. Clearly, without his support, more than half a year had passed, and not only had his ex-wife Lin Jiawei gone out to work, but his former mother-in-law had also started working. Before he married Lin Jiawei and moved into that house, his former mother-in-law had actually been working outside. However, it seemed that once he moved into that house, she gradually got used to treating him like a slave, from making him cook every day to later making him take care of all the household chores. In the end, she always complained that he earned too little, constantly making snide remarks and forcing him to find a labor-intensive job to make ends meet. With the roughly 10,000 yuan he earned each month from hard labor, not only did Lin Jiawei stop working after having a child, but his former mother-in-law also began to enjoy a life of leisure at home. The entire burden of supporting the family fell on his shoulders, yet she never gave him a good face, only making things worse. Of course, aside from the facts, he himself was at fault. He shouldn't have indulged that family. Since he had agreed to be a son-in-law, he should have taken care of himself. As long as he didn't drag that family down, it would have sufficed to contribute a little to the household. By taking on all the responsibilities and shouldering everything, being a son-in-law became a pure act of self-deprecation, yielding no benefits and only leaving him with a belly full of anger. Fortunately, he woke up after 5 years, which wasn't too late. He had just turned 30, and there was still a long life ahead of him. Chang Chen, how dare you call me a shrew? His former mother-in-law, well aware of how to seize any opportunity to argue, clung to Chang Chen's words about her being a shrew and prepared to strike him. Chang Chen, quick and precise, grabbed her swinging wrist and forcefully flung it aside, scowling as he said, just because I let you smash an apple back then without holding it against you doesn't mean you can keep hitting me now. Of course, his former mother-in-law was not so easily dealt with. She plopped down on the ground and began shouting to passers-by, he hit me. My former son-in-law hit his mother-in-law. Oh, my back. Watching the drama unfold was the greatest pleasure for many. Their good mood for the next few days might just come from witnessing someone else's quarrel. Thus, in just 20 to 30 seconds, 5 or 6 people had gathered around, with more people coming over. Chang Chen was not polite. He pointed at the cameras scattered around. With so many cameras, they can't all be broken. What happened will be recorded clearly. If you don't mind being embarrassed together with Lin Jiawei when she goes to the police station to bail you out, then keep making a scene. I'll call the police. With such a righteous and unyielding statement, his former mother-in-law immediately fell silent and the onlookers roughly guessed what had happened. In this day and age, with so many people playing the victim and crying wolf online, bystanders had become more astute. They were no longer as easily swayed as they were 5 years ago, so his former mother-in-law's tactics were completely ineffective, and she didn't dare to actually have Chang Chen call the police and bring them over. Everyone, please make way. I need to drive out. Seeing that his former mother-in-law had stopped making a scene, Chang Chen decided not to engage with her any further. He called out to the crowd and then got into his car, starting it up. As the car began to move slowly, the onlookers spontaneously made way. It wasn't until Chang Chen drove away and disappeared from sight that his former mother-in-law, her face alternating between red and white, gritted her teeth and got up. At that moment, she finally realized that she truly had no way to deal with Chang Chen now. However, the fact that he could actually afford an M9, a domestic luxury car worth 5 to 600,000, made her unable to suppress her envy. At first, she had heard Lin Jiawei say that Chang Chen was driving a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. She didn't really believe it, and hearing others say it was one thing, but seeing it with her own eyes was a huge shock. So much money, if it were all spent on supporting the family, how wonderful that would be. What are you looking at? Do you think that guy is really something good? Driving such an expensive car, yet he only gives his daughter 1,000 yuan a month for child support. Bah, what a heartless thing. Her ex-mother-in-law shouted at a passerby, and the more she spoke, the more spirited she became. At that moment, she even felt an impulse to slap her thigh, because she realized she should have thought of this earlier. Otherwise, how could she have let Changchen leave so easily? Now, she no longer wanted to control Changchen. She only thought about discussing with her daughter when she got home, insisting that Changchen must increase the child support for Nini to no less than 10,000 yuan a month. If he dared not to, she would sue him in court. In the following days, Changchen went to the forest dealership every day to look at cars. Currently, domestic cars, in terms of enjoyment, were much better than foreign imported cars of the same class, mainly because they could also support national tax revenue and domestic job positions. So he ended up getting 3 more domestic cars, 2 pure electric and hybrid vehicles, 1 R7 worth over 300,000, 1 U8 worth 1,100,000, and the last one was a traditional fuel off-road vehicle worth over 400,000. After driving the last traditional fuel off-road vehicle back to the villa garage, in a good mood, Changchen spent over an hour filling up each vehicle M9, U8, and the fuel off-road vehicle with 2 tanks of gasoline each. A total of 440 liters of gasoline was extracted and sent to Lu Xiao in the ancient time-space. Lu Xiao was overjoyed to receive 440 liters of gasoline. Having witnessed the power of gasoline, even if it was not used in large quantities now to attract the Hu people to attack the city, it was still a definite big weapon. He would never complain about having too little. Originally, Changchen had told him that after helping them stock about 500 pounds, he would stop providing gasoline. In these few days, Changchen had been delivering 65 liters daily, and they had only used a small portion against the enemy, almost enough to stock 500 pounds. Unexpectedly, Changchen had delivered about 660 pounds all at once. The gasoline stock in Jinyang City suddenly exceeded 1,000 pounds, enough to fill over 600 cans. Even if it took 6 cans to burn down one large siege weapon of the enemy, they could still burn down 100 vehicles and potentially kill or injure 1 to 2,000 enemy soldiers. Do the Hu people still dare to continue the siege these days? Chang Chen inquired. 8 days ago, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, Zhang Xan, and others had formulated a strategy to reduce the use of various city defense supplies to lure the Hu people outside the city to continue their siege. Lu Xiao responded, in the first 3 or 4 days, seeing our city defense supplies dwindle, especially the gasoline they feared the most, we used no more than 20 cans in a whole day, and by the 4th day, we only used 12 cans in total. The Hu people attacked fiercely, sometimes launching a wave of 5,000 troops. However, starting from the 5th day, the Hu people seemed unable to sustain their consumption. Although they were still tempted to continue the siege, each wave only sent over 1,000 troops, occasionally sending 3,000. Even today, on the 8th day, the Hu people only launched a wave of 2,000 troops in the morning, suffering 300 to 400 casualties before retreating. It has now been over 2 hours since they last attacked. Chang Chen could roughly guess the situation. It was nothing more than the previous 7 days, under the strategy devised by Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, Zhang Xan, and others. The continuous sieges had resulted in heavy casualties, yet they still saw no real trend of breaking the city, leading to a complete shake in military morale. They were scared. The Hu people estimated that they had suffered over 14,000 casualties, leaving at least 12,000 corpses at the foot of the city. If we calculate it this way, the Hu people have attacked Jinyang City with an army of 100,000 for some time now. Excluding the Han soldiers who were slaves, just counting the Xiongnu, Chang, Di, and others, they have truly lost no less than 27,000 men, and there are still about 5,000 wounded soldiers. The total number of Hu people is only about 70,000, and now only about 38,000 remain uninjured, among which there are 27,000 cavalry. Hu Yanyi has not allowed the cavalry to dismount and attack the city as infantry. He has forced the infantry to assault the city, and the pressure on the Chang and Di soldiers has been particularly severe. Currently, the number of uninjured Xiongnu infantry does not exceed 6,000, and the Chang and Di infantry do not exceed 5,000. Even if we include the approximately 5,000 wounded soldiers who can still return to the camp, the remaining Xiongnu infantry is about 8,000, and the Chang and Di infantry is also about 8,000. But it should be noted that initially, the total number of Xiongnu infantry was 17,000, and the total number of Chang and Di infantry was 26,000. Calculating this, the Xiongnu infantry has lost about 9,000 at the foot of Jinyang City, which is more than half. The Chang and Di infantry have lost 18,000 at the foot of Jinyang City, which is nearly 70%. In a direct field battle, being able to sustain a 30% casualty rate is considered an elite army, and being able to sustain a 40% casualty rate is considered the elite of the elite, suddenly suffering casualties of 50 to 70%. Even though the siege battle lasts a long time, allowing for rotation and rest, the casualties that can be sustained are still significantly higher than in direct field battles, but it can only be about half more. For example, elite armies can sustain 45%, while the elite can sustain 60%. The Xiongnu soldiers are fighting for their own faction. They are indeed the strongest among the 5 who at this time and can be considered elite troops, but their morale and spirit can only withstand a maximum of 45%, yet they have suffered nearly 55% casualties. The Chang and D soldiers are the most miserable. They are not fighting for their own faction, and when their casualties were nearly 40%, their morale was already shaken, and they refused to attack the city again no matter what. However, under Hu Yanyi's coercion and temptation, and the curved blades of the Xiongnu cavalry, they gritted their teeth and fought to this point, suffering nearly 70% casualties. The scouts we placed outside the city have shot arrows to report that some Chang and D soldiers have even begun to flee at night. If Hu Yanyi continues to force them to attack the city, a fight is likely to break out. At this point, Lu Shao couldn't help but sigh and continued, "The situation of our Jinyang garrison is not particularly good either. To lure the Hu people into continuous assaults on the city, we dare not use too many supplies for defense. Many times we have to endure the Hu people bringing nearly 10 large siege engines to connect with the Jinyang city wall, directly delivering a large number of Hu people to storm the city walls for close combat. While killing more than 14,000 Hu people, our Jinyang garrison has also suffered about 5,000 casualties. Even though the actual number of those who died on the city wall and could not be saved after being taken to the wounded camp is just over 1,000. This number means that the Hu people left at least 12,000 corpses at the foot of the city wall, exceeding a 1-to-10 exchange ratio. But it still caused great pain to Lu Shao, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, Zhang Xin, and others. Adding the previous 4,000 casualties, the Jinyang garrison's losses have exceeded 9,000. Even if only about 2,000 of them actually died, it still means that only about 11,000 uninjured soldiers remain in the Jinyang garrison. Moving forward, if we want to sortie and ambush the Hu people, we can only rely on these 11,000 men. In 2 days, I should be able to deliver the last batch of 700,000 steel plates to you. Once they are all made into armor, you will be able to sortie at any time to ambush the besieging Hu people, Changqin told Lu Shao. The production speed at the factory is fixed, and unless unexpected situations arise, they can produce a certain number of plates each day. Now only the last batch of steel plates has not arrived, and the factory can even provide a completion time with an error of less than an hour. That's great, Lu Shao said, feeling invigorated. In Jinyang City, thousands of people were organized to rush the production of armor, with each person responsible for a single component of the armor over 3 days. There were wrist guards, shin guards, skirts, body armor, shoulder armor, face armor, helmets, and horse armor. The skirt armor, body armor, shoulder armor, and horse armor were relatively large, so they were divided into 3 to 8 parts for production. On average, each worker was responsible for about 150 steel plates daily to create armor components. Of course, making armor required not only steel plates, leather, and ropes but also a large amount of old clothing sent by Changchen last winter, which was repurposed into fabric. Additionally, distributing various materials and other labor was also necessary. However, Lu Kuan mobilized 5,000 adult women and 500 soldiers, totaling 5,500 people working together, and it was believed that the 700,000 steel plates could be transformed into armor in less than 3 days. Lu Shao also informed Changchen that the 1,000 steel blocks he sent, each weighing around 6 pounds and of the same quality as truck spring steel, were expected to be fully forged into weapons today. The main focus was on forging 500 horse lances and 500 Tang broadswords. Among the 3 peak weapons of the Tang dynasty, Mo Dao, saber, Manhwa, horse lance, and Hung Dao, broadsword, the Mo Dao was not being forged. This was mainly because the steel required for the Mo Dao was far more than that for the Manhwa and Hung Dao, and it was impossible to forge a Mo Dao from 6-pound steel blocks. The Manhwa produced in Jinyang City actually had a spearhead that was not as long as the one Changchen sent to Lu Shao. Moreover, there were not many suitable shafts in Jinyang City that met the requirement of being over 10 feet long. They were all made from dismantled ordinary long spear shafts, with a total length of only about 10 feet. Compared to Lu Shao's lance, which was 18 feet long, it was short by 7 to 8 feet, making it a low-spec version of the Manhwa. However, the Tang broadsword could be fully configured. Now we just lack the armor. A smile appeared on Changchen's face, indicating that in as little as 5 days, the defending army of Jinyang would be able to launch a surprise attack on the besieging Hu army. If they could win this battle, the situation in Jinyang City would be completely opened up, and Lu Shao and the others would have a great chance to seize the entire Bingzhou. Once they took over Bingzhou, the military and civilians of Jinyang City would no longer be forced to rely entirely on the city for their livelihood and could safely spread out to develop. Not only could they cultivate more land, but they could also send a group of people into the mountains to gather various wild medicinal herbs. Jinyang City currently has 7,000 injured soldiers in recovery, and they require a large amount of medicine daily. "Immortal, the stock you sent last time is running low, and we need your help to send another batch soon." After explaining the situation, Lu Xiao informed Chang Chen of their recent needs. "Alright," Chang Chen nodded in response, "I'll arrange another batch for you in the next couple of days." After disconnecting from Lu Xiao, Chang Chen contemplated how many medical tools and medicines to prepare this time. Among the 7,000 injured soldiers, most had knife wounds and arrow wounds, with a small portion injured by stones from catapults, which shattered into small fragments, and some were pierced by long spears. In short, over 90% required sutures, and some even injured the bones. Those not affecting the bones would need about 2 months to heal, while those that did would require 3 months. Traditional Chinese herbal medicine could address some needs, but penicillin, sutures, gauze, disinfectants, and most antipyretics and anti-inflammatory drugs would all need to be provided by Chang Chen. It is worth mentioning that when there were enough medicinal herbs, the military doctors in Jinyang City could produce a golden wound powder, which had excellent effects in reducing inflammation and promoting tissue regeneration, especially in terms of tissue regeneration. After all, recorded wars in ancient times date back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and during the period of the 5 barbarians and 16 kingdoms, there were over 2,000 years of history, experiencing countless wars and many injured soldiers. Even without going that far back, in the last 100 years of Lu Xiao's time, there had been numerous conflicts. At the end of the Han Dynasty, various warlords battled for decades, and the 3 kingdoms period saw years of chaos. The Western Jin unified the realm for merely 11 years before the prolonged 16-year War of the 8 Kings erupted, followed by the incursions of the 5 barbarians that continue to this day. Many inherited formulas for treating wounds are indeed priceless treasures. Even if they cannot compare to Yunnan Baiyao, they are not far off. The industrial value derived from Yunnan Baiyao exceeds hundreds of billions. Chang Chen had once obtained several commonly used wound treatment formulas from Lu Xiao, which are now locked in his safe. In return, he sent over the formula for penicillin. The process of how penicillin is formed, how it is purified, and so on, is known. Penicillin is a modern industrial product. Knowing how to manufacture it is not the same as actually producing it. Even in the modern era where Chang Chen exists, supported by industry and propelled by the First and Second World Wars, it took over half a century from invention to mass production. Even if Chang Chen provided the specific manufacturing methods, Lu Xiao and his team would not be able to produce it themselves in less than 10 years, and the cost of their production would certainly be more than 100 times that of modern industrial production. Of course, once Lu Xiao truly manufactures penicillin himself, it could create infinite value in their time and space. For instance, after it is produced, selling it to nomadic tribes, selling it to the western regions, and then exporting it further could yield 10 times the equivalent weight in gold. Can you guess if anyone would buy it? The value of penicillin is certain, but the few wound treatment formulas I obtained from Lu Xiao are still uncertain. Should I immediately have Conranran establish a traditional Chinese medicine research laboratory? Chang Chen pondered. Returning to the matter of providing medical tools and medicines for around 7,000 injured soldiers in Jinyang City, since last year when he first provided medical tools and medicines for the injured soldiers, it has now been half a month of siege warfare in Jinyang City. Chang Chen calculated that, on average, an injured soldier from the war requires about $240 worth of disinfectants, penicillin, antipyretics, anti-inflammatory drugs, sutures, gauze, cotton, bandages, and so on from his modern time and space from injury to recovery. Of course, this total of $240 worth of medical tools and medicines was not provided all at once. In the first few days of the siege, when the Hu people attacked most fiercely, hundreds of casualties occurred daily, but the accumulated number of injured soldiers was still small, so the usage was not too high. However, now that the number of soldiers needing treatment and those in recovery has exceeded 7,000, even though the intensity of the Hu people's attack is far less than in the initial days, the daily usage of medicines far exceeds that of the beginning. Calculating that each injured soldier requires an average of $6 worth of medical tools and medicines per day, sending over supplies for about 10 days for 7,000 injured soldiers amounts to approximately $420,000 worth of medical tools and medicines. Since he needed to discuss not only this order with Conranran, who manages the pharmaceutical company, but also whether to establish a traditional Chinese medicine research laboratory, Chang Chen directly called to invite Conranran to dinner. Conranran enjoys good food, and so does Chang Chen. Whenever Conranran finds a delicious dish, she shares it with Chang Chen, and vice versa. Over the past 6 months, they have uncovered nearly all the hidden culinary gems in the city. However, the city is so large that there are always 1 or 2 newly opened places with good reputations worth trying. During dinner, they did not discuss business directly. It was only after both had eaten nearly enough and were savoring the last half glass of red wine that they began to talk. The procurement of medical tools and medicines worth around $420,000 mainly focused on determining the proportion of each type. For example, how much of the total amount should be allocated to sutures, how much to penicillin, and so on. This is basically what Changchen said, and Ken Ranran directly remembered it. Boss, this big order has at least $200,000 in profit for the pharmaceutical company. Ken Ranran's eyes sparkled with a beautiful crescent smile because she thought about how, by the end of the year, 10% of that profit would be hers, 20,000 yuan, which was equivalent to her normal monthly salary. And this was the third large order in the past half month, totaling nearly 800,000, with profits close to 400,000. Chang Chen offered Lu Xiao the retail price of the pharmacy, which typically has nearly 50% profit. In other words, this so-called 420,000 order actually amounts to a maximum of 220,000 in orders placed with various pharmaceutical factories. I specifically invited you out for dinner tonight, not just to enjoy good food together, but also for something much more important than this order. Boss, please go ahead. Ken Ranran put down her wine glass and focused her attention. I want you to recruit a few traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to establish a traditional Chinese medicine research and development laboratory. I have a few formulas for wound medicine similar to Yunnan Baiyao, but I don't know what the cost and specific efficacy will be once they are actually produced. I estimate that the efficacy might not match Yunnan Baiyao, but it should at least reach over 80% of its effectiveness. Make sure to sign a confidentiality agreement and apply for a complete patent in a timely manner once it's developed. Chang Chen mentioned everything he could think of. Ken Ranran's eyes nearly sparkled, and there's a complete patent? Boss, can you be sure that there are no patents for such medicine on the market? 99.9% chance there isn't, Chang Chen affirmed after a moment's thought. Over the long course of history, many traditional Chinese medicine formulas have been lost. There's no helping it. Ancient people often had the mindset of teaching their disciples to starve their masters, leading to many painstakingly developed formulas being forgotten after the creator's death, existing for only a few decades. Even those that have been passed down for a long time are likely to be lost after 300 or 400 years. Moreover, considering Lu Xiao's era, which is over 1700 years ago, no formula could survive the chaotic times of the 5 barbarians and 16 kingdoms in the southern and northern dynasties for 300 years, not to mention the subsequent brutal upheavals that followed. Even though Ken Ranran's personality is a bit more composed than Yushiro's, she couldn't help but feel much more excited than before. Boss, you promised me that if I can ever make the pharmaceutical company worth over 1 billion, you would give me an additional 20% on top of the 10% shares you've already given me. This is already a huge opportunity. I thought I might have to work hard for 10 or 20 years to see hope, but I didn't expect you to give me such a big benefit right now. The entire industry chain of Yunnan Baiyao is worth more than 100 billion. With a formula similar to Yunnan Baiyao and a complete patent, once it's developed, the company's value exceeding 1 billion would be a piece of cake, right? Boss, you would be losing out big time. After she finished her excitement, Chang Chen spoke to temper her enthusiasm. Don't think so simply. Even if you really have a formula that might only have 80% of the efficacy of Baiyao, and even if the efficacy is equally strong, in a market that is basically saturated, how easy do you think it is to carve out a share? Once it's developed, how effective it is, what the cost is, and how to open up the market, there are too many links in the chain that require your painstaking effort to navigate. When you truly use this to raise the company's value to over 1 billion, then the company's value won't just be 1 billion, but tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Also, don't get too excited too early. My formulas might be quite old, and some herbs may not be available, or they may have become protected plants by the state, which might require using other materials as substitutes, and so on. Although the medicines used by the army are made from common herbs that are easy to gather and even easier to cultivate, after more than 1700 years of history, who knows if those herbs that were once common and easily collected have gone extinct? Even if they haven't become extinct, if their wild populations have become extremely rare, they would inevitably be classified as rare protected plants by the state. At that time, alternatives or artificial cultivation would need to be considered, leading to many uncertainties. Ken Ranran was indeed struck by Chang Chen's words. Her earlier excitement was suddenly dampened by more than half. After a moment of silence, Chang Chen continued, First, gather your manpower and set up the research lab. If you can't find the herbs needed for the prescription, I can help you gather a ready supply. If some have already become state-protected plants, then apply for experimental artificial cultivation in the name of the company, and I will see if there are specific cultivation methods available. It seemed quite difficult because in Lu Xiao's time, the population was sparse, and there were countless wild herbs, but the varieties of artificially cultivated herbs were too few. If the types that need artificial cultivation in modern times were completely unnecessary in Lu Xiao's era, then Ran would have to find a way to see if she could grow them herself. There was no need to worry about those that had gone extinct in modern times, as Chang Chen thought he could ask Lu Xiao for a few fresh plants or seeds to cultivate. The time-space portal could not transport living animals, but plants were unaffected. With such conditions offered, Ran's enthusiasm reignited, and her smile once again blossomed. Once you have gathered your manpower and set up the research lab, call me immediately, and I will bring you the prescription. After saying this, Chang Chen took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. They had basically covered everything that needed to be discussed. Okay, thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard. Ran stood up to express her determination, her tone resembling a military order. The 420,000 medical tools and medicines were all delivered to the warehouse by the next afternoon, and Ran called to inform Chang Chen. Chang Chen rushed to the warehouse before evening to deliver them to Lu Xiao from the ancient time. In this batch of medicine, there are some liquid penicillin, which has better anti-infection effects, but it needs to be injected and precautions must be taken to prevent allergies. Allergies are. The first 2 batches of penicillin were in tablet form. Recently, Ran had obtained the qualifications to purchase liquid penicillin, which far exceeded the effectiveness of tablet penicillin, so this time Chang Chen brought a batch to Lu Xiao, including the necessary disposable injection equipment. Chang Chen conveyed the specific usage and some precautions through Lu Xiao to several military doctors in the wounded soldiers' camp. Only then did the military doctors realize that not only could people transfuse blood to each other, but wounds could also be stitched up like sewing clothes, and medications could be injected directly into the muscle tissue using instruments. They were truly enlightened. It was said that the legendary divine Dr. Hua Tuo once experimented with opening a person's body to treat internal diseases and ultimately saved the person. They had previously thought that was a fantasy, but at this moment, they felt it was quite possible. Unfortunately, the divine Dr. Hua Tuo was suddenly killed by Cao Cao back then, and not all of his skills were passed down. To verify the truth, they could only find opportunities to try it themselves. Another day passed, and by noon the next day, the final batch of 700,000 steel plates arrived. Chang Chen immediately delivered them to Lu Xiao. By the evening of the day after tomorrow, I should be able to finish all the armor here. At that time, everything will be ready, and we can launch a surprise attack on the besieging Hu army at any time. I want to personally take down Hu Yanyi. Lu Xiao was extremely excited. For more than half a month now, they have been besieged. Before the siege, the 150,000 soldiers and civilians had just cultivated the land and planted the seeds for their crops. They do not know how much of that has been ravaged by the Hu people during this time. Not only are Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and the other defenders of Jinyang eager to defeat the Hu armies surrounding the city, but the 130,000 elderly, women, and children, especially the more than 40,000 adult women, are equally anxious. The food in the fields was primarily planted by their efforts. In their desperation, some of them even took up sickles and hoes, asking Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao if they could go up to the city walls to help the Jinyang defenders fight the Hu people. The women, who had eaten well and regained their strength, were not afraid of battle. Although Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and the others would not truly agree to let them take sickles and hoes to the walls to fight the Hu, their enthusiasm spurred the defenders to be even more determined to defeat the Hu armies outside the city. How have the Hu people outside the city been in the last couple of days? Do they still dare to attack the city every day? Chang Chen curiously inquired about the recent battle situation. Lu Xiao replied with a smile. The day before yesterday, in the morning, Hu Yanyi only ordered a wave of 2,000 Hu soldiers to attack the city, and they only fought for less than an hour, suffering 300 to 400 casualties before retreating. They did not attack again for the rest of the day. It seems he hesitated for most of the day, but by yesterday morning, he couldn't hold back any longer and sent a wave of 3,000 Hu soldiers to attack the city early in the morning, bringing along more than a dozen large siege engines, and they fought us for an hour and a half. At noon and in the afternoon, they launched 2 more waves, one with 2,000 men and another with 3,000. This morning, Hu Yanyi also sent another wave of 3,000 to attack the city. Additionally, it seems that Hu Yanyi, perhaps to silence the Chang and D soldiers, mixed the remaining Xiongnu infantry with the Chang and D infantry. The attacks yesterday and today were carried out by both Xiongnu and Chang soldiers. 4 waves of attacks, 3 with 3,000 men and 1 with 2,000, totaling 11,000 men. The casualties among the Xiongnu and Chang soldiers have at least increased by another 2,000. Of course, our Jinyang defenders have also suffered over 700 casualties. Now, the number of Jinyang defenders who are still unharmed is less than 10,500. At this point, Lu Xiao became somewhat impatient. Although most of the casualties among the Jinyang defenders could be saved and the actual losses were not many, the situation was quite the opposite for the attacking Xiongnu and Chang soldiers, most of whom could not be saved. But one thing must be noted: no matter how Hu Dianyi tried to press the remaining Xiongnu and Chang infantry to attack the city, he did not move the 23,000 Xiongnu cavalry and 4,000 Chang cavalry. If the Jinyang defenders were to launch a surprise attack on the Hu armies outside the city, they would not even be able to muster 10,000 men. Even if the remaining Xiongnu and Chang infantry were rendered useless, they would still have a high probability of winning against the 27,000 Xiongnu and Chang cavalry. However, what they wanted was a decisive battle, not just a rout. With too few men to launch a surprise attack, how could they block the enemy's retreat in advance? How could they pursue the enemy's fleeing soldiers on a large scale? Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian had calculated that to block the enemy's retreat in advance and then pursue the fleeing soldiers after defeating them, it would be best to have over 11,000 men go out of the city. At this moment, they already had less than 11,000 men. If they suffered another 400 or 500 casualties, they might not even have 10,000 left. The difference between 10,000 and 11,000 might seem like just 1,000 men, but the numbers cannot be calculated that way. The number required to successfully launch a surprise attack on the Hu armies outside the city is fixed. For example, if 10,000 men are needed to ensure a high probability of victory, then with 11,000 men, you would have 1,000 who could stay back and block the enemy's retreat. But if you only have 10,000 people, you won't be able to spare anyone to block the enemy's retreat in advance. If you block the enemy's retreat ahead of time, then after defeating them, you might be able to pursue and annihilate over 90% of their forces. If you don't block their retreat in advance, then you might only be able to pursue and eliminate at most 40 to 50% of the enemy, which makes a huge difference. If there really aren't enough people, then you can select some lightly wounded soldiers to join the battle when the time comes. And in these last 3 days, if the Wu people come to attack the city, you shouldn't hold back anymore. Use as much gasoline, arrows, bricks, and other supplies as you need to greet them, and find a way to hit them hard before going out of the city, further demoralizing their troops. After hearing Lu Xiao's concerns, Chang Chen offered him some advice. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. If we don't have enough manpower by then, we will indeed have to select some wounded soldiers to join the battle. We can't hold back on using the supplies we have just to lure the Hu people into attacking the city. I will immediately discuss with my father and my 2 uncles to see how we can hit the Hu people hard. Lu Xiao instructed several soldiers to notify Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian, and he also got up to go to the conference hall to wait. Chang Chen quietly listened as Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian discussed matters. Finally, he took the initiative to say, "Before the 5th watch today, I will bring you about 660 pounds of gasoline, hoping to lend you a helping hand." That is, before 8 o'clock in the evening, his 4 cars, except for one electric vehicle, had fuel tanks with capacities of 65 liters, 75 liters, and 80 liters respectively. Each car would fill up with 2 tanks of gasoline, totaling 440 liters. Each liter of 95 gasoline weighs about 1.5 pounds, so he rounded it to 1.5 pounds for calculation. That's great. With divine assistance, how can we not strike the Wu people a heavy blow this time? Lu Kuan laughed when he heard Lu Xiao's message. Currently, they had about 1,000 pounds of gasoline in stock, and with Chang Chen's delivery of 660 pounds, they would have around 1,700 pounds of gasoline. Based on the calculation of 1 jar holding 1 pound and 6 ounces, they could fill about 1,060 jars. If an average jar could kill or injure 1 Hu person, it could inflict casualties on over 1,000 of them. Moreover, the supplies available for defending Jinyang City were not limited to gasoline. There were also bricks, arrows, and especially arrows. The 1 million plastic arrow shafts that Changchen helped order from the factory had all arrived. With the plastic arrow shafts, Jinyang City only needed to make the arrowheads, and attaching the heads to the shafts was very easy. The manpower in Jinyang City was fully mobilized for production, and they could produce about 1,500 arrows each day. Additionally, some of the arrows shot by the Wu people during their attacks could still be used, allowing them to recover 500 to 600 usable arrows on average each day. In recent days, to attract the Wu people to continuously attack the city, Jinyang City had to hold back and could only use 600 to 700 arrows at most each day. This meant that over 90% of the newly produced arrows in Jinyang City could directly become stock, and the stock of arrows in the city had now exceeded 10,000. The 100,000 red bricks that Changchen had sent were still about 50,000 left. Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian immediately began to arrange according to the strategy they had already agreed upon. Outside the city, in the main tent of the Xiongnu army camp, the commander Hu Yanyi was not in a good mood. Initially, there were 17,000 Xiongnu infantry and 26,000 Chang and D infantry. Now, the combined number of Xiongnu and Chang and D infantry was only a little over 13,000, with more than 4,000 of them injured. This means that there were less than 9,000 who were uninjured. A total of 43,000 infantry, yet only a little over 13,000 remained alive under his command, and fewer than 9,000 were unscathed, which calculated to a casualty rate exceeding 75%. Yet, there had been no mutiny. He was indeed worthy of being called a famous general by others. Even looking across the entire realm, among all so-called famous generals, it would be hard to find a second who could achieve what he had under the same conditions. However, at this moment, Hu Yanyi felt like a gambler who had lost 10 bets in a row. How could his mood be anything but dismal? He couldn't understand, for from any perspective, Jinyang City should be lacking in food and clothing, and it was extremely difficult to support the original 50 to 60,000 military and civilians. Before last winter, another 80 to 90,000 elderly, weak, women, and children had either come on their own or had been intentionally driven to seek refuge in Jinyang City. Even without mentioning the burden these 80 to 90,000 elderly and weak posed to Jinyang City, supporting the original 50 to 60,000 military and civilians alone should have left them emaciated after a winter, with combat effectiveness reduced to less than 30 to 40% of their peak. Indeed, in a city siege, especially in a stronghold like Jinyang, the defenders had a natural advantage, but in his estimation, the physical condition of the Jinyang defenders, even with ample supplies, achieving a casualty ratio of 1 to 3 would be miraculous. Moreover, in the days that followed, it was evident that Jinyang was short on various defensive supplies, and every day, many soldiers managed to rush up the city walls and engage in close combat with the Jinyang defenders. Under such circumstances, even if the Jinyang defenders could manage a casualty ratio of 1 to 1.5, it was impossible for them to exceed 1 to 2. Calculating to the extreme, when supplies were sufficient, the Jinyang defenders could achieve a casualty ratio of 1 to 3, and when supplies were lacking, they could still manage 1 to 2. In the initial days, when it seemed the Jinyang defenders had an inexhaustible supply of materials, he had suffered over 18,000 casualties. At a 1 to 3 ratio, the Jinyang defenders should have lost over 6,000. In the following days, with supplies appearing to be severely limited, he had suffered over 16,000 casualties. At the extreme 1 to 2 ratio, the Jinyang defenders should have lost over 8,000. Therefore, combined, the Jinyang defenders should have suffered around 15,000 casualties. How many defenders could Jinyang possibly have? The number reported to him by the Chang'an court was at most 15,000. But it was clear that there were certainly more, though the upper limit should be 20,000. Hu Yanyi had fought alongside the Xiongnu leader Lu Yuan for decades, earning the title of the foremost famous general of the Xiongnu dynasty. His calculations were precise, taking into account the original number of defenders in Jinyang, the Wu army defeated last year, the possible captured Han soldiers, and the elderly, weak, women, and children who had sought refuge in Jinyang before last winter, including a rough estimate of adult men, ultimately arriving at this upper limit of 20,000. The actual number of Jinyang defenders was around 20,500, just 500 off. This 500 was actually due to Changchen providing sutures, modern penicillin, and other medicines, saving many wounded soldiers who should not have survived last year. From this, it can be seen how accurate Hu Yanyi's estimates were under normal circumstances. Based on his estimated limit of 20,000, the number of unscathed Jinyang defenders was at most around 5,000. With a garrison of 20,000, having only about 5,000 left unscathed meant a casualty probability of 75%. Why had there been no collapse of morale or inability to continue the defense? Why did the defense still seem as solid as an iron barrel, seemingly unshakable no matter how it was attacked? So much so that Hu Yanyi couldn't help but fall into a bout of self-doubt. All his calculations had been made to the limit, so why did it seem like he was wrong? Where exactly had he gone wrong? Where did I go wrong? How could I be wrong? In his self-doubt, his eyes had turned red. Marshal Hu Yan, we can't continue the assault on Jinyang City like this. A high-ranking Changdi general spoke again, his expression both restrained and furious, as if he might explode at any moment. Hu Yanyi turned his head, staring expressionlessly at the Changdi general, making the man feel a chill run down his spine. He exhaled but still spoke with an unyielding authority. After today's assault, if we still don't see a trend of breaching the city, we will stop the siege tomorrow and focus on surrounding the city. The Changdi general was still afraid of Hu Yanyi deep down. Years ago, the Chang'an D tribes had been subdued by the Xiongnu's great leader Lu Yuan, who led Hu Yanyi and other fierce generals. In the nearly 10 years since Lu Yuan's death, the Chang'an D tribes had rebelled 3 times, but each time they were suppressed by Hu Yanyi and the Xiongnu army. The Chang'an D tribes feared Lu Yuan the most, followed by Hu Yanyi. Looking at the sky, there was only about an hour left until dark. At most, he could hint to the officers urging the assault to turn a blind eye, perhaps losing only 200 or 300 more men, and they could muddle through today. Given Hu Yanyi's promise that if there were no results today, they would stop the siege tomorrow, the high-ranking generals of the Chang and Di tribes had nothing more to say, and neither did the Xiongnu's several 10,000-man leaders. Their attitude trickled down, and the ordinary Xiongnu and Changdi soldiers, already demoralized, became even more slack. When morale was high, there was an average of one soldier climbing the siege ladder to the walls of Jinyang City every 1 or 2 breaths, but now it took 5 or 6 breaths for even one to make it up. In fact, this wave of attacking soldiers, a mix of Xiongnu and Changdi, numbered only 2,000, pushing 2 siege towers, 2 large siege ladders, and 1 siege ram close to the city. As the sun was about to set completely in less than half an hour, suddenly, the Xiongnu and Changdi soldiers climbing the siege tower and ladders had not seen anyone fall. It was as if the defenders on the walls of Jinyang had lost their ability to resist. Dozens, 100. No one was a fool. With quick-reacting Xiongnu and Changdi soldiers, they no longer had a sluggish attitude but instead rushed up the siege tower and ladders, surging onto the walls of Jinyang City in just a few breaths. The defenders seemed to have reached their limit and finally began to collapse. Jinyang City was on the verge of being breached. When they did not see a trend of breaching the city, the morale of these Xiongnu and Changdi soldiers was low, and they had no enthusiasm for the assault. But once they saw the trend of breaching the city, they immediately became as if they had been injected with adrenaline, filled with excitement, their blood surging. Why? Because the first to scale the walls, break into the city, and survive would earn great military merit. The first to reach the walls of Jinyang City and then kill their way into the city would be promoted at least 3 ranks. It was enough to elevate an ordinary soldier to the rank of centurion. Seeing such an opportunity for military merit, who could remain calm? In just 20 breaths of time, over 100 Xiongnu and Changdi soldiers surged onto the walls of Jinyang City, especially in the last 5 breaths, where nearly half of them had climbed up. Below the walls, an officer overseeing the siege, standing about 100 meters away, picked up a specially made horn and blew it with all his might. This was the fastest way to inform the commander of the Central Army camp and other high-ranking generals that a large number of soldiers had simultaneously climbed the city walls to engage in battle with the defenders. The city was on the verge of being breached. Indeed, upon hearing this horn, Hu Yanyi and the other high-ranking generals in the central tent were startled and immediately stood up. Is the city about to fall? Under Hu Yanyi's lead, they exited the central tent and quickly made their way to the observation platform, gazing at the walls of Jinyang City. From a distance, they could not see clearly, only faint silhouettes. However, they could discern how many soldiers were climbing the walls with each breath. If the defenders on the walls had not collapsed, their defensive strength would not have suddenly weakened, allowing so many attacking soldiers to successfully ascend the walls at once. Over 100 had climbed up. As long as 2 or 3 small teams of 10 formed a back-to-back defensive formation, they could firmly secure a section of the wall, allowing more people to ascend. At that moment, they would gradually occupy the walls and push down into the city, opening the city gates from within, and at that moment, the city would be completely breached. Good. Send the order that the first to kill down into the city from the walls will be rewarded with 100 gold and promoted to 1,000-man commander. Hu Yanyi, in his excitement, directly promised a heavy reward, hoping to further stimulate the frontline siege soldiers to fight even harder. At this moment, Hu Yanyi's mental exhilaration was not much less than that of the frontline Xiongnu and Chang soldiers. After all, he had previously fallen into self-doubt, but the current situation was telling him that perhaps his calculations were not wrong. Although the Jinyang defenders were slightly stronger than he had anticipated, they had indeed reached the point of collapse. Marshal, I request permission to slaughter the city for 10 days immediately after breaching it, to reward the soldiers. Granted. Hu Yanyi laughed heartily. In fact, this was customary. Without this general's request, he would have ordered the slaughter of the city after breaching it anyway. It was just a matter of how many days, 3 days, 10 days, or half a month made little difference. Inside Jinyang City, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian each led a team of the most elite 1,000 soldiers of the Jinyang defenders, firmly restraining nearly 200 Xiongnu and Chang soldiers who had already climbed the walls. There was no doubt that they had intentionally allowed the Xiongnu and Chang soldiers to ascend the walls in large numbers, aiming to create the illusion for Hu Yanyi and all the barbarian generals that Jinyang City was at its last gasp, on the verge of falling at any moment, before the sun completely set. Clearly, both the frontline attacking barbarian soldiers and the high-ranking barbarian generals like Hu Yanyi were deceived by this illusion. Of course, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian had discussed giving the barbarians a harsh blow, but that was not meant for this moment, but for tomorrow morning. Once the sun had completely set, darkness would soon follow. In this era, it was impossible to continue the siege at night. Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian intended to delay until dark, pretending to struggle immensely to push the attacking barbarian soldiers off the walls just before nightfall. This wave of attacking barbarian soldiers numbered only 2,000. Their strength was insufficient. Hu Yanyi wanted to support more soldiers to join the siege or organize a wave of the highest intensity for the attack, but because it was already dark, they could not proceed. One could easily imagine how anxious and frustrated Hu Yanyi and the other high-ranking barbarian generals would be. Unable to launch a night attack, they would inevitably spend the night preparing the strongest wave of siege troops, ready to go all in the next morning. It was entirely predictable that tomorrow morning, there would be at least 5,000 soldiers in a high-intensity wave of attacking enemies. Moreover, all the barbarian soldiers who came to attack would undoubtedly be extremely excited, eagerly gathering at the Jinyang city walls, desperately wanting to climb the walls and fight, vying for the honor of being the first to breach the city. At that moment, it was the best time for Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, Zhang Exayan, and others to strike a heavy blow against the Hu people. The sun was setting, leaving only the last glow of dusk. "Shoot!" commanded the generals of the Jinyang garrison, including Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Exayan, as they ordered a massive volley of arrows to crazily shoot down the Hu soldiers charging up the Jinyang city walls. At the same time, 200 soldiers clad in black armor made from tempered steel plates sent by Changchen were at the forefront. This was not the heavy armor of Lu Xiao's kind, but rather light armor that protected only the front and back. Additionally, there were 500 soldiers wearing traditional light armor made of iron plates, some of which belonged to the Jinyang garrison, while others were captured from the Hu soldiers during last year's siege. The 200 soldiers in steel light armor held the front line, while the 500 in traditional iron light armor followed closely behind. Just before darkness fell, they successfully killed all the Hu soldiers who had climbed the Jinyang city walls. Simultaneously, the Jinyang soldiers threw 4 cans of gasoline, smashing them onto 4 of the large siege engines that had approached the city walls, and shot fire arrows to ignite them, while also frantically hurling down hundreds of bricks. Each large siege engine could only be hit by 1 can of gasoline at most, and if the Hu soldiers made a concerted effort to douse the flames, there was a significant chance they could extinguish it, preventing the siege engines from being completely destroyed. The reason for this meager display was naturally to continue creating the illusion that these 4 cans of gasoline were the last of Jinyang's fuel. The hundreds of bricks thrown down were also meant to portray the Jinyang garrison's panic, as if to tell Hu Yanyi and other high-ranking Hu commanders just how difficult and desperate the Jinyang soldiers were, barely managing to repel the Hu soldiers who had charged the city walls. Indeed, at the moment before darkness fell, the numerous Hu soldiers who had rushed up the Jinyang city walls, almost on the verge of breaching the city, were unexpectedly killed back down. Whether it was Hu Yanyi or other high-ranking Hu commanders, their hearts sank. In a fit of rage, Hu Yanyi was eager to immediately order the use of torches to attack the city overnight. However, in the end, Hu Yanyi was not so foolish. If they really lit torches and had the siege soldiers climb the walls while holding them, their siege capabilities would be reduced by more than half, which would be tantamount to seeking death. Right now, the entire army was excited, with high morale and fighting spirit, all fantasizing about breaking the city in one fell swoop. If they ordered a night attack and ended up failing due to the increased difficulties of night operations, the high morale and fighting spirit that the soldiers had worked so hard to ignite would surely be extinguished, making it difficult to rekindle. Rather than that, it would be better to let the soldiers rest well tonight, while using this night to prepare fully, so that at dawn tomorrow, they could launch the most ferocious assault on the city, pushing hard to break through. That night, within Jinyang city, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, Zhang Exayan, and the other soldiers of the Jinyang garrison were all clear-headed. This was indeed their plan, and at this moment, they were following it step by step. Arrows, bricks, rolling logs, fire oil, and golden juice, all types of defensive supplies are ready, to be used in unlimited quantities tomorrow morning. The rolling logs and golden juice had not been used for many days. Rolling logs were more effective than bricks. 1 log could knock down several enemy soldiers attacking the city, but they needed to be taken from civilian houses. Golden juice was particularly disgusting, a mixture of excrement and toxic plants, which could cause severe burns to enemy soldiers when boiled and poured down from the walls, and most of those burned would suffer infections in the following days, falling ill in large numbers. However, the defending soldiers also had to endure the foul smell. Now, in order to kill a few more enemy soldiers tomorrow, they prepared to use it again. Blocks of red bricks were moved to the city walls, piled in the most convenient spots for the defending soldiers to grab. A bundle of arrows was placed in the storeroom closest to the city wall, ready to be moved to the wall for use at any time. Outside the city, in the Xiongnu army camp, the commander Hu Yanyi and a group of high-ranking Xiongnu and Chang leaders gathered in the main tent. Tomorrow morning, we need 6,000 soldiers to participate in the siege, and I require 20 large siege engines to approach the Jinyang city wall to assist in the attack. If the number is insufficient, the armory must work overnight to produce more. If there aren't enough by tomorrow morning, the armory officer will be executed. Hu Yanyi issued orders one after another. The large siege engines required considerable space, and with 20 of them pushed to the foot of the Jinyang city, there would hardly be room for ordinary ladders. Moreover, if the defending troops at Jinyang were to pour oil and set one of the large siege engines on fire, it could directly affect another engine. However, Hu Yanyi did not care about that. He only wanted to send as many Hu soldiers as possible to storm the Jinyang city wall at the earliest moment tomorrow, to break the city in one fell swoop. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the intact Xiongnu and Chang infantry numbered only a little over 7,000. Although they had seen the opportunity to break Jinyang city in one go, the morale and fighting spirit of the troops had been significantly impacted when a group that had just climbed the city wall was counterattacked and killed just before dark. If tomorrow morning, 6,000 were directly drawn from them to attack the city, they might face some difficulties, and the morale and fighting spirit they had managed to muster would plummet, leading to unexpected outcomes and ultimately preventing a successful breach. Therefore, after some hesitation, Hu Yanyi decided to dismount 2,000 Xiongnu cavalry and 1,000 Chang cavalry to participate in the siege as infantry. The cavalry had not yet participated in the siege, so their morale and fighting spirit would remain unaffected. Moreover, seeing the trend of breaking the city, they would only view dismounting to fight as a free opportunity for military merit. Their morale and fighting spirit were even stronger than that of the 5,000 Changhu soldiers who had just arrived at Jinyang city over half a month ago during the first wave of the siege. After a night of arrangements, as dawn approached, around 4 in the morning, Hu Yanyi ordered the cooks to start a fire for breakfast. He wanted the 6,000 Hu soldiers preparing for the siege to have a hearty meal before dawn. As soon as it was light, they would immediately launch the attack. The same was true for Jinyang city. The smoke from the cook's fire rose just a quarter of an hour later than that of the Hu camp outside the city. The Hu soldiers did not know what they had to eat, but the defending troops at Jinyang had clear provisions, egg and meat porridge with a large piece of flatbread, and a boiled potato, to ensure they were in the best condition to face the enemy's fierce assault. A small number of Jinyang defenders only ate the egg and meat porridge with the flatbread, not rushing to eat the potato. Instead, they kept the potato in their bosom, planning to eat it when they felt tired during the defense against the enemy's siege. A bite would quickly restore a good amount of strength. The Hu are coming. Prepare. On the Jinyang city wall, Lu Xiao spotted the movement of the Hu siege troops and immediately shouted orders. Not only Lu Xiao, but Lu Kuan and Zhang Xian also personally commanded from the wall, while Zhao Bin was responsible for coordinating various defensive supplies within the city. Indeed, as soon as Lu Xiao finished his command, on the Hu side, Commander Hu Yanyi drew his sword and pointed at Jinyang city, personally issuing the order. Attack! First, the catapults launched several rounds of stone projectiles for indiscriminate attacks. Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and Zhang Xian each had personal guards beside them, specifically tasked with watching the sky, ready to alert and protect the commanders if any stones were to fall. It was impossible for the attacking Hu to rely on the catapults to inflict massive casualties on the defending soldiers, and the damage to the city wall was also limited. Before the trebuchet was improved into the Hu cannon, it could only inflict casualties on a small number of defending soldiers while also striking at their morale and boosting the spirits of the attacking soldiers. When the first round of stones came crashing down, the 6,000 prepared Hu soldiers pushed large siege engines towards Jinyang city. The trebuchets would not cease firing stones until the large siege engines were close to the city walls. Once the siege engines approached the walls and the soldiers began to scale them, the trebuchets would stop firing to avoid friendly fire. Leading the charge were not the 3,000 infantry Hu soldiers, but rather 2,000 Xiongnu cavalry and 1,000 Changdi cavalry who had dismounted. For the sake of military merit, they willingly stepped down from their horses and took the forefront of the attack. Each of them was filled with high spirits and fervent battle intent, as if victory was within their grasp. Behind them, Hu Yanyi and several high-ranking Hu generals rode their warhorses to a distance of only 200 to 300 meters from the Jinyang city walls, closely observing and supervising the battle. The commander and all the high-ranking generals personally overseeing the battle made it clear how determined they were to succeed, firmly believing that this wave of 6,000 siege troops would surely breach Jinyang city in one fell swoop. It is worth mentioning that, given the length of the southern city wall of Jinyang, a simultaneous assault by 5,000 men was the most appropriate limit. 6,000 was somewhat crowded. The siege power they could exert was not much stronger than that of 5,000. In fact, the crowding led to greater casualties among the defending soldiers, as the same 100 arrows shot down would result in more deaths. If 4,000 to 5,000 men could increase the siege power by 10 with the additional 1,000, then 5,000 to 6,000 could only increase it by 3, or even 2. The slight increase in siege power came at a much higher casualty rate, making it a losing proposition over time. However, Huyeni desired a strong push to breach the city at once. Even if it meant enhancing the siege power by just a little while incurring 3 times the casualties, he did not care. Because if this wave could breach the city, everything would be perfect. If it could not, it would be difficult to drive the soldiers to attack again, and they would have to resort to a prolonged siege, which he did not have time to waste on Jinyang City. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. The Hu army entered the archery range of the defending soldiers on the city walls of Jinyang. Shoot! The archers unceremoniously released a barrage of arrows. All archers had received orders today to use as many arrows as they wished, so the first round of arrows numbered over 200, with more than 90% made of plastic shafts. The plastic shafted arrows were not only straight and smooth but also slightly lighter than wooden ones. They had a faster initial speed and a longer range. At the same distance of 100 meters, they had slightly better penetration than wooden arrows. The 6,000 Hu soldiers in the siege force were densely packed, and the hit rate of the arrows was astonishing, with 4 to 5 arrows hitting one enemy soldier. Some arrows struck hands and feet, some hit the chest, and some directly hit the face. There were even unfortunate souls who were shot in the eye, falling to the ground in painful cries. Unfortunately, no one came to their aid. Instead, they were trampled by those pushing forward behind them. Of course, some Hu soldiers were wearing armor. Even if it was just light armor protecting their chest and back, it was enough to block the penetration of arrows at this distance, preventing some arrows from causing harm even if they hit. The 3,000 Hu soldiers at the forefront, originally cavalry, had about 30% of the Xiongnu cavalry in armor and over 10% of the Changdi cavalry in light armor. This round of over 200 arrows only caused casualties to about 31 or 32 Hu soldiers. Compared to the hit rate of 4 or 5 arrows, where only one might hit, the lethality here is somewhat lower. However, the archers of the Jinyang garrison on the city wall do not care about these statistics. Their main concern is how to shoot more arrows in the shortest amount of time. Just 3 breaths later, the second wave of arrows was released. At the same time, there were also teams of Hu archers below the city wall shooting back, sending arrows up. Compared to the Jinyang garrison archers on the wall, who could aim from a high vantage point, the Hu archers below could only shoot blindly, with a hit rate that was less than a quarter of that of the Jinyang garrison crossbowmen. Archers are precious. A 1-to-2 exchange is a significant loss, let alone a 1-to-4 or even greater ratio. The large siege engines moved forward at a pace slower than normal walking. Although it was only 100 meters, it was enough for the Jinyang garrison archers to shoot 7 or 8 waves of arrows. 7 or 8 waves meant no less than 1,700 arrows, a total that had been used over the previous 2 days, now shot out in less than 100 breaths. Before the 20 large siege engines even got close to the Jinyang city wall, the attacking Hu soldiers had already suffered nearly 200 casualties under such a dense rain of arrows. Some Hu soldiers began to feel disheartened. Wasn't it said that the Jinyang garrison supplies were exhausted, their morale shattered, and they were at the end of their strength, that a single strong assault could breach the city? This is the last desperate struggle of the Jinyang garrison, their final madness. Soon their arrows will run out. As long as one of us climbs the wall, we can make them rout. Some centurions commanding from the front lines encouraged their soldiers, also motivating themselves. They recalled the wave of 2,000 Chang and D soldiers that had attacked the wall just before dark last night, nearly breaching it. The attacking Hu soldiers pressed on, pushing various large siege engines closer to the Jinyang city wall. However, when the siege engines were still about 20 meters from the wall, they entered the range where the Jinyang garrison soldiers could throw down bricks. Throw! Blocks of red bricks weighing around 5 pounds came crashing down from the wall, which was over 10 meters high. Unlike archers who required extensive training, throwing bricks only needed some strength. Thus, there were more people throwing bricks on the Jinyang city wall than there were shooting arrows. Over 300 bricks fell in the first wave alone. With less than 11,000 arrows available, there were a full 50,000 bricks. The Jinyang garrison soldiers were not afraid of wasting them. The orders from Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and others were to throw bricks wherever there were many Hu soldiers. There was no need to aim carefully. As long as they threw them, even hitting a Hu soldier's toe was worth it. Today's goal was to use as many defensive supplies as possible to inflict as much damage as possible on the attacking Hu soldiers. The more defensive supplies used, the more Hu soldiers killed, while the relative casualties of the Jinyang garrison would be smaller. Since they were throwing at Hu soldiers within 20 meters, and with the large impact area of the bricks, the hit rate was even higher than that of arrows, averaging 1 hit for every 3 bricks thrown. With over 300 bricks thrown, more than 100 Hu soldiers were hit. Of course, unless a brick hit the head directly, the lethality of bricks was actually less than that of arrows. Therefore, although many Hu soldiers were hit, only about 20 actually fell. At a distance of 20 meters, each Jinyang garrison soldier could throw 3 to 4 bricks. With over 1,000 bricks thrown, nearly 300 whose soldiers were injured, with some being hit repeatedly, resulting in 50 to 60 whose soldiers falling. Adding up the casualties caused by the arrows, the whose soldiers had just pushed their siege equipment close to the walls of Jinyang when they suffered 4 to 500 casualties. The defending troops of Jinyang used an unprecedented amount of defensive supplies this time, and the rapid increase in the number of whose soldiers killed or wounded left many of them terrified. It was only after 20 large siege machines had approached the walls of Jinyang that they could soon begin to scale the walls for the assault. The whose soldiers imagined that perhaps in the next moment, the various defensive supplies of the Jinyang garrison would run out, and that if they charged up the walls, they would surely be able to breach the city quickly. This thought kept the morale of the whose soldiers relatively high. Change to the second batch of archers. Lu Xiao commanded loudly. On the other side, Lu Koan and Zhao Bin issued the same order. Instantly, as the first batch of over 200 archers shot their 9th arrow, they retreated. Meanwhile, another batch of over 200 archers quickly moved forward, drawing their bows to shoot. Shooting arrows is a physically demanding task. Very few archers can shoot 10 arrows in one go, and 9 is already the limit for many. On average, each archer shot 1 arrow, consuming over 200 arrows, and shooting 9 arrows meant using more than 2,000 arrows. The Jinyang soldiers smashing red bricks did not expend as much energy as the archers. Normally, they could smash 30 or 40 bricks without reaching their limit. Although the archers had already shot 6 or 7 arrows, the Jinyang soldiers had only just smashed their first brick. However, there were more soldiers smashing bricks, and if each one smashed just one, that would be over 300 bricks. Moreover, smashing bricks is easier than shooting arrows. While the second batch of archers came up, they also smashed down over 2,000 bricks. Defensive supplies that usually lasted 1 or 2 hours were now used up in just a few dozen breaths. Even with such reckless waste, the hit rate was much lower than when the whose soldiers were halfway up the ladders, but the sheer quantity could completely make up for the lack of quality. Bang! 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 The large siege machines pushed by the whose soldiers finally approached the walls of Jinyang one after another, with the top ladders connecting to the walls. Just as a large number of whose soldiers gathered below the siege towers and ladders, preparing to rush up the walls, pots of boiling golden juice that had already been heated were brought to the edge of the walls. Each pot had 2 Jinyang soldiers, one on the left and one on the right, using long-handled wooden ladles to scoop it out and pour it down. Ah! With each ladle, several whose soldiers were scalded and cried out in agony. One pot of golden juice could even scald around 20 whose soldiers. The entire section of the wall had boiled 7 large pots of scalding golden juice, instantly injuring over 100 whose soldiers. Before a single whose soldier had even climbed the walls for close combat, 600 to 700 of them had already fallen to the Jinyang soldiers' relentless arrows, bricks, and golden juice. When the whose soldiers began to climb the walls using the ladders, smash! Large rolling logs were lifted by 2 or 3 Jinyang soldiers at the same time and smashed down onto the whose soldiers below. The Jinyang soldiers began to use the rolling logs. While rolling logs were not effective against siege towers, they were far more useful against ladder vehicles and ordinary ladders than any other defensive supplies. One rolling log could easily kill or injure 4 to 5 whose soldiers. The whose 20 siege machines, due to Hu Yanyi's goal of quickly sending a large number of whose soldiers up the walls of Jinyang to breach the city in one fell swoop, had only one vehicle designated for ramming the city gate. The other 19 were siege towers and ladder vehicles. Among them, there were 8 siege towers and 11 ladder vehicles. Each ladder vehicle was guarded by Jinyang soldiers specifically tasked with dropping rolling logs down. Dozens of massive logs rolled down, crushing and injuring nearly 100 whose soldiers. 20 large siege engines were all positioned close to the walls of Jinyang, and a significant number of whose soldiers began to truly scale the walls. At this moment, the defending soldiers of Jinyang found it most convenient to use various defensive supplies. Arrows, red bricks, logs, and boiling oil were all hurled down in large quantities. What might have taken an hour to use in the past was now delivered in a very short time, all at once, to the base of the walls. This reckless waste and the sheer volume of supplies used would lead anyone to believe that the defensive resources of Jinyang were far from exhausted, that they were still in a strong position, and that the city could withstand a breach at any moment. Hu Yanyi and the high-ranking Hu generals were not fools. They sensed that something was amiss. However, at this moment, they felt like gamblers who had placed heavy bets, unable to retract their stakes even if they wanted to. They could only stare with red eyes, constantly telling themselves that it was all an illusion, just the final frenzy. As long as the first wave of siege soldiers reached the walls, all the enemy's madness would be revealed. Finally, one whose soldier climbed up the ladder of the siege tower and rushed onto the walls of Jinyang. Hu Yanyi and the other Hu generals fixed their eyes on the soldier who had reached the top. Unfortunately, it did not unfold as they had hoped. the prepared Jinyang defenders, armed with long spears, mercilessly thrust their weapons at the Hu soldier. The Hu soldier, terrified, swung his curved blade downward, trying to block the long spear aimed at his chest. If it had been just one spear, he might have been able to withstand it, but with 4 spears coming at him together, the force was something he could not resist. The 2 foremost spears, under the pressure of the soldier's blade, were pushed down several inches and pierced into his abdomen. The other 2 spears, arriving just half a breath later, faced no obstruction and accurately stabbed into the soldier's chest. Puff! The Hu soldier was pierced with 4 holes and was flung off the walls, falling to the ground. Soon after, a second and third Hu soldier charged up the walls, only to be swiftly killed by the waiting Jinyang defenders. Jinyang still had 10,000 intact soldiers, all with high morale and fighting spirit. Even without any defensive supplies, they could hold the city firmly. However, Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and others did not want to drag this out with the Hu. Moreover, if the Hu were to suffer setbacks in their siege and have their morale lowered, they might retreat and not dare to attack again, opting instead for a prolonged siege. Prepare the oil. Last night, Lu Xiao had already led the Jinyang defenders to fill all the gasoline in jars, totaling 1,062 jars, planning to use 1,000 at once, leaving just 62 as a reserve. Earlier, the Hu had used catapults to hurl stones, and to avoid the gasoline being destroyed before it could be used, which would harm their own men, the 1,000 jars of gasoline were stored in a warehouse close to the city walls. With Lu Xiao's command, 300 Jinyang defenders quickly moved to the walls. Fire arrows and bricks as much as possible. Once the 1,000 jars of gasoline were used, arrows and bricks would no longer be needed. Hearing the order and knowing what was about to happen, the archers and those responsible for throwing bricks among the Jinyang defenders frantically hurled their supplies at the Hu soldiers below. Some who had begun to feel tired suddenly found a surge of strength, completely unaware of their fatigue. The archer shot an arrow, immediately drew the next one, bent the bow, and shot again. Without even glancing to see where the Hu soldiers were more numerous or fewer, he simply continued to shoot arrows. The soldiers of the Jinyang garrison, who were throwing red bricks, were even more relentless. They didn't even bother to look outside the city walls, grabbing bricks and tossing them directly down from the walls, almost throwing one with every breath. Each soldier responsible for throwing red bricks tossed one, resulting in over 300 bricks being thrown. In the span of a single breath, more than 300 red bricks were hurled from the Jinyang city walls down below. With such density and quantity, the Hu soldiers below the walls were stunned, their faces turning pale. How could they continue the assault like this? Even if they just stayed at the foot of the walls without attempting to climb, they couldn't withstand it at all. Their scalps tingled, feeling as if a brick could hit their heads at any moment, or an arrow could strike them. The attacking Hu soldiers were already showing signs of collapse and retreat. Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, Zhaobin, and others knew they could not wait any longer. They almost simultaneously issued loud orders. Throw the oil, each person throw 4 jars first. 200 soldiers from the Jinyang garrison, specifically tasked with throwing gasoline, responded to the order, smashing the jars they had already gathered in their hands onto the siege towers, ladders, and other large siege equipment. Bang! Bang! The jars shattered. Each large siege machine was hit by 7 or 8 jars. More gasoline was not thrown at the siege equipment but aimed at the areas where there were many Hu soldiers, directly smashing down on them. Some gasoline even landed on empty ground where there were no Hu soldiers, specifically to block their escape routes. The Hu soldiers at the forefront of the assault were mostly cavalry from the Xiongnu and Chang tribes who had dismounted. This was their first time participating in a siege, so they had never encountered gasoline up close. Some were splashed with gasoline but couldn't comprehend what it was. Of course, among the 6,000 Hu soldiers in this wave of attack, 3,000 had previously been responsible for the siege's infantry, many of whom had experienced the Jinyang garrison's gasoline up close and smelled its odor. This portion of Hu soldiers at the front was not numerous, but their reaction was the most intense. They were terrified and wanted to flee backward. Unfortunately, the Jinyang garrison soldiers on the walls only gave them a chance to react but not an opportunity to escape. Shoot fire arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of fire arrows shot out, specifically targeting the large siege machines and the areas with broken jar fragments, igniting the spilled gasoline. 800 jars of gasoline, each containing about 1 liter, amounted to a total of 880 liters of gasoline. With so much gasoline spilled and evaporating, the fumes were extremely thick. It didn't even require the flames from the arrows to directly ignite the liquid gasoline. The arrows ignited the gas in the air just 1 or 2 meters above the ground, which then ignited the gasoline on the ground. The siege towers and ladders, being the tallest, naturally caught fire first. Within less than a second, flames erupted in other areas as well. Whoosh! It was as if a long, massive fire dragon had appeared out of nowhere. On each large siege machine and nearby, there were more than 20 Hu soldiers, and with others in the vicinity, anywhere within 30 meters of the walls was engulfed by the flames of gasoline. There were 400 to 500 Hu soldiers directly splashed with gasoline. Even if more Hu soldiers were not directly covered in gasoline, they too were burned the moment the flames ignited. And it wasn't over. After the flames erupted, 200 jars of gasoline from the Jinyang city walls were then smashed down, adding fuel to the fire. And wherever the fire was not big enough, or there were still gaps that allowed the Hu soldiers to flee, they would strike there. Whoosh! The flames that had already ignited were intensified by the newly poured gasoline. Whoosh! The area engulfed in flames continued to expand. Hundreds, even thousands of people were simultaneously burned, their piercing screams gathering together, as if they could disperse the clouds in the sky. The Hu soldiers on fire rolled frantically on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies, while others, engulfed in flames, ran about wildly. The spread of the fire, combined with the chaos of the burning Hu soldiers, continuously caused more Hu soldiers to be injured by the flames. For Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and the other defenders of Jinyang on the city wall, the fire was too fierce, too large. While they were exhilarated by the heavy casualties among the Hu soldiers, they had no choice but to descend from the wall into the city. Because beneath the wall, not only was gasoline burning, but also a large number of rolling logs that had been thrown down, as well as the corpses of Hu soldiers who had already died or been injured. It was likely that the flames beneath the wall would not be completely extinguished all day. The exact amount of supplies used for the defense still needs to be counted, but our casualties are estimated to be just over 100. While the Hu casualties must exceed 1,500. This disproportionate ratio was achieved by our army at the cost of a large amount of defensive supplies. At the same time, in such a short time, inflicting such casualties on the Hu, especially with the last 1,000 cans of fire oil thrown down, the resulting inferno likely killed or injured no less than 1,000 Hu soldiers. In terms of total casualties inflicted on the Hu, it may not match the numbers from previous days of intense siege warfare, but the impact is undoubtedly much greater, and it can be considered a heavy blow to the Hu. When Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xayan gathered together, Lu Kuan said with great joy. Just as Lu Kuan said, this blow to the Hu was extremely significant. First, there was a wave of 6,000 Hu soldiers participating in the siege. They came with high spirits and battle intent, believing that a strong push today would easily kill and injure those on the Jinyang city wall and breach the city. However, when the attack was truly launched, the dense rain of arrows from the Jinyang defenders, seemingly without regard for losses, shot out thousands of arrows in a short time. As they approached the city wall, countless red bricks and stones came crashing down. Almost every breath saw 200 or 300 pieces of red brick falling, with thousands upon thousands crashing down in a very short time. Once close to the Jinyang city wall, they were also met with boiling oil and rolling logs. The amount that might not be used in an entire day was suddenly unleashed in a very short time. Just imagining that scene could make one's scalp tingle. Before the first Hu soldier even managed to climb the Jinyang city wall, casualties had already approached 1,000. The scale of the casualties and the speed at which they occurred had already terrified the attacking Hu soldiers, extinguishing their high spirits and battle intent, causing many to begin to feel a sense of cowardice. However, before they could retreat, the Jinyang defenders unexpectedly rained down countless barrels of fire oil. This unfamiliar fire oil ignited easily, with fierce flames, and due to the sheer quantity, once it caught fire, it nearly burned everyone within 20 to 30 meters of the Jinyang city. With thousands of people on fire, the piercing screams of those engulfed in flames, combined with the raging inferno, directly terrified the other Hu soldiers in the same attacking unit, causing their morale and battle intent to collapse completely. Those Hu soldiers who were not affected by the Great Fire fled wildly from the area close to the Jinyang city wall. Under normal circumstances, retreating without orders would surely result in being shot by the supervising Huns. However, the horrific scene beneath Jinyang city had even frightened the supervising Huns. When they realized what was happening, many Hu soldiers had already crossed past them, fleeing towards the main camp. Even more terrifying than these unharmed but demoralized normal Hu soldiers were those closest to Jinyang city, their bodies on fire, burning as they ran. Some Hu soldiers were engulfed in flames, screaming in agony as they sprinted back towards the camp. They resembled moving fireballs, igniting any dry grass in their path. Moreover, the Xiongnu cavalry overseeing the battle were also startled, their steeds whinnying in fear. If the Xiongnu cavalry hadn't reacted quickly, pulling on the reins to control their horses, those steeds would have likely gone wild. A squad of Xiongnu cavalry was positioned about 150 to 200 meters from Jinyang city. A few dozen meters further back, approximately 270 to 80 meters from the city walls. Hu Yanni and several high-ranking Hu generals were watching the battle unfold. From the beginning, they sensed something was off when they saw the defenders on the city walls using a massive amount of various defensive supplies without regard for cost. However, they were like gamblers who had already placed heavy bets. They couldn't immediately call it off. They could only wait for the first Hu soldier to climb the walls and break the deadlock. Unfortunately, while more than a dozen Hu soldiers did manage to scale the walls, they were swiftly cut down within just a few breaths, showing no signs of a breakthrough. At the same time, the quantity of arrows, stones, and other defensive supplies being used on the walls showed no signs of decreasing. Instead, it seemed to be increasing in intensity and volume. They watched as the soldiers on the front lines began to waver, showing signs of fear and hesitation. At that moment, Hu Yanni realized he had truly been deceived. Jinyang City was definitely not at the end of its resources or defenses. The near breach they had witnessed the night before was likely a deliberate ruse by the defenders. No matter how fierce his assault today, it was highly unlikely he could breach the city. Just as Hu Yanni resigned himself to this fate, preparing to call off the attack to minimize the impact before the Hu soldiers on the front lines collapsed, he saw the defenders raining down a large quantity of incendiary oil, what he had only seen in Jinyang City after decades of warfare, known as fierce fire oil, with flames raging and spreading rapidly. In his mind, he likened it to the gasoline from modern times, calling it fierce fire oil to distinguish it from ordinary oil. The flames not only ignited 20 large siege engines at the base of the walls but also set fire to the equipment and the soldiers nearby, engulfing most of those within 20 to 30 meters of Jinyang City. The horrific sight of hundreds, even thousands, of soldiers catching fire simultaneously not only dealt a tremendous psychological blow to the attacking Hu soldiers and the overseeing Xiongnu cavalry but also struck Hu Yanni, a seasoned commander and renowned general, deeply. The moment the fire erupted, Hu Yanni nearly fell from his horse. "Shoot! Shoot! Stop those on fire, we can't let them return to the camp," shouted a high-ranking Hu general, pointing in terror at the burning soldiers who were screaming and frantically running back. Many of the Xiongnu cavalry overseeing the battle reacted. Upon receiving the order, they drew their bows and shot at the burning Hu soldiers who were screaming and running wildly towards the rear. Thud! 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 The arrows struck down one burning Hu soldier after another. In fact, there was no need to shoot arrows. Those Hu soldiers on fire could not possibly run back to the main camp over a distance of 300 or 400 meters. Even managing to cover 100 meters would be remarkable. There was no need to worry about them. At a distance of just a few dozen or 100 meters, all the Hu soldiers engulfed in flames would eventually succumb and fall. Shooting them down with arrows would be an excessive reaction. Of course, this could be understood. After all, the scene beneath the walls of Jinyang was too brutal, and the psychological impact was immense. It would be abnormal not to be emotionally charged. With 20 large siege engines burning at the foot of Jinyang, along with the corpses of the casualties, the arrows raining down from the walls, and the burning logs being thrown down, the flames might not be completely extinguished throughout the day. Today's siege defense battle could only end here. Both sides began to tally their losses and gains. On the side of the Jinyang defenders, the results came out quickly. Over 4,500 arrows had been used, more than 16,000 red bricks had been smashed, over 160 logs had been used, 7 large pots of golden syrup had been consumed, and 1,000 cans of gasoline had been expended, with a total of 128 casualties on their side. Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, and others estimated that the Hu casualties were certainly not less than 1,500, likely around 2,000, resulting in a casualty ratio of over 1 to 15. Moreover, of the approximately 2,000 Hu casualties, more than 95% were direct losses, while on the contrary, most of the 128 casualties on the Jinyang side could be saved, with the actual losses amounting to at most 20 or so. On the Hu side, in the central tent of the Xiongnu headquarters, the officer responsible for tallying the losses reported to Hu Yanni and several high-ranking Hu generals. Among the 6,000 troops sent to attack the city, the specific casualties were over 2,240. Of these, fewer than 100 injured managed to return to the main camp. This meant that around 2,150 were directly lost at the foot of Jinyang. More than half of these casualties occurred in the final blaze. Compared to the losses suffered throughout the day during the siege, this was not considered a large number. After all, on the day with the highest casualties during the siege, nearly 5,000 had been lost. However, the impact was enormous. The loss of over 200 people was far more significant than the nearly 5,000 casualties from the previous day, having a much greater effect on the overall morale of the troops. The 6,000 Hu soldiers attacking the city were mainly composed of 3,000 infantry from the Xiongnu and Changdi, along with 3,000 originally cavalry soldiers who dismounted to attack the city as infantry. First, let's talk about those Xiongnu and Changdi soldiers who were originally infantry. The total number of Xiongnu infantry was 17,000, while the Changdi infantry totaled 26,000. However, before this siege battle, Huyanyi had already depleted their numbers, leaving only a little over 11,000 combined Xiongnu and Changdi soldiers, with over 4,000 of them injured, leaving just over 7,000 uninjured. The casualty ratio exceeded 80%. The morale of the soldiers had already collapsed, even though they were stimulated by the Jinyang defenders' deliberate tactics last night. Thinking that breaching the city was within reach, their morale was only slightly lifted. However, this boost in morale was very limited. During the earlier siege, when they saw so many arrows raining down from the Jinyang defenders, they became fearful. If it weren't for the 3,000 cavalry from the Xiongnu and Changdi leading the charge, their morale might not have even been enough to push the 20 large siege engines to the foot of Jinyang. Among the 2,200 casualties in this round of the siege, only a little over 200 came from the original 3,000 infantry Xiongnu and Changdi soldiers. This number of casualties was relatively small, but it was enough to completely shatter the morale of all the original infantry Xiongnu and Changdi soldiers. Even though at this moment the combined number of Xiongnu infantry and Changdi infantry is around 11,000, with about 7,000 of them uninjured, they are basically unable to fight anymore. Their combat effectiveness reduced by 70 to 80%. Originally, the morale of the infantry was already broken, but at least the 27,000 cavalry were not significantly affected. However, 2,000 Xiongnu cavalry and 1,000 Changdi cavalry dismounted and participated in the siege as infantry. In this round of the siege, there were over 2,000 casualties, with around 2,000 of those coming from the 3,000 cavalry who had dismounted. In such a swift and brutal manner, 2,000 people were lost. Only 3,000 participated, and 2,000 of them were casualties, almost all of whom turned to charcoal in the Great Fire, left behind at the foot of Jinyang City, with only a few dozen managing to escape back with injuries. The 1,000 Xiongnu and Changdi cavalry who returned to their horses would carry the psychological fear they experienced back to the other Xiongnu and Changdi. The casualties of around 2,000, compared to the total of 27,000 Xiongnu and Changdi cavalry, were not considered significant. However, it was enough to lower the morale of the remaining cavalry by 30 to 40%. At this moment, the Hu army, not counting the nearly 20,000 Han soldiers and slaves, consisted of about 25,000 cavalry and around 11,000 infantry, totaling 36,000 people. The morale of these 36,000 was in a state of frustration, especially the 11,000 infantry, who were in a severely demoralized state. In such a state, the army should not only refrain from continuing the siege but even from a prolonged encirclement. The most appropriate action would be to acknowledge defeat, withdraw the troops back to Chang'an to recuperate, and consider whether to attack again next year. Unfortunately, with 100,000 troops on the northern expedition, it was not an easy task to withdraw in less than a month. Firstly, the commander of the army was the renowned Xiongnu general Huyanyi, who had been on the battlefield for decades. Before leading his troops north to attack Jinyang, he had defeated Zhang Gui, who occupied Liangzhou, in the western part of Guangzhou, forcing Zhang Gui to submit to Chang'an, earning him recognition as one of the prominent generals of the north. Acknowledging defeat would be a huge blow to his reputation. He was already old and could not return to the battlefield many more times. How could he willingly admit defeat? Secondly, with 100,000 troops on the northern expedition, the decision to withdraw was not solely up to Huyanyi. He would have to consult the pseudo-emperor Liu Yao in Chang'an first. Even if Liu Yao agreed to the withdrawal, upon returning to Chang'an, Huyanyi would certainly have to bear the consequences of failure, facing fierce attacks from political enemies, and demotion would be a light punishment. Therefore, whether to withdraw the troops back to Chang'an for rest or to continue the prolonged siege of Jinyang until the city was finally breached required Huyanyi to think deeply before making a decision. It's all because those people in Chang'an are useless, arrogant, and incompetent. Huyanyi found it difficult to make a choice and could not help but curse out loud in frustration. Last year, he had been leading troops on the front lines in Liangzhou fighting against Zhang Gui and had not paid much attention to the situation in Jinyang. However, he believed that since the court was unwilling to see the more than 20,000 troops besieging Jinyang defeated last year and intended to send troops north again this year, they had even deliberately driven a large number of elderly, weak, and women Han people to Jinyang City before last winter, intending to increase the burden on Jinyang City. But why had they not sent in some spies in advance to understand the situation in Jinyang City in detail? If he had not been completely unaware of the specific situation in Jinyang City, how could he have led 100,000 troops here, attacking for so many days, only to fail to capture Jinyang City and suffer such a heavy setback? How had the defending troops of Jinyang managed to absorb so many elderly, weak, and women Han people without being dragged down during the winter? How is the physical fitness of the soldiers defending Jinyang? Where did the Jinyang defenders get so much of that powerful fire oil? As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Too much misunderstanding has led to the belief that 100,000 troops marching north would easily and quickly breach the city, resulting in the current heavy setback. In the end, Hu Yanyi is already making excuses for his failure. In other words, Hu Yanyi's mind is leaning towards retreating back to Chang'an for rest. Hu Yanyi needs time to find reasons. Even if he wants to retreat, he needs time to send someone to Chang'an to seek permission from the false emperor Liu Yao. However, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, Zhang Xan, and others in Jinyang City are not prepared to give him that much time. At night, beneath the walls of Jinyang, the wood and corpses that burned during the day still have many faint flames that have not been extinguished, and the entire ground remains hot. In the conference hall of the military governor's office in the city, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xan are discussing when to take the initiative to launch a surprise attack on the Hu army outside the city, aiming to annihilate the 100,000 Hu troops attacking Jinyang and break the siege while taking advantage of their victory to open up the situation. The attack this morning must have severely undermined the morale of the Hu army. Now is the best time. Zhang Xian expressed his opinion. Zhao Bin and Lu Xiao agreed with him, nodding at each other, and then they all looked at Lu Koan, who, as the highest-ranking person, would ultimately make the decision. How many sets of armor are left to be completed? Lu Koan did not immediately state his decision but first asked. Lu Xiao answered, under normal circumstances, it will take another day to finish everything. We expect to produce 400 sets of heavy cavalry armor and about 330 sets of light armor. Changchen had sent over 3 million quenched steel plates from the modern era, thinking it would be enough for Lu Xiao and the others to make 500 sets of heavy cavalry armor. However, in reality, 500 sets of heavy cavalry armor do not require 3 million quenched steel plates. Moreover, the exact number of heavy cavalry armor to be made is entirely up to Lu Xiao and the others to arrange. After discussion, Lu Xiao and the others decided that only 400 sets of heavy cavalry armor were needed, while the remaining quenched steel plates would be used to make light armor that only protects the front and back. Although there would be 100 fewer sets of heavy cavalry armor, there would be 330 more sets of light armor. Although the light armor consists of only one layer of steel plates, the material is modern quenched steel, which offers much stronger protection than the traditional iron plate light armor of their era. A soldier wearing steel light armor may not be able to match the combat power of 3 soldiers in traditional iron light armor, but he should be no weaker than 2 soldiers in traditional iron light armor. Lu Koan then looked at Zhao Bin, who usually manages the weapons. Zhao Bin spoke, our Jinyang defenders originally had over 600 sets of iron or copper light armor. Last year, when we defeated the more than 20,000 Hu troops besieging the city, we captured over 2,100 sets of armor, both intact and damaged, including more than 5,000 from the Xiongnu and nearly 10,000 from other Hu. The damaged armor needs to be repaired, and the more than half a month of defending the city has also caused some armor to be damaged, so we currently have over 2,600 sets. Lu Koan nodded in understanding. So, including the newly made steel light armor, we can ultimately provide around 3,000 sets of light armor and 400 sets of heavy cavalry armor. The light armored soldiers will naturally be used for normal combat. The heavy cavalry, without a doubt, will serve as the first wave of the charge, leading the front lines to pierce through and disrupt the enemy's formation. Whether this battle can be won does not depend on the 3,000 light armored soldiers, as the Hu also have a certain proportion of armored troops. For example, about 30% of Xiongnu cavalry are armored, while about 15% of Chang'an D cavalry are armored. Calculating, the Xiongnu cavalry has more than 21,000 left, which means there are over 7,000 in armor. The Chang'an D cavalry has more than 3,000 left, which is close to 500 in armor. Even without counting the 11,000 Xiongnu infantry and Chang infantry whose morale has completely collapsed, there are still about 7,500 armored cavalry. Even if we consider the 3,000 auxiliary armor of the Jinyang defenders, among which about 330 are steel armor with stronger protection, equating 1 piece to 2, or even counting it as 3, the number still does not reach half of the Xiongnu and Chang cavalry. Indeed, the victory in war is not simply determined by the number of troops and equipment on both sides. Morale, spirit, courage, bloodiness, regular training, wartime strategy, and soldiers' ability to endure casualties are all very important indicators. For example, if you have 1,000 men and the opponent has only 500, your troop strength and number of armored soldiers are double that of the opponent. But if your soldiers are poorly trained and lose 20% of their number, morale will collapse, and the soldiers will start to rout, while the opposing soldiers, being better trained, can continue to fight even after losing more than half. Then it is likely that you will lose. Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian are certainly confident that the training of the Jinyang defenders is better than that of the Hu people, and that their morale is higher, with soldiers' courage, bloodiness, and even physical fitness surpassing that of the Hu. Additionally, the Jinyang defenders are also prepared for a surprise attack, and their pre-battle strategy will definitely outmatch the Hu. However, the number of Hu people is still more than double that of the Jinyang defenders. Therefore, to have a greater chance of victory, it will depend on how the 400 heavy armored cavalry perform. Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian have all personally examined the set of heavy armor that Changchen sent to Lu Xiao. They know that with the protective capability of that set of heavy armor, as long as there are more than 300, it can completely break through the enemy infantry formations and charge into the enemy cavalry formations. The enemy will absolutely be unable to withstand it, and will surely be pierced and thrown into chaos, unable to form any large formations. Infantry that cannot form a formation will have their combat effectiveness reduced by more than half. Cavalry that cannot form a formation will have their combat effectiveness reduced by half. Initially, Lu Kuan calculated that after half a month of defending the city and diminishing the Hu army's momentum, when the Jinyang defenders launch a surprise attack, they would have an 85% chance of victory. Now, the number of casualties among the Hu army and the extent of their morale being undermined have exceeded his initial expectations. Therefore, at this moment, he believes that the Jinyang defenders will have a 95% chance of victory when they go out to fight. In any battle, even with a tenfold advantage over the opponent, no one dares to claim they have a 100% chance of victory. Claiming a 95% chance is almost tantamount to a guaranteed win. Lu Koan did not immediately speak to make a decision but continued to analyze. The time for the army to sortie and surprise the Hu should be set just before dawn, when it is still dark but about to get light. At that time, the resting Hu will still be asleep, and the patrolling Hu will be at their most fatigued. The army can charge into the Hu camp at dawn, breaking the Hu army, and when it gets light, they can pursue the fleeing Hu soldiers. The reason for not choosing to attack just after midnight, taking advantage of the darkest time, is that Lu Koan and Lu Xiao are not aiming to merely rout the Hu but to annihilate them completely. Taking advantage of the night to raid the camp might make it easier to break the Hu, but the darkness would also hinder the vision of the Jinyang defenders, making it difficult for them to pursue the scattered Hu soldiers across the mountains, and ultimately, the number of Hu they could annihilate might not be very large. So, we either choose to move out before dawn tomorrow or before dawn the day after tomorrow. And right now, there are less than 4 hours left before dawn tomorrow, which is too rushed, especially since there are still some steel plates that have not been made into armor. Therefore, the time for the sortie should be set before dawn the day after tomorrow. Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and did not raise any objections. So, when exactly to deploy the troops was agreed upon. Next, the four continued to discuss some other matters. For instance, how many troops would leave the city? Currently, there were only a little over 10,000 soldiers in the Jinyang garrison who were unharmed. To launch an attack on the Hu army camp, it would be best to have 10,000 troops, but we also need another team of over 1,000 to head out in advance to block the two main escape routes that the Hu soldiers might take after their defeat. At the same time, we should also leave some forces in the city to guard against any possible surprises. Aside from the more than 10,000 unharmed soldiers, we have over 7,000 wounded, from which we should be able to select more than 2,000 whose injuries are not too severe and can still exert more than half of their combat power. Among them, the 1,000 with the lightest injuries will accompany the troops leaving the city, while the rest will stay behind to defend. The more than 9,000 Han soldier slaves also need to be closely monitored. Even if the possibility of them causing trouble is minimal, we must remain vigilant. Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian deliberated for over half an hour before basically settling all matters. In the end, Lu Koan looked towards the empty space above Lu Xiao's head and asked, "Is the immortal here?" Naturally, he was asking about Chang Chen. At this moment, it was around 8 o'clock in the evening in the modern time frame. Before the battle, they had agreed with Chang Chen to discuss the day's affairs every evening from 7 to 8 o'clock. Chang Chen had promised that as long as there were no unexpected circumstances, he would listen in through Lu Xiao's perspective during this time. If Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, or Zhang Xian had any requests, they could bring them up during this period. In the modern time frame, Chang Chen was reclining on the large sofa in the living room, quietly listening to the discussions of Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian. He was actually quite interested in such matters. Because it was more engaging than a movie, he felt that if he wanted to participate, it was almost like being there in person to some extent. "I'm here," Chang Chen responded. Since Chang Chen had not been tasting wine or doing anything else while listening to their discussions, it had been too quiet, and Lu Xiao did not know whether he was present until Chang Chen spoke up. So, when Chang Chen directly responded, Lu Xiao conveyed this to Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian. Lu Koan perked up and brought up his requests. Immortal, the day after tomorrow our army will leave the city to fight. After defeating the Wu people, we not only need to pursue them but also take the opportunity to march south and seize Hadong County, which will likely require 4 to 5 days of continuous fighting. Before last winter, you sent a kind of biscuit, called compressed biscuit? I'm not sure about the specific price, and whether it would be possible to send some over before our army leaves the city the day after tomorrow, to facilitate our continuous combat. Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian had each eaten at least a few pieces of that compressed biscuit. Whether for filling their stomachs or for the speed of recovery and physical strength after eating, it was even better than the twofold larger flatbreads made from flour. Moreover, as long as the packaging wasn't opened, it could last for several months without spoiling. Lu Koan felt that it was the best and most convenient ration for the army to sustain long-term combat. Chang Chen thought for a moment and replied, 11 pieces weigh about a pound, and a box contains 100 pieces, equivalent to 39 pounds of rice in exchange for a box. If you need up to 700 boxes, I should be able to deliver them to you before dawn tomorrow. If you need more than 700 boxes, I will need 2 to 3 days to order directly from the manufacturer, and the price will be significantly cheaper. Last time, Chang Chen had Yao Shero directly procure goods from the wholesaler, and because it was urgent, the wholesaler only offered a 3% discount off the retail price, specifically 58 yuan per box. This time, it was estimated that he would also need to get goods from the wholesaler, and since the time was urgent, the price was expected to be similar to the 58 yuan per box from last time. This time, the price that Chang Chen quoted to Lu Xiao and the others was about 70 yuan per box. It was a few yuan more expensive than buying a whole box on online shopping platforms, but still cheaper than the retail price at physical supermarkets. Overall, it left about 17% profit margin for Yusharo and the agricultural trade company. If he had 2 more days to get the goods and could order directly from the factory, Chang Chen felt that the factory price would be at most 51 or 52 yuan per box. At that time, he wouldn't pocket the 6 or 7 yuan difference but would instead reduce the price for Lu Xiao and the others accordingly. Upon hearing Chang Chen's quote, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian exchanged glances. This price was already very cheap for them. The packaging of the compressed biscuits was waterproof and moisture-proof, allowing for long-term storage, which was worth more than double the weight of grain to them. Eating 1 piece of compressed biscuit was more filling and restored energy faster than eating 2 pieces of flour pancakes, which was also worth more than double the weight of grain. What they could see was already more valuable than 5 times the weight of rice. Moreover, the price Chang Chen offered for the rice was extremely cheap, at only 1.8 yuan per jin, basically calculated at the lowest factory price for rice. Lu Koan pondered for a moment and made the decision. Could we ask the supplier to deliver 700 boxes before tomorrow night, and then another 5,000 boxes in the next 2 to 3 days? Although Lu Koan anticipated that even if the soldiers ate 2 pieces of compressed biscuits at every meal during the few days of battle outside the city, they wouldn't use up the total of 5,700 boxes he wanted. However, in Lu Koan's view, as long as the packaging wasn't opened, it could last for more than half a year without any issues, so it was wise to stock up a bit more for emergencies. Alright, the first 700 boxes will be calculated at 39 jin of rice price per box, and for the subsequent 5,000 boxes, each box will be reduced by 3 jin of rice price, at 36 jin of rice price per box. Without waiting for Yusharo to negotiate the specific factory price, Chang Chen directly reduced the price for Lu Xiao and the others by about 6 yuan per box, making the subsequent 5,000 boxes around 64 yuan per box. After severing ties with the ancient time and space, he immediately opened his foldable phone and sent a message to Yusharo, who managed the agricultural trade company. Order 5,700 boxes of compressed biscuits, with 700 boxes needing to be delivered to the warehouse and unloaded before tomorrow night. The price is calculated at 70 yuan per box. The remaining 5,000 boxes can be delayed for 2 to 3 days, priced at 64 yuan per box. The extra discount will count as profit for the agricultural trade company. You can decide how to place the order. About a kilometer away from the 198 square meter flat where Chang Chen lived, Yushiro had recently bought a 117 square meter apartment. She started working in September last year and had received 9 months' salary from Chang Chen. At the end of last year, he even gave her a double salary. Additionally, she was given 10% of the shares in the agricultural trade company, which had a promising development outlook. This year, she expected her salary plus dividends to possibly reach 1 million. Therefore, she certainly couldn't shortchange herself and bought a compact 4-bedroom apartment. She had just moved in recently. Upon seeing the message from Chang Chen, Yushiro immediately replied, "Okay, boss." Although it was already close to 9 o'clock in the evening, she decided to handle this matter immediately. Chang Chen had given her a deadline of before tomorrow night to deliver to the warehouse, which was about 27 hours away. Yoshiro was considering how likely it was to contact the factory directly for the first batch of 700 boxes as well. A total of 5,700 boxes of compressed biscuits, all calculated at a factory price of $50 per box, amounts to an order of $285,000, which is not considered a small order even for large food factories. She spent the night looking for the sales phone numbers of the 2 food factories closest to the city that produce compressed biscuits and made the calls. One of them went unanswered, possibly because they were not working at night, but the other call went through, and Yoshiro immediately began communicating with them. The next morning at 9:30, Chang Chen woke up naturally. Just as he picked up his phone to take a look, he saw a message from Yoshiro sent at 9 o'clock. The content stated that she had directly ordered 5,700 boxes of compressed biscuits from the manufacturer, and the first batch of 700 boxes had sufficient stock, promising to deliver them to our warehouse and complete the unloading before dawn. The agreed factory price was $48 per box, with the manufacturer covering the shipping costs. Chang Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the factory price to be so cheap, and that Yoshiro could also buy the first batch of 700 boxes at the factory price. It should be noted that he had calculated the first batch of 700 boxes at $70 per box, which meant a profit of nearly 32%. Even if the subsequent 5,000 boxes were calculated at $64 each, there would still be about 25% profit. This meant that with such a small order, Yoshiro could extract nearly $100,000 in profit for the agricultural trade company. Indeed, having talented people to help makes a difference. Chang Chen sighed. After that, he didn't pay much attention to the matter. He just needed to wait until before dawn to deliver the first batch of 700 boxes of compressed biscuits to Lu Xiao and others from the ancient time and space. He got up, brushed his teeth, and washed his face, thinking about having a couple of bites of bread at home first, and then going to a high-end restaurant about 2 kilometers away for a nice meal at noon. He was in a good mood, but soon something disappointing happened. Just after washing his face and hanging up the towel, the phone rang. He walked over to pick it up and saw it was his ex-wife Lin Jiawei calling. "Hello, what's the matter?" Chang Chen answered with a somewhat sour expression, as he had already anticipated what the issue was. Sure enough, it was once again about discussing an increase in child support for their daughter. This was the 3rd time in recent days that she had called about this. She wanted him to raise the monthly child support from $1,000 to $10,000 and asked where he was currently living, wanting to talk face to face. "It's not convenient, and regarding the child support, we signed an agreement when we divorced, so there's nothing more to discuss." Letting Lin Jiawei know where he was living now would mean that his former mother-in-law and father-in-law would also know, making it impossible for him to continue living here in peace. Moreover, if that family found out he lived in such a high-end community, where a unit costs over $5 million, they would definitely come to pester him every day. As for the child support for their daughter, he had left the marriage with nothing, and $1,000 was already a compromise based on his situation right after the divorce. Otherwise, it would have only been $600 to $800 at most. Indeed, as a father, since he had money, he could give his daughter more child support. However, spending on his daughter and directly giving it to his ex-wife Lin Jiawei were 2 different matters. Besides, Lin Jiawei was asking to raise it from $1,000 to $10,000. He was raising his daughter, not supporting his ex-wife and her entire family. On the other end of the line, his former mother-in-law was nearby, and upon hearing Chang Chen refuse again, she couldn't hold back and directly threatened loudly that if Chang Chen was unwilling to raise the child support from $1,000 to $10,000, they would take him to court. "Take me to court?" Chang Chen scoffed. Would the court really support raising the child support to $10,000 a month? Moreover, since his ex-wife Lin Jiawei and his former mother-in-law had taken things this far, there was no need for him to be polite. Chang Chen hung up the phone without hesitation and then called the law firm he had contacted a few times before. Chang Chen didn't mind spending a little extra money to resolve the trouble, so he chose one of the top 3 large law firms in the city and hired a top-notch lawyer who specialized in divorce and family dispute cases. He directly signed a contract with this top lawyer and authorized him to go to his ex-wife Lin Jiawei and former mother-in-law's home to investigate whether the money they spent on their daughter each month was enough to reach 2,000 yuan. While also educating them about the law. Child support? The money spent on the daughter is what counts as child support. It was already agreed during the divorce that it would be 1,000 yuan per month. "Mr. Chang said he wouldn't interfere, but you want Mr. Chang to raise the monthly child support from 1,000 yuan to 10,000 yuan. Mr. Chang wants to know how you plan to spend 20,000 yuan in child support on his daughter each month." The lawyer appeared to be smiling politely. Lin Jiawei and her mother exploded with anger, questioning the lawyer about the 20,000 yuan in child support. They had only asked Chang Chen to raise it to 10,000 yuan, so how did it suddenly become 20,000 yuan? What did that mean? With a professional smile, the lawyer told Lin Jiawei and her mother, the expenses for raising a child are not borne by one person alone. Mr. Chang will only bear at most half of it. Ms. Lin, if you want Mr. Chang to raise the monthly child support for your daughter from 1,000 yuan to 10,000 yuan, then you also need to bear the other 10,000 yuan. Therefore, you need to prove that you will indeed spend 20,000 yuan on your daughter each month. Let Chang Chen come and talk to me himself, Lin Jiawei said through gritted teeth. Facing the lawyer's professional smile and attitude, Lin Jiawei and her mother felt utterly frustrated. Any unreasonable outbursts or shouts they made had no effect in front of this lawyer, to the point where they didn't even want to speak to him. The lawyer calmly responded, Mr. Chang has fully entrusted this matter to our law firm. Whether you want to continue discussing the increase in child support or directly file a lawsuit in court, ultimately, you will be facing our law firm and me, this lawyer. According to the law, as long as Mr. Chang transfers the agreed 1,000 yuan per month as stipulated in the divorce agreement on time, he can completely ignore your calls and not discuss anything with you. The lawyer educated Lin Jiawei and her mother about the law as per Chang Chen's request. Lin Jiawei, unable to contain her anger, even attempted to call Chang Chen in front of the lawyer, but Chang Chen saw it and hung up immediately, refusing to answer. Faced with Chang Chen not answering the phone and the lawyer's well-reasoned legal education, Lin Jiawei and her mother soon lost all their temper. According to the law, even if it was previously agreed upon that it would be 1,000 yuan per month, Mr. Chang is entitled to ask you to prove that you indeed spend 2,000 yuan on his daughter each month. Furthermore, if you are unable to provide a good environment for Mr. Chang's daughter to grow up in, Mr. Chang will directly file a lawsuit in court to change the custody. At that time, if you wish, you won't have to pay Mr. Chang a single cent in child support. Naturally, Lin Jiawei and her mother could not provide proof, as when it came down to it, they were not actually spending 2,000 yuan a month on Nini. As for the 20,000 yuan, if they had that much, they wouldn't even know how to spend it all as a family each month, let alone on a 5-year-old child who had not really started school yet. So when asked to state it outright, they truly couldn't do it. Finally, when it was mentioned that Chang Chen wanted to change the custody of his daughter, his ex-wife Lin Jiawei and his former mother-in-law immediately became alert and unleashed a barrage of complaints at the lawyer. Unfortunately, the lawyer was used to such scenes and maintained his composure. As long as Lin Jiawei and her mother did not directly attack him, he could continue to wear a professional smile and be polite. Soon, Lin Jiawei and her mother lost their temper again. At this point, they truly realized that Chang Chen was no longer the same person he was before the divorce. The current Chang Chen was cold-hearted and had truly gained some skills. They could no longer manipulate him. At this moment, the lawyer continued to convey another proposal from Chang Chen. Mr. Chang asked me to tell you that it is impossible to directly increase the monthly child support, but once your daughter starts school, he can independently cover the school expenses, regardless of which school you send her to. However, he will communicate directly with the school teachers and will not give the money directly to you. The former mother-in-law was furious. Lin Jiawei was both angry and aggrieved. She couldn't understand what Chang Chen meant. Did he not trust her? She was also Nini's mother. Finally, Mr. Chang asked me to inform you that unless there is a real emergency regarding your daughter, do not call him to harass him anymore. We are all strangers now. At this point, with the conversation having reached this level, neither Lin Jiawei nor her mother had any anger left. They still had some pride. If they continued to make a scene, they would not achieve the results they wanted, and they themselves would feel ashamed. On Chang Chen's side, he saw the message from the lawyer. Knowing that the situation with Lin Jiawei and her mother had been resolved, he breathed a sigh of relief. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yushiro called Chang Chen to inform him that the first batch of 700 boxes of compressed biscuits from the supplier had arrived at the warehouse and was being unloaded, expected to be finished by 10:30. At 11 o'clock, Chang Chen drove to the warehouse and contacted Lu Xiao from the Ancient Time and Space to deliver the 700 boxes of compressed biscuits to him. In the Ancient Time and Space, at this moment, Lu Xiao, Lu Koan, Zhao Bin, Zhang Xan, and others were making final adjustments and arrangements before leaving the city. The 700 boxes of compressed biscuits sent by Chang Chen amounted to a total of 70,000 biscuits. If distributed among the more than 11,000 soldiers who were about to leave the city for battle, each would receive only 6 biscuits, leaving over 3,000 biscuits remaining. However, it was expected that after defeating the Hu people, not all soldiers would leave Jinyang City to take advantage of the situation and attack Hedong County, and with each soldier having 6 biscuits to ration, along with other food they would carry, it would be enough for 2 days of consumption. The frequent movements of the Jinyang garrison and some signs led to some Han soldier slaves realizing what they intended to do. During Lu Xiao's routine inspection, when passing near the camp where they were settled, a Han soldier slave shouted loudly that he wanted to help fight the Hu people. Lu Xiao's attention was drawn to him, and he instructed his personal guards to bring the shouting Han soldier slave over. This Han soldier slave was named Chao Mao, and in front of Lu Xiao, he boldly revealed that the Jinyang garrison was about to leave the city to launch a surprise attack on the Hu army. This startled Lu Xiao, and his expression changed as he questioned, "How did you know about this?" Lu Xiao's first thought was that he and his father had clearly ordered a strict prohibition on discussing any matters related to the upcoming battle outside the city. Aside from the mid to high-ranking officers leading the troops, even some ordinary officers and all the lower-ranking Jinyang soldiers would not know about the impending battle until 1 hour before they actually lined up to leave the city. As for the more than 9,000 scattered Han soldier slaves, it was absolutely impossible for any of them to know. Yet this Chao Mao had spoken out. How did he come to know? Lu Xiao's gaze on Chao Mao was filled with coldness. Chao Mao realized that his situation was very dangerous. One wrong answer could lead to his death. However, he remained neither servile nor arrogant and spoke up. Yesterday morning, a chilling and mournful scream came from the direction of the city gate tower. Such a great commotion must have been the cries of hundreds or even thousands of people converging together. Moreover, the intensity of the screams is unimaginable, and it is hard to fathom what kind of horrific situation occurred. However, one thing is certain. The Hu people must have suffered unimaginable losses. The Hu have been attacking the city for over half a month. Considering the situation during the first 2 days of the siege, their casualties must have been no less than 30,000. Coupled with the heavy losses from yesterday morning, the morale of the remaining Hu soldiers must be severely shaken. If there are still several thousand troops in the city at this time, a surprise attack from the city could very likely lead to a great victory. And today, throughout the day, the Jinyang army has been frequently mobilizing, replacing the soldiers guarding us captives with those who carry a faint smell of blood and medicine, which the previous Jinyang soldiers did not have. This indicates that the soldiers now guarding us are injured. So what are the uninjured Jinyang soldiers supposed to do? Additionally, there are other details. Chao Mao listed out more than a dozen details in succession, and he finally concluded, therefore, after much thought, I can only see one possibility. His analysis was logical and well-founded. If someone had leaked information to Chao Mao, he wouldn't have been able to articulate so many details. The ability to deduce so many specifics and make inferences from each one requires a very clever mind. With such a clever mind, it is not surprising to deduce that the Jinyang army is about to launch a surprise attack on the Hu. It is very reasonable. Lu Xiao felt quite pleased at this moment because there was no doubt that Chao Mao was a talent. However, Lu Xiao did not show any surprise on his face. He maintained a cold demeanor and asked, "So what do you want to do now?" Chao Mao replied, "I want to go out of the city with the general to fight the Hu, and I believe that other Han soldier captives like myself would also be willing to help the Jinyang army defeat the Hu. Just as the Jinyang army said when they tried to persuade us to surrender on the city wall, we are all Han people. Han people do not fight Han people. The Hu are our common enemy." During this past half month, the general has sent a scholar to teach us the history of the Han family. We take great pride in our Han bloodline, while the Hu are nothing but brutal savages who have usurped our Han lands. Furthermore, the food provided to us by the Jinyang army is far better than what the Hu offered. We were the lowest of slaves in the Hu army, our lives were of no importance, and the Hu treated us worse than pigs and dogs. None of the Han soldiers truly pledged loyalty to the Hu. The Jinyang army is about to launch a surprise attack on the Hu. Although it is said that as long as the Jinyang army has 6 or 7,000 men available, they have a high probability of defeating the Hu. If we, over 9,000 Han soldiers, join in, the odds of victory could increase by at least 20%. The general should trust us. Chao Mao looked directly at Lu Xiao, his gaze firm. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment without responding, only instructing his personal guards to take Chao Mao away for separate custody. He then ordered 3 personal guards to inform his father Lu Koan, and the deputy generals Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian, to prepare to discuss this matter. In fact, Chao Mao was right about one thing. If the Jinyang army only had at most 6 or 7,000 men available, then to increase the odds of victory by 20%, they should indeed attempt to organize over 9,000 Han slave soldiers to join the battle. However, the Jinyang army still had over 10,000 uninjured soldiers, and they had also organized more than 2,000 lightly injured soldiers who could still exert over 50% of their combat effectiveness. In extreme cases, they could still select 2,000 to 3,000 from the additional 5,000 or so more seriously injured soldiers, even if they could only exert 30 to 40% of their combat effectiveness. Therefore, launching a surprise attack on the Hu people outside the city, the Jinyang army itself had enough numbers and did not need to organize over 9,000 Han soldier slaves to participate in the battle. On the contrary, organizing over 9,000 Han soldier slaves to join the fight would not only be troublesome, requiring the resolution of many issues in advance, but also, due to the poor physical condition of the Han soldier slaves, a large-scale battle outside the city could likely result in significant casualties. Although Lu Xiao felt it unnecessary to heed Cao Mao's suggestion to organize over 9,000 Han soldier slaves to fight together, he did not intend to completely ignore Cao Mao's proposal. He needed to discuss what to do specifically with his father Lu Kuan, as well as the two deputy generals Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian. Hearing you say that, Shower, Cao Mao is indeed a talent. We can consider reusing him in the future. Lu Kuan was similarly not very supportive of Cao Mao's suggestion to have over 9,000 Han soldier slaves fight outside the city, but he was quite interested in Cao Mao as a person. Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian also did not think it necessary to organize over 9,000 Han soldier slaves to fight outside the city. Firstly, there were only about 2 hours left until the scheduled time to leave the city. Secondly, if over 9,000 Han soldier slaves were to fight outside the city, should they immediately distribute weapons to them and inform them of this matter, taking time to mobilize them? A host of troublesome issues could very likely disrupt the already established battle plan for leaving the city. In the modern time frame, after Chang Chen delivered 700 boxes of compressed biscuits to Lu Xiao, he returned home and did not immediately go to sleep, knowing that Lu Xiao and others were about to engage in battle with the Jinyang army. He was very much looking forward to this great battle. Wanting to witness Lu Xiao and the others' victory with his own eyes, he planned to stay awake all night. While Lu Xiao was conversing with Cao Mao, Chang Chen sat on a chair on the balcony of the living room, savoring a bottle of red wine, with Lu Xiao's perspective before him, and outside the glass was the bustling nightlife of the city center. At that moment, he observed and listened to the discussions between Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian. He had a different idea, so he proposed, not organizing all over 9,000 Han soldier slaves to fight outside the city is the right decision. With the army about to engage in battle, we shouldn't complicate matters, and indeed, there is no time or energy for that. However, I think we should give that Cao Mao a chance. Talent needs practice, and he should be allowed to do something while following us out of the city. For instance, isn't he from a Han soldier slave background? Outside the city, in the Hu people's camp, there are nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves. When our army attacks the Hu people, should we also charge into those Han soldier slave camps? Even if the Han soldier slaves have no combat capability, once they start to panic and run around, it could lead to unnecessary casualties, and subsequently recapturing them one by one would also be a troublesome matter. What do you think about letting Cao Mao select a few hundred Han soldier slaves, so that while you attack the Hu people, he can also take a few hundred Han soldier slaves to deal with the nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves in the Hu army? Even if we can't get those nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves to turn against the Hu people and attack together, at least calming them down so they don't run around would also be a good thing. Upon hearing Chang Chen speak, Lu Xiao immediately perked up and conveyed what Chang Chen had said to Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian. The three of them exchanged glances and nodded. They followed Chang Chen's suggestion and began to discuss it again. Although the Hu people treated the Han soldiers as slaves and cannon fodder, and provided them with the worst equipment and food to guard against them, resulting in all the Han soldiers being so thin they were just skin and bones, the Hu people did not expect the Han soldiers to fight. However, to control the Han soldiers, they would also place some Hu people among them as mid-level and high-level commanders, with the number not being in the hundreds, but certainly close to 100. Even Lu Xiao and others planned to completely transform the captured Han soldiers into part of the Jinyang army after the war. However, normally, when the Jinyang army went out of the city to fight and attack the Hu people, they would certainly also need to crush the nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves along with them, and then gradually gather them back. Some casualties during this period were unavoidable, and Lu Xiao and others estimated that the casualty rate among the nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves would be around 10%. After defeating them, if they could capture and gather back around 16 to 17,000, that would be great. If Cao Mao could indeed manage to help deal with those nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves with just a few hundred people during the Great Battle, without the Jinyang army needing to first crush and then recapture them, that would truly be a good thing. Lu Xiao had his personal guards bring Cao Mao over. In front of Lu Kuan, Zhao Bin, and Zhang Xian, Lu Xiao directly asked Cao Mao, I want you to select 800 from the more than 9,000 Han soldiers and lead them out of the city with the army. Can you do that? Cao Mao understood the needs of Lu Xiao and the others. He did not question why they were unwilling to trust the more than 9,000 Han soldier slaves or why they did not want to organize all of them to fight outside the city as an attacking force against the Hu people to increase their chances of victory. He knew that Lu Xiao and the others must have discussed this and made a decision before calling him over to assign this task. Having a task and being able to select 800 people to go out of the city was already a sign of Lu Xiao and the others' regard for him. How far you can go depends on your own performance, but I need to remind you of one thing. If you do not make progress for a long time or if any accidents occur, we will choose to attack the Han soldier slave camp and crush those Han soldier slaves first, and then consider recapturing them later. Chow Mao knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and accepted the order. Thank you, generals, for your trust. I will not fail your expectations. Next, taking advantage of the remaining 2 hours, Lu Xiao personally took Chow Mao to select 800 Han soldier slaves and distribute weapons to them. Chow Mao specifically chose those who showed hatred towards the Hu people and had excellent courage, spending more than half an hour on this. With about an hour left before the battle outside the city, all the soldiers expected to go out were given flatbreads, potatoes, eggs, and a pot of water. Some who were estimated to pursue at a distance were additionally given some compressed biscuits. After the soldiers had eaten their fill, with only about half an hour left, they finally informed all the lower-ranking commanders, who then conveyed the message to all the soldiers that they would soon be going out of the city to attack the Hu people and defeat them. Upon learning the purpose of this operation, the morale of the soldiers was high, and they were all excited, with no one showing fear of battle. Everyone put on your armor, check your weapons, and make all necessary preparations. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, Lu Koan issued the order. The other soldiers were not as troubled. The most troublesome were the 400 heavily armored cavalry, as it was not a simple task for either the men or the horses to don heavy armor. Moreover, they usually only put it on right before facing a great battle. Otherwise, wearing 60 to 70 pounds of heavy armor would constantly drain their physical strength. Every bit of strength of the heavily armored soldiers was crucial to how long they could sustain combat, making it very precious. Therefore, with just over a minute left, they finally managed to put it on with the help of others. The 400 heavily armored cavalry, along with their horses, were all fully equipped, and by this time, the scheduled time to leave the city, around 4:20 in the morning, had arrived. Open the city gates, the army is leaving the city. With Lu Kuan's command, the main city gate and the Wang city gate on the south side of Jinyang City opened one after the other. The main city gate was only slightly damaged, but the Wang city gate had been breached twice by siege vehicles during the past half-month of city defense battles, and the previous morning, a fire had burned for an entire day. Although the city gate was wrapped in a large amount of copper and iron, it was still heavily scorched and nearly fell apart when opened. The army leaving the city consisted of over 11,900 men. Among them, 10,000 were tasked with attacking the Hu people, while over 1,000 were divided into 2 routes to block the 2 inevitable escape paths of the Hu people after their collapse. 800 were selected by Chow Mao from the Han soldier slaves, responsible for dealing with the nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves within the Hu army once the battle began. Among the 10,000 attacking the Hu people, there were 3,000 cavalry, including 400 heavily armored cavalry personally led by Lu Xiao. To avoid early detection by the Hu people, the cavalry did not dare to gallop as the army left the city. They controlled their horses to walk at a slow, normal pace. Chow Mao followed the army out of the city with the 800 Han soldier slaves. Although the night obscured visibility, being directly among the army allowed him to intuitively sense the scale of the Jinyang army, which must have had over 10,000 men. After such a long period of defending the city, the Jinyang army could still send out over 10,000 men to fight, something Chow Mao had never anticipated. What Chow Mao found even more surprising was the presence of such well-equipped heavy cavalry within the Jinyang army. The armor that wrapped around the neck and face, the fire-tempered, ash-black plates, appeared even more imposing in the dim night. In his shock, Chow Mao felt his blood boiling, wishing he could possess a set of armor himself. At that moment, he finally understood why Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and others chose not to organize the more than 9,000 Han soldier slaves to leave the city to fight. Firstly, the Jinyang army itself had enough combatants. Secondly, the equipment of the Jinyang army was so superior that even the finest cavalry of the Xiongnu could not compare to the 3,000 cavalry of the Jinyang army. With such strength, there was indeed no need for all 9,000 weak and frail Han soldier slaves to leave the city to fight, as they already had a near certain chance of victory. In the modern timeline, it was now 4:30 in the morning. The city center still buzzed with nightlife, but the streets were already quite sparse with vehicles and pedestrians. Chang Chen's attention was, of course, not on the nightlife of the city center. He was fully focused on Lu Xiao's perspective, which felt akin to participating firsthand, providing a strong sense of immersion. Last year, during the surprise attack on the Hu army camp, only Lu Xiao had worn heavy armor. This time, Lu Xiao not only wore heavy armor himself but also personally led the other 400 heavily armored cavalry. Wrapped in heavy armor made of 2 layers of steel plates, each soldier appeared robust and imposing. He eagerly anticipated the sight of so many heavy cavalry charging into the enemy camp like cutting through vegetables. In addition to 300,000 tempered steel plates, he also sent over 1,000 steel blocks, allowing Lu Xiao and others to forge 400 simplified horse lances and 600 tang sabers. Each of the 400 heavy cavalry was equipped with a horse lance and a tang saber. With such equipment, if not for the slight deficiency in the horse lances, even during the peak of the Tang dynasty, they would have been considered top tier. The Hu army camp was located about 400 meters from the Jinyang city wall. After the army left the city, they quickly advanced over 200 meters, approaching the Hu army camp. Hu Yanyi could be called a famous general. The Hu army he commanded, despite its morale being severely undermined, was far more vigilant than the Hu army that had besieged Jinyang for over a year last year. The Jinyang army, unable to charge directly into the Hu army camp, was detected by the Hu people. In fact, they had already been spotted by the lookout scouts arranged by Hu Yanyi when they were still 160 to 70 meters away from the Hu army camp. The scouts signaled, and at the edge of the camp, a watchtower was built, where 3 soldiers stood. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! On the watchtower, the Hu soldiers received the signal and, while roaring loudly, 2 archers lit 2 fire arrows with torches, drew their bows, and shot them into the night. The arrows flew through nearly 100 meters, embedding themselves in the ground, and the faint glow illuminated the figures of Jinyang soldiers rushing towards the Hu camp. In fact, by this time, the sky was already dimly lit, and visibility was not an issue for 70 or 80 meters. Upon seeing the 2 fire arrows shot from the watchtower at the edge of the Hu camp, they realized they had been detected. At this moment, Lu Xiao and the others no longer held back. Time was of the essence. They had to break into the Hu camp before the Hu soldiers could fully react. Kill! Lu Xiao personally led 400 heavy cavalry at the forefront. As the war horses galloped, even though the heavy cavalry were not very fast, they covered the distance of 70 or 80 meters to the Hu camp in less than 10 breaths. At this distance, the Hu soldiers on the watchtower could already vaguely see the silhouettes of the heavy cavalry, even without the firelight from the arrows enhancing their vision. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Hu soldiers on the watchtower widened their eyes, their shouts involuntarily growing louder. After all, this was an army personally commanded by a renowned general, with arrangements to prevent night raids. Although most Hu soldiers were asleep, many still in deep slumber, the patrolling soldiers had already reacted. Especially near the camp entrance, a team of archers was on standby, quickly rushing to the camp's edge to form a line and shoot arrows to intercept. The sleeping Hu soldiers, once awakened, needed time to don their armor, grab their weapons, mount their horses if they had them, and gather in formation. Normally, as long as the patrolling soldiers and archers at the camp's edge could hold out for a short while, the Hu soldiers inside the camp would be able to react and complete their basic preparations. Conversely, if the attacking Jinyang army could not break through all the intercepts and obstacles at the camp's edge within that short time, the raid would be considered a failure. They would lose the advantage of surprise and would have to rely solely on brute strength to fight the enemy. The patrolling Hu soldiers were completely roused from their drowsiness and quickly gathered at the camp's edge, ready to respond. When Lu Xiao and the 400 heavy cavalry were 60 meters away from the Hu camp, the fastest responding team of 50 archers shot the first round of 50 arrows. When they were still over 30 meters from the Hu camp, another team of 50 archers from within the camp provided support, along with about 200 other soldiers armed with swords and shields, and spearmen. 100 archers, plus over 200 swordsmen and spearmen. If the Jinyang soldiers had only a few thousand men and were wearing ordinary iron plate armor, they would likely suffer nearly 100 casualties from the arrows when they reached the camp's edge, making it unlikely for them to break through the camp gates within that short time. Unfortunately for the Hu, the Jinyang army not only had over 10,000 men, but the ones at the forefront were heavy cavalry. The arrows shot by the Hu archers could not penetrate the heavy armor of the Jinyang cavalry at all. Even when the Jinyang heavy cavalry charged to within about 10 meters of the camp, the Hu archers' arrows, shot from such close range, still failed to pierce the armor. The arrows struck the armor and were immediately deflected by its formidable protection, with not a single Jinyang heavy cavalryman falling. The 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry, like 400 steel monsters, reached the edge of the Hu camp, completely disregarding the long spears thrusting towards them, and forcefully pushed aside the obstacles at the camp's edge with their lances, clearing the way. A Hu spear soldier watched in horror as his spear struck fiercely against a Jinyang heavy cavalryman, failing to pierce the armor. Cold sweat broke out on him, and a sense of fear welled up inside. The obstacles at the edge of the Hu camp only delayed Lu Xiao and the other Jinyang heavy cavalry for a few breaths before they were breached. 400 heavy cavalry charged into the Hu camp, and with their lances, they quickly scattered the 100 Hu archers and over 200 sword and shield soldiers and spear soldiers who were trying to block them. Kill. Lu Xiao led the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry deep into the Hu camp. Kill. Behind them, Zhao Bin, Zhang Exayan, and thousands of other Jinyang soldiers surged in, flooding into the Hu camp. The Jinyang army's entry into the Hu camp was so swift that aside from the Night Watch Hu soldiers, the rest had no time to prepare, plunging the entire camp into chaos. Lu Xiao and the 400 heavy cavalry focused solely on the center of the Hu camp, charging straight for the main tent of their commander, Hu Yanyi, capture the leader to catch the thief. The other Jinyang forces had their own focuses. For instance, the 2,600 light cavalry aimed to attack the 25,000 Hu cavalry. The 7,000 Jinyang infantry had 5,000 targeting the Hu cavalry, while the remaining 2,000 focused on the approximately 11,000 Hu infantry. Finally, the 800 Han soldiers led by Cao Mao charged directly towards the nearly 20,000 Han slave soldiers. They had previously been Hu's Han slave soldiers and knew exactly where the Han slave camp was located. Aside from the heavy cavalry, the other Jinyang forces attacked while setting fire to the Hu tents, further creating chaos. Although the sky brightened with each passing breath, and visibility had nearly reached 100 meters, the sight of the raging flames made the areas without fire appear very dark, reminiscent of a campfire in the early morning. From Lu Xiao's perspective, he led the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry straight towards the Hu central tent, which was located within the Xiongnu cavalry camp. There were over 21,000 Xiongnu cavalry, most of whom surrounded the main tent of their commander, Hu Yanyi. Although the Xiongnu cavalry had suffered heavy casualties and morale blows from the Jinyang defenders' countless arrows and stones during their previous attempt to attack as infantry, they had not reached the point of complete disarray like the infantry. Moreover, they were Xiongnu cavalry under the command of Hu Yanyi, and their response was relatively quick. When Lu Xiao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry charged in, more than half of the Xiongnu cavalry had already emerged from their tents, mounted their horses, and began to move, gathering according to their formations of hundreds and thousands. Unfortunately, their reaction time was still too short. If the hundreds of Hu soldiers at the camp's edge had managed to hold them off for even a quarter of an hour, all the Xiongnu cavalry would have mounted their horses, prepared themselves, and formed several thousand-strong cavalry groups. At that point, those groups could have immediately advanced to resist and buy time for more Hu soldiers. This surprise attack would have turned into a clash of hard power. However, at this moment, only two groups of around 300 and one group of over 400 cavalry had formed, while the other Hu cavalry remained scattered, with less than 100 in each group. It's too late, we must intercept. The leaders of the three cavalry groups saw Lu Xiao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry charging in, with another 2,600 light cavalry and 5,000 infantry closing in. If they did not act now, the Jinyang forces would breach the central camp and tear through the entire military encampment. They could not afford to wait for more cavalry to gather. The three Xiongnu cavalry groups were not all clustered together but were separated by some distance. Divided by the direction of Lu Xiao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry's attack, one group of 300 Xiongnu cavalry was positioned slightly to the left, while another group of over 400 Xiongnu cavalry was located slightly to the right. The three groups of Xiongnu cavalry intended to strike from both sides simultaneously, forming a combined force. At that time, they would possess a combat strength of over 1,000 cavalry, and as long as they could hold off for about 200 breaths, the other Xiongnu cavalry would surely be able to form an additional 3,000 or 4,000 strong cavalry groups. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful. Just like the hundreds of archers, sword and shield soldiers, and spear soldiers arranged at the edge of the camp, theoretically capable of holding off the enemy for a small quarter of an hour, in reality, they could only last for about 20 breaths. The three groups of Xiongnu cavalry combined numbered only about 1,000, and their armor rate was only 30%, meaning only over 300 of them wore light armor, while they faced the heavily armored Jinyang cavalry, similar to ironclad troops. The group of over 400 Xiongnu cavalry was the first to charge forward to intercept Lu Xiao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry. Cavalry cannot form battle formations like infantry can, they need to charge forward to unleash their combat power. Thus, this group of over 400 Xiongnu cavalry was also in a state of charging. The two sides collided head-on. After all, this was the Xiongnu camp, and the Xiongnu soldiers had the home advantage. As Lu Xiao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry charged forward, arrows from Xiongnu archers continuously rained down from the front and both sides. Clang! Clang! The arrows struck the two layers of tempered steel plates sewn into the heavy armor, unable to penetrate and inflict any real damage on the Jinyang heavy cavalry, let alone stop their advance. This shocked the archers among the Hu people. At this moment, Lu Xiao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry ignored the sporadic arrows shot by the Lu Xiongnu cavalry on the periphery, they were all focused on the group of over 400 Xiongnu cavalry charging towards them. Dispersing the enemy's cavalry groups was one of the greatest functions of heavy cavalry. Lu Xiao gripped his 8-foot-long horse spear tightly. This spear had a blade length of 1 foot 9 inches and was double-edged, a top-tier horse spear. The other Jin Yang heavy cavalry held shorter spears, only about 10 feet long, with a blade length of only 1 foot 7 inches, which were low-tier spears. But even the low-tier spears were revolutionary cavalry weapons for this era, providing a crushing advantage over the Xiongnu cavalry's curved sabers. In this face-to-face clash, the number of cavalry on both sides was nearly equal, with the Xiongnu cavalry even having a few dozen more. 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The two sides collided head-on. Thud, thud, thud. The horse spears in the hands of the Jinyang heavy cavalry could kill Xiongnu cavalry from a distance of 10 feet, and within the short span of 3 breaths upon contact, 3 or 4 dozen Xiongnu cavalry were pierced through the chest by the spears, their bodies propelled off their horses by the tremendous impact. The horse spear could not only stab directly but also thrust diagonally and swing to slash, making it the most advanced cavalry weapon. Some Xiongnu cavalry managed to evade the spear's thrust. Even more, some who avoided the direct stab were able to close in on the Jinyang heavy cavalry, striking them with their curved sabers. One such Xiongnu cavalryman, weighing around 160 to 70 pounds, appeared quite robust. However, when he swung his curved saber down hard onto the armor of a Jinyang heavy cavalryman, it merely produced a clang, denting a few steel plates of the first layer and leaving a visible shallow mark. Not only did he fail to cut through 2 layers of steel plates to inflict damage, but he couldn't even breach the first layer. If the effect of 10 could completely break armor, then this Xiongnu cavalryman had only managed to strike at a level just above 2, still 7 to 8 away from breaking armor. Even if he increased his strike force threefold, it wouldn't suffice. This scene turned the Xiongnu cavalryman's face pale. Opposite him, the Jinyang heavy cavalry, although wielding a long lance that made close combat difficult, was not limited to just the lance, they also had sabers. When this Jinyang heavy cavalryman was struck on his armor, he unhesitatingly held the lance with his left hand while swiftly drawing his saber with his right, delivering a blow to the neck of the Xiongnu cavalryman who was close to him. Puff! The Xiongnu cavalryman's head was not completely severed but hung limply, and his body fell heavily to the ground from the horse. The Jinyang heavy cavalryman then sheathed his saber and continued to primarily use his lance to charge at the enemy. In a matter of breaths, over 70 of the 400 Xiongnu cavalrymen were cut down in a single clash, while not a single Jinyang heavy cavalryman fell. As it appeared that this group of Xiongnu cavalry was about to be pierced through, 2 more groups of Xiongnu cavalry, totaling 600, finally arrived. The 3 combined groups of Xiongnu cavalry exceeded 1,000, nearly 3 times that of the Jinyang heavy cavalry. Unfortunately, even if they were light cavalry in numbers less than 3 times, or even 10 or 20 times, they could not hope to stop the charge of the heavy cavalry head-on. Kill! Lu Xiao's deep voice shouted as his warhorse charged forward, and he occasionally tugged at the reins to control the direction, but most of the time he wielded the lance with both hands, slashing left and right. Since entering the Wu people's camp, Lu Xiao had personally slain 10 enemy soldiers. Leading 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry, he quickly broke through the formation of the first group of over 400 Xiongnu cavalry and charged into the 2 groups of about 600 Xiongnu cavalry that were arriving from behind. In less than 20 breaths, they had also cut through. The heavy cavalry had no retreat. They could not turn their horses around to charge back and forth, so after piercing through the combined formation of over 1,000 Xiongnu cavalry, they continued to charge towards the Central Army's tent. During the process of being pierced through, over 200 Xiongnu cavalry were slain, and their formation was thrown into disarray. Many Xiongnu cavalry looked on in terror at the Jinyang heavy cavalry, who continued to slaughter deeper into their camp, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. They could not stop them. Instead, in a single clash, they had lost more than 20% of their numbers, and the remaining Xiongnu cavalry lacked the courage to pursue and intercept from behind. However, while they were filled with dread and lacked the courage to chase Lu Xiao and the Jinyang heavy cavalry, the other Jinyang forces had no intention of letting them go. Following Lu Xiao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry were 2,600 Jinyang light cavalry and 5,000 Jinyang infantry, who were now also entering the camp one after another. Especially the 2,600 Jinyang light cavalry, who were only 102 meters away from Lu Xiao and the heavy cavalry. As these Xiongnu cavalry were paralyzed with fear, the 2,600 Jinyang light cavalry charged towards them. Although there were still about 800 Xiongnu cavalry left, they had suffered heavy casualties and their formation was disrupted by the heavy cavalry's charge, leaving them with little fighting spirit. Now, faced with the impact of the 2,600 Jinyang light cavalry, they had no strength to resist. Soon, over 300 of these Xiongnu cavalry were swiftly cut down, leaving fewer than 500 to scatter in panic, spread out and kill the enemy. The 2,600 Jinyang light cavalry, along with the 5,000 Jinyang infantry, formed into attacking units of 1,000, systematically exterminating the Xiongnu cavalry. The infantry formed a military formation, advancing steadily and methodically, slaughtering along the way. The cavalry followed closely behind Lu Xiao and the heavy cavalry, charging in and scattering the Xiongnu cavalry that sought to gather, preventing them from forming a large cavalry group. Without the formation of a cavalry group, the Xiongnu cavalry, which could only charge individually, became easy targets against the orderly advancing infantry of Jinyang, being slaughtered in a one-sided massacre. On Lu Xiao's side, he led the Jinyang heavy cavalry to the vicinity of Hu Yanyi's central tent. How dare the Jinyang defenders launch a surprise attack on my camp? How could they break in so quickly? Are the defenders at the camp's edge all useless? Hu Yanyi was both shocked and furious. With the heavy cavalry paving the way, the Jinyang army's attack broke through at an astonishing speed. Not only did the ordinary Hu soldiers fail to react, but even Hu Yanyi, the commander, was caught off guard. In the past 2 days, he had actually been considering retreating back to Chang'an and had already thought of a reason, preparing to send a messenger to Chang'an today to request orders, but unexpectedly encountered the Jinyang defenders launching a surprise attack. Before today, he had been very confident in the defenses of the army he commanded. Even if tens of thousands of enemies launched a surprise attack, they would inevitably trigger an alarm at least 100 meters from the camp, and the defenses at the camp's edge could hold for a while within the camp, there were layers of ambushes. At most, it would cause a brief chaos, but ultimately all the soldiers inside the camp would have time to react and gather to face the enemy. The enemy's surprise attack would turn into a hard-fought battle. He knew that he had about 25,000 cavalry and around 11,000 infantry, a total of 36,000 elite troops. Even if tens of thousands of enemies attacked, or even 20,000, they would undoubtedly be defeated. According to his calculations, no matter what, the Jinyang defenders could at most have 4,000 or 5,000 usable troops left, and such a force daring to launch a surprise attack outside the city was akin to seeking death. However, reports from various sources indicated that the Jinyang army launching the surprise attack on the camp definitely numbered around 10,000. This number exceeded Hu Yanyi's maximum estimate. Yet, even if the Jinyang army had over 10,000 troops available, it should not have escalated to this extent in such a short time, causing such chaos in the camp. Report! Marshal, a group of several hundred enemy cavalry, all armored, has arrived near the central tent. This news left Hu Yanyi's face pale with anger. As a renowned general, he realized that if he could not stop this Jinyang heavy cavalry's advance, once the entire camp was breached, his army would suffer an irreversible defeat, possibly leading to total annihilation. Do everything you can to block that enemy cavalry, Hu Yanyi commanded one of his aides. Marshal, the enemy cavalry is coming for you. We should first protect your retreat. This person was Hu Yanyi's personal guard leader, whose main duty was to ensure Hu Yanyi's safety. No, you lead my personal guard cavalry to stop the enemy cavalry's advance. I will organize the other troops to counterattack. I cannot allow this battle to end in such a disastrous defeat. Hu Yanyi angrily ordered his personal guard leader again. At the same time, he quickly dashed out of the tent, mounted his horse, and took only a few personal guards to an area that had not yet been struck by the Jinyang army, intending to personally gather a sufficient number of cavalry for a counterattack. The personal guard leader, left with no choice, complied and led the 300 elite guards, who were supposed to protect Hu Yanyi closely, to confront Lu Xiao and the Jinyang heavy cavalry head-on. Although Hu Yanyi's Xiongnu elite cavalry numbered only 300, they were all carefully selected from the best of the best, each equipped with armor and the finest weapons among all Xiongnu cavalry. Not only did each rider carry a curved saber, but 200 of them were additionally equipped with long spears about 10 feet in length. Their combat strength was even greater than that of 1,000 ordinary Xiongnu cavalry. Faced with a charge from the elite Xiongnu Guard cavalry, Lu Xiao and the 400 heavy cavalry of the Jinyang army showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. In their eyes, this elite Xiongnu cavalry was no different from ordinary Xiongnu riders. They were merely a bunch of insignificant pests. The heavy cavalry of the Jinyang army were all selected from the finest of the Jinyang forces. If both sides were unarmored and wielded the same weapons, then in a one-on-one confrontation, the Jinyang heavy cavalry soldiers would be evenly matched with these Xiongnu guards. However, the two sides were not equipped the same. The Jinyang heavy cavalry wore heavy armor made of 2 layers of tempered steel plates, providing far superior protection compared to the single-layer iron armor worn by the Xiongnu guards, which only protected the chest and back. At the same time, the war horses of the Jinyang heavy cavalry were also armored, while the Xiongnu Guard cavalry's horses had no armor at all, resulting in a complete advantage in protection. In terms of weaponry, the horse spear was undoubtedly more suitable for cavalry charges than a lance, and every Jinyang heavy cavalry soldier was equipped with a horse spear, while only 200 of the Xiongnu guards had lances. Additionally, each Jinyang heavy cavalry soldier carried a Tang broadsword for close combat. The Tang broadsword, one of the three peak weapons of the Tang dynasty made from modern truck spring steel, was certainly stronger than the curved sabers used by the Xiongnu guards. At this moment, the sky was getting brighter, and the visibility had increased from 70 or 80 meters when the Jinyang army first charged the Hu army camp to 100 or 200 meters. In just over a minute, visibility would be nearly as clear as in full daylight. Before the two cavalry forces collided, the elite Xiongnu guards felt a tremor of fear at the sight of the Jinyang heavy cavalry's dark gray armor, which protected even their necks and faces, but they still maintained their courage and strong fighting spirit. However, when the two sides truly clashed, both soldiers gathered their strength. The horse spears of the Jinyang heavy cavalry thrust into the Xiongnu guards, while the lances of the Xiongnu guards struck the Jinyang heavy cavalry. Puff, puff. The recoil affected not only the cavalry themselves but also their war horses. The horses neighed. On the Jinyang heavy cavalry's side, due to the weight of both the riders and their armored horses, the inertia was greater, and since the Jinyang heavy cavalry's horses were fitted with horseshoes, their grip on the ground was more stable while running, resulting in less recoil and a greater ability to withstand it. Undoubtedly, the Xiongnu guards were at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the horse spears in the hands of the Jinyang heavy cavalry were harder, sharper, and more capable of penetrating armor. No piece of armor on the Xiongnu guards could withstand the thrust of a horse spear propelled by the inertia of a charging horse. It was 100% armor-piercing. The spear even penetrated completely from the front to the back, breaking through the layer of iron armor on the back as well. In contrast, the lances wielded by the Xiongnu guards, when thrust against the heavy armor of the Jinyang cavalry, only managed to pierce the armor of 1 in 30 or 40 Jinyang heavy cavalry soldiers, and even then, it was not a complete breach but merely a shallow penetration of an inch or so. Such wounds might not even affect the combat effectiveness of the Jinyang heavy cavalry significantly. In the ensuing melee, over 40 Xiongnu guards were knocked off their horses. Once the two sides were almost entangled together, the Jinyang heavy cavalry drew their broadswords and hacked down another 30 Xiongnu guards. Subsequently, the formation of the 300 Xiongnu guards was forcefully breached. In that one encounter, nearly 80 cavalry were lost, resulting in a casualty rate of almost 30%. Even though the Xiongnu guards were the personal guards of Hu Yanyi, the elite among elites, they were now filled with dread, seeing no hope of victory against their opponents, and instead faced a one-sided slaughter. Don't worry about them, continue to break through the entire Hu army camp, Lu Sha loudly ordered, cutting down nearly 80 of the 300 Xiongnu elite cavalry from their horses. After breaking through completely, he led the Jinyang army's heavy cavalry forward without looking back, charging ahead relentlessly. The remaining 220 Xiongnu elite cavalry, being the personal guards of Hu Yanyi, had a level of endurance for casualties, morale, and courage that ordinary Xiongnu cavalry could not compare to. Chase them! The commander of the Xiongnu elite cavalry forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart, gritting his teeth as he ordered the pursuit from behind, intending to continue executing Hu Yanyi's orders, determined to block Lu Sha and the Jinyang heavy cavalry's advance at all costs. They pursued from behind, with some even switching to bows and arrows, shooting at the Jinyang heavy cavalry ahead. Unfortunately, their arrows, even if they hit the backs of the Jinyang heavy cavalry, were all deflected, having no chance of penetrating their armor. The same was true for arrows hitting the warhorses of the Jinyang heavy cavalry. They were all blocked by the armor worn by the steeds. This situation further instilled fear in the remaining Xiongnu elite cavalry soldiers, and for some reason, the warhorses ridden by the Xiongnu elite cavalry began to slow down. Even though the majority of the Xiongnu elite cavalry, with their lighter armor, could run faster, they still charged forward to intercept the Jinyang heavy cavalry. However, the result they faced was the same as during their first encounter. Their weapons could not penetrate the armor of the Jinyang heavy cavalry and their steeds, and instead, they were continuously cut down by the lances and sabers of the Jinyang heavy cavalry. More than 50 Xiongnu elite cavalry were slain, and the morale of the remaining 100 or so Xiongnu elite cavalry collapsed. They did not attempt a third charge to intercept the Jinyang heavy cavalry, allowing the Jinyang heavy cavalry to continue breaking through the entire camp of the Hu people. On the side of the Xiongnu commander Hu Yanyi, he took advantage of the time his 300 elite cavalry were engaging the Jinyang heavy cavalry to come to the rear of the camp where he gathered the Xiongnu cavalry. However, he had only been there for about 30 or 40 breaths when he saw the gray-black armored Jinyang heavy cavalry appear within his line of sight, only a couple of 100 meters away. Hu Yanyi's face turned green with anger. He could not imagine how his 300 elite cavalry, the best of the best, stronger than 1,000 ordinary cavalry, had failed to stop the Jinyang heavy cavalry's attack even slightly. They were all useless. Why couldn't they buy him some time? Hu Yanyi was unwilling to accept a crushing defeat. Even if there were over 10,000 troops from the Jinyang army coming out of the city, he had more than 50,000 troops in his camp. Even without counting the nearly 20,000 low combat ability Han soldier slaves, he still had 36,000 men, including about 25,000 cavalry. As long as he could gather 6,000 cavalry, for 1,000 cavalry, he was confident he could turn the tide of battle with them. After all, this was his camp, and his 4,000 cavalry would only grow in number as they gradually integrated the other scattered troops in the camp. But there was not enough time. He currently had fewer than 1,000 cavalry around him. Normally, the situation had already turned against him. A wise Hu Yanyi should have directly led the nearly 1,000 cavalry to flee the camp, preserving his life for another day. If he were 5 years younger, Hu Yanyi would have undoubtedly made the correct choice to escape for his life immediately. However, Hu Yanyi was already old. He often felt his strength waning. Perhaps he wouldn't live for another 2 years. Even if he preserved his life, he would no longer have the opportunity to rise again. Kill the enemy. Hu Yanyi's eyes were bloodshot as he drew his sword from his waist, personally leading the nearly 1,000 cavalry to confront Lu Sha and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry. Without a doubt, he wanted to fight desperately, seeking any chance amidst the chaos of battle. Kill. With that, both sides charged at each other. Hu Yanyi witnessed with his own eyes the heavy cavalry of Jinyang clad in armor that covered even their faces and necks. By this time, the sky was already bright, and visibility reached about 70 to 80% of what it would be in broad daylight. With the light refracting, the quenched steel plates on the Jinyang heavy cavalry gleamed with a sincere metallic luster, beyond doubt. Such a set of armor was both exquisite and awe-inspiring. For soldiers and generals alike, there was hardly anyone who wouldn't want to possess a set. Both the riders and their steeds were adorned in armor of the same material and color, making them appear as massive iron monsters charging towards him, as if man and horse were one. The war horses of the Jinyang army were also fitted with horseshoes, and the sound they made while running was distinct from that of other cavalry. Coupled with their overall weight, the sound of their gallop added a formidable heaviness compared to ordinary cavalry, unconsciously exerting greater pressure on their opponents. At that moment, Hu Yanyi felt as if a stone was pressing down on his heart. His face turned ashen, and unwilling to concede, he drew his bow and shot an arrow while there was still nearly 100 meters of distance. Whoosh! He aimed directly at the eye of a Jinyang heavy cavalryman, having noticed that the only unprotected part of the armor was the area around the eyes. However, even at this distance, hitting a target the size of an eye, even if it were stationary, was not guaranteed, let alone when the Jinyang heavy cavalry was in motion, and considering the instinctive reactions of a person. The arrow flew quickly, but not quickly enough to completely outpace human reflexes. When the arrow was about to strike the eye, a person would instinctively turn their head to evade. Even a slight movement of an inch or two would cause the arrow to hit another part of the armor. To hit the eye-like opening of the iron armor, relying solely on archery was futile. It would require a stroke of luck, an exceedingly slim chance. Hu Yanyi's arrow struck the armor plate at the neck of the Jinyang heavy cavalryman and was deflected away, failing to achieve anything. Hiss! This situation made Hu Yanyi involuntarily gasp, and he began to understand why neither the other Xiongnu cavalry nor his own 300 elite cavalry could withstand the Jinyang heavy cavalry for even a moment. Faced with such heavy cavalry, he could not think of a way to counter them in the short term. There was no time for Hu Yanyi to ponder further. The two cavalry forces collided head-on. Puff! 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 Most of the ordinary Xiongnu cavalry wore no iron armor, only leather armor, and their bodies were easily pierced by the lances wielded by the Jinyang heavy cavalry, while their curved sabers were utterly ineffective against the heavy armor of the Jinyang cavalry. Such a frontal assault was no different from seeking death for the Xiongnu cavalry. Hu Yanyi, a renowned general who had commanded armies for decades, and who had once led the charge himself in his youth, managed to evade the lance thrusting towards him from the Jinyang heavy cavalry. Once close, he struck one of the Jinyang heavy cavalrymen with his sword while also dodging the horizontal slashes from 2 or 3 other Jinyang heavy cavalrymen. All the cavalry from both sides clashed and passed through each other, with nearly 100 Xiongnu cavalrymen falling, and the remaining Xiongnu cavalry completely collapsing and scattering. Only a few Xiongnu cavalrymen managed to break through the Jinyang heavy cavalry and survive, among them Hu Yanyi, the leading commander. Although Hu Yanyi did not die in that round of direct confrontation, he felt extremely fatigued and powerless, with his limbs somewhat weak. At the same time, his gaze was filled with terror, and his confidence suffered a severe blow. Earlier, he had held a glimmer of hope to turn the tide of battle during the conflict, but now he felt none at all. Unable to withstand the charge of the Jinyang heavy cavalry, even if he were given time to gather over 5,000 cavalry, he feared he would have no chance to change the outcome of the battle, let alone the fact that he had no time to assemble such a force. Hu Yanyi could not muster the confidence and courage to lead the remaining Xiongnu cavalry to pursue and intercept the charge of the Jinyang heavy cavalry. The military camp was on the verge of being completely breached. The situation was dire. Retreat! Hu Yanyi gritted his teeth and prepared to flee with the remaining Xiongnu cavalry he could still command. Previously, he had hesitated to retreat directly because he was unwilling to give up, believing there might still be a glimmer of hope. But at this moment, having personally experienced the formidable combat power of Lu Shao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry, he saw no chance at all, and his mindset changed. Hu Yanyi wanted to escape, but the other Jinyang troops would not allow it. Among the 2,600 Jinyang light cavalry, 1,000 riders had been closely following the heavy cavalry, now appearing just over 100 meters away from Hu Yanyi and his men. Charge in and completely scatter those Hu cavalry. This 1,000-rider unit was surprisingly led by Deputy General Zhao Bin himself. Zhao Bin not only saw the more than 800 Xiongnu cavalry that had been cut through by Lu Shao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry, but he also immediately recognized Hu Yanyi among them, whose armor was distinctly different from that of the ordinary Xiongnu cavalry. Though he did not know that this was the Xiongnu army's commander Hu Yanyi, one thing was certain: Hu Yanyi was undoubtedly one of the high-ranking leaders of the Hu. The two sides were too close. Hu Yanyi wanted to lead the more than 800 Xiongnu cavalry still in disarray to flee, but there was no time. Reluctantly, he had to brace himself and fight. The more than 800 Xiongnu cavalry were not significantly outnumbered by Zhao Bin's 1,000 Jinyang light cavalry. If these Xiongnu cavalry had not been trampled by Lu Shao and the heavy cavalry, maintaining their formation and morale, they might not have been able to defeat Zhao Bin's 1,000 light cavalry, but they could have retreated while fighting after an initial clash. However, in the rush, only a little over 200 Xiongnu cavalry were quickly organized to form a line and charge at the front, with a few dozen more following loosely. The remaining 500 Xiongnu cavalry were still in panic and chaos, spinning in place. The two cavalry units collided. Puff, puff, puff. Undoubtedly, although the Xiongnu cavalry faced only light cavalry like themselves, rather than the heavy cavalry of Lu Shao and others, they were still completely overwhelmed. In one clash, over 50 riders were knocked off their horses, and the remaining 100 or so were completely scattered. Hu Yanyi sat on his horse, disheveled and in a sorry state. Just moments ago, he had nearly been slain by Zhao Bin's blade. He barely dodged, but his hair was clipped. The 1,000 Jinyang light cavalry did not turn back after scattering the more than 200 Xiongnu cavalry charging with Hu Yanyi. Except for about 200 riders, who under Zhao Bin's leadership focused on surrounding and attacking Hu Yanyi, the remaining 800 continued to charge towards the more than 500 Xiongnu cavalry, who were still panicking and spinning in place, slaughtering them mercilessly. This was a one-sided massacre. Only a dozen riders remained by Hu Yanyi's side. He wanted to run, but Zhao Bin personally led 200 riders to pursue and encircle him. Finally, after running 200 or 300 meters, he and the four remaining Xiongnu cavalry were completely surrounded by Zhao Bin and the Jinyang light cavalry. What is your status among the Hu? Surrender quickly if you know what's good for you, Zhao Bin demanded, wanting to know Hu Yanyi's specific identity. I am Hu Yanyi, who has followed the late Emperor Lu Yuan in campaigns for decades, destroying the Jin court and establishing a new dynasty. I never expected to lose my life here today. If you want me to surrender, it is absolutely impossible. Hu Yanyi spoke boldly, not hiding anything and not intending to rely on surrender to survive. In truth, he realized that even if he were willing to surrender, the chances of surviving were very slim, and he would be ridiculed by the world from then on. Hu Yanyi, commander of the Xiongnu army, great, wonderful. Zhao Bin was overjoyed, not expecting to catch such a big fish so easily. Kill. Zhao Bin wasted no time and ordered the encirclement and slaughter. About 20 breaths later, the renowned Hun's general Hu Yanyi was brutally hacked to death by several soldiers of the Jinyang army on the battlefield. Cut off his head and display it on a flagpole to show on the battlefield, hastening the collapse of the Hu people. Zhao Bin laughed heartily as he issued the command. At this moment, the Jinyang army had truly secured victory. The Hu people had absolutely no chance of turning the tide. Over here, Zhao Bin personally led 1,000 cavalry, closely following Lu Shao and the 400 heavy cavalry, not only killing countless enemies but also capturing the biggest prize, Huyan. On Lu Shao's side, after leading the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry to completely breach the Hu army camp, he turned his horse around and charged back for a second assault. The 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry had completely penetrated the Hu camp, while another 2,600 Jinyang light cavalry and 5,000 Jinyang infantry followed suit, wreaking havoc in the camp of over 21,000 Hunnic cavalry, causing complete chaos and heavy casualties. Many Hunnic cavalry began to scatter and flee outside the camp, marking a trend of overall collapse. Among the Hu cavalry, besides the more than 21,000 Hunnic cavalry, there were also over 3,000 Chang and D cavalry. The Chang and D cavalry camp was located to the right of the Hunnic cavalry camp and had not been immediately struck by the Jinyang army. By the time the first Jinyang army unit appeared at the edge of their camp, they had already gathered over 2,000 cavalry. However, the first reaction of these Chang and D cavalry was not to resist the Jinyang army, nor to help the Huns fend off the Jinyang army, but to flee directly outside the camp. It was simple. The Chang and D people had never been united with the Huns. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rebelled against the Huns several times in the past decade in Guangzhou. This time, Huyan led 100,000 troops north to Jinyang city, among which 30,000 were Chang and D soldiers, but now only over 3,000 cavalry and 4,000 infantry remained, having lost more than 20,000. The remaining Chang and D people were no longer willing to continue fighting for the Huns. They wished for Huyan to die, for the other Huns to perish as well, and hoped that the Jinyang army would annihilate the Huns entirely. If the Huns suffered a heavy blow under Jinyang city, their overall strength would be greatly diminished, and it was possible that the Chang and D people would rebel against the Huns in Guangzhou again, completely breaking free from Hunnic control. In fact, the Chang and D people might even be able to exterminate the Huns, occupy Guangzhou, and establish a dynasty belonging to their own tribes. When the Jinyang army charged into the Chang and D cavalry camp, several high-ranking Chang and D generals unhesitatingly led the gathered 2,000 Chang and D cavalry to flee the camp, leaving behind the remaining thousands who had not yet gathered and were in a disorganized state. In another direction, there was a mixed infantry camp of Huns and Chang and D people with 11,000 troops. Only 2,000 Jinyang infantry were charging towards them. Before the Hunnic cavalry camp was even halfway breached by Lu Shao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry, these 2,000 Jinyang infantry had already stormed into the mixed infantry camp of the various Hu. Although the mixed Hu infantry numbered around 11,000, 5.5 times the 2,000 Jinyang infantry, they had nearly 4,000 wounded, with only a little over 7,000 uninjured. Most importantly, the initial combined strength of the Hunnic and Chang and D infantry was a staggering 43,000, yet they had suffered 32,000 casualties in just over half a month of siege warfare. If the nearly 4,000 wounded were included in the casualties, then from 43,000, the losses approached 36,000. That's over 80% casualties. It should be noted that in a direct confrontation, a force that can sustain 30 to 40% casualties without collapsing is considered elite. In siege warfare, due to the prolonged duration of the conflict, the casualties that an equally elite army can endure significantly increase, but at most, it can only double. The Xiongnu infantry and Xiongdi infantry cannot be considered elite troops, as they should have lost morale and collapsed when their casualties exceeded 60%. Yet, under various means employed by Huyan, they were pushed to suffer over 80% casualties. Although it seemed there were still 11,000 men, in reality, they were not much different from a group of soldiers whose morale had completely shattered. After 2,000 Jinyang infantry charged in, they encountered almost no significant resistance, easily breaking through the infantry camp and causing all the Xiongnu and Changdi soldiers to scatter and flee. This was the first camp among all the Hu troops to collapse, even faster than the Changdi cavalry that had retreated voluntarily. After the collapse of the 11,000 mixed Xiongnu and Changdi infantry and the more than 3,000 Changdi cavalry, in less than 100 breaths, Lu Shao and the 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry completely penetrated the camp of over 21,000 Xiongnu cavalry. At the same time, Deputy General Zhao Bin's 1,000-strong Jinyang light cavalry beheaded the commander Huyan. These events signified that the Jinyang army had completely secured victory. Kill. The 400 Jinyang heavy cavalry charged into the Xiongnu cavalry camp for the second time. Meanwhile, Zhao Bin had already severed Huyan's head and hung it on a flagpole, beginning to slaughter while spreading the news of the victory across the battlefield. The more than 21,000 Xiongnu cavalry were the strongest and most core force within the entire Hu army. However, they faced the combined assault of Lu Shao's 400 heavy cavalry, along with 2,600 Jinyang light cavalry and 5,000 Jinyang infantry. When their entire camp was breached by the heavy cavalry, several gathered groups of cavalry were all defeated, and at that moment, the largest remaining group of Xiongnu cavalry still able to gather was fewer than 400 riders. The vast majority were in a state of disarray and chaos. Some Xiongnu cavalry even had no idea where their own horses had run off to. In such a state, they encountered the second charge of Lu Xiao's 400 heavy cavalry, compounded by the sight of their commander Hu Yanyi's head hanging on the flagpole, spreading panic across the battlefield. The marshal is dead. The marshal is dead. All remaining Xiongnu cavalry, upon seeing Hu Yanyi's head on the flagpole, were filled with terror, losing all will to fight, and they all collapsed and fled in all directions. Kill! The Jinyang army also began a full pursuit. Historically, pursuing fleeing soldiers was akin to slaughtering lambs, as just 2 or 3 Jinyang soldiers could easily chase down and kill a dozen or 20 fleeing soldiers. The Xiongnu cavalry, Changdi cavalry, and mixed Xiongnu Changdi infantry all collapsed, marking a complete rout. It was now close to 6 o'clock in the morning. The visibility was nearly indistinguishable from broad daylight, perfectly suitable for the Jinyang soldiers to pursue the fleeing Hu soldiers. Notably, there was another camp within the Hu army, housing nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves. Cao Mao led 800 selected Han soldier captives to oversee this area. At first, they wore the same clothes as the other Han soldier slaves, and before they charged into the Han soldier slave camp, the Hu commanders could still distinguish friend from foe. However, once they mixed in with the Han soldier slaves, the Hu commanders could no longer tell which were the Han soldier slaves in the camp and which were the enemies who had been subverted by the Jinyang army. This was one of the strategies Cao Mao had discussed in advance with the 800 Han soldier captives. Once they mingled with nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves, they immediately shouted loudly, "The Jinyang army and we are all sons of the Han family. Sons of the Han family do not fight against each other. Surrender to the Jinyang army, and you will have food to eat and meat to eat." The Hu people are barbarians, usurping the Han family's territory and enslaving the Han people. The Hu people are the true enemies of all sons of the Han family. Kill the Hu people, kill the Hu people, surrender to the Jinyang army. These slogans were shouted one after another, and while the Han soldier slaves were still in doubt, the Hu leaders in the camp were both shocked and furious. One Hu leader directly swung his curved knife, intending to kill the Han soldier captive who was shouting. In fact, they instinctively hacked at any Han soldier slave blocking their way. Before the shouting Han soldier captive could kill 2, he had already slain more than 10 Han soldier slaves. If it were a normal time, these Han soldier slaves, accustomed to being enslaved and with their families under Hu rule, would not dare to resist, even when being randomly slaughtered. But this moment was different. It was clear to see that the Xiongnu cavalry camp, the Chang and Di cavalry camp, and the mixed infantry camp of various Hu were all ablaze, in utter chaos. It was obvious to anyone with sense that the Hu were likely finished. Moreover, those who had rushed into the camp and mixed in with them were undoubtedly the same Han soldier slaves who had participated in the attack on Jinyang City more than half a month ago but had mysteriously gone silent after reaching the city walls. The Hu had proclaimed that those Han soldier slaves had been captured by the Jinyang army and turned into military provisions, but it was clear now that this was not the case. They had surrendered to the Jinyang army. Some people incited others, and given the current situation, many Han soldier slaves were already restless. When they saw the Hu leaders who usually bullied and enslaved them randomly killing people, some could no longer hold back and immediately stabbed a Hu leader from behind. Among the Han soldier slaves, some cooperated, and one of the strategies agreed upon by Cao Mao and the other 800 Han soldier captives was to eliminate all Hu leaders in the Han soldier slave camp. They began to take action together. After all, there were only about 100 Hu leaders scattered among nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves, a pitifully small number. Not to mention that other Han soldier slaves helped. Even if relying solely on Cao Mao and the other 800, they could easily slay all the Hu leaders. After killing the Hu leaders, the entire Han soldier slave camp inevitably fell into chaos. Many instinctively wanted to run around, while some wanted to check out a few Hu camps to see if there was an opportunity to help the Jinyang army kill Hu people. The tasks given to Cao Mao by Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, and others were not to lead nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves to turn against the Hu and attack them together, but rather to ensure that all Han soldier slaves did not run around and stayed calm in the camp, guarding their own area. Everyone, don't run around, and there's no need to help surround and kill the Hu. The Jinyang army has already defeated the Hu, so stay calm in the camp. Some of you should step forward and hold the edge of the camp with us, preventing the Hu from entering. Many Han soldier slaves raised their hands voluntarily. However, not all who raised their hands were organized by Cao Mao. There simply wasn't enough time, and the overall response had to be quick. Therefore, one of the strategies he had agreed upon with the 800 Han soldier captives was that when he shouted these two sentences, each Han soldier captive would bring one or two of the nearest Han soldier slaves to meet him and follow his arrangements. A Han soldier captive bringing the same one or two Han soldier slaves ultimately gathered over 2,000 people, consisting of the 800 Han soldier captives and more than 1,000 Han soldier slaves, who followed Cao Mao's orders to defend the camp's edge. This was to prevent the Hu from entering chaotically and to stop other Han soldier slaves from running around. When the mixed Xiongnu and Chang infantry of 11,000 first collapsed and fled, indeed, some Hu rout soldiers came towards the Han soldier slave camp. Cao Mao, leading those stationed at the camp's edge, killed more than 100 Hu rout soldiers. Time passed little by little, and soon news came that the Hu's three camps, with 25,000 cavalry and 11,000 infantry, had all suffered a complete rout. At this moment, Cao Mao finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the camp of nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves, with Cao Mao doing his utmost to maintain order, no major chaos occurred. As the troops from Jinyang pursued the fleeing Hu soldiers, they deliberately circled around the camp of the Han soldier slaves. The Han soldier slaves witnessed the complete rout of the Hu forces, who were being hunted down across the mountains by the Jinyang army. These Han soldier slaves had not only been used as slaves by the Hu in the military camp, forced to do the hardest, most exhausting, and most dangerous work, eating the worst food and wearing the poorest clothing, subjected to wanton humiliation and beatings, living lives worse than pigs or dogs under Hu rule. They lived in conditions that were equally miserable. They were usually terrified of the Hu, but deep down, they harbored a profound hatred for them. As the saying goes, it is easy to kick a drowning dog. Although these Han soldier slaves had only eaten half a bowl of bran rice soup the night before and were now so hungry that their stomachs were pressed against their backs, many still felt a surge of heat and excitement, wanting to join in the hunt for the fleeing Hu soldiers. If we go out, we won't be able to chase the Hu very far. It's better not to cause trouble for the Jinyang army. We should wait here in the camp. The Jinyang army will soon make arrangements for us. Cao Mao tried to calm the restless Han soldier slaves. He himself wanted to join the pursuit, but he knew better that with the physical condition of the Han soldier slaves, they would likely collapse after running just a few hundred meters outside the camp. Even if they managed to catch up to the Hu, it was highly probable that they would be the ones getting killed. After about half an hour, all the Hu in the military camp and the surrounding area had either been killed or captured, and they had been completely cleared out. Most of the Jinyang troops were pursuing the Hu at a distance, while a small portion remained behind to guard the captives and clean up the battlefield. Lu Shao and the 400 heavy cavalry of Jinyang did not chase the Hu too far. After the Hu's complete collapse, they returned to Jinyang city in less than half an hour. This was normal, as heavy cavalry was not suited for chasing down fleeing enemies across the mountains. The main pursuit was led by Deputy Generals Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian, along with dozens of mid-level officers, who took 2,600 light cavalry and over 3,000 infantry to pursue. During the battle, they had captured many war horses, and Lu Kuan later arranged for 2,000 infantry who could ride to mount the captured horses and join the pursuit. This meant that the force chasing the Hu consisted of over 4,000 cavalry and more than 3,000 infantry. If they added the more than 1,000 troops who had gone ahead to block the Hu's escape route, they would have nearly 10,000 men. The task of eliminating the Hu soldiers was left to Deputy Generals Zhao Bin and Zhang Xian. Meanwhile, Lu Kuan and his son Lu Shao had to deal with the countless post-battle matters in Jinyang City and prepare to send troops south to seize Hadong County. Lu Shao returned to Jinyang City with the remaining 367 heavy cavalry and immediately removed his heavy armor. The casualties among the other troops were still being counted, but the losses among the heavy cavalry were already clear. There were 33 casualties, 8 of whom died directly on the battlefield. This direct death rate was significantly higher than that of other units. There was no way around it. While heavy cavalry had far superior protection due to their armor, the weight of the armor made them more vulnerable when falling from their horses compared to light cavalry. Moreover, in the chaotic battlefield of cavalry, it was difficult for enemy soldiers to kill the wounded with swords, but they could easily trample them with their horses. Fortunately, among the other 25, only 4 were severely injured, and it was expected that around 22 or 23 could be saved, with the actual losses being around 10. Additionally, the heavy armor was not lost. With some repairs and additional personnel, the Jinyang heavy cavalry still had a force of 400. In the modern time frame, it's over. Jinyang City has achieved a great victory. Chang Chen stood up and stretched, rubbing his sore neck. In this great battle, he had used Lu Shao's perspective, akin to a third-person view in a battle royale game, and he had seen a much clearer picture than Lu Shao himself. This was far more immersive than watching a movie in a theater. After all, the cinema is ultimately a product of imagination, a performance brought to life, but through Lu Xiao's eyes, he sees a completely real battlefield. Although it is thrilling, it is also very bloody, with a significant impact on the soul. Chang Chen walked to the refrigerator, opened it, and took out 2 cans of cola, drinking one himself and passing the other to Lu Xiao. Catch! Chang Chen's voice suddenly reached Lu Xiao's ears in the ancient time and space. After a breath's time, a can of cola appeared out of nowhere in front of Lu Xiao and then naturally fell down. Lu Xiao, who had practiced martial arts since childhood and personally led troops into battle, had killed dozens of enemy soldiers, and his reflexes were quick. With a swift motion, he accurately caught the can of cola in his hand. This scene had occurred many times over the past 6 months. Chang Chen often shared things with Lu Xiao, including these cans of cola, which Lu Xiao had already drunk a few times before. "Thank you." Lu Xiao smiled brightly, thanked him, and skillfully opened the can to take a sip. The reason Chang Chen gave Lu Xiao cola was that it contained a lot of sugar, and Lu Xiao, wearing heavy armor weighing dozens of pounds, had been fighting for nearly an hour, consuming a tremendous amount of energy. Indeed, after a sip of cola, Lu Xiao not only felt refreshed but also regained a considerable amount of strength. After a while, the doorbell rang, and the delivery of breakfast ordered by Chang Chen arrived. Simple buns and soy milk. Chang Chen ordered a few extra large meat buns and sent them over to Lu Xiao. After casually finishing his meal, Chang Chen yawned and said, "I've watched you all night, and I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye." With that, he directly cut off the connection. While Chang Chen could be so carefree, Lu Xiao could not. As the young master of the Jinyang army, he had too many post-war matters waiting for him to handle. First was how to settle the Han soldier slaves. Since they were not captured after being defeated, these nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves could not be treated as prisoners of war. However, Lu Xiao ordered that all weapons of the Han soldier slaves be confiscated first, allowing them to enter Jinyang City empty-handed. Then, he mixed them with the previous batch of over 9,000 Han soldier slaves who had surrendered on the city wall more than half a month ago, reorganizing them into units of about 5,000 people, distributed across 6 resettlement areas. The first batch of over 9,000 Han soldier slaves had undergone more than half a month of ideological transformation and could positively influence the subsequent batch of Han soldier slaves. More detailed arrangements would follow. It is worth mentioning that news of the Wu army's defeat outside Dajing City reached Jinyang City. While the common people cheered, many took up sickles and hoes, eager to leave the city to check on the crops they had planted more than half a month ago. They were anxious to know if their crops had been ravaged by the Hu people and to what extent. The people of Huaxia, regardless of gender, have an inherent obsession with farming, especially the hundreds of thousands of elderly, weak, women, and children in ancient Jinyang City, for whom food represents the hope of continuing their lives. The crops they had painstakingly cultivated more than half a month ago would be their food supply for the entire year after harvest. Several generals had said that the deities only protected the people of Jinyang until the autumn harvest. If the people of Jinyang could not be self-sufficient and strive for self-improvement, the deities would abandon them. Upon learning of this, Lu Xiao personally stepped forward to reassure the people who wanted to leave the city to check on their crops. There are many Hu soldiers outside, and it is very dangerous for everyone to leave the city. It won't be long before we can clear them out in a couple of days, so there's no need to rush. A strong woman waved her sickle and said fearlessly, "We can help the general clear out the Hu people." It was unclear whether she was joking or truly had such courage. However, Lu Xiao could not allow them to go out and help clear the Hu people. The defeated Hu soldiers are like grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to hop around for long before being completely eradicated. Why add to the casualties of the common people? Under Lu Xiao's reassurance, the people eventually returned to their homes, patiently waiting for the defeated soldiers outside the city to be cleared away before venturing out. Over the next 2 days, various troops pursuing the Hu soldiers reported back good news, along with a steady stream of captured prisoners. By the afternoon of the second day, the general results and casualties had been tallied. More than 21,000 Xiongnu cavalry were killed, over 12,000, and more than 7,000 were captured, still leaving over 1,000 unaccounted for. Over 3,000 Chang and D cavalry had over 600 killed and more than 1,700 captured, with about 1,000 still missing. The 11,000 mixed infantry of Xiongnu and Chang had over 8,000 killed and more than 2,000 captured. Compared to the cavalry, there were still over 2,000 unaccounted for, while only a little over 100 infantry were missing, which could be considered completely annihilated. The unaccounted Hu soldiers, whether they hid well or not, would surely not dare to remain in the Jinzhong plain and would find ways to escape over mountains to Hedong County or to Guangzhong. On the Jinyang army side, the light cavalry suffered over 600 casualties, and the infantry lost over 2,800. Most of these losses occurred during the pursuit of the Hu soldiers. There was no way around it. Although the defeated enemy was frightened and lacked the courage to fight back when caught, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, over 30,000, most of whom were cavalry. Cavalry can run fast. If not for the preemptive blockade of 2 escape routes, most of the fleeing cavalry would have likely escaped. On those 2 essential routes, thousands of Hu cavalry were blocked, leading to several fierce battles. Including the 33 heavy cavalry casualties, the total losses for the Jinyang army across all units amounted to about 3,500. The total number of participants in the battle was over 11,100, of which 1,000 were lightly wounded soldiers. After excluding all the injured, only about 7,000 of the Jinyang army remained unscathed. This casualty ratio is not small. Theoretically, they should take some time to regroup. However, for the Jinyang army to fully open the situation, it is not enough to simply annihilate the 100,000-strong Xiongnu Hanzhao army attacking Jinyang City. They must also take advantage of the momentum to capture cities and plunder land, especially to seize the wealthy Hedong County. The Jinzhong Plain controlled by Jinyang City has only over 2.5 million acres of arable land, while Hedong County boasts over 10 million acres, 3 to 4 times that of the Jinzhong Plain. Now that the 100,000 Hanzhao army has been defeated at Jinyang City, and the news of the renowned general Hu Yanyi's death should have just reached Hedong County, this is the moment when the influence of the Xiongnu Hanzhao court in Hedong County is most panicked. Shower, you will personally lead 6,000 troops and take Hu Yanyi's head south to attack Hedong County. Lu Kuan decided to send Lu Shao to lead the troops himself. As his only son and the young master of the Jinyang army, Lu Shao must establish sufficient prestige. Although Lu Shao could contact the immortal Chang Chen, such matters sound too illusory and unreal to those who have not seen them with their own eyes. Only the prestige gained from military achievements is truly tangible. If Lu Shao were not sent for such an important task as attacking Hedong County, Lu Kuan would lead the troops himself. He would not entrust it to anyone else. I obey, father. Lu Shao did not hesitate to lead 6,000 troops south to Hedong County. This time, having defeated the besieging Xiongnu Hanzhao army at Jinyang City and seized a large number of warhorses, they aimed to speed up their march and not give the Hedong too much time to prepare. The 6,000 Jinyang troops heading south to Hedong County included 2,500 cavalry, while the remaining 3,500 were all mounted and on the move. Riding a warhorse for battle requires specialized training, but riding a warhorse for travel does not. Most people can quickly adapt once they are on horseback. Those who truly cannot adapt were left behind in Jinyang City by Lu Kuan and Lu Shao. Additionally, Lu Shao brought along 400 sets of heavy armor and 330 sets of steel light armor. Heavy armor can not only serve as heavy cavalry in a charge but also significantly increase the chances of breaching a city wall if a team of soldiers in heavy armor is sent up the siege ladders during an assault. Although the Xiongnu and Hanzhao forces in Hedong County would undoubtedly be terrified, they might still offer fierce resistance, so preparations in this regard must be made. In the first 2 hours after Lu Shao led his army south, the modern-day Changchen delivered the second batch of compressed biscuits. Every soldier of the Jinyang army heading south to Hedong County carried 20 blocks of compressed biscuits, along with some other dry rations, enough for 4 to 5 days of consumption. Hedong County has a county government and 8 county towns, with the most important being the county seat, Anni City. During the Warring States period, Anni was the capital of the Wei state in its mid-period, and during the Qin, Han, Wei, and Jin dynasties, it continued to serve as a county-level city, with fortifications as strong as those of Jinyang City, the core of Bingzhou. Of course, Hedong County is not only home to Xiongnu and other nomadic peoples but also has a large population of Han people, who make up more than half of the total population. We have completely annihilated the 100,000 troops attacking Jinyang to the north and killed their commander, Hu Yanyi. We are now heading south to Hedong County, and many will surely be willing to join the Jinyang army to help us take Hedong County. Lu Shao ignored the other county towns and led his 6,000 troops straight to Anni City, aiming to capture the most important city first. It must be said that the Jinyang army had only sent 6,000 men, which greatly disappointed many in Anni City who wanted to assist the Jinyang army. After all, Anni City had over 3,000 Xiongnu defenders, along with other nomadic peoples and some Han soldiers, totaling around 7,000 to 8,000 defenders. The Jinyang army's numbers were insufficient even to match the defenders of Anni City, making it difficult to capture such a large city. Normally, taking Anni City would indeed be challenging, but this was not a normal situation. Lu Shao first ordered the soldiers of the Jinyang army to throw the head of Hu Yanyi, preserved with salt for several days, over the city wall. This immediately caused great panic among the Xiongnu inside the city while greatly encouraging those who wished to join the Jinyang army. That night, with the internal and external cooperation of those willing to defect within the city, Lu Shao ordered the Jinyang soldiers to use makeshift ladders made from local materials to cross the moat, then let the first wave of soldiers in heavy and steel light armor climb the city wall. In less than an hour, they successfully captured Ani City. After taking Ani City, which served as the county seat, the 8 subordinate county towns quickly surrendered, with 6 yielding within the next 2 days, leaving only 2 that needed to be attacked, and only one, Pingyang County, offering significant resistance. Pingyang County is the upper county, with a population that is only slightly less than that of Ani City and more than any of the other 7 county towns, and it holds a very important geographical position, with over 80% of its defending soldiers being Xiongnu. Fortunately, it was just a county town, and even with a large number of defenders, they were still under 1,000, and it was soon captured. News of Lu Xiao's successful takeover of Hadong County reached Jinyang City. Good, very good. Lu Koan, Zhaobin, Zhang Exayan, and many soldiers and civilians of the Jinyang army were elated. This meant that the Jinyang army now possessed 2 county-level strongholds in over a dozen cities. Before the great chaos in the world, Hadong County had a large population. Even if it were halved and halved again, there should still be around 160,000 to 170,000 Han people, and with the nomads included, it exceeds 200,000. The immortals often tell us that those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Indeed, the nomads cannot be relied upon, and how to deal with them still requires careful consideration. Directly washing it away is definitely not an option. Once the news gets out, the Jinyang army will surely be targeted collectively by all the Hu people, even besieged. Currently, the Jinyang army has only a few thousand combat troops, while over 10,000 injured soldiers need time to recover. The more than 28,000 Han soldier slaves also require time to regain their strength, as well as ideological reformation, reorganization, training, and so on. In fact, if there were still available troops, the Jinyang army should not only seize Hadong County but also take over the counties of Yuanping and Guangwu in northern Jinyang. At that time, the Jinyang army's sphere of influence would be protected by the Luliang Mountains to the west, the Yellow River Mo to the south, the Taihang Mountains to the east, and the Yanmen Pass to the north. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Lu Xiao led 6,000 Jinyang troops south to capture Hadong County. Although the casualties were not many, the county seat of Ani and the 8 subordinate counties all required troops to garrison and monitor the direction of the Yellow River to prevent the Xiongnu Han Zhao Court's false emperor Lu Yao from sending troops to reclaim it. When Lu Xiao returned to Jinyang City, he brought back only a little over 500 men, more than 200 of whom were injured. After discussion, Lu Koan sent Deputy General Zhang Exayan to take command in Hadong County. There are too many matters to handle, and the most urgent now is how to quickly increase the Jinyang army's strength. To defend Jinyang City and Hadong County, relying solely on the current available troops is already a stretch, let alone further expansion. That night around 7 o'clock, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, and Zhaobin sat together to discuss. According to the previous practices of various factions, after executing all captured soldiers and mid to high-ranking generals, they could immediately recruit the remaining lower-ranking leaders and ordinary soldiers to gain a large number of troops. However, influenced by Chang Chen and their own belief that the Hu people are untrustworthy, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, and others decided that the captured Xiongnu, Chang, and D soldiers could not be used. Not only could they not be used, but they also needed to be dealt with quickly, otherwise, they would become unstable factors and waste food. The ordinary Hu people in Hadong County could not be touched for the time being to avoid spreading the news, which could incite panic among the various Hu tribes and lead to a united attack against them. However, the captured Hu soldiers in Jinyang City could be quietly dealt with first. Thus, the available troop sources for Jinyang City were reduced to 3. The first was the soldiers injured during the Great Battle, numbering over 10,000. However, healing from wounds takes time. No matter how urgent it is, they will heal in the number of days it takes. The second source was to recruit young Han men from the newly captured Hadong County. Although there were about 160,000 to 170,000 Han civilians in Hadong County, years of war and forced conscription by the Hu people had left the young Han men in short supply. For instance, among the 100,000 Xiongnu Han Zhao troops led by Huyan Yi to besiege Jinyang City, over 30,000 were Han soldier slaves, with many of them conscripted from Hadong County. Therefore, there were not many young Han men left in Hadong County. Moreover, ordinary young men would also need to recover their health and undergo strict training before they could be used. This left only the last source, the most direct and quickest to obtain, the more than 28,000 Han soldier slaves. It would be best if those Han soldier slaves could recover for a month, regain their strength, and undergo ideological education to understand Han history, know what it means to be Han, take pride in being a son of the Han family, and harbor hatred for the Hu people before formally joining the Jinyang army. Otherwise, they would not be very reassuring to use, and their combat effectiveness would be limited. They had previously reformed over 4,700 Han soldier captives and were well aware of the significant differences between Han soldiers who had undergone ideological education and those who had not. All of this takes time. Lu Xiao sighed. In the modern timespace, that night, Chang Chen still connected to the ancient timespace as previously agreed, listening to their discussions through Lu Xiao's perspective. I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? In response to the difficulties faced by Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and others, Chang Chen suddenly spoke up with a light-hearted tone, smiling. Immortal, please go ahead. Lu Xiao immediately perked up and replied. Lu Kuan and Zhao Bin also turned their attention towards him. Naturally, they could not see Chang Chen, so they were looking at the empty space above Lu Xiao's head, primarily expressing their respect for Chang Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Chen said, "You can organize a grievance movement among those 28,000 Han soldier slaves. All of those 28,000 Han soldier slaves came from under the rule of the Xiongnu, and they must have all suffered oppression and enslavement at the hands of the Hu people, with some even having close relatives who died tragically at their hands. Undoubtedly, deep down, they all harbored an intense hatred for the Hu people. The so-called grievance movement would involve vividly recounting the well-known facts familiar to the Han soldier slaves, criticizing the Hu people and narrating the suffering brought about by their usurpation of the Han dynasty. This would fully ignite the hatred the Han soldier slaves felt towards the Hu people. By harnessing this hatred, they could quickly build consensus and form cohesion. Love and hatred are two extremes, and they are also the easiest emotions to provoke in people. In any case, this grievance movement had already seen very successful examples in the time and space where Chang Chen was situated, and Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and the others might as well give it a try. Chang Chen believed it would definitely have some effect. Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and Zhao Bin each pondered Chang Chen's suggestion carefully. The more they thought about it, the brighter their eyes became, as they felt it was indeed feasible. Thank you for your suggestion, Immortal. Lu Kuan sincerely expressed his gratitude. They then continued to discuss the details of implementing this grievance movement. The next day, this grievance movement was simultaneously launched in 6 camps of Han soldier slaves. The results were far better than what Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and Zhao Bin had imagined. The suffering brought by the Hu people was simply too horrific. Young men saw one another forcibly conscripted into slavery, while women with even a hint of beauty were taken away, with equally tragic outcomes. Their homes were almost robbed by the Hu people several times a year. Sometimes, the Hu soldiers, dissatisfied with the spoils, would burn down their houses, and it was considered fortunate if a family could survive intact. In recent years, the Hu people had even begun to adopt the practice of cooking two-legged sheep from the Chang people, capturing Han civilians to serve as military provisions, especially women, who were assaulted during the day and treated as food at night. How brutal it was. Even without mentioning anything else, the bullying and beatings the Han soldier slaves suffered in the Hu military camps, along with their daily hunger, where they were fed less than livestock, was enough to make them loathe the Hu people. It is worth mentioning that from the day they defeated the Hu people, not only did the first batch of over 9,000 surrendered Han soldier slaves receive the promised white rice and large pieces of meat, but even the second batch of nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves also got to eat. They were provided with real white rice, fragrant flatbreads, meat, eggs, and vegetables. The meals provided by the Jinyang army were like heaven compared to the husk and rice soup the Hu people had given them before. Overall, it was here in the Jinyang army that they finally ate what they truly deserved as human beings, and it was also very abundant and delicious. Not to mention their hatred for the Hu people. The mere fact that the Jinyang army was willing to feed them such food was enough to make them willing to serve the Jinyang army. The grievance movement and the sumptuous meals quickly fostered a sense of belonging and loyalty among all the Han soldier slaves towards the Jinyang army. Building strength and gaining muscle can take time. The change in mindset is the most important. This will ensure their loyalty. Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and Zhao Bin discussed that in 2 days, they would directly reorganize these 28,000 Han soldier slaves and officially incorporate them into the Jinyang army. After becoming the Jinyang army, they would take their time to gradually strengthen their bodies, build their strength, and progressively narrate the history of Huaxia, deepening their understanding of the Han people and making them aware of the former glory of Huaxia history, taking pride in being sons of the Han family. Although these newly restructured Jinyang soldiers had significantly lower combat effectiveness compared to the other Jinyang army due to training and physical condition, at least they could be mobilized directly in case of emergencies. They might not be ready for field battles, but they could certainly be tasked with defending the city, allowing the original strong Jinyang army to be freed up. Transforming the Han soldier slaves into formal Jinyang soldiers required drawing a portion from the original Jinyang army to serve as grassroots leaders. The original Jinyang army had just undergone more than half a month of offensive and defensive battles in Jinyang, as well as the campaign to seize Hadong County, resulting in many soldiers with military achievements. Based on their merits, they were assigned ranks such as General Flag, 100 households, and 1,000 households. 1,000 households could lead 1,000 troops, 100 households could lead 100, and a General Flag could lead 50. Below the General Flag were small flags, which could lead 10 men. The position of small flag was not drawn from the original Jinyang army but was reserved for the Han soldier slaves themselves. After being restructured into the Jinyang army, they would certainly undergo a month of physical recovery and 3 to 5 months of rigorous training, including physical fitness training, archery training, and formation training, among others. After training, there would be assessments, and those who excelled would be awarded the position of small flag. It is worth mentioning that among the Han soldier slaves, there were already some leaders, but the mid to high-level leaders were all Hu people and had long been eliminated. Some ordinary leaders who had overly flattered the Hu people and helped them oppress their fellow Han soldier slaves had also been selected for purging, leaving only a few. These few were stripped of their positions and mixed with ordinary Han soldier slaves for reorganization. Those with abilities would stand out in the assessments after training, while those without would honestly serve as ordinary soldiers. The restructuring went relatively smoothly, with only minor incidents that had little impact. This time, the Jinyang army gained more than 28,000 usable soldiers. On the surface, the number of new Jinyang soldiers looks impressive, but to ensure they possess sufficient combat strength, physical recovery is one aspect, and training is another. Neither can be achieved in just a few days, so it must be done gradually. Currently, the total number of the Jinyang army was around 45,000, of which more than 16,000 were from the original Jinyang army, and more than 28,000 were newly restructured recruits. Among the more than 16,000 original Jinyang soldiers, over 10,700 were injured. Therefore, not only did the more than 28,000 new Jinyang soldiers need to eat well to recover, but there were also over 10,700 injured soldiers needing to heal. Undoubtedly, this required a huge daily expenditure. By this time, Lu Shao's balance in Chang Chen's hands was basically running low, necessitating another transaction of goods to Chang Chen, who most desired gold. Lu Shao and his men had defeated the 100,000-strong Xiongnu Hanzhao army led by Hu Yanyi, who were attacking Jinyang City, seizing countless spoils. However, most of it consisted of war horses, cattle, sheep, and military equipment, with very little gold, only about 38 kilograms. Fortunately, Lu Shao and his men had also captured Hadong County. The wealth of Hadong County far exceeded that of the Jinzhong Plain controlled by Jinyang City. The capital city of Hadong County, Ani, had a population that had long surpassed that of Jinyang City during the chaotic times before the Western Jin dynasty and even earlier during the two Han periods, with an economy better than that of Jinyang City. Theoretically, the total amount of gold retained was much greater than that of Jinyang City. Initially, Lu Shao and others had collected over 300 kilograms of gold in Jinyang City. Theoretically, if all the gold in Ani city of Hadong County were collected, it should amount to at least 600 to 700 kilograms, if not 1,000. However, one thing is certain, Ani city is not Jinyang City. The power dynamics here are quite complex, and it does not face the same dire situation that Jinyang City did when it was besieged for over a year. Many people are hoarding gold, but it is impossible for them to hand it over directly. Lu Shao and others want to collect gold in Hadong County, either by taking it from the Hu people or by finding ways to exchange for it. In short, about 10 days after occupying Hadong County, Zhang Xian sent the first batch of gold to Jinyang City, totaling only around 217 kilograms. Adding the approximately 38 kilograms seized from the Hu army, the total comes to about 255 kilograms. On this day, when Chang Chen contacted Lu Shao again, Lu Shao decided to trade this batch of 255 kilograms of gold to Chang Chen first. There are several prominent families in Hadong County. Over the years, they have built their own fortresses. Although they have to pay a certain amount of money, labor, and beautiful women to the Hu people each year under their oppression, they have still managed to retain some wealth. In the future, we will exchange jade, silver, copper, salt, and other goods with them. We will definitely be able to obtain some, but collecting it all is unlikely. Lu Shao felt quite complicated about this. Mainly, he felt a mix of resentment and shame towards these Han families who, despite being Han, had only focused on self-preservation over the years and refused to stand up and lead ordinary Han people in resisting the Hu, failing to truly protect their territory. The chaos of the 8 kings of the Western Jin had consumed too many young Han men. When the 5 Hu invaded one after another, 7 or 8 out of every 10 young Han men died, leaving too few soldiers to engage in large-scale resistance against the Hu. The powerful Han families relied on their fortresses to ensure that if the Hu launched a strong attack, their losses would be greater than what they could gain from breaking through. At the same time, they did not oppose who rule, promising to deliver a fixed amount of grain, men, and beautiful women each year, barely managing to survive under Hu domination. In the modern era, Changchen fell silent, not wanting to comment on this matter. The timeline Liu Xiao was in had not yet unfolded, but in the historical context of Changchen's time, those Han families hiding in their fortresses, like turtles, had contributed somewhat to the survival of Han culture during the dark chaotic times in the north for 300 years, leading to a resurgence of prosperity later on. Changchen first accepted this batch of approximately 255 kilograms of gold. Today's gold price is 621 per gram. The gold price is currently quite volatile, so selling at 621 per gram is not easy, so we will calculate it at 600 per gram. The total value of this batch of gold is 153 million. Calculating 30% for Liu Xiao, that amounts to 45.9 million. Converting that into rice, it equals about 55 million jin of rice. Changchen reported not in soft currency figures but in the equivalent amount of rice. I will first send you a batch of stainless steel barrels, along with a batch of rice, flour, corn, frozen meat, and eggs. The Jinyang army now has about 45,000 men in total. More than 5,000 are stationed in Hedong County, and these soldiers can solve their food issues locally without needing supplies from Jinyang City. However, there are still nearly 40,000 Jinyang soldiers to feed in Jinyang City. The original Jinyang soldiers do not need to be nourished like the newly recruited soldiers who were transformed from Han slaves, but their rations are quite similar. Nearly 40,000 Jinyang soldiers need to be well fed. Even if Jinyang City can solve some of the vegetable consumption, grains, meat, eggs, and oil and salt still need to be supplied by Changchen from the modern era. Each soldier spends about 5 yuan a day, totaling around 240,000 a day, which amounts to 7.2 million soft currency a month. Additionally, among these nearly 40,000 Jinyang soldiers, there are over 10,700 who are wounded and need care. Each wounded soldier requires additional supplies such as bandages and various medications, averaging about $4 a day, leading to an extra expenditure of around $43,000, which amounts to 129 million soft sister coins in a month. Fortunately, on average, each wounded soldier only needs to account for 2 months of extra medication costs. From injury to recovery, each soldier requires about $240 worth of sutures, bandages, and medications like penicillin and anti-inflammatory drugs. With over 10,700 wounded soldiers, the total expenditure in this regard amounts to approximately 260 million. If all the remaining gold were to be spent by these Jinyang army soldiers, it could last nearly 6 months. However, in Jinyang City, in addition to nearly 40,000 Jinyang army soldiers, there are also close to 130,000 elderly, weak, women, and children. Before this year's autumn harvest, these elderly and weak individuals also need to be supported. Even if they are not provided with the same level of food as the Jinyang soldiers, at just $2 a day, it would still cost nearly 260,000 soft sister coins a month, totaling around 780 million soft sister coins in a month. When calculated carefully, the remaining gold would only be enough for just over 2.5 months, not reaching 3 months. Fortunately, in Hedong County, it is expected that within 3 months, or perhaps even within a month, another batch of gold could be sent, likely not less than the first batch, which means at least another 217 kilograms. At that time, without considering the extra costs for the wounded soldiers, it could also last for just over 2.5 months. Looking at it this way, the expenses for the subsequent 5 months or so are accounted for. Moreover, corn and potatoes take at most 4 months from sowing to harvest, while wheat only requires a little over 3 months. Rice and sweet potatoes take a bit longer, but they will also be harvested within 4 to 6 months. This means that as long as they can hold on until the autumn harvest, the Jinyang military and civilians will be self-sufficient in terms of food. At that time, if Changchen can provide some meat and eggs, the monthly expenses will be much lower. It is worth mentioning that after the great defeat of the Xiongnu Hanzhou army attacking Jinyang City, they organized the Jinyang military and civilians to check outside the city to see if the crops that had been cultivated and planted were damaged by the Hu people, and to assess the extent of the damage. The final result showed that the Hu people had never seen potatoes, sweet potatoes, or corn. Among them, potatoes were damaged by about 50%, sweet potatoes by about 15%, and corn by nearly 20%, mainly because the Hu people's warhorses do not eat potato leaves, but they do eat some sweet potato and corn leaves. Wheat and rice, being traditional crops, were easily recognized as food by the Hu people. Even though wheat and rice were planted in remote areas to avoid detection, they were still damaged by about 60%, leaving only about 40% remaining. Fortunately, wheat and rice were planted in small quantities, only accounting for about 5% of the total. If the cultivated land is around 400,000 acres, then wheat and rice were only planted on about 20,000 acres. Corn, which had the second highest damage rate, was planted on only about 15%, approximately 60,000 acres. Sweet potatoes accounted for 30% of the planting area, although their damage rate was not much lower than that of corn. As long as the root system remains, they can still grow and will not significantly affect the harvest. Potatoes, which had the least damage rate, had the highest planting area, accounting for a full 50%. Of the approximately 400,000 acres of cultivated land, around 200,000 acres were planted with potatoes. The Battle of Jinyang lasted less than a month, and there are still about 5 months until winter this year. The damaged potatoes, corn, and wheat can be replanted, or even an additional piece of land can be cultivated to increase the planting area, Changchen suggested to Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, Zhaobin, and others. After discussion, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, and Zhaobin unanimously agreed that since the growth period had already lagged by nearly a month, replanting directly was not worthwhile. Instead, it would be better to clear an additional piece of land to increase the planting area. If the land could be cleared and sown within half a month, it would barely suffice for the growth cycles of potatoes, corn, and wheat before winter sets in this year. The Jinyang army needed to intensify training to prepare for the possibility of war breaking out again at any moment, so the task of clearing and planting still relied on nearly 130,000 elderly, women, and children. Among them, there were only over 40,000 able-bodied women. Moreover, the 400,000 acres planted more than half a month ago required manpower for management. Therefore, after discussion, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, and Zhaobin collectively decided to clear and plant an additional 100,000 acres. Of this, 30% would be planted with wheat, 30% with corn, and 40% with potatoes. To achieve high yields, it would be best to apply chemical fertilizers. However, Changchen did not plan to provide fertilizers to Lu Xiao and the others in the ancient time period. The main reason was that fertilizers were indeed not cheap. Applying them to an acre would cost at least 200 to 300 soft sister coins, totaling over 100 million for 500,000 acres. Even without considering the enormous cost, fertilizers were not something that Lu Xiao's ancient time could produce on its own. What could Changchen provide this year? What about next year? The year after? What if one day Changchen suddenly could no longer trade with the ancient time? The ancient time had its own agricultural ecology. They only needed to plant enough food to sustain themselves for a year using the traditional methods they had developed over time. There was no need for Changchen to interfere too deeply. With 500,000 acres of planting area, even without any fertilizers, potatoes and sweet potatoes could still yield at least close to 2,000 pounds, right? It should be noted that nearly 400,000 acres were planted with potatoes and sweet potatoes, which could yield 700 to 800 million pounds, equivalent to 360,000 to 370,000 tons. If an average person consumes 1 ton a year, that would be enough for 360,000 to 370,000 people. In the ancient time where Lu Xiao lived, the population was sparse, and there was plenty of land available for reclamation and planting. As long as they were prepared for potential destruction by the Hu people, they could also solve their food problems without fertilizers. The first batch of gold Lu Xiao provided to Changchen, along with the expected second batch, could only address the food needs of the Jinyang army and civilians before the autumn harvest. However, what Lu Xiao and the others wanted to obtain from Changchen went far beyond just the food, meat, eggs, oil, and salt needed to solve their eating problems. Therefore, they needed to find more items to trade with Changchen. In Bingzhou, there were not only the Jinjiang Plain and Hedong Plain suitable for cultivating food but also many mountain ranges like the Luliang Mountains and Taihang Mountains, which contained high-end wild medicinal materials such as ginseng that Changchen also desired. At the same time, the Jinyang army needed to stockpile some ordinary medicinal materials. After all, they couldn't rely on Changchen to send over medicine for every minor ailment from the modern time, and the Jinyang army's own medical system also needed to be maintained. Now that the threat from the Hu people had temporarily disappeared, they could send 1 or 2 teams deep into the mountains to gather a batch of wild medicinal materials. Many medicinal materials, when not deliberately harvested, were not much different from wild grass, growing in patches all over the mountains. In less than half a month, the team sent into the mountains specifically to collect wild medicinal materials brought back over 100 tons of various wild medicinal materials. There were dozens of varieties, among which over 100 ginseng roots were dug up, most of which were only 20 to 30 years old, with only 2 over 100 years old. According to the military doctor in the Jinyang army's estimation, one was 110 years old, and the other was 130 years old. As long as it's wild ginseng, it's very valuable, but the quantity shouldn't be too much, so I'll just take those 2 over 100 years old. Additionally, I think you could try to exchange for some ginseng from the prominent families hiding in Wubo and Hedong County. They should have quite a few that are over 100 years old, and it's even possible they might have some that are 1,000 years old. If you can find a piece that is over 1,000 years old, it could be worth at least several £100 of gold. Chang Chen wasn't clear on the specific value, as it seemed that in his time and space, there had never been any records of 1,000-year-old ginseng being auctioned. However, he believed that just the novelty of 1,000-year-old ginseng would likely be worth 100 million. Chang Chen was very curious about the specific value of 1,000-year-old ginseng in the modern time and space, so he was looking forward to Lu Xiao and the others finding one. After Lu Xiao conveyed Chang Chen's words to Lu Kuan and Zhao Bin, they were very intrigued, even eager. Lu Kuan had actually seen 1,000-year-old ginseng with his own eyes. Before the Eight Kings Rebellion, it was common for people to present such gifts to the emperor, and sometimes the emperor would reward them back. Several top families had received 1,000-year-old ginseng as rewards. Lu Kuan felt that the probability of those families in Hedong having 1,000-year-old ginseng was quite high, and with a bit of pressure, it might be possible to obtain one. 1,000-year-old ginseng was also very valuable in ancient times, but at most it would reach the value of 1,000 taels of gold. Yet Chang Chen said it was worth at least several £100 of gold. In the ancient time and space where Lu Xiao was, the measurement system from the Western Jin dynasty was still in use, where 1 pound was only a little over 200 grams, and 16 taels made a pound, with 1 tael being about 14 grams. This meant that Chang Chen's 1 pound equated to about 35.7 taels for Lu Xiao and the others. 1,000 taels of gold, converted to what Chang Chen referred to as pounds, was only about 28 pounds. Even if what Chang Chen referred to as several hundred pounds was just 280 pounds, that would still be a tenfold increase in value. So how could Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and Zhao Bin not be eager? Whether they could find 1,000-year-old ginseng depended on Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao. Chang Chen could only hope and patiently wait in his heart. Besides ginseng, Chang Chen was also somewhat interested in other ordinary wild medicinal materials. After all, some quantities were indeed vast, covering the mountains and fields. If they were to be harvested on a large scale and sold by the ton in the modern time and space, many varieties could be worth over $1,000 per pound, making 10 tons worth 20 million. The only difficulty was that he was afraid of breaking the law. Although medicinal materials could be artificially cultivated, many wild ones were protected plants. Cultivated ones could be sold, but wild ones could not, and what he brought from the ancient time and space were all wild. Chang Chen could only take one of each wild medicinal material to the modern time and space, then he would take photos with his phone and send them to Can Ranran, who managed the pharmaceutical company. He asked Can Ranran to find someone to identify which wild medicinal materials were protected by the state and could not be sold, which ones were allowed to be sold, and what the specific prices were. To determine which wild medicinal material to conduct cross-temporal business with, he needed to assess the yield in Lu Xiao's ancient time and space and the prices in the modern time and space to see if it was worth pursuing. Identifying medicinal materials was not difficult. A month ago, Chang Chen had asked Can Ranran to recruit several talents in traditional Chinese medicine to establish a research and development laboratory for traditional Chinese medicine. Now she had basically gathered enough personnel, and he could directly have several traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the laboratory identify them. "Boss, I need to discuss something with you face to face. When are you free?" While several traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were identifying the medicinal materials in the photos, Can Ranran sent a message to inquire about Chang Chen. Chang Chen guessed that Can Ranran might be asking about the traditional Chinese medicine laboratory, and he responded, "How about noon? You come to the restaurant near my residential area, at the east entrance of Chaoyang Road. We can talk while we eat." That restaurant had a great environment and private rooms, perfect for discussing matters while dining. After finishing dinner and savoring the last half glass of red wine, Chang Chen first looked at the identification of the dozens of Chinese medicinal herbs sent by Can Ranran, noting which wild ones could be sold, which ones could not, and the specific price per kilogram. With a clearer understanding in his mind, he turned to Can Ranran and said, "Now, tell me about your matters." As Chang Chen had suspected, Can Ranran was there regarding the Chinese medicine research and development laboratory. First, she needed the prescriptions. Second, the monthly expenses for the research and development laboratory could be quite high, and with only 3 pharmacies under the pharmaceutical company, the income might not be enough to cover the costs. Although we haven't hired any big experts, and only 4 in total, their annual salaries range from 250,000 to 400,000, plus the salaries of other assistants. The monthly payroll alone would be over 100,000. Then there are the expenses needed during the research and testing period. Each herb and each experiment would waste a considerable amount of resources. In fact, in the past month or so, due to the war on Lu Xiao's side in the ancient timespace, there had been over 10,000 casualties. It seemed that only about 10,700 soldiers were recovering, but many others who were injured could not be saved, consuming a lot of medicine in the process. So far, Chang Chen had placed orders worth over 2 million for the pharmaceutical company managed by Ran, which, with a comprehensive profit margin of 45%, would yield a profit of about $1 million. Coupled with the profits accumulated by the pharmacies over the past few months, it amounted to about 1.5 to 1.6 million. However, establishing a research and development laboratory not only required the lab itself but also a lot of equipment, and Ran had already spent over 1.3 million for this purpose. The remaining funds, along with the combined monthly profit of 50,000 to 60,000 from the 3 pharmacies, would only be enough for a little over 2 months of expenses. Previously, while only managing the pharmacies and focusing on improving performance and expanding scale, Ran did not feel much pressure. Now, with the addition of a research and development laboratory, she faced nearly 10,000 in daily expenses. Even though the money in the account could buffer for over 2 months, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Preparing for the worst, she knew she couldn't wait until the fire was at her heels to start worrying. She always believed that to succeed in something, one must prepare early for visible troubles, think through countermeasures, and resolve issues before they escalate. After all, if visible troubles are not addressed or cannot be resolved, when they do erupt, they might bring along invisible troubles, leaving only the path of failure. Chang Chen understood Ran's concerns and, after taking a sip of red wine, said, "There will be over 1 million in pharmaceutical orders coming up. Additionally, many of the medicinal herb photos I sent you have sources on my end. Among them, there are several high-value, legally tradable wild herbs. In the next month or 2, I can provide you with several tons, up to dozens of tons. You can find a way to operate and sell them, with 20% of the post-tax sales counted as company profit. These 2 transactions should yield 2 to 3 million in profit, enough to cover the pharmaceutical company's operating expenses for over a year." Over the past few months, Chang Chen had witnessed Ran's capabilities. Under her reforms, the normal turnover and profits of the 3 pharmacies had increased by over 30%. "Thank you, boss." Ran smiled in surprise. She hadn't expected Chang Chen to prepare for future profits of 2 to 3 million right off the bat. In fact, Chang Chen still had 200-year-old ginseng roots on hand, which could sell for several million if brought to market, but he did not plan to do so just yet. Next, Chang Chen handed a prescription to Ran. The prescriptions he had brought from the ancient timespace were all in ancient characters, and he had spent several days translating them into simplified characters, finally selecting the one he deemed most reliable. With a detailed prescription, it shouldn't be difficult to produce. Once the product is ready, apply for the patent, and then you can consider controlling costs, opening up the market, and the issues of the derivative industry chain. The result is a paste similar to Yunnan Baiyao, which can mimic the industrial chain of Baiyao, such as producing a toothpaste as well. The market size for wound medicine is limited, but the market size for toothpaste is enormous. Ultimately, how far it can go depends on Ran's operational capabilities. In any case, Chang Chen himself does not have that kind of brainpower and energy. He does not seek to achieve the 1,000 billion value of the Baiyao industrial chain. Even if it's just 1/10 or 1/100th of that value, it would still be 100 million or 1 billion. Initially, he painted a vision for Ran, which was to elevate the value of the pharmaceutical company to over 1 billion. In comparison, all the drug orders on Ran's side only amount to a little over 3 million. On the other hand, Yushiro from the agricultural trade company has a much larger order volume. After all, in the ancient timespace, Jinyang City had nearly 170,000 military and civilians, with a fixed monthly demand of 15 million. Even though the profit margin left for her by Chang Chen is mostly only in the teens percentage, it is enough for the agricultural trade company to exceed 2 million in profit each month. Currently, the agricultural trade company has tens of millions in profits on the books. Yushiro is already preparing to use this money to build 2 processing plants belonging to the agricultural trade company and expand multiple businesses, such as opening several large agricultural trade supermarkets at selected locations, while cooperating with online shopping platforms for online sales. Chang Chen does not understand such complex businesses. He just listened to Yushiro talk. After quietly listening, he told Yushiro to handle it herself. As the boss, he only understands and does not interfere. After leaving the agricultural trade company and returning home, Chang Chen melted down the 255 kilograms of gold he traded from Lu Xiao in the ancient timespace into gold bars. This batch of gold bars was finally sold at 610 yuan per gram, nearly 11 yuan cheaper than today's gold price. The total weight was 255,375 grams, selling for over 155 million. After deducting Lu Xiao's share and paying a 20% tax, Chang Chen personally deposited over 77 million. Including other deposits in several large banks, Changchen's total cash deposits reached over 406 million. If you count a villa, a large flat, 4 cars, the assets of 2 companies, and expenses for food and drink, in less than a year, Changchen's total profit from trading with Lu Xiao in the ancient timespace barely reached 470 million. This amount is not much for Changchen, who has a golden finger. However, Changchen is quite satisfied. Wealth growth too fast, such as going from nothing to having tens of billions or even hundreds of billions in less than a year, may not necessarily be a good thing for him. A gradual growth from the first tens of thousands to the second over 10 million, to the third tens of millions, is what he can grasp. In the afternoon, Yu Xiaoro called. The 1,316 stainless steel barrels and a batch of grains, frozen meats, eggs, etc., that he asked her to procure a few days ago have all been delivered to the warehouse. The total cost for this batch is nearly 2 million. Okay, I got it. Changchen hung up the phone. An hour later, he drove to the warehouse, preparing to deliver the supplies to Lu Xiao in the ancient timespace. It is worth mentioning that at this time, Lu Xiao had an additional personal soldier beside him, who was the Han soldier slave Chao Mao from before. Chao Mao is quite courageous and capable, and Lu Xiao appreciates him. In fact, based on the achievement of controlling nearly 20,000 Han soldier slaves with 800 men in the battle outside Jinyang City, even if Chao Mao has not yet reached the level of becoming 1,000 household leader, he is certainly qualified to be 100 household leader, and as long as he achieves another merit, he will definitely become 1,000 household leader. However, a few days ago, Lu Xiao gave Chao Mao 2 choices. One is to serve as 100 household leader in the army, and in the future, perhaps after participating in another major battle, he could be promoted to 1,000 household leader, commanding over 1,000 soldiers. The second option was to become an ordinary bodyguard by his side. Chao Mao wisely chose the latter, because being just an ordinary bodyguard next to Lu Xiao seemed to be a way to become Lu Xiao's trusted confidant. Although Lu Xiao was the only son of Lu Kuan and would inevitably inherit the Jinyang army, he also needed to cultivate his own inner circle. This batch of supplies has arrived. Go to the warehouse, I'll send it over. Changchen's voice suddenly reached Lu Xiao's ears. Okay, please wait a moment. Lu Xiao nodded and quickly walked towards the warehouse where supplies were usually stored. Chao Mao noticed Lu Xiao's inexplicable outburst but didn't dare to ask anything, only feeling his heart race a little faster. As a bodyguard, he knew well who he was loyal to. It was most important to say little and do much, unconditionally obeying orders. Changchen first delivered 1,316 stainless steel barrels, instantly filling an empty warehouse. This batch of 316 stainless steel barrels had been priced at 70 yuan each by Yu Xiaoro, but the quote Changchen gave Lu Xiao was still the market retail price of 95 yuan each, totaling 95,000 yuan. There were, of course, more than just Chao Mao as bodyguards beside Lu Xiao. There were another 10 or so. The other bodyguards were unfazed, but Chao Mao was shocked to the point of nearly popping his eyes out. This scene was simply too surreal, like a dream, very unreal. Each 316 stainless steel barrel looked like a work of art in Chao Mao's eyes, even reflecting shadows on its surface. He could tell that each barrel was made of excellent steel. It was likely that it was made of steel of the highest quality. 1,316 stainless steel barrels, each equivalent to 3 weapons, meant that 3,000 weapons of high-quality steel could be produced. These seemed to be for the military to cook. Chao Mao had actually seen 316 stainless steel barrels before, but what he saw were those that had been used for over half a year. Their exteriors burned black, and their insides yellowed, making it hard to tell they were made of steel. At that time, Chao Mao was only shocked that the pot could be made so flat. He thought it might be made of ordinary iron or copper, but never considered it was made of high-quality steel. Chao Mao's feelings were the same as when Zhao Bin, the deputy general in charge of military equipment last year, first saw the 316 stainless steel barrels, an inexplicable heartache. However, having already been shocked once by the sudden appearance of these 1,316 stainless steel barrels, Chao Mao could still hold himself together despite his discomfort. Go to the next warehouse. Lu Xiao calmly walked to the next empty warehouse. This time, it was salt, a full 1,000 boxes, 40,000 bags. Since the salt was packed in cardboard boxes, the salt inside couldn't be seen. This time, Chao Mao had no other thoughts besides shock. They moved on to the next empty warehouse. This time it was staple foods like rice, flour, and corn. Since it wasn't the season for harvesting potatoes and sweet potatoes, Changchen wouldn't purchase them in bulk, because if the wholesale price of potatoes and sweet potatoes was higher than that of corn, it was better to buy more corn. After all, corn could be stored for a long time like rice and flour. Approaching June, the weather had already started to heat up. If potatoes and sweet potatoes weren't processed immediately after delivery, they would spoil in 2 or 3 days. Following were eggs, frozen meats. After filling up more than 10 warehouses in succession, Lu Xiao and the other bodyguards showed little emotional fluctuation, but Qiao Mao was already stunned to the point of numbness. Watching the events unfold today had overturned his previous understanding, and he finally understood why Jinyang City, despite being in a difficult situation, had cleanly defeated the 100,000 Hanzhao army personally led by the famous Xiongnu general Hu Yanyi. It was only privately that other bodyguards informed Qiao Mao. The general has the help of immortals, thus he has the mandate of heaven. We only need to be loyal to the general. In the future, titles and high positions will be within reach. Such matters do not instill fear, rather, they inspire the heart. At this moment, Qiao Mao felt his blood boiling, filled with hope for the future. His loyalty to Lu Xiao surged to its peak. Before modern times, the two words mandate of heaven could bring unparalleled benefits. For a hero to succeed, aside from his own abilities, he must also gain the following and loyalty of countless talents. Where does loyalty come from? Firstly, it comes from your kindness to others. Secondly, it comes from making people believe you have the mandate of heaven, that following you will surely lead to success. As long as you are destined to succeed, then even if I die for you, my wife and children will enjoy wealth and honor after your success. If I risk my life for you and happen to survive, I will have the chance to be granted titles and high positions after your success. Are nobles and ministers not of the same kind? Moreover, besides striving for a lifetime of wealth and honor, Qiao Mao harbored the ideal of expelling the Hu people and restoring the Han family's territory. Now that Lu Xiao possesses such abilities, how far can the expulsion of the Hu people be? In fact, Lu Xiao observed Qiao Mao's reaction, but he would not personally explain anything to him. He wanted to ensure that Qiao Mao was completely loyal to him before truly beginning to employ him. During this process, he would periodically test and challenge Qiao Mao. Time passed slowly. As some lightly wounded soldiers recovered, Lu Koan mobilized 4,000 troops from the Jinyang army, launching simultaneous attacks on the Shiha and Shandong commanderies. The Shiha and Shandong commanderies, though classified as commanderies, had a combined population of only a little over 20,000. This means that each commandery had an average population of just over 10,000, and these populations were scattered across the entire jurisdiction. The so-called commandery city of Shandong had only about 4,000 people, while the city of Shiha had just over 5,000. The combined Hu soldiers in both commanderies numbered just over 1,000. Lu Koan dispatched 4,000 troops, splitting them into two routes, which was already more than double the enemy's strength, so capturing them was believed to be not difficult. After a fierce battle in Shiha commandery, over 200 enemies were killed, more than 300 were captured, and 200 to 300 fled, thus it was taken. On the Shandong side, upon learning that the Jinyang army was approaching, the Hu people, having already plundered the few cities with a small population, directly abandoned the place and retreated. During the Western Jin period, Bingzhou was divided into 8 commanderies. Besides Jinyang, Hadong, Xia, and Shandong, there were also Yanmen, Yunchon, Shuafan, and Dingxiang commanderies. The latter 4 commanderies were all located north of Jinyang and were under the control of the Xinbei people. Now, it seemed that the Jinyang army had taken 4 commanderies, which appeared to be only half of the 8 commanderies in Bingzhou, but in reality, most of the population of Bingzhou was concentrated in Jinyang and Hadong, while the other 6 commanderies combined might not even account for 30% of the population. Specifically, the 8 commanderies of Bingzhou, including the Hu people, had a population of about 450 to 600,000. Last year, the Xiongnu's Hanzhao pseudo-emperor Lu Yao deliberately drove a large number of Han people, including the elderly, women, and children, to Jinyang City, making it the city with the largest Han population, nearly reaching 170,000 when military and civilian populations were combined. The second largest was Hadong Commandery, with over 150,000 Han people and over 40,000 Hu people. Currently, the Jinyang, Hadong, Shiha, and Shandong commanderies controlled by Lu Koan and Lu Xiao had a Han population of about 320,000, and if including the Hu people, the total population was around 370,000. Among them, the Jinyang army soldiers accounted for 45,000, so the ordinary Han civilian population was approximately 285,000. We should recruit another 5,000 soldiers. Only then can the Jinyang army reach 50,000. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, and Zhao Bin gathered again to discuss, and Lu Koan spoke up. The 45,000 troops of the Jinyang army were still too few for them. After all, each city needs to station troops for defense, especially since Hadong Prefecture is constantly facing threats from the Xiongnu and the Hanzhao court in Guangzhou. To feel secure, at least over 10,000 troops should be stationed there. Adding in the needs of other cities, the Jinyang army can truly take out only about 23 to 30,000 soldiers for combat. The Jinyang army has Changchen providing supplies from behind, so there is no need to leave many able-bodied men for production. All able-bodied men in Jinyang have already joined the Jinyang army, so they can only recruit from the recently captured Hadong, Shiha, and Shandong prefectures. However, Shiha and Shandong together have only a little over 20,000 people. In a few days, when the Hu people voluntarily retreated from Shandong, there was another massacre, and no matter how they recruit from the two prefectures, they probably won't gather even 1,000 able-bodied men. As for Hadong Prefecture, it was forcibly conscripted by the Xiongnu once. Despite having around 50 to 60,000 Han people, the actual number of able-bodied men combined might only be 8 or 9,000. It is impossible to recruit all able-bodied men like in Jinyang. After all, the ordinary citizens of Jinyang share a communal kitchen, and with Changchun directly providing supplies, it is not the same in Hadong. Some able-bodied men must be left behind. Moreover, it's not as simple as just going to recruit. Not all able-bodied men can be found. Some will definitely hide away. No matter how beautifully you speak, they won't show themselves. To recruit 4,000 from Hadong, it is estimated that quite a few means will have to be employed. On this point, Lu Koan, Lu Xiao, and Zhao Bin quickly reached a consensus. Next, there was the issue of appointing officials for the 4 prefectures. Besides the 2 major cities of Jinyang and Anni, Hadong Prefecture has 8 other counties, and Jinyang has 4 counties under it. However, the population of Jinyang is almost entirely concentrated in Jinyang City, so at most, they can move some population to 2 of the 4 counties, while the other 2 will be temporarily abandoned. In Shandong and Shiha prefectures, each can only govern the prefectural seat and 1 county. All of these add up to 16 prefectural and county cities. Governing a place requires not only stationed troops but also the dispatch of civil officials. If we follow past practices, we need to send someone to invite the gentry from Wobao to help govern. On this point, Zhao Bin, being a rough man, did not speak. It mainly fell to Lu Koan and Lu Xiao to make the decision. If it weren't for Chang Chen's influence, Lu Koan and Lu Xiao would have already gone to Hadong Prefecture in person to discuss with those gentry. However, at this moment, they were very hesitant. Mainly, without inviting the gentry out, they truly did not know where to find so many well-educated civil officials. In the modern timespace, Chang Chen couldn't help but interject. He said, "The gentry must have cultivated quite a few talents, but I do not recommend that you directly go to invite them to help govern the various prefectures and counties. Once you open this door, it will be difficult for you to regret it later." Chang Chen informed them of the significant drawbacks in history of directly inviting gentry to hold official positions. For example, during the Sui dynasty and the early Tang, in order to break the trend of almost all officials coming from the gentry, which hindered imperial power and made it difficult to implement many beneficial policies that harmed the gentry's interests, several generations of emperors racked their brains to come up with countermeasures, and it took 100 or 200 years of effort to see results. The gentry's influence was most significant during the Eastern Jin and the subsequent southern dynasties such as Song, Shi, Liang, and Chen. The Eastern Jin and the subsequent southern dynasties originally had many opportunities to launch northern expeditions to recover the Central Plains, but all were destroyed due to harming the interests of the gentry, ultimately under the united front of the gentry. "Do you have any good methods, Immortal?" Lu Kuan asked with a hint of expectation. After a long time of contact, Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao often regarded Chang Chen as a knowledgeable military strategist to consult. Indeed, Chang Chen is just an ordinary person in modern times, but he stands on the shoulders of the giant of modern civilization and has studied for over a decade. The most important thing is that if he encounters something he doesn't understand, he can look it up online. There are countless examples in history for many issues. The difficulties faced by Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao have often appeared in history, and many capable individuals have already provided very good and feasible solutions. When Chang Chen suggests a general idea, Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao often have sudden realizations. They then add some details, and by implementing it, they can see very good results. Aside from the 2 major cities of Jinyang and Anni, the rest are merely county towns with populations of a few thousand, or even just 1 or 2,000. In fact, they are not that difficult to govern. If there are 2 people who can read documents, write, and have a heart for the people, they can serve as county magistrates and deputy magistrates, and with a county constable to catch criminals, basic governance can be achieved in a county with a few thousand people. Having experienced the 8 Kings Rebellion of the Western Jin and the successive invasions and massacres by the 5 barbarians, where half the population perished in every region, the remaining populace yearns for stability. As long as there is an order to follow, people will voluntarily comply, seeking a sense of security. In such circumstances, local governance is truly not difficult. In the past, from the hundreds of people in Days Township and the merely a few thousand in Pei County, a large number of capable individuals could be selected to lead troops or govern. Too many people are not without talent, they simply lack opportunities to showcase it. Someone once said, "The easiest thing in the world is to be an official." If a person can't even manage to be an official, then they are utterly useless. Being an official is not necessarily much harder than managing relationships among a dozen friends. In other words, if you can manage your relationships well among a dozen friends, where no one particularly dislikes you and no one particularly likes you, then your temperament is actually suitable for being an official. To be more specific, if you randomly pull 10 people from the street, and if they can all read and write, then you can find one or two who are capable of being officials among them. The biggest challenge lies in how to seemingly fairly give opportunities to this talent while ensuring that others have no objections. Why can he be an official and I cannot? Where am I worse than him? Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao exchanged glances, feeling that Chang Chen's words made a lot of sense, but how to solve this problem? Zhao Ben, the rough man, was also very interested, stretching his neck. The imperial examination system. Chang Chen did not let them ponder for too long and directly proposed this best solution to break the monopoly of officials by powerful families. This appears to be an opportunity that everyone can access. How can you say why he can and you cannot? Why can he read and write while you cannot? Have you studied hard and made progress? A lazy person wanting to be an official should not come out to harm the common people. Don't question whether it's reasonable. If it can silence the majority, then it's reasonable. If you are given an opportunity and you are useless, while others succeed, who can you blame? Present some people reasonably before the rulers, and then let the rulers conduct a palace examination based on their needs, such as asking them for their views on certain matters in governance, selecting qualified individuals to grant them titles of merit. Those with titles of merit can wait for official positions. If there are vacancies, they can be appointed. Set a probation period of 1 year or 3 years. If they make too many mistakes during their tenure and are truly unsuitable for office, their position will be revoked. Conversely, if they prove capable of serving the people for a long time, they can remain in office and be promoted based on merit. If a complete imperial examination system is implemented, it should progress from the county level to the prefectural level to the central government, with assessments at each step, granting a title of merit at each level. During the assessment process, the names and origins on the exam papers should be obscured, allowing the reviewers to only see the papers without knowing who the candidates are, which greatly reduces the chances of fraud. However, the 4 counties currently occupied by the Jinyang army, as well as the situation of the people under their rule, are special. It is impossible to follow the complete imperial examination path, and it can only be simplified further. Although it needs to be simplified, the rules must be established. If you want to be an official, you must follow these rules. Only those who can succeed have the qualifications to be officials. It's not about being born into a prominent family or having a powerful family member recommend you for an official position. Alright, the fixed rules for becoming an official are here. If others can succeed and you cannot, it shows that others are more diligent and smarter than you. What qualifications do you have to oppose this? By silencing most people and gaining their acceptance, and with the Jinyang army as a backing, those with titles will naturally have corresponding power when they arrive in the localities. Who dares to defy the rules? Anyone who does is simply looking to rebel. A set of orderly structures emerges. With order to follow, society can maintain stability. Chang Chen spoke for over half an hour, detailing the true imperial examination system and explaining that the current situation in the 4 counties controlled by the Jinyang army was insufficient to implement a complete examination. But all of this was actually unimportant. The so-called imperial examination was merely a way to provide a seemingly reasonable rule that appeared to give everyone a chance. A large population means more complexity. A small population means more simplicity. Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao were enlightened. Chang Chen undoubtedly provided them with a brand new theory that sounded very feasible. As Chang Chen said, the Jinyang army currently only controls 4 counties, and over 90% of the population is concentrated in Jinyang and Hedong counties. With a small area, any problems that arise can be quickly addressed. In short, there is no fear of making mistakes. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Kuan raised a question. Immortal, the number of literate people among the 4 counties is probably very few. The selection rules you provided, while feasible, which demographic are we targeting? Many literate individuals are actually closely tied to various prominent families. Chang Chen was taken aback. He recalled that just last year, shortly after establishing contact with the ancient timespace, the entire Jinyang city, with nearly 60,000 military and civilian residents, could hardly find 500 literate individuals, a ratio of less than 1%, and even only slightly more than 0.5%, among which were some elderly men in their 50s and 60s, and even women. Moreover, all adult men in Jinyang had joined the Jinyang army, and more than half of those few hundred literate individuals were soldiers of the Jinyang army. Last year, Didn't you order the military leaders to read and write, and even personally teach many leaders for a period? Now there are probably hundreds of literate leaders in the army, plus the hundreds who were already literate. And some elderly men in their 50s and 60s, as long as they can read, may not be unable to serve as local civil officials. Those who have lived long, especially those who have survived in chaotic times, have various experiences and skills. They may not be able to go to the battlefield, but they can certainly serve as local civil officials. As long as they can hold their positions for 3 to 5 years, the nearly 10,000 children over the age of 10 from last year will also have received an education, and the future will only get better. At this moment, Lu Koan didn't know what to say. If Chang Chen were not an immortal, he absolutely could not convince himself to accept Chang Chen's statements. He sighed and said, "Those military leaders probably can only read and can barely write most characters." Chang Chen, unperturbed, chuckled, "In the 4 counties, there is no need to select many officials. With this small population, there is no need for top talents to govern. There's a saying that 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. The main thing is to let them reasonably fulfill their official duties. If 2 literate individuals are appointed in a county, when issues arise, they can gather together to discuss and surely come up with some regulations. The most important thing is that the person in charge has a heart for work, not just seeking pleasure with a bit of power. Of course, in this current world, with this population, there are no resources for officials to indulge in." After a moment of contemplation, Chang Chen continued, "At that time, you should set up a supervisory agency to conduct irregular inspections of local areas, while annually reviewing the performance of local officials. Let the local officials record what they handle each day and the results, and submit them to Jinyang City at the end of the year. A new order will be sent throughout the Jinyang army, whether generals or ordinary soldiers. Anyone who can read and write and wishes to become a local civil official can participate in the examination. The final inquiry will be conducted jointly by the Lord and the Junior General. Once the examination is passed, positions as local civil officials will be granted as appropriate. Additionally, select some who were severely injured in the Great Battle, who, after recovery, are not suitable for the battlefield but have made contributions, to serve as local county officials responsible for capturing criminals. This entire framework is now in place." Lu Koan and Lu Xiao exchanged glances. Although they felt it somewhat frivolous, if they did not want to seek the aristocratic families and hand over the civil governance system directly to them, there was no better alternative. In Lu Koan and Lu Xiao's era, without Chang Chen's influence, if they faced the same situation, their only option would be to negotiate directly with the aristocratic families, determining how many people each family would send to take over the governance of each county. There were even many within the aristocratic families who practiced martial arts, willing to hand over some military positions, focusing on development, which might allow them to gradually grow stronger and eventually recreate a system similar to the Western Jin dynasty. With 4 counties and 16 cities, over 300,000 military and civilian personnel, among which more than 280,000 are ordinary citizens, and the only places that truly require serious management are the 2 major cities of Jinyang and Annie. As long as Jinyang and Annie are well managed, any issues in the other 14 cities would be minor problems and would not have a significant impact. Ultimately, Lu Koan and Lu Xiao decided to follow Chang Chen's advice. In the following days, they began to issue edicts within the army and in the 4 regions of Jinyang, Hedong, Shihe, and Shandong, to conduct examinations for selecting officials. The preliminary assessment was quite simple. They distributed a few A4 sheets, and those participating in the assessment needed to understand the meaning and respond in writing to the questions posed. This initial assessment was passed. Afterward, they could come to Jinyang City, where Lu Koan and Lu Xiao would personally meet them and conduct the final inquiries face to face. After passing both assessments, the first batch of titles would be granted, awaiting assignment to various counties. It is worth mentioning that Chang Chen asked Lu Koan and Lu Xiao to send messages to several aristocratic families in Wubao, informing them that their young members could also participate in the imperial examination, and if they passed, they would similarly obtain titles and have opportunities to serve in local official positions. In response, the leaders of several aristocratic families scoffed. Just as Chang Chen had said, after the Jinyang army took Hedong County, the aristocratic families were waiting for Lu Koan or Lu Xiao to come to them personally. They even had it all planned out. Considering they were all Han people, they would send some marginal members to help the Jinyang army govern the local areas. But why did they only plan to send some marginal members instead of their core talents? Because they did not have a high opinion of the Jinyang army, which had only over 40,000 soldiers, and the total population of the 4 counties combined was just over 300,000. The Jinyang army faced threats from the Xianbei to the north, the Chang to the east, and the Xianbei and Di to the west, along with the ever-looming threat of attacks from the Xiongnu Hanzhou court in Chang'an. There were too many hostile forces surrounding them. The Hu people would never allow Han influence to exist in the north. If the Xiongnu Hanzhou court could not resolve the Jinyang army's situation, sooner or later, other Wu people would unite to jointly attack the Jinyang army. Even if the Jinyang army can hold on for 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years, there will eventually come a day when they will be defeated. It is also worth mentioning that rumors of divine assistance for the Jinyang army have long spread among several noble families in the Wubao. However, all the rulers of these families, as well as the ordinary youths, regarded it as a joke and did not believe it at all. A few families did not have high hopes for the Jinyang army and naturally did not want to get too deeply involved, sending some marginal youths just to show their support. If the Jinyang army truly had a chance to win in the future, they would also benefit, and if the Jinyang army were to lose, they would only lose a few marginal youths, which would not affect their core interests. With this mindset, several families scoffed at the civil service examination for selecting officials that Lu Kuan and his son Lu Shao were organizing. They believed that Lu Kuan and Lu Shao were unwilling to personally ask their families to send talents to assist, so they resorted to this so-called examination to make their families take the initiative to send talents. It's simply wishful thinking and shows a complete lack of respect for our families. Lu Kuan himself was nurtured by a noble family, and now that he has gained a little territory and power, he no longer regards our families with any respect? Or does he think our families should take the initiative to give him face? How could he think he has that much face? It's like a joke. Thus, when the noble families received the news that Lu Kuan and Lu Shao wanted to hold a civil service examination, they not only did not send their own talents to participate but also specifically ordered that no family members were allowed to participate on their own. They would just let Lu Kuan and Lu Shao play around for a while. When Lu Kuan and Lu Shao were completely at a loss, they would naturally lower their stance and personally come to plead with them. On the side of Jinyang City, Lu Kuan and Lu Shao were not unaware of the noble family's mindset, they just did not care much because they were genuinely serious about conducting the civil service examination, not just playing around as the families imagined. After nearly half a month, Lu Kuan and Lu Shao personally selected 40 talents, among which 6 were elderly men in their 50s and 60s. At the same time, they quickly appointed these individuals to official positions and dispatched them to various counties. When you arrive at your posts, you must always remember that your duty is to benefit the people, increase the local population, cultivate the land, and maintain local stability. Jinyang City will send inspectors from time to time, and if it is found that you abuse your power and harm the people, you will not be forgiven. Before sending these individuals to their posts, Lu Kuan personally gave them a lecture. The 40 individuals chosen by Lu Kuan and Lu Shao, who had official titles, included a few who were merely literate and could barely write. However, when Lu Kuan and Lu Shao interviewed them and asked some relevant questions, the way they expressed their thoughts made Lu Kuan and Lu Shao feel that they could give them a try, so they passed the assessment. The first civil service examination for selecting officials by the Jinyang army was conducted in such a simple and easy manner, resulting in the selection of 40 individuals. If in the future Lu Kuan and Lu Shao were to gain the world, they would undoubtedly be recorded in history. In modern times, when Changchen spoke about it, it was one thing, but when it came to this moment, he felt it was somewhat childish. Therefore, he took the initiative to have Yushiro place an order at the printing house to print a batch of traditional books, including Sushu, Xingguang Xianwen, Kai Tan, Han Fizi, Lu Shirchuanxiu, Luinyu, Xuanzi, Mingzi, and Zhuangzi, a total of 9 books. He instructed that each of the 40 officials going to their posts should take a set with them to read more often and increase their knowledge. The batch of books sent by Changchen included some that Lu Kuan and Lu Shao had already read, such as Sushu, Han Fizi, Lu Shirchuanxiu, Luinyu, Xuanzi, Mingzi, and Zhuangzi, as they were originally published during the Han Dynasty in the spring and autumn period. However, they had never seen Xingguang Xianwen and Kai Tan, and when they opened them to read, they were astonished. Immortal, could you please print 50,000 copies of each of these books? Since they had decided not to rely on the aristocracy to govern the world, they hoped that the common people under their rule would have more scholars. If these books were distributed, within 3 to 5 years, a group of scholars would surely emerge among the common folk, not much inferior to the children of the aristocracy. Sure. Chang Chen nodded in response. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I will also provide you with a detailed guide on woodblock and movable type printing technology. If you have any decrees to be uniformly issued to the localities, you can print them directly, or if you want to print any books, you can do that yourself. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. Although his printing factory could control costs to a very low level through industrialization, it was still good for Lu Kuan and Lu Shao to print on their own. He had already sent a copy of the paper-making technique earlier. However, Lu Kuan and Lu Shao simply couldn't spare the manpower and energy to focus on paper-making, so they still ordered A4 paper directly from Chang Chen. During this time, Chang Chen also asked Lu Shao for some wild medicinal herbs, which were very expensive in the modern world but grew in abundance like weeds in the mountains of the ancient world. There were a total of more than 10 varieties, with the smallest quantity being over a ton and the largest reaching several dozen tons. At the same time, the cheapest ones cost 600 yuan per kilogram in modern times, while the most expensive ones were over 4,000 yuan per kilogram. After selling this batch of herbs, the pharmaceutical company managed by Conranran earned nearly 40 million. Unfortunately, selling through the pharmaceutical company and then transferring the money from the company account incurred a lot of taxes. After leaving 20% as profit for the pharmaceutical company, Changchen ended up with just over 18 million. This 18 million did not require additional taxes, so Changchen calculated 40% for Lu Xiao, which amounted to over 7 million. The funds for supporting the Jinyang military had already been reserved from the balance obtained from 2 batches of gold. After discussing with Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao planned to use this balance from selling the herbs to strengthen the Jinyang military. It wasn't just ordinary wild medicinal herbs. Last time, Chang Chen had asked Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao to try to exchange for a 1,000-year-old ginseng from the aristocracy. Although the aristocracy claimed that the 1,000-year-old ginseng they had stored had already been offered to the pseudo-emperor Liu Yao of the Han Zhao court in Chang'an for self-preservation, Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao did not manage to obtain it, but the aristocracy did present a 430-year-old ginseng. The several aristocratic families in Hedong may not truly lack 1,000-year-old ginseng. If Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao had not established the imperial examination for selecting officials, resulting in 40 aristocratic families feeling that it was absurd for such talents to serve in local offices, but instead had personally gone to the walled fortress to seek talented individuals from the aristocracy, they might have been willing to offer a 1,000-year-old ginseng to further strengthen their relationship. However, since Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao established the imperial examination, in the eyes of the aristocracy, it was not much different from slapping them in the face. They could still present this 430-year-old ginseng, and they must have believed they had saved face for Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao. Chang Chen thought to himself. As for the aristocracy, they preferred to stay hidden in the walled fortress and hoped not to be disturbed. Chang Chen wanted the 1,000-year-old ginseng, but he was not in a hurry, whether it was a year later or several years later. As long as he could obtain one in the future, that was enough. Chang Chen was more curious to see what kind of spectacle would occur if a 1,000-year-old ginseng appeared at an auction. He did not immediately calculate the balance for Lu Xiao when he received the 430-year-old ginseng along with 2 others that were just over 100 years old. Because the 3 ginseng roots needed to be sent to the auction, only after the prices were bid could Chang Chen know the specific amounts. However, auctions take time, and for certain considerations at this stage, Chang Chen did not want to send them out for auction immediately. Nowadays, Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao want to strengthen the strength of the Jinyang army, but the balance from selling wild ordinary medicinal materials is only over 7 million, which is clearly not enough to procure much. Chang Chen thought for a moment and decided to estimate a rough price for 3 ginseng roots himself, and now he would convert the balance to Lu Xiao. Last time, that ginseng from the year 385 was auctioned for 34 million at the Shangshan auction in the special zone. This one from the year 430 should definitely be priced higher. So, considering the 2 roots just over 100 years old, Chang Chen calculated 40 million. The auction commission and taxes need to be deducted at 10%, leaving 36 million. Calculating 30% for Lu Xiao, that amounts to 10,080,000, plus the over 7 million, approximately 18 million balance. Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao plan to use this money to enhance the strength of the Jinyang army. I suggest you forge a batch of Mo Dao. An army equipped with Mo Dao was once the pinnacle of a peak dynasty, capable of infantry countering cavalry. 1,000 Mo Dao soldiers can dare to face 5,000 enemy cavalry head-on. Chang Chen proposed. Can 1,000 infantry really withstand 5,000 enemy cavalry head-on? Lu Kuan, Lu Xiao, and Zhao Bin felt it was too fantastical, somewhat overturning their understanding. However, Chang Chen had previously provided them with the forging methods for Mo Dao, Ma Shua, and Hong Dao. Although they had only forged Ma Shua and Hong Dao, and had not forged any Mo Dao, there were detailed descriptions regarding Mo Dao and the forging methods. They recalled the descriptions of Mo Dao in their minds. They immediately felt that if there were indeed 1,000 soldiers wielding Mo Dao, and they were armored, facing 5,000 cavalry head-on did not seem impossible. In the current era of the ancient time Lu Xiao is in, the Han population is too small, possibly only 4 to 5 million, with a very low proportion of young men. Normally, there should be 1 young man for every 4 to 5 people, but now among the Han people, it takes an average of 7 to 8 people to have 1 young man. This is mainly due to the frequent wars over the past 100 years, especially in the last 20 to 30 years, first with the consumption from the 8 Kings Rebellion, and then the intentional killings and reductions since the incursions of the 5 barbarians. The population of the 5 barbarians combined is even greater than that of the Han people north of the Huai River, and the proportion of young men among the 5 barbarians is also higher than that of the Han. Relying solely on population advantage to confront the 5 barbarians is not feasible. The only way is to adopt a refined military approach like that of the Tang dynasty. The smaller number of Tang troops could always defeat larger enemy forces in open field battles. The elite Tang army, with heavy cavalry equipped with Ma Shua and Hang Dao, and heavy infantry wielding Mo Dao as the core of their combat power. Lu Kuan and Lu Shao have already witnessed the strength of heavy cavalry equipped with Ma Shua and Hang Dao. The Jinyang army already has 400 such heavy cavalry. However, they have yet to see the Mo Dao troops. If 100 heavy armored cavalry face 100 heavy armored Mo Dao soldiers, excluding mobility and the option to flee in a head-on fight, the combat power of heavy armored Mo Dao soldiers might even surpass that of heavy armored cavalry. Without a warhorse and the heavy armor for the warhorse, their combat power is even stronger. Although in terms of overall practicality, heavy armored cavalry still surpasses heavy armored Mo Dao soldiers. However, the number of heavy armored cavalry is severely restricted for various reasons, such as the high requirements for warhorses that can carry heavy armored cavalry into battle. Warhorses must be carefully selected, and among those, further selection is needed to find suitable warhorses for heavy armored cavalry. Out of 10 horses, the chances of one becoming a warhorse are less than half, and out of 10 warhorses, only 1 or 2 meet the requirements for heavy armored cavalry. The Jinyang army only has 400 heavy armored cavalry, not because Lu Kuan, Lu Shao, and others want to spare steel plates to make single-layer light armor. Even if more heavy armor were produced, the Jinyang army at that time did not have enough suitable warhorses. The 400 heavy cavalry of the Jinyang army fought for the first time outside Jinyang city. In long-distance combat, each heavy cavalry needed an additional warhorse to carry armor and weapons to the battlefield, which also served as a reserve horse for the battle. It is worth mentioning that during the last battle outside Jinyang city, over 20,000 Hu cavalry were annihilated, and more than 20,000 live warhorses were ultimately captured. Excluding some that were injured on the battlefield and not suitable for further combat even after recovery, the Jinyang army ended up with over 12,000 warhorses that could still be used in battle. The Jinyang army originally had 3,000 warhorses, but after a major battle, they lost 7 to 800, leaving just over 2,000. Altogether, the current Jinyang army has nearly 15,000 warhorses available for battle. Out of these nearly 15,000 horses, at most about 2,000 can be provided for the heavy cavalry. For long-distance combat, each heavy cavalryman requires at least 2 horses, meaning the Jinyang army can currently field at most 1,000 heavy cavalry. With 400 heavy cavalry already in place, they could add at most 600 more. Of course, the number of polearm soldiers is also severely limited, as the soldiers required for polearms not only need to be strong but also tall and robust. In fact, the physical requirements for polearm soldiers are higher than those for heavy cavalry. A soldier who qualifies as a polearm soldier can certainly serve as a heavy cavalryman, but a soldier who qualifies as a heavy cavalryman may not necessarily qualify as a polearm soldier. However, I still suggest that even if there are only 1,000 soldiers capable of wearing heavy armor in battle, some should be allocated to form a polearm unit. In direct confrontations on the battlefield, polearm soldiers are more powerful than any other troop type. After hearing Chang Chen's words, Lu Kuan, Lu Shao, and Jiabin nodded in agreement. To create the polearms, they would still need Chang Chen to send steel materials from the modern era. The polearm is over 2 meters long and weighs more than 20 pounds. Most of the weight comes from steel, estimating that at least 18 to 19 pounds of steel is needed. After disconnecting from Lu Shao, Chang Chen opened his folding phone and sent a message to Yushiaro. Order 500 steel bars, about 1 meter 80 long and weighing 19 pounds, made of the same material as the large truck spring steel from last time. Also, order 500 steel bars weighing 8 pounds and about 70 centimeters long, and 10,000 steel bars weighing 6 pounds and about 80 centimeters long, all calculated at 35 yuan per pound, with any excess counted as company profit. Also, reorder the horseshoes from last time, needing 50,000, still calculated at 15 yuan each. This would cost over 330,000. With an 18 million balance, there would be over 14 million left. Chang Chen calculated and continued to send messages. Order 5 million pieces of quenched steel plates with 10 holes, and 5 million pieces of leather with 8 holes, along with red strings for lacing, with at least 6 centimeters of red string for each steel plate. The steel plates are calculated at 2 yuan each, and the leather at 70 cents each. This would use up the entire 18 million balance. Chang Chen estimated that if all 5 million steel plates were made into heavy armor, they could produce nearly 900 sets of heavy cavalry armor and horse armor. If all were made into human armor, they could produce over 1,000 sets. After Yoshiaro received the message, she directly contacted the same manufacturers as last time. After intense bargaining, she secured an even better factory price than before. Every bit of profit has her 10% share, so she naturally tries to squeeze out every bit she can. Once Lu Xiao and the others manufacture weapons and armor from this batch of materials, it would be enough to enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the Jinyang army by 2 to 3 times. If all 50,000 Jinyang soldiers were to engage in battle, they might not be without a chance of victory against 100,000 enemy troops. 11,000 steel bars can be delivered by the steel mill within 3 days. 50,000 horseshoes are in short supply at the manufacturer, requiring a few days to produce, but they can also be delivered within 5 days. For the steel sheets and leather, Changchen proactively gave Yushiro 20 days, allowing for delivery in 6 batches. After all, in the ancient timespace, Lu Xiao and the others consumed steel sheets and leather at a speed that was just that fast. Whether you delivered all the steel sheets and leather in 10 days or in 20 days made no difference to them. In fact, by giving Yushiro a more relaxed timeline, she wouldn't need to split orders to find more factories to produce simultaneously, ultimately negotiating a lower factory price, allowing the agricultural trade company to have more profit. The molds from the last order of steel sheets and leather were still available at the manufacturer, so once the order was placed, production began immediately. 3 days later, along with the delivery of 11,000 steel bars, the first batch of 35,000 horseshoes, the first batch of 800,000 steel sheets, and a batch of leather ropes and other materials compatible with the steel sheets were also delivered. Changchen sent them all to Lu Xiao in the ancient timespace. Compared to Changchen's calm mindset of merely completing a material transaction, Lu Xiao and the others were much more excited. After all, in the cold weapon era, which general wouldn't appreciate fine armor and weapons? The quenched steel sheets sent by Changchen produced armor with formidable protection. A layer of light armor made from steel sheets was not much inferior to the traditional 2-layer iron armor of their time. The weapons forged from the steel sent by Changchen, when wielded with force, could even potentially sever an enemy's curved sword, while their own weapon would only suffer a minor chip. First, forge 10 imo knives. Lu Xiao commanded after some thought. The steel bars sent by Changchen specifically for forging mo knives were nearly the length of a finished mo knife, so the craftsman on Lu Xiao's side only needed to heat and shape them. Thus, the speed of forging a mo knife was far easier than that of the Tang dynasty craftsmen in history. On the first day, they were still unskilled and only managed to forge 4 knives. On the second day, they produced 6. When the first mo knife was completed, Lu Xiao, Lu Kuan, and Zhao Bin eagerly took it in hand to try it out. The mo knife had a handle 2.5 feet long and a blade 3.5 feet long, with edges on both sides, its blade gleaming with a cold, sharp light, exuding the aura of an extraordinary weapon. All 3 tried swinging it. The blade, weighing around 20 pounds, felt quite heavy, requiring considerable strength to wield. Lu Xiao was still young, and Zhao Bin was not much older. They could both swing it, and the more they did, the more they felt their blood boiling, with a surge of battle intent rising to the heavens, eager to rush to the battlefield and slay the enemy. Lu Kuan, however, was older and felt his strength waning after just a few simple swings. After consulting Lu Xiao, his personal guard, Chao Mao, excitedly tried swinging it as well. Unfortunately, he had only joined the Jinyang army a month ago, and his physical condition was far from peak. After a while of swinging, he also found it somewhat strenuous, and if he were to wear heavy armor, he estimated he wouldn't be able to sustain long-term combat on the battlefield. In fact, although Chao Mao's muscles had not yet developed much, his physique and frame, if brought to peak condition, would qualify him to wield a mo knife. The mo knife can be made up to 8 feet long and weigh 40 to 50 pounds, but it requires very special individuals to wield it. Anyone capable of using a mo knife of that length and weight is truly a formidable general. I considered that the soldiers of the Jinyang army, due to their growth stage, have suffered from severe hunger and have hardly had a few full meals, so their physical condition is not as good as those nurtured in prosperous times. Therefore, I only suggest you forge mo knives that are 6 feet long and weigh 20 pounds. Changchen's voice reached Lu Xiao's ears. However, being able to wield a mo knife was not the only criterion for selecting mo knife soldiers. To qualify as a soldier wielding the mo dao while wearing heavy armor, one must be able to move effectively. The first batch of mo dao was directly ordered by Lu Xiao to be sent to the army, equipped with heavy armor, to begin selecting qualified soldiers and form an mo dao army. It is worth mentioning that in the past few days, the originally planned 5,000 soldiers to be recruited from Hedong, Shihe, and Shandong counties have been successfully gathered, though the process was not easy, and Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao employed various means. In the next year or two, including Jinyang, it will be impossible to recruit any more soldiers from the 4 counties currently occupied. the number of Jinyang troops has already reached its limit. There are barely 50,000 Jinyang troops, of which more than 28,000 are former Han soldier slaves from the Xiangnu camps, whose physical condition has not yet reached its peak. Additionally, there are 5,000 to 6,000 wounded soldiers who have not fully recovered. Among the 5,000 new recruits from Hadong and the other 3 counties, there are not many with good physical conditions. Given this situation, Lu Xiao found it very difficult to select Mo Dao soldiers. Out of 100 soldiers, it was unlikely to find even one qualified candidate. Even when relaxing the selection criteria among the Han soldier slaves with subpar physical conditions, only over 400 were ultimately selected. Lu Xiao rounded up the number and prepared 450 Mo Dao soldiers. He also selected 200 who could serve as heavy cavalry. This way, the Jinyang army would have 600 heavy armored cavalry and 450 heavy armored Mo Dao soldiers in the future. With a rough estimate of numbers, they could then determine how many sets of heavy armor were needed. Among the heavy cavalry, there were already 400 sets of armor, so only 200 more were needed. The heavy armor for the Mo Dao soldiers required 450 sets. The heavy cavalry not only needed armor for the soldiers but also for the horses, so the number of steel plates required exceeded 5,000. The 200 sets were expected to consume around 130,000 plates. The Mo Dao soldiers only needed armor for the soldiers, with each set requiring over 2,000 plates. For 450 sets, it would consume about 120,000 plates. This would use up around 250,000 plates, leaving another 250,000 plates intended for making single-layer steel light armor, which was expected to produce about 2,200 sets. In the following month, Lu Xiao ordered the armor to be produced according to these numbers. At the same time, the weapons camp worked hard to forge all the steel bars into weapons. 500 steel bars weighing 19 pounds each were all forged into Mo Dao. Although there were 50 extra Mo Dao without enough qualified soldiers to use them, they could be stored for now. Lu Xiao was determined that the Jinyang army would not have only 450 Mo Dao soldiers. The 500 steel bars weighing 8 pounds each were actually meant to create the top-tier horse spears. The last time, the horse spear made from a 6-pound steel block was inferior to the top-tier version that Changchen had given Lu Xiao, and could only be considered a low-tier horse spear. If conditions allowed, all heavy armored cavalry would certainly need to be equipped with top-tier horse spears. Thus, the 508-pound steel bars sent by Changchen were actually short by 100 bars. "I'll send you another 100 bars, Changchen proactively said to Lu Xiao. It wouldn't do for the future 600 heavy armored cavalry to have 500 using top-tier horse spears while the remaining 100 used low-tier ones, right? But how to allocate who gets the top-tier and who gets the low-tier? This could potentially affect the unity among the heavy cavalry soldiers. Although the low-tier horse spears would eventually be phased out from the heavy cavalry, such weapons are still far superior to other weapons like curved sabers, long spears, and lances for other cavalry, and could be equipped to other light armored cavalry. 10,000 6-pound steel bars could be used to forge either horizontal sabers or low-tier horse spears. After discussion, Lu Xiao decided to additionally forge 1,600 low-tier horse spears to reach a total of 2,000, which would perfectly equip 2,000 steel light armored cavalry. The remaining 8,400 6-pound steel bars would all be forged into horizontal sabers. Whether heavy cavalry or light cavalry, as long as they are equipped with lances or long spears, cavalry units need to be outfitted with close combat weapons, so the demand for sabers is quite high. In the ancient timespace of Jinyang City, Lu Xiao and his men were busy forging weapons and armor while rigorously training the selected heavy cavalry and heavy infantry. Of course, the training for ordinary soldiers was equally strict. Whether it was the more than 28,000 Han soldier slaves from the initial Hu army camp or the 5,000 newly recruited soldiers, they had not had many full meals during their growth, and their physical condition needed to be nurtured. However, the food rations for this batch of soldiers had already been fixed. The focus needed to be on the 1,050 heavy cavalry and heavy infantry. They would be fighting in heavy armor in the future, especially the infantry, who would have to wield a 20-pound polearm in battle. Each of them was among the best of the soldiers, and their appetites were considerably larger than those of ordinary soldiers. This group of soldiers not only needed to improve their physical condition but also maintain it, requiring sufficient and balanced nutrition. Just eating a lot of meat won't do. We can't skimp on fruits either. It would be best to have a bowl of tea every day, Changchen suggested to Lu Xiao while discussing the next batch of supplies. Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment. In the ancient timespace, there were no pesticides, and there were too many pests. Coupled with the ongoing war, it was difficult to grow food, let alone fruits. Many fruit trees near the city had been cut down for firewood and timber. To get fruits, one would have to go deep into the mountains to pick wild fruits. In peaceful times, fruits were more expensive than grains, During wartime, the price of fruits could even reach 10 times that of grains. In Lu Xiao's understanding, fruits were indeed very expensive, and he subconsciously thought that the fruits from Chang Chen's side should also be considerably pricier than grains. A pound of grain cooked into rice could fill a person's stomach, but a pound of fruit could not, and one would feel hungrier faster than if they had eaten grain. Theoretically, 3 pounds of fruit wouldn't be as filling as 1 pound of grain, and if the price of fruits were significantly higher than that of grains. Chang Chen noticed Lu Xiao's dilemma and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, many fruits are indeed more expensive than rice, but there are also many fruits that are cheaper, especially seasonal fruits." Chang Chen knew that Lu Xiao couldn't imagine the modern agricultural products from his time-space. Ancient fruits had no pesticides, were smaller, and were similar to modern wild fruits, while modern fruits had been improved year after year, and with the use of pesticides, their yield per acre was much higher than that of grains. Watermelons, peaches, pineapples, dragon fruits, these fruits are currently in season and seem to be the cheapest. If we buy in bulk, I can give you 1 pound of rice for 1.5 pounds of fruit. Chang Chen calculated in his mind. This roughly equated to about 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound, and he estimated that if you let Yushiro send someone to buy directly from the countryside, there should still be some profit margin. I'll also get you some tea, 1 pound for 11 pounds of rice. This roughly equated to about 20 yuan per pound. Buying the cheapest tea would definitely not cost 20 yuan, and the excess would be the profit margin for Yushiro's agricultural trading company. Hearing that 1 pound of rice could be exchanged for nearly 2 pounds of fruit, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up, and he no longer hesitated. For the first batch of fruits, I'll send you 10,000 pounds, and for tea, I'll send you 1,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds was exactly 5 tons, just enough for a small truck. For future batches, you can determine the specific quantities needed based on demand. I'll take charge of this batch for now. Lu Xiao had no objections and nodded, saying, "All depends on the divine will." After disconnecting from Lu Xiao, Chang Chen immediately opened his phone to send a message to Yushiro. It is worth mentioning that the agricultural trade company managed by Yushiro has already built 2 processing plants of its own and has also recruited a team for purchasing agricultural products, buying several trucks for the company. Recently, the grains and other agricultural products that Chang Chen delivered to the ancient time period were sourced by the company's own purchasing team from the countryside. For example, the cheapest rice bought from the rice factory costs over 1.7 yuan per pound, and much of it is old rice. In the countryside, seasonal rice can be purchased for less than 1.3 yuan per pound, and 1 pound of rice can yield about 7 taels of rice, with the remaining 3 taels being rice bran, which retails for nearly 1 yuan per pound. Compared to buying directly from the rice factory, this method yields considerable profit. Chang Chen sent a message, and the next day, while the countryside purchasing team was collecting grains, they also found a lot of seasonal fruits along the way. For instance, watermelons were as cheap as 4 to 5 jiao per pound, and dragon fruit and pineapples, regardless of size, were also a few jiao per pound, though this year's peaches were a bit more expensive, exceeding 1 yuan per pound. Chang Chen arrived at the underground parking lot, got into the M9, and prepared to take this batch of supplies, along with the first batch of fruits, to Lu Xiao in the ancient times. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Jiaowei? He picked it up to see it was a call from his ex-wife. Ever since the last time he hired a lawyer to explain the law to them, and promised that he would cover all of their daughter Nini's educational expenses, Lin Jiaowei had not called to harass him again. However, it hadn't been long since then, just under 2 months. Considering that it would still be over 2 months before their daughter started school, it seemed a bit early for her to be discussing school matters with him now. Regardless of the thoughts in his mind, he had to answer the call. "Hello, what is it?" Chang Chen asked in as neutral a tone as possible. After a while, the voice on the other end responded, "Jianxin, I'm preparing to remarry." Lin Jiaowei's tone was complex, with a hint of anticipation. She hoped that Chang Chen would feel a jolt of emotion and reluctance, and then she could negotiate terms with him, trying to reconcile. However, Chang Chen merely paused for a moment before saying, "That I congratulate you. If you want to live well in the future, it's best not to treat him the way you treated me." Chang Chen couldn't help but say this last line. His words directly broke Lin Jiaowei's defenses. "Chang Chen, do you really have no feelings for me at all? We dated for a year, were married for 5 years, a total of 6 years, and now I'm going to marry another man, and you just. Chang Chen's tone was too flat, as if she were truly just an unimportant stranger, and the little hope in her heart was ruthlessly shattered by his attitude. Compared to finding another man, she certainly wanted to return to the time when she was with Chang Chen, when she didn't have to worry about anything or be busy every day. She admitted that she had been too impulsive back then and shouldn't have left Chang Chen with no room for negotiation. But she had long regretted it to the point of being sick with remorse. Why wouldn't he give her a chance to regret? Chang Chen let Lin Jiawei speak, and when she had said enough and was tired, he coldly said, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." What did a year of feelings mean, and what did 6 years mean? If the heart is cold, even 100 years of feelings would be the same. Chang Chen now felt nothing about all matters concerning his ex-wife Lin Jiawei. Hearing that she was preparing to remarry, he felt no extra emotions. The love was long gone, and so was the hate. He was completely facing a stranger he was intimately familiar with. Just before hanging up, it seemed that Lin Jiawei cried on the other end. However, this had nothing to do with Chang Chen. Since the bridge was a bridge and the road was a road, they should each go their own way, with nothing to entangle or cling to. He started the car and drove to warehouse No. 1. This time, part of the supplies consists of products from the agricultural trade company itself. Currently, the agricultural trade company has completed the construction of 2 processing plants owned by the company, and 3 large agricultural trade supermarkets have also opened one after another. The development of the agricultural trade company is showing a rapid momentum. Perhaps this year, excluding the supply orders that Chang Chen is sending to Lu Xiao in the ancient timespace, the agricultural trade company itself can achieve over 5 million in revenue. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. With Chang Chen placing large orders of 1 to 2 million every few days for various agricultural products, steel, and tools as a foundation, Yushiro can obtain many goods at the most favorable prices. For instance, in the past few months, Yushiro has placed an order for 8 million quenching steel sheets with those 2 hardware component factories. Following this line, Yushiro signed supply agreements for other hardware components, such as pots and pans, ensuring the prices are also the most favorable, right? With monthly orders for hundreds of thousands to tens of millions of grains, oils, and salts, it stands to reason that additional orders for other goods from your factory can also be negotiated at the best prices, right? Yushiro works energetically and knows how to climb up the ladder, expanding countless small networks along a major vein. Chang Chen even feels that Yushiro has a visible chance of bringing the agricultural trade company's value to over 1 billion in the future. If that day truly comes, even if he fulfills his promise and gives Yushiro 30% of shares worth 300 million, she would have effectively created another 70%, 700 million in profit for him. It's worth noting that his exchanges of supplies with Lu Xiao from the ancient timespace have only barely earned him 500 million so far. The supplies from warehouses 1, 2, and 3 have all been delivered to the ancient timespace. Chang Chen then went to a warehouse belonging to a pharmaceutical company, located a kilometer away. The warehouses of the agricultural trade company and the pharmaceutical company are separate. He did this intentionally for certain considerations. After this batch of medicines is delivered, the soldiers injured in the last battle of Jinyang City will basically have healed, and there will be no need to consume so many medicines daily. It is worth mentioning that the traditional Chinese medicine laboratory has already produced the medicinal powder according to the prescriptions. It can be made into powder or ointment, suitable for both external and internal use. Ignoring the differences in formulas and the potential variations in efficacy, it is almost another version of Baoyao. The efficacy has been tested, and if made entirely from wild medicinal materials, the effect is much better than the Baoyao available on the market. Unfortunately, the cost of wild medicinal materials is too high, so it is essential to try using artificially cultivated materials to reduce costs and see how to achieve a balance between cost and efficacy. If the cost can be similar to Baoyao, and the efficacy can exceed 90% of Baoyao, then the remaining issue would be promotion and sales. There are many products on the market with the same functions, similar quality, and comparable prices, yet their market shares can be vastly different. Many products have the same functions, slightly inferior quality, and higher prices, yet they still capture a larger market share. This is the magical aspect of promotion and sales. After the pharmaceutical company has its own products, how far it can develop and how large the industrial chain can grow will ultimately depend on Conranran's management. Chang Chen himself does not know how to proceed. Currently, the agricultural trade company managed by Yushiro is developing rapidly, but the pharmaceutical company managed by Conranran has even greater potential. Chang Chen looks forward to both of them being able to elevate the company's value to over 1 billion. By then, even if he simply sells company shares, he could earn over 1 billion. August. 3 months have passed since the Battle of Jinyang. It takes 100 days for bones and muscles to heal. Even those soldiers who were most severely injured are basically healed by this time. At the same time, those Han soldier slaves, after 3 months of unrestricted eating, had their physical condition reach its peak. Among the 5,000 new recruits summoned from the 3 prefectures of Hadong, Xia, and Shandong, some were coerced by Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao. Not everyone volunteered. However, once they entered the Jinyang army and enjoyed the army's rations, just 3 days of full meals made even the unwilling new soldiers harbor no complaints. After all, in this chaotic world, there is no place that is truly safe, not even in one's own home. Outside, they could barely have a few full meals in a year, but in the Jinyang army, they had full meals at every meal. At the same time, the grievance movement was not only conducted among the Han soldier slaves captured from the Hu army but also among the newly recruited soldiers. Additionally, storytellers recounted tales of the glorious civilization of China over 5,000 years, making all Han sons aware of their ancestors' origins, their past splendor, the nobility of Han blood, and the barbarism of the Hu people, igniting their sense of honor and instilling in them the belief to expel the Hu and restore the Han lands. This is what is called military spirit. An army with military spirit possesses true combat strength, invincible in attack and undefeated in battle. Only with belief can military spirit be forged. The military spirit of the Jinyang army began to take shape when they first defeated the besieging Xiongnu Hanzhao army last year, and it was truly solidified when they defeated the besieging Xiongnu Hanzhao army for the second time 3 months ago. Every soldier in the Jinyang army knew what they were fighting for during their grueling training. Now, the specific strength of the Jinyang army, a total of 50,000 men, with 600 sets of heavy cavalry armor and 450 sets of heavy infantry armor. Last year, 330 sets of single-layer steel light armor were sewn in the first batch, and 2,220 sets in the second batch, totaling 2,550 sets. The traditional single-layer iron light armor, which could be captured from Hu soldiers, amounted to over 13,700 sets. In total, the Jinyang army possessed over 17,300 sets of armor. Although the overall armor rate was barely 35%, not all 50,000 Jinyang soldiers would go out to battle. 3 months ago, the famous General Hu Yanyi suffered defeat at Jinyang, losing 100,000 troops of the Xiongnu Hanzhao army. When the news reached Chang'an and Guangzhou, the puppet Emperor Liu Yao was furious and issued orders to mobilize troops, intending to lead an expedition northward. Originally, just a month and a half after the Battle of Jinyang, the puppet Emperor Liu Yao had gathered 140,000 troops, ready to cross the Yellow River and attack Hedong County. Fortunately, news came from the west of Guangzhou that the Chang'an Di people were rebelling again. The Chang'an Di posed a significant threat to Chang'an, and to prevent the city from being left vulnerable to their advantage, the puppet Emperor Liu Yao had to postpone his expedition northward to reclaim Hedong County and eliminate the Jinyang army. Although it was unlikely that the puppet Emperor Liu Yao would send troops across the Yellow River to attack Hedong County before suppressing the Chang'an Di again, if the Jinyang army wanted to go out to battle, at least 18,000 men needed to be left behind to ensure safety in the county city of Hedong and its 8 county cities. 3,000 men needed to be stationed in Shihe County, 1,000 in Shandong County, and 8,000 in Jinyang City. This accounted for 30,000 men, leaving only 20,000 available for battle. The garrison troops did not require a high armor rate, and 3,700 sets of traditional iron light armor would suffice. The remaining 10,000 sets of traditional iron light armor, 2,550 sets of steel light armor, and 1,050 sets of heavy armor could all be equipped to the troops going out to battle. 20,000 soldiers, equipped with 13,600 sets of armor, would have an armor rate of nearly 70%. It is worth noting that the Xiongnu Hanzhao court, occupying the 2 great cities of Chang'an and Luoyang, had an armor rate of only 30% among its main troops. To grow in war, to develop in war, it is time to march north to seize Shinjo, Daisian, and Yanmen Pass. The 8 prefectures of Bingzhou are not vast plains but rather small patches of flat land. For example, Hedong Commandery controls 2 small plains, Jinyang controls 1 small plain, and Shinjo and Daisian control 1 small plain. The Hedong Commandery plain has over 10 million acres of arable land, the southern plain of Jinyang has about 2.5 million acres of arable land, and the plain controlled by Shinjo and Daisian has around 2 million acres of arable land. Although due to climate and precipitation, the 2 million acres of arable land in Shinjo and Daisian are worth less than the 800,000 acres of the southern plain of Jinyang. This is only the case when growing rice or wheat. Nowadays, with corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes brought to this time and space by Changchen, the arable land in the plains of Shinjo and Daisian, even if it still cannot compare to the southern plain of Jinyang of the same size, and is far less than the Hedong plain, can still reach 80% of its value. Moreover, more importantly, is the Yanmen Pass. Only by controlling the Yanmen Pass can the northern part of Jinyang be truly safe, otherwise, the Hu people could attack Jinyang City from the north at any time. To grow grain in Hedong Commandery with peace of mind, one must hold the Yellow River defense line, and to grow grain in the southern plain of Jinyang with peace of mind, one must secure the Yenmen Pass. Currently, Shinjo, Daisien, and the Yenmen Pass are all controlled by the Tuoba Shinbei. If one only looks at the momentum, it seems that the Xiongnu are the strongest, followed by the Chang, with the Xianbei in third place, and the Chang'an in fourth and fifth. In reality, the strength of the Xianbei is the greatest. After all, the Xianbei controlled the entire southern and northern grasslands, occupying almost all the territory that the Xiongnu had during the peak of the Western Han Dynasty. After the five who invaded one after another, they also connected to occupy Yuzhou, Liaodong, and the northern part of Bingzhou. If the Xianbei are viewed as a whole, they could muster an army of 300,000 to 400,000 composed entirely of Xianbei. Fortunately, the Xianbei are like a loose sand, with mutual hostility among the tribes. The Morong Xianbei and the Duan Xianbei are fighting to the death in Yuzhou and Liaodong, while the Tuoba Xianbei and the Western Xianbei often engage in warfare as well. Among the Xianbei tribes, the Morong Xianbei and the Tuoba Xianbei are the strongest. The Tuoba Xianbei's main focus is still on controlling the southern and northern grasslands and suppressing the Western Xianbei, and they are not in a hurry to compete for the central plains. Take advantage of the fact that the main force of the Tuoba Xianbei is not in Pingcheng, and quickly head north to seize Shinjo and Daisien, and control the Yenmen Pass. Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao were discussing. Chang Chen, from the modern time and space, checked what Pingcheng is in modern times. Datong? Historically, the Tuoba Xianbei centered around Pingcheng eventually occupied the entire area north of the Huai River, establishing the Northern Wei regime and becoming the final winner among the five who, thriving for 150 years. The Tuoba Xianbei seem to be difficult to provoke, but the surrounding Hu forces directly bordering the Jinyang army, such as the Xiongnu and the Chang, are not easy to deal with either. The Xiongnu have already begun to decline, yet still have 70,000 to 80,000 Xiongnu soldiers. If one adds other Hu soldiers, Han soldiers, and slaves, there are nearly 200,000 troops in total. The Chang are on the rise, and in the future, during their peak, even the various Xianbei tribes would not dare to confront them. We can only send 20,000 troops north. This battle won't be easy. Lu Kuan pondered who should lead the troops north. Lu Xiao, with a serious expression, volunteered, "Father, let me personally lead the troops into battle. This war must secure Shinjo, Daisien, and the Yenmen Pass." Lu Kuan did not immediately agree but showed hesitation. It was simple. Lu Xiao was the only one in the entire Jinyang army who could contact Changchen, the immortal, to exchange supplies. One could say that the entire Jinyang army relied on Lu Xiao's connection to sustain Changchen, including the tens of thousands of old, weak, women, and children in Jinyang. Lu Xiao knew what his father Lu Kuan was worried about, and he spoke, "Father, precisely because I am the only one who can contact the immortal, I should personally lead the troops to seize Shinjo, Daisen, and the Yenmen Pass. The rice and flour stored in Jinyang City should be used sparingly. It is enough for the soldiers and civilians left in Jinyang City to eat for a month. Even if the child has not yet returned victorious by then, the wheat, rice, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes planted during spring plowing will be ready for harvest in succession. If the child does not personally lead the troops into battle, then with 20,000 soldiers fighting outside, even if they are only a few hundred miles from Jinyang City, supplies must be continuously transported from Jinyang City to the front lines. At that time, not only will we need to split our forces to guard the supply routes, but we will also have to organize civilian labor for transportation. Almost all the able-bodied men from Jinyang, Hadong, Shiha, and Shangdong have joined the Jinyang army, making it impossible to find enough civilian labor. Are we supposed to organize 10,000 to 20,000 women to transport supplies? On the contrary, if the child personally leads the troops into battle, he can directly ask the immortals to supply the army's consumption, eliminating the need to maintain supply routes and organize civilian labor for transportation. The army can then focus solely on combat. In short, compared to Lu Xiao managing logistics in Jinyang City, his personal leadership on the front lines would save the manpower and material resources spent on maintaining supply routes and transporting food, with the benefits far outweighing the drawbacks. Deputy General Zhao Bin originally wanted to persuade him but immediately fell silent. Lu Kuan also suddenly realized that Lu Xiao was speaking the truth. When the army goes to war, supplies must come first. Ensuring a smooth supply of provisions directly affects whether a major battle can be won. Throughout history, how many battles have seen one side with several times the troop advantage ultimately defeated due to severed supply lines and disrupted provisions? If the food for 20,000 soldiers were to be transported, it would require the transport of food for 50,000 people, as over half would be consumed by those transporting the supplies and their livestock. This is just the food for people. What about other materials? For every 100 pounds of materials transported over 100 miles, various losses would amount to about 25 pounds of food. If one were to transport 1,000 miles, then transporting 100 pounds of materials would incur an additional loss of 250 pounds of food along the way. This is why some peak dynasties with populations in the tens of millions required the entire nation's support when 100,000 troops were fighting outside for a year. In that case, let Xiao'er be the commander, and Zhao Bin is the deputy commander to lead the troops into battle, while I will remain in Jinyang City. After saying this, Lu Kuan looked up at the empty space above Lu Xiao's head and asked, "Immortal, are you there?" In the modern time, Chang Chen put down his wineglass and replied, "I am here, you can state your needs." Lu Xiao nodded at Lu Kuan, indicating that Chang Chen had responded. Since the start of the Battle of Jinyang, Chang Chen had agreed with Lu Xiao and Lu Kuan that from 7 to 8 in the evening, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be listening to their discussions from behind, and they could present their needs during that time. If Chang Chen anticipated that he would be unavailable that evening from 7 to 8, he would inform Lu Xiao in advance. Over the past few months, this had formed a tacit understanding between Chang Chen and them. Of course, out of respect for Chang Chen, they would always first ask if he was online before stating their needs. They then expressed their request, mainly hoping to exchange as much staple food and salt as possible to stockpile in Jinyang City before Lu Xiao led the army into battle. Although only 8,000 of the 50,000 Jinyang soldiers would remain in Jinyang City, there were still about 130,000 elderly, weak, women, and children. These elderly, weak, women, and children would all need to eat from communal pots before this year's autumn harvest, requiring a significant daily supply from Jinyang City. Meat and eggs were not necessarily essential, as vegetables could be grown in Jinyang City. As long as there was enough staple food and salt, it would suffice. Sure, Chang Chen had no objections. After all, the money spent was from Lu Xiao's balance with him, and the main effort in procurement was from the agricultural trading company's Yuxiaro, which for him was merely about sending 2 more trips over the next 3 days. After severing the connection with the ancient time, Chang Chen opened his phone to send a message to Yuxiaro from the agricultural trading company. The grain stored in Jinyang City, if consumed sparingly, is enough for 140,000 people to last about a month. Although after a month, during the spring plowing season, the soldiers and civilians of Jinyang will begin to harvest the wheat, rice, potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes they have planted. It is always wise to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, after confirming with Lu Kuan and Lu Xiao, Chang Chen decided to send an additional batch of supplies sufficient for 140,000 people to last 10 days to half a month. In the next 3 days, we will purchase an extra 1 million pounds of grain on top of the original amounts of grain, salt, eggs, etc. Rice will account for 30%, flour for 20%, and corn for 50%. This calculation is based on 140,000 people, using a conservative estimate of 1 pound per person per day for a total consumption over 15 days. The price calculated for rice and wheat for Lu Xiao is 1.8 yuan per pound, which will cost 1.89 million yuan. Corn is calculated at 1.2 yuan per pound, costing 1.26 million yuan. Including the fixed quantity delivered every 3 days, nearly 2 million yuan will be spent. The total expenditure for this batch of supplies over the next 3 days will be around 5 million yuan. At the agricultural trade company, Yushiro looked at the information on her phone, pulled a calculator in front of her, and began to calculate. If the agricultural trade company's own procurement team collects rice, wheat, corn, etc. from the countryside and processes it in their own factory, they can expect about a 10% profit. However, if they wholesale directly from the factory, the profit drops to only 3%. Given the large volume of this order and the short time frame of just 3 days, the agricultural trade company can only provide about 40% of the total amount, while the remaining 60% must be sourced from other grain factories. Nevertheless, this order is expected to yield nearly 300,000 yuan in profit. Since the processing plants of both companies were established and several large agricultural supermarkets opened, the agricultural trade company now employs dozens of people, and their monthly payroll exceeds hundreds of thousands. To maintain the company and further develop it, Yushiro must meticulously calculate every profit margin. Once this batch of supplies arrives, the next day Lu Xiao will lead an army of 20,000 to march out. For the time being, until Lu Xiao returns to Jinyang City after this campaign, I only need to provide for the consumption of the 20,000 troops on expedition. The 20,000 troops consist of 8,600 cavalry and 11,400 infantry. The Jinyang army has nearly 20,000 horses, but only about 15,000 of them are battle-ready, theoretically allowing for close to 15,000 cavalry. However, each heavy cavalry soldier requires 2 war horses. The 450 polearm soldiers, while fighting on foot like infantry, also need 1 war horse each to carry their heavy armor and polearms, and only during wartime do they don heavy armor for combat. This requires an additional 1,050 war horses. Additionally, some horses must be kept as reserves. Therefore, the actual number of cavalry in the Jinyang army is 13,000. The 30,000 soldiers stationed in Jinyang, Hadong, Shihe, and Shangdong need to patrol, and a rapid response cavalry unit is necessary, so 4,400 cavalry are retained. To be specific, the 20,000 Jinyang troops led by Liu Xiao not only account for the consumption of 20,000 soldiers but also the consumption of around 10,000 warhorses. When they were still in Jinyang city, the warhorses could graze outside the city or be fed with grass cut by hand, so the Jinyang army could manage without Changchen sending fodder from the modern world. However, with the army on expedition, facing the threat of battle at any moment, it is impossible to drive the warhorses to graze themselves, and sending people to cut grass daily is not realistic. They can only rely on the rear to transport fodder. Liu Xiao personally led the troops into battle to ensure that Changchen could directly provide the army's food and supplies, avoiding the need to transport provisions from Jinyang city to the front lines. Therefore, the medicine for the soldiers was provided by Changchen, and naturally, the horses' feed had to come from him as well. Warhorses eat more than humans. An average warhorse consumes 12 pounds of forage and 5 pounds of concentrate daily. The forage could indeed be grass, but the concentrate consisted of beans and corn, not much inferior to what humans eat. In terms of cost, actually, 10,000 warhorses would require significantly more than 20,000 soldiers. Changchen and Liu Xiao agreed to send a batch of supplies every 5 days, with each batch weighing about 130,000 pounds, equivalent to around 650 tons. When the expeditionary army set out, they brought enough food for 20,000 men for 3 days and enough forage for 10,000 warhorses for 5 days from Jinyang city. It can be assumed that Liu Kuan, Liu Xiao, and the others could predict that the forage prices provided by Changchen from the modern era would not be too cheap. At the very least, it wouldn't be cheaper than what the Jinyang military and civilians could harvest themselves from the fields. After all, in the ancient era, a laborer's worth was just 3 meals a day. A person could harvest about 100 pounds of forage in a day. Even if 5 pounds of wet forage dried down to 1 pound of dry forage, a laborer could easily produce 20 pounds of dry forage in a day. 3 meals a day would cost about $5, with each meal being half a pound of rice, plus some vegetables, oil, and salt. Therefore, if the Jinyang army harvested their own dry forage, $5 could exchange for at least 20 pounds. So before the army set out, they prepared as much as they could on their own. Of course, the forage prepared by the Jinyang army for the warhorses was just forage. For the concentrate, they would use crushed corn for 2 or 3 days, after which Changchen would need to start supplying it. The first batch of supplies would be delivered within 3 days, and thereafter, a batch would be sent every 5 days. Changchen hadn't checked the prices of forage and concentrate for a long time. He opened his foldable phone and messaged Yu Xiaoro to find out immediately. "Quickly send me the current retail prices on the market." In less than 10 minutes, Changchen received a message from Yu Xiaoro. The price of dry forage was 960 yuan per ton, and the concentrate was 3,240 yuan per ton. The price of dry forage converted to 480 fen per pound, while the concentrate was 1,620 fen per pound. Goodness, the factory price for cheap rice and flour is only 1 yuan 80 fen per pound, but the concentrate for the horses is over 1 yuan 60 fen per pound. An average warhorse consumes 12 pounds of dry forage and 5 pounds of concentrate daily, which means it costs about 14 yuan a day to feed one warhorse. A soldier, with 3 meals a day, only costs about 5 to 6 yuan daily. Feeding one warhorse is equivalent to feeding 2.5 soldiers. No wonder historically, during the peak of the Han dynasty, they could only support 100,000 elite cavalry. A heavily armored cavalryman, if he were to engage in deep battles on the grasslands, would ideally be paired with 2 warhorses, totaling 200,000 warhorses, which would consume food equivalent to 500,000 people daily, plus the 10,000 soldiers themselves. Supporting 100,000 elite cavalry would be equivalent to supporting 600,000 infantry. During Emperor Wu of Han's northern battles, the logistics required for 100,000 elite cavalry to venture deep into the grasslands was not for 100,000 people, but equivalent to 600,000 people. It's no wonder that after the northern battles, the Han treasury was depleted. Emperor Wu's decades of military campaigns have the population of the realm. Changchen calculated with a calculator and then messaged Yu Xiaoro, "Offer you a price of 1,000 yuan per ton for dry forage and 3,500 yuan per ton for concentrate. Please procure an initial batch of 300 tons of dry forage and 125 tons of concentrate, to be delivered within 3 days. Subsequently, procure a similar quantity every 5 days, totaling at least 6 batches." He left some profit margin for Yu Xiaoro and provided her with a substantial total amount, enabling her to negotiate better prices with the suppliers. However, the profit margin for the manufacturers of forage and concentrate feed is not large, and the discounted price that Yushiro can negotiate in the end will not be much. Even considering the slight profit margin she can add, the final profit may not even reach 10%. On the agricultural trade company's side, Yushiro looked at the information sent by Chang Chen and calculated with a calculator. The price of dry forage is 1,000 yuan per ton, and for a batch, it requires 300 tons, totaling 300,000 yuan. The price of concentrate feed is 3,500 yuan per ton, and for a batch, it requires 125 tons, totaling 437,500 yuan. The total for one batch of goods is 737,500 yuan. At least 6 batches are needed, making the total order price at least 4,425,000 yuan. Even if only 8% profit is calculated, there would still be 354,000 yuan in profit. However, for an order exceeding 4 million, she is confident she can negotiate a profit of over 10%, which would give the agricultural trade company a profit of 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Okay, boss. Yushiro did not ask further and directly replied to the message. Next, Changchen adjusted the procurement quantities for staple foods such as rice, flour, corn, as well as meat, eggs, and salt. Originally, they needed to supply over 100,000 military and civilian personnel in Jinyang City, so the quantity for each batch was quite large. Now, they only need to supply the 20,000 troops going to war, so the quantity for each batch will naturally be greatly reduced. At the same time, the procurement of vegetables was increased. Since the beginning of spring, the military and civilians in Jinyang have been able to grow their own vegetables, so they had not procured any. Now that the Jinyang army is on an expedition, they cannot eat the vegetables they grew themselves and can only rely on Changchen for modern supplies. Changchen has already confirmed this with Lu Xiao. Soldiers march dozens of miles every day and will need more food than when they were in Jinyang City. On average, each person needs 1.5 jin of staple food, 2 taels of meat, 1 egg, and 1 jin of vegetables per day. The staple food is half rice or flour and half corn, totaling 2 yuan and 25 cents. 1 egg costs 6 cents, 1 jin of vegetables costs 1 yuan, and 2 taels of frozen pork costs 1 yuan and 80 cents. Sometimes there are also some chicken, duck, and fish, especially fish, or many cheap varieties are priced at 3 to 4 yuan per jin in bulk. However, if they eat fish, it is impossible to only allocate 2 taels per soldier each day. Overall, adding in 35 cents for oil and salt, the daily expense for one soldier is exactly 6 yuan. For 20,000 soldiers, the daily expense is 120,000 yuan, and for 5 days per batch, it totals 600,000 yuan. It costs only 600,000 yuan for 20,000 men to eat, while it costs 73,750 yuan for 10,000 warhorses. Indeed, raising 10,000 warhorses costs about 20% more than raising 20,000 soldiers. If calculated in more detail, this army of 20,000 men and 10,000 warhorses would cost 7,800,000 soft sister coins in a month. During the army's march, they need to conserve energy to prepare for any potential enemy ambushes. Therefore, under normal marching conditions, they can only cover about 40 miles a day. In a forced march, they can cover about 100 miles a day. If they completely disregard everything and force a march, they can cover about 200 miles a day. Between the southern plains of Jinyang and the plains of Shinjo and Daisian, there is a hilly valley about 110 miles long. They must pass through this hilly valley to enter the plains of Shinjo and Daisian. Shinjo is at the southern end of the plain, while Daisian is at the northern end. Yanmen Pass is located several dozen miles north of Daisian. The first battle for the Northern Expeditionary Army is not to besiege Shinjo but to first break through several checkpoints established by the Tuoba Shinbei along the hilly valley. Each checkpoint may only have 100 or 200 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers, and the total number of soldiers across several checkpoints is likely to be less than 1,000. Clearing these checkpoints cannot allow the main force of the army to attack one by one upon arrival, as that would waste too much time. Therefore, a vanguard army needs to be dispatched to clear these checkpoints ahead. The vanguard army typically consists of 1/10 of the entire army. With 20,000 troops from Jinyang, it was customary to send 2,000 ahead as vanguards to clear the checkpoints and camps along the way. Deputy Commander Zhao Bin unexpectedly volunteered, wanting to lead the vanguard army in his capacity as deputy commander. Lu Xiao naturally refused. It's just clearing some checkpoints and camps. There's no need for Uncle Zhao to personally take action. Isn't it that I haven't killed an enemy in several months, and my hands are a bit itchy? Zhao Bin laughed heartily. In truth, he had recently acquired new weapons, a demo knife and a horizontal knife, but had yet to use them to kill an enemy, and he was eager to personally slay a few foes to test their feel. Lu Xiao still shook his head, as it was inappropriate. A task like the vanguard should be assigned to a mid-level commander. If a deputy commander took the vanguard task, how could the mid-level commanders below him achieve merit? Chen Hong, I command you to be the vanguard of the army, leading 2,000 troops to advance 30 miles, breaking through the checkpoints and clearing the path for the main army. Lu Shao ultimately appointed an early 1,000-man leader from the Jinyang army. Long before Chang Chen appeared last year, when the Jinyang army had barely over 10,000 men and was facing dire straits, Chen Hong had already been a 1,000-man leader. In this dark and chaotic era, anyone who climbed from a lowly soldier to a 1,000-man leader possessed formidable personal strength. Chen Hong was tall and muscular, clearly a fierce warrior. With his experience, as long as he achieved one or two more merits, he could stand out among the other 1,000-man leaders, and if there was another position of a 10,000-man leader, he would qualify for promotion. Being a vanguard commander, leading 2,000 troops to break through checkpoints, was very suitable for Chen Hong. I will obey the command. Chen Hong accepted the order and immediately gathered 2,000 troops, detaching from the main army and marching swiftly to increase the distance from the main force. Since breaking through checkpoints was primarily the job of infantry, among the 2,000 vanguard troops, there were 200 cavalry and 1,800 infantry. After half a day's rapid march, the 2,000 vanguard troops were over 30 miles away from the 18,000 main troops behind them. This distance would take the main army nearly a day to cover under normal marching conditions. This meant that Chen Hong had almost a day to attack the enemy's checkpoints ahead. If, with such a long time, Chen Hong led the 2,000 vanguard troops and couldn't even clear the first checkpoint, then he would be severely derelict in his duties. When they were about a mile away from the first enemy checkpoint, Chen Hong ordered, all troops, rest for 15 minutes. After the rapid march to this point, the soldiers had consumed a considerable amount of energy and could not directly attack the enemy's checkpoint. The 15 minutes quickly passed, and the soldiers had recovered most of their strength. Continue marching, straight to the checkpoint. Chen Hong led the 2,000 Jinyang vanguard soldiers, approaching the first enemy checkpoint at a normal marching speed. The so-called checkpoint was merely a wooden fence that blocked the road, with a wooden tower about 4 to 5 meters high in the middle, where more than 20 enemy soldiers could stand at once. This checkpoint could be bypassed, but it would require an additional 30 to 40 miles of distance. However, this checkpoint was estimated to have only about 100 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers. It was not one of those impregnable strongholds that could withstand thousands. Even if the detour was only 10 miles longer, it was still not feasible to bypass it. The 2,000 Jinyang vanguard troops suddenly appeared in the line of sight of the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers guarding the tower. Enemies are attacking. Woo woo. The horn was sounded. In an instant, all the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers within the checkpoint sprang into action. The 100-man leader quickly rushed up to the tower to check. This is the enemy vanguard. This is bad. The enemy's follow-up forces likely have at least 10,000 more. This Tuoba Shinbei 100-man leader immediately made the judgment. In this era of extremely poor communication, even if there were spies in the enemy's core territory, it was unlikely that the news could be relayed in time. Before the Jinyang army arrived at the checkpoint, these Tuoba Shinbei soldiers were unaware that 20,000 Jinyang troops were heading north, intending to attack Shinjo, Daisian, and Yanmen Pass. You too, immediately take this message to Shinjo City. The rest prepare to defend against the enemy. The two soldiers ordered by the Tuoba Shinbei centurion quickly mounted their warhorses and left the checkpoint to deliver the news to the rear. One major function of the checkpoint was this. The checkpoint established by the Tuoba Shinbei had already fulfilled half of its purpose at this point. The remaining half depended on how long they could hold off the Jinyang army. If they could delay them for half a day or a day, then the other checkpoints in the rear, and even the Tuoba Shinbei in Shinjo City, would have that much more time to prepare. At that time, this Tuoba Shinbei centurion would also be credited with a significant achievement. Outside the checkpoint, Chen Hang led 2,000 Jinyang soldiers to halt just outside the archers' range of the Tuoba Shinbei garrison. Of course, it was not to waste time with idle talk, but merely a brief preparation for battle. A team of 200 heavily armored Jinyang sword and shield soldiers, 100 shield soldiers, and 2 teams of 50 archers quickly got ready. Attack! Chen Hong ordered. Kill! The 200 Jinyang sword and shield soldiers, holding wooden shields in their left hands and swords in their right, charged towards the checkpoint. Another team of 100 Jinyang shield soldiers had 50 of them holding shields to protect the first 50 archers as they approached the checkpoint, preparing to suppress the Tuoba Shinbei garrison soldiers on the watchtower with arrows. As the Jinyang army rushed into the archers' range, the Tuoba Shinbei centurion ordered without hesitation, fire. A maximum of 20 people could stand on the watchtower at the same time. Although 20 had bows, only 10 of them could shoot arrows. Shooting arrows was tiring. If they shot continuously, within a quarter of an hour, a team of archers would become exhausted and need to rest for a while. Therefore, regardless of how many archers there were, they had to be divided into at least 2 teams, with one team shooting until tired before switching to the other. The reason the 100 Jinyang archers were divided into two teams was the same. Whoosh! Whoosh! 10 arrows shot down from the watchtower. The Tuoba Shinbei soldiers, all from a nomadic background, were skilled archers. Of the 10 arrows, only 5 were blocked by the Jinyang soldiers' shields, 2 missed and landed on the ground, and 3 hit. One Jinyang soldier was struck in the left shoulder. Although he wore iron light armor, there was armor plating at that position, yet the arrowhead still penetrated, fortunately only going in about an inch. He grunted but did not scream or choose to retreat. Instead, he continued to advance towards the checkpoint. Undoubtedly, it was the hatred for the Hu people and the honor of being a Han man that spurred the Jinyang soldier's spirit, giving him enough courage. Another Jinyang soldier was hit in the toe. He gasped but also pulled out the arrow and continued forward. The third Jinyang soldier hit was struck in the lower abdomen. There was iron protection there, and the arrow did not penetrate, sliding off instead. In this era, traditional iron light armor had a probability of being penetrated by arrows from over 30 meters, but only about 30 to 40%. The Tuoba Shinbei archers on the watchtower shot down 10 arrows, hitting 3, yet none of the Jinyang soldiers fell, which made their expressions very grim. Just as they were preparing to draw their bows for a second round of arrows, the 50 Jinyang archers, under the cover of the shield soldiers, had already entered the archers' range. Before the Tuoba Shinbei archers on the watchtower could shoot their second round of arrows, the Jinyang archers released their first round of 50 arrows. Whoosh! Seeing arrows coming at them 5 times their number, the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers on the watchtower all changed their expressions drastically. Those with shields hurriedly raised them, while those without could only dodge and panic. Even if shooting from below results in a lower hit rate than shooting from above, with a sufficient number of arrows, the quantity that hits will not be small. A full 7 or 8 arrows struck the shield, but 5 arrows hit the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers directly on the watchtower. These Tuoba Shinbei soldiers, stationed at the very front line of the first checkpoint, were a group that had been internally outcompeted and marginalized. Their armor rate was quite low. Adding together the centurions, standard bearers, and other leaders, there were fewer than 10 soldiers in the entire checkpoint wearing iron light armor, which meant the armor rate was less than 10%. The 5 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers who were hit had no armor on them, and the arrows penetrated at least 3 inches deep into their flesh. 2 of the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers screamed as they fell from the watchtower, 1 lay limp on the watchtower, and 1 knelt half-heartedly. Only 1 Tuoba Shinbei soldier was hit in the arm, which was not a serious injury, yet he still let out cries of agony. Counterattack, shoot arrows, the Tuoba Shinbei centurion roared. The archers on the watchtower regained their composure, stopping their panic, and continued to draw their bows to retaliate against the Jinyang army archers outside the gate. Both sides exchanged fire, with the Jinyang army archers outnumbering them, and each Jinyang archer was well equipped, all wearing steel light armor. At a distance of about 50 to 60 meters, the arrows shot by the Jinyang army archers had a 30 to 40% chance of penetrating traditional iron light armor. Conversely, the arrows shot from the watchtower by the Tuoba Shinbei archers at this distance could hardly penetrate the steel light armor unless a Jinyang archer was particularly unfortunate and was hit in an unprotected spot. Moreover, there were very few Tuoba Shinbei archers wearing armor. One can imagine the significant advantage held by the Jinyang army archers. After 3 rounds of exchange, the Jinyang army sword and shield soldiers charged to the base of the watchtower, directly hacking at the wooden stakes supporting the watchtower or damaging the wooden railings blocking the path. If not stopped, within a maximum of 15 minutes, the Jinyang soldiers would inevitably break into the checkpoint. The Tuoba Shinbei centurion on the watchtower grew anxious, wanting to order the archers to shoot the Jinyang sword and shield soldiers approaching the watchtower. But this was a dilemma. To deal with the Jinyang sword and shield soldiers below the watchtower meant ignoring the Jinyang archers, while continuing to restrain the Jinyang archers would leave the sword and shield soldiers already at the base of the watchtower unchecked. Soon, the Tuoba Shinbei centurion would not have to choose. As the Jinyang army archers shot another round of arrows, several more Tuoba Shinbei soldiers were struck. The first team of 10 Tuoba Shinbei archers on the watchtower had already lost more than half, and the other team, which had not yet taken their turn to replace the front 10 Tuoba Shinbei archers, had already lost 3 to arrows. Shoot all arrows. Quickly come up for support. The first command was for the Tuoba Shinbei archers on the watchtower to stop worrying about taking turns shooting. If they could shoot an arrow, they should shoot it. The second command was for other Tuoba Shinbei archers inside the checkpoint to come up to the watchtower for support. At this moment, nearly 10 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers had fallen on the watchtower, freeing up space to stand. Some of the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers inside the checkpoint quickly climbed up to support the watchtower, while others used long spears to poke at the Jinyang soldiers outside through the wooden railings, preventing the Jinyang soldiers from recklessly damaging the railings. The Tuoba Shinbei soldiers inside the checkpoint were extremely terrified. The Jinyang soldiers outside the checkpoint were all full of morale, fearless of death. The long spears thrust out by the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers were either blocked by shields or parried by swords. Several soldiers of the Jinyang army were stabbed in the lower abdomen, but some of the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers, after thrusting their long spears, were unexpectedly grabbed by the Jinyang soldiers outside, who yanked them back violently, pulling the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers close to the wooden fence, where they were then stabbed to death by several steel knives. Although the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers defending the pass had some geographical advantage, the attacking Jinyang soldiers were all armored, better equipped, and more spirited, showing a fierce disregard for death. Thus, the Jinyang soldiers suffered fewer casualties. The defending Tuoba Shinbei soldiers had already lost 17 or 18 men, while the Jinyang soldiers had only lost 10. There were only 100 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers guarding the pass, while the Jinyang army outside numbered 2,000. After a few more were injured, the casualties among the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers inside the pass exceeded 20%. At the same time, the wooden railings of the pass were about to be breached. As the Jinyang army was about to rush into the pass, the remaining Tuoba Shinbei soldiers lost their fighting spirit and began to flee towards the rear of the pass. Bang! The Jinyang soldiers broke through the wooden railings of the pass and charged inside. 8 or 9 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers on the watchtower reacted a moment too late. By the time they thought to escape down from the tower, it was already too late. As they descended, they were besieged by the Jinyang soldiers and were almost all slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Kill! The Jinyang soldiers also pursued the other fleeing Tuoba Shinbei soldiers. In the end, 37 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers were killed within 100 meters of the pass, and during the pursuit outside the 100 meters, 11 or 12 more were slain, leaving nearly half of the 100 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers at the pass dead. After taking the pass, Chen Hung ordered 1 military doctor to treat the wounded soldiers, 20 soldiers to guard the pass, and then led the other vanguard soldiers to chase down the remaining fleeing Tuoba Shinbei soldiers while heading towards the next pass. Such passes, primarily meant as warnings and to slightly hinder the enemy, had only about 100 soldiers at most, with the largest having only around 200. Chen Heng's 2,000 Jinyang vanguard soldiers held an absolute numerical advantage, equipment superiority, and an unrestrained supply of arrows. Combined with the soldiers' vigorous spirit, even a pass guarded by 200 could not withstand a breach in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The next morning, Chen Hong led the vanguard army to break through all the passes established by the Tuoba Shinbei people in the hilly valley over 110 miles long. After breaking through the last pass and traveling several miles further, the view ahead opened up. This was the Shinjo and Daisian plains, an expanse nearly 80% the size of the southern plains of Jinyang. The first target of this northern expedition, Shinjo City, lay to the south of this plain, about 20 miles from the pass. Behind them, Lu Xiao led 18,000 main troops, still about 20 miles from this pass, equivalent to over 40 miles from Shinjo City. At this moment, just past noon, according to their marching speed, the army would reach the foot of Shinjo City by tomorrow afternoon. News of the Jinyang army's advance north had naturally reached Shinjo City, known to the Tuoba Shinbei general defending the city. Several Tuoba Shinbei cavalry even rode towards Daisian, Yanmen Pass, and Pingqing to relay the message. The next day, at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Xiao led 20,000 Jinyang soldiers to the foot of Shinjo City. The army camped about 300 meters from the city wall of Shinjo. Lu Xiao, along with generals Zhao Bin, Chen Han, and others, gazed at Shinjo City. The news of our army's advance north should have reached Yanmen Pass. It might arrive at Pingqing tonight. If Tuoba Xiu sends reinforcements, they will arrive at the earliest in 2 days. Today we still need to build siege equipment, and with less than 2 hours until dark, it is not suitable to attack the city. Let the soldiers focus on setting up camp and resting for the night. Tomorrow morning we will attack the city and must do our utmost to capture it before nightfall. Lu Xiao was quite confident about taking down Shinjo City in a single day tomorrow. Shinjo City was not a major stronghold like Jinyang or Ani. Theoretically, it was only a county-level city. Therefore, it lacked a moat, and its city walls were 3 to 4 meters shorter than those of Jinyang. Moreover, according to the intelligence gathered before the expedition, the Tuoba Shinbei garrison in Shinjo City numbered only 3,000 men. Among them, several hundred were Han soldiers, leaving only a little over 2,000 true Tuoba Shinbei troops. Lu Xiao was even confident that he could capture the city within an hour. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Lu Xiao's confidence stemmed from his assessment of the Tuoba Shinbei garrison within the city and the strength of his own 20,000 Jinyang troops. 2 hours before dark, the Jinyang army was setting up camp while preparing to cook, simultaneously constructing various siege engines. When they defeated the Xiongnu Hanzhou army attacking Jinyang City, they had captured a number of large siege engines and brought some important components along. As long as they could chop down some wood from the nearby mountains, they could easily manufacture 6 or 7 large siege engines in one night. The Jinyang army was ready for the siege, just waiting to launch their attack the next morning. Meanwhile, the Tuoba Shinbei garrison in Shinjo City was also making various preparations for defense, with a large amount of defensive supplies being transported to the city walls. In the modern timeline, Chang Chen appeared very interested. He had already watched the defense from his side's perspective and the surprise attacks on the enemy, but he had yet to see the siege from his side's perspective. Therefore, he was eagerly anticipating the Jinyang army's assault on Shinjo City the next morning. To ensure he wouldn't miss the time, after asking Lu Xiao for the specific siege time, he set an alarm for an hour earlier. The next morning, the alarm rang. Chang Chen got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and ordered breakfast for delivery before reconnecting to the ancient timeline. From Lu Xiao's perspective, although it was still not fully bright, the soldiers assigned to the siege task had already finished their breakfast and were prepared, waiting for Lu Xiao's command to begin the assault. There were about 20 minutes left until the siege time Lu Xiao had set when the delivery person brought Chang Chen's breakfast to the door. Ding dong! Lu Xiao in the ancient timeline also heard the sound of the doorbell. Chang Chen temporarily disconnected, went to open the door for the delivery, and once he closed the door again, he reconnected to the ancient timeline. "Have you had breakfast, brother Lu?" Chang Chen asked. He actually knew that Lu Xiao had already eaten, he was just being polite. After Lu Xiao replied that he had eaten, Chang Chen sent over a cup of soy milk. "Do you want to have a couple of buns? The place I ordered from today has unique crab roe buns and soy milk. They taste really good," Chang Chen inquired while munching on a bun. Lu Xiao was not polite and picked up the soy milk, skillfully inserting a straw, and replied, "Sure, I'll take 2. The two had known each other for a year, and Chang Chen treated Lu Xiao as a friend, while Lu Xiao tried to interact with Chang Chen in a friendly manner as much as possible. Occasionally, Chang Chen would share some modern delicacies with Lu Xiao to try. Over the past year, Lu Xiao had enjoyed the buns, youtiao, soy milk, and other breakfast items that Chang Chen sent over on more than a dozen occasions and had become quite adept at it. Chang Chen might not contact Lu Xiao for breakfast even once a month, as sometimes he would wake up naturally, getting out of bed around 9 or 10 o'clock. However, whenever he contacted Lu Xiao before 8 in the morning and ordered breakfast, he would always order a few extra to share with Lu Xiao. The various breakfast delicacies from the high-end modern dim sum restaurant were certainly not comparable to the large pot meals prepared by the cooks in the Jinyang army. Even though Lu Xiao had just eaten his fill less than half an hour ago and couldn't consume much, he didn't miss the opportunity to taste something. He had just finished a bun and sipped a couple of mouthfuls of soy milk. Outside the central military tent, the sound of war drums suddenly began to beat, signaling that the scheduled time for the siege was approaching. At the same time, Zhao Bin, Chen Heng, and a group of generals marched into the central military tent to await orders. No one was surprised by the cup of soy milk with a straw and the plastic box containing buns on the table in front of Lu Xiao. Everyone knew that Lu Xiao could contact immortals to obtain various supplies, and it was normal for him to have food they had never seen before. Even Deputy Commander Zhao Bin secretly swallowed, recalling the 2 times over the past year when he had tasted modern breakfast sent by Chang Chen to Lu Xiao. The flavor lingered in his memory. Lu Xiao pretended not to see their reactions and solemnly issued the command, "Begin the siege according to the original plan." The tasks for the siege commander and the supervising general had been decided the night before. As ordered, the generals went out to execute their respective tasks. Lu Xiao needed to maintain the authority of the commander-in-chief and didn't dare to continue eating the remaining bun and half cup of soy milk. With a blank expression, he followed the generals out of the central military tent to observe the battle. Dong 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 dong. The sound of the war drums conveyed the command to all soldiers. With the beating of the drums, the order was given, attack. 2,000 soldiers of the Jinyang army either pushed large siege equipment, carried ordinary ladders, or held swords and shields for cover, beginning their assault on the city of Shinjo. Archers, forward. A team of 300 archers, divided into groups of 50, quickly advanced past other soldiers under the protection of 300 shield bearers, rushing to the front line, close to the walls of Shinjo. Fire! A dense rain of arrows first suppressed the archers of the Tuoba Shinbei defenders on the city walls. Whoosh! Whoosh! The plastic arrows shot through the air, flying towards the towers of Shinjo. Each of the 300 archers shot 10 arrows, totaling 3,000 arrows. In most city siege battles, the attacking side's archers were mixed in with other siege soldiers, with perhaps 1 or 2 archers among dozens of soldiers, only shooting an arrow if they saw a defender daring to expose themselves on the wall. As a result, after a day of fierce attacks, only a few thousand arrows would be consumed. In the era of cold weapons, arrows were considered a very precious strategic resource. Each arrow, not counting labor, involved a significant cost just for the iron used to make the arrowhead. The cost of 2 arrows could sustain a soldier's rations for a day. If 10,000 arrows were shot, it would deplete the rations for 5,000 soldiers in a day. Even the Xiongnu Hanzhou dynasty, which occupied the major cities of Chang'an and Luoyang, could not afford to waste too many arrows in a single battle. Similar to the Jinyang army's archers, this method of deploying 300 archers in groups of 50 to shoot arrows was primarily aimed at using a dense rain of arrows for indiscriminate suppression. This approach consumed arrows quickly but was also very effective, especially when the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers on the walls were not heavily armored. The penetrating power of the shot arrows was diminished. If the opponent was armored, even if it was just light armor made of a single layer of iron, arrows landing on the armor would not penetrate. To injure someone, arrows had to hit unprotected areas, such as the face, neck, or limbs. For armored Tuoba Shinbei soldiers, the probability of injury from arrows landing on them was less than 30%. However, for unarmored Tuoba Shinbei soldiers, being hit by an arrow would result in injury. To avoid being hit, when the rain of arrows began to fall, the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers on the walls immediately tried to dodge, mostly crouching down behind the parapets. However, the arrows shot could also hit the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers hiding behind the parapet, and now and then, 1 or 2 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers would be struck. In the first wave of arrows from the Jinyan army's archers, 8 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers were either killed or injured. The actual probability of causing harm was quite low, with only 1 arrow out of every 30 or so being lethal, a specific probability of just over 2%. Of course, the Jinyang army's archers were shooting so densely that killing the enemy was secondary. Their main goal was to suppress the enemy on the city wall and cover their own troops pushing siege equipment closer to the wall, minimizing casualties among their attacking soldiers. Jinyang Han soldiers are coming up. What are you crouching for? Get up and fight back immediately. The Tuoba Shinbei commander on the wall, furious, kicked those soldiers hiding behind the parapet, ordering them to stand up and counterattack. It was not surprising that these Tuoba Shinbei soldiers were cowardly and afraid of death. Not all nomads were like the Jinyang soldiers, who harbored hatred for the nomads and had the honor of being Han sons to support them, forming a military spirit that was fearless. Nomads were just normal people. A 10% casualty rate was enough to dampen their morale, and a 20% casualty rate could lead to a collapse of their fighting spirit. Fortunately, with the commander's reprimands and strict orders, and knowing the dire consequences if the enemy breached the wall, the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers hiding from the rain of arrows gritted their teeth and began to shoot back at the approaching Jinyang soldiers. As the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers stopped hiding, the hit rate of the Jinyang archers increased significantly, rising from just over 2% to 3% and then 4%. With 300 arrows shot, they could kill or injure 10 or more Tuoba Shinbei soldiers. On the wall, there were only 100 Tuoba Shinbei archers shooting arrows. Shooting from a height naturally increased their accuracy, allowing them to hit 10 to 20 targets with 100 arrows. However, almost every attacking Jinyang soldier was armored. Even if it was just traditional single-layer iron plate light armor, the probability of being penetrated from 30 meters away was not very high. Moreover, even if penetrated, the arrow would often only go in 1 or 2 inches. With good luck, being hit by 20 arrows might not be fatal unless struck in vital areas like the forehead or eyes. The archers themselves wore steel light armor and were shooting arrows from a distance of 40 to 50 meters from the wall. At this distance, the probability of hitting the iron plate light armor was low, and it was virtually impossible to penetrate steel light armor, unless the arrows struck unprotected areas, such as limbs, neck, or face. But even if they hit the limbs, it would only result in minor injuries. Being hit by 10 or 8 arrows would not be a big deal. The probability of arrows directly killing armored soldiers was very low. In this kind of cold weapon warfare, most soldiers died from bleeding after being injured or from subsequent infections. It can be concluded that the arrows shot down by the Tuoba Shinbei archers on the walls of Shinjo were tipped with poison, significantly increasing the risk of infection from wounds. If aimed at other armies, such poison arrows contaminated with feces would indeed greatly increase the chances of subsequent infections. Even a small cut on the arm could be fatal due to infection. However, for the Jinyang army, which had access to penicillin for infection control and iodine and alcohol disinfectants for cleaning wounds, the probability of dying from infection was low. It is worth mentioning that a team of Jinyang soldiers was specifically tasked with carrying the wounded back to the camp for treatment. Some unfortunate soldiers who had been hit in vital areas and had lost consciousness were also carried back to the camp. As long as there was still a breath left, there was a chance for the Jinyang army's medics to save them. The soldiers of the Jinyang army all knew that even if they were injured on the battlefield, even severely, there was a 70 to 80% chance they would survive, which made them even more fearless in the face of death. Bang! 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 After suffering nearly 100 casualties, the Jinyang soldiers pushed large siege engines and carried ordinary ladders, finally approaching the walls of Shinjo and beginning to scale them for the assault. Replace the archers with another team. Continue the suppression, commanded the Jinyang general overseeing the archers. The first team of archers had already fired over a dozen arrows each, with more than 4,000 arrows shot. However, the Jinyang army was not at all afraid of wasting ammunition. Once another team of 300 archers took their place, they unleashed another round of 300 arrows to suppress the Tuoba Shenbei defenders on the wall. Under the cover of the dense rain of arrows, bolstered by their fearless spirit and high morale, the Jinyang soldiers quickly charged up the walls of Shinjo using siege towers, siege engines, and ordinary ladders. Logs and stones knocked these Jinyang Han soldiers down. The counterattack from the Tuoba Shenbei defenders was fierce. However, the walls of Shinjo were several meters lower than those of Jinyang, and the defending Tuoba Shenbei soldiers were not as reckless as the Jinyang soldiers had been when defending their own city. At the same time, the attacking Jinyang soldiers were braver than the Hu soldiers who had attacked Jinyang, with higher morale and better equipment. The frontline Jinyang soldiers were all armored. Soon, the first Jinyang soldier reached the wall, engaging in close combat with the Tuoba Shenbei defenders. This Jinyang soldier wore light armor made of steel plates, wielding a half-body shield in one hand and a knife in the other. The moment he charged up the wall, he was beset by several Tuoba Shenbei soldiers, facing 4 long spears thrusting at him, while 2 others wielding curved sabers attacked from either side. In such a situation, even the most valiant soldier could be frightened pale. This Jinyang soldier was indeed quite scared, but the spirit of the Jinyang army, the belief in slaying the Hu, driving them away, and reclaiming the lands of the Han, surged within him, and he showed no signs of retreat, his eyes reddening as he fought back desperately. With his left hand holding the shield, he blocked 3 of the long spears, protecting his upper body, but was struck in the thigh by the 4th spear. At the same time, he swung his knife to block the curved saber from the Tuoba Shenbei soldier on his right, but in doing so, he could not defend against the saber from the Tuoba Shenbei soldier on his left, which struck him hard on the back. Fortunately, his single-layer steel plate armor was very strong. Although several plates were dented and one even flew off, it ultimately prevented the blade from cutting into his flesh. Enduring the excruciating pain in his thigh, this Jinyang soldier let out a furious shout, pushing hard, causing the Tuoba Shenbei soldier on his right to lose his balance, and he seized the opportunity to slash at his abdomen. Thud! The Tuoba Shenbei soldier had no armor, and the blow opened him up, blood spilling as he fell to the ground. Clang! The Jinyang soldier then raised his knife to block the second strike from the other Tuoba Shenbei soldier on his left, wanting to engage the second Tuoba Shenbei soldier. Unfortunately, the 4 Tuoba Shenbei soldiers wielding long spears did not give him another chance. The 4 spears withdrew and then thrust forward again. This time, the Jinyang soldier could only block 2 of the long spears with his shield, while the other 2 spears struck him in the lower abdomen. His lower abdomen had steel plate armor, but due to the varying force applied, one spearhead broke through the armor and penetrated over 2 inches into his flesh, while the other barely broke the armor, just piercing the skin. This Jinyang soldier was struck by a knife and pierced by 3 spears, yet he did not die immediately and still had the strength to fight. His resilience astonished the surrounding Tuoba Shenbei soldiers, who were filled with fear. In the end, this soldier of the Jinyang army, although unable to withstand the assault of so many Tuoba Shenbei soldiers, managed to kill 2 of them before he was slain. The time he held out allowed more Jinyang soldiers to rush up the city wall. When 10 Jinyang soldiers simultaneously charged up the wall, even though they were scattered and each faced multiple Tuoba Shenbei soldiers, the fighting spirit they displayed and the time they could hold out sent chills down the spines of the nearby Tuoba Shenbei soldiers. As for the archers, upon seeing Jinyang soldiers climbing the wall one after another, the archers outside the city refrained from indiscriminately shooting arrows to avoid friendly fire. Instead, they spread out and specifically targeted those Tuoba Shenbei soldiers who were leaning out to throw stones or shoot arrows, providing cover for more Jinyang soldiers to engage in close combat on the wall. The fighting power exhibited by the 10 Jinyang soldiers on the several hundred meters long city wall, and the duration for which each soldier could hold out, made the Tuoba Shenbei defenders feel a sense of dread. The Tuoba Shenbei soldiers on the wall dared not allow more Jinyang soldiers to ascend. Ordinary ladders were inefficient and easier to defend against. However, large siege engines like siege towers and siege ladders were highly effective. Among the 10 Jinyang defenders on the Shinjo city wall, 8 had been sent up by several large siege machines. Quick! Throw the oil and burn the enemy's large siege machines, the Tuoba Shenbei commander ordered urgently. Bang! Bang bang! Tuoba Shenbei soldiers continuously smashed clay pots filled with oil onto the large siege machines. At the same time, some Tuoba Shenbei soldiers lit torches, igniting the oil-soaked arrowheads, preparing to shoot fire arrows. Seeing the Tuoba Shenbei soldiers attempting to destroy the large siege machines, the Jinyang soldiers climbed even faster, and within a few breaths, another 7 or 8 Jinyang soldiers rushed up the wall. Although the Jinyang soldiers climbing the wall were continuously being killed, each armored and fearless soldier managed to hold out. For every 3 or 4 killed, another 4 or 5 would rush up. This caused the number of Jinyang soldiers on the wall to slowly increase, from 10 to now 15. In one spot, 3 Jinyang soldiers managed to come together, back to back, forming a triangle that was both offensive and defensive, making it difficult for the 7 or 8 surrounding Tuoba Shenbei soldiers to do anything about it. This led to more Jinyang soldiers continuously replenishing from that position, quickly turning 3 into 4, 6, 8. For every one killed, 2 more would take their place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Tuoba Shenbei crossbowmen shot fire arrows, intending to ignite the oil on the large siege machines and burn them down. Each large siege machine had a dozen or 20 Tuoba Shenbei archers targeting it. A volley of 10 to 20 fire arrows was shot, with about half successfully embedding themselves in the wood of the siege machines. If the oil on the siege machines had been gasoline, a single fire arrow would have been enough to ignite an uncontrollable blaze. Unfortunately, the Tuoba Shenbei defenders of Shinjo City had no gasoline. Their oil was merely traditional oil, even extracted from animal fats like those of cattle and sheep, making it harder to ignite than plant-based oils. The fire arrows stuck in the wood, flames licking at the oil. However, Jinyang soldiers on the siege machines were specifically tasked with using wet cloths to beat out the flames. According to the experience of past city siege and defense battles, it would take about 50 or 60 fire arrows embedded in the large siege machines before the flames would burn to an irretrievable extent. According to a 50-50 probability, about 120 arrows need to be shot. 15 archers, each must shoot 8 arrows. From the moment an arrow is lit at the tip, to being knocked on the bowstring, drawing the bow, aiming, and shooting, it takes about 4 to 5 breaths. Calculating this, to ignite a large siege engine soaked in oil to a point where it cannot be extinguished, requires 30 to 40 breaths. By continuously shooting fire arrows, the 15 archers can set a large siege engine ablaze to an uncontrollable level in just 30 to 40 breaths. However, if they cannot shoot continuously and their actions are interrupted, it will naturally take longer. The Tuoba Shenbei archers are continuously shooting fire arrows, intending to ignite the large siege engine soaked in oil. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Jinyang army attacking the city with the siege engine also want to stop the Tuoba Shenbei archers from shooting continuously. After climbing the city wall, they fiercely assault the position of the Tuoba Shenbei archers. At this moment, the close-quarters combat on the city wall has reached its most intense level. After more than 40 breaths, 2 large siege engines are engulfed in roaring flames, with no possibility of extinguishing them. The Jinyang soldiers on the machines have no choice but to quickly retreat to save their lives. However, 5 other large siege engines are preserved. Even though 2 of them have caught significant flames, they are not yet at a point of being uncontrollable and can still be used for a while. The reason 5 large siege engines can be saved is that Jinyang soldiers on the wall have gradually gained a small advantage in certain areas. The largest group, consisting of 11 Jinyang soldiers, has firmly held a section of the wall about 8 to 9 meters long. At this moment, there is a large siege ladder vehicle on this section of the wall, which is increasing the number of Jinyang soldiers there at a rate of 1 every 2 breaths. The surrounding Tuoba Shenbei soldiers attacking them kill 1, and 2 more come up to replace him from the large siege engine behind. This is just one breakthrough. There are 5 or 6 other places that have also achieved breakthroughs. At this moment, there are more than 40 Jinyang soldiers on the walls of Shinjo. Indeed, the Tuoba Shenbei soldiers hold an absolute home field advantage, with 300 to 400 Tuoba Shenbei soldiers on the wall, nearly 10 times the number of Jinyang soldiers. However, they cannot truly attack the Jinyang soldiers with 10 times their number at the same time. For example, if there is only 1 Jinyang soldier on the wall, but 400 Tuoba Shenbei soldiers are present, it seems that the number of Tuoba Shenbei soldiers is 400 times that of the Jinyang soldier. However, the area of engagement with this Jinyang soldier is limited. At most, 8 Tuoba Shenbei soldiers can stand in contact with him. Thus, at most 8 Tuoba Shenbei soldiers can confront this one Jinyang soldier, rather than 400 at the same time. An 8-to-1 ratio is the limit. If 3 Jinyang soldiers stand back to back, the area of engagement with these 3 Jinyang soldiers will be larger, but the enemy to ally ratio will not be as significant, possibly only 3 to 10. If there are 12 Jinyang soldiers back to back, the enemy to ally ratio can even shrink to 12 to 16 or 17. If there are 20 Jinyang soldiers back to back, the ratio of direct engagement can approach 1-to-1, even allowing the number of allies to exceed that of the enemies. From point to area, when the largest group of Jinyang soldiers gathered on the city wall exceeds 15, there are only 18 or 19 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers in contact with them. The soldiers of the Jinyang army displayed even more vigorous morale and fearless courage, equipped with better weapons and armor, their combined combat power instantly overwhelming the surrounding Tuoba Shinbei soldiers. One Jinyang soldier was killed, but in turn, 3 or 4 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers fell. Finally, after over 30 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers were slain, the remaining soldiers began to retreat in terror. Seizing the opportunity, the Jinyang soldiers occupied a larger section of the city wall, allowing more of their comrades to quickly set up siege equipment and climb up. Soon, this group of Jinyang soldiers grew to 24. They were increasing in number at a rate of 3 more every 2 breaths. Charge with me and kill these despicable Jinyang Han soldiers. The main commander of the Tuoba Shinbei in Shinjo was furious. He organized a team of 30 fully armored elite Tuoba Shinbei soldiers and personally led them into battle, aiming to push back the Jinyang army, which had now grown to 24 and was rapidly gaining ground. This marked the most intense fighting since the beginning of the siege. A commander capable of leading 3,000 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers was inherently brave. Leading the 30 fully armored soldiers, who were the elite of the elite, their combat power was formidable. With the support of other Tuoba Shinbei soldiers and a few archers providing cover from the periphery, even though the Jinyang soldiers fought fiercely and madly, some clad in astonishingly protective steel armor, their average individual combat strength was subtly stronger than that of the 30 elite Tuoba Shinbei soldiers led by their commander. However, their growing momentum was gradually suppressed. Whoosh, whoosh, thud, thud. 2 Jinyang soldiers fell, one shot in the neck and the other struck in the left chest, the arrowhead piercing through armor and embedding itself 3 inches deep. The number of Jinyang soldiers, which had peaked at 26, began to dwindle. 24, 22, 19. It seemed inevitable that they would be pushed off the wall. However, as the saying goes, pressing down on a gourd causes a ladle to pop up. This group of Jinyang soldiers was merely the fastest growing and strongest. In other locations, several others were also breaking through. The Tuoba Shinbei commander, leading his most elite team, found that many other Tuoba Shinbei soldiers were also being drawn into this conflict. About 40 meters away, another group of Jinyang soldiers, having exceeded 13 in number and standing back to back on the wall, triggered a qualitative change, overwhelming the surrounding Tuoba Shinbei soldiers. 13 quickly became 15, then 17, then 20. Once they surpassed 20, their momentum became unstoppable, and the surrounding Tuoba Shinbei soldiers were forced to retreat. Since the 2 groups of Jinyang soldiers could see each other from a short distance away, they intentionally moved closer. We cannot let the 2 groups of Jinyang Han soldiers unite. The Tuoba Shinbei commander was furious and began to feel a sense of helplessness. He had managed to suppress the Jinyang soldiers to about 15, but in another location, a larger group of Jinyang soldiers was developing. If the 2 groups of Jinyang soldiers were to unite, with 40 to 50 soldiers gathering together, it would be even more difficult to contain them, and the entire situation on the wall could collapse in an instant. Recognizing the unfavorable situation and the potential for an overall collapse was one thing, having the ability to resolve it was another. If at this moment, within the city, there were other fierce generals besides this main commander, who could similarly organize a team of 20 to 30 fully armored elite Tuoba Shinbei soldiers and personally lead them in a counterattack, there might still be a chance to turn the tide. Unfortunately, although Shinju City is considered important, it is not a strategic stronghold. Moreover, the hierarchical structure of the nomadic tribes means that among 3,000 soldiers, it is impossible to have several fierce generals of the same rank at the same time. The Jinyang army, with its military spirit and beliefs, possesses formidable combat power, and combined with their excellent armor, they can be said to be among the strongest soldiers in this world at present. With 20,000 soldiers at the city walls, attacking a wall that is a few meters shorter than Jinyang City, and with only 3,000 defenders, achieving such a situation in the first wave of the siege is not a miracle, but rather a normal occurrence. At a distance of 40 meters, 2 teams of Jinyang soldiers intentionally moved closer to each other. Each breath could shorten the distance by more than a meter. In just 20 breaths, one team had grown to 45 men, while the other team still had 9 men, successfully meeting on the walls of Shinju City. In an instant, a team of 54 Jinyang soldiers appeared on the city wall. They quickly occupied a stretch of wall over 20 meters long. Outside this stretch of wall, there were 2 large siege engines and 4 ordinary ladders being protected, with an average of 4 more soldiers being added to the team with each breath. Soon, the number of soldiers in the team surpassed 60. Before long, it exceeded 70, and the length of the wall they occupied reached over 30 meters. The Tuoba Shinbei commander, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel despair. Unless he had more than 200 elite soldiers in full armor to launch a fierce counterattack at this moment, it would be impossible to drive down such a large team of Jinyang soldiers and regain control of the wall. Puff! During a moment of distraction, this Tuoba Shinbei commander was struck by a Jinyang soldier's blade, injuring his lower abdomen. He had already felt somewhat fatigued from the fighting up to this point, and now, with this injury, his combat power was less than half of its peak. At his peak, he had the confidence to take on several Jinyang soldiers alone, but now, even 2 Jinyang soldiers attacking him simultaneously would be enough to kill him. Additionally, the Tuoba Shinbei defenders in Shinju City numbered only 3,000, with just over 2,500 being Tuoba Shinbei soldiers, and the remaining 400 being Han soldiers. Although the Tuoba Shinbei people were not as harsh on the Han soldiers as the Xiongnu, Shang, or Jia people, these Han soldiers, facing such a strong Jinyang army, were aware that they were all sons of the Han family and would subconsciously avoid being at the forefront of the fighting. In other words, in the battle so far, the casualties among the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers were mostly from the main Tuoba Shinbei troops, with the Han soldiers accounting for less than 10%. The number of Tuoba Shinbei soldiers killed had gradually exceeded 300. Calculating carefully, the casualties among the main Tuoba Shinbei soldiers had reached over 10%, significantly affecting their morale and spirit, and inevitably weakening the intensity of their counterattacks, making it even more difficult to curb the momentum of the Jinyang army. The assembled team of Jinyang soldiers quickly exceeded 80 men. There were also 30 to 40 Jinyang soldiers on other sections of the wall. Adding them together, the number of Jinyang soldiers on the walls of Shinju City at this moment reached around 120. This entire section of the Shinju City wall could accommodate a maximum of over 400 people at once. Specifically, subtracting the 120 Jinyang soldiers, there were only about 300 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers left. Even though 300 against 120 is a ratio of 2.5 to 1, it appears that the Tuoba Shinbei defenders still hold an absolute numerical advantage. However, numerical superiority does not equate to true overall advantage. Almost every soldier of the Jinyang army was clad in armor, with some wearing light armor made of steel plates. The soldiers of the Jinyang army were filled with conviction, their morale high and fearless of death. At this moment, witnessing a significant breakthrough with the city walls within reach, they were all as invigorated as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline, their combat effectiveness increasing by 20%. In contrast, only about 10% of the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers wore armor, with 8 to 9% unarmored. Their courage and desperate mindset were inherently inferior to that of the Jinyang soldiers. At this moment, total casualties exceeded 10%, affecting the morale and combat effectiveness of the troops even further. The fighting power of one Jinyang soldier was enough to counter 3 to 4 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers. By this calculation, 120 Jinyang soldiers were equivalent to 360, or even 480 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers. 480 against 300, the Jinyang army held an absolute overall advantage. On the city walls, it was inevitable that the Tuoba Shinbei defenders would be killed and collapse, continuously retreating. Soon, more than half of the city walls were occupied by the Jinyang army. The Jinyang soldiers on the walls began to charge down the stone steps. Once they reached the base of the wall, they could open the city gates from the inside. At that time, hundreds or even thousands of Jinyang soldiers would surge into the city, leaving no chance for salvation, and the city would surely fall. The closer they got to the city, the more exhilarated the Jinyang soldiers became, growing braver with each battle. A Jinyang centurion, disregarding the danger of being killed, led the charge at the front line, wielding his tang saber with all his might, and he had already slain more than 10 Tuoba Shinbei soldiers. With just a few more steps, he would rush from the city wall into the city. At this moment, the dead and wounded among the Tuoba Shinbei defenders had exceeded 400, with soldiers continuously being cut down, their bodies rolling down the stone steps. Finally, this Jinyang centurion was struck in the thigh, but after killing another Tuoba Shinbei soldier, he completely descended the stone steps and charged into the city. Dozens of Jinyang soldiers rushed into the city, continuing their fierce assault on the city gate just 10 meters away. In just a few breaths, the Tuoba Shinbei defenders around the gate were killed and scattered in disarray. Crack! A gap was opened in the city gate from the inside. Bang! A team of Jinyang soldiers pushed a siege tower with flames on top, taking advantage of the moment to completely smash open the city gate. Kill. After breaking through the gate, within a short time, hundreds, even thousands of Jinyang soldiers rushed into the city, beginning to eliminate the remaining Tuoba Shinbei defenders inside. After about half an hour, the Tuoba Shinbei soldiers inside the city were either killed, captured, or escaped through other gates. Those who fled outside the city did not escape death either, as they faced the pursuit of Jinyang cavalry. In the Jinyang army's camp area, generals like Liu Xiao, Zhao Bin, and Chen Heng smiled at the moment the city gate was opened from the inside. In less than an hour, the army has captured Shinju city. In modern times, Chang Chen observed the battle from Liu Xiao's perspective, but not through Liu Xiao's eyes. He could see more than what Liu Xiao could. His perspective was centered on Liu Xiao, similar to a third-person view in a battle royale game. Liu Xiao was about 300 meters away from the city wall, only able to see a somewhat blurry overall situation. However, Chang Chen could distinguish the bodies lying at the base of the wall, identifying which were Jinyang soldiers and which were Tuoba Shinbei defenders who had fallen from the wall. The bloodshed Chang Chen witnessed was far greater and deeper than what Liu Xiao could see. Theoretically, such a bloody scene could profoundly impact a person's psyche, instilling fear and trembling in those who had never truly been on the battlefield or witnessed its brutality. However, Chang Chen did not react much, because after all, he was not truly on the battlefield and had not really smelled the strong, pungent scent of blood in the heat of battle. Moreover, he constantly reminded himself in his heart that he was just watching a movie and should not truly immerse himself in the Jinyang army. Every time and space has its own suffering, and it requires the people of that time and space to carve out their own path. As a person from another time and space, there was no need for him to truly immerse himself and torment himself foolishly. Furthermore, Chang Chen's perspective was centered around Liu Xiao. His mindset had to lean more towards that of a commander rather than an ordinary soldier. What is the mindset of a commander? Last year at this time, Chang Chen had little feeling about it, but this year, he had already developed a sense of it, to look at the big picture, to focus on the battle itself, rather than the gruesome details of how each soldier died. A general's success comes at the cost of countless lives. For Liu Xiao, this battle was extremely fierce, and the outcome was very good, which was delightful. Upon seeing the city successfully breached, Chang Chen did not continue watching, as he had other matters to attend to. He planned to contact Liu Xiao again after lunch to briefly understand the situation. In the modern time and space, Chang Chen treated it as if he had watched a movie. After seeing the city successfully breached, he went on to do his own things, leisurely considering what delicious food to find for lunch. In the ancient time and space, the Jinyang army had entered the city, clearing out the remaining troops of the Tuoba Shinbei and completely occupying the city. This was the busiest time for Liu Xiao. He had to busy himself with understanding the casualties on his side, arranging for the wounded, and assessing the results of the battle. How many enemy soldiers were killed, how many were captured, and subsequent decision-making, etc. He might not even be able to have lunch on time today. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chang Chen enjoyed a meal at a high-end restaurant near his community. After returning home, he reconnected with the ancient time and space to contact Liu Xiao, who was gnawing on a baked flatbread. Chang Chen did not eat flatbread, but seeing Liu Xiao eat made him feel a bit thirsty. He walked to the refrigerator, opened it, took out 2 cans of soda, drank one himself, and sent one over to Liu Xiao. How did the battle go? Chang Chen asked as he sat on the large sofa in the living room. On the other side, Liu Xiao had already heard the sounds of Chang Chen walking and opening the refrigerator. A can of soda suddenly appeared on the table in front of him, and he was not surprised at all. After thanking him, he skillfully opened it and drank while eating the flatbread. The weather in September was very hot, and the chilled soda not only relieved the heat but also quickly restored energy with its sugar content. In today's battle, our army suffered over 400 casualties, with more than 80 directly dead and over 300 in the wounded camp receiving treatment. Liu Xiao exhaled a breath of stale air and responded. The proportion of nearly 20% directly dead was very high, almost double that of a city defense battle, but this was completely understandable. After all, the soldiers of the Jinyang army who first climbed the city walls were each besieged by multiple Tuoba Shinbei defenders, with some being pierced by long spears and slashed several times, suffering severe injuries. Moreover, both sides were so focused on the fierce fighting for the city walls that the defending Tuoba Shinbei soldiers had no chance to treat the wounded, and the Jinyang army had even less opportunity. By the time they took the city walls and then the city gate, many of the injured soldiers had already bled out. In the wounded camp, it is estimated that about 10% of the injured will not be saved, and the final true losses will exceed 130. At the cost of truly losing around 130 men, seizing a city defended by 3,000 soldiers is absolutely worth it. As for the enemy, more than 2,500 soldiers from the Tuoba Shinbei main force were killed inside the city, with over 800 dead and more than 1,200 captured. 400 to 500 managed to escape through other city gates, but were pursued by the Jinyang army, resulting in over 200 being killed and more than 100 captured, with just over 100 managing to flee, most of whom were cavalry. Over 400 Han soldiers suffered a total of about 100 casualties, with the rest all captured. Following Lu Xiao's perspective, Zhang Chen also saw those Han soldiers under the command of the Tuoba Xinbei. Clearly, although the Tuoba Xinbei treated the Han soldiers almost like slaves, these Han soldiers were not as emaciated as those under the Xiongnu. They were simply not as strong as the Tuoba Xinbei main force. Historically, the Tuoba Xinbei were ultimately able to unify the north for a reason. Compared to other nomadic tribes, they had a much longer-term vision. Of course, while the Han soldiers under the Tuoba Xinbei were far better off than those under the Xiongnu, it did not mean they were grateful to the Tuoba Xinbei or had deep loyalty towards them. In fact, after witnessing the Jinyang army overwhelming the Tuoba Xinbei and breaking into the city, the remaining Han soldiers almost did not resist, allowing themselves to be captured. Otherwise, they would not have suffered only around 100 casualties. As long as the Tuoba Xinbei do not treat the Han people under their rule equally, there will always be grievances to voice. After some ideological education, these Han soldiers can also be integrated into the Jinyang army and become loyal members. Zhang Chen offered his insights. Lu Xiao nodded, as he shared the same view. In fact, regardless of which of the 5 barbarians it was, even if there were varying degrees of cruelty towards the Han people under their rule, none were particularly good. Having taken Shinjo city, the next step was to advance to Daisien. Only by capturing Daisien could they attack Yanmen Pass, and seizing Yanmen Pass would mean that this northern expedition had truly achieved complete victory. Lu Xiao left 1,000 Jinyang soldiers in Shinjo city. Considering the 400 casualties incurred during the attack on Shinjo city, along with over 100 casualties from the vanguard army clearing the checkpoints earlier, only about 18,400 soldiers could be taken to attack Daisien and Yanmen Pass. The distance from Shinjo city to Daisien required crossing the entire plain from the south side to the north side, roughly about 170 li. At a normal marching speed of 40 li per day, it would take more than 4 days to complete the journey. Since they were marching through a plain area and did not need to clear any checkpoints or camps, Lu Xiao did not specifically send a vanguard army ahead. The Tuoba Xinbei are originally nomadic. Their cavalry might ambush our army on the way, so we must be cautious. To address this, Lu Xiao dispatched a total of 20 10-man scout teams to guard around the main army and search for enemy traces. Lu Xiao also ordered a slowdown in marching speed, planning to cover the 170 li in 5 days, marching just over 30 li each day. This was to conserve the soldiers' strength as much as possible, so they could respond to a major battle at any time. In fact, Lu Xiao preferred to defeat and annihilate the enemy on the plains outside rather than allowing them to concentrate within Daisien City and Yanmen Pass. After half a day's march, when the Jinyang army led by Lu Xiao was about 20 li from Shinjo City, reinforcements sent by the Tuoba Xinbei leader Tuoba Xiu had just arrived about 40 li from Shinjo City. More than 100 Tuoba Xinbei cavalry who had escaped from Shinjo City met up with the reinforcements and informed them of the loss of Shinjo City. This time, the Tuoba Xinbei reinforcements consisted of exactly 10,000 cavalry, led by a commander named Tuoba Lirong, who was a cousin of the Tuoba Xinbei leader Tuoba Xiu. Is it not the case that they lost the city without even holding it for a day? Tuoba Lirong was filled with shock and anger. His first thought was that the commander of the Tuoba Xinbei garrison in Shinjo was utterly incompetent. With 3,000 defenders, no matter how inept, they should have been able to hold out for at least 2 days. Yet, the commander of the Tuoba Xinbei in Shinjo had not even managed to last a single day. If that wasn't incompetence to the extreme, what was? Seeing Tuoba Lirong so furious, over 100 Tuoba Xinbei cavalrymen dared not tell him the truth. Not only had Shinjo city fallen in less than a day, but it had barely held for even half a morning. In less than an hour, the city gates had been breached, and within an hour and a half, the city had completely fallen. If he were to learn this reality, Tuoba Lirong would likely not be able to restrain himself from blaming the more than 100 Tuoba Xinbei cavalrymen who had fled from Shinjo city. Tuoba Lirong was merely angry for a moment. The urgent task was to defeat the Jinyang Han army and reclaim Shinjo city. Send out 10 more scout teams. I want detailed information on this Jinyang Han army, he commanded. Tuoba Lirong did not impulsively charge directly at Lu Xiao and the Jinyang troops with 10,000 cavalry. Instead, he first sent scouts to gather intelligence, such as the exact number of the Jinyang army and their deployment during the march. The Tuoba Xinbei scouts needed to get close enough to see the Jinyang army with their own eyes. As they approached, they undoubtedly encountered ambushes from the Jinyang scouts. Before the main forces of both sides engaged, their scouts had already begun a fierce battle around the marching Jinyang army. Since the Tuoba Xinbei had occupied Pingcheng, they had treated it as the core of their rule. This contingent of 10,000 Tuoba Shenbei cavalry sent from Pingcheng had spent the last 2 years fighting against other nomadic tribes on the grasslands, their battle spirit still unquenched. Only the elite could serve as scouts. Although the Jinyang scouts had the advantage in equipment and were close to their main forces, they did not gain much in this skirmish. They killed 10 Tuoba Shenbei scouts but suffered nearly 8 or 9 casualties themselves. Fortunately, the Jinyang army had advanced medical techniques. As long as the injured did not die on the spot, most could be saved, making even a 1-to-1 exchange worthwhile. This scout battle lasted a full 2 days. When the Jinyang army was about 90 miles from Shinjo city, both sides had suffered nearly 200 casualties among their scouts, and Tuoba Lirong finally learned the general situation of the Jinyang army. About 8,000 cavalry and around 10,000 infantry, totaling less than 20,000? Tuoba Lirong pondered the strength comparison between the two sides. Close to 1-to-2, it was clear that his side was at an absolute numerical disadvantage. However, on the plains, infantry needed to maintain formation and move slowly, while cavalry could choose to deal with the enemy's cavalry first, defeating them before attacking the infantry. Thus, Tuoba Lirong felt he might still have a chance. Send my orders to Daisien, let everyone who can ride come to support. To increase his odds, Tuoba Lirong issued this command. Pingcheng was quite far away, and its safety was even more critical, so he could not send more reinforcements. The reinforcements could only be drawn from Daisien and Yanmen Pass. Yanmen Pass was the southern gate of Pingcheng, also extremely important, and could only be mobilized by orders from Pingcheng without prior consultation. However, Daisien was not as crucial, and its troops could be mobilized. Daisien was close to Yanmen Pass in Pingcheng, with over 4,000 defenders, 90% of whom were Tuoba Shenbei, including more than 2,000 cavalry. With the support of over 2,000 cavalry from Daisien, Tuoba Lirong would have more than 12,000 cavalry at his disposal. With over 12,000 cavalry against an enemy force of about 8,000 cavalry and around 10,000 infantry, Tuoba Lirong felt quite confident. Tuoba Lirong had calculated this very well. Unbeknownst to Lu Shao, he had quietly dispatched 2 scout teams to lie in wait near Dai County, monitoring the movements there. Upon receiving news that over 2,000 Shenbei cavalry had exited the city and were heading south, he was very pleased. The Tuoba Shenbei are probing our army's general situation, but the scouts I sent out from Jinyang have also gathered information on their general situation. There are 10,000 Tuoba Shenbei cavalry near my army, and now with the addition of over 2,000 cavalry coming out of Dai County, the total number of Tuoba Shenbei cavalry exceeds 12,000. The garrison in Dai County should not have many more troops than the garrison in Shinjo city. Now that over 2,000 cavalry have come out, there may only be about 1,000 left to defend the city. If our army can defeat this group of Tuoba Shenbei cavalry outside the city, then capturing Dai County will be as easy as pie. We are only about 70 miles from Dai County, and by noon the day after tomorrow, our army will reach the foot of the city. However, I believe the Tuoba Shenbei will likely launch a surprise attack on our army today, perhaps within the hour. Lu Shao's deduction was based on evidence. The Tuoba Shenbei coming out of Dai County were all cavalry, and the scouts he had sent could relay information within about a quarter of an hour. The distance from here to Dai County is over 70 miles, from Shinjo city is over 90 miles, and the mountains on both sides are also about 70 to 80 miles away. Once they approach Dai County, they will also be near the mountains, making it difficult for the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry to recklessly pursue the fleeing Jinyang troops after defeating them. Lu Shao was at least 80% sure that the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry would launch their surprise attack today, and within the hour. Send orders to the entire army to be prepared to respond to the enemy's surprise attack at any time, Lu Shao commanded. Following this, the Jinyang army continued to march towards Dai County, while all the soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, the entire army filled with the tense atmosphere before a great battle. In the modern timeline, Changchen connected to the ancient timeline and, through Lu Shao's perspective, saw the grim atmosphere during the army's march, naturally curious about the situation. Lu Shao informed Changchen of his speculation that the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry would likely launch a surprise attack within the hour. A battle in the plains? Changchen was taken aback, especially in a situation where one side consisted entirely of cavalry. Such battles lack much flair. It was a test of hard power, the quality of the soldiers, and the commanding ability of the general on the spot. Upon learning that the Tuoba Shenbei had only over 12,000 cavalry, he couldn't help but smile. Many of the Jinyang army's equipment had been arranged with his help, and among them were 600 heavy cavalry and 450 heavy infantry, making their total number 1.5 times that of the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry. If the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry dared to take the initiative to attack the Jinyang army, they would surely hit a brick wall, and he was quite looking forward to this battle. Chang Chen walked to the liquor cabinet, took a bottle of Wolianye, poured out 2 ounces, and grabbed some snacks to sit on the living room sofa. In the ancient timeline, Tuoba Lirong, just as Lu Xiao had speculated, after meeting up with the over 2,000 cavalry from Dai County, ordered a 15-minute rest, and then the entire army launched a surprise attack on the Jinyang army. Booming! Over 12,000 cavalry charged in, making a tremendous noise. The Jinyang army had scouts on the perimeter, and when the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry charged close to the army, they were the first to relay the news to Lu Xiao. Prepare the entire army for battle, Lu Xiao commanded loudly. In fact, there was no need to wait for Lu Xiao's orders to be conveyed. The Jinyang army had already heard the thunderous sound of hooves as the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry charged towards them. Due to their prior mental preparation, the Jinyang army did not panic. All units immediately halted their march and formed ranks to prepare for battle. Among them, the 600 heavy cavalry and 450 heavy infantry did not wear their heavy armor. At this moment, it was confirmed that the enemy troops were launching a surprise attack, and a great battle was inevitable. Under the protection of the infantry formation, they began to urgently don their heavy armor. The 1,050 heavy cavalry and the foreign sword soldiers were the core strength of the Jinyang army, positioned in the center under Lu Xiao's command. As long as Lu Xiao, the commander, was unharmed, they could calmly put on their heavy armor. The heavy cavalry and foreign sword soldiers did not don their armor quickly. Moreover, the use of heavy cavalry and heavy foreign sword soldiers was not casual, it required waiting for the right opportunity. After all, heavy cavalry and heavy foreign sword soldiers consumed too much physical strength due to their armor and weapons, limiting their combat time. Therefore, if they did not engage, it was fine, but once they did, it was necessary to unleash their full power to achieve significant results. As fellow cavalry, the Jinyang cavalry naturally intercepted at the front line. The two cavalry forces clashed first. Kill! More than 12,000 Tuoba Shenbei cavalry did not charge in a single wave from one direction. In fact, Tuoba Lirong ordered 7,000 of the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry to split into 3 teams, 3,000 for the first team, 2,000 for the second, and 2,000 for the third. They attacked in 3 waves from 3 different directions. Additionally, over 5,000 cavalry were held back by Tuoba Lirong, who intended to use them to attempt an assault on the Jinyang army's center, capturing the leader first. The 3 waves of 7,000 Tuoba Shenbei cavalry engaged in a chaotic battle with nearly 8,000 Jinyang cavalry. The horses neighed, and blood splattered. Soldiers from both sides continuously fell from their mounts, slain in the melee. The chaos among the cavalry tested the morale and spirit of the troops. Which side soldiers were braver and more fearless, which side could endure a greater proportion of casualties, and how to inflict greater losses on the enemy. In terms of cavalry combat experience, the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry undoubtedly had the upper hand over the Jinyang cavalry. After all, among the major Shenbei tribes, the Morong Shenbei and the Duan Shenbei had largely abandoned the grasslands, while only the Tuoba Shenbei still occupied the plains, with their cavalry present in both the southern and northern deserts. The grasslands at this time were not peaceful. Not only were there many small and medium-sized tribes in the west, like the Shenbei, refusing to submit, but the Rouran people were also rising, intending to encroach upon the southern and northern grasslands, all of which required the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry to suppress. The slaughter between the two cavalry forces was fierce. The formation of the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry was undoubtedly more reasonable. If the numbers, equipment, and morale were the same, the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry would definitely gain an advantage more quickly. However, the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry only had a more reasonable formation during the melee. In terms of morale and spirit, the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry was not stronger than the Jinyang cavalry, and in terms of bravery, fearlessness, willingness to fight to the death, and ability to endure greater casualties, the Jinyang cavalry, fueled by strong beliefs and intense hatred for the Wu people, was even stronger. At the same time, the Jinyang cavalry had a 75% armor rate, while the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry had less than 20%. Moreover, among the Jinyang cavalry, there were 1,000 light cavalry equipped with steel plates, providing strong protection, paired with sabers as their weapons. One Jinyang cavalryman in steel plate armor was worth 3 cavalrymen in traditional iron light armor. Additionally, all the war horses ridden by the Jinyang cavalry were shod with horseshoes. The war horses had better grip and greater charging power. With all these advantages, although the Jinyang cavalry had only about 800 more than the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry, anyone who could overlook the battlefield would see that within less than 100 breaths after the engagement began, the Jinyang cavalry had gained a clear advantage. The proportion of Tuoba Shenbei cavalry being knocked off their horses was far higher than that of the Jinyang cavalry. Essentially, for every Jinyang cavalryman knocked off, 2 or even 3 Tuoba Shenbei cavalrymen were similarly brought down. Of course, Tuoba Shenbei cavalry commander Tuoba Lirong could not immediately perceive the strength of the Jinyang army's cavalry, nor did he know that the casualty rate of the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry was far greater than that of the Jinyang army's cavalry. He harbored a blind confidence in the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry, believing them to be the kings of the grasslands, unmatched in cavalry warfare, facing nearly 8,000 Jinyang army cavalry with 7,000 Tuoba Shenbei cavalry, which was only a few hundred less than the Jinyang army's numbers. Tuoba Lirong considered this to be a sign of his high regard for the Jinyang army's cavalry. If it weren't for the desire to ensure victory, Tuoba Lirong even thought that 5,000 Tuoba Shenbei cavalry would be enough to defeat nearly 8,000 Jinyang army cavalry. In this era, communication was inconvenient, and as the two cavalry forces clashed, Tuoba Lirong could not quickly learn the specific situation on the battlefield. He only saw that after the two sides engaged in melee, the Jinyang army cavalry was already unable to extricate themselves. Tuoba Lirong focused his main energy on the Jinyang army's infantry formation. He contemplated from which direction to attempt a breakthrough that could tear apart the Jinyang army's infantry formation, charging into the center of the Jinyang army to capture the enemy commander and decisively determine the outcome. Simply observing would not reveal any flaws. He would need to send cavalry to test the defenses with several charges before any weaknesses might be exposed. 1,000 Tuoba Shenbei cavalry circled around the area of the cavalry battle and charged directly at the Jinyang army's infantry formation. Good timing. Chen Hong was commanding a 2,000-strong infantry formation from this position. A direct cavalry charge against an infantry formation rarely yielded good results. Before reaching the infantry formation, they were first met with several rounds of concentrated arrows from the archers within the infantry ranks. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many Tuoba Shenbei cavalry fell from their horses, struck by arrows during the charge. After suffering over 30 casualties, a portion of the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry finally reached the front of the Jinyang army's infantry formation. Stab! Chen Hong shouted, and the long spearmen at the front of the formation immediately thrust their gleaming spearheads forward. Puff! Puff! The few Tuoba Shenbei cavalrymen at the forefront crashed through, spilling blood as they fell at the front of the formation. Some Tuoba Shenbei cavalry also shot arrows at the Jinyang army's infantry formation. However, within the Jinyang army's infantry formation, there were sword-and-shield soldiers who could block some of the arrows with their shields, resulting in relatively few Jinyang soldiers being hit. At the same time, if the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry could shoot at the soldiers in the Jinyang army's infantry formation, then the archers within the Jinyang army's infantry formation could naturally shoot at the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry as well. The Jinyang army had a much higher rate of armor than the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry, and with the protection of shields, in this exchange of arrows, it was the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry who suffered losses. After trying for a while and suffering 50 to 60 casualties in a frontal assault, the remaining 900 or so Tuoba Shenbei cavalry withdrew without continuing the hard charge. However, just a short while later, another group of 1,000 Tuoba Shenbei cavalry charged at another infantry formation of the Jinyang army from a different direction. In the center of the Jinyang army, Lu Xiao listened expressionlessly to the continuous battle reports coming from the front, analyzing the battlefield situation and speculating on the intentions of the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry. Could the enemy cavalry be planning to force their way in and directly attack our center? This was the most likely possibility. If Lu Xiao were to command the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry, this would be the only method to quickly achieve victory in this battle. I can only say that the Tuoba Shenbei people are truly delusional. Lu Xiao sneered. Given the morale and equipment level of the Jinyang army soldiers, as long as they intended to defend, even if 5,000 enemy cavalry charged, it would be impossible to break through the formation and reach the center without suffering extremely heavy losses. Moreover, even if the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry were to reach the center, what could they achieve? At this moment, 600 heavily armored cavalry and 450 heavy infantry with polearms were fully equipped and ready to strike at any moment. Lu Xiao suddenly thought of something and fell into deep contemplation. In the modern time frame, Changchen unconsciously swirled the liquor in his glass with his right hand, also deep in thought. He spoke first, his voice reaching Lu Xiao's ears in the ancient time frame. I think you can proactively create an opening, allowing those Tuoba Shenbei cavalry to come in, getting close to the central army position. At that time, use the 450 polearm infantry to hold the front line, with the 600 heavily armored cavalry in the second line. Let the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry crash into the polearm infantry first, suffering heavy casualties, then order the heavily armored cavalry to charge forward. Perhaps we can decisively defeat thousands of Tuoba Shenbei cavalry in one go. The main commander of the Tuoba Shenbei cavalry is probably overly confident and unaware of the situation on the battlefield. If he hesitates a bit longer, once he learns about the battlefield conditions, he might be scared off. At that time, even if the Jinyang army emerges victorious, the gains will be minimal. Although Chang Chen's perspective centered on Lu Xiao, he could see a much broader situation. He had already observed the battlefield where the Tuoba Shinbei cavalry were increasingly being cut down and thrown from their horses, with the situation becoming more unfavorable for them. It was estimated that the Jinyang army's cavalry had suffered around 300 casualties, while the Tuoba Shinbei cavalry had lost nearly 1,000. By this time, some Tuoba Shinbei commanders must have gone to find Tuoba Lirom to inform him that their cavalry was at a severe disadvantage. Lu Xiao's thoughts were similar to Chang Chen's, but his hesitation stemmed from the fact that the polearm infantry was going into battle for the first time. Although Chang Chen had told him that polearm infantry could counter cavalry, and he had personally wielded a polearm and believed in its power, he had never actually faced an enemy in combat, and no one could be certain of the real situation. Allowing the Tuoba Shinbei cavalry to charge in and approach the central army was very dangerous. One misstep could lead to disaster. As the commander of the army, Lu Xiao had to consider this carefully. However, Lu Xiao was decisive. He merely thought it through a bit more, but that did not mean he lacked confidence in this strategy. He truly did not know if the polearm infantry's combat effectiveness would meet expectations, but he still had 600 heavily armored cavalry as a backup. He had personally led the heavily armored cavalry into battle and was very clear about the combat power they could unleash. Not to mention thousands of Tuoba Shinbei cavalry, even tens of thousands could be overwhelmed by 600 heavily armored cavalry in a direct charge. Send orders to Chen Hong to create an opening at his position, drawing all the Tuoba Shinbei cavalry in. Order the polearm infantry to form ranks and have the heavily armored cavalry ready to charge at any moment. Lu Xiao issued military orders in quick succession. As the orders were relayed, Chen Hong deliberately commanded his infantry formation to create chaos, exposing what seemed to be a huge flaw. The Jinyang army's infantry formation suddenly fell into disarray, and soon the news reached the ears of the Tuoba Shinbei cavalry's main commander, Tuoba Lirong. Although at this moment, someone had already come to report to him that their cavalry was being completely overwhelmed by the Jinyang army's cavalry, making the situation increasingly dire. Upon hearing that there was chaos in one of the Jinyang army's infantry formations, he saw a chance to break through and charge straight into the Jinyang army's central position. Without hesitation, he personally led over 5,000 Tuoba Shinbei cavalry directly toward that position.